Upon graduating from Tsingbei University, Su Yilin unexpectedly activated a system right after securing a job, which demanded that he return to his village to serve as the party secretary. Naturally, Su Yilin was reluctant, yet the rewards offered by the system were simply too enticing, beginning with an invincible golden kidney. After considerable internal conflict, Su Yilin ultimately chose to return to Qinghe Village, shouldering the responsibility of leading the entire village toward prosperity. With the system's assistance, he guided the villagers to wealth through technological advancements, establishing high-tech agriculture, livestock farming, and founding innovative companies and factories, while constructing skyscrapers and schools. Unbeknownst to him, Qinghe Village unexpectedly transformed into a world-renowned first-class village. Netizens remarked, "All roads lead to Qinghe. It is yet another day of enviable admiration for the villagers of Qinghe." Netizens exclaimed, "I hear that prominent ladies from various nations are openly seeking marriage, waiving dowries and offering extravagant gifts, solely on the condition that their partners hail from Qinghe Village." Su Yilin naturally took note of these announcements. His phone screen displayed a continuous stream of notifications, as if predetermined, one after another. Mr. Ma, Mr. Lei, Mr. Yu. These titans of industry, whose mere footfalls could shake the market, appeared akin to a group of students desperately rushing to submit their assignments before class ended. They formed a queue to present their solutions to Qinghe Village. Su Yilin could not help but smile at this scene. Well, they certainly act swiftly, he muttered to himself. However, Mr. Ma is indeed a remarkable individual. Su Yilin smirked at Mr. Ma's prompt decision to launch his core applications. This mogul's keen instincts and decisiveness surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Recognizing the prevailing trends, he acted without hesitation, swiftly and thoroughly undergoing a metamorphosis. This audacity would secure him a prominent position in the forthcoming new ecosystem. In the days that followed, the fervor surrounding Qinghe Mobile not only showed no signs of waning, but, in fact, intensified amid the dual catalysts of nationwide enthusiasm and the entry of industry giants, evolving toward another direction. Initially, discussions revolved around the phone's performance, battery life, and holographic projection, these groundbreaking hardware aspects. However, the entire internet's focus had now irrevocably shifted to a broader and more captivating realm: the Qinghe application ecosystem. A brand new platform, brimming with limitless possibilities, resembled a newly discovered continent laden with gold, captivating the attention of countless prospectors. Surprisingly, the first to stir up excitement on this new land were not the vigilant giants, but rather a group of wild geniuses from the grassroots. The Qinghe operating system's remarkably low entry threshold for Chinese programming, combined with its high potential, ignited the creative passion of numerous programmers and tech enthusiasts. Within just a few days, the Qinghe App Store was inundated with an array of astonishing mini-programs. At the top of the popularity chart was a mini-program named Adorable Pet Dragon. The developer was a young university student who, using Qinghe's Chinese programming, created a palm-sized little dragon over a single weekend. This dragon could hover in a room, roll around, chase light spots, and emit flames that bore no warmth. Even during your gaming sessions, it would perch on your shoulder, clumsily gesturing a cheer-up sign with its tiny paws. Furthermore, this little dragon could learn its owner's habits. If you often stayed up late, it would fly in front of you at midnight, gazing at you with its large, innocent eyes, then yawn adorably to remind you it was time for bed. Overnight, this charming creature captured the hearts of millions of netizens. Just a day after Adorable Pet Dragon skyrocketed in popularity, a news headline once again ignited the internet. Penguin Group announces a multi-million-dollar acquisition of the phenomenal application Adorable Pet Dragon and its developer. The announcement sent shockwaves, even more profound than the phenomenon of Adorable Pet Dragon itself. A university student, a weekend, a mini-program yielded millions in real currency. This was no longer mere news. It had become a myth of wealth creation belonging to the new era of Qinghe. Wow, multi-million? Over 10 million? While I was lazily sleeping in my dorm, this person earned enough for a seaside villa in just one weekend? Stop right there. Our computer science department's forum has exploded. The server crashed last night due to the influx of discussions on how to join Chinese programming. Chinese programming is the real deal. This is the true knowledge that changes destinies. The triumph of Adorable Pet Dragon served as the most potent catalyst, injecting fervor into an already boiling public discourse. Countless individuals became envious. If the previous celebrations were merely consumer excitement, the current fervor had completely engulfed the producer level. A multitude of programmers, designers, tech enthusiasts, and even ordinary individuals with wild imaginations began to see the gleaming gold on the new continent. They began to flock into Qinghe's developer community, eager to learn the mysterious and powerful Chinese programming language, attempting to craft their own dragon pets. The Qinghe App Store had transformed into a wild, tropical rainforest of innovation. Every day, hundreds of new applications were launched, including one that could turn a room into a vast starry sky, the holographic planetarium. There were those capable of summoning virtual trainers with perfect physiques who could correct your squat form in real time, the AI personal trainer. Others could render recipes in 3D, guiding you step by step in perfecting your culinary skills, the kitchen god. These applications might vary in quality, yet their creativity was boundless and wildly flourishing. Meanwhile, titans like Mr. Ma and Mr. Lei acted like astute hunters, constantly surveying this rainforest, ready to snap up any promising species they discovered. Acquisitions, investments, collaborations. A frenzied gold rush centered around the Qinghe ecosystem unfolded at an unimaginable pace. Su Yilin observed the explosive growth of application numbers and developer data with great satisfaction, lifting his teacup for a sip. Very well. The virtuous cycle of the Qinghe ecosystem had commenced. At that moment, Su Lun knocked on the door, excitement evident on his face, holding a stack of documents. Secretary, you must see this. It's all collaboration proposals directed at us. Su Lu, like a child presenting a treasure, placed the thick stack of documents emphatically on Su Yilin's desk. Su Yilin raised an eyebrow and casually flipped open the topmost document. The title boldly proclaimed, Letter of Intent for Collaboration on the Use of Holographic Projection Technology in Zhou Tianwang's World Tour Concert. Zhou Tianwang. Su Yilin raised an eyebrow. Yes, the very same Zhou Tianwang. Su Lu eagerly leaned in, speaking rapidly. His agent contacted us, hoping to utilize our holographic technology throughout the concert in a few days. And that's not all. Su Lu flipped through the subsequent documents, eagerly pointing them out to Su Yilin. Look at this one, the National Museum, aiming to enable visitors to appreciate national treasures from every angle. And this one, Qinghe Medical University, wants to use our AI and holographic assistant to create surgical teaching courses for medical students. And this, the largest film company in the country, wishes to use holographic technology to replace green screens for special effects. Su Lu excitedly introduced each proposal, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Entertainment, culture, education, healthcare. The technology from Qinghe Village was rapidly permeating every sector of society. Indeed, all very impressive. Su Yilin nodded in satisfaction, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Please conduct a preliminary selection. Extract those that are most representative and impactful, and we shall prioritize our engagement with them. Understood. Su Lun nodded emphatically, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. After Su Lu departed, Su Yi set down his teacup, rose from his seat, and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze transcended the village committee building, extending toward the horizon. Not far away, the expanded 12-lane Qinghe Avenue resembled a colossal dragon, poised to connect seamlessly. Behind the mountain, within the vast, blue metallic fencing, lies a picturesque Qinghe New Village, characterized by white walls and dark tiles, complete with babbling brooks and bridges, harmoniously blending traditional Chinese aesthetics with futuristic ecological technology, which is soon to unveil its breathtaking visage to the world. Chapter 228, Completion of Infrastructure. On this day, Su Yi was seated in his office, sifting through a mountain of collaboration proposals piled upon his desk. At that moment, his phone vibrated. The caller ID displayed Zhou Ping. As soon as he answered, Zhou Ping's exuberant voice erupted from the other end, barely containing his excitement. Secretary Su, it's finished. Zhou Ping's hearty laughter resonated, filled with vigor. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, setting down his pen. Zhou, your efficiency is commendable. I shall come over immediately. Excellent. I'll have the team waiting for your inspection on site. After ending the call, Su Yi stood and called out towards the door. Uncle Weigua, third uncle, cease your labors and come see the newly expanded road in our village. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the adjacent office creaked open. Village Director Su Weigua emerged, hands clasped behind his back, and cleared his throat. Ahem, such a significant event warrants a personal visit. Behind him, several veteran members of the village committee followed suit, their faces aglow with excitement, their steps noticeably brisker than usual. Su Yi chose not to break the spell of anticipation and led the committee toward the village entrance. Even before they arrived, the distant din of voices reached their ears. As they rounded the square in front of the village committee building, the sight before them caused everyone to instinctively halt in their tracks. There lay a brand new, remarkably wide asphalt road, silently awaiting them where Qinghe Avenue once was. It resembled a black dragon, stretching infinitely toward the skyline, with no end in sight. On either side of the road, all traces of construction debris had vanished, replaced by landscape gardens that could rival those found in the core districts of first-tier cities. In the center and flanking the 12-lane thoroughfare stood rows of tall, flowering trees, lush with foliage. Below, vibrant flowering shrubs and ground cover painted the earth in a dazzling tapestry of colors. The air was infused with the distinctive industrial scent of freshly laid asphalt, mingled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms, creating an aroma that epitomized rebirth. Su Weigua's hands, which had been clasped behind him, hung limply at his sides. He gazed in awe at this superhighway that could easily serve as an airport runway, his throat constricting. He had envisioned the width of a 12-lane road, yet witnessing it firsthand revealed a staggering visual impact. At this moment, the sides of the road were thronged with a dense crowd. Hundreds, if not thousands, of villagers shared expressions akin to Su Weigua's, craning their necks in a daze of astonishment. Just then, Zhou Ping navigated through the throng. Clad in pristine work attire, his smile radiated brightness surpassing that of the sun. Secretary Su. He strode up to Su Yi, extending his hand earnestly. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Su Yi shook his hand, his gaze sweeping over the magnificent road, nodding in approval. Zhou, your efforts are commendable. This project is truly remarkable. Huh. Zhou Ping laughed heartily, gesturing toward the road. The surface is constructed from the latest polymer composite material. Not only cars, but even heavy trucks can traverse it daily without wear for a decade or two. The drainage system also meets the highest standards. Even during torrential downpours, water will never accumulate on the surface. He patted his chest, exuding the unwavering confidence synonymous with Jiuzhou construction. Su Yi's gaze, however, drifted beyond the road to a colossal structure rising prominently at the village entrance. It was the oversized intelligent parking garage he had previously requested. The entire parking facility featured a streamlined design, its facade crafted from a silvery gray material that emanated a metallic sheen, reflecting a captivating luster under the sunlight. The parking lot over there has also been fully commissioned, Zhou Ping noted, following Su Yi's gaze. The entire facility is fully automated and requires no management. Once a vehicle arrives at the lift platform, the driver simply exits, and the system will autonomously locate a parking space and complete all storage operations. Retrieving a vehicle is just as effortless. A mere tap on the screen at the entrance ensures the car is delivered to you within 2 minutes. So advanced, Su Weigua exclaimed in astonishment, unable to restrain his curiosity. How many cars can it accommodate? At the utterance of this question, the ears of all surrounding villagers perked up in unison. Zhou Ping raised 5 robust fingers proudly. Above and below ground combined, the design capacity is 5,000 standard parking spaces. 5,000. This figure left the villagers' minds spinning. 5,000? My goodness, how many households do we have in our village? Even if each household parked 10 cars, we wouldn't fill it. In the future, when relatives visit or during events, parking will be a breeze. No more worries about congestion. With this road and this parking facility, who wouldn't envy us when they come to Qinghe Village? Observing the villagers' unrestrained pride radiating from their faces, Su Yi smiled. Infrastructure is the very backbone of a place's development. When the backbone is strong, the flesh can flourish. Yet, just as everyone was basking in this immense joy, Su Weigua suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly among the crowd. Look over there. He raised his arm, pointing directly toward the direction of the village's rear mountain. There, the workers on the construction site behind the fence are all leaving. In an instant, every gaze fixated on the distant area encircled by blue metallic fencing, a sight that had remained a mystery for months. Since the construction team had arrived, the area had been completely sealed off. The villagers were aware that the Qinghe New Village was being constructed within, yet none had glimpsed its true form. At that moment, workers clad in hard hats were seen, carrying tools, departing in groups from the construction site's entrance. This scene unmistakably signified the completion of the project and the impending clearance of the site. A hush fell over the crowd. The excitement that had previously surged over the new road was now replaced by a deeper, more fervent anticipation. If the 12-lane thoroughfare and the 5,000 parking spaces represented Qinghe Village's expressway to the future, then that enigmatic Qinghe New Village embodied the villagers' most exquisite and tangible fantasies of their future lives. Su Weigua's breath quickened as he abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixated on Su Yi, his voice trembling. "Secretary, is it true? Is the Qinghe New Village also completed?" All the villagers held their breath in suspense. Su Yi met their eager gazes without uttering a word. He simply directed his sight toward the area behind the mountain where the workers were vacating. Then, under the collective scrutiny of the crowd, he gently, yet unmistakably, nodded. Chapter 229. The shock brought by the new village. Su Yi's nod was subtle, yet plunged the minds of all the villagers of Qinghe into a profound silence. Ah, The new village is truly completed? Good heavens, am I not dreaming? It was unclear who first uttered the words, but the voice, hoarse yet brimming with ecstatic joy, ignited a tumultuous wave of exclamations that followed like a roaring tide. Cheers, screams, and even a few stifled sobs merged into a fervent crescendo, soaring into the heavens. Elderly villagers clasped their hands together, fervently murmuring towards the direction of the back mountain. Meanwhile, robust young men, faces flushed, hoisted their children high above their heads, pouring every ounce of strength into their exuberant roars, as if to release a lifetime of exhilaration in that singular moment. As for the village chief, Su Weigua, he trembled with excitement, grasping Su Yi's arm tightly, his lips quivering as he sought confirmation. Secretary, is this truly real? Gazing at his demeanor and then at the jubilant villagers around him, Su Yi smiled and nodded affirmatively. At the very instant the word yes escaped his lips, a jarring metallic screech reverberated through the air. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the entrance of the mysterious construction site, where several colossal cranes began to slowly elevate their massive arms. The metal hooks deftly latched onto the extensive blue barriers that had obscured everyone's view for miles. With a low rumble, the enormous barriers were lifted piece by piece, gradually revealing what lay beyond. In that moment, all voices fell silent. Hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes fixated on the emerging gap, holding their breath in anticipation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The first sight to emerge was a corner of a gracefully curved eave. The dark, glazed tile shimmered with a gentle luster, the eaves elegantly curling upwards, exuding an indescribable sense of vitality and ancient charm. Next appeared the walls. A pristine white, not the cold, sterile whiteness of modern architecture, but a warm, soft cream that glowed faintly under the sun. As the barriers continued to be dismantled, the villagers' vision expanded inch by inch. 1 building, 2 buildings, 10 buildings, an array of exquisitely crafted Chinese courtyards materialized before them, no longer mere figments of imagination, but a breathtaking reality that stirred the very souls of all present. White walls and dark tiles intermingled harmoniously, not arranged rigidly, but rather following the natural undulations of the terrain, growing organically along a meandering stream that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Crystal clear water flowed past the gates of each courtyard. Small stone arch bridges of various designs connected neighbors who could hear each other's chickens and dogs. Every courtyard wall was not overly high, allowing glimpses of blooming peach blossoms or pomegranate trees heavy with fruit from neighboring yards. The village center and outskirts were adorned with charming little hills. Atop these hills stood ancient pavilions with sweeping eaves and sturdy pines welcoming guests. A crystal-clear stream, akin to a green jade ribbon, wove through the entire village, where colorful koi could be seen leisurely swaying their tails beneath the surface. In that moment, Qinghe Village was utterly speechless. The wind ceased. Human voices vanished. Only the breathtaking tableau, capable of making even the most skilled painters feel inadequate, remained before them. Even Su Yi, who had previously seen the system demonstration and was mentally prepared, felt his heart skip a beat upon witnessing this idyllic village scene. This was no mere construction. It was art, a perfect amalgamation of feng shui, aesthetics, nature, and futuristic technology. Zhou Ping, the seasoned CEO of Jiuzhou Construction, stood frozen in awe. His mouth gaped, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Behind him, the engineers and project managers of Jiuzhou Construction mirrored his astonishment with even more exaggerated expressions. Some instinctively adjusted their glasses, convinced they were hallucinating, while others fumbled with their phones, attempting to capture the scene but failing to steady their trembling hands. This masterful creation, this flawless integration of classical aesthetics with the natural environment, was almost unimaginable as a product of modern design and construction. Zhou Ping suddenly turned to Su Yi, his gaze filled with astonishment, and stammered, "Secretary Su, is this truly your Qinghe new village?" At these words, Su Yi snapped back to reality, meeting Zhou Ping's gaze with a smile. What else could it be? Their exchange was akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in the minds of all the villagers, yanking them back from the reverie of admiring art to the stark reality. Yes, this place, this breathtaking paradise, is indeed their new village of Qinghe, the very place where they would reside for generations to come. Suddenly, a man raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. The crisp sound rang out sharply in the hushed crowd. Yet, the man seemed oblivious, eyes wide as he absorbed the fiery pain on his cheek. Then he wept. Tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed by an indescribable, surreal sense of happiness. It was real, not a dream. Our new home is like this. His tears ignited a spark among the crowd. I have lived for over 60 years, never daring to dream of residing in such a house. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, covered her mouth with a wrinkled sleeve, her shoulders trembling violently. Papa, look that bridge. That bridge is so beautiful. There are so many fish in the water below. Can we go fishing from the bridge? A child of 7 or 8 shook his father's arm vigorously, eyes alight with wonder. Dad, help me. My legs feel weak. I think I might collapse. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Joy, gratitude, and boundless anticipation for the future intertwined into a boiling sea of emotions. They were to be the masters of this idyllic paradise. Finally, Su Weiguo emerged from a state of shock, his rotund form displaying surprising agility as he dashed toward Su Yi, grasping Su Yi's shoulders tightly, his face contorted with excitement. He sputtered, "Secretary, when can we move in? When can we move in?" Chapter 230. 3 days hence, all matters will be fitting. Before Su Yi could respond, his great-uncle, unable to contain himself, raised his broad hand and delivered a resounding slap to the back of Su Weiguo's head, the sound echoing like a bell. "You're just eager to move. Such a monumental event deserves a fitting date," his great-uncle admonished, puffing his cheeks in mock indignation. "And the ancestral hall hasn't been relocated yet. You're only thinking of yourself moving into the new house and leaving your ancestors behind?" Su Weiguo stumbled slightly from the force of the slap, his flushed face a mixture of embarrassment and chagrin as he scratched the back of his head, sheepishly chuckling. "I was just too excited." His endearing demeanor drew hearty laughter from the surrounding villagers, dissipating the earlier tension that had gripped them in a state of shock, transforming it into a sea of joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Uncle Weiguo really got what he deserved. Serve him right. The great-uncle is absolutely correct." Su Yi watched the scene unfold, chuckling along with the crowd. He met the gaze of his great-uncle and nodded earnestly. The elder was indeed correct. This matter could not be rushed. The relocation of the ancestral hall, the rituals to honor heaven and earth, and the homage to our ancestors, these age-old traditions and customs must not be overlooked. The date for the move shall be determined by you and a few respected elders from the village, and we shall all heed your arrangements. This heartfelt declaration was devoid of any pretense. The wrinkles on the faces of his great-uncle and the surrounding elderly folk smoothed out, their eyes reflecting gratitude and satisfaction. However, Su Yi shifted the conversation, his gaze sweeping over all the villagers present, taking in the faces brimming with fervent anticipation. "Before we officially relocate, we must first finalize the new courtyards for each household." As soon as these words were uttered, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button. The lively chatter and laughter ceased instantaneously, and hundreds of ears perked up in unison. "Secretary, how shall we divide the courtyards?" a man in the crowd shouted. This question struck like a stone cast into a lake, stirring ripples of concern among the populace. It was indeed their primary concern at that moment. The new village's courtyards, nestled between mountains and rivers, were artfully arranged. Even if the overall design was uniform, the locations varied, although there was no absolute good or bad. Human nature tends to favor certain choices, and everyone wished to select their most desired spot. Su Yi raised his hands to beckon for silence. Rest assured, every courtyard in the new village, from the architectural blueprints to each brick and tile, adheres to identical standards. There is no question of one being superior to another. Each family will have a stream flowing past their doorstep, and the views from their windows will be picturesque. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully, serving as a balm to soothe the anxious hearts of the villagers. As for how to allocate the specific courtyards, I have a proposal. Su Yi paused, his gaze landing on Su Weiguo, who stood nearby with a serious expression, awaiting instructions. A slight smile graced his lips as he revealed the solution. "Let's employ the most equitable method of a lottery." "A lottery? What a splendid idea. I second it. It's all based on luck. No one should harbor envy." "Exactly. Wherever one draws, that is where one shall reside. It is the will of heaven, with no room for complaint." "Ha ha! I must hurry home to wash my hands. I have always had excellent luck, and am certain to draw the best lot." "Oh, spare me you. The best lot?" The villagers erupted into animated chatter, each face alight with uncontainable excitement. This method, simple yet effective, was the most palatable and universally accepted. Su Yi smiled at Su Weiguo, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Uncle Weiguo, I entrust this task to you. Create the drawing box, inscribe the numbers, and organize the villagers for the lottery. It must embody 3 principles: transparency, fairness, and justice." Empowered by this significant responsibility, Su Weiguo seemed invigorated, standing tall with renewed vitality. He cleared his throat, raising his voice several octaves. and announce to all the villagers, this matter will be executed with utmost clarity by me, Su Weigua. No one shall dare to engage in any underhanded dealings. Should anyone attempt such a thing, I shall be the first to take action. With that, he dramatically clasped his hands behind his back and strode back and forth before the crowd, exuding an air of authority. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping observed this fervent scene and gazed towards the picturesque new village in the distance, feeling a myriad of emotions swell within him. He approached Su Yi, lowering his voice, unable to conceal his envy and a hint of bitterness. Secretary Su, I, Zhou Ping, have traversed the land and seen countless luxurious villas. Yet for the first time in my life, I find myself envious of those who will reside in homes they themselves have built. He paused, a wry smile forming as he continued. I fear you may laugh, but I am considering relocating my household registration to Qinghe Village just to participate in the lottery and retire in this heavenly place. You just emerdu. Sui replied politely. However, Zhou Ping shook his head, his gaze drifting into the distance, filled with ineffable sentiments. I am not joking. Secretary Su, the houses you are constructing are extraordinary. They embody the dreams that reside in the hearts of countless citizens. As the president of Jiuzhou Construction, he had witnessed countless top-tier Chinese gardens and ancient architecture. Yet, those were either sterile tourist attractions or mere toys for the wealthy to flaunt their affluence. Only the Qinghe New Village before him possessed roots, a soul, and the warmth of vibrant daily life. Here, neighbors could hear one another's voices, streams wound through the village, and there were places for children to frolic and play. Was this not the idyllic paradise depicted countless times in ancient poetry, now vanished from reality? You flatter us, Mr. Zhou. Su Yi responded with a smile, meeting his astonished gaze. We merely wish to construct a comfortable home for ourselves. Zhou Ping fell silent, his thoughts coalescing into a profound sigh of admiration, a blend of awe and an earnest longing arising from the depths of his soul. In the face of such a momentous event, the village elders displayed remarkable efficiency. Great Uncle united with several esteemed elders, poring over a thick almanac for an entire afternoon. Finally, that very evening, they settled upon the eagerly awaited date, 3 days hence. It was deemed auspicious for moving, for marriages, and for sacrifices. Everything was favorable. Chapter 231, A Deluge of Guests. As the villagers counted down the days with eager anticipation, time eventually meandered to the awaited 3 days later. Just as dawn broke, the old district of Qinghe Village erupted into a flurry of activity. The sound of clattering as households packed their belongings echoed throughout their homes. Even though the new village courtyards were fully furnished with furniture and appliances, the villagers were reluctant to part with certain cherished items steeped in memory. Mom, do we really need to bring that pickled vegetable jar? The new kitchen is fully stocked, a young man's voice lamented. Absolutely not. That was left to us by your great-grandmother. We cannot part with it, came the resolute voice of an elder. Dad, do you really need to bring that batter teapot? It's practically a relic. What do you know? It's about nurturing the pot. It's Zisha clay, and the more it's used, the better it becomes. I plan to enjoy tea from it for the rest of my life. Similar exchanges filled the corners of the village, rich with the essence of daily life. Standing at the entrance of the village committee office, Su Yi listened to the lively commotion, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Just then, a deep engine rumble approached from the distance. It was Boss Tang and his entourage. Su Yi stepped forward to greet them. A convoy of luxury vehicles came to a steady halt before the futuristic entrance of the multi-level parking lot. The doors swung open, and Boss Zhao was the first to emerge, his round figure stepping out with purpose. Dressed casually rather than in a suit, he strode forward, his hearty laughter reaching Su Yi before he could speak. Secretary Su, congratulations. Congratulations indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Boss Zhao enveloped Su Yi in a robust embrace, his broad hand resounding against Su Yi's back. This is a monumental occasion. Even if my business were to falter, I would still come to personally congratulate you and partake in your celebratory toast. I'm truly overjoyed that you could make it, Boss Zhao, Su Yi chuckled, returning the embrace. Following closely were Boss Tang, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chun, each stepping out in turn. Boss Tang remained impeccably dressed, yet his typically scrutinizing eyes now sparkled with genuine delight. Secretary Su, congratulations. From this day forward, Qinghe Village has truly turned a new leaf. General Manager Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his attention captivated by the expansive, intelligent parking facility before him, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Secretary Su, the grandeur of your village never fails to astonish me with each visit. Congratulations on your relocation. Mr. Chun, the least talkative yet most direct among us, cast a keen gaze over Su Yi and nodded emphatically. Congratulations. You are all too kind, my esteemed friends. Please do not remain standing. Come inside. Su Yi greeted each of them with a hearty handshake, laughing. No one shall leave today. The wine will flow abundantly, and we won't return until we're inebriated. Haha, that is the very phrase I was waiting for. Zhao, the owner, laughed heartily in response. Just as they were engaged in pleasant banter, another car glided silently towards them. The door opened, and Lian stepped out, beaming with joy. Secretary Su, I hope my uninvited arrival is not unwelcome. You flatter us, leader. Your presence elevates Qinghe Village. Su Yi firmly grasped his hand. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of engines roared from the direction of the village entrance. This time, it was not just one or two vehicles, but a vast convoy. The leading cars were understated yet luxurious business vehicles. Yet their sequential license plates silently proclaimed the affluence of their owners. One by one, the doors swung open. At the forefront was Mr. Ma from the Penguin Group. Breaking from his usual business elite demeanor, donned a casual jacket and approached Su Yi with his characteristic smile. Secretary Su, congratulations. Trailing behind him were Mr. Lei from the Rice Group, a representative from Ollie Group, and a plethora of titans from the tech industry, whose mere presence could send ripples through the sector. Zhao and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. They were aware of Secretary Su's influence, but never anticipated it had reached such heights. It was merely a relocation, yet drew forth this assembly of reclusive internet magnates. Such influence was indeed daunting. Welcome, esteemed leaders. I am profoundly grateful for your presence. Su Yi expressed, though slightly taken aback. He maintained a composed demeanor and greeted them warmly. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a vibrant celebration, with luminaries from politics, business, and technology converging around Su Yi, engaging in lively discourse. Should any financial journalist capture this scene, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy in the nation's media the following day. Shortly thereafter, a red flag sedan bearing the Jingzhou license plate approached leisurely, halting at the periphery of the gathering. The door opened, and Lu Shixiang alighted with a steady demeanor. Junior brother, it has been a long while. Ignoring everyone else, Lu Shixiang walked directly to Su Yi, dispensing with pleasantries, and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. I am here to congratulate Qinghe Village on its relocation and to request a celebratory drink on behalf of myself. Additionally, I have been instructed to bring someone along for you to meet. With a smile, Lu Shixiang stepped aside to reveal a young woman in her early 20s. Who is this? Su Yi inquired. Yi Wanwan, also a junior sister from Tsingbei University, Lu Shixiang elaborated. The authorities considered that Qinghe Village requires exceptional talent during this period of reconstruction, so they specially arranged for this high achiever to assist you. Assist? Su Yi's eyes flickered with curiosity. Before he could ponder further, the young lady, Yi Wanwan, approached with a confident demeanor, extending her hand. Hello, Senior Su. I am Yi Wanwan. I look forward to your guidance. Of course, Su Yi replied, shaking her hand gently while observing her professional demeanor. As the distinguished guests reveled at the village entrance, the official live stream of Qinghe Village quietly commenced. Countless eager netizens flooded in. When the camera panned from the joyful faces of the villagers to the star-studded guests, the chat exploded. Wow, is that the smiling guy in the jacket, Little Ma? And the one in the black t-shirt and jeans, that's Mr. Lei from the Rice Group. Goodness, I recognize that chubby man. Yes, Zhao, the biggest fresh produce supplier in Jingzhou. Our hotel sources from him. My goodness, what is happening? A mere relocation of Qinghe Village has drawn half the business world here? Chapter 232. The entire village relocates. The ruckus in the live stream did not disturb the atmosphere at the scene. Soon, with a series of resounding drumbeats, the auspicious hour had arrived. The village director, Su Weigua, who had been eagerly waiting, raised his voice. Dear villagers and esteemed guests, I hereby announce the commencement of the Qinghe Village relocation ceremony. This proclamation ignited a powder keg of anticipation and joy, erupting into a deafening cheer that soared to the heavens, nearly scattering the clouds above. However, the thunderous applause quickly subsided, for all eyes were on Su Yi, who did not immediately announce the next step. Instead, he slightly turned to his great-uncle, respectfully gesturing for him to proceed. This simple yet profound gesture calmed the hearts of all villagers. It was a tradition etched in their bloodline, handed down by their ancestors. This uncomplicated movement, akin to an invisible hand, soothed the last remnant of restlessness within the villagers' hearts. Great-uncle stood tall, resembling an ancient spear, his frail body erect. His usually clouded eyes sparkled with intensity. He spoke little, merely nodding solemnly at Su-yi before turning to take deliberate steps towards the weathered ancestral hall standing in the heart of the old village. Behind him, several highly respected elders followed in solemnity. The atmosphere shifted from exuberance to gravity. All villagers, regardless of age, instinctively reined in their smiles, straightened their postures, and focused their gazes on the closed doors of the ancestral hall. Even Mr. Ma, Mr. Lei, and Lian, accustomed to global press conferences and bell-ringing ceremonies, fell into a reverent silence. They beheld this scene, their eyes reflecting a respect they had not consciously recognized. This was more poignant than any corporate ceremony. With a creak, the ancient wooden doors slowly opened, emitting a profound, resonant groan. A mixture of aged wood scent and incense wafted from within the hall. Leading the way, Great Uncle crossed the high threshold. Inside, the light dimmed, and the shrine above was densely adorned with the tablets of the ancestors of the Su clan of Qinghe Village. With trembling hands, Great Uncle lit 3 long incense sticks and bowed deeply before the array of tablets. "Ancestors, hear me." His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity, imbued with a weighty, time-transcending huskiness. "Unworthy descendants, accompanied by all clansmen of Qinghe Village, hereby relocate. The new village is established. May the weather be favorable, and may the nation and its people enjoy peace. I humbly beseech all ancestors to migrate to the new hall and partake in our eternal incense." After his solemn plea, he bowed again, his forehead firmly touching the cold blue stone slab. Outside the hall, in the square, thousands of villagers, led by Su-yi, bowed in unison towards the ancestral hall, paying their respects. This bow honored their ancestors. This bow revered their traditions. Once the ceremony concluded, Great Uncle rose. Drawing a deep breath, as if expending all his strength, he slowly extended his gnarled hands, covered in calluses and wrinkles. With the utmost reverence, he removed the central tablet from the topmost position, handling it as if cradling a priceless treasure or an infant. At the moment the tablet was placed in his hands, the elderly man who had devoted his entire life to the village felt his eyes welling up with tears. A single, murky tear, unable to be contained, quietly trickled down the creases of his face. Soon after, the clan elders approached, reverently lifting each tablet and placing them into a lavishly adorned sedan chair, draped in bright yellow satin, which had been prepared in advance. Once the last tablet was securely positioned, the third uncle abruptly turned, facing the throng awaiting outside the ancestral hall, and with all his might, hoarsely declared, "Lift the sedan." The celebratory sound of gongs and drums erupted once more into the sky. 8 young, robust men steadily raised the sedan, and under the guidance of the third uncle, they took purposeful strides towards the direction of the new village. The migration procession had officially commenced. At that very moment, several live-streaming drones took to the sky, closely following the procession, their cameras trained on the recently unveiled paradise of Taoyuan. In that instant, the official live stream of Qinghe Village showcased its breathtaking scenery to the millions of viewers, allowing them for the first time to experience the entirety of Qinghe New Village in a dynamic and immersive manner. As the camera swept over the crowd, glided across the clear stream, and passed through the exquisite stone arch bridge, it gradually ventured into the heart of the village. The barrage of comments in the live stream ceased. It wasn't a technical glitch, but rather a collective awe that left everyone speechless. After a lengthy pause, one viewer exclaimed, "This is truly a place for people to live. Is this not a scene from a video game's CG rendering? Help! I would willingly trade 30 years of my ex-girlfriend's singlehood for a residence in Qinghe Village. The stream, the koi, the bridge, the courtyard. Wasn't this the dream of my childhood?" The cinematography of the drones was nothing short of flawless. At times, they skimmed low over the water's surface, revealing the pebbles and frolicking fish beneath. At other moments, they ascended to showcase the grand layout of the village, nestled between mountains and water in harmonious disarray. And occasionally, they passed through the walls of a household, where peach blossoms flourished and stone tables and benches exuded an air of tranquility. This vivid, breathtaking tableau, brimming with the essence of human life, left an unparalleled impact on all viewers. The migration procession, under countless watchful eyes, finally reached the very center of the new village. Here stood a new ancestral hall, more than 10 times larger than the old one, exuding an even greater sense of majesty and solemnity, with flying eaves and braced rafters. Every detail reflected the dedication of master craftsmen. The third uncle personally cradled the main tablet, ascending the steps with deliberate care, placing in the center of the new hall's altar a At the moment the tablet was securely set, his previously trembling hands suddenly steadied. He turned to face all the clansmen of Qinghe Village, both inside and outside the hall, and with a voice resounding to the utmost, he declared, word by word, our ancestors have moved into their new home. All the villagers bowed deeply once more. Countless tears flowed freely, as an overwhelming sense of happiness, of finding a home and putting down new roots, filled every heart. As the ancestral rites concluded, the atmosphere in the new village transitioned from solemnity to exuberant celebration. He took a megaphone from Su Weigua, stood on the stone steps in front of the new hall, cleared his throat, and proclaimed to the entire valley, I announce, the entire village of Qinghe is relocating. He paused, scanning the faces twisted with excitement before shouting the final two words, begin. Chapter 233, Is Air a Luxury? With the ancestral ceremony successfully concluded, the relocation of Qinghe Village officially commenced. The villagers, clutching their previously drawn lots, made their way in small groups towards their new homes. Each face radiated an almost overflowing excitement. Even the normally composed elders were behaving like children who had just received candy, their steps light with an eagerness to soar. Number 18, my house is number 18, right over there by the hillside, and I truly adore that peach tree in the yard. I drew number 32, right by the stream. I saw it, and there's even a small stone pedestal at the entrance. I can fish there every day. Hurry, hurry. I want to be the first to step in my new home and bring this good fortune inside. The joyous laughter and chatter of the villagers echoed throughout the countryside. He stood on the stone steps of the hall, watching the scene unfold. His heart warmed. This was the Qinghe village he had longed to see. Just then, he heard some suppressed exclamations from behind. Secretary Su, this ceremony is truly moving. Mr. Ma approached him, his tone unusually sincere. I have organized and participated in countless press conferences and celebrations, but honestly, none can compare to today. The astonishment in his eyes was genuine. That sense of belonging, deeply rooted in bloodlines, that profound sincerity and joy emanating from the souls of thousands, was an experience that no high-profile commercial plan or meticulous public relations strategy could replicate. Indeed, Mr. Lei chimed in, adjusting his glasses, his gaze lingering on the picturesque village. When traditional culture finds its most robust foundation in modern expression, this power is profoundly infectious. Sui smiled and gestured to the filming crew nearby. The staff responsible for the live broadcast understood the cue and promptly shut down all equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed leaders, Su-yi turned, addressing the gathered crowd, his smile imbued with the warmth of a gracious host. Now that the ceremony has concluded and the live stream has ended, why not allow me the pleasure of hosting you? He paused, offering an invitation that none could refuse. Let's visit my home, so you can see for yourselves what our new abode holds. As these words left his lips, every eye lit up. The mere exterior of the new village was enough to be described as a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Now, the opportunity to glimpse the interior of such architecture was a coveted privilege. That sounds wonderful. Mr. Zhao was the first to respond, clapping his thigh. I've been eager to see what the courtyard in Qinghe Village looks like. Secretary Su, that would be much appreciated. Mr. Li nodded in agreement. Mr. Tang, Mr. Gu, and Mr. Chen naturally had no objections either. Please, everyone, Su-yi smiled, gesturing for them to proceed. The group set forth in a grand procession along a smooth, slate path, delving deeper into the village. Along the way, villagers cradling old belongings and leading children emerged from their doorways. Upon seeing Su-yi and his distinguished guests, they warmly paused, beaming and greeting them. Hello, Secretary. Are you bringing guests to our new home? Secretary, once my house is tidied up, do come over for a meal. That heartfelt, unvarnished sincerity and enthusiasm brought a sense of rare relaxation to Mr. Ma, Mr. Lei, and others who typically dwelled at the pinnacle of the business world. Here, there were no barriers, no alienation, only the most genuine essence of neighborly camaraderie. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of Su-yi's new home. As the secretary of Qinghe Village and the largest shareholder of the company, Su-yi's asset distribution in the new village naturally differed from that of other villagers. According to equity distribution, a substantial portion of the courtyard properties in the entire new village belonged to him. This was common knowledge among the villagers, who accepted it as a matter of course. Without Su-yi, there would be no Qinghe Village as it exists today. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if half of the new village belonged to Su-yi, no one would utter a word of complaint. The courtyard Su-yi led them to was perched on a gentle slope, providing a broader view, with a gnarled, ancient pine tree standing sentinel at the entrance. The courtyard door was a pair of rustic wooden doors, their rich, natural hue devoid of any trace of modern craftsmanship. Without a doorbell, without a keyhole. And even the gap between the door was so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible, as if it had been divinely crafted. "Hey, Secretary Su, how does this door—" Boss Zhao circled the door, scratching his head, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The onlookers cast curious glances at one another. Su-yi, observing their puzzled faces, merely smiled without uttering a word. He did not produce a key. Instead, he ambled toward the grand entrance with unhurried grace. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as he was but a few paces from the door, a faint hum, almost imperceptible, resonated. The seamlessly integrated, impeccably fitted double wooden doors, astonishingly, began to glide open smoothly inward. The crowd at the threshold collectively held their breath. Was this door automated? Yet, with its classical appearance and substantial texture, it bore no resemblance to anything that could be associated with the concept of intelligent sensing. Moreover, it seemed to possess an ability to recognize its rightful owner. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enter." Su-yi gestured invitingly to the interior. The crowd suppressed their astonishment and filed in. As the last person crossed the threshold, the doors closed silently with a soft hum. The light within the courtyard instantly softened. Almost simultaneously upon entering the courtyard, everyone instinctively took a deep breath. An indescribable freshness surged through their chests, coursing upward to the crown of their heads. This was no ordinary floral or herbal fragrance. The air held a hint of coolness reminiscent of rain-soaked blue stone, a sweetness akin to orchids in a secluded valley, and a crisp purity akin to melting snow at a mountain snowline. With just one breath, the weariness of travel and the clutter of thoughts seemed to be washed away. Every pore opened up, and one felt almost ethereal. The individuals present exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment. Here, it seemed even the air itself was a luxury. Chapter 234. The big shots were envious. This air. Mr. Ma's chest heaved dramatically as he observed the flora and fauna of the courtyard. His gaze filled with disbelief. If one could reside here daily, it might just extend one's lifespan, he mused, and this thought struck a chord within everyone, igniting a fervent resonance. Nearby, Mr. Lei removed his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose vigorously, then donned them again, inhaling deeply several times. The expression on his face transformed from astonishment to sheer ecstasy, his voice slightly altered. "It feels as if my chronic rhinitis has suddenly cleared." Mr. Gu adjusted his glasses, his tone dry, his eyes behind the lenses brimming with disbelief. "This surpasses any top-tier sanatorium I've ever visited." Su-yi did not engage with this line of conversation. Instead, he turned slightly and gestured toward the main house. "Ladies and gentlemen, please let us proceed inside." The mere air in the courtyard was so extraordinary. One could only wonder what awaited within the main house. Curiosity ignited, their pace quickened. As they passed through an elegant moon gate, the view within the courtyard unfolded dramatically. This place could easily be described as a miniature Jiangnan garden. A half-meter-wide artificial stream trickled melodiously from the crevices of the stone hill, meandering through the entire yard. The water, so clear one could count every pebble on the bottom. Several plump koi swam leisurely, their tails swaying in a relaxed manner. At the water's edge, willow branches brushed over the surface, creating gentle ripples. Beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree, an ancient stone table and stools rested quietly. Boss Zhao's eyes widened in awe as he rubbed his hands together, already lost in daydreams. "Goodness, come summer, if I could just place a lounge chair under this willow, sip some wine, and listen to the water's murmur, my days would be nothing short of divine." Su-yi smiled as he led the group toward the main house. "Please." As they entered the main house, every individual's body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. It was overwhelmingly comfortable. Despite the glaring sun outside, the interior was refreshingly pleasant. Yet, this coolness was not the harsh chill of air conditioning. It was a soothing, penetrating coolness that enveloped every limb. The light was bright and transparent, devoid of any shadow from the outside world. The entire first floor of the main house was an exceptionally spacious, open area that seamlessly integrated various functions, such as receiving guests, living, and tea tasting. The floor was made of warm bluestone slabs, and the beams and columns were sturdy raw wood, glistening with a tranquil luster. Everywhere one looked, there were antique mortise and tenon structures and exquisite wood carvings. Not a single modern screw could be found. "Secretary Su, your house is quite impressive," Mr. Ma remarked, surveying the surroundings with a hint of inquisitiveness. "How is this lighting effect and temperature achieved?" He voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Su-yi chuckled softly, refraining from a direct response, instead gesturing toward an exquisite purple clay tea set on the main seat. "Esteemed leaders, Please take a seat and enjoy some tea to soothe your throats. I will explain everything in due course. Everyone complied and sat down. The chairs appeared to be solid wood, yet upon sitting, a gentle warmth emanated from the seat and backrest, neither too soft nor too firm, precisely supporting the areas of the back that required it most. A soothing warmth began to permeate, so comfortable it almost elicited a sigh. Tang Jinyuan shifted slightly, feeling the impeccable support, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. Su Yi did not rush to explain. Instead, he gracefully began to wash the cups, warm the teapot, and brew tea. He poured the first infusion into each person's cup, the fragrant steam wafting through the air as he smiled and began to speak. Everything you are experiencing stems from an intelligent environmental system integrated within this house. An intelligent environmental system? Mr. Lei, a titan in the tech industry, abruptly raised his head, seizing upon the keywords with an intensity that sharpened his gaze. Indeed, Su Yi nodded, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Simply put, all the materials used in this house, from the walls and floor tiles to the beams and windows, are custom-made. They incorporate billions of miniature sensors and adjustment units, all orchestrated by a centralized artificial intelligence butler. He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. This system continuously monitors the physiological data of every occupant, including heart rate, body temperature, and even the subtlest emotional fluctuations. It then adjusts the microenvironment of your immediate vicinity in milliseconds. Su Yi's gaze swept over the assembly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thus, although you're all seated together, the temperature, humidity, and even the airflow each of you perceives is uniquely tailored to your individual preferences, completely distinct from one another. This revelation sounded like a fantastical tale, yet the most genuine and comfortable sensations in their bodies fervently corroborated his words. Each person present felt their understanding being utterly shattered and then reconstructed. What kind of celestial technology is this? So, the chairs are included in this? Tang Jinyuan queried, stroking the smooth, warm armrest of the grand chair, his voice trembling slightly. Su Yi nodded. They adjust their shape with micron-level adaptability based on your posture and spinal pressure to achieve optimal biomechanical support. Boss Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively slapped his thigh, but the force of emotion caused the teacup in his hand to wobble, spilling several drops of scalding tea onto the bluestone floor. Yet, in the next instant, the scene that unfolded astonished everyone. The spilled drops of tea did not spread out. Rather, as if absorbed by an invisible sponge, they rapidly shrank away. In just 1 or 2 seconds, they vanished without a trace. The ground was impeccably clean, not a trace of moisture to be seen. All present, Boss Zhao's mouth was agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He pointed at the floor, stuttering, "THTH this." Su Yi chuckled and explained, "This is the house's built-in nano-level automatic cleaning feature. A mere trifle. A trifling matter indeed." The assembled crowd felt their worldviews being repeatedly shattered. Brother Liu, holding a teacup, paused momentarily. He struggled to maintain his composure. Yet the turmoil in his eyes was impossible to conceal. If such technology could be widely adopted, what an astonishing transformation it would bring to the nation's infrastructure and living environment. General Manager Ma and General Manager Lei exchanged glances, each reflecting the same word in their eyes: disruptive. What smart homes, what Internet of Things. Before this living house, they seemed nothing more than cavemen playing with mud. Su's secretary, Mr. Chun, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "Is this type of house available for purchase?" Chapter 235. What did I just hear? Available for purchase. As soon as Mr. Chun uttered this question, the entire tea room fell silent. All eyes swiftly focused on Su Yi, glimmering with an unprecedented desire. The air felt as if it had solidified. Even the steam wafting from the teapot seemed to pause for a moment. Each person present was a paragon of success. They had resided in opulent mansions, accumulated luxury goods that towered like mountains. Yet at this moment, within this quaint and elegant wooden house, they collectively rediscovered a long-lost emotion known as desire. What is a dimensional strike? This is it. Previously, they had thought of smart homes as merely controlling lights and curtains via mobile app or having a voice assistant play music. But compared to this living house, those gadgets seemed like relics from a primitive era. This was no longer just a house. It was a sentient entity that understood you, cared for you, and attended to your every need. Money? At their level, it had merely become a string of fluctuating numbers in their bank accounts. What was truly scarce was health, comfort, and elements that could fundamentally elevate their quality of life. And this house before them precisely struck at the core of their vulnerabilities. Su's secretary, Mr. Chun, leaned slightly forward, his tone exceedingly sincere. "Name your price." "No, You need not name a price, just a nod from you, and we shall fill in the amount, ensuring your satisfaction, and that of all Qinghe Village. His words echoed the sentiments of the entire assembly. Faced with a sea of eyes nearly ablaze with fervor, he simply smiled. Clink. He set down his teacup, producing a crisp sound that drew everyone's attention back to him. I am grateful to all the esteemed executives, particularly to you, Mr. Chun, for holding our Qinghe Village houses in such high regard. He wore a genuine smile, his voice gentle like a spring breeze. To be honest, your admiration brings me more happiness than any monetary gain. The crowd listened, their hearts soothed, yet their desire remained unabated, eagerly awaiting his next words. He shifted his tone, now infused with a hint of justifiable regret and helplessness. However, these houses cannot be sold. The moment the words left his lips, Boss Zhao's round face fell, openly displaying his disappointment. Secretary, what do you mean? It is not that I am unwilling to sell. He waved his hand, sincerely explaining, as you all know, the properties in our new village belong collectively to the village, serving as the foundation for the livelihoods of over 1,000 villagers in Qinghe. He gestured outside, where several children were joyfully chasing a butterfly along the bluestone path, radiating the warmth of everyday life. According to national policy, properties of this nature are absolutely prohibited from being sold externally. That would cross a red line, and I cannot dare to do so. He paused, observing the dejected expressions on their faces, and continued, moreover, even if the policy permitted it, I could not proceed in such a manner. This is the very root for over 1,000 families in Qinghe Village. Should I sell, I would surely face the wrath of the entire village. His reasoning was sound, leaving no room for dispute. General Manager Ma and General Manager Lei exchanged glances, acknowledging Su Yi's position despite their disappointment. Secretary is right. This is indeed inappropriate. General Manager Ma sighed, lifting his teacup for a sip, only to find that the once refreshing tea now bore a hint of bitterness. General Manager Lei sighed as well. Indeed, we were too simplistic in our thinking. The more they realized that this house was unattainable, the more intense their yearning became. This feeling was more distressing than missing out on a multi-billion-dollar business deal. The tea room was suddenly filled with the collective sighs of regret from the attendees. He looked at these titans of commerce, each resembling a child who had lost their beloved toy and couldn't help but find it amusing. Clearing his throat, he broke the silence once more. While selling is certainly out of the question, his voice was soft yet instantly captured the attention of all present. A glimmer of hope sparked anew. He observed their rekindled hopes and continued with a smile. However, our Qinghe Village has always prided itself on hospitality. Esteemed leaders and executives, you are our most cherished guests. Should you find yourselves exhausted from work or in need of a tranquil retreat, you are welcome to stay here for a few days to enjoy a holiday. As soon as he spoke, the light in their eyes brightened briefly before dimming slightly. A holiday? Who desires merely a holiday? They envisioned ownership. They envisioned living here daily, relishing in this ethereal existence. Boss Zhao felt a turmoil within, having personally experienced the benefits of Qinghe Village's ingredients on his health. Now, having witnessed this nurturing house, the combination was overwhelming. He dared not contemplate the implications further, for such thoughts would keep him awake at night. Yet, he understood Su Yi's point. Being able to occasionally stay for a few days was already a significant privilege, far better than having no chance at all. That settled then, Secretary. Boss Zhao was the first to vocalize his agreement, slapping his thigh, his voice regaining its former vigor. I shall not hold back. I will come stay at your place every few days. Don't you dare find me bothersome. Haha, Brother Zhao. I shall roll out the welcome mat for you. Yi laughed heartily. General Managers Ma and Lei, along with the others, nodded in agreement. Though their hearts were heavy with regret, smiles still graced their faces. Better something than nothing. The atmosphere in the tea room finally relaxed. Yet the air remained tinged with the bittersweet flavor of unfulfilled desire. Just then, Yi seemed to remember something and turned to the quietly seated Brother Lu and the young lady named No.1. By the way, brother, how have you arranged accommodations for your junior sister? Brother Lu smiled. Not yet decided. We were initially considering finding her a place in the county. Upon hearing this, Yi's brow furrowed slightly. That won't do. It would be too inconvenient to travel back and forth daily. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, speaking casually. How about this? I'll prepare a courtyard for her, and she can stay in the village from now on. As the words left his mouth, all the influential figures in the tea room, including Boss Tang, Boss Zhao, and even General Managers Ma and Lei, stopped in unison, their movements frozen. They slowly turned their heads, first directing their gaze at the seemingly shy Yi-Wan-Wan, who had scarcely spoken throughout, and then collectively focusing on Su Yi's calm visage. Each pair of eyes was filled with the same question. Wait, what did we just hear? Chapter 236, Housewarming Feast. A resonating buzz filled their minds, casting doubt on their own comprehension. Yet, upon witnessing Su Yi's nonchalant smile and the astonished expressions mirrored on the faces of others, they were assured that not a single word had been misheard. Instantly, a whirlwind of intricate emotions erupted within each heart, akin to the chaotic mingling of flavors in a tipped spice jar. There was envy, there was jealousy, and, above all, an absurd sense of incredulity. This group, renowned for their formidable influence and ability to maneuver vast capital, found themselves here, where even securing a mere vacation spot required immense effort and negotiation. And yet, this young girl, merely occupying the role of an assistant, effortlessly obtained a long-term residence? How could the disparity between individuals be so pronounced? Even Yi-Wan-Wan herself felt momentarily dazed. From the very moment she stepped into this courtyard, she understood that the value of this place transcended monetary measures. She opened her mouth, but the words "this is too precious" remained unspoken, as she recognized that any refusal would come across as insincere and unappreciative. At that moment, Liu, the senior disciple, who had been silently savoring his tea, leisurely set down his cup. The crisp sound made every heart skip a beat. His keen gaze swept between Su Yi and Yi-Wan-Wan, his tone a blend of jest and reflection. Junior brother, your generosity towards your subordinates is simply unparalleled. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Then, shaking his head slightly, he continued with playful banter. Well, at this rate, not just these executives, even I, your senior, might just want to linger here indefinitely and work for you for a lifetime. The weight of his words was unmistakable. Su Yi laughed heartily. Senior brother, if you're willing to join, you would be most welcome. Hearing this, Liu chuckled, turning to Yi-Wan-Wan and lightly urging, Wan-Wan, why are you still dawdling? A fortune has dropped from the heavens. Don't you think you should thank your senior brother Su Yi? Thank you, senior brother. Yi-Wan-Wan finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly rising to bow to Su Yi. Su Yi smiled and gestured for her to sit. The atmosphere in the tea room grew subtly intricate. As the group sipped their tea, their diverse thoughts simmered, gradually calming the initial restlessness that had accompanied their earlier excitement in such a serene environment. Soon after, Su Yi set down his cup and stood up. Everyone, sitting here is rather mundane. Why don't I take you for a stroll around the courtyard? Absolutely. Zhao, the boss, was the first to respond, having grown restless. Once more, the group exited the main house, strolling through the courtyard. This time, their mindset had shifted. What had once been shock and curiosity had morphed into a critical scrutiny, akin to a lemon's tartness, as they sought to uncover just how much more this courtyard could offer that might leave them feeling sour. Yet, the closer they examined, the more their hearts ached with envy. Walking on the bluestone path, the ground beneath their feet exuded a gentle warmth, as if treading upon warm jade. Each step a source of delight. Though the sun above remained bright, the light that graced their skin was remarkably soft, devoid of any heat, leaving only a pleasant warmth in its wake. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the refreshing mist of the stream and the fragrant essence of unknown flowers, filling their lungs. The invigorating sensation compelled everyone to close their eyes and take a deep breath, every pore expanding in jubilant exultation. This place truly nourished the soul. Mr. Gu adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting a dazed wonder, his tone imbued with an ineffable sentiment. The others shared his feelings. Here, breathing was a pleasure, walking was a delight, and even daydreaming felt like an extravagant luxury. They felt their bodies relax and their minds clear. Lian gazed at the leisurely koi in the stream, his expression somewhat dazed. He began to understand why ancient emperors and dignitaries would lavish vast resources to construct opulent gardens. Once material wealth and power reached their zenith, perhaps the only enjoyment left to pursue was the pure environment that could elicit joy in the very essence of life itself. And Su Yi, employing a form of technology beyond their comprehension, had transformed this dreamlike environment into reality. Just as they were enveloped in this paradise, a faint vibration interrupted the tranquility. It was Su Yi's phone. He retrieved the sleek, black Qinghe phone adorned with a single ear of wheat insignia and casually tapped the screen. In an instant, a gentle beam of light projected forth from the phone. The beam swiftly sketched, rendered, and materialized in the air before them. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike, holographic image appeared in the courtyard. Su Yi's mother, Li Xiaolon. Mom, what is the matter? Su Yi inquired. What do you mean, what is the matter? The holographic Li Xiaolan shot him an exasperated glance, her demeanor vividly animated. Where have you taken the guests? The afternoon banquet is about to commence, and we haven't seen a soul. I'm just showing these esteemed guests around our new village, Su Yi explained with a smile. Only then did Li Xiaolan's gaze shift from her son to Mr. Ma and the others, instantly donning a warm and hospitable smile. Ah, esteemed leaders and respected guests. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Her eyes scanned the gathering, offering polite nods. Clearing her throat, her voice softened. We have prepared an array of local dishes. Though they may not be delicacies, I assure you they are fresh. Please, do join us for a meal and enjoy the festivities. You're too kind. We shall certainly attend. I've been yearning for the cuisine of Qinghe Village. Zhao, the boss, replied boisterously. Very well, I shall await your esteemed presence over there. Li Xiaolan beamed, then added, Xiao Yi, hurry and bring the guests over. As soon as the words left her lips, her image flickered and vanished. The air resumed its previous state, as if nothing had occurred. Su Yi stowed his phone, turning to the gathered dignitaries with a smile and gesturing for them to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, my mother has summoned us. Shall we move to the dining area? Chapter 237. A toast to quench our thirst? As Su Yi led the group to the banquet venue, the palpable excitement hit them from afar. In the expansive central square of the new village, a multitude of large red round tables were meticulously arranged beneath a constructed canopy, forming an endless ocean of festive crimson. Villagers, accompanied by their families, congregated in groups, each face adorned with an unrestrained, heartfelt smile. Children shrieked and frolicked amidst the maze of tables and chairs, while adults boisterously engaged in conversation, punctuated by hearty laughter and jovial banter, creating a symphony of merriment. Business magnates like Mr. Ma and Mr. Lei, accustomed to state banquets and elite dinners, found themselves captivated by this raw, unrefined, and exuberantly warm scene. The commercial smiles that had adorned their faces dissipated, replaced by genuine relaxation and joy. Xiao Yi, over here. We saved you a spot. Li Xiaolan, spotting her son in the crowd, eagerly rose and waved. Su Yi grinned as he led the group toward her. In the central square, the best vantage point was indeed occupied by two large round tables, already adorned with exquisite cold dishes, clearly reserved for this esteemed gathering. Mom, you've worked hard. Su Yi gazed at his mother, brimming with vitality, and sincerely remarked, what is there to fuss about? Moving into a new home, residing in a fresh abode. Every villager dreams of waking up with a smile, overflowing with joy. Li Xiaolan's face radiated with delight, her wrinkles unfurling as her warm gaze swept across the gathering. Esteemed leaders, honorable guests, please take a seat and don't stand on ceremony. Once everyone had settled, Su Yi was equally unreserved. He gestured towards the youthful villagers, not far off. Soon, a few spirited young villagers approached, bearing heavy, dark wooden boxes with steady resolve. With a decisive clap, the lids of the boxes flew open. In that instant, the breath of every distinguished guest halted in unison. Nestled within, atop thick, vibrant yellow silk, lay rows of ancient-looking bottles, their surfaces shimmering with allure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the awning, casting a mesmerizing glimmer on the unique wheat spike emblem adorning the bottles. It was none other than the coveted Qinghe premium liquor, a treasure that had driven countless magnates to madness. Boss Zhao's eyes widened with fervor, his throat bobbing as he struggled to contain his saliva. Secretary Su, does today's spectacle mean we can indulge freely? That is a treasure worth a minimum of 5 million, and you're bringing it out by the box as if it were beer. This scene is utterly surreal. Zhao, eager to savor as much as he desired, was met with Su Yi's cheerful demeanor as he personally poured a glass of the aromatic sauce-flavored liquor for each gentleman at the table. The assertive yet comforting essence of life wafted through the air, and merely inhaling the fragrance of the liquor dissipated the weariness from their bodies. Several CEOs held their glasses, their hands trembling slightly. Gazing into the crystalline clarity of the liquor, their eyes sparkled with admiration as if they were beholding a rare gem. Reluctant to take the first sip, of course, there were those who abstained from alcohol. Su Yi turned to his side, addressing No.1 and his mother, Li Xiaolan, with a gentle smile. Mother, sister, would you care for something to drink? I'm easygoing. Tea is fine. Li Xiaolan waved her hand with a smile. No.1, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Senior Su, do you have any juice? Juice. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. Indeed, and it's something you wouldn't find elsewhere, no matter the price. He exchanged a few words with a nearby young villager, who soon returned bearing several crystal-clear pitchers, each brimming with a vibrant orange-yellow liquid. The hue was astonishingly rich, resembling molten top-tier amber, glistening with a faint light under the sun. As the pitchers were placed on the table, an indescribable, exquisite fruity aroma invaded everyone's nostrils with an overwhelming presence. This was no ordinary sweetness. It was a complex symphony of numerous fruit essences, imbued with the fresh scent of morning dew in the mountains. Just the whiff of this fragrance sent everyone's taste buds into a frenzy, igniting an uncontrollable salivation. Gulp. Boss Zhao stared at the pitcher of juice, instinctively swallowing. His eyes grew wide with astonishment as he accused Su Yi in a tone filled with mock betrayal. Secretary Su, how could you be so inconsiderate? Why have you kept such a delightful treasure hidden away until today? The other dignitaries at the table displayed similar intrigue. Su Yi chuckled softly, pouring a glass for Yuan and Li Xiulan while casually explaining, "Oh, it's nothing, just a few varieties of fruit from our own farm. Freshly juiced. The yield is limited, so we Haven Tea sold it. It's just for our own enjoyment." Upon hearing this, Boss Zhao nearly choked on his drink. Just for their own enjoyment? He watched as Yuan cupped her glass of orange yellow juice, her delicate nose drawing near to the rim, inhaling deeply. In an instant, her face transformed into one of sheer bliss, reminiscent of a kitten basking in the sun. She then gently parted her lips and took a cautious sip. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with an incredible brilliance. It wasn't merely a burst of flavor. It was a transcendental experience. A pure, exquisite sweetness enveloped her tongue like a tender embrace, flowing seamlessly down her throat. The taste unfolded in layers, akin to peaches melting on her palate. Citrus exploding in her mind, with a lingering essence of mountain raspberries that sent delightful shivers through her soul. Ultimately, all the flavors coalesced into a gentle warmth that rose from her stomach, silently saturating every cell in her body. Delicious, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. Without the need for cosmetics, a healthy, enchanting blush adorned her fair cheeks. Witnessing this, Boss Zhao could no longer contain himself. Rubbing his hands together, he leaned in, grinning, "Secretary Su, could you possibly pour me a glass of that juice to soothe my throat?" Chapter 238. And what about you? At this utterance, silence enveloped the room. Every gaze converged on Boss Zhao's flushed face. The dignitaries, including Mr. Gu and Mr. Chun, struggled to suppress their amusement. In that moment, they truly wished to declare, "I don't know him." Su Yi, observing Zhao's eager demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Before he could respond, Yuan had already taken action. She instinctively shielded her glass, casting a wary glance at Zhao, then subtly shifted her precious juice closer to herself. This small act of protecting her drink was the final straw that shattered whatever modicum of shame Zhao had left. Clearing his throat, he reddened further and attempted to defend himself. "I was merely curious about the taste of that juice." Su erupted in laughter. He picked up a bottle of liquor from the table and poured a little more into Zhao's glass. "Mr. Zhao, what's in your glass is a treasure that could incite madness across the globe. Why then, are you coveting my sister's juice?" "Ah, what do you mean by coveting?" With Su Yi's playful banter, Boss Zhao decided to embrace the moment, raising his glass to clink it with Su Yi's before downing half of it. He smacked his lips and declared boldly, "Who doesn't love good things? You, Secretary Su, can even extract flowers from a glass of juice. I, old Zhao, am merely a simple man with a craving. What's wrong with that?" This unabashed remark only served to amuse the others. Mr. Ma shook his head in laughter, saying, "Old Zhao, your audacity must rival that of the city walls of Jingzhou." "Ah, spare me," Boss Zhao waved dismissively. "You refined folks are far too formal. Here with Secretary Su, why pretend? If you want to eat, eat. If you want to drink, drink. That's what life is about." His words resonated with the esteemed guests at the table. Indeed, at their level. What scene had they not witnessed? What rules had they not adhered to? It was in a place like Qinghe Village that one could discover the most primitive and relaxed joy. After this interlude, the banquet commenced in earnest. Dishes flowed onto the table like a river, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Meanwhile, Yuan unveiled a different facet of herself to Su Yi. As soon as the food arrived, she transitioned into combat mode. Her gaze swept with precision over the array of dishes. When a platter of steaming, expertly carved roasted lamb leg arrived, her chopsticks moved with the speed of lightning, deftly snatching a piece of the finest, slightly crisped lamb meat. She did not immediately pop it into her mouth. Instead, she first placed it delicately on her small plate. Then, with an intensely focused gaze, she fixed her attention on the adjacent platter of tantalizing dompa pork, glistening with an inviting sheen. Su Yi observed that her movements, though swift, were imbued with an elegance that was unmistakable, Each chopstick maneuver was purposeful, devoid of any unnecessary hesitation. Only after selecting her desired dish did she leisurely commence her tasting. A morsel of roasted lamb met her palate, eliciting a satisfied squint from her eyes, her cheeks puffing adorably like a little hamster hoarding its winter provisions. The delightful juxtaposition of crispy exterior and tender interior, coupled with the rich, melting juiciness, brought her such joy that she seemed on the verge of wagging her tail. Next, she carefully lifted a piece of dompa pork, her cherry lips parting slightly as she took a gentle bite. The fatty portion disintegrated instantly in her mouth, leaving behind a luscious, gelatinous essence and a robust meaty aroma, while the lean meat was stewed to exquisite tenderness, absorbing the flavors beautifully. She sighed contentedly and then turned her gaze to the next dish. He found himself momentarily entranced. He began to suspect that this young junior sister was being stationed in Qinghe Village by the higher-ups, perhaps to automatically invite Sakura, all for the sake of this delectable cuisine. Just as Su Yi's thoughts began to drift, a voice broke through his reverie. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking about? Our guests are here. Don't lose focus. It was his mother, Li Xiulan. Oh, nothing, Mom. Su Yi snapped back to reality, awkwardly rubbing his nose, and hurriedly raised his wine glass to the table's occupants. Esteemed leaders and distinguished guests, today marks a momentous occasion for our Qinghe Village's relocation. Please enjoy your meal and drink to your heart's content. Do not hold back. Secretary Su, rest assured, we shall not be formal with you. Boom, Boss Xiao, raising his glass and downing it in one go. The others followed suit, clinking glasses and digging into their food, the atmosphere of the banquet growing increasingly vibrant. The meal was a feast of indulgence. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the raucous sounds from the square did not diminish. Rather, fueled by the alcohol, they grew more animated. Li Xiulan, observing the villagers' faces aglow with happiness, felt as if she were drinking honey, her heart swelling with sweetness. She set down her chopsticks and gazed at her handsome son beside her, filled with pride and sentiment. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She gently tapped Su Yi's arm. Xiao Yi, I need to tell you something. What is it, Mom? Su Yi turned his head after pouring wine for Lu Shixiao. Li Xiulan glanced around, lowering her voice slightly, though her joy was impossible to conceal. Not long ago, you just got engaged to Su Hong from Uncle Wei's family, right? His parents have discussed it with the girl's family. Li Xiulan's smile grew even brighter. Now that we've settled into our new homes, every household is filled with fresh hope. We thought it would be the perfect opportunity to proceed with the wedding. The date is set for 6 days from now. We'll have dozens of tables in our new square, and the whole village can join in the celebration. 6 days? That's quite soon. Su Yi calculated the time in his mind. Indeed, it was an auspicious date. The entire village had just completed their relocation, and it was the perfect moment for such a joyous occasion. This is wonderful news, Su Yi exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, Li Xiulan responded, her tone elongated with delight as she nudged Su Yi playfully with her elbow. Su Yi was taken aback, instinctively following his mother's gaze. He noticed that her chin was subtly directed towards the vicinity of a certain someone, Yuan, who was engrossed in tackling a piece of richly flavored Qinghe beef rib, her mouth glistening with sauce, utterly unaware that she had become the center of conversation. Su Yi felt a sudden jolt, a foreboding sense creeping in. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Xiulan lowered her voice even further, almost whispering into his ear with a mix of anticipation and urgency, posing a soul-searching question. Look at Su Hong. He.S. even younger than you and already getting married. What about you? Chapter 239. This matter cannot be rushed. Su Yi felt a throbbing at his temples. This familiar line of questioning, this all-too-familiar scenario, was more deafening than the collective clamor of hundreds at the square. Here we go again, he lamented internally. Though his face betrayed none of his turmoil, he instinctively lifted his gaze, his eyes drawn to the focal point of the conversation. There sat Yuan, delicately dabbing her mouth with a napkin, her movements graceful, her expression clear, as if the recent culinary battle had nothing to do with her. She sensed Su Yi's gaze upon her, offering a slight nod in polite acknowledgement, a faint, satisfied smile gracing her lips. Su Yi, what could he possibly say? He could only turn to his mother and force a somewhat stiff smile. Mom, this matter cannot be rushed. Li Xiulan, hearing this, shot her son an exasperated glance, but chose not to press further. He was grown, after all, with his own thoughts. Besides, in the presence of so many esteemed guests, it was hardly the time for such discussions. Today was merely a rare occasion to see a lovely young lady beside Su Yi, and her maternal instincts had been ignited, prompting her to bring it up casually. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and finding a daughter-in-law requires careful consideration as well. does it not? This grand relocation banquet continued from the high noon until dusk enveloped the sky. The atmosphere in the square remained exuberant. Villagers savored their homemade wine, relished their locally sourced delicacies, and exchanged dreams of a promising future, each face aglow with the radiance of happiness. Boss Ma and Boss Lei, seasoned titans of industry, finally set aside their usual airs. This meal was not merely a feast of extraordinary culinary delights. It was a rare opportunity that allowed their souls to unwind amidst the warmth of human existence. However, no matter how splendid a banquet may be, it must eventually draw to a close. Secretary Su, today has truly been an eye-opener. I've enjoyed myself immensely. Boss Ma rose, a rosy hue on his cheeks from the wine, his eyes shimmering with clarity and reluctance. Indeed, living in such a divine residence and enjoying such exquisite liquor, even a deity would not wish to leave. Boss Lei echoed, casting a final glance at the rows of warm-lit, blue-tiled wooden houses that illuminated the night, his eyes brimming with desire. Secretary Su, old Zhao will lay it down here. Next time I come, you mustn't send me away. I insist on staying here for 10 days or half a month to properly recuperate these old bones of mine. Su responded with a smile, no problem. The doors of Qinghe Village will always be open for you. Although the magnates were reluctant to part, each had a multitude of pressing affairs awaiting their attention and could not linger any longer. Soon, a luxurious convoy of high-end vehicles began to depart Qinghe Village. Inside the windows, faces that commanded respect in the business world bore a similar complex expression, a mixture of reluctance, reminiscence, and a hint of envy that was impossible to disguise. They had labored a lifetime, believing they had ascended to the pinnacle of success, looking down upon the rest. Yet they discovered that the ultimate life they had longed for, one that could not be bought even with their wealth, was merely the simple, unadorned daily existence of the villagers in Qinghe. This realization was profoundly disheartening. As the last of the carriages gradually departed, the square, which had been vibrant all day, began to settle into a tranquil hush. Villagers returned to their new homes in small groups, content and at peace, enveloping the village in a serene calm. After bidding farewell to the final guests, only Su's family remained in the square, along with Lu Shixiang and No.1. Junior brother, now that everything in the village is settled, I should be heading back. Lu Shixiang glanced at the sky and smiled as he spoke. Today, he was present to witness a celebration that could only be described as miraculous, leaving him somewhat astonished. Are you not staying for another night, Shixiang? We have plenty of guest rooms here, Su urged. Lu Shixiang shook his head. No, I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention back in Jingzhou. Very well then, I shall not insist. Travel safely, Su replied with a nod. Subsequently, Lu Shixiang boarded the same vehicle he arrived in and embarked on his journey home. Watching as his car vanished into the night, Su exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to his junior sister, No.1, who remained standing in place, curiously gazing around. All right, little junior sister, let us go. I will take you to your lodgings. In accordance with his plan, he had several vacant courtyards under his name in the new village, and he could easily choose one for No.1 to temporarily reside in. After all, they were empty anyway. As they walked, Su, with his hands in his pockets, teased, judging by how you ate today, one might think we in Qinghe Village have been starving you for 3 days and nights. Shixiang, you simply do not understand. No.1 promptly countered, her expression serious. The greatest respect for true delicacies is to indulge wholeheartedly. Su chuckled at her response. As they conversed, he led her to an independent courtyard. Here we are. This will be under your care for the time being. Thank you, Shixiang. No.1's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thus, the relocation feast of Qinghe Village came to a close. Simultaneously, while Qinghe Village reveled in the joy and tranquility of their move, the outside world, in the vast ocean of the internet, was ignited by a monumental bombshell. In the official live broadcast room of Qinghe Village, the recorded video of the relocation festivities, captured entirely by drones, was meticulously edited into countless short, impactful segments by keen-eyed netizens. These clips, accompanied by various stirring, exhilarating, or enviously frenetic background music, swept across major social media platforms like a perfect storm. Qinghe Village's relocation. What does a real-life paradise look like? My endpoint is merely their starting point. This is the true abode of immortals. One trending topic after another surged to the top of the charts with an unstoppable momentum. The entire internet erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 240, a letter of collaboration from abroad. The relocation video of Qinghe Village swept through the internet like a hurricane, as several high-definition live-streaming drones hovered in the azure sky, showcasing the picturesque white-walled, black-tiled houses nestled among verdant mountains and flowing waters. The entire network fell into silence. Each household depicted in the video could rival the most exorbitant luxury estates in first-tier cities. Moreover, in terms of the harmonious integration with nature and unparalleled comfort, those so-called luxury homes paled in comparison. What left countless individuals in profound shock, even evoking a sense of absurdity, was that this was not the private estate of some reclusive family, nor the clandestine hideaway of a super-rich tycoon. Instead, it was the standard configuration of an entire village. Every household shared this splendid reality. Just days prior, the spotlight of the internet had been on the epic-making, revolutionary technology of Qinghe Mobile. However, once this relocation video ignited public interest, the tide of public opinion shifted overnight, becoming even more tumultuous and frenzied. If Qinghe Mobile merely altered people's lifestyles, then the existence of Qinghe New Village delivered a merciless, overwhelming blow to the ultimate aspirations of countless young individuals striving in big cities, shattering their lifelong dreams. I've been working 996 for 10 years, nearly losing all my hair and just scraped together enough for a down payment on a house, only to find that they were born at the finish line. Brothers, stop the rat race. Quickly check if our ancestors had anyone named Sue, and see if it's still possible to return to the village and claim our roots. Please, I strongly request the government to parachute a Sue secretary into every village. I'm willing to pack up and send my village secretary away. No, I'll even pay for the transport. Just let me live in such a house. The uproar on the internet surged higher and higher. From initial shock, it swiftly transformed into a nationwide wave of envy and jealousy. The villagers of Qinghe Village, once obscure and even perceived as backward and impoverished, had at this moment transcended all rich second-generation and demolition second-generation identities, becoming the most coveted status across the internet. Some netizens even jokingly referred to them as the Sue second generation. Yet, amidst the external frenzy and sleepless nights of many, Qinghe Village, the epicenter of this media storm, returned to an extraordinary tranquility after a day of commotion. As dawn broke, a soft mist enveloped the serene village. A few melodious bird calls pierced through the morning fog, gently replacing the alarm clock's urgency. The villagers opened their quaint wooden doors, inhaling the refreshing air, their faces adorned with the contentment of a new life. Everything resembled yesterday, yet everything felt rejuvenated. The new village committee, under Su Yi's directive, was established in an independent courtyard adjacent to the central square of the new village. The layout was similar to that of other villagers' courtyards, albeit with a touch less of the domestic hustle and bustle and a bit more of the solemnity befitting an office. As Su Yi stepped into the courtyard, he spotted his uncle Su Weigua standing by the artificial stream in the center, hands clasped behind him, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Uncle, what brings you here so early? Are you pondering the village's future development again?" Su Yi approached with a teasing smile. Clearing his throat, Su Weigua turned around, attempting to adopt the authoritative demeanor of a village head. However, the smile that he could not suppress revealed his good spirits. "Secretary, come look at this. Is this appropriate?" He pointed at the plump koi leisurely flicking their tails in the stream, his tone laden with mock sorrow. "You've turned our village committee into a top-tier resort. How can I maintain any seriousness? I'm afraid to raise my voice during meetings lest I disturb the fish." Though he complained, his eyes lingered with delight on every aspect of the courtyard scenery. "How about this? I could arrange for a small stool for you at the entrance. So you can work there? That would be more down-to-earth and definitely serious," Su Yi suggested playfully. "Get lost," Su Weigua retorted with a laugh, waving him off. "Enough of this nonsense. I've left the household registration files and the property documents for the new houses in your office. Please take care of them. I'm heading to the farm." With that, he ambled away, humming a tune with a satisfied gait. Su Yi shook his head with a smile and pushed open the door to his office. The office was quite spacious, dominated by a magnificent desk crafted from solid rosewood, exuding grandeur. Not far from it stood a slightly smaller, yet equally exquisite desk. At that moment, a figure was seated behind that smaller desk. It was No.1. She was intently focused on the computer screen, her slender fingers flying across the keyboard, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. Upon hearing the door open, her typing paused momentarily as she looked up. Seeing Su Yi, the seriousness on her face melted away, replaced by a warm smile. "Secretary Su, good morning." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, unaccustomed to her demeanor. "Good morning." He walked to his desk and took a seat, his gaze filled with interest as he observed her. "Sister, you're quite impressive, arriving here so early. You're even more dedicated than I am, especially on your first official day at work," Yi Wanwan replied. Besides, I must live up to the generous remuneration that the secretary has granted me. Su-yi chuckled at this. Perfect timing. I have a task for you. With a grand gesture, he divided a stack of documents in half and pushed one portion to the edge of the desk. Gulme, let us share the load and offer some constructive feedback. Sure, Yuan nodded in agreement. She approached Su-yi's desk and took the half of the documents he had handed over. Thus, the two immersed themselves in their respective tasks, diligently processing the files. The office was soon enveloped in the soft rustling of paper and their occasional low murmurs of discussion. I must say, with the assistance of Yuan, a brilliant student, Su-yi's efficiency in handling the documents increased significantly. Before long, the pile of papers on the desk had dwindled. As Su-yi picked up the final document, his fingers paused momentarily. It was an exquisitely crafted letter of intent for collaboration, printed on thick paper with elegant gold foil lettering. The signature bore a name he recognized all too well, hailing from across the ocean, Fruit Company. Chapter 241. They want it, so I shall provide? Su-yi was not at all surprised that the Fruit Company had sent a letter of collaboration. It had been over half a month since the official launch of the Qinghe mobile phone, and the high-end smartphone market in the country had been thoroughly shaken. The once revered Fruit Company, for which countless individuals had queued overnight to secure the latest release, was now experiencing an unprecedented setback, a veritable catastrophe. When a smartphone boasting a week-long battery life, equipped with a revolutionary carbon-based chip and a holographic AI assistant, was launched at a price below $20,000. Any so-called high-end smartphone still reliant on silicon chips and requiring 2 charges a day had instantly become obsolete electronic waste. The impact was devastating. An utterly unreasonable descent into inferiority. Especially on second-hand platforms, it resembled a joyous sea of chaos. The demand for the latest Fruit phone soared, while prices plummeted spectacularly. A device that sold for $10,000 yesterday was marked down to $6,000 today, yet still went unsold. Online, memes about the Fruit Company's unsold inventory flooded in. Fruit sales slump, help us. In light of this catastrophic market upheaval, how could the Fruit Company remain idle? Su-yi's only surprise lay in their response. Far too slow, almost absurdly so. He had anticipated that mere days after the launch event, the head of the Fruit Company would arrive at the entrance of Qinghe Village, accompanied by a top-notch negotiation team and a private jet, eager to secure a deal. Instead, nearly a month had passed since the event before they finally sent a so-called letter of intent. Was this the arrogance ingrained in the multinational giant that stood atop the world? Even in their desperation, did they still insist on maintaining an air of superiority, adhering to their self-perceived, elegant protocols? Su-yi held the exquisite letter in his hand, feeling its weightlessness. The unique texture of the paper and the elaborate gold lettering exuded an aura of opulence. His gaze swiftly traversed the contents of the document, word by word. The office remained quiet, save for the gentle rustling of paper beneath his fingertips. Across from him, Yuan had already completed her own paperwork. Noticing that Su-yi had yet to move with the final document, her curiosity piqued, and she turned to glance at him. A single look revealed the unmistakable Fruit logo at the top of the letter, partially bitten, a distinctive emblem. Her brows arched slightly. Su-yi's expression remained unchanged, but his reading grew more rapid, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yuan's curiosity was instantly ignited. She was eager to discover what this coveted letter contained that could elicit such a reaction from Su-yi. Finally, Su-yi finished reading the last page. In the next moment, to Yuan's astonishment, he casually flipped his wrist. The beautifully crafted letter, akin to a work of art, traced a graceful arc through the air. With a soft thud, it landed precisely atop the corner of the desk, resting atop a stack of papers designated for waste and rejected proposals. The entire action flowed seamlessly, akin to tossing a used napkin. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in Yuan's eyes. Was that it? He simply discarded it? Surprised? Su-yi caught the astonishment in her gaze and smiled. Of course, Yuan readily admitted, glancing once more at the pile of discarded papers. After all, this was the Fruit Company, a multinational behemoth worth trillions, the pinnacle that countless companies aspire to reach. So what? Su-yi chuckled lightly, countering. Are the terms of their collaboration not satisfactory? Yuan inquired curiously as Su-yi reclined in his expansive office chair, his hands cradled behind his head, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Their terms are acceptable, and they haven't made unreasonable demands, he drawled lazily, as if discussing an issue entirely unrelated to himself. They are quite self-aware. Not only did they refrain from demanding holograms or brain-machine interfaces, but they also adopted a humble stance, seeking merely 2 items. Su-yi raised 2 fingers in the air. the carbon-based chip, and the superconducting solid-state battery. Yi Wanwan's eyes sparkled with understanding. She immediately grasped the other party's intentions. These two components were hardware essentials, capable of being swiftly integrated into their existing product line, serving as a lifeline to recover from the downturn. With these two elements, they could promptly launch a new fruit phone, dramatically enhancing both performance and battery life, thus stabilizing their plummeting market position and buying themselves some breathing room. This was the most pragmatic and astute approach. However, Su's tone shifted, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Just because they desire it doesn't mean I must acquiesce. Are our Qinghe technology chips and batteries unwanted? Who I sell to is entirely my prerogative. Ma Zong and Lei Zong have been waiting for nearly a month for my chips and batteries, having crossed the threshold of Qinghe Village since the very first day of the launch. Not to mention, they are actively coordinating to integrate all their product lines into our Qinghe ecosystem. Su paused, his tone relaxed, yet every word crystal clear. That is what it means to have sincerity. Unlike the fruit company, which, seeing itself on the brink of market inundation, suddenly remembers it needs a lifebuoy to survive, all while adopting a condescending demeanor. He leaned back, chuckling softly, adding, our Qinghe Village's chips and batteries. We don't even have enough for our own people. When he mentioned our people, his voice was soft, yet carried an inherent sense of belonging. Yi Wanwan regarded him, her previously playful demeanor now replaced with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Secretary Su's vision was expansive. It appeared he intended to support his own, standing united against the fruit company to seize their market share. What do you mean by seize? Su corrected her with a serious expression. Technological advancement naturally leads to market selection. We are merely aligning with the tides of the era to promote industrial upgrade. Right, you're absolutely right. Yi Wanwan chuckled lightly, about to continue when suddenly, a rapid ringtone shattered the office's tranquility. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su glanced at his phone. The screen displayed two words, Lei Zong. Raising an eyebrow, he waved the phone at Yi Wanwan, a knowing smile curving his lips. Look, as the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow shall appear. Chapter 242, An Unexpected International Call. Su slid his finger across the answer button. On the other end of the line, a bright and unmistakably excited voice erupted forth. Secretary Su, it's me, old Lei. The voice was resounding and robust, and even through the phone, one could feel the exuberance bubbling over. President Lei, judging by the commotion, it seems you've struck gold? Su leaned back in his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips. Ha! It's all thanks to you, Secretary Su. Thanks to Qinghe Village. President Lei laughed heartily, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. Secretary Su, I've called to share some delightful news. A momentous occasion. Our new flagship rice product, powered by the Qinghe system, is set for a global launch at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Oh, so soon? Su raised an eyebrow, surprised by the rapidity, which exceeded his expectations. Quick. It must be quick. President Lei's tone was resolute, imbued with unassailable determination. With the market's fervor at such heights, the entire network is eagerly anticipating the release of Qinghe Technology's domestic phone. Every minute counts. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, yet his excitement remained unabated. Let me tell you, Secretary Su, during our internal testing, when we integrated your chip and battery, the engineers went wild. The performance, the battery life, compared to previous flagships, it's simply in a different realm. Su listened, a smile creeping onto his lips. This President Lei truly embodies the internet adage that speed is paramount. Then allow me to preemptively wish you, President Lei, a successful launch. I appreciate your kind words. President Lei's laughter continued, then shifted to an exceedingly earnest tone. By the way, Secretary Su, I wonder if you would be available to grace our launch event as a special guest? I appreciate the sentiment from President Lei. But Su politely declined, stating, I shall refrain from attending to avoid overshadowing the event. However, our Qinghe Village's official account will assist in promoting it. Oh my! I cannot thank you enough, Secretary Su. Your support is worth more than hiring 10 celebrities. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su ended the call. He set down his phone, unable to suppress a chuckle. This President Lei is quite the character. What's wrong, Secretary? Yi Wanwan immediately straightened in her seat, puzzled. The large-scale supply of chips and batteries has yet to commence. The initial batch we provided them was limited, primarily for research and development compatibility. Su tapped his finger lightly on the table. All told, I estimate we can only assemble about 1,000 to 2,000 finished phones. Yi Wanwan paused, her mind racing as she swiftly grasped the implications, a flicker of realization crossing her bright eyes. Only 1 to 2,000 units. And they dare to hold a new product launch? ISNT this, just what they call. Exactly. Sui interjected with a smile, nodding. The classic tactic employed by the rice company. Hunger marketing, colloquially known as monkey business. They orchestrate a sensational launch event to whet everyone's appetite to the extreme. Then release a minuscule amount of product, creating a frenzy of demand. And once the word of mouth has fully fermented and the market sentiment ignites, they can gradually ramp up production. Yi Wanwan gazed at Sui, a smile curving her lips into an attractive arc. It seems Secretary Su is quite well versed in their commercial strategies. Not so much as to claim understanding. Sui reclined back in his wide chair, appearing relaxed. It's merely an open secret. He paused, and suddenly his gaze sharpened. However, the era of domestic smartphones is about to dawn. He spoke those words with a nonchalant air. Yi Wanwan looked at the man before her. He was merely discussing a potential occurrence, yet his tone bore the weight of an established future. A powerful confidence radiated from him, causing her heart to flutter slightly. 2 days later, the launch event for the new flagship rice product unfolded as scheduled. Although Sui was not present, the official account of Qinghe Village promptly shared the news of the event, which propelled the excitement surrounding the launch to new heights. Countless netizens flocked to the live stream with fervor. The outcome did not disappoint. The new flagship rice product, equipped with the Qinghe carbon-based chip, superconducting solid-state battery, and running on a custom version of the Qinghe operating system, even included an entry-level holographic technology. Its overall performance was second only to that of the genuine Qinghe phone. This was, in essence, the youthful version of the Qinghe smartphone. As President Lei stood on stage, his voice trembling with emotion as he announced the final price, the entire world fell silent. Starting at 5,000, the top-tier version priced at 9,999. In the office, Yi Wanwan was engrossed in the live stream. When the final price was revealed, her expression shifted slightly. Starting at 5,000, she looked up, astonished at Sui, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Sui leisurely set down his teacup, wearing a smile that was enigmatic. As Yi Wanwan observed his expression, a sudden clarity struck her. Her eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips. Who would have thought? Our Secretary Sui intends to uproot the existence of those foreign smartphone brands within the domestic market. How could one describe it as uprooting their existence? Sui shrugged innocently. ISNT this world merely about survival of the fittest, with the weak being eliminated? At his words, Yi Wanwan smiled radiantly, choosing to remain silent. In the ensuing period, the entire smartphone market descended into a frenzy. Domestic smartphone manufacturers, as if in concert, began to announce a flurry of new product launches, all equipped with Qinghe chips and batteries, all featuring the Qinghe custom system, and all boasting prices that were astonishingly reasonable. The entire domestic smartphone arena united, collectively launching an all-out assault against foreign brands. Online, the atmosphere was electric. Brothers, rise up. Domestic smartphones have finally made their stand. Qinghe is changing the world, and Secretary Sui is our eternal deity. From this day forth, anyone who purchases a foreign phone, one and all, is a sycophant. Under the united front of domestic smartphones, those foreign brands lacking Qinghe chips and batteries experienced a catastrophic plummet in sales. Their presence vanished from the sales rankings of major e-commerce platforms. This was no longer a price war. It was a one-sided massacre. And just as the tide of domestic smartphone jubilation swept everything in its path, Sui's phone suddenly rang. An unexpected call. Anderson, Chapter 243, The Unsettled Fruit Company. Upon seeing Anderson's name flashing on the screen, Sui's brow arched slightly. This international mogul, since their last encounter at the regional agency bidding session, had not been in frequent contact. A call at this juncture could hardly be for the sake of rekindling camaraderie. Sui pressed the answer button. Instantly, Anderson's distinctive booming voice resonated through the earpiece, his enthusiasm palpable as if he were reaching through the screen to embrace him. Sui, my dear friend, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, Mr. Anderson. Sui relaxed against the wide pearwood chair, his demeanor entirely at ease, his tone neutral. You are a distinguished guest of Qinghe Village, always welcome. Ha ha ha. Hearing that from you puts me at ease. Anderson chuckled heartily, then suddenly shifted to a more serious tone, diving straight into the matter at hand. My friend, I'm calling this time at the behest of someone else. Oh, Sui's response was succinct. The intonation neither long nor short, revealing no trace of emotion. On the other end of the line, Anderson's tone was laced with a palpable sense of amusement. It was those fellows from the fruit company, I thought, and you, my friend, should be well aware of why their recent days have been less than pleasant. Sui chuckled softly, choosing not to engage. Anderson continued, seemingly unperturbed. They have attempted numerous official channels in hopes of securing a meeting with you, but it appears that you have been perpetually unavailable. His words were veiled, translating to, your village of Qinghe has entirely disregarded them. Given my company's previous collaboration with them, their executives have reached out to me, hoping I might act as an intermediary to arrange a time for you. Anderson's tone bore a hint of exasperation, yet also an unmistakable glee. Truth be told, it was my first encounter with such a sight. The conditions they offered for me to make this call were difficult to refuse, even for me. Su-yi grasped the situation. The fruit company, in a state of desperation, had resorted to remembering these international giants that had previously collaborated with Qinghe Village, seeking a roundabout way to salvage their predicament. Clearly, Anderson was their chosen conduit. For Anderson to articulate terms that were hard to decline, it suggested that the fruit company had truly invested heavily to connect with him. However, Su-yi was indifferent to the price they had paid. He merely found the situation amusing. When the initial cooperation letter had arrived, he had dismissed it as mere scrap paper, and after such a protracted silence, he had assumed they were made of sterner stuff. Yet in the end, they were merely schooled by the market. My friend, I know you may not hold them in high regard. Anderson, noticing Su-yi's prolonged silence, assumed he was about to decline, and quickly added, however, it wouldn't hurt to meet them, would it? At least you could hear their terms and ascertain their true intentions. Of course, this is merely my personal suggestion. The decision rests entirely with you. Mr. Anderson, given your insistence, I must oblige. Su-yi's voice remained calm. Then let us have him come. Really? Anderson's tone revealed an unexpected delight, clearly taken aback by Su-yi's prompt agreement. Certainly. Su-yi chuckled lightly, an enigmatic undertone in his voice. I am also curious to witness firsthand what kind of sincerity this once revolutionary giant in the smartphone industry intends to present. Splendid. I shall relay this delightful news to them at once. Su, you truly are a generous friend. Anderson exuberantly ended the call. Subsequently, Su-yi casually tossed his phone onto the table, lifted the teacup beside him, and leisurely took a sip. Opposite him, Yi Wanwan's bright eyes had long since drifted away from the computer screen, now fixed with keen interest upon him. The fruit company? Did you hear that? I'm not deaf. Yi Wanwan propped her chin on one hand, a charming smile gracing her lips. Secretary Su, if this news were to leak, it would be monumental. The esteemed fruit company seeking a meeting with you, resorting to backdoor dealings. What do you mean by backdoor dealings? Su-yi set down his teacup, adopting a serious demeanor. This is merely a standard business appointment process. Is it? Yi Wanwan tilted her head, her sleek ponytail swaying gently. So, how does our busy Secretary Su plan to entertain these distant guests? We shall entertain them, as is customary. Su-yi shrugged. The two exchanged a glance, each finding a shared, unspoken amusement in the other's eyes. The following day dawned bright and clear. Su-wei's head peeked through the office door, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Secretary, they have arrived. Goodness, 5 or 6 foreigners, each with a different hair color, dressed quite extravagantly, and certainly exuding an air of importance. He squinted, his tone brimming with excitement at the spectacle. I have already invited them to the adjacent reception room, as you instructed. Understood, uncle. Su-yi acknowledged. It did not rise immediately. He methodically completed the last document on his desk, signing his name, before finally standing and striding toward the reception room. The reception room of the village committee was adorned in authentic Chinese style. The Wang Wali wooden armchairs and long table emanated a warm luster from years of use, while the walls displayed distant, evocative ink wash landscapes. The air was suffused with a refreshing blend of top-grade sandalwood and freshly brewed tea. The entire space exuded an atmosphere of tranquility and solemnity. However, for the few distant guests, this tranquility became a silent torment. At the forefront, a middle-aged man with golden hair had already loosened his tie for the 3rd time, beads of perspiration forming at his temples. Beside him, a tall executive sat rigidly, yet his fingers drummed an uncontrollable rhythm upon his knees. Another bespectacled Caucasian repeatedly pulled out his phone to glance at it, only to irritably stow it away. They struggled to maintain the composed demeanor of business elites, yet the tension in their jaws and the flickering glances of anxiety between them betrayed their inner turmoil. Only Anderson appeared at ease, seated like a host in the main chair, leisurely holding a cup of Qinghe tea, with his eyes closed. He savored the aroma of the tea, blissfully oblivious to the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, the intricately carved wooden door to the reception room creaked open. A figure appeared in the doorway. In an instant, all the restless gazes in the reception room converged upon him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Chapter 244. Do we need international partners? The air in the reception room shifted from anxiousness to an eerie stillness with Su Yi's arrival. The fruit company executives, who had maintained their elite postures, simultaneously ceased their fidgeting. They straightened their stiff backs, their eyes collectively brimming with scrutiny, eagerness, and anticipation. Anderson set down his teacup, the base lightly tapping against the precious pearwood table with a crisp sound. "Su, my dear friend, you have finally graced us with your presence." Anderson rose with a hearty laugh, arms wide open, embracing Su Yi as if they were long-lost friends. "My apologies for the delay. There has been much to attend to in the village." Su Yi patted Anderson's back, his demeanor relaxed, a perfectly measured smile gracing his face. "Welcome, all of you, to Qinghe Village, which shines with your presence." Releasing Anderson, his gaze shifted to the visibly uneasy guests. "Allow me to make introductions." Anderson gestured towards the golden-haired man at the forefront. "This is Mr. Baker, the global vice president of the fruit company. Mr. Baker, it is a pleasure to meet you." Su Yi extended his hand, looking at him with calm eyes. "Secretary Su, I have long admired your reputation." Baker promptly responded, grasping Su Yi's hand firmly. His palm was somewhat clammy, and his handshake was stronger than what would typically be expected in a business context. He regarded the excessively youthful village secretary before him, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. This was the man who had single-handedly nearly upended the entire smartphone industry, thrusting the trillion-dollar fruit company into an unprecedented state of vulnerability. Following this, Anderson briefly introduced the remaining attendees, all of whom were heads of various core departments within the fruit company. Su Yi nodded with a smile to each, maintaining a composed and courteous demeanor. After a round of polite exchanges, everyone settled back into their seats. Su Yi occupied the main seat, with Anderson to his right, while Baker and the other fruit company executives took their places opposite him. "Mr. Baker, may I inquire the purpose of your visit today?" Su Yi lifted the celadone teacup from the table, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves, breaking the silence. He had no intention of beating around the bush and directly posed the question. Upon hearing this, Baker's expression stiffened momentarily. He then took a deep breath and, as if shedding the earlier tension, adorned his face with a professional smile. "Secretary Su, I appreciate straightforwardness, so I shall not mince words. We are here regarding your esteemed company's carbon-based chips and superconducting solid-state batteries." Baker's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor as he revealed the purpose of their visit. "We hope to procure these two pivotal pieces of hardware. Rest assured, Secretary Su, we bring with us 100% sincerity regarding pricing, no matter the figure. We are prepared to discuss it openly." After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Su Yi, attempting to discern any flicker of emotion on his face. However, Su Yi's countenance remained inscrutable, as if he had not even registered Baker's words. This unflappability left Baker feeling somewhat unsettled. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on with what he believed was an irresistible proposition. "Secretary Su, we are all aware that the Qinghe phone itself is a groundbreaking product. If possible, we at Fruit Company are willing to open up our extensive global sales and after-sales network for the Qinghe phone. If we can reach an agreement, the Qinghe phone could instantly grace flagship stores in every corner of the world. With the product strength of the Qinghe phone combined with our channels, it would rapidly become a legend in the global mobile market." This offer was bound to drive any brand into a frenzy. It represented the foundational empire Fruit Company had built over decades, an invaluable global network. Upon hearing this, even Anderson, who had been observing quietly, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Yet, Su Yi leisurely set down his teacup. The gentle clink of the cup against the table resonated in the hearts of everyone present. "Mr. Baker," he finally spoke, his voice calm and measured, "I truly admire your candor, and the conditions proposed by Fruit Company are indeed quite enticing." Baker perked up, leaning forward instinctively. However, Su Yi pivoted his tone, revealing a hint of regret. "I fear that you may have arrived a bit too late." "Late?" Baker's smile instantly froze. "Secretary Su, what do you mean by that?" "The meaning is quite simple," Su Yi replied, spreading his hands. "Our production capacity for carbon-based chips and superconducting solid-state batteries is limited. Immediately after our Qinghe phone launch event, several giants in the mobile industry approached us with utmost sincerity and signed contracts for the entirety of our production capacity for the coming year." Su Yi's tone was unruffled, as if he were merely recounting an inconsequential detail. "In Qinghe Village, we place great importance on credibility and fairness in business. Since we have signed contracts, we must adhere to them. Therefore, regarding your company's request for collaboration, I can only say..." He paused, regarding Baker's pale complexion before delivering the final four words. "I am very sorry. Secretary Su, Baker's voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with an unrecognized plea. Is there truly no way forward? We can raise the price. Any number is negotiable. We can make even greater concessions in other areas. Su merely shook his head gently. Mr. Baker, this is not a matter of price. It concerns credibility and sincerity. This declaration signified the definitive end of negotiations. Thereafter, Su refrained from further commentary, choosing instead to lift his teacup and savor the tea in silence, affording Baker ample time to process the outcome. Time elapsed, and Baker eventually rose slowly, resembling a deflated balloon. He adjusted his wrinkled suit, striving to muster a dignified smile, yet it appeared more grotesque than sorrowful. I apologize for the disturbance, Secretary Su. He extended his hand, this time cold and feeble. I hope we can have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Of course, Su responded, smiling as he shook Baker's hand. Shortly thereafter, Baker and his entourage departed in a daze. In the reception room, only Su, and Anderson remained. Su, my friend, as I anticipated, the folks from Fruit Company have indeed wasted their trip. The terms they proposed were so enticing that, to be honest, I was tempted as well. Yet I didn't expect you to reject them so decisively. As he spoke, he lowered his voice, his previously leisurely demeanor vanishing, his gaze sharpening like a predator's. So how do you plan to introduce your phone to the world? Do you require a capable international partner? International partner? Su echoed those 5 words, his fingertip gliding slowly over the smooth surface of the Celadon cup, his movements unhurried. His gaze was calm, yet it mirrored the depths of an ancient well, reflecting the ambition etched on Anderson's face. Mr. Anderson, you certainly possess grand aspirations. Suyi's laughter was soft as he continued. However, as far as I know, your primary business does not seem to encompass mobile channels, let alone a global network. Ha ha ha, Su, I knew I couldn't hide this from you. Anderson not only showed no embarrassment, but erupted into a hearty laugh, as if Su Yi's directness was the highest form of flattery. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice. That's correct. Neither I nor my company possess such capabilities. But, he deliberately paused, continuing, my friends do. Oh, Su raised an eyebrow, inviting him to elaborate. Each of their networks may not rival the colossal presence of Fruit Company, which has been entrenched for years. But together, they form a web that is more resilient and deeply intertwined than that of Fruit. As long as you give your nod. The Qinghe phone can appear in any affluent district or premier business hub across the globe, wherever you can envision. He inhaled sharply, casting out the final bait. Su, I am aware that your phone technology is formidable and that you are unlikely to fear any blockades. Yet, you will always need a channel to distribute your products worldwide. Will you not? We can join forces to create an international sales empire exclusively for Qinghe. At this, a flicker of intrigue finally crossed Su Yi's eyes. Mr. Anderson, the blueprint you have sketched is indeed captivating. He began, his tone still composed. However, Qinghe Village does not currently plan to launch its phones globally. The fervent glow on Anderson's face faltered momentarily. Yet, Su seemed oblivious, seamlessly transitioning his speech. Of course, nothing is absolute. Once the domestic market stabilizes, globalization will be an inevitable choice. At that time, I will certainly prioritize friends like you, who possess sincerity and strength. This statement acted as a tonic, rekindling the spark in Anderson's gaze. Excellent. Your word is sufficient. He sprang up, arms wide open, and enveloped Su in a vigorous embrace. My friend, I await your good news. I have a strong premonition that this day will not be far off. After bidding farewell to the satisfied Anderson, Su turned back toward his office. Upon entering, he found No.1 sitting upright, seemingly browsing the web, her gaze locking onto him as soon as he stepped in. It seems our international friends are rather displeased, she remarked, glancing toward the reception room with a light laugh. She had observed Baker and his entourage leaving like defeated roosters, utterly crestfallen. Not necessarily. After Su returned to his desk and settled down, he leisurely prepared a new cup of tea for himself. The person walking behind him appeared quite pleased. No.1's eyebrows arched slightly as she swiftly realized whom Su was referring to. Anderson? She turned her chair to face Su directly. Was he lying in wait, ready to reap a substantial benefit? It could hardly be called a benefit. Su lifted his teacup, dispersing the curling steam rising from it. It was merely a promise made to him. He then shifted the conversation, looking at No.1 with keen interest. However, the Fruit Company has indeed made a significant investment this time. Can you guess what conditions they have set? Upon hearing this, No.1 pondered. The price was surely exorbitant. That much was obvious. Yet, for a secretary to claim they had made such a hefty investment, It must involve more than mere money. It couldn't possibly be. She halted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that her idea was too far-fetched. They were willing to open all global channels and after-sales networks to assist Qinghe Mobile in entering the world market. As she spoke, she cast a whimsical expression towards Su Yi. However, Su Yi remained seated, wearing a playful smile that suggested she was correct. Yi Wanwan's smile faltered, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Really? You turned down such conditions from the fruit company? Her gaze was filled with astonishment as she looked at Su Yi. What else could I do? Su Yi retorted. Yi Wanwan fell silent. After a moment, her long eyelashes lowered, and her expression turned unusually serious. Secretary Su, I must remind you, you rejected the fruit company's conditions, which could be deemed as sacrificing flesh to feed tiger. Given their modus operandi, they will surely not sit idly by. With their intricate influence in the global market, once they deploy all their resources to impose a blockade and suppression beyond mere commerce. She paused before continuing. Then, in the future, it will likely become exponentially more difficult for Qinghe Village's products to venture beyond our borders. Not necessarily, Su Yi replied, laying down his teacup, a cryptic smile gracing his face. Perhaps, by the time we wish to step onto the global stage, the fruit company will already be in decline. Wouldn't you agree? After all, when it comes to charging ahead, do we really need to take the lead ourselves? Yi Wanwan momentarily froze, somewhat perplexed. However, she quickly grasped the meaning behind Su Yi's words. A few days later, a sensational piece of news erupted across the global internet. The official account of Rice Mobile simultaneously released an announcement across all social platforms. The announcement featured an extremely minimalist poster emblazoned with bold crimson letters. Next stop, the world. Below the poster, a line of fierce, smaller text followed. Rice's annual flagship will officially launch in the global market next Monday, with simultaneous sales. The domestic mobile phone market had already been thoroughly cleansed by a joint strangulation. Now, this fertile market had essentially boiled down to two types of phones, Qinghe Mobile and other devices equipped with Qinghe technology. As the domestic pie was nearly devoured, all domestic phone manufacturers turned their gazes towards the broader overseas market. Finally, someone was the first to break through. Su Yi glanced at the news on his phone, raising an eyebrow at the contemplative Yi Wanwan. Look, the charge is on. It has finally begun. The global announcement from Rice Mobile was like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake. On foreign internet platforms, tech enthusiasts and digital aficionados who closely follow the industry had already glimpsed the recent seismic shifts in the mobile phone market of the Eastern nation through various channels. The myth of the Qinghe ecosystem had long circulated within their small circles. Thus, when the first phone equipped with the Qinghe ecosystem declared its intent to cross mountains and seas to reach the world, the pent-up curiosity and anticipation were ignited in an instant. It has arrived. It is finally here. I've been waiting for this. The global launch of the Qinghe ecosystem phone is upon us. I am ready with my wallet. Naturally, skepticism and derision soon followed. Hey, an Eastern phone? What else can they do besides copying and piling on materials? I'm just waiting for it to flop. It's bound to be another piece of cheap electronic trash. As the global release date approached, Rice Mobile's overseas official prices were finally disclosed. At the moment the prices were revealed, the discourse on the foreign internet momentarily stalled. The starting price was set at $19.99. The top configuration, a staggering $39.99. Yi Wanwan turned her head to glance at this number, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as she looked at Su Yi. Almost 3 times more expensive than in the domestic market. Will foreign consumers accept this price? She couldn't help but exclaim, her voice tinged with disbelief. The domestic highest configuration is only priced at $9,999, which converts to less than $1,500. This price blatantly shouts to the world, we're here to seize your money. Whether they accept it or not, we shall see after the launch, Su Yi replied casually, his gaze exuding an all-knowing confidence. How could a phone equipped with the Qinghe ecosystem not be worth this price? The low domestic prices were a boon for our compatriots, aimed at establishing our own moat as swiftly as possible. When this sword is drawn and thrust toward overseas markets, the prophet's fangs must naturally reveal their sharpest edges. Reality proved Su Yi's judgment to be impeccably accurate. On the day of Rice Mobile's overseas launch, the so-called doubts and mockery were utterly crushed beneath the weight of absolute technological prowess. It was a collective display of shock, joy, and a complete upheaval of expectation. My God, I swear this is the smoothest phone I have ever used. It has no concept of lagging. The operating system is astonishing. Battery life. Can you believe it? I binge-watched an entire day of shows, and it still has 90 battery left. Holographic calling? It even has holographic calling. This is something out of a science fiction film. Initially, this fervor was confined to a select few digital enthusiasts and affluent individuals who had first acquired the phone. However, soon enough, this groundbreaking experience was wildly disseminated through photos and videos across the internet. A wealthy individual chatting with family on another continent using holographic calls at a yacht party. The clear 3D projection left all the surrounding socialites breathless. A gaming streamer live streaming a mobile game at the highest graphics setting for 24 hours without the phone heating up, with battery life still at 80%. A world traveler crossing an entire desert without a power bank, continuously using navigation, taking photos, and recording videos upon reaching the destination. The phone's battery remained robust. These were no longer cold parameters from a launch event. They were vivid realities capable of shattering anyone's common sense. This phone must be from the future. For $1,000? Too cheap. For a phone like this, I would gladly pay $10,000. I just sold all my stocks in the fruit company. Anyone who sees this message should hurry and sell. Don't ask, just know it's extraterrestrial technology. I suspect that place called Qinghe Village is hiding a crashed UFO. The avalanche of public opinion came crashing down even more thoroughly than the technological massacre. All previous mockeries of cheap electronic trash turned into resounding slaps in the face of those skeptics. Price? Against the backdrop of epic-making technology, price had lost all significance for discussion. In the office, No.1 gazed at the screen, displaying the almost frenzied comments, her chest rising and falling slightly. She believed she had already overestimated the situation. Yet reality informed her that she had still underestimated the profound impact that Qinghe technology would have on the existing technological landscape of the world. Do you understand now? Su Yi's voice wafted through the air, imbued with a hint of amusement. In the face of an absolute technological disparity, price has never been a matter of concern. Consumers are far more astute than anyone else. They are willing to pay for truly exceptional products. This, indeed, is the essence of the market. Ye Vanyan inhalit deeply. Gradually exhaling as the tumult within her chest settled significantly. She turned her gaze towards Su Yi's serene countenance, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The success of the rice brand was merely the beginning, akin to the first domino falling in a chain reaction. In the time that followed, domestic mainstream smartphone manufacturers, like a pack of wolves sensing blood, simultaneously initiated their globalization processes. Their flagship products surged into overseas markets with reckless abandon, adopting a strikingly uniform pricing strategy that invariably favored the high-end route. In an instant, the global high-end smartphone market became a lamentation of despair. Those once revered as paragons of premium brands appeared utterly feeble beneath the iron heel of Qinghe's ecosystem. The once dominant fruit company witnessed its stock plummet by over 40% in a short span. This prompted an increasing number of individuals, typically indifferent to the tech sphere, to take notice of these smartphones hailing from the East. Among them, the most astonishing aspect was the operating system of this phone, which was entirely based on an unfamiliar Chinese system known as Qinghe. A Chinese system? I always thought that aside from those two systems, everything else was subpar. Yet why does this Qinghe perform even faster than a fruit flagship in my hand? Have we been living in a lie? Is Eastern technology this terrifyingly advanced? An invisible wall crumbled at that moment. Countless curious foreign netizens, through various channels, breached the digital barriers and flooded into the Eastern internet realm. Soon, they uncovered a truth that shattered their worldviews. These devices, which they had once idolized, could merely be classified as mid to high-end smartphones from the East. Above them lay a truly high-end luxury phone, the Qinghe smartphone. Chapter 247, the Qinghe craze. What on earth? The phone that has ignited a frenzy in our country is merely a youth edition? Thus, the Qinghe brand smartphone must be the complete version. Not only does it boast superior performance and longer battery life, but it also features astonishing brain machine technology. I checked, and this phone has been released for over a month. What has our media been doing? Reporting on celebrity gossip and political scandals? They haven't uttered a word about this world-changing innovation. An informational cocoon. This is an unabashed informational cocoon. They are preventing us from accessing the truly remarkable products in this world. A rage born from feeling deceived and manipulated swiftly supplanted the initial shock, sweeping across the foreign internet. Countless foreign netizens turned their ire towards their mainstream media, unleashing a torrent of criticism. A month ago, we were foolishly queuing for a stripped-down fruit smartphone, while groundbreaking technological advancements emerged at that very moment. Yet you all remained conspicuously silent? Where is the news freedom you boast of? Has it all been devoured by dogs? Boycott. From this day forth, I shall trust not a single punctuation mark from these media outlets. The storm of public opinion escalated rapidly, soon transforming into a fervent demand. A movement advocating for the global release of Qinghe smartphones spread virally across major social platforms. This topic amassed an unprecedented volume of digital petitions. Countless netizens adept at circumventing digital barriers directly flocked to the official account of Qinghe Village, tirelessly posting a singular plea in various clumsy languages. Please, bring Qinghe smartphones to us. In the office, No.1 observed the frenzied surge of comments beneath the public account. And even her typically composed visage could no longer maintain its tranquility. She could comprehend several languages, yet she found the core sentiment expressed across these tongues remarkably consistent. I want a Qinghe smartphone. Su's secretary. Doesn't this count as an alternative form of cultural export? Su leaned back in his chair, casually toying with his Qinghe smartphone, and replied without raising his gaze, not quite. He chuckled lightly. When the fruit company launched its new products, didn't TR consumers also camp out overnight, even willing to pay thousands more for a single phone? Now well, Su spoke leisurely, his tone imbued with a sense of relaxed contentment. It's merely a shift in fortune. No.1 looked at Su, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, not long ago, they had been the ones begging others to sell them products. Now, the tides had completely turned. This sensation stirred within her an indescribable exhilaration. Just as the clamor online reached its zenith, a more proactive segment of the foreign populace could no longer remain idle. They did not trust online petitions. They had greater faith in the cash in their pockets. Airplane tickets flying to the east were booked en masse. They crossed oceans, believing that with their financial power, they could have their way. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. I'm sorry, sir. Purchasing a Qinghe smartphone currently requires local ID for real name verification. Outside a Qinghe flagship store, a man clad in a tailored suit with golden hair and blue eyes arrogantly waved his black card, only to be politely dissuaded by a smiling store attendant. ID? I don't have one, but I have money. Lots of it. I'm very sorry, sir, but that is the rule. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly in Qinghe stores nationwide. These elite individuals, accustomed to calling the shots in their own countries, experienced the frustration of being unable to purchase even with wealth. All of this was witnessed clearly by domestic netizens, who reveled in the spectacle. Folks, who understands? We used to scramble for agents to buy fruit products, and now it's these foreigners flying to our country begging for help. It truly is a shift in fortune. Witnessing those foreigners fidgeting outside flagship stores fills me with such joy. This is the true brilliance. Our own products have become treasures that even the affluent cannot acquire. Yet, what is Su's secretary truly contemplating? Qinghe smartphones could easily be released globally, just like other brand phones, swiftly reaping the rewards from abroad. In the Qinghe Village office, Su's fingers glided across the screen, observing the increasingly heated news and the absurd comments below. This fire burned even more fiercely than he had anticipated. However, the more intense the flames, the better. In this global frenzy, the globalization of Qinghe smartphones had become an unstoppable tide. No.1 approached, not knowing when she had moved closer. Su's secretary. She suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity. Is all of this part of your plan? First, let the rice brand charge into battle, stirring the overseas market with the youth edition, tantalizing everyone's appetite to the extreme. Once the fervor reaches its peak, let the world discover that what they've been clamoring for is merely the inferior version. She paused, articulating each word, thus paving the way for the true flagship, the Qinghe smartphone, to make its grand entrance. In this manner, you not only sidestep all initial risks, but also reap the maximum rewards. He set down his phone, meeting No.1's gaze, which seemed to pierce through to the essence of things, and smiled. He extended a finger and shook it gently. Guess what? No.1 was momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled her earlier, naive concerns that Qinghe's internationalization might be thwarted by the fruit company. And what was the outcome? Just as Su had predicted, before Qinghe phones even set foot on foreign soil, the fruit company had already seen its stock prices plummet under the crushing weight of Qinghe's ecological dominance, leaving it in a precarious position. In light of the current momentum, who had the energy to impose any commercial embargoes? How many steps ahead could this man truly see on the chessboard? No.1's mind was in turmoil, still reeling from this revelation. Meanwhile, Su leisurely swiped his phone screen in her presence, opening his contacts. His finger glided slowly across the screen, eventually pausing at a name, Anderson. Su lifted his gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he observed the entranced No.1. Then, he pressed the call button. It was time. The eager international partner needed to be prepared to commence work. Chapter 248. Replace the currency with dollars. The following day, as dawn broke over the east, while countless individuals remained ensconced in their slumber, a succinct announcement from the Qinghe Village public account ignited a global frenzy on the internet. Qinghe phones soon be launched worldwide. There were no accompanying images, no flowery language, just this simple phrase. Yet it was these few words that sent the tech enthusiasts, who had been anxiously waiting on foreign platforms, into a frenzy. It was happening. It was truly happening. Am I dreaming? Oh God, my prayers have finally been answered. Qinghe, I adore you. Countless shares, comments, and likes flooded every social media platform. If the previous youth-oriented phone merely opened a door to a new world, then now, the truly magnificent and complete future was finally embracing them. Days later, in the office, No.1 gazed at the nearly frenzied scrolling on 4 networks, her chest rising and falling slightly as she couldn't help but murmur in awe. Was this level of excitement a touch excessive? Was it? Sui, still focused on his teacup, leisurely blew on the surface. I believe it's just right. No.1 observed his nonchalant demeanor, unsure of how to respond. Was this guy truly not the slightest bit excited? She quickly collected her thoughts, forcing herself into a work mindset. Secretary, what's the next step? The entire world is clamoring for information on when it will officially launch, how to purchase it, and she paused, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on everyone's minds. The price. Yes, the price. Not only abroad, but even domestic users were fervently discussing this issue. Come on. What do you think Secretary Su plans to charge our foreign friends? I believe it will certainly be more expensive than domestically, given the customs duties and shipping costs. I guess the standard version will be priced around 30,000? The upstairs pricing is too low. Look at me and the others. The overseas version directly tripled in price. Following that logic, the standard version of Qinghe phones must be sold for 50 to 60,000? Goodness. Then No.1, the top-tier version, cost 5 to 6 million? ISNT, that just plain robbery? So what if it's robbery? You think the grass is greener on the other side? There are plenty of wealthy folks out there. Believe it or not, even if it's priced at 10 million, those foreigners would be clamoring for it. While domestic netizens passionately debated the pricing, Sui finally set his teacup down. He picked up the intercom phone on his desk and dialed Su Lu, the head of the publicity department. Lizzie, prepare to issue a second announcement. On the other end, Su Lu seemed to have been anticipating this, his voice brimming with excitement. Sure, Secretary. What is the content of the announcement? Sui glanced at No.1, who was listening intently, a smile creeping onto his face. It's quite simple. Just copy the domestic prices for the 3 versions verbatim. Then, change the currency from RMB to dollars. Su Lu fell silent for a full 3 seconds before responding in a tone laced with both shock and elation. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. After hanging up, Sui met No.1's wide-eyed gaze. No.1 opened her mouth, her expression a complex mix as she looked at him. Changing RMB to dollars? This isn't merely squeezing the chives. This is uprooting them entirely. What? Is that not acceptable? Sui chuckled lightly, leaning back in his chair, observing her with a relaxed demeanor. This is called respecting market principles. Look at those luxury handbags and branded watches. Aren't they sold at high prices globally? This is what we call brand value, high-end positioning. He shifted his tone, speaking as if it were self-evident. Moreover, if foreigners want to take our high-quality products, they must pay a price, don't you think? No.1 found herself utterly speechless. She regarded Sui, suddenly realizing that this man could be as charming as a neighborly boy at times, yet shrewd enough to send chills down her spine at others. Minutes later, Qinghe Village's official account updated its promotional announcement. The poster displayed 3 lines of white numbers, exuding a cold yet lethal allure. Qinghe Phone Standard Version, 18,800. Qinghe Phone Premium Version, 188,000. Qinghe Phone Top Version, 1,888,000. The moment this pricing graphic appeared, it was as if the entire world had been muted. After a brief period of silence, the domestic internet erupted into a cacophony of uproarious laughter and cheers. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. It had to be you, Secretary. Damn it, they actually changed the unit to dollars, starting at 18,800. My blood pressure is rising, but I feel so exhilarated. Brothers, let us shower Secretary Su with praise on the public screen. I would call this the best maneuver of the year. What does it mean to be confident? Tactical lean back. I was worried Secretary Su might be soft-hearted and set a friendly price for them, but it seems I was overly concerned. Secretary Su's kindness is indeed reserved for our own. I'm teary-eyed, folks. Previously, we always watched in envy as foreign electronic products were priced exorbitantly in RMB. Today, the tables have finally turned. This breath of relief is refreshing. In stark contrast to the elation sweeping through domestic networks, foreign platforms descended into a battleground of opinions. Countless ordinary netizens, upon seeing the prices, lamented in despair. However, another group, those truly capable of making purchases, the wealthy and tech elites, voiced a drastically different sentiment. This price is acceptable. On a foreign forum, a billionaire renowned for his tech investments leisurely posted, "Don't you all understand? The Qinghe phone was never meant to be a mass-market product. It is a luxury item, an artwork in the tech realm, a symbol of social status. The starting price of 18,800 is just right. It ensures that when I walk down the street, I want to see a homeless person wielding the same phone as mine. It filters out all those who cannot afford it, and that in itself is a service." Under this post, a multitude of replies expressing profound agreement quickly amassed. The divide in foreign public opinion was far more severe than anyone had anticipated. Disappointed, ordinary people were lamenting, while the actual target customers were excitedly discussing how to be the first to acquire the product. The price not only failed to deter them, it acted as a potent catalyst, igniting their desire to purchase and their competitive instincts. In the office, Su Yi observed this surreal reality unfolding before him, a broad smile spreading across his face. At that moment, his phone began to vibrate. The caller ID displayed Anderson. Su Yi accepted the call. But before he could utter a word, Anderson's voice erupted on the other end like a machine gun's roar. "Su, my friend, are you a deity or a devil? My personal phone has been inundated with calls. Those rascals have gone mad upon discovering that I am responsible for the global launch. Everyone is clamoring to know when they can get their hands on the product. Is that so?" Sui chuckled lightly. "Then let be tomorrow. Tomorrow, the global simultaneous launch." Chapter 249, Juggling Monkeys, now on an international stage. The following day, the bells of the global simultaneous launch rang out. Outside the sales outlets for Qinghe phones around the world, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Lines of eager customers snaked from the storefronts, brazenly occupying entire street corners. Among the crowd were Wall Street elites clad in tailored suits, their sharp gazes piercing through the throng. There were elegant socialites adorned with diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs. One could even spot a celebrity's personal assistant anxiously making phone calls. "My God, I have covered business news for 20 years, and I have never witnessed such an exaggerated spectacle," exclaimed a passing reporter, his voice trembling with shock. "This is 10 times more insane than the peak of the fruit company." Across major cities worldwide, similar frenzied scenes played out in front of Qinghe outlets. When the doors finally opened, an even more surreal moment arrived. The tide of humanity surged into the stores like a flood breaking through a dam. In less than 2 hours, every last unit in all the stores was declared sold out. "What? No stock left? I waited in line all night. And now you tell me there's no product? I can pay extra. Double. If that's not enough, triple." Countless wealthy individuals, who had failed to secure a phone, roared in frustration within the store, but the staff could only repeat the incendiary phrase, "We sincerely apologize. Today's inventory has been sold out. Please stay tuned for restock notifications." Those fortunate enough to purchase a phone were elated, clutching their packaging like a priceless treasure, hurrying away amidst a sea of envious glances. Meanwhile, those who missed out lamented, their anger and regret transforming into a profound sense of helplessness. This stark contrast of emotions was broadcasted to every corner of the globe through countless cameras. In the Qinghe office, Suyi's phone screen displayed a live feed from one of the stores. The cacophony of roars and chaos contrasted absurdly with the serene silence of his office. Just then, his private phone began to vibrate. The caller ID read Anderson. Sui leisurely swiped to answer. On the other end, Anderson's voice erupted with a mix of elation and urgency. "Sue, my friend, my God, do you know what has happened? In 2 hours, all global inventory of Qinghe phones has been cleared out." Although Sui had anticipated this, he feigned surprise, asking, "So soon? Didn't I allocate most of the production capacity to overseas?" "Yes, your supply is substantial." Anderson's voice sounded as if he were tugging at his hair in anguish. "But you have no idea how insane these people are. My friend, my God, we need more stock, much more." "Mr. Anderson, do not fret." Suyi's voice remained calm, exuding a soothing power. "Production requires time, and global shipping does too. I'm already operating at maximum capacity." "I know, but those customers who wish to buy phones do not understand that." Anderson's tone was filled with an exasperating sweetness. "Those who couldn't buy are threatening to demolish my store. They think I am toying with them." Listening to his exaggerated complaints, Sue couldn't help but smile. I might have a solution. I wonder if you would be interested, Mr. Anderson, he said leisurely. What solution? Speak quickly. Anderson's voice was urgent. Perhaps. Sue's tone bore a hint of mischief. You could set up an online reservation system? Reservation? Anderson was taken aback. Yes, reservation, Sue explained. You open an online booking channel, inform everyone that they can reserve in advance, and those who secure a reservation can pick up their phones when the next batch arrives. This way, at least those who missed out will have a glimmer of hope, rather than feeling utterly abandoned. Of course, how many reservations you allow, and when you release stock will depend on your discretion. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, reservations. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sue, my friend, you are a genius. Anderson's tone was filled with newfound clarity. Rest assured, I know exactly what to do. After hanging up, tranquility returned to the office. No.1 approached with a cup of freshly brewed tea, placing it on Sue's desk with a teasing glint in her eyes. I can't help but feel that this strategy of yours sounds a bit familiar, Secretary Sue. She remarked softly, her tone laced with mirth. Is this not merely passing along the domestic monkey juggling techniques to our foreign friends? Sue lifted the porcelain teacup, dispersing the curling steam, and met her gaze with a smile, remaining silent. Monkey juggling? This is called brand strategy. Anderson's decisiveness was nothing short of terrifying. Within half a day, a global online reservation website for Qinghe phones was officially launched. Once the announcement was made, the world erupted once more. Countless previously disappointed wealthy individuals seemed to glimpse the dawn of redemption, flocking to the reservation site at once. Thus, a new round of tragicomedy began. Some wailed, claiming to have enlisted their entire company's IT department, employing hundreds of devices to refresh continuously for 24 hours, yet never even glimpsed the successful reservation page. I suspect this reservation system is just a static image. It doesn't seem move at all. Fraud. It must prioritize those top-tier VIPs. We are merely here to run alongside. However, this narrative was soon drowned out by another voice. Some fortunate individuals began to share their successful reservation screenshots on various social media platforms. The green checkmark and the words "Congratulations, you have successfully reserved" shone brighter than gold in the eyes of countless onlookers. I won. I got my reservation. Just waiting for the notification to pick it up. Any questions, brothers? These boastful posts instantly attracted thousands of envious comments, the comment section rife with sourness. Yet this undeniably proved that the reservation system was indeed functional. It was simply exceedingly difficult. Yet, while the majority were still battling for a mere reservation ticket, another group, the chosen ones who successfully snagged phones on the release day, had already commenced their performances online. Chapter 250, Qinghe Phones, Revolutionizing Everything. What ignites the spark first is invariably that which is most direct, most visually stimulating. A pet influencer with millions of followers released a short video online. In the video, his usually lazy and aloof ragdoll cat was now energetically bouncing around a floating yarn ball, losing all semblance of grace. This yarn ball, composed of countless shimmering dots, emitted a gentle glow as it rolled, appearing astonishingly real. The cat's paw struck fiercely. The yarn ball exploded with a bang, transforming into a shower of starlight, only to coalesce again in another place in under half a second. My God, the influencer's voice quivered, tinged with absurdity. The holographic projection of the Qinghe phone astonishingly allows real-time interaction with my cat. I was moved to tears. It has completely lost its mind. Even I, the one who cleans up after it, have been disregarded. The comment section was instantly inundated with a substance known as lemon. Thank you for the invitation. Having just finished watching the video, I feel utterly dissolved in acidity. This is not merely a phone. It is undeniably the ultimate artifact for subduing divine beasts. Shortly thereafter, a fitness influencer's video caused countless individuals on diets to crumble under pressure. In the footage, a holographic virtual coach stood beside her yoga mat. The coach's physique and muscle definition were so perfect that they seemed beyond earthly creation. Pay attention. Your core is not engaged. Lower your hips by another 3 centimeters. The voice of the virtual coach was cool and magnetic, while a red auxiliary line appeared out of thin air, precisely indicating where the influencer's movements fell short. Yes, just like that. Maintain it. The comments below the video were filled with lamentations. With such a devilish personal trainer, do I still need to subsist on grass every day? I could train until the end of time. $18,800 for a top-tier coach who never tires, never takes a day off, and boasts an impeccable appearance. Why do I suddenly feel this is an incredible bargain? Enough said. Our gym instructors are now huddled together, weeping like 200-pound children. These reactions were merely the minor tremors brought forth by standard users. They transformed their lives into a series of magical performances that incited immense envy from outsiders. Utilizing the wildly imaginative apps available in the Qinghe App Store, some turned their bedroom ceilings into Van Gogh's Starry Night, with a deep cosmos flowing slowly, epitomizing romance. Others summoned the kitchen deity in their kitchens, where a chubby cartoon chef guided them in flipping a spatula, with the virtual flames in the pot changing colors in response to their movements. The entire internet morphed into a grand, dazzling exhibition of ostentation. Countless individuals unable to purchase the phone cursed these flaunting magnates while simultaneously refreshing their screens, greedily peering into that future realm. The disparity between people sometimes seems greater than that between man and dog. This statement became the heartfelt motto of countless internet users. The standard version was merely the standard version. The real experience had already put all the world's technological products to shame, ushering in a revolutionary lifestyle. So, what marvels could be expected from the top-tier version, priced at a staggering $180,000, nearly 100 times that of the standard version? This query no longer required any prompting. It burgeoned wildly in the hearts of every viewer of the standard version's boastful videos. However, unlike ordinary users, those who could acquire the top-tier family pack on the day of its release were all individuals perched atop the pinnacle of society. They were discreet, enigmatic, and had no need to create videos for attention. Yet, as curiosity about the top-tier version surged globally, another group could no longer contain themselves. The wealthy individuals in the domestic market, who had already enjoyed the top-tier version, watched foreign netizens marveling at the youth version, and their inherent desire to flaunt could no longer be suppressed. In the past, separated by an invisible wall, their ostentation was hidden from outsiders. But now, with Qinghe becoming a global buzzword, that wall had crumbled. Countless individuals eagerly crossed barriers, yearning for any morsel of information from the East. An opportunity arose. Videos showcasing the real experience of the Qinghe phone's top-tier version, filmed by domestic magnates, were eagerly uploaded to international networks. In the office, Su Yi observed this surge of cultural output initiated by domestic users and could not help but chuckle. "These individuals are truly something," he remarked, shaking his head with a relaxed smile. "But it's good. It will help fuel the fire of the Qinghe phone even more." As anticipated, the content displayed in these videos plunged countless international netizens into a deeper level of shock. It was a collective stupor intermingled with cognitive dissonance and soul-stirring tremors. My heavens! Is this the experience of the Qinghe top-tier version? You can operate the phone without uttering a single word? Has Qinghe's brain-machine technology truly matured to this extent? Not only that, look at those glasses. The phone's information can be directly projected onto the retina, visible only to the wearer. This, combined with brain-machine interfaces, is akin to a human search engine, and the answers come with just a thought. Initial astonishment was quickly replaced by an even more overwhelming emotion. If the standard version allowed them a glimpse into future living, then the top-tier version tore apart their definitions of reality. A renowned science fiction film director abroad posted a message on his social media account, exuding despair for being crushed by reality. "I just watched several videos of the Qinghe phone's top-tier version. I hereby announce that I am shelving the science fiction film I have been preparing for 5 years because reality has surpassed my imagination. We, the dream makers, have become fools trying to catch up with reality overnight." Beneath this post, countless industry insiders resonated with his sentiment. This storm rapidly spread from the tech sphere to the film industry, reaching every corner of the globe. Fervor, desire, fear, a tapestry of emotions intertwined and ultimately coalesced into an unprecedented wave of purchasing fervor. At that moment, Su Yi picked up the internal phone and called Su Lo. "It's time to add the driest kindling to this fire. Initiate the second phase of the plan." Received, secretary. Before long, a keen netizen, seemingly inadvertently, unearthed a wealth creation myth from the ancient Eastern land within the depths of the largest tech forum abroad. It was an old tale about a mini-program called Pet Dragon Treasure. A university student leveraged this program over a single weekend to be wholly acquired by the Penguin Group for an 8-figure price. When this news was professionally translated, accompanied by a shocking headline, and disseminated by countless marketing accounts across major global social platforms, all those lamenting their inability to purchase the phone fell into an abrupt silence. A different kind of flame quickly ignited in their eyes. Chapter 251. Let the whole world learn Chinese. Subsequently, a frenzy dubbed the global Chinese craze erupted with an unreasonable force, resounding across the world. Initially, this wave circulated only within the small circles of astute developers and tech enthusiasts. However, in the face of the Qinghe ecosystem's unabashed wealth creation myth. All so-called restraint and prejudice were ground to dust. In just one weekend, a seaside villa. This story, more outrageous than winning the lottery, spread like an unquenchable wildfire through every network node, igniting the gaze of every eye yearning for wealth around the world. Poverty is the best whip in this world. When countless ordinary people abroad suddenly realized that they might be merely a Chinese programming course away from financial freedom, reason was completely overtaken by desire. However, the Qinghe ecosystem operates entirely on Chinese programming. To strike gold, one must first learn Chinese. Thus, overnight, Chinese training institutions worldwide welcomed the most magical moment since their inception. Registration? I'm sorry, sir. Our offline small classes are fully booked until the end of this year. Online large classes? Certainly. Please pay the deposit first. Your queue number is 36,821. The crowds outside Chinese schools in major cities were even more exaggerated than those queuing to purchase Qinghe phones. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed Wall Street elites, dark-skinned dock workers, and even scruffy homeless individuals clutched crumpled bills, desperately trying to squeeze through this gateway to a new world. However, swifter than the response of official institutions are those domestically born netizens, endowed with a remarkable business acumen. Brothers, the opportunity has arrived. I recorded a comprehensive course titled From Pinyin to Code, a foolproof guide to Chinese programming overnight, and uploaded it online, earning $50,000 in just one night. The ambitions of those upstairs seem trivial in comparison. I have since launched a paid, live streaming session, teaching foreigners directly, and last night, the stream attracted an astonishing 100,000 viewers, with profits pouring in abundantly. I established a paid QA group for Chinese programming, filled entirely with foreigners, in one night. 5 groups of 500 people each reached full capacity. My friends, we are one step closer to acquiring the luxurious Tongcheng in a flash. The internet witnessed a surge of self-proclaimed masters of rapid Chinese learning. They fervently disseminated this ancient and wondrous Eastern language to the world in the most relatable, brusque, yet effective manner. Titles of absurd courses proliferated. 3 days to write your holographic girlfriend in Chinese, from novice to financial freedom. No one understands Chinese programming better than me. And Nanny Level Guide. My code mom need not worry anymore. Despite their ludicrous titles, the sales figures were nothing short of terrifying. In the office, during a moment of respite, Yuan scrolled through her phone, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she perused these laughable yet astonishing data reports. She raised her gaze toward the man handling village affairs. In the past, our compatriots were desperate to master foreign languages, striving to pass various exams, memorizing vocabulary to the point of existential doubt, all in pursuit of a chance to connect with the world. Yuan turned her phone toward Su Yi, revealing a trending post from abroad, a blond young man, suspended by the beam, earnestly reciting the universe in 4 seasons, his expression a blend of reverence and agony. Now it is their turn. She spoke softly, her voice imbued with the tremors of witnessing history firsthand. Countless foreigners are fervently learning our language and delving into our culture. This wave of Chinese learning surpasses any promotional efforts in its thoroughness. Secretary Su, you are single-handedly leading Chinese to the forefront of global trends. At her words, Su Yi set down his pen and paper, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Do not place such lofty accolades upon me. He waved his hand casually, reclining against the chair's backrest. I do not possess such grand capabilities to compel the world to learn. He gestured towards the news headline about the wealth creation myth, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. I merely ignited a flame beneath the cauldron of wealth. They themselves are drawn by the aroma and leap in eagerly. This is merely the universal yearning for a better life, and we, Qinghe Village, just happen to provide the swiftest shortcut. Sui glanced at Yuan's illuminated phone screen and suddenly teased. What? Are you captivated? Have you finished your work? Almost. Yuan quickly stashed her phone away, flustered as she redirected her attention to the documents before her. The global frenzy ignited by the Qinghe ecosystem extends far beyond this. As the popularity of the Qinghe phone continues to swell, an intriguing phenomenon has emerged. Numerous overseas consumers, unable to purchase or afford the Qinghe phone, have not relinquished hope. They, akin to discovering a new continent, have turned their gaze toward the youth-oriented versions that ventured abroad first. If I cannot afford Qinghe, can I not afford rice? Indeed, though it is a youth version, it remains a part of the Qinghe ecosystem. The systems are interconnected, and many basic applications remain usable. Let me purchase one for an experience. Once I master Chinese programming and earn some money, the first thing I shall do is buy the top-tier Qinghe version. This mindset of sampling the appetizers when the main course is out of reach has rapidly spread. Domestic manufacturers' overseas flagship stores have once again experienced a sales surge. Their mobile phone sales, far from being siphoned away post-Qinghe's release, have surged dramatically, propelled by this overwhelming enthusiasm. CEOs from various prominent manufacturers, witnessing the sharply rising sales curve in the back end, could barely contain their joy. Indeed, following Secretary Su leads to prosperity. In the ensuing time, the globalization wave spearheaded by the Qinghe phone intensified. Observing this scene, Su Yi's smile deepened. The seeds of Qinghe have been sown, taking root and sprouting at an astonishing pace in the soil of the world. Just then, Su Yi's personal phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID, a smile gracing his face as he casually answered the call. On the other end of the line, a familiar, exuberant voice boomed forth. It was General Lei. Secretary Su. Ha ha ha. Secretary Su. Lei's laughter resonated with vitality, his excitement palpable even through the phone. Do you know? Our overseas sales have multiplied tenfold this month. Tenfold. Our rice's stock price has doubled during this period. Congratulations, General Lei. Su Yi reclined in his spacious chair, his voice warm and amiable, akin to conversing with an old friend. On the other end, General Lei's voice fluctuated with exhilaration, losing the steadiness typical of a business magnate. Secretary Su, I don't know if you've seen, but the entire foreign network is in a frenzy, utterly mad. Those international brands that once looked down on us are now suffering catastrophic losses, especially that fruit company. The data I've just received shows their phone sales plummeted by 95% this month. A note of cruel satisfaction tinged General Lei's voice. Stores are practically giving away inventory just to clear it. And guess what? No one is buying. Their flagship stores are as desolate as an abandoned antique museum. At this point, General Lei erupted into another round of unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. They used to limit our supplies, employing hunger marketing, treating us like fools. Now, the tables have turned. I wonder how they will deal with that mountain of electronic waste in their warehouses. I've heard their CEO was in tears during an internal meeting, lamenting his failure to the shareholders. He lowered his voice, a hint of mystery and barely restrained tremors in his tone. And I just checked their stock prices, Secretary Su. Guess what? From their peak, their market value has plummeted to less than 1/10. A titan of an era, shattered beneath the overwhelming waves initiated by Qinghe, could not even muster a decent defense before being utterly crushed. Listening to General Lei's near-roaring exclamations, the smile on Su Yi's face remained unchanged. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the mahogany table. Tap, tap, tap. The fruit company? From the moment the Qinghe phone emerged, this so-called giant has never appeared on my list of competitors. It hasn't even earned the right to be considered an adversary before the technological iron hooves of Qinghe Village. It is merely a gravestone of the bygone era, destined to be toppled. Its downfall is not a victory to celebrate, but merely the dust raised while clearing the path. The demise of the old era is inherently silent. Su Yi chuckled softly in response, then posed a rhetorical question. Wasn't it the same when Nokia fell? On the other end, General Lei's laughter abruptly ceased. He was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's nonchalant remark. Indeed, Nokia. How many foresaw the collapse of that once mighty mobile empire? The tides of time roll in without so much as a warning. Once they stood upon the shore, helplessly watching as others were engulfed by the towering waves, their hearts brimming with trepidation towards the unknown. But now, they find themselves atop the crest of the tide. Secretary Su, began Lei, his voice deepening, the exuberance waning and yielding to his solemnity. I comprehend. Relax a bit, Lei, Su Yi replied, his tone adopting a more light-hearted demeanor. Increased sales are certainly commendable, but allow me to remind you, the eyes of the entire world are upon us. If the quality control and after-sales service falter, and those foreign critics seize upon any missteps, I shan't come to your aid in damage control. Su Yi jested. When that time comes, you can come crying to me, and I might just hand you a tissue. Understood. I assure you, Secretary Su, I will personally oversee these matters to ensure nothing goes awry. Lei responded promptly, his voice infused with determination. After ending the call, the office returned to tranquility. Yet, Lei's phone was merely the beginning. Soon, another vibration echoed through the silence. The caller ID revealed another familiar name, General Manager Ma. Su Yi swiped to answer, and a composed, powerful voice resonated from the other end. Unlike Lei's exuberance, General Manager Ma's tone conveyed an uncontainable yearning for the future. Secretary Su. General Manager Ma. Su Yi smiled. From your tone, it seems you bear good news? Indeed, there's good news. Ma's voice brimmed with excitement. I have collaborated with several other executives, and we are nearly prepared. The preliminary outcomes of the application ecosystem you previously proposed have emerged. Oh, Su Yi was pleasantly surprised. The efficiency of these executives exceeded his expectations. This was not merely the small programs currently in the Qinghe store, but rather the super applications he envisioned for a genuinely new world. Secretary Su. Ma's voice bore a hint of barely concealed urgency. It was not merely a desire for commerce. It resembled that of a premier treasure hunter who glimpsed the coastline of a new continent, eager to land. When can we embark on this new world? Patience. Su Yi leaned back against the wide chair, gazing thoughtfully out the window. The global user base of Qinghe Mobile was still insufficient. The fire had yet to blaze fervently enough. He paused before shifting the topic. Nonetheless, given the current momentum, it should not be far off. Excellent. We shall continue optimizing and remain on standby. Ma's voice resonated with strength and confidence. After hanging up, the office was enveloped in a profound silence. Su Yi's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk, his mind already sketching the impending new world he was set to create. Just then, a delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air. Yi Wanwan approached quietly, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, placing it gently by his side. She had overheard both calls, one deciding the fate of a trillion-dollar empire, and the other heralding the birth of a new world. And this man, stirring the winds of change, sat before her, relaxed, as if he had merely brushed away a couple of specks of dust. This sensation evoked within her a feeling akin to reverence. Secretary, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Yi Wanwan swiftly collected her thoughts, suppressing the surging emotions, returning to her usual poised demeanor. She pushed a document towards Su Yi. This is the planning proposal you requested. Su Yi withdrew his gaze from the window, focusing on the document. The cover bore several strong, vigorous characters. Qinghe Old Village Planning Proposal. Chapter 253. Immersive Super Brain Education School. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yi regarded Yi Wanwan warmly, nodding appreciatively as he accepted the weighty document. While the world reveled in the fervor ignited by Qinghe Mobile, Su Yi's gaze transcended the present clamor, fixating on the foundational land of Qinghe Village, the Old Village. Since the entire community relocated to the seemingly ethereal new village, this land, steeped in centuries of memories, lay dormant. Su Yi could not permit this area to languish, allowing it to decay amidst the storms. Such neglect would not only squander the land, but also present a stark contrast to the thriving Qinghe Village. Thus, shortly after the relocation ceremony, he convened a meeting with the village committee and elders, focusing solely on one issue: how to effectively utilize the old village land. After several rounds of fervent discussion, a preliminary development plan was finally solidified under Su Yi's directive. Before him lay the finalized planning proposal, crafted with the general ideas he provided, refined and detailed by Yi Wanwan. Su Yi opened the cover. The planning content was straightforward, with clear delineation of areas and functional positioning within Qinghe Old Village. The core of the proposal encompassed two large-scale projects set to commence: Qinghe Olympic Sports Center and Qinghe Technology School. Su Yi's fingers glided over the proposal, his gaze drifting into the distance. The sports center represented material fulfillment, catering to the villagers' growing physical and cultural needs, while the school embodied the soul, the crucible of future talent, and the heart of technology for Qinghe Village. As the Qinghe ecosystem ignited globally, Qinghe Village had embarked upon a super-fast development highway, poised for a period of concentrated growth. In this context, Su Yi did not intend to immediately carve out new commercial avenues. After all, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. While the Qinghe commercial empire expanded fervently, the intrinsic growth of the villagers and the self-sustaining development of talent were fundamental to maintaining this utopia's longevity. These two projects epitomized Su Yi's ultimate decision, integrating the villagers' needs with the cutting-edge technology of the system all. Gently closing the planning proposal, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the cover, his heart swelling with ambition. He lifted his gaze to the quietly waiting Yi Wanwan and smiled. Aren't you curious why I suddenly wish to establish a sports center in a school? The question caught her off guard, and she momentarily hesitated before quickly regaining her composure. Meeting Su Yi's gaze, her clear eyes reflected not inquiry, but pure trust. Every decision made by the secretary certainly possesses profound considerations. Her voice rang clear and steady. My duty is to ensure the proposal's implementation, and I trust that your foresight extends far beyond what we perceive. He couldn't help but chuckle at her response. He shook his head, jesting with such words. I might as well be the tyrannical CEO who offers no explanations. However, Su Yi's tone shifted, imbued with genuine admiration. This proposal exceeds my expectations. Not only have you fully grasped my vision, but you have also provided numerous brilliant enhancements in the details. Such intellect is wasted if not channeled into top-tier research. A hint of a smile graced Yi Wanwan's face as she gently shook her head. That is due to the clarity of the direction you provided, Secretary. I am merely a capable scribe. You, Su Yi laughed, pointing at her before dialing Su Weigua's number. Uncle Weigua, please come to my office. Within moments, the village director, Su Weigua, strode into the office with purpose. Secretary, what do you need? Uncle Weigua, the preliminary planning proposal for the old village is ready. Su Yi slid the document across the table. Take this and display it on the village bulletin board and in the chat group, so everyone can take a look and offer their opinions. Su Weigua's eyes instantly sparkled at these words. He hastily stepped forward, grasping the proposal with both hands, his fingers trembling slightly in excitement. Wonderful. I'll take care of it right away. As he spoke, he eagerly flipped through the pages, and upon seeing the prominent titles of the Sports Center and the Science and Technology School, the wrinkles on his face blossomed into a radiant smile. Rest assured, Secretary, everyone has been eagerly anticipating this. Su Weigua's voice rang out, now infused with vigor. Since the last meeting had set this direction, the villagers had been buzzing about it in the chat group every day. Now that the proposal had emerged, it was as if they had all consumed a reassuring pill. With the high-tech sports arena and the advanced educational institution, life in Qinghe Village was surely destined to flourish. Su Weigua clutched the proposal as if it were a cherished treasure, turning on his heel and rushing out. After attending to village affairs, he casually sent a message to his senior Liu from Jingzhou, briefly reporting on the old village renovation plan. The response came almost instantaneously. Noted. Proceed with confidence. Feel free to ask for support whenever needed. As succinct and unwaveringly supportive as ever, Su Yi smiled and tucked his phone away. Everything was in readiness. Leaning back in his chair, he slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness descended, and the familiar, cold expanse of data and light, the dark sea of stars, unfurled once more in his mind. Unlike his previous aimless wanderings driven by desire for wealth, this time Su Yi's objective was crystal clear: achievement mall. As his consciousness made contact, a vast array of products spread out like a star map. Su Yi swiftly pinpointed one target among them. Immersive Super Brain Education School requires 2,000 achievement points. Perhaps due to his prior engagement with the technology of the school during the unlocking of the mobile phone factory, the achievement points needed for the school had decreased. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi decided to unlock it. A torrent of information surged into his mind. Immersive Super Brain Education School. Description: integrates epic-making educational facilities such as neuron link, deep learning, matrix knowledge, and fusion modules. It can establish a low-power, secure connection with the learner's brain, converting knowledge into data and implanting it into the memory cortex via the most optimized pathways, achieving ultra-efficient lossless learning. Status: unlocked. Price: 50 billion renminbi for 50 acres. Gazing at the staggering price and phenomenal effects, Su Yi's heart ignited with fervor. The soul of Qinghe Village had been secured, suppressing his excitement. He shifted his focus away from the school option and locked onto a vibrant green icon. Super Energy Comprehensive Sports Center requires 1,000 achievement points. With a thought, another 1,000 achievement points were instantaneously invested. The green icon, nestled amidst the sea of stars, was dramatically illuminated. Super Energy Comprehensive Sports Center. Description: features cutting-edge facilities such as bioelectric sensing force field, cellular-level repair technology, and dynamic full-environment simulation rooms. It can significantly enhance training efficiency and conduct deep repair and optimization of the body during sports, thereby preventing injuries. Status: unlocked. Price: 50 billion renminbi for 500 acres. Another 50 billion. The total investment for these two projects amounted to a staggering 100 billion. This sum could easily suffice for the acquisition of a mid-sized publicly listed company. Yet to Su Yi, it merely represented the foundational stones laid for the future of Qinghe Village. Those cold digits in his account, if not transformed into tangible happiness for the villagers or fostering a more prosperous tomorrow for the village, held no value whatsoever. After completing the purchase, Su Yi's consciousness withdrew from the system space. He opened his eyes, releasing a long breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease. The future foundation of Qinghe Village had quietly been established. The following day, the demolition and reconstruction of the old village commenced abruptly, devoid of any prior notice. The elite construction team that had once drawn the attention of Jiuzhou Construction's Zhou Ping quietly entered the site once again. Massive blue metal barriers shot up, sealing off the entire area of the old village with a chilling efficiency, blocking all external scrutiny. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, several elderly men stood with their hands tucked into their pockets, silently observing. Their eyes brimmed with swirling emotions. There lay their old houses, where they had lived for decades, filled with memories of humble times. Yet now, more than anything, there was a mingling of pride and anticipation. Old 3, isn't your house over in that corner? One elder pointed into the distance with his smoking pipe. The man referred to as Old 3 squinted, his voice tinged with a distant nostalgia. Yes, I've lived there for decades, and now, in the blink of an eye, it will be gone. A faint heaviness hung in the air, a bittersweet farewell intertwined with hopeful beginnings. Nearby, a little girl with braided hair tugged at her grandfather's sleeve, her innocent voice ringing out, "Grandpa, does this mean we won't be able to go back to see the old house anymore?" Hearing this, the old man looked into his granddaughter's clear, bewildered eyes, and the strange emotions within him dissipated, replaced by a genuine smile. He crouched down, ruffling his granddaughter's hair, his tone gentle. "Silly child. The secretary said that it won't just disappear. They're going to build a grand sports stadium there, and a school that will be far better than the city's, hundreds of times better." The old man's eyes sparkled with a light named hope. "In the future, you'll be able to attend that new school, study the best subjects, and surely surpass your father when you grow up." His words elicited laughter from the surrounding elders. The lingering sorrow was instantly washed away by their boundless aspirations for the future. Indeed, the old must make way for the new. The hardships and poverty endured by their generation should be buried in this land, allowing the most splendid blossoms to emerge. As the land of the old village was completely taken over and entered into a mysterious construction phase, another global celebration was about to unfold. It had been a full 7 days since the first round of global sales for Qinghe Mobile. For countless eager consumers worldwide, these 7 days had been an agonizing wait. Anderson had flawlessly executed Su Yi's monkey business strategy, even surpassing expectations. The reservation website he established released slots for booking at unpredictable times each day, akin to squeezing toothpaste. Each release triggered a minor earthquake across the global internet. Countless individuals sat before their computers, eyes bloodshot, fingers hovering over the refresh key, all for the elusive green checkmark. Those fortunate enough to secure reservation spots became the internet's darlings, basking in royal attention. Every post, every update they made was magnified, scrutinized, and ignited a new wave of envy. This intangible torment propelled the value of Qinghe Mobile to a mythical height. In the office, Sui sipped from his teacup while perusing the global public opinion report compiled by Su Lu, a smile gracing his lips. "Anderson has truly grasped the art of hunger marketing," he remarked as he set down his cup. "The timing should be just right after these 7 days. Prolonging it further might drive people mad, and that would be impolite." Su Yi's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, a rhythmic sound reminiscent of a countdown to an impending storm. He lifted his gaze to the side, where Yi Wanwan, who had long been unable to contain her excitement, stood ready for action. "Lanlan, please inform Anderson that we can commence the second round of global sales." "Understood, Secretary," Yi Lanlan promptly replied. After a brief pause, she continued to inquire, "Secretary, how much inventory will we supply this time?" During the first round, in order to create a sense of scarcity, they had released a quantity to the overseas market that could be deemed neither too little nor too much. That amount barely made a ripple in the global market. It had successfully stirred a tempestuous wave. Su Yi smiled and raised a single finger. "1. Upon seeing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Lanlan's mind. Was the second round going to have the same quantity? Would they continue to tease the market? This seemed rather inconsistent with the secretary's usual style. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Yi's relaxed voice echoed in her ear. "Tenfold." He gazed at her, articulating each word deliberately. "A tenfold supply." At this revelation, Yi Lanlan's expression shifted slightly. She had never anticipated such a dramatic surge in the supply quantity for the second round. This was entirely unconventional. Su Yi observed her flustered demeanor without offering any explanation. Instead, he cheerfully instructed, "Go ahead, ensure they are prepared to welcome the true storm." "Understood. I will relay your instructions immediately." Yi Lanlan quickly regained her composure, suppressing her thoughts, and promptly turned to convey Su Yi's directive. Witnessing this, Su Yi lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, his gaze drifting toward the window. On the land of the old village, new seeds had already been sown. In a global market, A broader future was unfolding. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner according to his plan. Chapter 255, The Frenzy of Purchase. That day, upon confirming the receipt of this round shipment of Qinghe phones, which was 10 times greater than before, Anderson's rationality was utterly overwhelmed by an immense wave of exhilaration. Standing in his office atop the skyscraper, overlooking the steel forest, he pressed his hands against the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, his forehead resting against the cold glass. Outside lay the financial heart of the world, where traffic flowed like a river and crowds surged like ants. In that moment, he felt as though he were the one orchestrating the very pulse of that heart. Tenfold, tenfold. Anderson repeated the phrase, his voice hoarse from extreme excitement. As if flames burned within his throat, he suddenly turned, his eyes ablaze with a fierce ambition. This night was destined to be sleepless for Anderson's team. And for countless others worldwide, it was equally a night of exhilaration that rendered sleep impossible. Simultaneously, the official website of Qinghe Phones and the global sales network under Anderson's control released an announcement. There were no unnecessary words, just a line in blood red, accompanied by a countdown. The second round of global sales begins tomorrow. This announcement swiftly spread to every corner of the internet. It's here. It has finally arrived. I've taken the day off. I'll be queuing all night at the entrance. No one can stop me. Insider information. A friend working internally discreetly informed me that this round's sales volume is 10 times that of the previous one. Brothers, everyone stand a chance. As this dubious insider information leaked, hope ignited within the masses. A tenfold inventory. This figure illuminated the possibilities of the future for countless ordinary individuals. During the first round of sales, many had hesitated at the high price. Yet, after a week of bombardment from promotional videos showcasing the top-tier version, everyone came to understand a singular truth. The only drawback of expensive items might simply be their cost, or perhaps it is merely their own poverty. Thus, as the second round of global sales approached, a spectacular scene unfolded before the stores of Qinghe Phones in major cities around the world. Thousands gathered spontaneously from every corner of the city. They arrived equipped with folding chairs, tents, power banks, and provisions, forming an orderly queue. The line resembled a slumbering dragon, winding out from the store entrance, coiling around the arteries of the city, snaking past block after block. The flash of cameras persisted throughout the night. Drones hovered above, capturing the luminous trails formed by people and lights, etching a profound imprint of this era. The following day, the first rays of morning sun pierced through the clouds. Click, a soft sound akin to a starting gun. At that very moment, the doors of all Qinghe stores worldwide were precisely unlocked. Customers, please maintain order and enter one by one. Prepared staff and security shouted at the entrance, but their voices were instantly drowned out by a fervent roar loud enough to shatter glass. Everyone had gone mad. A young man in his 20s was the first to dash into the store. His eyes were bloodshot, his face haggard, clearly having been awake all night. Yet his spirit was at an all-time high. Top-tier bundle. Charge it. He didn't even glance at the display models. He slammed a pure black card onto the counter, producing a sharp sound. The staff, well-trained, swiftly initiated the process. Sir, your total is, no need to say. Hurry, the young man shouted, unwilling to wait even a second longer. As he exited the store with a massive shopping bag emblazoned with the Qinghe logo, amidst a sea of envious and jealous gazes, he lifted the bag high and let out a victorious roar toward the throng of people and countless cameras outside. He felt as if he had just been crowned a king. Behind him surged a tide of nearly frenzied individuals. Those who could afford the top-tier version scorned the exclusive edition. Those who couldn't afford the top-tier version were determined to gather the essential components at any cost. This frenzied spectacle unfolded simultaneously at every Qinghe phone sales outlet worldwide. In the heat of the moment, there were no nationalities, no skin colors, no class distinctions. Although a tenfold supply sounded substantial, in the face of the ignited global enthusiasm, it remained but a drop in the bucket. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the words sold out appeared in red on the electronic screens of all stores, the world seemed to have been muted. In the next instant, countless individuals who had been waiting in line, on the cusp of their turn, collapsed in despair. No, I've been waiting for 5 or 6 hours. Just 3 people away. I sold my car for this. Why? Cries of anguish echoed at store entrances worldwide. Among those were the seemingly clever office workers. They had seen the morning news and thought, with tenfold supply, it will surely last all day. I can go after work. However, when they arrived in high spirits, all they faced were cold notices of sold out and a scene of chaos. The regret of plummeting from heaven to hell left them gnashing their teeth in despair. wishing they could turn back time. I was foolish. Why did I attend that wretched class? I should have taken the day off. Wasn't he had said there would be 10 times the inventory? How could it be sold out in less than 10 hours? Are these people demons? My future, my holographic girlfriend, it's all gone. The global network was rife with lamentations. Countless individuals recorded their breakdowns on video, their heartfelt anguish resonating with everyone who witnessed it. Qinghe Village. Secretary's office. Su Yi did not pay heed to the raucous news reports. His gaze was fixed on a massive holographic screen before him. Displayed was a real-time, updating world map, with countless tiny points of light being illuminated at a visible pace. Each point represented a newly activated Qinghe phone user. Observing the rapidly escalating number of luminous points representing overseas users, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to No.1 beside him and remarked, "Given the enthusiasm of global users, we at Qinghe Village must not disappoint. Please relay the message that for the next month, our mobile phone production will be entirely oriented towards the overseas market." Fully directed towards the overseas market, No.1 felt a jolt of realization, immediately comprehending the implications behind his words. "Understood. I will take care of it right away," she responded decisively, her excitement evident as she swiftly turned and departed. After No.1 left, Su Yi's gaze returned to the dazzling holographic display, his expression deepening in contemplation. The booming sales of mobile phones were merely the initial step. When these millions of keys to the new world were distributed to users in every corner of the globe, the foundation for the revolutionary world he envisioned, based on the Qinghe ecosystem, would finally be laid. The thought of the grand blueprint on the horizon sent a thrilling rush through his veins. Chapter 256, The Dawn of a New Era. The ensuing month proved to be a transformative period for observers of the global mobile phone industry. They witnessed a colossal beast from the east tearing apart the existing market structure with an inexplicable ferocity. Su Yi's seemingly casual remark about fully directing resources toward the overseas market evolved, under the execution of Anderson and a host of foreign distributors, into a sweeping digital tsunami that engulfed the world. No longer were they merely squeezing toothpaste or toying with distractions. The supply of Qinghe phones surged forth like a deluge, flooding every corner of the globe. Those ravenous consumers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, promptly devoured the influx of devices. The spectacle of long queues outside Qinghe phone retail stores in major cities continued unabated. But this time, the expressions on people's faces transformed from despair to fervent determination. A fervor that declared, "Today, I shall seize this." The fruit company had been completely ousted. No.1 placed the latest market report on Su Yi's desk, her voice laced with a complex emotion that marked the settling of historical dust. The emergency launch of their new device had failed to make a splash in the market. Just yesterday, they officially announced a staggering 70% reduction in workforce, along with the permanent closure of over half their physical stores. Su Yi, upon hearing this, merely tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, producing a soft sound. His gaze did not linger on the report for more than a second. Instead, his full attention remained fixated on the vast holographic display visible only to him. The display continued to showcase a real-time, updating world map, but compared to a month prior, its appearance had undergone a radical transformation. The luminous points representing Qinghe phone users were no longer mere scattered sparks. They had converged into a resplendent river of light, nearly outlining every continent. Particularly in economically developed core regions, the density of these points had reached a spine-tingling level. Su Yi's slender fingers glided through the air, refreshing the data displayed on the hologram. Total global active users, 25 billion. Premium version active users, 12 million. 12 million. This number had surpassed the total population of most countries worldwide. However, what truly ignited a fiery intensity in Su Yi's gaze was the latter figure. 12 million users equipped with complete hardware, capable of fully experiencing all the functionalities of the Qinghe ecosystem. This was no longer a mere user base. It represented 12 million seeds that had broken through the soil, poised to grow into towering trees. With just these users, a vast, independent, and infinitely potential virtual ecosystem could be sustained. The time had come. Su Yi picked up his personal phone from the table, locating a familiar name in his contacts, and dialed directly. The call connected almost instantly. Secretary Su Ma's calm and steady voice resonated through the receiver. Yet Su Yi could detect a tremor beneath that composed tone. "Ma, you must be feeling quite pent up during this time, huh?" Su Yi teased, leaning back in his wide chair, his tone lighthearted. On the other end, there was a sudden halt in breath, followed by a deep, exhilarating laugh that echoed with the exuberance of a tiger unleashed. "Secretary Su, it's not just pent up. Our team has nearly worn through the sharpening stone. My voice brimmed with an uncontrollable excitement that could almost cause Su's ears to flush. Every day, watching your phone sales soar like a rocket sends 1,000 ants crawling in my heart. It's maddening. Sue chuckled, envisioning the image of the internet giant in a frenzy. The glimpse he had offered about the new world was akin to a sliver of light peeking through a door leading to new lands. Enough to drive them into a frenzy, leaving them restless. No longer withholding information, Su's tone remained relaxed. Yet each word he uttered struck deep into the heart of the conversation. Prepare yourselves. The door to the new world is about to open. A brief silence enveloped the call, followed by a heavy exhale, as if someone were mustering the strength to calm the impending surge of excitement. Okay, when Ma's voice returned, it had shed all jest, replaced by a fervor akin to magma, ready to erupt. Everyone here is already on standby. Good. Su's voice carried a hint of amusement. The stage for the new world was nearing completion, and soon, he would witness how this astute and formidable group of internet moguls would unleash a genuine tempest upon the new continent he had forged. As he ended the call, he casually placed the phone on the table. Upon lifting his gaze, he met No.1's remarkably bright eyes. He had not concealed anything during the call. She had heard every word with clarity. New world. No.1 mulled over these two words, a shiver racing from her spine to the crown of her head, nearly halting her breath. She understood better than anyone what these words signified. This was not a simple product iteration or an upgrade of an application ecosystem. It heralded the dawn of a new era. Just as No.1 was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, struggling to maintain her composure, Su's voice broke through. What is the matter? Are you startled? No.1 instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head, her voice somewhat dry. No, secretary. She struggled to find the right words to express her current emotions. Sue observed her demeanor and couldn't help but smile. No need to overthink it. His tone was calm, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the office, glimpsing the future that was unfurling. Just watch closely. A brand new era of technology is about to commence. Chapter 257. Shall we experience it first? A few hours later, the system update announcement for Qinghe phones was precisely delivered to the screens of over 100 million users worldwide. The announcement interface was designed with simplicity, embodying the unique technological aesthetics of Qinghe. Esteemed Qinghe users, to enhance your experience, Qinghe OS will undergo a seamless hot update, expected to introduce the Qinghe Community Application Module. Wishing you a delightful day. However, the small font note at the end of the announcement quietly ignited the entire internet. Note: the Qinghe community is currently in its preliminary version and is temporarily accessible only to users of the top-tier model. This line went unnoticed in the initial moments following the release, until a nocturnal tech blogger highlighted it with a red circle, accompanying it with a look of astonishment, and posted it on their social media account. Merely 3 question marks, devoid of any superfluous words. Yet, that was more than sufficient. The comments section of this post, after a brief silence, erupted in fervor. Wait, only Brain Machine users can log in? Is this community made of gold or diamonds? Hold on. My mind is struggling to comprehend that one must possess the top-tier model to access the Qinghe community. No way. Surely, it cannot mean what I think it means? To the person above, remove cannot. It definitely means what you think it means. Otherwise, why would Secretary Sue exert such effort? Virtual reality, holographic worlds, a second life. My goodness. After hearing the Wolf is Coming story so many times, is it truly upon us? I knew it. Secretary Sue must have something grand planned. With holographic technology and brain-machine interfaces now available, it would be utterly unreasonable not to create a virtual world. Waves of exhilaration swept through every corner. Yet soon after, a wave of entirely different sentiments emerged, tinged with a sourness reminiscent of lemons. Why should only top-tier users gain access? Is this not blatant discrimination? Indeed. Are we non-top-tier users not human? This is an appalling display. The capitalist face is finally revealed. Those who praise their integrity can now cease. Is this not merely dividing people into classes? Such rhetoric instantly faced a vehement backlash from other top-tier users. Sour grapes? I paid more. So why should I enjoy some special privileges? If you have the ability, go by the top tier. Exactly. If you lack the funds, don't play. What else with the complaints? Besides, the announcement clearly stated temporary and preliminary version. Can you not understand? Laughable. A bunch enjoying epic-making technology for a lower price, turning around to berate capitalists. Have the guts to return your phone and switch to that PPT phone released overnight by the fruit company. This minor dispute barely stirred significant turbulence. quickly submerged by a more overwhelming tide. For many, their thoughts were not of complaint. They harbored but a singular desire to become one of the privileged. Anticipation, fervor, yearning, an intricate tapestry of emotions coalesced into an unprecedented force. The price of the top-tier Qinghe phone not only failed to deter the masses, but, spurred by the Qinghe community, transformed into an ultimate goal to be conquered in the eyes of countless individuals. A new era of striving seemed to have quietly dawned that very night. The following morning, Qinghe Village Committee Secretary's office. Su Lu hurriedly burst in, his face flushed from the sprint, his chest heaving. Secretary, it's exploded. Public opinion online has detonated. He scarcely caught his breath before shouting at Su Yi's back. Just one announcement last night. In the Qinghe community, the search volume shot beyond the total of all trending topics from the past month. Everyone is speculating whether we are truly about to bring to life the elements from science fiction films. Su Yi leisurely turned around, unfazed by Su Li's excitement. Isn't that a good thing? It indicates that everyone is passionately engaged. Not just engaged, Su Lu exclaimed, waving his arms. The internet is abuzz with all sorts of chatter. Some have already begun organizing guilds online, preparing to stake their claim the moment the community opens. Others are proclaiming this as yet another leap in human civilization, the dawn of a new social era. Hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. The imagination of these internet users is indeed quite rich. Just a simple announcement about the Qinghe community has led them to envision so much. At that moment, Su Weigua's booming voice echoed from the doorway. Secretary, I've heard. Su Weigua entered with his hands clasped behind his back, his face a canvas of curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of old-fashioned concern. He approached the desk and, lowering his voice, asked mysteriously, I've heard the young folks in the village chatter about how people won't need to leave their homes anymore. Just put on that brain machine thing and they can go to another world to eat, sleep, and even marry. Seeing his uncle's earnest and inquisitive demeanor, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, you're quicker on the uptake than the internet. He set down his teacup, adopting a more serious expression. But this is no fanciful notion. It's about how technology transforms lives. Moreover, the innovations we create in Qinghe Village have never disappointed. Standing quietly to the side, No.1 remained silent, her gaze fixed on Su Yi's face, shimmering with brilliance. Her breathing lighter than usual. A new world. She possessed more knowledge than Su Lu and Su Weigua combined, making her acutely aware of what the actual launch of the application named Qinghe Community would signify for this world. Once that door is opened, it will never close again. Su Weigua, caught off guard by Su Yi's retort, fell silent, chuckling sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. That's true. Your creations have never faltered. He rubbed his hands together, his initial concern transforming into pure anticipation. So, does that mean there truly exists a place where one can enter merely by thinking about it? His gaze swept over the three faces in the office, all filled with fervor, curiosity, and anticipation. He spoke, since everyone is so interested. Su Yi paused, the breath in the office growing noticeably lighter. Then, seeing is believing. While the window for the global update remains open, I can take you all in to experience it firsthand. What do you say? Chapter 258. Welcome to the second world. Experience it firsthand? Those four simple words struck heavily upon each person's heart. Under Su Yi's guidance, the group quickly donned the requisite equipment: brain machine, glasses, headphones. Once everyone was ready, Su Yi reclined comfortably in his chair, his voice calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. Close your eyes. In your mind, silently recite a command. Enter Qinghe Community. The three immediately complied. The office fell into an absolute silence once more. Su Weigua's heart raced uncontrollably. He felt as if he had returned to his childhood. Climbing aboard the tractor bound for the county town for the first time, filled with tension, excitement, a yearning for the unknown. Just as he was lost in thought, without any warning, a gentle white light suddenly enveloped his vision. The light was warm, not blinding, exuding a soothing essence that cleansed the spirit. In the next moment, the light dissipated, revealing a brand new world sprawling boldly before them. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks. Each pore could feel the air's caress, accompanied by a hint of sweet floral fragrance. In the distance, ethereal music drifted, reminiscent of countless tiny wind chimes colliding in the clouds. Beneath their feet lay soft grass, and stepping on it, they could distinctly sense the resilience and softness of the blades bending beneath them. Everything felt astonishingly real. What on earth? Su Lu held back for a long while before finally uttering two words to convey his profound astonishment. He extended his hand, observing his palm. which was indistinguishable from that in reality, and instinctively began to pluck at the grass at his feet, feeling the moist earth and the resilience of the roots beneath his fingertips. Meanwhile, Su Weigwa stood rooted in place, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. "Where's this place?" he muttered to himself, his voice laced with a dreamlike bewilderment. Just then, Su's cheerful voice resonated in their ears. "Welcome to the second world." The second world? Su Weigwa pondered this term, his gaze filled with confusion and shock. He suddenly raised his hand and, with all his might, pinched his thigh fiercely. "Ouch!" he yelped, springing up with an expression of utter disbelief on his face. "It hurts. It really hurts." His eyes widened as he examined his hand, then glanced at his leg. "This isn't an illusion, is it?" Seeing his comically aghast expression, both Su Yi and Su Lu burst into laughter. Su's voice rang out again, accompanied by a clear explanation. "Uncle, of course, you will feel pain. Everything we are experiencing right now, sight, sound, smell, touch, and even pain, can be transmitted to the individual through the device we wear. Therefore, in theory, the experiences this virtual world offers are not significantly different from those in the real world." This explanation left Su Weigwa and Su Lu in stunned silence, as if their worldview were being ground into the dirt. "But there is something even more fascinating," Su Yi chuckled lightly, continuing. "You can think about switching to a third-person perspective." "A third-person perspective?" The three exchanged glances. Although they didn't fully grasp the concept, they immediately complied. The moment the thought arose, their surroundings transformed once more. The picturesque, fragrant virtual world vanished, replaced by a holographic window floating before them. Beyond the window was the familiar office of the secretary. Su Weigwa saw Su Yi curiously gazing at him, Su Lu wearing a similarly bewildered expression, and No.1 quietly seated on the sofa, her fists clenched tightly. All three of them still wore the technologically advanced devices, sitting vacantly in their chairs. Meanwhile, a person strikingly identical to Su Weigwa stood on a grassy expanse, looking around in confusion. This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. It felt as though one had split into two, one seated in the real office, the other standing in the virtual realm, with one's consciousness capable of simultaneously controlling and perceiving both selves. He attempted to raise his hand in reality, and the counterpart in the window mirrored the action. What on earth is going on? Su Weigwa was utterly flabbergasted, glancing at his reflection in the window. "I am here, yet I am also there. Which one is truly me?" This philosophically laden question amused Su Lu greatly. Su Yi, too, found his uncle's bewilderment amusing. "Uncle, don't get tangled up in it. Both are you. You are both an observer in the office and a participant in the second world," he clarified. "This is the third-person perspective mode, allowing you to exit the immersive state at any time to observe the real world, while simultaneously manipulating your body in the second world. You can multitask without any hindrance. What can this thing actually do?" Su Weigwa finally broke free from his existential conundrum and posed a question. "What can it do?" Su Yi countered. "You should be asking what it cannot do." He paused, deciding to deliver a small shock. "This virtual world is a creative platform with infinite possibilities. Here, travelers can explore the magnificent landscapes of our homeland without leaving their homes. Gamers can engage in nearly lifelike virtual reality experiences, immersing themselves entirely. Scientists can conduct countless precise, cost-free research simulations until they discover the correct path. A novice surgeon can practice thousands of complex surgeries on a completely safe virtual operating table until every movement becomes instinctive muscle memory." Su's voice was calm, yet powerful. With each word he spoke, the astonishment on Su Weigwa's face deepened. Socializing, entertainment, work, learning. This so-called second world is capable of far more than he could ever have imagined. Meanwhile, the previously silent Su Lu's mind raced. Initially, his thoughts had been limited to the notion of engaging in the most realistic games and freely constructing his virtual abode. However, as he absorbed Su's descriptions, a wild idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. His breath quickened, and his face flushed with excitement and tension. "Secretary, can this technology be applied to military training?" "Absolutely." Su's response was swift and decisive, as if it were an obvious question. A subtle smile played on his lips as he regarded the exhilarated Su Lu, who was now flushed and breathless, before posing a thought-provoking question in return. "And can you guess who will be the first group in our country to experience this technology in its entirety?" Those seemingly light words struck Su Lu like a thunderclap, freezing the excitement on his face, halting his breath, and intertwining shock with realization in his gaze. "All right, some things don't need to be pondered so deeply." Su Yi chuckled gently, breaking Su Lu's reverie and drawing the group back to the present. While there is still some time before the global update concludes, let us continue our experience and re-enter immersion mode. As he finished speaking, the three immediately complied. The floating third-person perspective window dissolved silently, and all their senses were once again wholly overtaken by the astonishingly realistic virtual world. Where we're just now was merely an initial login space. Akin to a buffer zone, Su's voice rang clearly in their ears. Next, I will show you a glimpse of the iceberg of this world. Imagine a door in your mind. His voice carried a peculiar guiding quality. A door leading to the Qinghe Community Square. This instruction was astonishingly simple. Su Weigua Su Lu, and Yi Wanwan instinctively held their breath, concentrating intently. The moment the thought arose, the air before them seemed to be dismantled by an invisible force, and countless glowing blue threads appeared out of thin air, swiftly reorganizing into a massive circular portal. Within the portal, a kaleidoscope of colors flowed, and one could faintly hear the bustling sounds of a crowd along with futuristic electronic music. My goodness, this is just like something out of a sci-fi blockbuster. Su Weigua exclaimed, his throat constricting in awe. Cautiously, he extended his foot, tentatively stepping into the light circle. He felt as though he had passed through a curtain of cool water. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed dramatically. An immensely vast square, seemingly boundless, surged into his perception. Underfoot was a uniquely smooth yet non-reflective surface, with countless glimmers flowing beneath like a starry river. Above them was a brilliantly blue, simulated sky, with clouds billowing and sunlight streaming down, making everything so authentic that it blurred the line between reality and illusion. Surrounding the square, an array of uniquely designed, futuristic floating structures stand tall. Enormous holographic billboards silently transition, showcasing brand logos they're all too familiar to them. My heavens! Su Lu gazed around, utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. This is the central square of the Qinghe community, the second stop for all users entering the second world. Just then, Su's voice resonated aptly. The buildings you see here are virtual experience stores or functional areas established by major brands and partner companies. He raised his hand to indicate a nearby building, characterized by its sleek, aerodynamic aesthetics, beneath which hovered the colossal logo of the Dami automobile. For instance, over there, users can step inside and experience a test drive of every model under the Dami brand with an unparalleled degree of realism. From the roar of the engine to the jarring sensation of tires traversing gravel roads, even the impact of airbags during a collision is indistinguishable from reality. Upon hearing this, Su Weigua's eyes brightened instantly. Real test drives? That is fantastic. Su then pointed towards another structure resembling a gigantic game controller, brimming with whimsy and imagination. That is the Penguin Gaming World, which has already launched some of their classic games, such as League of Kings. Su Lu's attention was immediately captured. League of Kings? To play within that? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Doesn't that mean I become a hero, engaging in battle myself? You could say that, Su nodded. But this is merely the beginning. The true large-scale virtual reality games, capable of hosting millions online simultaneously, are still in the works. Ma and his team are burning the midnight oil. What about CF? Su Lu blurted out, the name of a game that had defined countless youths. Upon hearing this, Su refrained from giving a direct answer. He merely turned and offered Su Lu a knowing smile, one filled with unspoken complexities. Su Lu paused. Then his expression shifted to one of understanding. He nodded silently, choosing not to press further. Some games are destined to remain absent from the mainstream entertainment roster. Su continued guiding them through various locations, showcasing the square's vast array of functionalities, which left them in awe. In Alibaba's virtual shopping district, a plethora of goods could be examined firsthand, with clothing even able to be tried on directly. The fit, style, and drape of the fabric were all crystal clear, effectively resolving the primary pain point of online shopping. Secretary, Yi Wanwan remarked, gazing at the scene before her. If this model becomes widespread, the global retail, logistics, advertising, and even real estate sectors will be utterly transformed. Su turned to meet Yi Wanwan's astonished gaze, smiling effortlessly. Transformed? He shook his head. No, I prefer to call it a reshuffling. The old order will be dismantled, yet new opportunities will spring forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Isn't this world perpetually evolving through such cycles? After Su spoke, they wandered further, discovering a virtual foot massage parlor adorned in an antique style. The advertisement was notably professional. Top-tier technicians provide online services, allowing you to achieve dual relaxation of both mind and body. Su Weigua's eyes sparkled at this. Hey, this is quite professional, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in admiration. City folks really know how to play. They can create something like this. Just as they reveled in this futuristic journey, Su's voice once again interrupted. All right, we must exit now. The global update window is nearly at its end. Meanwhile, across the globe, in countless corners, millions of top-tier Qinghe smartphone users awaited the moment the update would conclude with bated breath. They had already donned their full sets of equipment, their eyes fixated on the now gray Qinghe Community app icon on their screens. Time ticked away, each second amplifying the oppressive atmosphere in numerous apartments and mansions. Finally, with a crisp notification sound, the gray icon suddenly erupted into a brilliant glow. The Qinghe Community update is complete. The gateway to the new world swings open. Countless users surged in like a tidal wave, flooding in at the first opportunity. Chapter 260, The Terrifying Offline Rate. The door to the new world swung wide for those fortunate enough to possess the keys. And then, there was nothing more. Time continued to pass. In the real world, the atmosphere surrounding the global internet underwent an exceedingly peculiar transformation. Initially, there was intense anticipation and fervor. Countless users of non-top-tier Qinghe smartphones, clutching their standard or premium models, fervently refreshed various social media platforms, forums, and video sites. They longed to see first-hand reviews, astonished reactions, and vivid visuals. However, the internet remained eerily silent. Aside from the term Qinghe Community dominating the trending searches, no substantial content emerged. Not a single screenshot, not a single video, not even the simplest expression of "I got in." Amazing. Those tech bloggers and wealthy individuals who had been live streaming their experiences mere moments ago, exclaiming, "Brothers, I'm in first, wait for my updates," seemed to have collectively vanished. Their social media accounts were inundated with comments like, "And where are they?" Yet the bloggers themselves appear to have dropped off the face of the earth, offering no response. What is happening? Did everyone just disconnect? Something feels off, very off. Even if the experience were subpar, surely someone would emerge to boast about it, right? Could it be that the experience was so poor they were too embarrassed to show their faces? As this speculation arose, it was swiftly drowned out by fervent rebuttals. Are you out of your mind? Poor experience? If that were the case, those critics and detractors would have already crashed the servers. Have you seen anyone hurling insults yet? Not a soul. This statement awakened everyone. Indeed, given the current popularity of Qinghe smartphones, if there were even the slightest issue with the Qinghe community, even if it were merely a momentary lag on the login screen, the internet would already be in turmoil. Yet now there was not even a single insult, not even a ghostly shadow of discontent. No praise, no condemnation, not even neutral commentary. It was as if the 12 million top-tier users had been mysteriously erased from existence at the same moment by an unseen force. This eerie, extreme silence was more disquieting than any fervent debate. It gripped everyone's throats like an invisible hand, transforming curiosity and anticipation into a nearly frenzied craving. What on earth had transpired? What could exist in that world to cause 12 million people to vanish without a trace? Qinghe Village, Secretary's office. No.1 gently placed a cup of freshly brewed tea beside Su's desk. She said nothing, merely directing her gaze towards the enormous holographic screen in the center of the office. Su, unlike usual, was not watching the news or handling documents. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, quietly observing the data displayed on the screen. There was no world map, no user growth curve, only an exquisitely simple interface, with several strikingly prominent core statistics. Real-time online users of Qinghe Community, 11,452, 831. Average online duration, 6 hours and 27 minutes. User offline rate, 0. No.1 gazed at the glaring crimson 0, her heart seemingly constricted by that simple symbol. Drawing a deep breath, a tinge of excitement crept in her voice. It had been 6.5 hours since the community's launch. Since its inception, not a single user had logged off. That represented over 11 million individuals. The implications of this staggering number were enough to render any CEO of an internet company faint. Su, upon hearing her, finally shifted his gaze from the array of figures. "It's acceptable," he remarked nonchalantly, even with a hint of criticism. "But there are still nearly 1 million users who haven't logged in, aren't there?" No.1 was momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by Su's casual dismissal. Over 11 million, 6.5 hours, 0 offline rate. Such miraculous data would be deified in the eyes of any product manager, worthy of reverence in textbooks. Yet, to Su, his focus was on the hundreds of thousands who had yet to log in. No.1 felt as though her thoughts and Su's were operating on entirely different wavelengths. What she perceived was the resounding achievement already attained, resplendent to an incomparable degree. Conversely, Su Yi's attention was drawn to the minute void that remained behind the over 90% login rate. This profound chasm in perception made her acutely aware of the formidable ambition and vision that this young man possessed. He did not merely seek success. He aspired for it all. Just as a tempest swirled in her heart, a sudden realization struck her. Wouldn't the users be so immersed that they forgot the passage of time, as well as the realities of the world, even neglecting food and sleep? A note of concern tinged her voice. Su Yi chuckled softly, sipped his tea, and explained leisurely, "Rest assured, I am not so inhumane. In the second world, the flow of time aligns with reality. Moreover, when physical needs such as hunger or fatigue arise in the real world, the system will issue mandatory reminders. Additionally, to prevent excessive indulgence, each account currently has a daily online limit of 16 hours, after which a forced logout occurs, allowing for an 8-hour cooldown before relogin. Of course," he continued, "these regulations can be adjusted based on actual circumstances in the future." Hearing about this anti-addiction mechanism, No.1 finally exhaled in relief. Yet, she was soon struck by another shocking fact. Given that reminders and mechanisms existed, the zero offline rate became even more alarming. This indicated that over 11 million users, fully aware of the passage of time in the real world, had nonetheless chosen to remain inside. Just how enchanting was that world? An hour had passed. The average online duration for Qinghe Community had surpassed 7.5 hours, while the offline rate remained a glaring 0. The atmosphere of the global internet had shifted from anxiousness to sheer frenzy. Countless individuals were glued to their phones and computers, eyes bloodshot, incessantly refreshing web pages, eagerly awaiting the first breaking sound that would shatter the silence. At long last, the 0 representing the offline rate finally flickered. Shortly thereafter, on the already boiling internet, a simple post appeared on a well-known tech forum, devoid of any images or excessive punctuation. The poster was a prominent tech influencer who had vanished for over 7 hours. The second world has arrived. Chapter 261, Internet Explosion. That unadorned post was akin to a droplet of oil splashing into tranquil waters. Within mere seconds of its release, replies surged beneath it at a terrifying speed, escalating from single digits to 5 figures in an instant. Furthermore, this number continued to climb frantically, increasing by thousands every second. As the comments section descended into chaos. "You're back. Damn it, you finally returned. I thought you ascended to the heavens. What does this second world arriving mean? You need to clarify for us. Bro, I was wrong. I shouldn't have rushed you. I'm down on my knees, begging for an explanation. Please don't leave us in suspense. 7.5 hours. Do you know how I spent those hours?" My finger was about to ignite from refreshing the webpage. Each ID in the comments section represented a heart scorched by curiosity, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, regardless of the lamentations and urgings below, the tech influencer's next reply failed to materialize, as if uttering the previous statement had drained his entire strength. However, his return acted as a signal. Subsequently, the second and third posts from those top-tier users who had been unreachable for over 7 hours began to appear sporadically across the internet. Their initial statements bore a remarkable uniformity. There were no evaluations, no screenshots, only a few words, maddeningly succinct. "It's real. I can't describe it. It's not a fabrication. Absolutely not. My goodness." These fragmented phrases resembled the murmurs of individuals awakening from an incomprehensible dream. They not only failed to dispel any doubts, but instead exacerbated the immense question mark hovering over the hearts of global netizens. Just as everyone was driven to the brink of madness by this extreme suspense, a second wave of information finally surged forth. Scattered, yet shocking messages flowed from various circles, converging on the public internet to form a vast ocean of information. Through the amalgamation of countless returnees' fragmented descriptions, the existence known as Qinghe Community was imbued with incredibly vivid, even terrifying details. This was astonishingly a wholly authentic world. Socializing, entertainment, work, learning, everything in real society found its corresponding applications within it, and the user experience was elevated to 100%. If previous speculations were merely a glimpse through a foggy lens, at this moment, the fog had been utterly torn asunder. The reality hidden behind Qinghe Community was far more magnificent and awe-inspiring than anyone's boldest imaginations. The entire internet fell silent. After a brief, deathly stillness, it erupted into a frenzied cacophony. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's truly the second world. It's genuinely humanity's second life. Visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, Qinghe community enables everything to be reflected back to individuals at 100%, and one can freely adjust the coefficients. It's utterly terrifying. So, does this mean that the scenarios from science fiction films have genuinely materialized in reality? I'm crying. Here I am, a 30-year-old man, weeping at the screen like a 200-pound child. Our generation has fantasized about such a world since childhood through novels and films. I thought I would never see it in my lifetime. I can't believe it's actually here. And you up there still have time to cry? Hurry up and get back to making money. Our journey leads to the stars and the sea. But first, you need to afford that damn ticket. Brothers, starting today, I'm quitting smoking, quitting drinking, and skipping late-night snacks. Not for anything else, but for that gateway to the new world. Let us strive. I must strive. Elation, shock, incredulity, a fervent emotion named the advent of an era swept through every corner of the real world. From the moment the concept of virtual reality was born, countless humans had fervently fantasized about this day. Originally, it was believed that this would be an unattainable dream. Yet, none could have anticipated that this day would arrive so abruptly, so completely, and with such unreasonableness. If the prior advancements in brain-computer interfaces and holographic technology merely offered a glimpse of the dawn of the future, then the emergence of the Qinghe community has forcefully thrust a blazing sun upon the faces of all. In this moment, an unprecedented flame ignites within the hearts of countless individuals. The once lofty aspirations of striving for cars and houses now seem trivial in comparison. An immensely sacred name has been added to the ultimate goal lists of innumerable lives, the premium version of Qinghe. In a mere half hour, the official account of Qinghe technology has been inundated with billions of messages, overwhelming both the comment section and private message inbox. Qinghe Dad, please pay attention to us, non-premium users. When will the Qinghe community open its doors to us? Even a brief whiff of the experience would suffice. Will there be a more accessible, entry-level version after the initial release? We beseech you for some clarity. Provide us a lifeline. Countless requests, inquiries, and even pleas swelled forth like a tidal wave. Major media outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood, feverishly utilized every available platform, proclaiming to the world this event destined to be etched into history with the most sensational headlines. The emergence of the second world, the end of technology, or the dawn of a new era. Qinghe community, a virtual universe silently reshaping the world. From this day forth, humanity divides into two types, those within the second world and those outside it. In the office of the village secretary, He gently swiped his fingertips across his phone screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He leisurely observed the deluge of reports flooding the light screen and the online fervor resembling a tsunami of comments. This spectacle was the inevitable result of the fuse he had ignited. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The current second world is but a wobbly child taking its first steps. The true era of prosperity will only arrive when the entirety of society's production, lifestyle, and entertainment is compelled to revolve around it. At that moment, Su Yi's private phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered with a smile. Brother Liu, Jr., what should I say to you? The voice on the other end belonged to Brother Liu, tinged with a mix of helplessness and concealed mirth. This second world of yours has indeed brought us quite a few surprises. Su Yi could distinctly perceive the dual layers of meaning in Brother Liu's words. He chuckled, teasingly inquiring, So, brother, is that a compliment or a criticism of my antics? Brother Liu's laughter echoed through the phone, sounding as though he had pulled several all-nighters. Both hoarse and exuberant. It's definitely a compliment. Your game-changing move has led us to significant breakthroughs in several key areas. The old scholars at the Research Institute now feel out of touch if they don't mention you within 3 sentences. It's as if they should erect a shrine in your honor and light incense thrice daily. Su Yi listened quietly, a peculiar smile lingering on his face. However, Brother Liu's tone abruptly shifted, as if filled with the bitterness of 100 herbs. Your game-changer has also stirred up quite the hornet's nest, one of monumental proportions. It has brought us no small amount of trouble. Oh, what trouble? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. You know what trouble you caused? Brother Liu exclaimed, exasperated. Since the Qinghe community officially launched, our external affairs line has not had a moment's respite. The phone is nearly on the verge of bursting. Feigning surprise, Su Yi responded, Isn't that a good thing? It signifies our influence has reached beyond, worthy of celebration. Celebration? I'm afraid if this continues, my colleagues responsible for external affairs will be left bald. Brother Liu's voice was laced with a sense of urgency. Do you have any idea how many calls they've received since last night? Countries that we typically wouldn't even engage with are desperately trying to arrange visits. Though they haven't said it outright, it's clear what's on their minds. Su Yi remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation. After a few seconds of silence, Brother Lu's voice returned, each word imbued with clarity and seriousness. The higher-ups are taking this matter very, very seriously. Thus, I'm here as a messenger to inquire about your specific thoughts or plans regarding the follow-up for this second world, our chief designer. This question was the crux of the call. Su-yi smiled and replied, Brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. Huh? Brother Lu's tone was filled with surprise. I'm merely a humble village official in Qinghe. Su-yi's voice carried a hint of self-deprecation and a profound awareness. If you wanted to handle technology, cultivate crops, brew wine, and lead my fellow villagers to quiet prosperity, that's within my purview. He paused, his tone turning earnest. But this matter transcends mere technical or commercial considerations. Such high-stakes issues are beyond the involvement of a mere village official. His voice remained steady, his logic crystal clear. Therefore, my stance is both simple and unequivocal. I can oversee the technology, but how this technology should be utilized, especially in regard to engaging with outsiders, that is beyond my expertise. He chuckled lightly, elegantly passing the responsibility back. I trust that the wisdom of those above far surpasses my own understanding, which is solely focused on rural development. Thus, let all be determined by them. Upon finishing his statement, a prolonged silence enveloped the call. Su-yi did not rush, simply waiting patiently. After a considerable time, Brother Lu finally exhaled a long, relieved sigh, as if shedding an immense burden. You rascal, he chided playfully, his voice rich with complex emotions, admiration, nostalgia. You're becoming increasingly astute. You've deftly shifted the blame without leaving a trace. Brother, this is not shifting blame, Su-yi corrected with a smile. It's about professionals handling their respective domains. My expertise lies in technology, while those above are skilled in strategic maneuvering and overseeing the bigger picture. All right, no more lectures. Brother Lu's tone relaxed significantly, even infused with a hint of joy. I understand your meaning and will report faithfully. Once the higher-ups hear your stance, they'll undoubtedly feel reassured in dealing with those foreign entities. That is excellent, Su-yi replied. You should continue refining your second world. However, I offer you one piece of advice. Proceed cautiously and allow the world some time to acclimatize. Brother Lu added one last reminder. Rest assured, brother. Even if I wish to hasten things, I cannot rush it. Su-yi jested lightly before hanging up the phone. He set the phone down and picked up the now lukewarm tea, just as he was about to take a sip when the office door swung open. Peering in was Su Weigua, who had just returned from an external inspection. Secretary, was that a call from above? Su Weigua hurried over in excitement, his face flushed with anticipation and curiosity. I overheard a few snippets outside the door, and it had me on edge. Uncle, your ears are becoming increasingly perceptive, Su-yi remarked, setting down the teacup and smiling in acknowledgement. Well, isn't that just a reflection of my concern for the village's important matters? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Su Weigua's face was adorned with a broad smile, his wrinkles transforming into a testament of joy. He lowered his voice and excitedly inquired, Is it due to that matter concerning the second world? Indeed, Su-yi replied, leaning back in his chair, amused by his uncle's prideful demeanor. Many countries are restless, eager to come and inquire further. My goodness, Su Weigua exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. What we have created in our village has stirred such urgency among those foreign folks. In the past, they regarded us with disdain, looking down upon our nation. And now the tides have turned. How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. He paced back and forth, as if he had just won a grand victory, repeatedly muttering how wonderful it was. Observing Su Weigua's sincere and unpretentious patriotism, Su-yi's smile deepened. While the exhilaration was palpable, Su-yi shifted the conversation. Su Weigua immediately halted, his expression turning tense as he looked at him. But what? Are they coming to cause trouble? They wouldn't dare to create trouble. Su-yi shook his head, his demeanor growing more serious. What I mean is, dealing with those foreigners is a matter for the higher-ups. We need not concern ourselves with that in our village. We have our own significant issues to address. Chapter 263. Academician Wang joins the fray. Upon hearing that there were more pressing matters, Su Weigua instantly perked up, his excitement tempered as he adopted a serious expression. Secretary, do tell, what could be more important than grappling with those foreigners? Su-yi did not respond directly, but instead gestured towards the old village construction site outside the window. Uncle, look over there. Su Weigua followed his gesture, his gaze landing on the vast blue metal barriers that enveloped the entire old village area, effectively shielding it from external scrutiny. Ah, the construction site. I know. They're building a sports center and a school. Su Weigua was a bit bewildered. Haven't they always been working on that? The sports center is quite sizable and will take some time. Su Yi retracted his finger, his gaze deepening. However, the school is nearing completion. What? Su Weiguo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. So soon? It has only been just over a month since the old village was demolished. A school of such magnitude. And it's already built? Su Yi smiled, offering no further explanation. The new semester is about to commence. He shifted the focus directly to the crux of the matter. The children of our village should return to their own school and receive the best education. Upon hearing this, Su Weiguo nodded vigorously, his face brimming with an expectation that felt entirely justified. Naturally, our children from Qinghe Village deserve nothing but the best. What kind of place is today's Qinghe Village? Not only within Heiyuan County, but across the entire nation. Who does not know that life here is sweeter than honey? Of course, our children must receive the finest education. The hardware of the school is exceptional, but mere structure is not enough. Su Yi continued, the software must also be top-notch. We need the best teachers. Teachers? That is simple. Su Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Secretary, I will handle it. Given our village's current conditions, if we announce the recruitment with a decent salary, I guarantee that the best teachers in Heiyuan County will be clamoring to join us. In his view, with Qinghe Village's financial resources and reputation, recruiting a few good teachers should be a piece of cake. However, Su Yi shook his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Uncle, the best in Heiyuan County? That's a narrow perspective. Huh? Su Weiguo was taken aback. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced, his tone calm yet resolute. My goal is not merely to recruit exemplary teachers at the county level. We must start with provincial and municipal level distinguished educators, leaders in their respective subjects. He paused, adding with an even more striking statement. Moreover, this is merely the baseline. Su Weiguo was utterly taken aback, his mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend. Provincial and municipal level distinguished educators? Subject leaders? These are the jewels of the education sector, individuals who are cherished by prestigious institutions. Recruiting even one would be a challenge. And yet Su Yi dares to assert that this is merely the threshold? However, this thought lingered only for a fleeting moment. He gazed at Su Yi's youthful yet ever-calculating face, and then recalled the astonishing scenes brought forth by the Second World. Any lingering doubts quickly dissipated. Indeed, when has the Secretary ever undertaken trivial matters? What is Qinghe Village today? It is the focal point of global attention. It is a presence that can make foreigners jump in agitation. Can we afford to lower our standards in finding teachers for our village's children? Lowering them would be shameful. Su Weiguo's posture straightened, and the earlier shock transformed into an inevitable pride. He thumped his chest, his voice booming. You are right, Secretary. It was I who had a narrow view. Our school in Qinghe Village deserves the finest teachers in the nation. Provincial and municipal level distinguished educators as the baseline. I wholeheartedly agree. Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle at his uncle's sudden shift in emotion. All right then, it is settled. No.1 has already drafted the recruitment announcement. You take it and have the village's publicity team publish it online. Absolutely. I'll ensure it's done thoroughly. Su Weiguo accepted the task and eagerly dashed out. That afternoon, a recruitment announcement with a straightforward and blunt title quietly appeared on Qinghe Village's official public account. Qinghe Technology School Teacher Recruitment Announcement. The content of the announcement was even more simplistic and direct than its title. There were no flowery promotional phrases, nor was there any depiction of an educational blueprint. Instead, it consisted solely of clear, specific benefits that made every reader's heart race. As soon as the announcement was released, it ignited a frenzy throughout the entire education sector in the 9 provinces and the broader society. If the Second World was a bombshell dropped into the tech world and the general public, then this recruitment announcement was another precise bombshell aimed at the hearts of all educators. Initially, many believed it to be a prank. However, when people discovered that the issuer was the official account of Qinghe Village, the entire internet erupted. Are you kidding? Qinghe Technology is starting a school and offering such benefits? A starting salary of 1 million a year? I could work my entire life and not earn what they make in just a few years. The preceding salaries were merely appetizers. Just look at the benefits. One person's employment covers the entire family's medical, retirement, and educational needs. This is more golden than a golden rice bowl. Stop talking. I've already submitted my resume. I'm just a county-level elementary school teacher. Although I don't meet the provincial and municipal distinguished educator standards, one must have dreams, right? What if Qinghe's management is blind? I've already written my resignation letter. Our principal keeps painting a rosy picture, but Qinghe Technology offers real gold and silver along with future security. Why even choose? The fervent emotions swiftly spread from online to offline. In countless school offices, teachers whispered to one another, their discussions shifting from teaching issues to that heart-racing recruitment announcement. Even some venerable, usually stern veteran teachers discreetly opened a recruitment website, their gazes lingering repeatedly over the enticing benefits. This was no simple job change. This was a ticket to an entirely new life, a vessel that offered peace of mind. A few days later, in the secretary's office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Su Lu entered, his face flushed with extreme excitement and joy, clutching a thick stack of materials. Secretary. Su, he lifted his head, finding the sight before him somewhat amusing. What on earth is this? Has the sky fallen? No, this is far more exhilarating than the sky collapsing. Su Lu dashed to the desk, slamming the documents he had been holding onto the surface with a resounding thud. He pointed at the stack of materials, his lips quivering, struggling for what felt like an eternity before finally managing to articulate a complete thought. Secretary, you must take a look at this. Su, he raised an eyebrow, inquiring with deliberate calmness. What is it that has you so agitated? He lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the first page of the registration form. There, prominently displayed, was the name of an old acquaintance, Wang Jinghe, academician, Chapter 264. Does your village want this old fellow? Su, he gazed at the name atop the registration form, momentarily caught between laughter and disbelief. Wang Jinghe, this national treasure of an elder, had actually submitted an application. It was akin to a chief designer of an aircraft carrier applying for the position of a fishing boat captain. Su, he chuckled softly, shaking his head as he instructed the nearly exploding Su Lu before him. Leave the materials with me. You may go now. Still immersed in overwhelming joy and shock, Su Lu was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's nonchalant remark. Is that it? But, Secretary, that's... He opened his mouth, eager to emphasize something further, but upon meeting Su Yi's amused gaze, his words faltered, caught in his throat. Rubbing the back of his head, he ceased further protest, respectfully acknowledged Su Yi, and exited the office. Silence enveloped the office once more. Su Yi casually set aside the thick stack of resumes, extracting only the one belonging to academician Wang Jinghe. His fingertips gently caressed the 3 characters of Wang Jinghe, his expression tinged with amusement. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed Wang Jinghe's private number. After only a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, Comrade Su, you finally remember this old fellow of mine? Came Wang Jinghe's robust voice, laced with hearty laughter. Wang Lao, you speak as if I have forgotten you, Su, he chuckled, reclining against the back of his chair and adjusting into a more comfortable position. I merely feared interrupting your research. However, today, I genuinely have something to consult with you about. Oh, do tell, Wang Jinghe replied, curiosity evident in his tone. Well, Su, he cleared his throat, deliberately elongating his words. Our village is currently seeking to hire a teacher. Today, I perused the resumes we received, and lo and behold, I came across one that shares your name, also in agriculture, and the photograph resembles you to a T. I thought to myself, the audacity of fraudsters these days is astounding, even daring to impersonate your esteemed name. I was just about to alert the legal department to investigate, but I thought it prudent to first report to you. Su, he delivered this with utmost seriousness. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, before Wang Jinghe's incredulous laughter erupted. You little comrade, who are you beating around the bush about? Su, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Wang Lao, what kind of jest is this? A national treasure of an academician applying to be a teacher at a rural school? If this gets out, people will think I've led you astray. His laughter brimmed with teasing, yet beneath it lay a genuine warmth and camaraderie. What? Do you think so little of this old fellow? Do you believe I am incapable of teaching children? Wang Jinghe huffed, but there was no trace of anger in his tone. Or is it that the bar at your Qinghe Technology School is set too high, even for an academician like me? Not at all, Su Yi quickly replied, stifling his laughter. If you aren't qualified, then I should abandon all hope for this school. I am merely taken aback. Taken aback by what? Wang Jinghe's voice grew serious, losing its playful edge. Do you think I am joking? Su Yi's smile faded slightly as he detected the shift in Wang Jinghe's tone. Wang Lao, I simply regard you as a pillar of the nation, engaged in far more significant scientific endeavors. Nonsense. Wang Jinghe interrupted him, his voice imbued with stubbornness. In my lifetime, I have accomplished most of the research I set out to do, and I have mentored a great many students. The remaining time, I wish to pursue my own interests. Is that so wrong? I've spent my life studying agriculture, only to realize that the root of the problem lies with people in education. What you're doing in Qinghe Village, do not think I cannot comprehend. Rather than poring over reports in a research institute, I would prefer to be in the fields, teaching those children how to wield the shovel of their future. Wang Jinghua's words struck Su Yi deeply, resonating within him. This elder possessed unparalleled insight. On the other end, Wang Jinghua's tone softened, adopting a joking manner once more. Moreover, your Qinghe village is picturesque, with fresh air, delicious food, and strong liquor. If I come over, it would be akin to finding a splendid place to retire early. What? Am I not welcome? Welcome. Of course you're welcome. Su Yi replied immediately, sincerity lacing his voice. If you agree to come, I shall treat you with fine wine and exquisite meals every day. That's more like it, Wang Jinghua replied with satisfaction. After a brief pause, as if feeling that further philosophical discussions were unnecessary, he issued a decisive statement. All right, you can just give me a straightforward answer. Do you want this old fellow in your village or not? This direct inquiry swept away all pretense and hesitation. Su Yi smiled, fully aware that this elder had made up his mind. Yes, how could we not want you? Su Yi's voice rose sharply, resolute. However, Wang Lao, I do have a condition. Wang Jinghua was taken aback. You little rascal, are you negotiating with me? Not a condition, rather a more fitting position. Su Yi straightened his posture, articulating each word with clarity and gravity. The role of a teacher is beneath your talents. I wish to invite you to be the inaugural principal of our Qinghe Technology School. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the line, followed by a hearty, resounding laugh from Wang Jinghua. You little rascal, since you dare to extend the invitation, what have I to fear in accepting? Great. Su Yi echoed in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Su Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head, with Wang Jinghua as a steadfast anchor. The foundation of Qinghe Technology School was assuredly secure. In high spirits, he casually picked up the thick stack of resumes on the desk, flipping through them rapidly. What he beheld were sparkling credentials, each name representing a top-tier figure in the educational sector from various provinces and cities. These individuals, if placed in any prestigious institution, would be regarded as treasures. And now, they were all congregated on this modest registration form from Qinghe Village. As Su Yi surveyed this impressive dream team of a roster, the smile on his face broadened. However, capability is fundamental, and the character of the teachers is equally paramount. After organizing the resumes and setting them aside, Su Yi's gaze shifted from the documents to his phone screen. He scrolled through his contacts until he found a familiar name, dialing it without hesitation. Such matters were best handled by professionals. Chapter 265. The list is announced. On the other end, Lu, his senior, answered promptly, his voice imbued with warmth and a hint of teasing. Junior, what matter requires your personal call this time? Clearly, he had grown accustomed to Su Yi's occasional phone calls, even appearing to look forward to them. Senior, I feel somewhat burdensome for troubling you so often. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Well, if you were truly hesitant, you wouldn't have made this call, chuckled Lu, diving straight to the point. So, what is the pressing matter this time? Su Yi smiled, no longer beating around the bush. Brother, you must be aware of our recent recruitment of teachers in Qinghe Village. Of course, how could I not? Lu's laughter was tinged with a hint of teasing. Several of my educator friends are discussing this daily. Upon seeing the enticing offer from Qinghe Village, I was tempted to submit my own resume, just to experience the thrill of being hit in the face with a golden opportunity, were it not for my unsuitable identity and mismatched expertise. Though his words were delivered in jest, they subtly underscored the considerable stir that the recruitment announcement had caused. Please, spare me the jokes, brother. Su Yi shifted his tone to one of seriousness. On to business, we have preliminarily screened the list of applicants. However, there is a matter I would like to trouble you with. The other end of the line fell silent, Lu's voice now imbued with a more measured tone. Go on. The resumes of this batch of candidates are quite impressive, each one a luminary in their respective fields. However, Su Yi continued, his tone resolute, merely examining the surface is inadequate. The realm of education is of utmost importance, particularly when it comes to the foundational enlightenment of children. I must ensure that every individual who stands at our podium in Qinghe Village possesses not only exceptional professional capabilities, but also impeccable character and virtue. He paused, articulating the core purpose of the call. Thus, I would like to enlist your assistance in meticulously vetting this list. Ah, I see. Lu's tone lightened considerably, radiating an air of natural confidence. This is a task we must undertake, and it is our duty to assist. He assured Su Yi, your commitment to education is commendable. It is indeed a noble endeavor. Children are the future, and teachers are the artisans shaping that future. This measure must be upheld with the utmost diligence. Lu's voice exuded the assurance and decisiveness of a seasoned professional. Rest assured, send me the list. Background checks and character assessments are our forte. We will ensure that not a single problematic individual infiltrates your teaching staff. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. I cannot thank you enough, brother. With this guarantee, the most critical aspect of the school seems secure. There's no need for gratitude. This is merely my duty, Lu replied. Just send me the list, and I will arrange for expedited processing. After hanging up, He wasted no time in sending the meticulously organized list. In the following days, the fervor surrounding Qinghe Technology School showed no signs of abating. The exorbitant recruitment announcement had detonated like an underwater bomb, stirring the entire educational landscape into tumult. Countless individuals eagerly anticipated the caliber of elite personnel Qinghe Village would ultimately attract. Speculations, analyses, and even betting pools proliferated across the internet. Amidst this atmosphere of national attention and expectation, Su's personal phone rang once more 3 days later. The caller ID revealed it was Lu. As Sui answered, he hadn't even begun to speak when Lu's voice emerged, imbued with a mix of reflection and gravity. Junior, the list is finalized and has been sent to you. You were indeed prudent this time. Oh, he was somewhat taken aback, sensing that Lu had unearthed significant findings. More than significant, Lu's tone carried a note of apprehension. What I discovered was shocking. Some candidates had resumes so dazzling they could blind you. Yet their backgrounds were deeply flawed. Take a look for yourself, Lu concluded. I must hang up now. I have a meeting to attend. Thank you, brother. After hanging up, he promptly examined the list sent by Lu. It was a refined version, showing only about 2/3 of the original candidates. The remaining third had been marked as disqualified, each name accompanied by succinct but alarming annotations. Suyi's gaze lingered on one particular name, that of a young, educational expert with a modest reputation, whose resume boasted numerous prestigious awards. However, the accompanying note read, suspected of academic plagiarism and has a record of multiple allegations of harassment towards female students, which have been suppressed by his institution. Suyi's expression hardened as he continued to peruse the annotations. Each revelation painted a grim picture: chaotic personal life, improper relationships with multiple parents, resulting in broken families, a volatile temperament, with a documented history of corporal punishment and verbal abuse leading to psychological issues among students. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. In a vast forest, all kinds of birds exist. Reputation and ability have never equated to character. Without Lu's professional expertise, he would have struggled to extricate these harmful individuals from the flawless resumes, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He felt no regret in excluding this third of applicants. The educational foundation of Qinghe Village could not afford any impurities. Their mission was to cultivate future generations, not to serve as a repository for moral decay. Individuals who appeared resplendent on the outside, but were rotten at the core, were unworthy of even stepping foot in Qinghe Village. After safeguarding the final list, He promptly dialed Lu. Come to my office. In less than 2 minutes, Lu hurried into the office. He slid the refined admission list across the table. Immediately, without delay, published this list across all official channels. Lu accepted the list. Noticing the significant reduction in names compared to his expectations, momentarily taken aback, but without further inquiry, he nodded promptly. Yes, secretary. Minutes later, Qinghe Village's official public account finally updated amidst the eager anticipation of countless netizens. A straightforward and direct announcement triggered an explosive reaction across the internet. Announcement of the proposed hiring list for teachers at Qinghe Technology School. Chapter 266. The Clown Unaware of His Own Folly. Once the proposed hiring list for Qinghe Village was made public, the entire internet was fixated upon this document. Wow, what an all-star lineup. Am I seeing this correctly? The top name is Academician Wang. No way. Is it really that Academician Wang? I just saw him on the news a couple of days ago. A national treasure-level agricultural scientist coming to be the principal of a village-run school? This is madness. The world has truly lost its mind. What on earth has Qinghe Village fed him? Admiration, jealousy, astonishment, and incredulity swirled among those who encountered the list online, especially among parents with children of school age, whose eyes glistened with hope. To have the opportunity to send their children to this school and learn from such a distinguished group of educators was akin to a blessing earned over several lifetimes. However, just as the entire internet was engulfed in fervent admiration and discussion regarding Qinghe Village School, discordant voices began to emerge quietly. A post titled, "When Resumes Can't Compete with Connections: My Experience with the Underhanded Recruitment Practices at Qinghe Village," rapidly ascended to the top of a well-known academic forum. The poster claimed to be one of the applicants for this recruitment. In a tone rife with grievance and indignation, he meticulously enumerated his illustrious credentials in the post. At a young age, he had garnered multiple national teaching awards, published numerous papers in core journals, and was recognized as an emerging star in the industry. Then, he shifted the conversation, drawing a comparison between his own impressive credentials and those of a proposed faculty member listed publicly. Between the lines, he subtly implied that the academic achievements and professional reputation of the other individual paled in comparison to his own. I harbored no doubts regarding this teacher's capabilities. Rather, I was perplexed by the selection criteria employed by Qinghe Village. Filled with fervor for education and admiration for Qinghe Village, I submitted my application, believing it to be a sanctuary that prioritized merit over background. However, the outcome left me profoundly disillusioned and bewildered. Perhaps I was too naive. It turns out that the so-called unconventional talent recruitment ultimately succumbs to the influence of connections. This post was crafted with remarkable finesse. Not a single vulgar word was uttered. The tone was lowly, adopting the guise of a pitiful seeker of fairness, cleverly portraying oneself as a victim sacrificed to unspoken rules and clandestine operations. Upon its release, it garnered a plethora of comments from netizens. After all, there exists a multitude of envious individuals harboring resentment towards Qinghe Village's extraordinary offerings, and this post provided them with an outlet for their grievances. I had suspected it all along. The world is indeed a uniformly dark place. After all this time, it appears that social niceties are still in play. How ludicrous it is that a school run by a village considers itself a significant entity. The selection process is undoubtedly opaque. My heart aches for teacher Qian, whose impressive credentials have been disregarded. One can only imagine the depths of the murky waters within. How naive I was to believe it was a utopia, only to find it remains entrenched in the same old practices. Can wealth truly grant one the license to act with impunity? If they cannot even uphold the most basic principles of fairness, what right do they have to pursue education? Countless comments flooded the screen, hurling terms like clandestine operations and insider connections mercilessly at the once illustrious Qinghe Village. In the secretary's office, Su Yi leaned back in his chair, fingers gliding slowly across the smartphone screen, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He flipped through the glaring comments, his gaze ultimately landing on the ID of the individual who claimed to be teacher Qian. It was indeed the same person flagged by Lu Shixiao, noted for allegations of academic misconduct and a history of harassing female students. Su Yi's eyes gradually turned colder. The warmth that usually danced in his gaze was now replaced by an unfathomable chill. Certain individuals seem perpetually inclined to test the limits of others. Education, for Su Yi, represented one of the most sacred boundaries for Qinghe Village. It symbolizes the village's future and the foundation of a nation, not a stage for some scoundrels to promote themselves and attack others. He picked up the phone and dialed Su Li's number. "Come to my office immediately." His voice was soft yet carried an unsettling chill. Within a minute, Su Lu burst through the door, breathless and visibly anxious. "Secretary, there's trouble. Someone online is trying to smear us. They claim our recruitment is tainted with insider dealings." "I am aware," Su Yi interrupted, his tone disturbingly calm. He gestured toward the chair opposite him, indicating for Su Lu to take a seat. Su Lu paused, observing Su Yi's impassive demeanor, which only heightened his uncertainty. "Su," he spoke in a measured tone, "you are to immediately issue a statement from Qinghe Village's official account." Su Lu straightened. "Secretary, what should I say? Should we issue a denial or confront that person named Qian directly? I can have the legal department prepare a lawyer's letter." Su Yi shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Confronting? Too cumbersome." He leaned slightly forward, fixing Su Lu with a deliberate gaze. "The content of the announcement is simple. First, express our gratitude for the attention given to Qinghe Technology School by various sectors of society. Second, clarify our hiring standards. Competence is fundamental. Moral integrity is the red line. Crossing the red line results in immediate disqualification. No exceptions." Su Lu nodded vigorously at this point. Third, Su Yi's tone sharpened, imbued with unyielding resolve. "The announcement must explicitly state that all background checks on applicants will be conducted under the supervision of relevant national authorities, ensuring the strictest evaluation. The sole reason for any candidate who meets the hard criteria but is ultimately absent from the proposed hiring list will be one thing." Su Yi paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Failure to meet the moral integrity assessment, resulting in disqualification by the National Review." Upon hearing this final statement, Su Lu felt a jolt of realization, comprehending Su Yi's intent. This was not merely a denial. It was a decisive strike that would leave no room for rebuttal, nailing the opponent to the pillar of shame. He gazed at Su Yi's frigid eyes, heart pounding with shock, but more so with fervent excitement. That's ruthless, but it's also immensely gratifying. I understand now, Secretary. I'll take care of it immediately. Su Lu wasted no time uttering another word, turning swiftly to exit the office. Minutes later, as the uproar online reached its zenith, and Teacher Qian's post ascended to the trending topics across major platforms, the official WeChat account of Qinghe Village updated once more. Supplementary statement regarding teacher recruitment at Qinghe Technology School. This supplementary statement offered no defense, no tearing apart of arguments. Instead, it presented an uncompromising proclamation of cold, hard facts. The most striking, and what would cause countless keyboard warriors to experience a heart-stopping moment, was the line stating, "All applicants' background checks will be conducted under the supervision of relevant national authorities, ensuring the strictest evaluation." The mention of relevant national authorities instantly crushed all the clamorous doubts and accusations. The comments section, previously filled with cries of injustice, fell into an abrupt silence, as though a hand had clamped around its throat. Following this brief stillness, the tide abruptly turned. What the hell? What am I witnessing? The national team personally intervening to assist a village-run school with political scrutiny? This is a display of power that reaches the stratosphere. I finally understand why someone with such a dazzling resume was turned away. It's not due to a lack of ability, but because of a lack of character. Failure to meet the moral integrity assessment, resulting in disqualification by the National Review. Haha, who would dare to utter a word of dissent now? To question Qinghe Village is to question the judgment of national authorities. By the way, what about that teacher Qian who posted? Why not step forward and say a few words? It's clear now that it wasn't Qinghe Village that rejected you. It was the nation that overlooked you. The slap in the face is audible even through the screen. This was no mere embarrassment. It was akin to a nationwide, certified death of reputation. The torrent of public opinion surged forth, more ferocious than before, but this time directed toward the individual who claimed to be Teacher Qian. That eloquently worded, tear-filled accusatory post had now become a farcical joke. Beneath the post, comments that once supported him were swiftly drowned out, replaced by an avalanche of ridicule and inquiries. Teacher Qian, could you kindly reveal which specific aspect of your moral integrity assessment fell short? We're all eager to learn. Indeed, Qinghe Village isn't providing clarity, leaving us all in suspense. Was it academic plagiarism? Or was there something even more scandalous we don't know? Folks, stop asking. Let us dig deeper. This scoundrel must not be allowed to remain in the teaching profession, corrupting the flowers of our nation. Angry netizens transformed into vigilant detectives. Soon, sordid details regarding Teacher Qian were unearthed from the shadows, exposed to the light of day. Solid evidence of academic plagiarism emerged, alongside sordid chat logs depicting harassment and manipulation of female students. Even former students from his previous school bravely stepped forward to recount their experiences of long-term corporal punishment and verbal abuse that led to their depression. Each incident is harrowing, and the evidence is irrefutable. At this moment, even the institution he is affiliated with can no longer remain complacent, fearing the flames of scandal might engulf them as well. In the dead of night, they issued a statement announcing the immediate establishment of a special investigation team to suspend and investigate Mr. Qian. It was clear to all that this once promising young educational expert had sealed his fate the moment he decided to tarnish the reputation of Qinghe Village. Rather than ascending by stepping upon the solid foundation of Qinghe Village, he found himself nailed to the pillar of disgrace, forever unable to rise again. Those who had also been dismissed and had at one time felt indignant, even secretly supporting Mr. Qian, now felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat soaking their garments. They rejoiced in their fortune, grateful that they had not succumbed to the same folly as that foolish Mr. Qian, who, blinded by greed, had exposed himself. Otherwise, they too would have been subjected to public humiliation, reviled by countless onlookers. In an instant, the entire educational community fell silent. As everyone glanced at the proposed hiring list from Qinghe Village, their gazes reflected not only an unmistakable envy, but also a profound sense of reverence. They finally comprehended that Qinghe Village was not merely establishing an ordinary school. It aspired to create a sanctum of education, utterly pure and untainted. Anyone harboring ill intentions or lacking virtue would not even qualify to approach. The online uproar arrived swiftly, as it dissipated just as quickly. A few days later, at the original site of Qinghe Village, the massive blue barricades had quietly been partially dismantled, revealing a brand new campus that appeared to have emerged from the pages of a painting, fully unveiled before all. The streamlined architectural ensemble, predominantly adorned in soft beige and technological blue, shimmered under the sun. Academic buildings, laboratories, dormitories, and dining halls. Each structure exuded a sense of design, resembling not a school, but rather a futuristic art museum nestled amidst mountains and waters. Today marked not only the completion of the school, but also the official arrival of the appointed teachers. A fleet of pristine new energy buses gradually entered the campus, halting before the main academic building. The doors opened, and a group of elegant, middle-aged individuals, each with a unique demeanor, stepped down. They were the educational elites gathered from across the nation. Each one of them, if singled out, was a luminary in their respective fields, provincial and municipal distinguished teachers, subject leaders. These titles here could scarcely be regarded as mere entry-level accolades. Their expressions were a blend of curiosity, anticipation, and a solemnity akin to a pilgrimage. At that moment, the technologically advanced glass doors of the academic building slid open silently. Su emerged, accompanied by several village committee members, his face beaming with warmth. Dear teachers, thank you for your arduous journey. Welcome to Qinghe Village. Welcome to Qinghe Technology School. Su's voice was clear and enthusiastic, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Among the crowd, academician Wang Zhenghua, full of vigor, strode to the forefront, followed closely by several venerable, national treasure-level professors. You lad, finally deigned to show your face, Wang Zhenghua remarked with a mix of jest and camaraderie. Old Wang, you do me an injustice. I have been eagerly awaiting your distinguished presence since early morning, Su replied, hastening forward to shake Wang Zhenghua's hand warmly. Spare me the pleasantries, Wang Zhenghua interjected dismissively, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the surrounding buildings. Let us not waste time. Lead us inside to see. Absolutely. If Principal Wang gives the order, it must be executed immediately. Su responded with a smile, gesturing toward the open doors. Esteemed teachers, please follow me. I assure you, the interior of Qinghe Technology School is even more spectacular than its exterior. Chapter 268, A Revolutionary Approach to Education. Su led the group through the silently sliding glass doors. Inside the hall, there was none of the anticipated opulence. Rather, it embraced an exquisite simplicity that returned to the essence. The off-white walls glimmered with a gentle luster, and beneath their feet lay a naturally textured wooden floor. Remarkably, the entire space was devoid of a central light fixture, yet soft illumination cascaded evenly from all directions, rendering every inch of the area bright and transparent without a hint of glare. The air was infused with the subtle fragrance of rain-kissed foliage, and the stable temperature and humidity allowed everyone's pores to relax. The environmental control system here is quite impressive, remarked a refined professor adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes betraying a professional scrutiny. This school, let's not discuss anything else, another teacher quipped, unable to contain his jest, but with air like this, one could easily extend their lifespan by a few years. A ripple of good-natured laughter echoed through the crowd, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Old Wang, esteemed teachers, these are merely secondary matters, Su chuckled, shifting the conversation. Our classrooms, however, are rather extraordinary. This way, please. The curiosity of the group was thoroughly piqued as they followed Su into a brightly lit corridor. On either side were classrooms. From the exterior, they appeared akin to ordinary schoolrooms, with large glass windows revealing neatly arranged desks and chairs within. Su guided them to the door at the end of the corridor. Please come in. This was a tiered classroom, spacious and well-organized, with rows of desks and chairs aligned neatly. At the front was a massive black screen, exuding a texture reminiscent of polished jade. Aside from that, there was nothing else, minimalistic, perhaps even austere. Several teachers' expressions turned somewhat peculiar. They had anticipated that, given the stature of Qinghe Village and the nationwide shock of the hiring process, the classroom would be filled with top-tier teaching equipment, or at the very least, exude a sense of cutting-edge technology. Yet, apart from the seemingly oversized electronic blackboard, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable. Wang Zhenghua also seemed puzzled. He scanned his surroundings before his gaze settled on Su's smiling face. What exactly is this lad up to? Su, noticing their thoughts, refrained from revealing anything, merely smiling as he stepped to the center of the classroom and called out, "Which of you teaches history?" Among the crowd, a distinguished teacher in his 50s named Sun Liqing raised his hand, his demeanor steady and cultured. "Secretary Su, I have taught high school history my entire life." Perfect, Mr. Sun, Su Yi gestured invitingly. Today, I would like to trouble you to deliver the very first lesson at our school. There is no need for preparation. Consider it a spontaneous test of our teaching equipment. Sun Liqing paused momentarily, then chuckled nonchalantly as he stepped onto the podium. He surveyed the enormous black screen and glanced at the group of extraordinary students seated below, many of whom were titans of the education sector. This is a first for me in 30 years of teaching. All right, I shall do my best. He cleared his throat, preparing to concoct an opening statement when Su Yi suddenly interjected, Mr. Sun, which dynasty would you like to discuss? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Liqing replied, let us talk about the Tang dynasty, particularly the flourishing era of Jingwan. Excellent. Su Yi nodded, clearly issuing a command. Scene simulation, Tang dynasty during the Jingwan period. In the East Market of Chang'an. In the next instant, the world before everyone's eyes began to dissolve. The floor beneath their feet transformed in a sturdy bluestone pavement. The ceiling vanished, replaced by an expanse of cloudless blue sky. The surrounding walls oscillated violently, akin to ripples produced by stones cast into water, only to dissipate without a trace. In their stead arose a series of Tang-style edifices, with their sweeping eaves and intricate brackets, adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings. Extending as far as the eye could perceive, figures clad in various Tang attire traversed the streets beside them. Among them were merchants from the west, leading camels with high noses and deep-set eyes. There were also roving knights, swords at their waists and a defiant glint in their eyes. And there were noble women, carrying baskets and smiling enchantingly. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, the laughter of children at play, and the clattering of carts and horses intermixed with the tantalizing aroma of flatbreads wafting through the air, flooding everyone's senses in an instant. Goodness! A female teacher exclaimed with a short gasp, instinctively recoiling, yet acutely aware of the solid sensation of the bluestone pavement beneath her feet. Was this a holographic projection? But the texture, the sounds, and the scents? The professor, specializing in environmental science, was utterly bewildered. His eyes widened as he observed a merchant with high features guiding a camel laden with spices, brushing past him, the intense fragrance emanating from the creature almost tangible. The entire assembly was rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, their minds momentarily blank. Tentatively, they reached out to touch the columns of the nearby structures, clearly feeling the unique warmth and roughness of the wood. This was an immersive reality they could scarcely comprehend. Standing at the podium, Sun Liqing found himself utterly at a loss for words. He gazed down his feet, where he stood upon a raised platform with an exceptional view, allowing him to behold the bustling East Market of Chang'an in its entirety. He could even discern the characters Persian residence inscribed in the cursive script of the Tang dynasty on a distant shop sign. Teacher Sun? Su Yi's voice jolted him from his stupor. Sun Liqing abruptly regained his senses, looking at Su Yi with excitement. What? Is this an immersive teaching environment? Su Yi explained with a smile. Once the teachers set the subject, the entire classroom simulates the most relevant scene. For instance, when you discuss the curved plow, the complete structure and its operational methods will materialize in the scene, allowing students to directly touch and experience its principles. In an instant, all the teachers comprehended. Their breaths quickened. This was no mere class. It was a vivid transformation of the written word into living reality. With such a teaching tool, the cold confines of textual learning would become a relic of the past. The eyes of academician Wang Zhenghua sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. This was the educational environment every teacher had longed for, the finest classroom for students. The brief history lesson concluded swiftly, yet the participants remained enraptured, yearning for more. As the surrounding scene faded, reverting to the minimalist classroom, a hint of disappointment and desire flickered across the faces of all the teachers. At that moment, Wang Zhenghua's expression shifted sharply. He recognized a far more alarming reality than the immersive teaching environment. Every detail, every sound, every scent from the recent experience had been indelibly imprinted in his mind, as vivid as if carved by a chisel. Secretary Su, Wang Zhenghua suddenly turned, not allowing Su a moment of courtesy, striding towards him with urgency. His aged eyes bore into Su Yi's, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. That experience. Could it be merely immersive? His words snapped all the teachers, still lingering in the echoes of the Tang dynasty, back to attention. Their gazes converged on Su Yi, as they, being luminaries in their respective fields, possessed a heightened perception beyond the ordinary. Wang Zhenhua's insight struck a chord, and they all realized the gravity of a more terrifying detail, the clarity of every image from the lesson, every wrinkle on the merchant's face. The subtle swaying of the hairpin in the noble woman's coiffure, even the unique scent of flatbread and spices mingling in the air. Everything was etched in their minds with unparalleled clarity, a feat beyond normal learning outcomes. Su Yi met Wang Jing's probing gaze with a composed smile. He was well aware that he could not conceal the truth from these true experts, nor did he intend to. Principal Wang, your intuition is correct, Su Yi acknowledged openly. This immersive teaching system possesses a core function beyond scene simulation. He paused, surveying the rapt faces before him. It integrates neuron linkage and knowledge infusion modules. During class, it establishes a low-power, secure connection with your brains, processing all sensory information, sight, sound, smell, touch, alongside the knowledge points explained by the teacher. It then optimally embeds this information directly into the memory cortex of the brain. His voice was calm, yet it reverberated through the room like thunder. A faint smile graced Su Yi's lips as he delivered the final conclusion. In simple terms, attending class here enables each individual to possess an almost photographic memory. At that moment, the lecture hall fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. If the immersive teaching environment had previously astonished them, this revelation now sent shivers deep into their souls. Photographic memory. These 4 words had historically been the benchmark of genius, the ultimate gift coveted by countless scholars. And now, Su Yi was proclaiming that this gift could be produced en masse. Reading 100 times, its meaning reveals itself, an elderly professor of classical literature murmured. We often emphasize understanding, yet who does not know that memory is the foundation of comprehension? How many children have faltered at the tedious hurdle of memory? With this, even if a student initially fails to grasp the concept, once all knowledge is inscribed in their minds, with experience and deeper learning, there will inevitably come a day of enlightenment and synthesis. This is akin to mass-producing geniuses. It was unclear who uttered these words, but they resonated as the collective sentiment of all present. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly fervent. As educators, they comprehended better than anyone the monumental implications of this revelation. Academician Wang Jing's chest heaved with excitement as he fixated on Su Yi, his gaze akin to that of Columbus discovering a new world. Excellent, excellent, absolutely marvelous, he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice, each utterance more fervent than the last. Secretary Su, you have truly astonished me. He grasped Su Yi's arm tightly, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out in sheer exhilaration. Appearing a decade younger. With this technology, we need not fear a talent gap. Grant me 10 years. No, 5 years. As long as the student body is sufficient. Within 5 years, I can cultivate a top-tier talent pool for the nation. The elder, having devoted his life to his country, was now overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement, his voice resonating throughout the classroom. Other teachers quickly gathered around, bombarding Su Yi with a barrage of questions. Secretary Su, what about the physics laboratory? Take us to see it. If even relativity can be visualized, an eager physics teacher inquired. And chemistry, biology, if those dangerous, high-cost experiments can be replicated with 100 accuracy. My heavens, I suddenly feel that the knowledge I imparted over the past 30 years has been a disservice to my students. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of these distinguished educators, Su Yi displayed a satisfied expression. This was precisely the effect he desired. The essence of a school transcends mere architecture and facilities. It is embodied in its educators. Only when these exceptional teachers come to appreciate the true worth of the institution will they unleash an unparalleled fervor and vitality, heralding a new epoch in education. Dear teachers, fret not, Su Yi said with a smile, raising his hand to calm their excitement. I will guide you through the areas of your concern shortly. In the ensuing moments, Su Yi led this esteemed group of educators on a tour of the entire campus. The laboratories, the library, the dining hall. Each stop elicited waves of astonished gasps. Upon completing the tour, the teachers' enthusiasm remained undiminished as they clustered together in small groups, animatedly discussing their experiences, excitement illuminating their faces. Observing their exuberance, Su Yi turned to Su Weigua and remarked, Uncle Weigua, please arrange for someone to escort the teachers to their respective dormitories for some rest and to familiarize themselves with their new abode. Certainly, Su Weigua replied, his face aglow, promptly summoning staff to guide the teachers to the dormitory building. The teacher accommodations at Qinghe Technology School consist of luxurious 4-bedroom apartments, fully furnished and equipped with all necessary appliances, truly designed for a seamless move-in experience. Academician Wang Jing was assigned to a vacant courtyard within Qinghe Village. where he could enjoy a sweeping view of much of the campus. After staff helped him settle in and respectfully introduced the smart devices in the apartment, they withdrew. Inside, tranquility enveloped the space. Yet, rather than surveying his comfortable surroundings, Wang Zhenghua approached the window, gazing out at the dreamlike campus, his emotions in turmoil. This won't do. The experience of today must be shared with those old codgers. He was determined to show them how short-sighted they had been to mock his decision to teach at a village-run school. With this thought, Wang Zhenghua could no longer contain himself. He retrieved his phone and, without hesitation, dialed a well-known number. Chapter 270. The Wave of Transfers After Hanging Up. A hint of uncontainable pride lingered on Wang Zhenghua's aged face. He recalled how his old friends had gone from jesting to astonishment, and finally to almost pleading to come and witness the school for themselves. The satisfaction he felt was indescribable. Let them mock me. They warned me not to lose my dignity at my age, but now look at them, restless with curiosity. Humming a discordant tune, Wang Zhenghua paced the spacious dormitory, growing increasingly pleased with his thoughts. He even envisioned how those old friends would react upon witnessing the transformative school he had described, their expressions of disbelief and shattered preconceptions providing him joy for the entire day. However, as he chuckled, his smile abruptly froze. He suddenly remembered a critical detail he had overlooked in his excitement. He had not informed Su Yi about this call. Although he was the nominal principal, it felt inappropriate to invite guests without prior notice. This must be clarified with Su Yi at once. Wang Zhenghua could no longer remain seated. He adjusted the collar of his Zhongshan suit, turned, and strode purposefully towards Su Yi's office. In the office, Su Yi was seated, delegating responsibilities for the teacher's subsequent living arrangements. He was ensuring that each teacher's dietary preferences were recorded, particularly for the senior professors, whose meals required special attention. Additionally, plans for their families' accommodations needed to be expedited to alleviate any concerns the teachers might have. Each task was addressed methodically. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal academician Wang Zhenghua standing at the threshold. "Wang Lao, what brings you here?" Wang Zhenghua waved his hand, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile, his gaze wavering. Su Yi, possessing an astute eye, immediately sensed something amiss. This esteemed national treasure, known for his high standards and forthright demeanor, had never displayed such a countenance. Intrigued, Su Yi maintained his composure, personally pouring a cup of hot tea for Wang Zhenghua and inviting him to sit. "Wang Lao, is there something troubling you?" Su Yi inquired, probing gently. Wang Zhenghua lifted the teacup, hesitating between drinking and not drinking, his usual decisiveness evaporating. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he placed the cup down with a thud, as if this would bolster his courage. "Su Shuji, there is a matter I must discuss with you. Please, go ahead." Su Yi observed him leisurely. Cough, cough. Wang Zhenghua's gaze faltered, his voice barely above a whisper. "After visiting the school, I was rather excited, and I called a few of my old friends to boast a little." His voice grew softer, tinged with regret. "However, upon hearing about our school, they refused to believe me, insisting on coming to see it for themselves. In my eagerness, I agreed." Upon finishing his explanation, Wang Zhenghua looked up, gauging Su Yi's reaction. After all, this action, while seemingly trivial, could be interpreted as overstepping bounds. Yet, Su Yi paused for a second upon hearing this, before his eyes sparkled with amusement, and an uncontrollable laugh reverberated through the office. "Wang Lao, I thought it was something serious." This hearty, sincere laughter instantly dispelled any awkward tension in the room. Su Yi refilled Wang Zhenghua's cup, beaming with delight. "This is not a problem. It is an extraordinary opportunity." Wang Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. An opportunity? Indeed, a tremendous opportunity. Su Yi leaned slightly forward, his gaze intense. "If you, Wang Lao, refer to them as old friends who dare to question you, they must be remarkable individuals. I surmise that any one of them could cause ripples throughout the industry." Wang Zhenghua instinctively nodded, a hint of pride creeping onto his face. "Absolutely." Su Yi's smile broadened. "Individuals of such caliber are difficult to invite under normal circumstances. Now they are coming to us. How could we possibly turn them away? I couldn't wish for anything more than their arrival." Su Yi's words carried an unmistakable ambition, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. "Ideally, once they arrive, they shall never leave." In that moment, Wang Zhenghua grasped Su Yi's intent. He looked into Su Yi's youthful yet profound eyes, recalling the extraordinary technological marvels within Qinghe School, and felt a surge of exhilaration. Yes, let those old friends witness everything firsthand. They will not want to leave. With this realization, Wang Zhenghua chuckled, his earlier reservations dissipating. "You rascal," he chided playfully, his spirits soaring. Subsequently, Wang Lao bid farewell to Su Yi, humming a tune as he returned to his quarters, light-hearted and energized. Watching Wang Lao depart, Su Yi's smile grew ever more radiant. With the faculty settled and the school's infrastructure fully prepared, the next pivotal step awaited: enrollment. This matter required no deliberation. The first cohort of students for Qinghe Technology School was already destined. The children of the village shall become the inaugural custodians of this future school. This was the tone set by Su Yi from the very beginning, embodying the fervent aspirations harbored in the hearts of all the villagers of Qinghe. Meanwhile, the newly settled teaching team ignited a fervor for transferring schools. After experiencing the immersive teaching system that could potentially revolutionize the entire educational landscape, these esteemed educators immediately picked up their phones to contact their families. "Hello, dear. Hurry. Arrange for our son to transfer to Qinghe Technology School." "Yes, that one." "What do you mean? The procedures are cumbersome. No matter how troublesome, it must be done immediately. This could change our child's life forever." "Hey, big guy, get our eldest grandson transferred to Qinghe Technology School. Forget about those prestigious elementary schools. Compared to this, they are but a joke." Similar scenes unfolded in every teacher's dormitory. They understood better than anyone that missing this opportunity would be the greatest regret of their children's lives. Prestigious secondary schools and elite districts paled in comparison to Qinghe Technology School. Thus, a grand transfer movement initiated by the creme de la creme of the education sector quietly commenced. Chapter 271: Astonishing Speculations. The wave of teachers transferring their children soon caught the attention of the discerning. After all, this newly recruited faculty at Qinghe Technology School had been under public scrutiny since the recruitment turmoil began, every move scrutinized by countless eyes. Naturally, their children became an extension of the public gaze. Soon, an astute netizen compiled an astonishing list on an educational forum, featuring the offspring or grandchildren of these educational luminaries and provincial-level master teachers. Remarkably, the procedure they were undertaking was astonishingly consistent: transferring schools. Without exception, all aimed for the same destination: Qinghe Technology School. This revelation sparked a fresh wave of discussions across the internet. "What is happening? I don't understand. Was T Professor Sun's grandson enrolled at Jingzhou First Experimental Primary School? I couldn't secure a spot there no matter how many connections I leveraged. Yet he transferred just like that? And what about physics master Li Jinping? His daughter is a top student at the affiliated middle school, and she is transferring too? Is he out his mind? Is this a requirement for entering Qinghe Village? A bundled deal? Must we send our children there as hostages to demonstrate loyalty?" Don't use your workplace mindset to speculate about these giants. Would they truly compromise their children for a job? But why then? I simply cannot comprehend. The teaching resources at Qinghe Village School are top tier. That is undeniable. But what about the student body? Can the learning atmosphere of a mere village compare to those prestigious schools in the capital? Can the teaching facilities genuinely rival those venerable institutions with decades of heritage? Online discussions flourished, with various conjectures emerging. A tapestry of skepticism and curiosity formed a colossal whirlpool of public opinion. In the eyes of many, the collective actions of these educational elites exuded an inexplicable peculiarity. They forsook the finest educational resources in the city, resolutely entrusting their most cherished progeny to a newly established village school. Such behavior defied any conventional logic, steeped in the aura of the extraordinary. Yet, regardless of the clamor from the outside world, Qinghe Village maintained its own rhythm, unperturbed by the surrounding discourse. Su Yi stood by the office window, gazing at the pristine campus in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of the online chatter, but he remained indifferent. Arguing was the most futile of actions. When the tidal wave of reality surged forth, all doubts would be obliterated. On September 1st, the day of the school opening, the brand new Qinghe Technology School welcomed its first cohort of students. Under the morning sun, the children of Qinghe Village donned their pristine uniforms, their faces brimming with uncontainable excitement and curiosity as they flocked into this campus that had only existed in their dreams. Concurrently, the children of the faculty mingled among them. Entering the classrooms, most bore expressions tinged with trepidation about their new environment, their eyes betraying hints of superiority and resistance. Many had been brought here against their will. To them, leaving Jingzhou and Shanghai for such a village school felt akin to exile. Is this a classroom? It's so rudimentary, lacking even a projector. Just a dark screen? Murmured a boy transferred from a top international school in Shanghai, disappointment saturating his tone. Indeed, my previous school had independent learning terminals at every seat. His companion replied, rolling his eyes in disinterest. However, this disappointment and murmuring dissipated entirely once the first class commenced. What replaced it was an unforgettable shock, followed by an exhilarating fervor. The morning felt like a surreal dream for these students. When the school bell rang at dismissal, every student, be they from the village or those transferred from the bustling cities, wore a similar expression, a dazed bewilderment, as if their understanding had been utterly shattered and reconstructed. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into a tsunami of screams and discussions. This is madness. I must be dreaming. Is this really a school? My goodness. I feel like I learned more this morning than in the past month. It was no longer a class. It felt as though knowledge was being engraved directly into their minds. The once privileged transfers now found their sense of superiority utterly vanquished. They huddled together, excitedly exchanging tales of their morning experiences, everyone speaking in a flurry, yet their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. No one cared about the simplicity of the classroom anymore, nor did they compare hardware facilities. All were utterly captivated by this unprecedented, almost miraculous teaching method. After school, the pent-up astonishment found its release. The transfer students swiftly reached for their phones, contacting their former classmates and friends. Initially, they sought to boast, to share this unfathomable experience. Thus, fragmented yet paradigm-shifting information began to circulate among the circles of prestigious schools. The first reactions from those receiving these messages were mockery. Huh? Have they been sent to a village school and lost their minds? Touching light? Does he think he is in a sci-fi film? And dreaming of the Tang dynasty? Why doesn't he just say he had a drink with Li Bai? However, as more individuals from various channels received remarkably consistent, albeit fragmented, descriptions, the situation began to shift ominously. These snippets of information flowed like countless streams into the vast river of the internet. 1, 2, 10, 100. A chill ran down the spines of countless netizens peering at their screens. If one person said it was madness, what did it mean if all the children from Qinghe Village echoed the same sentiment? Did you notice that these children were not merely describing a scene? They all emphasized one unforgettable thing. Yes, my classmate said he felt like his brain had transformed into a hard drive, with the class content directly copied into it. At last, someone connected all the previous clues, the collective and unusual transfers of top educators, coupled with the almost miraculous immersive teaching described by the children, and thus, the terrifying, near-intrusive effect of knowledge dissemination. A groundbreaking hypothesis detonated simultaneously in the minds of countless netizens peering at their screens. Chapter 272, The Arrival of Distinguished Guests. Could it be true? This thought, after a period of gestation, ignited like a wildfire throughout the Chinese internet. It was no longer the nonsensical ramblings of a single student, nor the fanciful musings of a select few. When an abundance of seemingly unrelated, yet astonishingly consistent clues began to converge from the circles of elite students across the nation, ultimately pointing towards a single, unfathomable conclusion, a quantitative change precipitated a terrifying qualitative transformation. The earlier voices of ridicule and skepticism fell silent, as if grasped by an invisible hand around their throats. In their stead emerged a nearly frenzied discourse, intermingled with reverence and avarice. I meticulously reviewed the clues, my friends. I felt a chill run down my spine. The place known as Qinghe Village was abnormal from the outset. Extravagantly priced vegetables, exorbitant wines and meats. In that virtual reality, Qinghe community, each aspect itself represented a form of black technology that transcended our era. My goodness, your reasoning holds merit, since they can achieve brain-machine linkage. Then the idea of knowledge dissemination, from a logical standpoint, does indeed seem plausible. Precisely. This explains why those elite educators, like madmen, were sending their grandchildren and daughters to a village-run school. They were among the first to grasp the truth. If this is indeed the case, the issue at hand is no longer merely educational resources. It constitutes a dimensional strike. What elite institutions, what genius youth classes, compared to Qinghe Technology School? They are nothing but a farce. They inscribe knowledge directly into the mind. How can one compete with that? Once the logical chain was completed, all previously unreasonable aspects became remarkably rational. The tide of public opinion on the internet underwent a staggering reversal within mere hours. If earlier, people mocked those transferring schools as being exiled to the frontier, now all gazed upon these chosen ones with extreme envy, even jealousy. This means that as long as one enters this school, Even a most mediocre child could be transformed into a mobile repository of knowledge. A frenzy of emotion began to spread among millions of families. Countless parents, sleepless and red-eyed, scoured the internet for any information regarding Qinghe Technology School. The official website of the He County government. The official website of the Yunzhou Education Bureau. Within just a few hours, due to overwhelming traffic, these sites crashed repeatedly, resulting in 404 error pages. Some self-proclaimed insiders began peddling supposed enrollment spots in various private groups, with prices ranging from 1 million to tens of millions. Even though everyone recognized it as a blatant scam, countless individuals clung to a minuscule hope, frantically reaching out and transferring money, all for a chance that felt elusive and ethereal. Throughout the night, the internet buzzed with an unreal fervor. In contrast to the external clamor and madness, the office of the secretary of Qinghe Village remained tranquil. He had just concluded a call with Wang Zhenghua, a playful smile gracing his face. Tomorrow is the day. He gently placed his phone on the desk. He was acutely aware of the storm brewing online, yet he paid it no heed. He simply instructed Su Lu to issue a brief statement via the official account, cautioning against enrollment scams, and then disregarded the matter entirely. The technology of Qinghe Technology School was, after all, a benefit for the children of Qinghe villagers. Its exposure was merely a matter of time. As for the envy and resentment from the outside world, it could hardly stir a ripple in Qinghe Village. What piqued his interest now were Wang Lao's esteemed colleagues who had come specifically to visit. Anyone capable of provoking Wang Lao to boast on the phone was certainly not an ordinary individual. He hoped they would leave with a sense of fulfillment. Ideally, once they arrived, they would never want to depart. He glanced at Yi Wanwan, who was meticulously attending to her tasks. Wanwan, please inform everyone to be prepared for the reception. He continued with his arrangements. Also, let Wang Lao know that he is the star of tomorrow's grand affair, and he should feel free to show off. Understood. A hint of amusement flickered in Yi Wanwan's eyes as she promptly set about her duties. Soon, the time arrived for the following day. In the morning, as 10 o'clock approached, a line of black sedans bearing special permits slowly made their way, ultimately stopping before the entrance of the multi-story parking lot at Qinghe Village. The car doors opened, and a familiar figure was the first to alight, none other than Su Yi's old acquaintance, Lian. Today, he was not clad in his usual jacket, but rather donned a sharp suit, his expression grave as he personally opened the doors for the passengers behind him. Following him, one by one, figures emerged from the vehicles. These individuals, both male and female, mostly in their 60s or 70s, exuded vitality and possessed keen eyes. They bore no air of authority, but instead radiated a unique aura cultivated from their long-standing positions at the pinnacle of the knowledge hierarchy. Upon disembarking, they began to assess their surroundings with an almost unbothered demeanor. The scholarly essence, deeply ingrained in their beings, was impossible to conceal. Sui knew that each of these individuals was a towering figure in their respective fields, capable of causing tremors in their domains with a mere stamp of their foot. Before Sui could approach, a booming laughter erupted from the welcoming party. Wang Zhenghua was the first to rush forward. "Ah, old Zhang, old Qian. I thought your old bones had become too frail to move," he bellowed, his laughter resonating throughout the entrance of Qinghe Village. "What? Was it not just my phone call that lured you out of the lab?" The foremost elder, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed his spectacles up with a feigned annoyance. "Don't get too smug. We're merely here to see if you've truly become muddled in your old age. If you dare to boast, we'll show you how we handle you today." "Ha ha ha." Wang Zhenghua laughed even louder. He pointed towards the enchanting campus behind him, pride and self-satisfaction radiating from his face. "What I fear is that you old fellows will finish your visit and refuse to leave." At that moment, he stepped forward as well. He offered no extra pleasantries, his gaze calmly sweeping over each guest's face before breaking into a smile and extending his hand. "Welcome, esteemed elders, to Qinghe Village. It is a great honor to have you here. Secretary Su, greetings." The elder, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, referred to by Wang Zhenghua as Old Qian, extended his hand first and shook Su Yi's firmly. "I have long admired your reputation. It is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth." His hand was dry and strong, and his gaze, peering through the lenses, held the scholar's unique scrutiny as if he sought to see Su Yi through and through. The other elders, though silent, directed their penetrating gazes towards Su Yi, their weight palpable. Each of these individuals was a top-tier figure who had battled through the vast sea of knowledge, having encountered more prodigies than Su Yi had read about in books. Yet, they had never seen someone like Su, who single-handedly stirred up a whirlwind of global significance in such a short span of time. Su Yi's smile remained composed as he gracefully welcomed this assembly of towering intellects. You flatter me, old Qian. It is a tremendous honor for our village to have esteemed elders like yourselves here to guide our work. His words were polite, yet his demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing, exuding an unwavering composure akin to a mountain. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Jinghua could hardly contain his excitement. With a grand gesture, he declared in a booming voice, enough standing around like guardians at the gate. The main dishes await inside. He surveyed Elder Qian and the others, half in provocation and half in boast, proclaiming, whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know after a stroll inside. I boldly declare, if you leave here dissatisfied, I'll have my name upside down. This playful yet challenging remark instantly ignited a lively atmosphere. Old Wang, if you write your name upside down, it will still read as Wang. The crowd laughed, yet the curiosity and scrutiny in their eyes deepened. Su Yi smiled and gestured invitingly. As they all marched through the grand entrance of the campus, Wang Jinghua led the way, chest out and head held high, resembling a victorious general returning from battle, while he incessantly introduced the surroundings. Su Yi and Lien, however, intentionally lagged a few steps behind, bringing up the rear of the procession. Lien observed the renowned figures in front of him, national treasures whose mere presence had once sent ripples through the upper echelons of Yuzhou, compelling him to tread carefully as he accompanied them. Yet now, these esteemed academicians were akin to a tourist group, visiting en masse. He lowered his voice, his throat dry. Secretary Su, the commotion in Qinghe Village has truly become remarkable. He hesitated, unable to resist the question that had lingered in his mind for a day and a night. Are the rumors regarding the teaching methods online genuine? He turned his head to glance at him and smiled. Leader, you're already at the school gate. Is it not better to witness the truth with your own eyes than to rely on my words? His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. Meeting his clear gaze, Lien felt a jolt in his heart and refrained from inquiring further. Subsequently, the group traversed the expansive square and entered the silent teaching building. The corridor was quiet, save for the echoing footsteps of the group. Wang Jinghua deliberately slowed his pace, resembling a mysterious tour guide, gesturing towards an observation window of a nearby classroom with a sign for silence. Curiosity piqued, they leaned closer, peering through the pristine glass. In an instant, all breaths were suspended. The interior of the classroom had transformed into the entrance of an ancient palace. The sky loomed dark, the air oppressive, and cold armor reflected a ghostly metallic glow. A valiant young general stood resolutely at the palace gate, sword in hand, his back flanked by a sea of armored soldiers, each face etched with determination. Above the gate, shadows flickered as a few figures anxiously peered out, though separated by glass and standing in a brightly lit corridor. The scent of damp earth after rain and a faint metallic tang of blood penetrated their senses. This is the Xuanwu Gate. An elderly scholar, well-versed in Tang history, murmured as if in a dream. The cold words from the book now played out vividly before their eyes. The palpable sense of impending storm and the resolute spirit that could alter the course of history transcended time and glass, striking each heart with a profound impact. Next, they moved to another classroom, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A deep blue sky hung overhead, adorned with a golden full moon. Beneath the moonlight lay a beach with endless fields of verdant watermelons. An 11 or 12-year-old boy, wearing a silver collar and wielding a steel fork, vigilantly patrolled the area under the moonlight. A refreshing sea breeze penetrated the glass, brushing against each face, while the air filled with a hint of salty seawater and the sweet aroma of watermelon. Without needing further explanation, everyone instantly recognized the scene. The chaotic descriptions of the children online were validated in that moment. Although stunned, the authorities in their respective fields maintained their final reserve. Just then, Elder Qian's gaze sharpened as he pointed to a classroom with students sitting upright, frowning slightly. Those don't seem like children. Upon closer inspection, indeed, among the attentive students were several adults in their 30s and 40s, even a few elderly individuals with graying hair. They, like the younger students, were absorbed in the scene, their expressions focused. He stepped forward, softly clarifying, "Esteemed elders, these are the villagers of Qinghe." "Villagers?" Elder Qian asked, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed," Yi affirmed. "Qinghe Village has developed rapidly, and the demands for knowledge and skills among villagers have increased. Thus, to ensure that villagers keep pace with the times, we promote lifelong learning. This school is open not only to students, but also to any villager willing to learn. They can select courses in history, literature, agricultural technology, business management, and more based on their interests and needs. Excellent. What a splendid concept of lifelong learning. Elder Qian's voice brimmed with admiration. Wang Jinghua, observing from the side, cleared his throat to interrupt their sentiments. All right, enough with the sentimentality. What you've seen so far is merely an appetizer. He smiled mysteriously and gestured toward the largest lecture hall at the end of the corridor. The real spectacle lies beyond. Chapter 274. Is anything missing? Wang Jinghua's feigned mysterious smile hooked everyone's hearts like a bait. He gently pushed open the door leading to the lecture hall. With a soft creak, they entered a classroom already in session. Yet here, there were no whispers from students or stern reprimands from teachers, only an indescribable silence and expansiveness. As they stepped in, it felt as if they had fallen into another realm. Beneath their feet was no longer a cold floor, but an ancient wooden boat, gently undulating in a rhythm dictated by invisible waves. Before them stretched an endless river, moonlight cascading down and tinting the water with a shimmering silver. The river breeze, laden with a unique chill of moisture, brushed against each cheek, allowing them to catch a whiff of the grass and earth from the shore. A radiant moon hung in the sky, with not a single cloud in sight. In the autumn of the Rinshu year, on the 15th day of the 7th month, Su Zi and his guest sailed beneath the red cliffs. A rich, magnetic voice resonated. The sound did not seem to emanate from any audio device, but rather appeared to be drawn from the moonlight of 1,000 years ago, imbued with the unique nonchalance and disillusionment of a scholar, echoing in each person's ear. Following the sound, they saw a scholar in a blue robe standing at the bow of the boat. He seemed to merge with the entire scene, holding a scroll, sometimes gazing into the distance, other times reciting verses. Surrounding him were students, whether from the village or those who had transferred from prestigious backgrounds, all seemingly transformed into honored guests at Su Zi's table. Each was engrossed, fully immersed in the river breeze and moonlight. Elder Qian and the others, as scholars, were already well acquainted with the Red Cliffs Ode, able to recite it fluently. Yet at that moment, standing on the small boat, listening to the river breeze and feeling the ripples beneath their feet, they truly grasped what it meant to be in the moment. The cold words from the book had come alive. This was the Red Cliffs as seen through Su Zi's eyes. This, indeed, is the very night depicted by his pen. There is no need for any explanation or analysis. The emotions, the ambience akin to the caressing river breeze, penetrate deeply into their very souls. The sound continues. A guest, skilled in playing the flute, leans in song to harmonize. His notes are hauntingly resonant, filled with yearning and affection, as though weeping and lamenting. The lingering echoes persistent and delicate. Just as the last note fades, a soft, melancholic flute melody drifts from the distant expanse of the river. Within that melody resides longing, sorrow, reflections on the brevity of life, and bewilderment at the boundlessness of the universe. Among this assembly of elder gentlemen, seasoned by the tempests of life, many find their eyes subtly glistening with unshed tears. They seem to transcend their roles as mere spectators, transforming into guests at Su Zi's table, collectively experiencing the poignant transience of existence and the profound melancholy of the endless Yangtze River. As the piece concludes, the reverberations linger in the air. The educator portraying Su Zi begins to elucidate the essence of the text with profound simplicity. With each phrase he articulates, the surrounding scene morphs, vividly presenting the imagery contained within the words before all eyes. When he speaks of the white dew spanning the river, the water's glow meeting the heavens. A gossamer mist, indeed, rises from the river's surface, merging seamlessly with the moonlight at the horizon. As he describes the moon emerging over the eastern hills, lingering between the constellations, they can even distinctly perceive the trajectory of that luminous orb as it glides among the stars. When the final phrase, unaware of the dawn in the east, is uttered, the moon at the horizon recedes, and a pale light gradually brightens from the eastern skyline, dispelling the night's chill and heralding the dawn's promise. Everyone remains enraptured by the profound emotion and awe that transcends millennia. Suddenly, the river, the sun, and the moon before them dissolve like a painting shaken, losing color and transforming into countless glimmers that retreat in all directions. The wooden boat beneath their feet vanishes, reverting to solid ground. The river breeze and flute music abruptly cease. Light floods in. They have returned to that exceedingly simplistic tiered classroom. A massive black screen looms silently ahead, as if the recent extraordinary journey through time and space was merely a collective mirage. A profound sense of loss grips each heart. They feel as though they have been abruptly jolted awake from a beautiful dream, left disoriented. At that moment, old Qian adjusts his glasses, instinctively attempting to recall the details of the recent experience. Yet, as the thought arises, an incredibly vivid image explodes in his mind. The moon suspended at a lofty height in the sky, the shape of every ripple on the river's surface illuminated by moonlight. The subtle bamboo leaf pattern intricately embroidered with silver thread on the teacher's azure garment. Even the blush of excitement on a nearby student's face. Every detail, every pixel, is etched into his memory with unparalleled clarity and depth. He need not strain to recollect, for those images, sounds, sensations, and scents are perpetually present. He can step into that memory at will, reliving it from first-person perspective. This, old Qian's lips move, a word caught in his throat, refusing to escape. He suddenly turns to old Zhang beside him, who wears a similarly ghostly expression, his gaze fixed intently on the void, evidently experiencing the same phenomenon. Not just him, but every other academic present bears an expression frozen in a blend of astonishment, elation, and confusion. At this moment, the teacher at the podium and the students below finally emerge from their immersion in the lesson, noticing this unexpected group of guests at the back of the classroom. The educator portraying Suzy, a refined man in his 30s, approaches Wang Jinghua and Su Yi, descending from the podium with urgency. Old Wang, Secretary Su. Wang Jinghua is overwhelmed with joy, feeling more invigorated than if he had just sipped chilled plum juice on a scorching summer day. He observes the dazed expressions of his old companions, barely suppressing his laughter. Young Chun, your lecture was splendid. Quite flavorful. He turns, his voice suddenly rising in pitch, brimming with exultation. So old Qian, old Zhang, and you other old pals, do you believe it now? Old Qian's countenance shifts through various shades, his mouth opening and closing, struggling to formulate any rebuttal. After a lengthy pause, he exhales deeply. I think I finally understand why you were so adamant about staying here. Old Qian's voice is hoarse. He pauses, disregarding Wang Jinghua, and fixes his ardent gaze resolutely on Su Yi. I have but one question now, Secretary Su. Do you still need teachers? Chapter 275, by 1, get more. Upon hearing old Qian's words, Su Yi smiles, a genuine expression tinged with anticipation. He does not respond directly, instead surveying the assembly of venerable scholars present. The shared expressions on their faces convey more than words ever could, embodying the fervor and desire of eminent scholars discovering new realms. However, before he can speak, someone beside him can no longer contain themselves. Ha ha ha. Old Qian, didn't you say you wanted to see if my integrity would hold up? So how about it? Are you now wanting to compromise your integrity like I did? Wang Jinghua approaches old Qian, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, his face alight with a knowing satisfaction. Old Qian stumbles slightly from the pat, but, unusually, offers no retort. He merely smiles wryly and shakes his head. Yet his eyes, peering through the lenses, remain fixed on Su Yi, growing ever brighter, even tinged with urgency. Su Yi gazes upon this assembly of national treasures, average age exceeding 60, yet animated as children, and his smile grows increasingly warm. Clearing his throat, his voice resonates clearly for all to hear. Old Qian, esteemed seniors, your question genuinely makes me a bit anxious. Let's not speak of whether we need teachers. As long as you wish to come, the doors of Qinghe Village will always be wide open for you. Wang Jinghua nods continuously at this, his gaze towards Su Yi filled with admiration. Old Qian's heart, once racing with astonishment, finally begins to steady. He takes a deep breath, his excitement somewhat tempered. Yet the fervor in his gaze intensifies. Excellent, excellent. Secretary Su, you speak plainly. He nods emphatically, finally putting his heart at ease. We, this group of old fellows, will not beat around the bush with you. Old Qian adjusts his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses becoming exceedingly earnest. Certainly we must come. A place capable of changing the world. If we miss it, we would regret it for the rest of our lives. His words resonate as the collective sentiment of all the elders present. At their age, fame and power have long since faded into the ether. The only thing that stirs their spirits is the frontier of knowledge and the future of humanity. The possibilities presented by this school have far surpassed the totality of their lifetime's learning. To actively participate in this unprecedented educational revolution is far more alluring to them than any accolade. Indeed, old Qian is right. We must come. The nearby authority in physics, referred to as Old Zhang, fervently concurs. He gazes at Su Yi, though his expression bears a hint of conflict. However, there's one issue. Getting this old body of mine to move isn't a simple task. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the room momentarily stalls. Everyone comprehends his implication. Each of these luminaries comes with their own team, bearing significant national research projects. They cannot simply depart and abandon their responsibilities. Before Su Yi could utter a word, Wang Zhenghua, filled with anxiety, interjected on his behalf, his eyes fixed on old Zhang. What do you mean, old Zhang? If you have something to say, be straightforward. Why bring up conditions? Do you understand nothing? Old Zhang retorted with irritation. I proposing conditions? I am merely seeking solutions. The students under our care are exceptional talents. We cannot simply abandon them. At this juncture, Elder Qian stepped in to mediate, turning to Su Yi with an explanation. Secretary Su, please do not misunderstand. The primary concern is that we still have numerous students to look after. They have been with us for years, representing the continuation of our academic legacy. If we were to join you, we must consider their future as well. He paused, his tone imbued with a hint of negotiation and tentative hope. How about this? We could bring along our most outstanding protégés. Rest assured, they will not be a burden to your village. Elder Qian hastened to assure Su Yi, fearing his objection. They are all top-tier talents in their respective fields, with a solid foundation. Having them teach the children foundational courses or serve as teaching assistants would be more than sufficient. Absolutely, chimed in another elderly lady, a pioneer in the field of computer science in the country. My students are adept at programming. Allowing them to teach the children information technology classes would be guaranteed success. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's eyes sparkled. A buy one get more offer? Such good fortune. He felt elated within, though his expression remained composed and sincere. I completely understand the sentiments of all esteemed seniors, Su Yi declared, his gaze sweeping over the expectant faces of the distinguished guests. Qinghe Village warmly welcomes all individuals who genuinely cherish education and are willing to invest in the future. Your esteemed protégés are undoubtedly talents we desire. Their arrival would be met with the utmost enthusiasm in Qinghe Village. The faces of the esteemed guests instantly brightened with satisfaction. That's splendid news. Secretary Su is so open-hearted. We will return to arrange the handover of our current projects, and within a month at most, we will arrive with our families. Elder Qian assured them. Old Qian, are you bringing your family, or packing up the entire laboratory? Wang Zhenghua jested from the side. The atmosphere grew exuberant, fueled by Su Yi's promise. At noon, Su Yi hosted a banquet in the school's dining hall to honor the esteemed guests who had traveled from afar. The dishes were prepared with the finest ingredients sourced from Qinghe Village, destined to become the daily fare for faculty and staff. The meal concluded amidst an atmosphere of fervent excitement, with the academicians eager to return and finalize their arrangements. Su Yi bid each of them farewell as they boarded their vehicles. Suddenly, Li Un, who had been standing silently to the side, approached. He appeared notably more subdued than when he had first arrived. Gazing at Su Yi, his lips moved, each word seeming to carry the weight of gravity. Secretary Su. He spoke, his voice deeper and raspier than usual. Do you need something, leader? Su Yi responded, turning his attention to him. Li En's gaze shifted from the distant, ethereal teaching building back to Su Yi's face. He shed any semblance of bureaucratic formality. This question had been pent up within him, and he could no longer contain it. Taking a step closer, he lowered his voice and inquired, I have 2 young children at home. I wonder if Qinghe Technology School is still accepting transfer students? Chapter 276, Tremors at the Top. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by Li An's question before breaking into a smile. He had anticipated something earth-shattering, only to be met with this. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. Having witnessed the teaching system at Qinghe Technology School firsthand, any parent would naturally harbor similar thoughts. Moreover, for someone of Li An's stature, he comprehended the significance of such an education more than anyone else. However, seeing this typically composed leader displaying a hint of the awkwardness and hope characteristic of an ordinary elder brought a smile to Su Yi's face. Leader, you flatter me, he replied, maintaining a perfectly measured smile as he waved a dismissive hand. But if I may inquire, which children are you referring to? Upon hearing Su Yi's non-rejection, the tension in Li An's face noticeably softened. They are my own grandchildren, one in the 4th grade and the other in the 2nd grade. He paused and added, as if to affirm their exceptional capabilities, both attend Yunzhou Experimental Primary School and have consistently performed well. Su Yi stepped a little closer, lowering his voice to a familiar tone. That sounds wonderful, leader. Qinghe Village owes its current success to your initial support amidst pressure in the county. He gently patted Li An's shoulder, his smile radiating sincerity. If your grandchildren wish to attend school here, it is merely a matter of a few words. Just send me their information, and I will personally handle the enrollment procedures for you. This statement visibly relaxed the tension in Li An's shoulders. While Su Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance, Li An keenly sensed the weight of the term own, having navigated the political arena for years. He was well aware of the implications behind Su Yi's words. Direct relatives would naturally pose no issues. However, extending that to others would require a different discussion. Then I shall not be polite, Lian replied, feeling a weight lift from his heart, his smile becoming considerably more relaxed. He extended his hand, firmly shaking Su Yi's. Secretary Su, I shall remember this favor you've extended today. Oh, leader, you are being overly formal, Su Yi responded, returning the handshake with vigor. For the sake of the children and the future, let us consider this not merely a favor, but a collaborative endeavor for the greater good. Lian regarded him with a deep gaze, nodded without further words, and turned to board the vehicle. The convoy gradually pulled away. Su, he stood in place, watching until the vehicles disappeared at the end of Qinghe Avenue, his smile slowly fading into a thoughtful expression. Secretary Su, a hearty laugh from Wang Zhenghua broke the silence. The elder academician had just seen off the group of old colleagues and was now strolling leisurely over, his face aglow. Congratulations. You've managed to capture them all. You've drawn their hearts to Qinghe Village. Wang Zhenghua clapped Su Yi's shoulder with enthusiasm, his tone brimming with joy and admiration. Su Yi shook his head, smiling. Old Wang, please do not credit me unduly. Had it not been for your esteemed reputation and personal involvement in persuading them, even my grandiose praises might not have swayed them. The credit lies entirely with you, Wang Zhenghua insisted, his tone both playful and earnest, though the grin that stretched from ear to ear betrayed him. My little bit of influence might suffice to invite them for a cup of tea, but to have them so utterly captivated, clamoring to stay, and even contemplating moving their entire laboratories, well, that is not due to my old face. He paused, turning to stand alongside Su, both gazing at the sunlit campus that sparkled like a gem, their eyes filled with a mixture of reflection and fervor. In all my years, I have never witnessed these old fellows so uncharacteristically emotional. You truly possess remarkable talent. The elder academician's voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. And this school indeed has the power to change the world. The two shared a knowing smile, a silent understanding passing between them. However, they were all acutely aware that the visit from this group of prominent figures was merely the beginning. A storm far more intense and profound than the online discourse was brewing wildly within the upper echelons. The venerable elders, such as Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhang, were not solitary figures. Each was a pioneer in their respective fields of academia, leaders of national key laboratories, and the linchpins of countless research projects. Previously, when Mr. Wang had visited, there had already been tremors at the higher levels. However, that instance had been relatively benign, as it involved only one individual. Now, a collective visit was imminent, a situation of an entirely different nature. On that very afternoon, at a prestigious research institute in Jingzhou, the atmosphere in Mr. Zhang's laboratory was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung dry. He summoned his most trusted students to announce a decision that left them utterly astounded. All ongoing projects, save for the one requiring my signature, were to be suspended and preparations for handovers were to commence. Professor, what has happened? One doctoral student inquired cautiously. Mr. Zhang gazed at his esteemed disciples, who had been by his side for many years, took a deep breath, and dropped a bombshell. I am to relocate permanently to Qinghe Village. What? Surely, you jest, Professor. The entire laboratory erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. A similar scene unfolded almost simultaneously in top universities and research institutions across the nation, as renowned figures, usually elusive, declared this seemingly absurd decision to their teams with an air of unwavering authority. These announcements were like massive boulders cast into a deep pool, creating tumultuous waves in the upper circles. If the prior incident had merely involved a few students transferring, a trivial matter in the educational domain, the collective movement of these national treasures had escalated to a level that could not be overlooked. News spread with astonishing speed through various channels, converging upward. By evening, Su Yi's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his senior, Lu. Hello, senior. Su Yi answered, his tone lighthearted. A silence lingered on the other end for several seconds before Lu's voice, laden with exasperation, broke through. Junior, in the future, if you plan to undertake any significant endeavors, could you perhaps inform me in advance? Our phones have been inundated with calls this afternoon. Chapter 277. This is my intention. Su Yi listened to Lu's words and could surmise the reason for his call, a smile creeping onto his lips. Senior, you are unjustly accusing me. I spent the day quietly hosting a few esteemed elders in the village, hardly leaving the entrance. What monumental task could I possibly have accomplished? On the other end, Lu's voice was tinged with a weary incredulity. You truly are something else. He sighed deeply, as if lacking the strength to articulate his thoughts. You call that being quiet? You've bewitched the hearts of these eminent figures. Upon returning, each one is clamoring to remain in Qinghe Village. Do you have any idea how many calls I've fielded today? I haven't even touched my water cup on my desk since this afternoon. Hearing Lu's grievances, He felt no anxiety. Rather, he found amusement in the situation, vividly imagining the chaotic scenes that must be unfolding. The likes of Mr. Qian and his peers were national treasures, and even a mere change of venue would warrant inquiries from relevant authorities. Now, it was not merely a ripple, but a collective exodus, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Senior, you have truly misjudged me, He replied, his tone laced with playful mischief. I neither abducted nor threatened anyone. These esteemed elders insisted on staying after touring our educational model, eager to contribute to the nation's educational endeavors. As a humble village secretary, how could I dare to impede such noble intentions? Another silence fell on the line, followed by Lu's bemused voice. Of course, I know they came of their own accord. If you had resorted to coercion, things would have been simpler. It's precisely because they are resolute in their intentions that this situation has become so complicated. This afternoon alone, I received no fewer than 20 inquiries from various heads of departments, all asking what you in Qinghe Village have concocted to lure away their pillars of support. At this juncture, Lu's tone shifted slightly, taking on an inquisitive edge. Junior, let us be candid. Have you been scheming all along, patiently waiting to ensnare this group? Senior, you overestimate my cunning. He chuckled. It was merely Mr. Wang's whimsical idea to gather a few old friends. And who could have anticipated such a fervent response after they witnessed our teaching model? To be honest, even I was taken aback by the outcome. This statement was half truth, half fantasy. He had not foreseen the formidable momentum these dignitaries would exhibit. His original expectation had been that this matter would take a day or two to ferment. On the other end, Lu seemed to weigh the veracity of Su Yi's words, falling into a contemplative silence. Very well, regardless of whether it was intentional, the situation has escalated. I am calling on behalf of the higher-ups. They require your unequivocal stance. With so many national-level experts, their teams, and ongoing national projects involved, he said, enunciating each word with gravity, are you truly prepared to accept all of them in Qinghe Village? This was indeed the crux of the matter. Absolutely. He replied decisively, without a trace of hesitation. He then shifted his tone to a more relaxed, teasing manner. These esteemed elders contribute to the nation in the laboratories of Jingzhou. Is their work any less valuable if they engage in research while mentoring students in our humble village? Perhaps a change of scenery will inspire them further, leading to even greater scientific breakthroughs. After all, they were not abandoning their responsibilities. They merely sought to continue their work in a new locale. He chuckled lightly and continued. Moreover, the projects they're involved in can be conducted anywhere. If you're concerned about confidentiality, that is easily addressed. Qinghe Village maintains a commendable level of security. Once the elders arrive, all protocols regarding confidentiality and reporting will be adhered to meticulously, and we will fully cooperate. This declaration left Lu momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter those 3 words, laden with profound emotion. All right, I understand your position. I will relay your words in their entirety. Now, we await the final decision from above. With that, he hastily ended the call. He could discern that Lu was eager to report back. In Jingzhou, within that familiar, quaint courtyard and office, Lu stood erect, succinctly summarizing his conversation with Yi, along with the reactions he had gathered throughout the afternoon. The elder behind the desk listened quietly, his expression inscrutable. He remained silent for an extended period, the only sound in the office being the ticking of the antique clock. Finally, the elder spoke in a deep, measured tone. Since this is the choice of these pillars of the nation, and their research endeavors will not be interrupted, but may instead catalyze unforeseen developments due to the new technological paradigms. The voice of the elder was steady, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. He lifted his gaze, and within his eyes, which had witnessed the tumult of the world, there was not a hint of turmoil. Thus, what right did others have to impede? This land had nurtured them. The resources of the nation had cultivated them. Their accumulated knowledge and skills rightfully belonged in the domains where they could shine the brightest. Wherever they could render greater service to the nation, that was their battlefield. What petty parochialism or departmental interests could stand against the grand chessboard of the country's future? All were trivialities. The elder slowly rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the night, deep and vast as the sea. At that moment, his voice became unwavering, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Let me reiterate. The liaison office must facilitate the connections, provide proactive service, should they encounter any difficulties or resistance during the handover. The liaison office must ensure that I am informed immediately and that all obstacles are cleared. The elder suddenly turned, his gaze piercing into Lu Shixiang, as if it were tangible. Tell those who call in to broaden their horizons. They must not fixate on their own little plots of land. If they have grievances, let them know. This is my directive. Chapter 278, Official Registration. With a command from above, all resistance melted away like snow in spring. What was expected to be a cumbersome and protracted handover process suddenly became smoother than a toll-free highway. The research institutions and esteemed universities, which typically treated experts as treasures, were surprisingly accommodating this time. This unusual scene left Wang Zhenghua feeling somewhat bewildered. That morning, he ambled into Su Yi's office and plopped down onto a wooden chair, his expression tinged with curiosity. Something was amiss, exceedingly so. He rubbed his chin, his brows furrowed like he was pondering a complex scientific conundrum. Noticing this, Su Yi smiled and poured him a cup of tea. Old Wang, what seems to be the issue? It's about Old Qian and their handover. Wang Zhenghua lifted the teacup but did not drink, merely fixating on the swirling tea leaves within, his gaze profound. When I arrived, although there was no obstruction from above, the processes below caused quite a delay. After all, the projects I was handling involved numerous individuals and matters. But now, Wang Zhenghua raised his head to look at Su Yi, confusion etched in his eyes. Old Qian, Old Zhang, they came over as a group, making far more noise than I did alone. Each one is a pillar of strength. Their previous units required multiple reports just for a long leave. Now, they say they wish to stay permanently, and not a single place is throwing up roadblocks. I simply cannot comprehend it. I know those institutions well. This is essentially a total takeover, yet those people have made no move at all. It defies logic and is utterly unscientific. Listening to Wang Zhenghua's near soliloquy, Su Yi's mind was as clear as a mirror, though his countenance remained inscrutable. He was well aware that an invisible hand was orchestrating these events. Lu Shixiang's phone call, along with the subsequent astonishingly rapid efficiency, had unmistakably conveyed the stance from above. Not only was there no obstruction, but there was also full support, providing a protective shield. This was far better than he had anticipated. Observing the skeptical expression on old Wang's face, Su Yi chuckled softly, lifting his teacup and gently blowing across the surface. Old Wang, why ponder so much? Perhaps it's because our Qinghe Village bears the distinction of being special. Who knows? Our Qinghe Special Village might now possess some hidden privilege, like a green channel for talent recruitment. His words were half jest, half earnest, reflecting Su Yi's usual style. Wang Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback by this remark, then quickly responded, bemused, pointing at him. You rascal, are you making a fool of this old man? Although he spoke thus, the furrowed lines of worry on Wang Zhenghua's forehead began to ease. He was no fool. While Su Yi's words were playful, they subtly illuminated a fact. There was undoubtedly a higher authority intervening behind the scenes. It seemed that those above placed greater importance on this place than they had imagined. The senior academic silently mused, letting go of his prior concerns, and shifted the topic. Since the process is so smooth, it seems they won't need the originally mentioned month after all. Absolutely. Su Yi replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. During the days when Old Qian and his team were expeditiously finalizing their handover procedures, Lian's grandchildren also successfully completed their enrollment at the Qinghe Technology School. When the two children were brought by their family, Lian specifically called to express his heartfelt gratitude, a sense of genuine relief palpable even through the phone line. However, this was merely the beginning. A couple of days later, Su Yi received an unexpected phone call. Secretary Su, it's me, Old Tang Yuan. The voice on the other end was so exuberant, it seemed capable of melting the phone receiver. I heard your village's school is now more difficult to enter than any other. It seems only the grandchildren have merely managed to get in. That is a bit of an exaggeration, Su Yi chuckled. But Old Tang, you certainly have your ear to the ground. Hey, this news has spread like wildfire in our circle. They say it's the cradle of future elites, getting in guarantees of family's prosperity for the next 20 years. Tang Yuan wasted no time and got straight to the point. Secretary Su, I won't beat around the bush. My wayward son just started middle school and spends all day playing video games. It's driving me mad. I wonder if I could trouble you to let him come to your place for a taste of future education. Before Su Yi could respond, he heard Tang Yuan thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. If that little rascal dares to misbehave, just let the teachers discipline him. If they break his legs, I'll personally bring a banner to express my gratitude. Listening to Tang Yuan's eager and generous tone, Su Yi couldn't help but smile. Old Tang, what are you saying? We're like family. There's no need to talk about backdoors. Just send over the child's information, and I'll have the school arrange it. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. I knew I could count on you. After hanging up with Tang Jinyuan, he had barely set down his phone when another call came in. It was Boss Zhao from Jingzhou. Hello, General Zhao. You're not calling to discuss transferring students as well, are you? He preemptively quipped. Haha, you've seen through me. My granddaughter is in 5th grade. I wonder if you could help arrange something? Soon after, Mr. Gu from Hu City and Mr. Chun from Zhu City followed suit, all expressing a strikingly similar desire to enroll their direct descendants in the Qinghe Technology School. These individuals were all astute and discerning. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse the requests of these steadfast partners who had consistently supported him. A few days later, as the final batch of transfer students adapted to campus life, he finally awaited the call he had been most eager for. That afternoon, while reviewing village documents in his office, his phone rang. Hello, old Qian. The voice on the other end no longer bore the shock and excitement of their first encounter, but rather exuded the calm and steadiness befitting a top scholar. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a burgeoning force ready to erupt. Secretary Su. Old Qian's voice was clear and powerful. We have completed all the necessary procedures on our end. All projects have also been arranged for handover. He paused, seemingly confirming something. The background noise of other elders conversing softly filtered through the phone before quieting down. Subsequently, the voice of Elder Qian resonated once more. We have booked the earliest flight for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will officially report in. Chapter 279, a resolution the next day. At 9:30 in the morning, a few brand new Hongqi MPVs, their bodies a deep black, glided silently to the entrance of Qinghe Village. The doors opened without a sound. The first to descend was Elder Qian, who had exchanged his formal suit for a comfortable dark gray jacket. On his face, which often bore a scrutinizing expression, there was an unexpected air of relaxation, akin to a wanderer returning home. Following closely behind him were Academician Zhang and Academician Sun, one by one. These titans of the academic realm stepped out, capable of shaking the very foundations of domestic scholarship with a mere stamp of their feet. Behind them trailed a group of vibrant young individuals, those in their 20s, pursuing their PhDs and Master S degrees. The most promising disciples of these towering figures and the hope for the future. At this moment, they gazed upon the legendary village with an insatiable curiosity and a hint of reverence for stepping into a new world. Welcome back home, esteemed seniors. He had long awaited their arrival, and he stepped forward briskly, his face adorned with a genuine and radiant smile. The simple greeting of home seemed to diminish the fatigue in the eyes of Elder Qian and his companions. Ha, back home. What a wonderful homecoming. Elder Qian chuckled heartily, extending his hand for a firm handshake with Su-yi. Secretary Su, from today onward, this group of old fellows will be bothering you. Couldn't he ask for more? Su-yi replied, gripping his thin yet strong hand with even greater sincerity. Having all of you here to share your wisdom will surely bring a smile to my face each night. This warm and unpretentious opening transformed the atmosphere on site into one of unparalleled harmony. Beside them, Wang Zhengguo was grinning from ear to ear, playfully patting an old friend's shoulder, his voice booming. So old Zhang, in this environment with this air if you stay for a year, I guarantee you'll all feel 10 years younger. The elder known as Old Zhang adjusted his glasses, surveying the surroundings with a sense of awe. Indeed, this place is a sanctuary where one can truly devote oneself to scholarly pursuits. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, adding with a hint of good-natured jest directed at Su-yi. Secretary Su, everything here is splendid, but there is one minor drawback. Su-yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? Please enlighten me, Old Zhang. The transportation is quite a hassle. Old Zhang replied, a wry smile crossing his face, his tone filled with resignation. Flying from Jingzhou to Yunzhou, and then from Yunzhou airport to here, such a lengthy travel time is indeed a considerable strain for us old bones. This remark was met with immediate agreement from the other elders. Indeed, with all the flying and driving, the time spent on transportation is excessive. If there is an urgent matter in Jingzhou, a round trip could consume an entire day. Their words are not complaints, but rather an acknowledgement of an existing issue. While Qinghe Village is a paradise, its connection to the core regions remains deficient. Su-yi listened, his smile unwavering, even deepening slightly as he nodded. His tone both earnest and relaxed. Old Zhang speaks the truth. Esteemed seniors, your critiques are valid. However, in my view, recognizing shortcomings indicates that Qinghe Village still has room for improvement and clearer goals for progress. Upon hearing this, the eyes of several elder academicians brightened. No deflection, no empty promises, directly acknowledging the shortcomings and transforming them into a driving force for advancement. The mindset and perspective of this young man were indeed extraordinary. Elder Qian regarded him with approval, exclaiming, "Well said. We eagerly anticipate how Secretary Su will address this shortcoming." Su smiled and gestured invitingly. "Esteemed seniors, after your arduous journey, your accommodations have been arranged. Let's settle in the village first." "No need for such formality." Elder Qian waved his hand, his gaze sweeping toward Wang Jinggua's spacious courtyard not far off. "We agreed before coming that we would all stay at Old Wang's place. We can squeeze together. It'll be lively. We can even gather for a game of chess or discuss matters conveniently. Indeed, let us stay at Old Wang's and let him the host. Treat us well." "Absolutely. We'll eat his food and drink his drinks." Everyone chimed in, and the atmosphere grew fervent once more. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinggua's face lit up, and with a grand gesture, he declared, "No problem. You're all warmly welcomed. I promise to ensure your stay is perfectly arranged." Oyi, seeing this, naturally welcomed the arrangement. Having this group of old friends stay together would provide mutual support and facilitate smoother exchanges in both life and work. He decisively proclaimed, "Then it's settled. As for the talented young scholars accompanying you, the accommodations at the faculty dormitory have been prepared and are ready for immediate occupancy, allowing for a seamless transition into work." This meticulous arrangement left everyone feeling satisfied. After welcoming everyone into the village and settling them into Wang Jinggua's spacious courtyard, Su Yi could hardly contain his smile as he observed these national treasures, akin to enthusiastic students returning to campus, eagerly selecting rooms and organizing their belongings. As for the subsequent course arrangements, laboratory planning, and project alignments, these professional matters required no concern from him. Placing these top minds together would naturally spark the most efficient and cutting-edge solutions. Su Yi need not worry about every detail. He simply needed to provide the best environment and resources, allowing them to shine without distraction. Having delegated the follow-up tasks to the village committee staff, Su Yi had barely settled into his office when his phone buzzed once more. The caller ID displayed Lu Shixiao. Su Yi pressed the answer button and greeted casually. "Hello, senior brother." "Ha ha, junior brother. I presume those esteemed old seniors have arrived? Quite the spectacle, I imagine." On the other end, Lu Shixiang's hearty laughter echoed, reflecting his buoyant mood. "Just got them settled in." Su Yi leaned back in his chair, smiling as he replied, "Not just a spectacle. I'm feeling quite the pressure. Worried I might not adequately host these national treasures." "Stop joking around," Lu Shixiang chided playfully. After a few more casual exchanges, Lu Shixiang's tone shifted to seriousness. "All right, enough of that. The reason I called today isn't merely to discuss the experts." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a vague sense of anticipation stirring within him. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Lu Shixiang spoke with a tone that suggested finality. "It's about that ball you kicked over last time, the group of foreign teams eager to visit. There has been a resolution from above." Chapter 280, Qinghe Village Airport. Although he had harbored some suspicions, Su Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the confirmation of results arriving so swiftly. "So soon? How long has it been since those foreigners clamored to visit?" "Just over a month, if I recall correctly. For negotiations involving countless national interests, such a brief span of time seemed scarcely adequate to even cast the first tentative stones of diplomacy." On the other end, Lu Shixiang's voice brimmed with an unmistakable excitement and pride, a heartfelt exhilaration that was palpable. "Junior brother, times have changed." Lu Shixiang chuckled softly, his voice quiet yet emphatic. "When we hold a trump card that the entire world cannot refuse, much less replicate, the rules at the negotiation table will naturally be dictated by us." Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Yi's mouth lifted into a broad smile. "From your tone, it seems the outcome from above must be quite favorable." "Favorable?" Lu Shixiang appeared to find the term amusing, his laughter ringing out freely, tinged with mystery. "Specific details are not convenient to discuss over the phone. You only need to know that our harvest this time far exceeds your imagination." Su Yi nodded, refraining from probing further into the specifics. He understood that in this realm of confrontation, the outcome held far greater significance than the process. His senior's words had clearly indicated that those in power had leveraged the card he provided to execute a remarkable strategy, yielding extraordinary strategic benefits. His current concern was the true purpose behind this phone call from his senior. As expected, he continued, "However, junior brother." Lu's tone shifted, becoming markedly steadier. "The smoothness of this operation owes a great deal to your contributions in the second world. Therefore, there are certain matters that may require your cooperation moving forward." "Senior brother, Your words are overly formal. Su Yi leaned back, stretching comfortably, a light chuckle escaping his lips. We are all serving the country, whatever is needed from me. Please feel free to ask. Good. With your assurance, I am at ease. Lu's tone became entirely relaxed, skipping any further preamble and diving straight into the matter. One of the many outcomes of this negotiation is our agreement to conditionally open certain ports of the Second World to select countries. Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining silent as he awaited further details. In other words, this will allow other nations to obtain developer privileges akin to those of high-tier users. For instance, permitting certain top-tier research institutions from specific countries to establish their own virtual laboratories within the Second World for harmless simulation experiments. Alternatively, allowing multinational corporations to set up their own branded virtual storefronts and mini-programs within your Qinghe community to conduct commercial activities. Lu spoke clearly and methodically, his pace unhurried. Of course, these privileges will not be equal. We will provide a detailed list of permissions based on the countries and the depth of cooperation. Some nations will have higher privileges and more extensive capabilities, while others may only be able to open a virtual storefront for brand promotion. Su Yi understood the implications. In essence, they were repackaging the permissions previously granted to domestic departments and institutions into tiered paid packages to sell to those foreign entities eager to gain entry. As for the pricing of these packages, it would naturally be derived from the substantial benefits negotiated at the table. Absolutely, Su Yi replied with a smile, his tone crisp and decisive. Just send me the list of entities requiring access along with the corresponding permissions. All right, I will compile the specific documents and send them to you shortly. There's no rush on your end. They're the ones who are anxious. Lu's tone remained lighthearted. After a brief pause on the line, both parties fell silent. Su Yi sensed that the real business was only just beginning. Lu's voice then took on a more serious tone. Having addressed the official matters, let's now discuss your personal affairs. Hearing this, Su Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and he remained silent. He could discern that what his senior was about to say was the true crux of this call. Lu's voice became low and steady, each word laden with an indescribable weight. Junior brother, you have once again rendered an immense service to the country. Those in power are exceedingly pleased and have specifically instructed me to inquire about any rewards you might wish for from the nation. You may be bold in your requests. Any aspect is permissible. Really, I can be bold? Su Yi chuckled at the solemnity of Lu's words. He indeed had a particular reward in mind. Images of old Qian and his complaints about inconvenient transportation flashed through his mind. Alongside Director Su Wei was just about building an airport during the village committee meeting. Previously, it had been inappropriate to bring it up, but now certainly. Lu's tone brooked no dissent. The higher-ups explicitly stated you should feel free to ask. Very well. Su Yi cleared his throat, sitting up straighter in his chair, his tone adopting a fitting mix of preparation and tentative inquiry. Senior brother, our roads in Qinghe Village have been repaired, and transportation is no longer a concern. Everything is quite good, but as you know, our geographical position is somewhat awkward. For instance, when old Qian and the others came over this time, they traveled by both plane and car, and after several hours, they were nearly exhausted, all of them complaining to me. And this is just the present. As Qinghe Village continues to develop, the influx of international visitors will only increase. Coupled with our international trade, having so many people constantly on the road is hardly practical. You see, Su Yi deliberately elongated his words. In order to facilitate international trade, to enable residents of Qinghe Village and visitors to travel more conveniently, and to better serve our nation, I hope to establish an airport in our village. Is that request feasible? Upon hearing this, a light chuckle emanated from Lu on the other end of the line. His laughter bore no hint of surprise, rather an understanding that conveyed a sense of relief. I suspected you would desire this. Lu teased lightly, his voice brimming with uncontainable delight. Su Yi, noting this reaction, felt a sense of certainty. Leaning back against his chair, he languidly replied, "It seems you've anticipated this all along?" Pretty much. Lu's tone took on a more serious edge. After all, Qinghe Village currently lacks nothing: money, technology, talent, and even top-tier expert teams. The only constraint on your development is geography. He paused, continuing with an undertone of significance. To be candid, the issue of transportation in Qinghe Village has indeed been discussed by those in power. With the village's growing scale and influence, a modern transportation hub is inevitable. However, the question remains, where and how will it be built? Lu's words deepened Su Yi's smile. Perfect. Since there is already interest from the top, why not take this opportunity to get it done? You certainly know how to seize a moment. Lu chuckled again, but then his tone shifted to a grave seriousness. Returning to the core issue. Since you brought up, let me ask, What is the intended purpose of this airport in Qinghe Village? Domestic flights? Or do you aim even higher for an international airport? Without hesitation, Su Yi blurted out 3 words that plunged the other end of the line into silence. International airport. Lu's breath momentarily faltered at the audacity of the request. When he spoke again, his tone was steeped in gravity. Junior brother, do you comprehend what this entails? The terminal, runway standards, air traffic control systems. This is not merely the construction of a road. The critical issue, however, lies in the land. Is there sufficient land in Qinghe Village? Indeed, Qinghe Village was undergoing rapid development, with nearly all its land thoroughly utilized. In such circumstances, extracting a sizable plot for the construction of an international airport seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, such an establishment as an airport, accompanied by deafening noise and throngs of people, could never be situated in proximity to densely populated areas. On the other end of the line, Lu Shixiang's voice bore a scrutinizing tone. He refrained from further comment, seemingly awaiting Su Yi to furnish him with a plausible explanation. Listening to the silence on the phone, Su Yi felt no pressure. Instead, he chuckled. Brother, you're absolutely right, he conceded with utmost clarity. Given the current state of Qinghe Village, let alone an international airport, we couldn't even find a suitable spot for a small helipad. But you still. Lu Shixiang's voice was laced with confusion. However, Su Yi pivoted, his tone exuding a calm confidence. Our Qinghe Village may lack land, but that does not imply that the surrounding 10 miles or so lacks potential sites for construction. This statement caused Lu Shixiang on the other end to momentarily halt his breath. Lu Shixiang was no fool. He instantly grasped the astonishing implications behind Su Yi's words. Junior brother, you. Lu Shixiang felt a bead of sweat forming in the palm of his hand that held the phone. Speak candidly with me. What exactly do you desire? Brother, please do not rush. Su Yi's voice remained relaxed as he shifted to a more comfortable position, leisurely elaborating. You have visited us before, and you should be aware of the current plight of the neighboring villages, such as Qinghe Village and Hongyan Village across the mountain. Let me put it this way. In Qinghe Village, we feast on sumptuous meals, and every household resides in villas and drives luxury cars. Meanwhile, they're still living as they did decades ago, scarcely seeing a few coins throughout the year. The youth have all fled, leaving only the elderly to tend to a few acres of meager farmland, barely scraping by. One piece of land, separated merely by a river and a mountain. It is a tale of 2 worlds. Su Yi's voice gradually deepened. The light-hearted tone faded, replaced by an undeniable seriousness. Brother, do you find this just? There's been a continuous advocacy for regional collaborative development from above, urging certain areas to prosper first and subsequently uplift others, culminating in shared prosperity. As a national pilot project, shouldn't our Qinghe Village set an exemplary standard in this regard? Lu Shixiang fell silent on the other end of the line. He could envision Su Yi's expression at that moment. This junior brother, often appearing playful and carefree, demonstrated a level of vision and responsibility that far surpassed his peers, even exceeding that of many high-ranking elders. So your idea is? Lu Shixiang's voice had taken on a grave tone. My idea is quite straightforward. Su Yi's voice regained its sharpness. Consolidation. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the other end of the line. To merge the surrounding villages, such as Qinghe and Hongyan, into the jurisdiction of our Qinghe Special Village. To establish a brand new, larger Qinghe Special Village. This way, wouldn't the issue of land be effortlessly resolved? Those villages combined possess vast tracts of barren land. Not only could we accommodate an international airport, we could easily establish 2 farms or breeding grounds. Furthermore, situating the airport in those areas provides ample buffer distance from the core residential area of Qinghe Village, thereby resolving concerns regarding noise and foot traffic. Most importantly, Su Yi's tone now bore an ardent fervor. Once the merger is completed, we can replicate the Qinghe Village model in its entirety. Unified planning, construction, and management. They can lease their land for large-scale modern agriculture. Their labor force can undergo training and integrate into our factories and enterprises. Their children can attend our Qinghe Technology School for the finest education. Su Yi's voice resonated with a monumental force capable of altering the course of the world. This is a multifaceted initiative that can fundamentally transform the entire region, propelling countless impoverished individuals into a new era. Upon concluding his remarks, Su Yi lifted the teacup from his desk, savoring a sip as he awaited a response. Meanwhile, Lu Shixiang on the other end found himself utterly speechless, stunned by the blueprint Su Yi had just painted, leaving his mind in a cacophony of thoughts. Chapter 282. 2 Choices Junior Brother. On the other end, Lu Shixiang swallowed hard, the clear sound of his Adam's apple moving through the receiver, signifying the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. He endeavored to clarify his thoughts, which had been thrown into disarray by shock. He had initially believed he had deciphered Su Yi's ambitions, thinking an international airport was the pinnacle of his aspirations. Now, he realized that this was merely a prelude, not even an appetizer, but merely a means to unveil the grand design, to merge the surrounding villages and create an entirely new Qinghe special village. This young man truly dared to dream and articulate such bold ideas. Lu Shixiang's breaths became heavy and rapid, and he instinctively pressed for clarification. Are you certain you wish to integrate all the surrounding villages into Qinghe Village? Are you suggesting that the villagers of those communities receive the same treatment as the villagers of Qinghe? To this, Su Yi chuckled lightly on the line. Brother, do you think that is feasible? The era of land shares has long since passed. The current Qinghe village is no longer what it once was. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixiang regained his composure. Indeed, it has changed. The once impoverished Qinghe village has transformed into a prosperous community, thanks to the collective effort of its residents pooling their scant land for shares, resulting in today's wealth. That was a seed investment, a lifeline during a critical time. But what is Qinghe Village now? It is a gold mine, a silver mine, a coveted relationship that many strive to attain. To now attempt to exchange a few acres of meager farmland for the same dividend rights as the original shareholders? Su Yi would not acquiesce, and even the hundreds of households in Qinghe Village would drown them in a tide of spittle. What do you intend to do then? Lu Shixiang's voice returned to its calmness. He understood that his junior brother, having proposed such a groundbreaking plan, must have a follow-up strategy. Differentiate treatment, but provide them with a better future. Su Yi's voice was steady and clear, as if he had rehearsed this scenario countless times in his mind. Currently, I am preparing to offer them two choices. Leaning back in his chair, the blueprint in Su Yi's mind was exceedingly clear. First, those willing to merge with Qinghe Village are welcome. However, their land will no longer be shares, but will be uniformly acquired by Qinghe Village. In exchange, they will attain the status of Qinghe villagers. Su Yi paused, his tone resolute. Due to the absence of equity, they will, of course, not be entitled to the year-end dividends of the village collective. However, Su Yi's tone shifted dramatically, imbued with an unassailable confidence. They will enjoy the benefits provided to Qinghe villagers. Their children, whether in primary or middle school, can directly transfer to our Qinghe Technology School to receive top-tier education. The village's pension and healthcare systems will encompass them entirely. For the youth, we will offer skill training and employment opportunities, placing them in our farms, breeding grounds, or the future airport. For the elderly, we will dispense pensions monthly, and there will be a specialized medical fund for reimbursements in case of illness. Brother, you are well aware of the standards of welfare in Qinghe Village. Everything is guaranteed by the village. Su Yi's voice was not loud, yet each word resonated with undeniable strength. He was not merely offering a sum of money to the villagers, but rather presenting them with a tangible, visible opportunity, a leap into a future where their ideal lives awaited. After a brief pause, he continued in a steady tone. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to embrace this model and feels that the absence of dividends is unappealing, that is perfectly fine. We can provide them with a second option. They may choose not to merge with Qinghe Village. We will compensate them with a substantial relocation subsidy, adhering to the highest national land acquisition standards, even offering multiples beyond that. They can then depart at their discretion, whether to purchase homes in the city or pursue opportunities elsewhere. We will not stand in their way. With the two options articulated, Su Yi fell silent, lifting his teacup to gently blow away the steam, quietly awaiting the reaction on the other end of the line. Brother Lu grasped the phone. The two choices Su Yi had just delineated echoing in his mind. Two choices. They seem like options. Yet for those villagers still grappling with poverty, either was akin to a windfall capable of transforming the fates of 3 generations. Lu could almost envision the tsunami-like stir that would ensue when these choices were laid before the villagers. He had initially presumed Su Yi's proposal for the merger was a mere whim. However, it was now evident that this junior brother was not presenting a fanciful request, but rather articulating a meticulously considered plan. It took into account not only how to integrate people, but also how to accommodate those who chose not to join. After a prolonged silence on the line, Brother Lu finally spoke again. What can I possibly say to you, my junior? I can't help but feel helpless in the face of your dilemma. He chuckled bitterly, his tone imbued with resignation. This isn't a reward you're offering. You've handed me a monumental challenge. You're being too harsh. Su Yi's tone lightened once more. Am I not merely responding to the call alleviating the burdens of the nation? You rascal. Brother Lu chuckled at the grandiloquence of Su Yi's words. However, after the laughter subsided, his voice turned serious. As for the International Airport project, I can muster the audacity to advocate for you. It's highly likely to succeed. But this current plan, his unspoken thoughts hung heavily in the air, the implication clear. Brother, I understand the difficulty, Su Yi interjected, his voice remaining calm. That is precisely why I proposed this as a reward. If it were something straightforward, I would handle it myself without needing to consult those above. This bold assertion left Brother Lu momentarily speechless. Your calculations are astutely precise, he remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. However, my junior, this plan is vast, far beyond what I can manage on my own. Let us do this, Brother Lu decided. Please compile your comprehensive proposal, including the 2 relocation options you just mentioned, along with a preliminary development plan for the merged area, into a detailed report. The more thorough, the better. Then send it to me. There was a brief pause on the other end, laced with gravity. I will assist you in submitting it to those who can make decisions. That will be troublesome for you, Brother Su Yi replied with a smile, his tone relaxed. I will refine the relevant plan and send it to you promptly. On the other end of the line, Brother Lu let out a long sigh. You're not troubling me. You're presenting me with a century-old conundrum. He chuckled, his voice filled with resignation. All right, I will await your proposal, but I need to prepare the higher-ups for this. At least they should have some mental readiness. After hanging up, Su Yi gently placed his phone on the table with a soft click. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, the grand vision of the future becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open. No.1 entered, cradling a stack of freshly organized documents. She had completed the necessary paperwork regarding the expert team, led by Mr. Qian. Noticing Su Yi resting with his eyes closed, she quietly placed the documents on his desk. No.1, put aside your current tasks for a moment. At this, Su Yi opened his eyes, his gaze clear. Please inform the members of the village committee. We will hold a brief meeting in the committee room in half an hour. No.1 blinked in surprise, but nodded, refraining from any further questions. All right, I will notify them immediately. Half an hour later, in the Qinghe Village committee meeting room, the core members of the committee had arrived one after another, whispering among themselves, speculating about the purpose of this impromptu gathering. When Su Yi entered the meeting room, all eyes turned towards him, and the previously bustling room fell into an immediate hush. He surveyed the familiar faces, a smile gracing his lips as he took his seat at the head of the table. Good to see you all, uncles and aunts. It's been a while since we've held such a formal meeting. I must admit, this atmosphere feels a bit unfamiliar. Su Yi's opening remarks were casual, dissipating the tension in the air. Committee Director Su Weigua immediately chimed in, his voice booming. Secretary, you are too modest. Our village committee meetings are of utmost importance. They must be serious and conducted with diligence. All right, you talk too much, Su Yi chuckled, waving his hand to quiet the room. He composed himself, his expression turning solemn as he scanned the faces before him. I have called everyone here today to discuss one matter. Everyone instinctively straightened in their seats, holding their breath, attentively focused on Su Yi. They understood that the serious business was at hand. Su Yi looked at them, articulating clearly, I plan to construct an airport in Qinghe Village. As his words hung in the air, the expansive meeting room fell into a momentary silence. Then, like a pot of oil ignited, the room erupted in astonished exclamations. What did you say? An airport? I must have misheard. Please repeat that. An airport? Good heavens, our village is aiming for the skies. The attendees, all elders of the village, had witnessed Qinghe's evolution from dirt paths to its present state. They believed their hearts were resilient enough to withstand any news. Yet, the mere mention of an airport struck them like a bolt of lightning, directly hitting their core. I knew it. Su Weigua exclaimed, slamming his thigh and leaping from his chair, his face flushed with excitement, his lips trembling. He pointed at Su Yi, then at himself, his voice echoing like a loudspeaker in the village square. In the last meeting, I suggested building an airport, and you all doubted me. Look now. The secretary has brought my proposal to fruition. What do you call this? This is foresight. This is strategic vision. Seeing Su Weigua reveling in his own glory, as if he were a prophet, the crowd erupted in good-natured laughter. Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle, raising a hand to calm the room. All right, Director Su. I'll make sure to credit you for this later. After the laughter subsided, the faces of the villagers still shone with uncontainable excitement. Building an airport? Just the thought of it stirred their blood to a boil. Secretary, this is fantastic news. In the future, transporting our village's wine and vegetables will be as simple as loading them onto a plane right from our doorstep. What a relief. Indeed, soon, we can travel anywhere directly from the village. What a splendid life this will be. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the crowd began to vividly envision the splendid life that would unfold once the airport was completed. On their faces, a genuine pride and joy radiated. Yet, seated beside Su Weidong remained curiously silent, observing the fervent expressions of those around him, and then glancing at his composed son. He furrowed his brow ever so slightly before finally speaking up. Su Weidong's gaze fixed on Su, his voice steady and measured. The construction of an airport is indeed a momentous occasion, one that garners universal support. However, he pivoted his statement, posing the most pivotal question. How do we intend to proceed with this airport? Where shall it be constructed? He surveyed the meeting room, a hint of gravity in his tone. Is there even sufficient land in our village? Indeed, the smiles on the faces of the crowd began to wane, shifting to glances of uncertainty as they exchanged looks, each reflecting the same concern. Su Weigu's grin froze upon his face. Scratching his head, he mumbled softly, "Right? Where is the land?" I was so preoccupied with the construction that I overlooked this matter. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted from fervent enthusiasm to something subtly awkward. Yet, Sui's expression remained unchanged. He leisurely lifted the teacup before him, sipped thoughtfully, and then set it down, meeting the gazes of all present before speaking in a calm, deliberate manner. I must clarify that Qinghe Village does not possess any surplus land. However, this does not imply that we cannot acquire land. He leaned slightly forward, hands clasped upon the conference table, articulating each word with conviction. The purpose of today's impromptu meeting is to address the issue of land for the airport. He paused, then dropped a bombshell that weighed 100-fold more than the airport itself. I propose to merge the surrounding villages, such as Qingshui and Hongyan, into the jurisdiction of our Qinghe Village. Chapter 284. 3 days. As the word merge escaped Su Yi's lips, the lively air of the conference room was suddenly constricted as if grasped by an invisible hand. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Su Weigu's hand, raised halfway, became suspended, his expression of lofty ambition transforming into a comical tableau. A teacup clinked against the table, producing a soft sound that went unacknowledged. Everyone's breath collectively stilled, their minds seemingly short-circuited by the jarring revelation. Emerge? Bring Qingshui and Hongyan into our village? Su Weigu stammered, feeling overwhelmed. While he could comprehend the concept of constructing an airport, indeed, he felt a sense of pride in it. Merging neighboring villages was a notion that left him bewildered. Secretary, this idea is quite. A village committee member opened his mouth, struggling to find the appropriate words. A bit outrageous? Su Yi, with a smile, took the opportunity to respond. He regarded the collective look of astonishment on the faces before him, feeling no surprise. Even someone as astute as Brother Liu would be momentarily rendered speechless upon first hearing such a proposal. Xiao Yi, what exactly do you envision regarding this merger? At that moment of mental chaos, it was Su Weidong, who had remained silent, who posed the question. Unlike the others, he was not caught off guard. Instead, he immediately grasped the essence of the matter. His demeanor remained calm, his inquiry direct. Since his son had broached this idea, it was evident he had been mulling it over. Rather than indulging in speculation, it would be prudent to ascertain his intentions. Su Yi cast an appreciative glance at his father. In this crucial moment, the old secretary had maintained his composure and hit the nail on the head with his question. Clearing his throat, Su Yi scanned the faces in the room, his voice steady and resonant. I understand the concerns that weigh on your minds. Allow me to outline my preliminary plan regarding the merger, and we shall deliberate together. First, cash compensation. Su Yi raised a finger, his tone unequivocal. For the land and homesteads of neighboring villages, Qinghe Village will offer compensation at the highest national standards, even if it means multiplying the amounts several times over, providing them with a generous one-time payment. However, once they receive this money, they shall have no further ties to Qinghe Village. A hush fell over the room, with everyone listening intently. The prospect of such a lucrative offer was tantalizing, a sum that would be regarded as astronomical by villagers who had lived in poverty their entire lives. Su Yi did not allow them much time to ponder, raising a second finger. Second, they can choose to retain their household registrations and become new residents of Qinghe Village. Those opting for this route will have their land similarly requisitioned, but the compensation will be the acquisition of our village's residency. Although this does not come with any cash compensation or equity dividends, they will still enjoy the fundamental benefits available to all residents of Qinghe Village, including education, healthcare, elder care, and employment opportunities. In essence, They would have the choice of either pursuing a substantial sum of money to venture elsewhere or securing the future of their families and descendants by binding themselves to the vessel of Qinghe Village. The decision would ultimately rest in their hands. Two options, one representing the present, the other the future. One straightforward and immediate, the other a legacy for generations. The propositions landed with clarity and conviction upon the conference table. With his statement concluded, Su Yi reclined in his chair, allowing silence to envelop the room, granting everyone ample time to reflect. In the ensuing moments, hushed whispers and calculations began to ripple through the meeting space. The initial shock of the merger swiftly gave way to the overwhelming impact of these two propositions. The committee members, initially stunned, began to exchange glances, their minds stirring with possibilities. As original stakeholders of Qinghe Village, their primary concern was whether their interests would be diluted. Yet, Su Yi's plan deftly sidestepped this concern. There are no equity stakes. This meant that newcomers would merely be beneficiaries of welfare, not shareholders entitled to dividends. As for the cost of those welfare benefits, for the now affluent Qinghe Village, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, post-merger, land would be acquired, paving the way for the airport's construction and further ambitious projects. The scope of Qinghe Village could expand, ensuring a brighter future ahead. Having comprehended this perspective, Su Weiguo was the first to spring to his feet, vigorously pounding the table. I wholeheartedly agree, 1,000 times over, with Su Weiguo's rallying cry. The others ignited in passion, unanimously endorsing the merger proposal. Indeed, I concur. Our village has prospered. It is time to extend a helping hand to neighboring villages. Absolutely. And to present them with two choices is a gesture of benevolence. Whichever path they choose, they stand to gain immensely. Let us proceed. Secretary, direct us, and we shall follow. Su Yi, observing the enthusiastic response, allowed a smile to grace his features. He recognized that this matter had solidified. As long as there was unity of thought internally, the next challenge would merely be the execution of the plan externally. Raising his hand for attention, the meeting room quieted once more. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, we shall proceed with this plan. His gaze fell upon Yi Wanwan, who had been diligently recording the minutes of the meeting. Wanwan, he called. Secretary, Yi Wanwan replied, her eyes bright and inquisitive as she lifted her head. Please compile a detailed report of the contents discussed in this meeting. Su Yi's tone was serene, yet the substance of his words left no room for doubt. After the meeting, you must immediately contact the nation's premier planning and design institute. Within 3 days, I expect to see the preliminary planning scheme for the international airport following the village merger. 3 days? Yi Wanwan's face displayed palpable astonishment. Secretary, allow me to finish. Su Yi leaned back against his chair. I do not require them to produce an exquisite set of blueprints, nor to meticulously plan every road and pathway at this moment. Those details can be addressed later. Su Yi's gaze sharpened, and his tone became resolute. I need only one thing. Within 3 days, provide me with a comprehensive preliminary layout plan that encompasses all surrounding areas. With the international airport at its core, this plan is not intended for construction. Su Yi looked intently at Yi Wanwan, enunciating each word. It is meant to be placed on the desks of certain individuals to convey that my plan is not a mere fantasy, but a feasible proposal. Do you understand? Yi Wanwan's heart raced. She instantly grasped Su Yi's intent. Taking a deep breath, she nodded emphatically, her voice resolute. Understood, Secretary. I will ensure the task is completed. Chapter 285. Next, I will trouble my senior brother. 2 days later, in the conference room of the Qinghe Village Committee, a massive electronic screen displayed a complex and intricate blueprint, with lines and color blocks intertwining to outline an exhilarating future. Beside the screen stood several composed, middle-aged men, their glasses perched on their noses. They comprised the chief team of the nation's foremost architectural planning institute. After receiving Yi Wanwan's call, which could be deemed unreasonable, they initially intended to decline. A comprehensive planning intention map for multiple administrative villages centered around an international airport within 3 days? What an absurd international joke. However, upon hearing the name Qinghe Village, the designer Wang on the other end of the line was instantly taken aback. It was Secretary Su of Qinghe Village requesting this? Yes. 3 days? Correct, 3 days. There was a silence of nearly half a minute on the line before a decisive voice responded. All right, we will proceed. Thus, 2 days later, this preliminary intention map, embodying the core strength of the entire Design Institute and the result of countless efforts, was presented to Su Yi ahead of schedule. The lead designer, surnamed Wang, appeared to be in his early 50s with meticulously combed hair. Though his eyes bore traces of fatigue from sleepless nights, they sparkled with an exceptional brightness. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he nodded slightly toward Su-yi at the head of the table, foregoing any pleasantries and directly addressing the matter at hand. Secretary Su, esteemed village committee members, as per your request, our team conducted an urgent survey and data analysis of the topography, hydrology, and transportation conditions of Qinghe Village and its surrounding areas. Wang, wielding a laser pointer, guided its red dot across the enormous electronic screen, considering the runway length, clearance requirements, and the impact of noise on residential areas. We have designated this location for the airport. The red dot settled on a large expanse of land on the screen, depicted in a vast ochre shade, signifying underutilized wasteland. This area is relatively flat, with stable geological structures, and is unobstructed by towering mountains, making it an ideal site for the airport while maximizing the use of wasteland and minimizing the occupation of arable land. In the conference room, Su Weigua and the other village committee officials craned their necks, eyes wide open, anxious not to miss any detail. Previously, the concept of building an airport was merely a vague, yet thrilling notion for them. Now, this concept was manifesting in an incredibly tangible and astonishing manner. Crashing before their eyes, Wang's voice rose with an unmistakable excitement. In accordance with Secretary Su's directive for an all-encompassing approach, we have planned according to the current highest international standard, the 4F standard. The 4F standard? Su Weigua couldn't restrain himself and muttered softly, "What does that mean?" Wang, hearing this, not only showed no impatience but instead smiled and explained. The 4F level means it can accommodate all models of civil aviation aircraft currently in operation on Earth, including the Airbus A380, the true behemoth of the skies. This is the standard configuration for top-tier global hub airports. The standard configuration for top-tier global hub airports. Upon hearing this, Su Weigua felt a surge of exhilaration rush to his head. He straightened his posture, repeatedly murmuring, "My goodness, that is truly remarkable." He was quite pleased with this. He raised his hand, gesturing for Wang to continue. In addition to the airport itself, we have also planned the supporting transportation network. Wang's laser pointer traced a bold, commanding red artery on the map. We plan to construct a brand new Qinghe Airport Expressway, an 8-lane, bidirectional highway that seamlessly connects to Qinghe Avenue at the southern end and leads directly to the terminal at the northern end. Calculating at a design speed of 120 kilometers per hour, he paused, scanning the faces of everyone present, and threw out a staggering figure. From the village committee to the airport departure hall, the entire journey is expected to take only 15 minutes. This final revelation hit even harder than the earlier impact of the 4F level international airport. 15 minutes. The realization of this time frame was so concrete that it sent shivers down the spines of the village committee members. This time is even faster than their trips to the county from the village. Subsequently, the conference room erupted in jubilation, with everyone's faces radiating an almost fervent excitement and pride. Su-yi observed the lively scene, a subtle smile gracing his features. He raised his hand and gently tapped twice on the table. Thud, thud. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated like two heavy hammers, striking at the heartbeats of each individual present. The raucous conference room fell silent in an instant, all eyes converging on him. Su-yi's gaze settled on the quietly standing Wang and his team. Wang, as well as the esteemed designers, you have worked hard. To produce such a proposal in just 2 days is remarkably swift. The quality is even higher. Each of Su-yi's words felt like the highest commendation for their labor over the past 2 days and nights. I am particularly satisfied with this proposal. Wang and the team members behind him wore genuine smiles. The fatigue of nearly 2 sleepless nights seemed to dissipate in that moment. Prior to their arrival, they had worried whether this young village secretary might, like some uninformed clients, propose various impractical modifications. But it now appeared they had overthought. Let us proceed with this. Su-yi tapped the table decisively, making the final decision. The subsequent detailed design will be entrusted to your team for follow-up. He paused, adding a resolute statement. Money is not an issue. I have but one request: to employ the best technology and achieve the fastest speed. Understood. Please rest assured. Secretary Su. Wang stood tall, his back straight. This was precisely the kind of affirmation they, as designers, longed to hear. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Su-yi personally escorted Wang and his team to the door, instructing Yi Wanwan to arrange for subsequent coordination and payment. After bidding farewell to the Design Institute members, Su-yi returned to his empty office, closed the door, and directly picked up the phone on his desk. Without the slightest hesitation, he dialed Lu's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Senior brother. On the other end, Lu's calm voice resonated. Junior brother, calling at this hour, could it be? Precisely. Su-yi smiled slightly, his voice clear and powerful. The proposal is complete. I will send it to you shortly. Next, I will trouble you to assist with the follow-up. Chapter 286, Principal Agreement. The airport plan is secured. So soon? On the other end of the phone, Brother Lu's voice was tinged with palpable astonishment. Almost immediately, that astonishment transformed into an uncontrollable chuckle, brimming with delight. From a moment Su-yi proposed that almost audacious idea to this very moment, merely 2 days had elapsed. Such efficiency, even with Brother Lu's prior awareness of Su-yi's execution capabilities, was nonetheless a profound shock. Haha, you rascal, you always find a way to deliver surprises. Brother Lu's tone was laced with familiar teasing. And you say you're troubling me. I believe you are presenting me, the liaison office director, with accomplishments. To be candid, Brother Lu reflected, the higher-ups are placing even greater emphasis on your proposal to merge the villages and construct the airport than I had anticipated. Just a couple of days ago, I merely broached the subject, and they have already begun pressing me for a timeline on when the concrete proposal will be ready. To think that I hadn't even urged you, and yet this proposal has already materialized. What impeccable timing. Su-yi smiled. Then I shall not be courteous, brother. I will send a preliminary proposal to your email immediately. Very well, send it over. Brother Lu's voice regained its steadiness. I will personally deliver it shortly. Just await my good news. After hanging up, Su-yi wasted no time. His fingertips danced across the screen. The proposal. A culmination of countless efforts from a premier design institute, along with the supplementary documentation meticulously organized by No.1, transformed into an email that flew toward Jingzhou. The crisp notification of successful email transmission chimed. Leaning back against the broad chair, Su-yi exhaled a long sigh of relief. Everything was in place. Only the favorable winds were needed. All that remained was to wait. Meanwhile, a rumor had quietly erupted in the surrounding villages of Qinghe Village. After all, just days prior, that elite planning team had taken to the skies with drones and traversed their surroundings with an array of precision instruments, creating quite a stir that was impossible to overlook. In Qinghe Village and Hongyan Village, these usually tranquil hamlets were stirred as if an invisible boulder had been cast into their midst, sending forth ripples of excitement. Villagers gathered in small clusters in the fields, animatedly discussing the developments. Have you heard? There's going to be a major event in Qinghe Village. What do you mean you haven't heard? Those folks with the equipment were measuring right at the entrance of our village. When we asked them what they were doing, they clammed up tighter than a drum, not saying a word. Will our land be taken? If it is that, it's a good thing. I just hope they don't turn their noses up at our few acres of barren land. An elderly man took a deep drag from his pipe and exclaimed, Haven't you seen how Qinghe Village is living now? It's a life fit for deities. If we can catch a glimpse of that fortune, even our ancestors would be smiling. In an instant, the surrounding villages buzzed with fervent discussions, the air thick with a mix of unease and fervent anticipation. Amidst this undercurrent of excitement, Su-yi burst into Su-yi's office. Unlike his usual boisterous self, he pulled out a chair for himself and gulped water from a nearby flask. Then he slammed the flask down on the table, his face contorted like a wilting eggplant. Secretary, I can hardly contain myself. Su-yi, absorbed in his documents, looked up with keen interest. What is the matter, uncle? It's rare for Director Su to be so distressed. It's those rumors outside. Su-yi thumped his thigh. Leaning forward, his voice lowered to a whisper. Secretary Li from Qinghe, Secretary Zhao from Hongyan Village, and several others have been bombarding my phone these past few days. Each one is subtly probing me, asking if our village is about to launch a significant project and if their land will be affected. In the past, he would have puffed out his chest and half-jokingly boasted about such matters. But now it was different. As the village head of Qinghe, every word and action he took represented the entire village's reputation. Su-yi's expression revealed a mix of pride and ambivalence. I was thinking, since the higher-ups haven't approved this yet, I shouldn't say anything rash. I told them I was unaware and to wait for official notification. Su-yi sighed and took another sip from his cup. But they don't believe me. They keep trying to get close, saying we all hail from the same mountain. And if something good comes along, we shouldn't forget our impoverished brothers. My mouth is practically bubbling over. Su-yi couldn't help but chuckle at his uncle's predicament. Uncle, your sense of confidentiality has certainly improved. Indeed. Su-yi straightened his neck, suddenly invigorated. What is my position now? I can't act like I used to. If I let something slip and create trouble for you, what would I become? You are absolutely right. Su-yi nodded with a smile, refilling his uncle's glass. Until the official documents are issued, it is indeed prudent to keep this under wraps. You've handled this exceptionally well. With Su Yi's affirmation, the turmoil on Su Weigua's face dissipated significantly, replaced by a look of satisfaction. Of course, he cleared his throat and continued. But I feel that keeping them in suspense isn't ideal. Secretary, when do you think we might receive a definitive answer? It should be soon. Su Yi's gaze fell upon the massive regional map adorning the office wall, his expression calm. We should be nearing a conclusion. Really? Su Weigua's eyes sparkled, a grin spreading across his face as he rose with satisfaction. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Well then, Secretary, I'll leave you to your work. I just came to report the situation and will continue my rounds in the village. Once Su Weigua departed, the office returned to tranquility. Not long after, Su Yi's phone suddenly rang. He glanced down to see the familiar number flashing on the screen. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Brother. The voice on the other end was devoid of hesitation, even tinged with a hint of barely contained laughter, crisp and decisive. Junior, I must congratulate you from this side. Brother Lu announced. Upon hearing this, Su Yi instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. Brother Lu's voice resonated in Su Yi's ear, each word pronounced with gravitas. The proposal concerning the merger of Qinghe Village with the surrounding villages, centered on the construction of an international airport for regional integration development, has been officially confirmed after deliberation and meetings. Principal agreement has been reached. Chapter 287. Is the town disappearing? From the other end of the line, Brother Lu's laughter rang out, brimming with the satisfaction of a task accomplished. The official red-headed document is still pending some processes, as you well know. However, the higher-ups have made their intentions abundantly clear. After a brief pause, his voice lowered, yet carried more weight. To expedite matters, I have already personally communicated with both the provincial and municipal authorities. They will arrange for designated personnel to liaise with you regarding the comprehensive relocation of several villages. Su Yi understood the significance of Brother Lu's words. Brother, I cannot thank you enough. His tone conveyed genuine appreciation. Don't mention it. Brother Lu replied with a teasing tone. You always create such a stir. As the liaison office director, I'm certainly benefiting from your efforts. If this endeavor succeeds, I will have a remarkable achievement to boast about for a lifetime. However, Junior, I fear you will be quite busy moving forward. I want to take up more of your time. I suspect it won't be long before the people below reach out to you. Thank you, brother. After ending the call, Su Yi gently placed his mobile phone on the table. He leaned back against the broad chair, his gaze directed towards the window. Lu Shixiang was indeed correct. The time ahead would demand true diligence. A grand narrative, involving multiple villages and a population exceeding 10,000, which could potentially reshape the developmental landscape of the entire region for decades, if not centuries, had only just begun to unfold. Yet, there was no trace of trepidation on Su Yi's face. Instead, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him, buzzing, before his thoughts could drift too far. His phone on the table vibrated vigorously. Su Yi picked it up, and the name flashing on the screen caused his eyebrows to arch slightly. Lian. The call from Yunzhou arrived even sooner than he had anticipated. He swiped to answer, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Greetings, leader. Secretary Su. This leadership role is one I can hardly seem to embody, came Lian's steady voice from the other end, albeit tinged with a hint of urgency, as if he had just emerged from a meeting. I just left Secretary Zhang's office. Without any preamble, he cut straight to the point. Secretary Su, are you truly preparing to punch a hole in the sky for Yunzhou from Qinghe Village? The astonishment in his tone was far from that of a leader. It resembled that of an ordinary person who had encountered something beyond comprehension. Su Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He understood that Lian's call was more than mere astonishment. As anticipated, Lian paused for a few seconds, seemingly processing his emotions and reorganizing his thoughts. In one breath, swallowing the Qinghe River and several administrative villages, including Qinghe Village, he continued, his voice laden with incredulity. Secretary Su, your appetite has truly opened my eyes. If these villages are incorporated into Qinghe Village, then the administrative structure of Qingshan Town would lose almost all significance. When I reported to Secretary Zhang earlier, I mentioned that the entire administrative division of Heyuan County might undergo a substantial reshuffle due to your Qinghe Village. Su Yi remained silent, merely listening, a subtle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Finally, Lian delved into the crux of the matter, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. By the way, I received a call from above, mentioning your resettlement plan, which left me somewhat bewildered. Secretary Su, I must confirm this with you personally. For the villagers of the merged villages, you are indeed offering them two choices? He inquired, each word pronounced carefully. Either, according to the highest national requisition standards, a sum that is beyond their wildest dreams, allowing them to take the money and leave. Or, they receive nothing and directly exchange their household registration for that of Qinghe Village, enjoying the same educational, medical, and pension benefits as your village residents. As Lian reiterated these two options, disbelief still colored his voice. He had witnessed resettlements and compensations before, yet the audacity and financial backing exhibited by either choice from Qinghe Village would render any local department utterly embarrassed. Indeed, Su, he finally spoke, his tone calm, yet unwaveringly affirmative. Your information is correct. Those are the two options. With Su Yi's confirmation, Lian on the other end of the line seemed to shed a monumental burden, releasing a long breath. In that exhalation, all his astonishment, doubt, and concern evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented exhilaration and confidence. Excellent, excellent, marvelous, he exclaimed, his voice rising with vigor. Secretary Su, with these two options as your foundation, this resettlement endeavor will be no formidable challenge. He even laughed heartily, a genuine sound fueled by absolute assurance for the forthcoming tasks. Lian could envision that once this plan was unveiled, the villagers would not only have no objections, but would celebrate, fearing that Qinghe Village might not want them. Rest assured, this matter will be personally overseen by us in Yinzhou. Secretary Zhang has already approved the formation of a special task force, with him as the leader. Lian's voice paused momentarily, each word resonating with conviction. I will serve as the deputy leader and office director, responsible for supervising all resettlement affairs on site. Then I shall trouble you. Leader, Su Yi replied with a smile. No trouble at all, not in the slightest. Lian's laughter was robust. All right, I want to ramble on. We will convene immediately to refine the plan, and I'll lead a team over first thing tomorrow morning. I shall be ready to receive your esteemed presence. Su Yi responded calmly. After hanging up, silence reclaimed the office. The sunlight outside was just right, illuminating the cup of clear tea on the table. Su Yi lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, the fragrant warmth soothing his senses. From Jingzhou to the provincial level, then to the city, in a mere afternoon, this chain of directives had been comprehensively activated with an efficiency beyond imagination. Each link in the chain experienced no delays or hindrances. Instead, it was a continuous acceleration, adding layers of momentum. This was the current vitality of Qinghe Village. Simultaneously, a page on a meticulously designed and solemn official website quietly released a latest announcement regarding the approval for the expansion of Qinghe Special Village's jurisdiction and the establishment of the Qinghe International Aviation Hub. Chapter 288, The Resettlement Compensation Plan, is announced. That elegantly crafted official approval was released quietly, yet the tendrils of the internet were swift to seize upon the tremors from any corner of the globe. Within 10 minutes of the announcement, several of the most active economic forums and local development sections in the country were sharing screenshots, accompanied by a massive crimson headline. Stunning news. Qinghe Village is taking off. Official approval for building an international airport. Upon seeing this post, many people's initial reaction was disbelief. It wasn't until they followed the path outlined in the post, entering the official website, that they witnessed the announcement with their own eyes. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Wait, I just checked and it's real. It's right there in the corner of the policy disclosure section on the website. Oh my God, it's absolutely true. The document name is exactly as stated. I have questions. Is the website server down? I've refreshed several times and still can't access it. As more and more people personally verified the authenticity of the document through official channels, the simple approval document ignited a wildfire of recognition among all who laid eyes upon it. Building an airport? Am I seeing this correctly? My city, with a GDP of 20 trillion, has been applying for an airport for decades and still hasn't received approval. Now you're telling me a village is building one? Not just any airport, but an international aviation hub. The document used that term, which is an entirely different concept from a regular airport. This implies a future positioning as a global transit station, a village becoming a global hub. My worldview is collapsing. Why is everyone solely focused on the airport construction? Don't overlook the very first phrase about expanding the jurisdiction. Within a few short hours, discussions surrounding Qinghe Village erupted from niche forums, rapidly spreading across major social media platforms. Qinghe Village to build an international airport. Qinghe Special Village expands jurisdiction. These two terms surged onto the trending charts with an unfathomable speed, leaving countless night owls browsing the internet jolted awake by this sudden news. The focus of many began to shift from the airport construction to a more pressing and emotionally charged question. Expanding jurisdiction? What are the villagers from those newly incorporated villages? How will the land be accounted for? What arrangements will be made for the people? Indeed, we are speaking of several villages, and the population must surely exceed 10,000, right? How will the interests of these individuals be safeguarded? We cannot allow it to culminate in the prosperity of Qinghe Village while leaving the surrounding populace in hardship. One cannot simply wait for subsequent developments. Such large-scale relocations are prone to complications. I hope Qinghe Village can execute this splendidly and not disappoint the masses. Online discourse has begun to exhibit subtle divisions. On one hand, there is awe and envy towards Qinghe Village's rapid development. Conversely, there are anxieties and curiosities regarding the impending mass resettlement. After all, the official approval document failed to address the most crucial aspect, the relocation compensation plan. This considerable gap in information has left everyone with boundless room for speculation, rendering the situation increasingly enigmatic. Thus, this evening is destined to be one of sleeplessness. Countless journalists have been roused from their slumber, fervently gathering every piece of information about Qinghe Village. Innumerable eyes are fixated on the next move from the authorities. An unshakable premonition lingers in the air. At dawn, when this news fully percolates and the next steps are announced, the entire nation will tremble. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathe the expansive and level Qinghe Avenue, a convoy of several black official vehicles quietly enters the village. The procession makes no noise and exhibits no ostentation, simply coming to a smooth halt before the multi-story parking lot at the entrance of Qinghe Village. The doors swing open. Lian is the first to alight from the front vehicle. Having spent the night awake, his eyes are tinged with a hint of redness. Yet his spirit is remarkably invigorated. "Leader, this way, please." Su-yi has long awaited their arrival, wearing his signature calm smile, seemingly untouched by the tempest of public opinion raging outside. "Secretary Su." Lian strides forward, grasping Su-yi's hand with a firm shake. His lips move, but ultimately, his myriad thoughts coalesce into a single wry smile. I find myself increasingly perplexed by the situation here. Trailing behind him is a specialized task force composed of capable personnel drawn from various departments of Yinzhou. Each face bears an expression of seriousness intertwined with curiosity. As they scrutinize the fabled Qinghe Village, the group exchanges no pleasantries and proceeds directly into the conference room of Qinghe Village. Secretary Su, to be brief. Once seated, Lian retrieves a document from his briefcase and slides it across the table to Su-yi. This is the draft of the implementation plan for the relocation and resettlement work surrounding Qinghe Special Village, which we hastily drafted overnight. The core content is entirely based on the 2 points you mentioned during our phone call yesterday. He lifts his gaze, his eyes piercingly fixed on Su-yi, seeking one final and crucial confirmation. "Before we officially announce this, I need to confirm with you once more. Are we truly to execute these 2 plans as stated? Despite having heard it firsthand and even having convened an overnight meeting regarding it." A wave of trepidation washes over Li and at the thought of making the relocation compensation standards public. This is no ordinary compensation plan. It is one that could fundamentally alter everyone's perception of the term relocation. "Rest assured, leader." Su-yi briefly scans the plan before gently setting it down, his smile unwavering. The compensation plan is confirmed as is. Qinghe Village stands by its commitments. With Su-yi's nonchalant yet weighty assurance, Lian feels as though a weight has been lifted from his shoulders, and he thumps the table with vigor. "Excellent." He turns to his office staff, commanding, "Immediately contact the official website's technical department and instruct them to publish the final version of the plan." "Right now, leader?" An office member queries for clarification. "Yes, right now." Lian's voice is resolute, reverberating throughout the conference room. The entire internet is waiting to see. Let us present it clearly. "Understood." With Lian's command echoing, mere minutes later, a new announcement appears at the top of the Yunzhou official website, emblazoned in bold red type. Public notice regarding the compensation plan for relocation and resettlement in the expanded jurisdiction of Qinghe Special Village. Chapter 289, Envy and Resentment. The announcement of the compensation plan on the Yunzhou official website fell like a drop of oil into boiling water. After a brief moment of silence, the internet erupted. "What on earth am I seeing? Someone slap me and tell me this isn't real." After reading it 3 times, each word was recognizable. Yet the entirety was hard to believe. This compensation standard is absolutely insane. I just calculated, according to this standard, a typical household with a homestead and a few acres of land could become wealthy overnight. This sum of money one could scarcely spend in a lifetime, let alone 3. Upstairs, are you only seeing the money? Your perspective is rather limited. Look at Plan 2, the household registration of Qinghe Village. That is a treasure that no amount of money can buy. This comment swiftly shifted everyone's focus from the crude allure of monetary compensation to something far more coveted. The household registration of Qinghe Village. Yes, while money may eventually be exhausted, the household registration of Qinghe Village is a lifelong safety net, nay, a diamond-studded one. Not just for a lifetime. Have you forgotten about Qinghe Technology School? That is currently the pinnacle of educational institutions in the country. As soon as one becomes a resident of Qinghe Village, their children gain access, propelling their descendants from muddy beginnings to soaring heights. And what of healthcare and pensions? I've read in-depth reports. Villagers pay almost nothing for medical care, with serious illnesses covered by special funds. And the pensions for the elderly surpass the salaries I earn while toiling in a first-tier city. Employment. The document clearly states the provision of skill training and job placements in farms, breeding sites, or even a future airport. Gentlemen, these are formal positions in Qinghe Village, and the year-end bonuses would suffice for a decade of my struggles. Soon, an enthusiastic individual created a comparative graphic that went viral across the internet. On the left, Plan 1, a dizzying array of cash figures, accompanied by a cold note stating, one-time settlement, no further engagements. On the right, Plan 2, beneath the 5 bold characters of Qinghe Village household registration, a dense list of numerous benefits unfolds. From subsidies for a baby's first kind of formula to top-tier education during youth, from employment guarantees in young adulthood to medical support in middle age, and finally, to worry-free pensions in old age, a comprehensive lifetime support system from cradle to grave. Upon the release of this graphic, the online atmosphere shifted from a cacophony of noise, shock, and mockery to a profound and bitter sense of lemony acidity. I've been ground down in a first-tier city for a decade, burdened by a hefty mortgage, exhausting myself daily, only to realize that my destination was merely the starting point for others' choices. I once thought being a second-generation demolisher was impressive, but now I realize it pales in comparison to the first-generation elites of Qinghe Village. Is there even choice? Anyone with a shred of sense knows which option to select. Plan 1 offers money, while Plan 2 presents an entirely new social stratum, a resplendent future. What does it mean to be showered with wealth? This is it. Lying at home, one opens their eyes and instantly ascends. In the Qinghe Village Committee office, Su-yi glides his fingertip across his phone screen, observing the envious, jealous, and astonished comments online, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he sought after proposing that compensation plan. The tempest of information has precisely swept across the screens of those young wanderers who have left their hometowns to toil in bustling cities. Zhao Gang, a 26-year-old from Qinghe Village, finds himself squatting in a noisy cafeteria corner, mechanically shoveling a bowl of 5 yuan vegetarian noodles while numbly scrolling through short videos. Employed an electronics factory in Haicheng, he earned a meager monthly salary of 4,500 yuan, with little left after rent and sustenance. His grandest aspiration is to accumulate enough for a down payment on a home in his hometown county, marry a bride, and lead a stable life. Just then, a video that has garnered numerous likes and shares abruptly catches his attention. Windfall. The demolition plan for villages surrounding Qinghe Village has been announced. This is an immense fortune. Qinghe Village? Zhao Gang uses, the name striking a familiar chord. Isn't that the neighboring village overflowing with wealth? He clicks on the video, where an excited voice rapidly interprets the compensation plan alongside official screenshots. When the words Qinghe Village resonate clearly from his phone's speaker, Zhao Gang freezes mid-action, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Stunned, he remains motionless for a second, 2 seconds. Clang! He suddenly tosses down his chopsticks, splattering soup all over himself without a care. Trembling hands rewind the video to the beginning, cranking the volume to its maximum. The scope of this relocation includes Qinghe Village, Qinghe Village. In an instant, something detonates in Zhao Gang's mind, buzzing incessantly. He fixates on the screenshot of the official document on the screen, his eyes wide as saucers, terrified of misreading even a single word. The first plan boasts an unfathomable number of zeros. The second plan mentions households in Qinghe Village, education, healthcare, elder care, employment. Each word on the screen strikes like a hammer against his heart. He had envisioned a day of prosperity, but at most, he had imagined winning a few million in the lottery. But what lay before him? It was as though the heavens themselves had delivered a mountain of gold, crashing down upon him. Surely this must be a hoax designed to attract views, he mutters, but his fingers uncontrollably exit the video app, trembling as he opens his browser and types in the Yunzhou official website. As the familiar, succinct homepage loads, The prominent red announcement titled Public Notification regarding the compensation plan for relocation of villages in the expanded jurisdiction of Qinghe Special Village comes into view. Zhao Gang's breath halts completely. It is real. Astonishingly, it is all true. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of elation obliterates all his rationality. He abruptly leaps from his seat, unleashing a piercing scream that resonates throughout the cafeteria, a blend of ecstasy and sobs. All around him, his fellow workers cast bewildered glances. But he pays them no mind. Grabbing his phone, he rushes out of the cafeteria like a madman. His fingers tremble as they fumble on the screen several times before finally dialing the number. The phone rings for what feels like an eternity before it connects. And his father's aged, perplexed voice comes through. "Hello, Xiaojiang? What is up? Why are you calling at this hour?" "Dad." Zhao Gang's voice, filled with excitement. His hoarse and sharp, laced with a hint of tears. "Dad, our village is about to prosper." Chapter 290, 70% signed. The news of the relocation spread like wildfire, soaring through Qinghe Village, Qinghe Village, and every secluded corner encompassed by the relocation plan. In an instant, these normally tranquil villages, where even the barking of dogs can be heard, erupted into chaos. What? Our village is disappearing, merging into Qinghe Village? My heavens, our ancestors have manifested. Our village's ancestral grave is finally smoking. Following the initial confusion, immense joy engulfed the entire village. Doors flew open as people dashed out. Faces adorned with expressions bordering on madness, exchanging the thrilling news. We have lived our whole lives, never daring to dream of such a day. In the future, we can also be residents of Qinghe Village? Surely I am not dreaming. An elderly man pinched himself hard, wincing in pain, before bursting into uproarious laughter. Many were too overwhelmed to maintain composure, some embracing one another, laughing and crying in unison. Someone ignited a firecracker, and the popping sound served as a signal. Soon, the entire village resonated with the deafening sound of firecrackers, smoke billowing and paper scraps swirling, as if they were celebrating an early Lunar New Year. After the initial jubilation, nearly everyone's mind converged on a singular thought. Call home. Hurry, call the children. Countless families, innumerable phones, simultaneously sent out nearly identical, trembling summons to factories, construction sites, office buildings, and university towns across the nation. Son, don't go to work. Come home at once. Daughter, take a leave, no matter what. Take a leave and buy a ticket home immediately. In an instant, a remarkable wave of return migration swept across the country. Those young individuals who had left their hometowns, fretting over rent, anxious about daunting KPIs, and lost in an uncertain future just the day before, now received that life-altering phone call. Initially stunned, then disbelieving, they finally clicked on the pinned official announcement, witnessing their village's name glaringly displayed, along with two options capable of causing anyone's heart to skip a beat. In countless cramped rental rooms, screams erupted in unison, mirroring Zhao Gang's reaction. In myriad, noisy workspaces, the sound of fists slamming down resonated. They discarded their wrenches, shut down their computer spreadsheets, flung open the doors of their dormitories, and with every ounce of strength, rushed towards train stations and airports. Their destination was singular: home. Simultaneously, on the afternoon following the public announcement of the compensation plan on the Yunzhou official website, personnel responsible for the relocation had already split into several groups, simultaneously entering Qinghe Village, Qinghe Village, and others. In the courtyard of the Qinghe Village Committee, Zhou Jiangwo, an elder cadre from Qingshan Town, surveyed the chaotic yet joyous scene before him, feeling as though his decades of experience had gone to waste. He had spent half his life in grassroots work, grappling with the tough issue of relocation countless times. Each visit to the village was met with what? Distrustful glances, hidden phones ready to record, and unyielding negotiations over compensation prices. He always kept 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, one to bolster himself, the other to haggle with the stubborn residents. Yet today, he felt as if he had stumbled into the wrong scene, as he and the team leader from Yunzhou parked their vehicle. Secretary Li of Qinghe Village approached with a throng of villagers in tow. Their enthusiasm made him feel as if he were in a dream. Director Zhou, leaders, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for ages. Secretary Li's dark face broke into a broad smile as he seized Zhou Jiangwo's hand. The villagers eagerly offered cups of hot tea, insisting on shoving them into their hands. Comrade, have some water. Comrade, care for smoke? Don't be shy. A younger staff member, bewildered by the scene, quietly asked Zhou Jiangwo, Director Zhou, what is going on? Zhou Jiangwo himself was puzzled, clearing his throat to address Secretary Li. Secretary Li, folks, we are here regarding the relocation and resettlement of Qinghe Village. If you have any thoughts, we can sit down and discuss them. Before he could finish his sentence, an impatient villager interrupted. Discuss what? No need to discuss. We have no other thoughts. The villager bellowed. We just want to ask one question. Is that red-headed document on the internet real? Are those two proposals truly ours to choose from? Observing the unfolding scene, the cadre leading the delegation from Yunzhou stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice. Rest assured, dear villagers, the public announcement on the official website is utterly authentic. Yunzhou is personally overseeing this matter to ensure its proper execution. Excellent. Splendid. A thunderous chorus of approval erupted from the crowd. Secretary Li, brimming with excitement, thumped his thigh and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us sign immediately." What do we sign? We are all in agreement. 100% agreement. Zhou Jiangwo and his colleagues exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Was this really consent? No need to visit each household for persuasion? No tiresome policy explanations? Not even a classic line of inquiry about potential enhancements was uttered. They had prepared an arsenal of arguments and numerous contingency plans, yet not a single word was utilized. Was this truly the familiar process of relocation they had known? Before long, the makeshift signing area was swarmed by villagers, creating an impenetrable throng. Staff members were propelled forward by the villagers' enthusiasm, hastily dividing into two signing zones. One area catered to Proposal 1, for those wishing to take the money and leave, while the other accommodated Proposal 2, aimed at securing residency in Qinghe Village. To their surprise, the side designated for Proposal 1 was eerily quiet, with only a handful of individuals inquiring about the calculations of their homesteads and arable land. In stark contrast, the line for Proposal 2 resembled an endless dragon, each person's face alight with urgency and excitement, fearful that if they delayed, this golden opportunity might slip away. Hey, don't push. I was here first. Hurry up. It's just a matter of filling out a form and putting down a fingerprint. Why is it taking so long? The staff responsible for registration felt as though their hands would cramp from the effort, their voices hoarse from shouting. Yet the tide of humanity remained relentless. Zhou Jiangwo stood by, mesmerized by this surreal spectacle, his mind racing with thoughts. This, he mused, was perhaps the most extraordinary and absurd relocation effort of his career. A similar scene unfolded at every signing point across the villages. This unprecedented speed of relocation evoked a profound sense of unreality among all participants. As night fell, he had just returned home when his phone rang urgently. It was Lian's number. He answered, and before he could speak, Lian's voice, tinged with extreme fatigue and exhilaration, burst forth from the receiver. Secretary Su, I have monumental news. I can hardly believe it myself. Since we began signing in the afternoon, in just half a day, we have achieved a 70% completion rate. 70% of households have finalized their relocation agreements. Chapter 291, a further spark. Half a day. 70% signing rate. This figure was enough to make any individual who had ever participated in relocation work question whether they were dreaming. This was no longer mere data. It was a miracle, and astonishingly, this occurred without any prior mobilization or groundwork. The plan was announced, and agreements were signed on the same day, resulting in an astounding 70% completion. On the other end of the line, Lian's voice, infused with both exhilaration and exhaustion, had a raspy quality. Secretary Su, I've never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. His tone was laced with uncontainable excitement. Previously, we had to plead with the populace for their signatures. But today, the villagers surrounded our staff, eager to expedite the process. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's lips curled into a knowing smile. Indeed, the so-called difficulty of relocation had never resided in the act of moving itself, but rather in the concept of compensation. As long as the recompense was adequate, everything else could be negotiated. Su Yi chuckled softly and remarked, "Today has truly been a trial for the leaders and the comrades on site, but it has been worth it." Lian's voice suddenly intensified. By the way, there are some details I need to share with you. Of the 70% who have already signed, over 99% of families have chosen Proposal 2 to secure their residency in Qinghe Village. Only a few households opted for Proposal 1 to take the money and leave. As for the remaining 30%, it's not that they are unwilling to sign. Lian shifted his tone to explain. We conducted a preliminary assessment and found the situation primarily divided into two categories. The first group consists of the younger generation who are away, while the elderly stubbornly insist on waiting for their children to return for a family discussion before making a decision. The other group is still in a state of hesitation. Hesitation? Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, hesitation. Lian chuckled, his laughter tinged with absurdity. They are not wavering over whether to sign, but rather deliberating on whether to choose Proposal 1 or Proposal 2. Lian sighed and continued, as you know, the cash compensation offered in Proposal 1 is astonishingly high. For villagers who have toiled all their lives, that staggering sum is utterly transformative. Many have never seen such wealth, and now, faced with the opportunity to grasp it, the temptation is hard to resist. So, in the face of two equally enticing options, they begin to feel conflicted. Lian's tone reflected a mix of joy and concern. However, I believe most of this group will ultimately choose Proposal 2, as long as they can think clearly enough to do the math. Listening to Lian's report, Su-yi wore a playful smile. Waiting for their children to return is quite normal. It is only human nature. As for those still in doubt, such is the essence of humanity. You're right, leader, Su-yi replied with a smile. However, since some are still indecisive, let us assist them. Assist them? Lian paused, momentarily perplexed by Su-yi's intent. Su-yi's smile sharpened. Yes, let us throw another bundle of the driest firewood onto this already raging flame. Lian's interest piqued instantly. Oh, what do you mean? Quite simply, Su-yi's voice was calm and clear. For those families that have already signed and selected Proposal 2, we will initiate the first welfare benefit tomorrow. Children's schooling cannot wait. With the school year already underway, tomorrow morning, I will arrange for personnel to assist these families in enrolling their children. Starting with education will allow them to witness firsthand that the benefits of Qinghe Village are not merely empty promises, but tangible advantages they can experience immediately after signing. Su-yi's voice was unassuming, yet every word struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within Lian's psyche. On the other end of the line, silence ensued. Lian understood Su-yi's intent. He was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned by the incisiveness and boldness of this idea. He could vividly envision the scene, as the offspring of those who had completed their agreements began attending Qinghe Technology School. What would be the reaction of those still hesitating? Those agonizing over whether to choose Proposal 1 or 2. This was not persuasion. It was a direct, powerful blow to the very heart of every parent. Lian felt a shiver run down his spine. This move was ruthlessly brilliant. Secretary Su, Lian exclaimed, what you're proposing is no mere kindling. You're throwing dynamite into the fire. He could already foresee the seismic impact this announcement would have on those still in doubt. What could possibly be more nerve-wracking for a parent than witnessing the children of their neighbors embark on their educational journey at the prestigious Qinghe Technology School, while their own child remains in a state of anticipation? I assure you, once this information circulates, within 24 hours, at least half of the remaining 30% will come to us, tearfully pleading to sign the contract. Moreover, they will undoubtedly opt for Plan B. Lian's voice could no longer contain the exuberance that surged within him. He inhaled deeply, as if he had reached a pivotal decision. Rest assured, Secretary Su, we will fully cooperate here in Yinzhou. His tone was imbued with an undeniable resolve. I shall immediately contact the relevant officials in the education sector to establish a special team for student transfers by tomorrow morning, directly liaising with your village. I guarantee that all procedures will proceed smoothly, with all paperwork completed within a single day. That would be much appreciated, Leader, Su-yi replied with a smile. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Lian's laughter resonated with vigor, brimming with boundless energy. This matter requires swift action, a decisive resolution to eliminate all obstacles in one fell swoop. He was acutely aware that during such extensive relocations, the greatest fear was delay. The longer the process dragged on, the more uncertainties would arise, and various unforeseen complications could emerge. Very well, I want to ramble on, Lian declared. I will promptly send you the list of eligible children from the signed families, eagerly awaiting your good news. Chapter 292. The commotion caused by the admission notices soon. A densely packed list was sent to Su-yi's mobile phone. He scrolled through the names with his fingertip before dialing a number. On the other end, the robust voice of academician Wang Jinghua immediately resonated. Secretary Su, is there something you need at this late hour? Old Wang, I may need to trouble you for a moment. Su-yi replied cheerfully, yet straightforwardly. I have just received a list of children from families preparing to join us in Qinghe Village, and there are quite a few. I wish to arrange their enrollment as swiftly as possible. No problem at all. Just send me the list, Wang Jinghua responded without a hint of hesitation. His tone crisp and decisive. I will immediately instruct the admissions office to prepare, ensuring that all procedures are completed by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Old Wang. After hanging up, Su-yi forwarded the list. That night, the administrative building of Qinghe Technology School was ablaze with light. The following day, a knock echoed at Su Yi's office door. Director Chun of the admissions office stepped inside, his eyes slightly shadowed, yet his spirit was unmatched. He carefully placed a thick stack of documents on Su Yi's desk. Secretary Su, these are the admission notices we prepared overnight. Su Yi picked one up. The design of the notice was unpretentious, crafted from cream-colored cardstock, adorned with the embossed golden emblem of Qinghe Technology School. Below, the child's name, age, and the grade they were accepted into were printed in elegant song typeface. Simple, yet exuding an undeniable air of solemnity and authority. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chun, Su Yi said, unable to conceal the smile in his eyes. The efficiency is remarkable. We dare not be negligent in fulfilling Secretary Su's directives. Director Chun adjusted his glasses, his tone steady. Su Yi pointed to the stack of admission notices and issued a new command. Now, I need you to arrange for personnel to deliver these notices to the signing sites in each village. He paused, then pushed forward the contact information provided by Lian. This is the contact for the Yunzhou Education Department responsible for the transfer process. Please liaise with them to ensure all student enrollment transfers proceed without any hindrances. Director Chun accepted the contact details, nodding earnestly. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. At the courtyard of the Qinghe Village Committee, the atmosphere felt subtly stagnant compared to the previous day. Most of the villagers who had signed gathered together, their faces alight with hopeful discussions about the bright future ahead. Meanwhile, those who had yet to sign huddled in small groups in the corners, brows furrowed, whispering to one another, their expressions riddled with conflict and hesitation. Lu Jianmin was among them. Squatting by the wall, he puffed on a pipe, the swirling smoke obscuring his troubled countenance. Old Lu, have you made up your mind? Which option will you choose? Nudged a similarly conflicted man beside him. Lu Jianmin exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, irritably waving his hand. Don't ask me. My head is about to explode. Just then, the sound of approaching car engines echoed from the village entrance. Several official vehicles, adorned with banners for Qinghe Technology School, slowly rolled in and came to stop in the center of the courtyard. The doors swung open, and several staff members clad in matching uniforms, sporting school badges, disembarked. The leading individual clutched a red folder in his hands. Instantly, all eyes in the courtyard were drawn toward them. Are these the representatives from Qinghe School? What brings them here? A commotion rippled through the crowd as Secretary Zhao of Qinghe Village hurried to greet them. Curiosity etched across his face. Gentlemen, may I inquire about your purpose? The young staff member at the forefront smiled slightly, his voice clear and resonant enough to reach half the courtyard. Greetings. We are from Qinghe Technology School, here to deliver admission notices for the children of families who have signed the contracts. Admission notices? The mere utterance of those 5 words rendered the previously boisterous courtyard silent. Secretary Zhao was momentarily stunned. The villagers who had already signed were equally taken aback, their faces transforming with disbelief and elation. Meanwhile, in the corner, those like Lu Jianmin, still grappling with indecision, felt their hearts clutched by an invisible hand. Unfazed, the staff member continued, all transfer procedures for eligible children are being concurrently processed by our school and the Yunzhou Education Department. With this admission notice, children can go directly to school for enrollment tomorrow. Tomorrow, they can attend classes. After a brief silence, the courtyard erupted with excitement. Did I hear that correctly? They can start school tomorrow. This is truly remarkable. A middle-aged man who had signed just yesterday surged forward from the crowd, rushing to the staff member. Comrade, my child can also attend? As long as you have signed and have school-aged children in your household, you are included in this list, the staff member replied, smiling as he opened the red folder in his hands. Please remain calm. We will verify and distribute the notices one by one. Soon, a man named Wang Chong was the first to receive his notice from the staff. His hands trembled uncontrollably, struggling to steady the piece of cardstock. Bowing his head, he fixated on the name printed on it. Wang Xiaojun. That was his son's name. In that instant, Wang Chong's eyes brimmed with tears. Wonderful, wonderful. He choked, repeatedly uttering those 2 words. This scene felt like a public execution for those like Lu Jianmin in the corner. A wave of immense regret and fear surged within him. While he hesitated over the relocation compensation, others had already secured their children's futures. Damn it, he exclaimed, his eyes reddening as he sprang to his feet. He forcefully pushed past those around him, racing toward the nearby signing point. Comrades, I'm signing now, right this moment. His fervent rush inspired many who were still hesitant to suddenly resolve to act. I'll sign too, I want one as well. The crowd surged toward the signing point, encircling the table in a frenzy. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in every village incorporated into the relocation plan. The relocation and contract signing work for the surrounding villages has progressed with an unstoppable momentum following the issuance of the enrollment notification. Concurrently, Suyi's office welcomed another significant group of visitors. Leading the delegation was General Wang from the Planning Institute, whose eyes were deeply sunken and bloodshot. Yet, the gaze behind his spectacles burned with an almost fervent intensity. Secretary Su, you have truly lived up to expectations. Chapter 293 has been firmly established. Su-yi approached briskly, extending his hand to shake firmly with General Wang. His smile radiated an unspoken sincerity. General Wang, esteemed colleagues, please take a seat. Su-yi personally brewed hot tea for each of them. As the steaming water poured into the cups, the tea leaves danced vigorously, releasing an aromatic fragrance that instantly filled the entire office. Secretary Su, you are too kind. General Wang's bloodshot eyes glimmered with fervor as he accepted the teacup, the warmth that seeped into his fingers seemingly dispelling some of the fatigue from his recent sleepless nights. Su-yi took his seat and remarked with a smile, General Wang, it has only been 10 days since we last reported the preliminary plan, hasn't it? To have produced a refined proposal in such a short time is truly commendable, reflecting the prowess of our nation's leading team. This compliment, however, brought a complex expression to General Wang's face. He shook his head and, with a hoarse chuckle, replied, Secretary Su, please do not say that. We cannot claim credit for this progress. To speak candidly, if it weren't for the groundbreaking technology from Qinghe Village, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such a level of completion in 10 days, let alone 2 months. Su-yi understood the implications of his words. Since the advent of the Qinghe mobile phone, particularly with the initial application of the high-end brain-machine interface technology, the efficiency in many high-tech industries has been dramatically enhanced. In the realm of planning and design, the difference between utilizing brain-machine interfaces and not is akin to stepping between dimensions. A vague idea in a designer's mind can be almost instantaneously transformed into a precise model through the brain-machine interface, with adjustments and simulations executed in a mere thought. Tasks that once required a team to toil for days and nights can now be accomplished over coffee in half an hour. Su-yi smiled, refraining from excessive boasting on this topic, and seamlessly added, ultimately, tools serve humanity. Such achievements stem from the solid professional capabilities of all of you. His words resonated warmly with General Wang and his team. General Wang set down his teacup and solemnly retrieved a palm-sized silver metal box from his briefcase. He placed the box gently in the center of the office. Secretary Su, seeing is believing. Please take a look. Upon finishing his sentence, he pressed a button on the side of the box. A soft hum emanated, and a gentle blue beam of light shot from the top of the box, swiftly expanding throughout the room. Countless points of light materialized, intertwining and coalescing, and in less than 3 seconds, a vast, intricate, and radiant model of the architectural complex hovered before them. The airport's runways, taxiways, terminal, and control tower, all were presented in a nearly lifelike 3-dimensional form before Su-yi. Secretary Su, this is our refined Qinghe International Airport proposal. The entire terminal is designed in a starfish-like radial layout, comprising 5 concourses, which minimizes the walking distance for passengers from the security checkpoint to the furthest boarding gate. General Wang gestured lightly over the holographic model. The enormous terminal model instantly became semi-transparent, revealing the complex steel structures and functional divisions within. This is the central hub of the terminal, encompassing all security checks, immigration management, and primary commercial functions. His finger pointed to the center of the model. We have conducted over 10,000 simulations, and our conclusion is that during peak passenger flow, the walking time from entering the terminal to reaching the furthest boarding gate will not exceed 20 minutes. He then swiped his hand across to another section of the model, highlighting a completely independent area. This is the dedicated cargo area. We have allocated 2 runways and a dedicated apron for it, ensuring no conflict with passenger flight operations. According to the design, its annual cargo throughput can reach 10 million tons at the initial stage, allowing ample room for future industrial upgrades in Qinghe Village and its surroundings. Su-yi observed the expansive cargo area, a flicker of approval in his eyes. He understood, well, that while passenger transport is fundamental, cargo transport serves as the true lever for driving the regional economy. Moreover, General Wang's voice grew increasingly impassioned. The aircraft maintenance area, catering center, ground support equipment zone, and independent energy center have all been designed to the highest redundancy standards. This ensures that the airport can maintain over 70% capacity under any extreme conditions. Throughout the presentation, there were no grandiloquent phrases, only solid data and a clear layout. Su Yi listened quietly, his gaze shifting from the dazzling model back to General Wang's face. General Wang, the proposal is exceptionally well thought out, particularly the planning of the independent cargo area, which aligns perfectly with our long-term goals for Qinghe Village. Su Yi's affirmation was more gratifying to General Wang than any praise could ever be. Since Secretary Su has no major objections to the proposal, General Wang's expression brightened with enthusiasm. Our team will immediately return to finalize the details. Within a week, we will present the complete construction drawings for review by the relevant departments. Su Yi nodded. That is acceptable. The higher the efficiency, the better. Understood, General Wang replied, then swiftly shifted the conversation. By the way, Secretary Su, now that the drawings are nearly complete, how is the coordination with the construction units on your end? His tone carried a hint of professional caution. After all, this is a 4F-level international airport project with high technical barriers, and only a handful of firms in the country could undertake such a project independently. And those few giants are all overwhelmed with numerous super projects on their schedules. Though General Wang did not explicitly state it, the implication of his words was unmistakable. However, Su Yi's face bore no trace of concern. He leisurely lifted his now lukewarm tea, taking a gentle sip before placing the white porcelain cup back on the table. Thank you for your kind reminder, General Wang. However, regarding the construction unit for the Qinghe Village Airport, Su Yi's smile deepened. It has already been confirmed. Chapter 294, When Hearts Are Scattered, Leading the Team Becomes Difficult. Upon hearing Su Yi's affirmation, General Wang appeared momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a look of realization spread across his face, and he nodded, half jokingly yet genuinely reflecting. It seems I was overly concerned. After all, for such a pivotal aspect that influences everything, Secretary Su, you must have already laid the groundwork. General Wang was being courteous. Su Yi smiled sincerely. Your reminder is highly professional and indeed necessary. This is not a minor project. Every detail must be meticulously considered. I must thank you and your esteemed colleagues for your rigor. His words brought warmth to General Wang and his team's hearts. They were pure technocrats who valued this pragmatic and mutually respectful mode of communication above all else. Rest assured, Secretary Su, we shall return immediately to expedite the concluding tasks, announced General Manager Wang as he rose to his feet, once again grasping Su Yi's hand with fervent enthusiasm, his eyes aglow with an even more fervent zeal than before. I assure you, we will submit the complete set of construction blueprints with utmost speed to advance the review process. After bidding farewell to the impassioned design team, Su Yi returned to his office and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Everything was advancing at a rapid pace, precisely as he had envisioned, perhaps even more swiftly than anticipated. The relocation efforts were nearing completion, and the airport's construction plans were on the cusp of finalization. All was in readiness, awaiting merely the favorable winds of completion of the relocation work and the conclusion of the review process. Once these two pivotal milestones were achieved, the Qinghe International Airport project, a monumental undertaking poised to reshape the entire region's future, could officially commence. Time flowed quietly in this period of anticipation. The following morning, Su Yi stepped out of the office building, intending to take a stroll through the village. As he reached the pristine Qinghe Avenue, he noticed a man standing by the roadside, somewhat at a loss, accompanied by a boy of 7 or 8 years old. The man clutched an admission notice tightly, and as Su Yi approached, a flicker of anxiety and evasiveness crossed his gaze, instinctively pulling the child closer behind him. Fellow villager, I presume you are here to enroll your child? Su Yi greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, yes, indeed, the man replied, visibly relaxing slightly upon seeing Su Yi's friendly demeanor, though still retaining an air of restraint. We are from Qinghe Village, but we are unsure of the direction to the school. Allow me to guide you, Su Yi offered naturally, leading the way. What do you think of the village so far? The man rubbed his hands together, a complex expression of awe and aspiration crossing his face. It's wonderful, almost like a dream. Indeed, he hesitated, then shyly continued, it's just that the roads are so clean. Our shoes are still muddy, and we hesitate to step down. As he spoke, he glanced down at the old cloth shoes stained with yellow earth worn by himself and the child. This simple remark, accompanied by a downward glance, caused Su Yi's smile to wane slightly. He perceived the ingrained sense of alienation and inferiority. This was not merely a change of residence. It represented a profound chasm between two disparate worlds. After escorting them to the school entrance, Su Yi turned back, his expression now somber. Before long, afternoon arrived. A black government vehicle glided into the village committee courtyard and came to a stop before the entrance. The door opened, revealing a familiar figure, Lian. He appeared somewhat weary, with a barely perceptible fatigue in his eyes. Yet his spirit was undiminished, his steps steady, exuding an air of resilience that had withstood the test of time. Leader. Su-yi greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Secretary Su. Lian returned with a faint smile, firmly shaking Su-yi's hand. They entered the office side by side, where Su-yi personally prepared a cup of hot tea for him. You seem to have been running non-stop these past few days without much rest, Su-yi remarked as he handed over the tea. Lian accepted the cup, warmth radiating from his fingertips, and let out a sigh of relief, leaning back against the chair. I'm indeed a bit fatigued, but my heart feels at ease. He lifted the cup, gently blowing on the steam. Yet he did not rush to drink, his gaze fixed on Su-yi's face. Secretary Su, your fervor has truly ignited at the right moment. His voice, though not loud, rang with clarity. Just this morning, the last hesitant villager completed the signing process. To date, every village included in the relocation scope has successfully signed the relocation agreements. 100% completion. He then placed the briefcase he had brought with him on the coffee table and nudged it forward. All the original contracts are contained within. Su-yi glanced at the substantial briefcase before looking back at Lian, sincerely expressing, this truly reflects the hard work of the leadership and all those on the front lines. This is our duty. Lian waved his hand dismissively. Now that the relocation agreements are finalized, it's time to prioritize the airport project. Isn't it? After taking a sip of tea, he casually inquired. Yes, nearly there. Su-yi nodded. The Design Institute has already completed the deepening plans. We're just awaiting the final construction drawings before we can commence. Upon hearing this, Lian's smile deepened. However, before we break ground on the airport, there are still some concluding tasks to be addressed in our village. Su-yi deftly shifted the conversation. That is indeed necessary, Lian agreed, nodding. The disbursement of relocation funds, the handling of household registrations, and the implementation of welfare measures. All these follow-up tasks must be executed promptly to ensure that the cooperative villagers do not feel disheartened. You're absolutely correct. Financial matters and household registrations are foundational and must be expedited. Su-yi concurred, his gaze drifting toward the window, observing the bewildered faces of newcomers navigating their new environment. But beyond that, there's an even more pressing matter. Oh, Lian's interest was piqued. In his view, ensuring financial support and proper registrations was a monumental achievement. What could possibly be of greater significance? Su-yi's expression grew gravely serious. We must soothe the hearts of these new villagers. His voice was soft, yet carried a weighty significance. They may have arrived, and their addresses in the household registry will change. But their hearts have not yet truly settled here. He withdrew his gaze, fixing it on Lian, his eyes imbued with profound depth. If we do not secure their hearts and instill within them a genuine sense of belonging to Qinghe Village. Su-yi paused, his tone abruptly sharpening. Once disunity takes root, leading the people of Qinghe Village will become an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 295, The Mass Assembly. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Lian found himself frozen, the cup of tea suspended in midair. The scalding liquid within rippled gently, echoing the tumult of emotions that surged through him, washing away the overwhelming joy brought about by the 100% completion of the agreements. He had anticipated that after accomplishing this remarkable feat of relocation in merely 3 days, one worthy of textbook recognition, everyone would bask in euphoria and take a moment to breathe. Yet, Su-yi had already cast his gaze toward the deeper, more elusive realm of human sentiment. Calming the hearts of the people, Lian quietly mulled over these words, then lifted his eyes to Su-yi, his gaze resolute and probing. This task was intangible, elusive, and far more daunting than the tangible relocation efforts. At this juncture, Lian suddenly chuckled, his entire demeanor relaxing, shedding the weight of official gravity, adopting a carefree air reminiscent of a laid-back overseer. However, hearing such sentiments from you, Secretary Su, eases my own concerns considerably. Su-yi returned the smile, acknowledging, after all, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Lian appreciated Su-yi's calm, yet commanding presence, which seemed to convey an assurance that all was well within reach. He nodded appreciatively, refraining from pressing for specific strategies. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Lian noted the time and decided to take his leave. All right, the materials have been delivered, and I must return to report back. He patted Su-yi on the shoulder, half jokingly, yet with an air of genuine exasperation. Several villages have been seamlessly integrated into Qinghe Village, and now there are administrative adjustments for Qingshan Town and personnel changes. A plethora of overwhelming matters awaits my return for resolution. Just the thought of it is daunting. Haha, those capable bear more burdens. Su-yi bantered lightheartedly. You Li lightly tapped him a few times with his fingers, chuckling as he shook his head. Subsequently, He escorted Li to the entrance, watching as the black official vehicle gradually departed before turning back to the office. The robust briefcase on the desk lay quietly, silently narrating the tale of a newly birthed miracle. As he pondered, the office door swung open. No.1 entered, clutching a stack of documents. Her gaze swiftly fell upon the briefcase before Yi, eyes glimmering with curiosity. Just finished? Yi lifted his chin towards the briefcase, a smile gracing his lips. Just in time, new tasks await. He pushed the briefcase towards her. Inside lay the original contracts of all the resettled households, completely finalized, 100% complete. All signed. Yi Wanwan's arm instinctively tightened around the briefcase, feeling its astonishing weight. A flicker of astonishment flashed in her eyes, but in an instant, that emotion was replaced by intense focus. 3 days, 100%, she murmured as if confirming a statistic, then raised her head, her gaze sharp as she looked at Yi. Shall I initiate the subsequent processes for household registration transfers and compensation immediately? Indeed, the next steps are primarily these 2 tasks. Yi's instructions were clear and devoid of any procrastination. First, you must immediately coordinate with Yinzhou, initiating the green channel to expedite the household registration transfers for all new villagers. Second, notify the finance department that for those who opted for Plan A, the resettlement funds must be transferred to their accounts within 24 hours, without fail. Yi's eyes sharpened. Money and registration were their first assurance. They must be swiftly secured. Yi Wanwan held the heavy briefcase tightly, nodding resolutely without uttering a superfluous word. Understood, she affirmed before turning to leave, observing her decisive figure as she departed. Yi's gaze returned to the window. On the broad, newly constructed main road, clusters of newly arrived villagers ambled along. Their steps were hesitant, their eyes flitting between the pristine residential buildings and the clean streets, their attire and demeanor reflecting a cautious dissonance with their surroundings. It was as if an invisible barrier separated them from this new world. Yi's gaze suddenly grew tranquil, as if penetrating the scene before him to glimpse a deeper essence. Mere registration and funds were far from sufficient, that only addressed the question of where they resided. The inquiry of where their hearts would settle was the foundation upon which Qinghe Village's future could unite and unleash genuine strength. He picked up his phone from the desk and directly dialed the village chief, Su Weigua. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, secretary. What instructions do you have? Just let me know. Su Weigua's characteristic booming voice erupted like thunder. Uncle, are you busy at the moment? Hey, serving you, secretary. There's no such thing as busy or not. I'm full of energy, just waiting for your orders. Su Weigua assured, thumping his chest. All right. Yi chuckled. Uncle, you're quite familiar with the old village heads from the surrounding areas, right? Can you reach them? Absolutely. We used to be in the same township, seeing each other all the time. I can guarantee, just one call, and I'll gather them all for you. Su Weigua boasted. But secretary, what do you need them for? To settle the accounts on the resettlement? Just inform them that I requested it. Yi's tone suddenly became exceedingly solemn. Tell them to gather at the cultural square of Qinghe Village tomorrow at 9 in the morning, with everyone from their respective villages. Every single person, without exception. We are holding a meeting. What? All of them? That must be over 10,000 people. Secretary, why such a grand gathering for a meeting? We are hosting a welcome ceremony to officially welcome them as villagers of Qinghe Village. Yi's voice remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. This will also mark the first true assembly of all villagers in our new Qinghe Village. Su Weigua gripped his phone, momentarily at a loss for words. He could almost sense that something monumental was about to unfold the next day. All right, just watch, secretary. I'll call them one by one. Even if I have to tie them up, I'll bring them all. After ending the call, Su Weigua took a deep breath and dialed the first number. Hello, old Zhao. This is Su Weigua from Qinghe Village, and I have some monumental news to share. The next day, as 9 o'clock approached, the newly constructed cultural square of Qinghe Village was teeming with people. It was a swirling mass, a dense crowd that stretched beyond the horizon. This gathering was the largest since the establishment of Qinghe Village. The roar of thousands merged into a cacophony, surging towards the heavens as if to shatter the clouds. The square was invisibly divided into 2 factions. On one side, near the podium, were the veteran villagers of Qinghe Village, clad in neat, fresh, their faces radiating confidence and pride. They congregated in groups, animatedly discussing the village's rapid transformations, their expressions brimming with boundless anticipation for the future. Conversely, on the other side of the square stood the new villagers hailing from surrounding areas. Most of them still wore dusty, worn clothing, awkwardly huddled together, their eyes darting nervously as they cautiously surveyed this new and overwhelming world. They resembled a group of mortals who had inadvertently stumbled into a celestial realm, filled with insecurity, confusion, and trepidation, lacking even the courage to speak aloud. "Brother, why do you think we've all been called here? What could it be for?" A younger man nervously tugged at his elder brother's sleeve, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are they going to lay down some rules for us?" His brother's expression mirrored the same gravity as he shook his head and swallowed hard. "I don't know, but judging by the scale, it's certainly not trivial. Let us keep our heads down and listen." Similar whispers of anxiety spread through the ranks of the new villagers, the unease swelling within each individual. They glanced at the seasoned Qinghe villagers across the way, then at their own attire, their heads bowing even lower. At that moment, a figure emerged from the podium. It was Su-yi, clad in simple casual attire. He approached the front with a microphone in hand. As he appeared, the gaze of tens of thousands in the square converged upon him instantaneously. The previously buzzing square fell silent within mere seconds. Su-yi surveyed the crowd, absorbing the expressions of all present. He noted the anticipation in the old villagers and the trepidation among the newcomers. He smiled, lightly tapping the microphone. "Hello, can you hear me?" The loudspeaker transmitted his clear voice to every corner of the square. "We can hear you." The old villagers of Qinghe Village erupted in a resounding chorus, their enthusiasm palpable. The new villagers, however, responded with a subdued silence, appearing somewhat uneasy. Su-yi's gaze swept over the quiet section occupied by the new villagers, and his smile widened. "It seems our new compatriots are a bit shy." His lighthearted jest slightly eased the tense atmosphere among the new arrivals. Su-yi did not rush to continue. He observed the downcast, evasive eyes of the newcomers, softening his voice considerably. "I understand that standing here today, your hearts must be racing with anticipation and uncertainty." His words, amplified by the speaker, reached each ear with clarity. As I gazed upon the villagers across from me, dressed in festive attire reminiscent of the new year, and then down at the mud caked upon my feet, a sense of doubt crept into my heart. Was it right? Would I be regarded as an outsider, subjected to discrimination? Would I be marginalized and forced to navigate life by reading the faces of others? These words acted like a key, swiftly unlocking the defenses of every new villager present. A ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. Many faces flushed crimson, as if their humble sentiments had been laid bare for all to see, exposed to the scorching light of day. Su-yi did not allow them much time to wallow in discomfort. The smile on his face diminished slightly, his expression shifting to one of earnest seriousness. "I stand before you today to provide you with an answer in front of everyone." His voice rose sharply, each word resonating with conviction. "From the moment you signed that agreement, you hold but one identity. The villagers of Qinghe." A collective gasp echoed in the air as he pointed to the proud, upright figures of the old villagers across the square. "Look at them," he continued, his tone softened by a nostalgic reflection. "A year ago, they were just like you, dressed in tattered clothing, their feet muddied, gazing blankly into the future. At that time, Qinghe Village was hardly better off than your own, perhaps even poorer. Yet a year has passed. Look at their current state." The eyes of countless new villagers instinctively turned towards the old villagers. They beheld the genuine smiles adorning their faces, the confidence radiating from within. That spirit cannot be feigned. It is a testament to the good life they have cultivated. "Do you see? They are what you will become." Su-yi's voice soared once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. "From this day forth, hold your heads high and your chests out. When you step beyond our village, wherever you may go, should anyone inquire about your origins," he paused, his gaze piercing as it swept over each individual, "you shall raise your chin and declare with clarity and pride, 'I am from Qinghe Village.'" Following a brief silence, a middle-aged man with reddened eyes was the first to roar in response. "I am from Qinghe Village." This was swiftly followed by a thunderous wave of voices erupting from the new villagers. "I am from Qinghe Village." "Yes, from Qinghe Village." Their cries ascended towards the heavens, as if to tear the sky itself asunder. Tears streamed down many faces as the burdens of inferiority, anxiety, and fear were shredded and liberated in that moment. The cacophony resonated for over a minute before gradually subsiding, yet the fervent emotions lingered in the air. The area occupied by the new villagers was no longer shrouded in despondency. They ceased to retreat, no longer plagued by self-doubt. In their eyes flickered a flame of hope. Su-yi stood quietly upon the platform, waiting for the crowd to regain their composure. No longer speaking with fervor, he adopted a calm tone, akin to a familial chat, and resumed, I understand that mere slogans cannot satiate your hunger. You must be wondering how to transform the enticing vision I painted into tangible reality. His candid words elicited laughter from the villagers, who had just moments ago been teary-eyed. The atmosphere shifted to one of ease. Rest assured, Su Yi's smile radiated confidence. Su Yi have never promised what cannot be realized. His demeanor shifted back to seriousness. From today onward, you are all villagers of Qinghe, and the land beneath your feet has become part of Qinghe Village. The land designated for the airport will require only a fraction of this territory, leading some to ponder, what about the remaining land? This question instantly piqued the interest of all present. Without hesitation, Su Yi unveiled a bombshell announcement. The previously barren lands, barely capable of sustaining life, will, upon joining Qinghe Village, be bestowed with a new purpose. I declare that all newly incorporated lands and dilapidated structures will undergo systematic replanning. This planning will mirror the initial development of Qinghe Village, focusing on comprehensive and cohesive development. The singular objective. Su Yi's arm traced a vigorous arc through the air. His voice piercing through the amplification system and reaching every ear is to transform every inch of previously barren land into a golden egg-laying hen for all. A promise to elevate everyone's quality of life. The words golden egg and mother hen may sound rustic, yet they resonate deeply. The confusion and unease in the eyes of many new villagers began to dissipate, replaced by a fervent desire ignited within them. Concrete plans for adjustments are already in the works, and while we refine them, we will also seek your opinions to ensure they align with everyone's long-term interests. This assurance brought relief to the newly integrated villagers, as the phrase seeking opinions felt like a warm current, instilling a sense of security. It signified that they were not passive recipients of decisions, but respected contributors to the shared construction of their new home. With their anxieties quelled, Su Yi surveyed the gathering, noticing the gradual unfurling of faces. He then pivoted sharply. Today, in addition to announcing the village's planning and welcoming you all, there is something of even greater importance. His voice escalated once more. That is, to fulfill the promised benefits of Qinghe Village before everyone's eyes, without omission. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance towards the side of the platform. No.1 understood the cue. Accompanied by several staff members, she brought forth several large red boxes, placing them securely at the forefront of the platform. With a click, the locks of the boxes were released, revealing vibrant red contents that immediately captivated the attention of all. Within lay stacks of brand-new household registration books, exuding the fresh scent of ink, glowing like fire under the autumn sun. The registration books for all new villagers. Su Yi announced, his voice shattering the silence of the square. Last night, the colleagues from the Civil Affairs Department worked overtime to ensure that all your registration transfers were completed in one go. He picked up a brand new registration book and held it high, the red cover appearing particularly weighty under the gaze of thousands. Soon, everyone will be able to collect their new household registration books, right here. After retrieving the book, he continued, once you have it, you may promptly visit the nearby Villager Service Center to access the exclusive benefits that belong to us, the villagers of Qinghe. There are two main benefits that every family can immediately enjoy. He raised one finger. First, the elderly care benefit. All individuals over the age of 60 will receive a monthly pension, allowing our elders to enjoy their twilight years in peace. He then raised a second finger. Second, the child care benefit. All families with underage children are eligible to receive child care subsidies, which can be claimed until the child reaches adulthood, alleviating the burden of child rearing. Two significant welfare benefits were casually introduced by Su Yi. In the square, the breaths of the new villagers had become heavy. They gazed intently at the podium, straining to catch every word that followed. Furthermore, I am aware that what concerns everyone more is how to navigate the days ahead and what sustenance will be available. Su Yi's gaze fell upon the robust men in their prime. There is no need for concern on this matter. Our Qinghe village has expanded significantly, and there is a scarcity of manpower everywhere, be it on farms, in livestock operations, or at the winery, even in the recently established global sales channels, which all require a substantial workforce. The salaries and benefits for these positions, I trust, you all have at least some awareness of. They are undoubtedly lucrative and generous. Moreover, there is no need to worry about competence. Starting next Monday, the village will organize a unified technical training session for all new recruits. The training will be straightforward, and we guarantee that everyone will master it. Upon completion of the training, all individuals will be promptly assigned to their roles. The phrase immediate employment acted as a soothing balm, allowing countless anxious hearts to settle back into tranquility. With work available, they would not go hungry. This was their simplest understanding. Su Yi observed the crowd below, which had begun to stir, and smiled gently before continuing. Of course, I understand that many of you have just arrived and may be financially constrained. Therefore, I have decided. He paused, enunciating each word with exceptional clarity. All newly hired villagers will receive an advance on their salaries. From now until the end of the year, you can collect your wages in full after registering this afternoon. It is now October. By the end of the year, that amounts to a full 3-month salary. Receiving wages before even starting work? Only when you have money in hand can your hearts be at ease. Only then can you wholeheartedly engage in training and work, contributing to the betterment of our new homeland. Su Yi's voice served as the final hammer, shattering the last remnants of doubt and unease within them. He observed the faces below, initially blank, then astonished, and finally brimming with fervor, before speaking again. Lastly, there is one more matter. As you can see, the roads here are well constructed, but the route from your side remains difficult to traverse. Thus, beginning next month, we will initiate a new round of road construction projects. The objective is singular: to ensure that the entirety of New Qinghe Village is interconnected and devoid of obstacles. As the grand assembly concluded, the crowd surged toward the Villager Service Center like a tidal wave, filling the air above the square with an unprecedented vitality. Su Yi stood at the edge of the podium, gazing at the faces rekindled with hope, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to leave, but at that moment his phone inexplicably rang. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number from Jingzhou. Su Yi stepped into a quiet corner of the square and pressed the answer button. Hello. A steady, resonant male voice came through the line. May I speak with Secretary Su of Qinghe Village? This is he. Greetings, Secretary Su. I am Luo, the Chief Officer of Jingzhou Urban Construction. Chapter 298, Early Entry. It's Mr. Luo. Good to hear from you. Su Yi's tone revealed no trace of surprise, instead tinged with a knowing smile, as though he had been anticipating this call. Jingzhou Urban Construction. The moment the name was uttered, Su Yi fully comprehended the purpose of the call. This company is a powerhouse in the domestic airport construction sector, having undertaken multiple 4F-grade hub airports, boasting the most elite technology and construction teams. They are also the designated contractor for the Qinghe Village International Airport project, which Su Yi had personally arranged through brother Luo's connections. The voice on the other end was steady and authoritative, yet tinged with an undeniable urgency. Secretary Su, I apologize for the abrupt call. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. Not at all, Mr. Luo. Su Yi responded with ease. I have been eagerly awaiting your call. Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo burst into hearty laughter. It seems I called too late, my fault. He brushed it off lightly. Then his tone shifted to seriousness. Secretary Su, our group has just received internal communication from higher authorities, stating that the land acquisition for the Qinghe Village International Airport has been completed. To be frank, our project team just concluded a meeting, and we are still in disbelief at the speed of the execution. 3 days to complete all land acquisition agreements is unheard of in our decades-long engineering careers. The group places immense importance on this, and we have established a high-level project task force, which I will personally lead. After a brief pause, he made a significant proposal. Thus, I wish to confirm something with you, Secretary. May our team enter the site early? We can commence preliminary surveys, site leveling, and temporary construction preparations right away. This way, as soon as the plan is approved, our large equipment and core construction team can seamlessly integrate and begin operations without wasting a single day of work. Mr. Luo spoke with measured pace, each word infused with decisiveness. Early entry is a profound demonstration of sincerity in the construction industry. It signifies that the contractor is willing to invest substantial resources and manpower even before the contract is signed, all in pursuit of precious construction time. Su Yi listened, his smile deepening. Rather than immediately acquiescing, he posed an inquisitive counter-question. Mr. Luo, the construction drawings have not yet been approved, and we have only just completed the land acquisition. Are you so confident? Aren't you concerned that Mr. Wang's design might not pass the review? There was a noticeable pause on the line, seemingly unexpected by Mr. Luo. Soon, his hearty laughter returned, brimming with unwavering confidence. Ha! Secretary Su, are you testing me? We are well aware of Mr. Wang's esteemed reputation. His work is always of the highest quality. This is a consensus within the industry. Moreover, Mr. Luo's tone shifted, now imbued with implicit respect. This project is under direct scrutiny from higher authorities. The review will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Who would dare to create unnecessary trouble? Then I shall take your word for it, Mr. Luo. Su Yi chuckled. Since Jingzhou Urban Construction is so earnest, I certainly cannot be stingy. Your team may enter the site at any time. His reply was clear-cut and devoid of hesitation. On our end, I will arrange for a dedicated liaison to assist you, and we will do everything possible to accommodate your needs. Excellent. Mr. Luo's voice radiated uncontainable excitement. Secretary Su, rest assured, we at Jingzhou Urban Construction will not betray this trust. He paused again, his tone turning resolute. I will personally lead the team over tomorrow to coordinate with you and the village for the preliminary on-site preparations. Tomorrow? Su-yi raised an eyebrow slightly. The efficiency was indeed astounding. However, he appreciated such promptness. Very well, I shall await your esteemed arrival, Mr. Luo. After hanging up, Su-yi tucked his phone back in his pocket. The lingering fervor in the square seemed to envelop him once more. At the entrance of the villager service center, long lines stretched out as far as the eye could see. Those new villagers, who had appeared so timid and evasive before the assembly, now stood tall and proud. Amidst the crowd, Su-yi spotted a familiar figure. It was indeed the man who had dared not tread the path just a few days prior while bringing his child to register. At this moment, he clutched a brand-new crimson household registration booklet tightly in one hand, while the other grasped two freshly signed salary advance slips, his fingers turning pale from exertion. His gaze was fixated on the document, his lips moving in silent incantation, repeating the words over and over. The advance salaries for him and his wife combined amounted to a staggering sum, one he had never dared to dream of in the past year of toil. Su-yi observed as the man took a deep breath, his rough hands wiping his face. He then solemnly and cautiously tucked the household registration booklet and salary slips into his pocket, patting it as if it contained the future and hopes of his entire family. Su-yi understood. The tension had coalesced. He turned away from the square and returned to the office, for he had more pressing matters to contemplate. The early entry of Jingzhou Construction felt like a catalyst, propelling everything forward with vigor. Judging by Jingzhou Construction's attitude, the pace of Qinghe Airport construction would exceed expectations. Su-yi was acutely aware of the terrifying ripple effect that an international airport could have on a region, particularly a village. Countless thoughts collided in Su-yi's mind, and a blueprint of the future was crystallizing at an unprecedented speed. Time slipped by quietly amidst this bustle and anticipation. By the afternoon, the throngs at the village service center began to dwindle. As the sun set, golden rays bathed Qinghe Village, casting a warm glow over the newly constructed buildings and streets. Just as night fell, a photograph was silently uploaded to the internet. It was an exceedingly simple image, a young hand still bearing a few calluses, carefully cradling a dazzlingly red household registration booklet. The booklet was opened, and the address line, clearly printed with the words Qinghe Village, seemed to possess a certain enchantment. In the background, the orderly residential buildings and clean streets of Qinghe Village were visible. This straightforward, even somewhat casual photograph was accompanied by a similarly simple caption. From today, I'm also a resident of Qinghe Village. Chapter 299, The Arrival. This dynamic was precisely pushed to countless mobile screens of those surfing the internet by big data. Gazing at the glowing red household registration booklet in the photograph and the futuristic village backdrop, the mentality of countless laborers shattered in an instant. Envy and jealousy coalesced into an overwhelming bitterness that permeated the comment sections of various social media platforms. From today, I am also a resident of Qinghe Village. This seemingly unremarkable caption, paired with the priceless household registration booklet, struck each laborer's heart with precision. Its impact was far more potent than any blatant display of wealth. Soon, more details began to emerge. Numerous newly settled villagers, brimming with excitement after receiving their household registration booklets, shared in the simplest and most direct manner the happenings of the cultural square from earlier that day. My goodness, did they complete the registration for over 10,000 people a day after signing the contract? Is there no sense of shame among certain service windows regarding this efficiency? I just did the math on Qinghe Village's pension and childcare benefits. If a family has a senior over 60 and a minor, they could receive over 100,000 in subsidies for doing nothing. That's higher than my entire year's salary. Brothers upstairs, don't just look at the subsidies. You Haventi even factored in the salaries that will be distributed after starting work. And then there's the advance of 3 months' salary. I can't believe it. 10,000 plus in my pocket before even beginning work. Who else can offer such security? Secretary Su's generosity is truly magnificent. Advanced salary? What the hell? Our company is behind on wages, and their village offers advanced salaries? Is this world truly so surreal? The discussions online erupted into a frenzy. Various snapshots of live videos, documents stamped with red seals, and first-person vlogs of new villagers flooded the platforms. Countless fragmented pieces of information coalesced into a deluge of data. sweeping through every platform with unyielding force. Qinghe Village's celestial benefits. The fastest household registration processing in history. How to become a resident of Qinghe Village. Among the most lively and ironically amusing topics was the emergence of the most unfortunate demolition household in history. Upon clicking in, one encountered a tone filled with schadenfreude and lamentation. Countless netizens mocked those former villagers who had chosen option 1, taking millions in cash compensation and flaunting it online. Brothers, I would call this the most disastrous investment decision of the 21st century, bar none. Tens of millions in cash sounds like a lot. But compared to the benefits of Qinghe Village's household registration, it's nothing but a pile of worthless paper. Today's golden quote. The greatest suffering in the world is not in lacking, but in having once possessed, only to cast it away with one's own hands. I declare, Qinghe Village is the Jerusalem of contemporary laborers. Amidst this overwhelming chatter, a thought-provoking question emerged. It's strange, with such excellent benefits in Qinghe Village, why have the old villagers never spoken up before? If it weren't for these new villagers, we wouldn't even know these details. Isn't that rather low-key? This question pierced through the clamor like a needle. Countless people suddenly had an epiphany. Why indeed, according to reason, with such extraordinary benefits and living conditions? Shouldn't they have been boasting online long ago? Speculations began to swirl. Could it be that Secretary Su issued a gag order, forbidding them from speaking? You're being naive. In a village of over 1,000 people, how could one enforce a gag order? I suspect they simply don't care to boast. What we consider extraordinary is merely their everyday life. Indeed, when wealth and happiness become habitual, who would constantly speak of what is taken for granted? Another explanation posited that the village possessed a powerful sense of cohesion and collective honor, prompting them to voluntarily uphold the village's image. Such spiritual matters are more formidable and enviable than mere money and benefits. As netizens filled in the blanks and painted their own picture of Qinghe Village, its image grew ever more enigmatic and grand. The architect of all this, Su Yi, was exalted to almost mythical status across the internet. As the online world transformed due to Qinghe Village, reality swiftly ushered in the following day. At 10 in the morning, in the office, Su Yi had just finalized the preliminary plan for the allocation of new villagers' positions when his phone rang. It was that Jingzhou number from the previous night. Su Yi answered casually, "Hello, Mr. Luo. Is it time to call because you have arrived?" The voice on the other end was evidently more urgent than the night before, tinged with the weariness of travel and an undeniable excitement. "Yes, Secretary Su. I'm already at the entrance of Qinghe Village." Mr. Luo was indeed the vanguard. Su Yi smiled and said, "Thank you for your efforts. Please wait a moment. I will come out to greet you." After hanging up, Su Yi stood, tidied his desk briefly, and walked towards the office exit. Along the way, he could see the main road of the village where the new and old villagers had begun to blend harmoniously. The awkwardness and unease on the faces of the new villagers had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable excitement and anticipation for the future. They stood tall, their voices ringing louder than the day before. Upon encountering Su Yi, both new and old villagers would pause from afar, their faces adorned with genuine respect as they vociferously greeted him. "Good day, Secretary." The heartfelt admiration they expressed was more authentic than any official report. Su Yi, smiling warmly, reciprocated their greetings without breaking his stride, swiftly making his way to the village entrance. In the distance, 2 black SUVs were parked at the entrance of Qinghe Village, beside which stood 5 or 6 individuals, their expressions a blend of curiosity and astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. At the forefront was a robust, middle-aged man, approximately in his 50s, clad in a simple work jacket. Yet, he exuded an invigorating energy, his sharp gaze radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. He was gesturing towards the traditional courtyard of the new Qinghe Village, conversing with the younger individuals beside him, his face reflecting the appreciation of a seasoned professional. Sensing Su Yi's gaze, the man abruptly turned his head. Their eyes met, and a broad smile broke across his face as he strode forward with purpose, extending a calloused hand. "Secretary Su, it is a privilege to finally meet you in person. You truly embody youthful promise." Su Yi responded with a smile, firmly shaking his hand. "Mr. Luo, welcome to Qinghe Village." As their hands clasped, the grip was firm from both sides. "Mr. Luo, I appreciate your efforts on this journey," Su Yi remarked with a smile, his gaze shifting beyond Mr. Luo to the group of young people behind him. "And who are these individuals?" "Oh, these are the core members of our group," Mr. Luo replied, gesturing to them. "This is our engineer, Old Zhang. This is project manager, Xiao Lu, and the others are in charge of surveying and design coordination." The young individuals promptly returned the greeting, their eyes sparkling with uncontained curiosity and excitement. Prior to their arrival, they had been filled with anticipation about the legendary Qinghe Village, and upon witnessing it firsthand, they found reality to be far more breathtaking than the videos and photos online. Secretary Su, I'll spare you the pleasantries, Mr. Luo said, reclaiming his gaze and looking towards the wide road leading into the village, half-jokingly adding, after the drive here, I finally understand why you were so eager to construct an airport. Su detected the underlying meaning in his words and chuckled. Thus, for our upcoming transportation hub project, we must rely on your esteemed team, Mr. Luo. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task, Mr. Luo proclaimed, his voice resonant and full of vigor. Qinghe, let us not linger at the village entrance. Let us discuss matters in my office. Su gestured invitingly, leading the group towards the village committee office. Soon, they arrived at Su Yi's office, where he welcomed everyone to take a seat. He expertly approached the tea table, retrieving a jar of unlabeled tea leaves and began boiling water for brewing. In no time, a crisp aroma, infused with peculiar floral and fruity notes, wafted through the office. Just a whiff revitalized Mr. Luo, dissipating the fatigue from his long journey. Come everyone, let's enjoy some tea, Su Yi said, serving cups of clear, emerald green tea to his guests. Mr. Luo eagerly lifted his cup, inhaling deeply before taking a gentle sip. As the warm liquid coursed down his throat, an invigorating wave enveloped him. What exquisite tea! Truly remarkable, he exclaimed, setting down his cup, his eyes gleaming with genuine admiration. Having sipped tea for half my life, I have tasted many renowned varieties, yet none compare to what you serve, Secretary Su. The young people behind him shared his astonishment. Though they lacked Mr. Luo's discerning palate, their bodies instinctively recognized the quality of the tea, which left them feeling rejuvenated. Su Yi merely smiled, refilling their cups, and casually remarked, if you enjoy it, feel free to take some with you when you leave. Mr. Luo and his crew momentarily gasped in surprise. Such high-quality tea offered so casually, they found themselves at a loss for words, contemplating the affluence and depth of Qinghe Village, which spoke louder than any data or report. Then I shall graciously accept. Mr. Luo, being a straightforward individual, quickly overcame his astonishment and expressed his gratitude. After several rounds of tea, the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable, allowing them to finally address the matter at hand. Mr. Luo retrieved a document from his briefcase, his demeanor turning serious. Secretary Su, according to our plan, once you give the green light, our advanced survey team can commence this afternoon with the foundational geological surveys and site markings. The machinery will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest to begin the site leveling. Su Yi nodded, clearly satisfied. I have no objections. We are ready at any time. What I'm more concerned about is the overall timeline for the project. Upon hearing this, a wave of confidence washed over Mr. Luo's face. Secretary Su, times have changed, he said, his voice deepening. 2 or 3 years ago, a standard 4F grade international hub airport would take a minimum of 3 years from commencement to acceptance, with 5 years being the norm. However, the situation is now entirely different. His tone carried an enigmatic undertone. Thanks to your support, or rather, the technological advancements of Qinghe Village, the entire infrastructure industry is experiencing an unprecedented technological explosion. Mr. Luo took a deep breath, extending a finger decisively to deliver the final verdict. Given the current circumstances, after integrating all new technologies and optimal construction plans, we can compress the timeline to 1 year. Within a year, we are absolutely confident that the first airplane will smoothly land on the runway of Qinghe Village International Airport. Mr. Luo's emphatic promise ignited a fervent energy within the office. Su Yi gazed at him, gradually revealing a smile. That afternoon, after enjoying lunch, Mr. Luo departed with his team, invigorated and full of ambition. Instead of returning directly to Jingzhou, he made calls, efficiently mobilizing the colossal entity of Jingzhou Urban Construction. Commands flowed from the lips of this robust man, swiftly relayed to various departments within the vast corporation. Survey teams, equipment divisions, and logistics support groups sprang into action, all driven by the project emerging from Qinghe Village. The following morning, at the airport's pre-selected site, a vast expanse of land, recently cleared of inhabitants, lay in its most primal state. Suddenly, a low rumble drew nearer, shattering the morning tranquility. On the horizon appeared a fleet of yellow machines, bulldozers, excavators, graders, and rollers. Dozens of brand new heavy machinery rolled into the dormant terrain. Under the direction of the site supervisor, these steel behemoths quickly dispersed, commencing the foundational and colossal site leveling work in accordance with the survey team overnight markings. Amidst the thunderous roar of engines, clumps of earth were overturned, and the uneven ground was gradually smoothed and compacted. Although this was merely the preliminary site preparation, a distance remained before actual construction commenced. The fervent atmosphere was already telling. News of the developments spread like wildfire back to Qinghe Village. Someone captured videos and photographs of the bustling construction scene and shared them across various village groups. As villagers gazed at the lively construction captured on their phones, their hearts ignited with fervor. The airport, that grand vision, had finally materialized into the very tangible sounds of construction and billowing dust. In the ensuing days, the entirety of Qinghe Village basked in a profound excitement. In this atmosphere, as Su-yi was engrossed in handling documents in his office, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from General Manager Wang. A flicker of anticipation surged within Su-yi as he answered the call. Without waiting for Su-yi to speak, the exuberant voice of General Manager Wang came through. Secretary Su, the design review has been approved. Chapter 301, ready to unleash full force. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly graced Su-yi's features. He was grateful for General Manager Wang's efforts. On the other end, Wang's voice rose with palpable excitement, brimming with joy and a hint of nostalgia. Secretary Su, I truly cannot accept the praise of hard work. Having engaged in design for decades and overseen countless significant projects, I have never encountered a project like the Qinghe Village International Airport, where the approval process was so swift and seamless. From the submission of the drawings to the formal approval, it was an uninterrupted green light. The review process for the airport plans was expedited remarkably. Without a single instance of obstruction, Wang's heartfelt sentiments were evident. For major projects like airports, the drawing review is typically of utmost importance and often the most prone to delays. Yet, how long did it take for the Qinghe Village Airport project? From submission to formal approval, less than a week. This speed is truly a challenge to the industry's conventional understanding. Wang was acutely aware of the energy this represented. It perfectly illustrated that your team's design proposal is of exceptional quality, flawless, and resilient to any scrutiny. Su-yi spoke with a gentle tone, deftly returning this honor to the design team, ensuring they received due recognition. Ha! Secretary Su, please do not flatter me. I am well aware of the reality. Wang laughed heartily, his tone infused with anticipation for the future. With the plan approved, my anxious heart can finally find peace. During the subsequent construction phase, should your side require any design collaboration, our team will be on standby 24 hours a day, ready to respond, ensuring not a moment of delay. Thank you, General Manager Wang. Su-yi replied with a smile of gratitude. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he ended the call. Almost the instant the call disconnected, a notification chimed. Su-yi's work email received a series of final documents packaged and sent by Wang's team. He clicked to open, revealing two substantial compressed files. One contained the legally binding final construction drawings for the Qinghe Village International Airport, adorned with official seals. The other comprised the blueprints and explanatory text for the comprehensive development plan of the new Qinghe Village. Su-yi's gaze lingered momentarily on the file name of the comprehensive development plan, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. Resolutely, he packaged the airport construction drawings separately and promptly forwarded them to General Manager Luo's email. Once this was completed, he picked up his phone and dialed General Manager Luo. After a few rings, the call was swiftly answered. Secretary Su, General Manager Luo's booming voice resonated from the receiver, set against the backdrop of deafening machinery and the spirited shouts of workers. It was evident that he was currently on the construction site, overseeing the leveling of the airport site. General Manager Luo, still busy at the site? Su-yi inquired with a smile. There's no resting for the weary. General Manager Luo responded cheerfully, before shifting the topic. Secretary Su, is there any new directive accompanying your call? Not exactly a directive, Su-yi replied. Reclining comfortably in his chair, his tone relaxed. I merely wanted to inform you that the airport's drawing review has officially been approved. There was a momentary silence on the other end, quickly followed by General Manager Luo's uncontained exclamation. The drawing review has been approved. So soon. Although he had anticipated a swift review for the Qinghe Village Airport, the actual speed had far exceeded his expectations. Su, not one for suspense, quickly added yes. And I have already sent the approved construction drawings to your email, General Manager Luo. You can check it now. Great, great, great. General Manager Luo responded eagerly, his tone urgent. I will arrange for the technical department to download and verify it right away. He paused for a moment, the decisive vigor returning to his voice. Secretary Su, Now that the drawings are finalized and the approval in hand, shouldn't we also arrange the formal construction contract? As soon as the contract is signed, I can immediately deploy my team to commence construction. The urgency in General Manager Luo's voice was almost palpable through the receiver, prompting Su Yi to stifle a chuckle. This General Manager Luo was indeed a man of action. However, this decisiveness perfectly aligned with Su Yi's preferences. Of course, I can arrange that at any time. Su Yi confirmed. Excellent. General Manager Luo responded almost instantaneously, his tone resolute. Secretary Su, I will head over immediately so we can finalize this contract. All right, General Manager Luo. I will be waiting for your arrival in my office, Su Yi said with a smile. Once their call concluded, it took less than half an hour for General Manager Luo to appear in Su Yi's office. His work jacket was slightly soiled with dirt, and a hint of sweat adorned his forehead, clearly indicating he had rushed over from the construction site. Secretary Su, General Manager Luo entered, his tone tinged with a mix of regret and excitement. Honestly, the speed at which your airport's drawing review was completed has truly taken me by surprise. I had anticipated it would take about another week, so I was not adequately prepared with the necessary equipment for site leveling. It will take until tomorrow to fully complete it. I admit I misjudged the timeline. Not a problem. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, his expression relaxed. Seeing General Manager Luo's proactive and responsible attitude reassures me that the construction of the Qinghe Village International Airport will be executed efficiently and effectively. Absolutely. General Manager Luo nodded emphatically, his words firm. A standardized contract had long been prepared, and a thick stack of documents lay on the desk. The two parties swiftly reviewed the key terms, and General Manager Luo eagerly seized the pen, signing his name with flourish. Once both seals were affixed, he could hardly contain his excitement as he grasped his copy of the contract, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, ready to take his leave. General Manager Luo, won't you stay for a few more cups of tea before you go? Su Yi asked with a gentle smile, attempting to keep him there. Not this time, Secretary Su. Time is of the essence. I must return immediately to coordinate the full-scale commencement of work. Let's save the tea for another occasion, he replied, hastily departing the office. Rushing back, he was eager to mobilize the colossal entity of the Jingzhou urban construction to get it fully operational. After seeing General Manager Luo off, Su Yi returned to his office and settled back in his chair. His gaze once again fell upon the document titled Comprehensive Development Plan for New Qinghe Village. Chapter 302, Resettlement Community. With a gentle tap of his fingers, Su Yi opened the development plan. In an instant, an intricate blueprint, vast enough to take anyone's breath away, unfurled on the screen. The original area of Qinghe Village was marked as the pulsating heart of the future administrative, cultural, and high-end commercial center. Surrounding this heart were newly designated residential areas, medical centers, central parks, and various functional zones, all interconnected by an efficient transportation network, elegantly organized, completely transforming the previously scattered and chaotic layout of the village. Su Yi's fingers glided slowly across the screen. This was no mere drawing, but rather the roadmap for development over the coming decades. The meticulousness of this plan conveyed the professionalism and diligence of General Manager Wang's team. Every aspect, commercial, medical, leisure, and future transportation layout, had been foresightly designed. However, Su Yi was acutely aware that even the most exquisite plans ultimately require implementation. Any large-scale construction and transformation inevitably revolves around a central issue: people. His gaze finally settled upon the newly planned residential area for the villagers. A pressing reality lay before him. For the sake of that crimson household registration booklet, thousands of new villagers had relinquished their ancestral lands, homesteads, and all forms of compensation. Now, this land was destined for reconstruction. Their former homes fated to be reduced to dust beneath the roar of bulldozers. The question remained, where would they reside? Should this issue remain unresolved, the planning would be rendered a mere scrap of paper. The goodwill and sincerity that had just been fostered among the people could swiftly crumble into dust. With this thought, Su Yi felt an immediate resolve within him. He raised his head and looked towards the other side of the office, where Yi Wanwan was diligently organizing documents. Wanwan, he called. Yi Wanwan promptly lifted her head, her eyes bright. Secretary, what can I do for you? Please notify all members of the village committee to convene in the conference room in half an hour. Su Yi's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. Understood. Without further inquiry, Yi Wanwan turned to execute his instructions. Half an hour later, in the village committee conference room, all members, including village director Su Weiguo, arrived punctually. Curiosity and solemnity adorned their faces as they whispered amongst themselves. He took his seat at the head of the table, casting a sweeping glance over the room, which instantly silenced the murmurs. Ladies and gentlemen, Yi's voice resonated steadily and powerfully within the quiet room. The purpose of gathering you today is to discuss the forthcoming development plan for our village. He did not keep them in suspense, directly instructing No.1 to project the new village plan onto the large screen. The development plan for the new village had been meticulously crafted, yet it accompanied a grave issue. Silence enveloped the conference room, every gaze fixated on Yi. Everyone was acutely aware that thousands of new villagers had sacrificed their old homes and lands to join Qinghe Village. Yi's tone softened, yet became more serious. According to this plan, their original residences will be entirely razed to make way for new functional areas and roads. Therefore, we must urgently consider their resettlement. You're absolutely right. If this is mishandled, it could lead to significant turmoil. The elder, Uncle San, was the first to voice his agreement, his expression grave and his tone imbued with the wisdom of age. Indeed, stability in residence is paramount for prosperity in work. This is of utmost importance. Other committee members echoed his sentiments, their expressions turning serious as they grasped the weight of the concept of securing one's livelihood. Seeing such a unanimous attitude among the members, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. This was the collective spirit he desired. If everyone thinks this way, I can rest easy, he thought. Yi's gaze swept across the assembly once more before he presented his proposal. He pointed to the neatly planned residential area on the screen. My suggestion is for the village to collectively fund the construction of high-standard resettlement communities for all new villagers. Collective funding? Weiguo raised an eyebrow, instinctively calculating the costs. Secretary, this is no small sum. Over 10,000 people, and for a high-standard community. Yi, anticipating his concerns, nodded. I understand Uncle Weiguo's apprehension. Therefore, the property rights of this resettlement community will temporarily belong to the village collective. At this declaration, everyone in the conference room fell silent for a moment, then descended into contemplation. Weiguo furrowed his brow, quickly calculating in his mind, murmuring softly, if the property rights belong to the collective, wouldn't that essentially turn it into a collective dormitory for the village? Not entirely. He shook his head, further elucidating his thought. He observed the puzzled expressions of the attendees, ensuring his voice was clear and resonant. The village will fund the construction of these homes using the finest materials and designs, ensuring they're move-in ready. All new villagers can reside there free of charge, addressing their immediate needs. However, Yi's tone shifted, the atmosphere in the conference room growing tense. This free accommodation is time-limited. My proposal is that they may reside in the homes initially, but within 3 years of occupancy. They must pay off the home price to acquire the property rights in their names. At this proclamation, the conference room fell into silence once more. He continued, let us remember an essential truth. One appreciates what one earns. While Qinghe Village is not lacking in funds, homes cannot be given away for free. That which is free is seldom cherished. Only those who invest their own money will truly regard it as their home. He assured them, of course, the purchasing price will be set at a friendly rate, ensuring it poses little burden to any family in Qinghe Village. This declaration dispelled the last traces of doubt lingering in the minds of the attendees. Brilliant. Secretary, this strategy is truly ingenious. Weiguo exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his troubled expression lifting to one of genuine admiration. It resolves the resettlement issue, prevents the emergence of idlers, and instills a true sense of belonging among the villagers. A threefold success. The committee members nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Yi now filled with deep respect. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with this decision. Yi declared conclusively. He turned to Weiguo, issuing his directive. Uncle Weiguo, you will take the lead on this matter. Please draft a detailed public notice outlining the new village development plan, our resettlement strategy, and most importantly, the method of acquiring property rights. Absolutely. Leave it to me. I will ensure it is executed flawlessly. Weiguo responded, standing tall with renewed vigor. Less than 2 hours after the meeting concluded, a formal document, adorned with a red header, was meticulously prepared under Weiguo's direct supervision. By evening, this document was prominently displayed on the public bulletin board at the village committee's entrance. Simultaneously, it was disseminated through online channels to every new and old villager's mobile phone. Public notice regarding the systematic development plan for the new Qinghe Village and the initial resettlement community construction plan, along with the property rights distribution scheme. Chapter 303, The Demolition of the Barriers begins. Upon the release of this notice, a tidal wave of excitement surged through the entirety of Qinghe Village. for the long-standing residents. This notice resembled a manifesto for the future. Their attention was captivated by the grand blueprint. Look here. The central area will become the administrative and high-end commercial center. This high-end commercial hub will surely rival the grandest malls in the city. Indeed, and just beside it, a medical center and a central park. My goodness, our village will have a large park. We can stroll in the park after dinner. This is no longer a village. It should be called Qinghe City. Excité de discussion érupted. Each villager's face radiating pride and a sense of shared honor. This planning map vividly encapsulated all their aspirations for the future in the most concrete and striking manner. Roads, greenery, functional zoning. Every line and color foretold the imminent transformation of Qinghe Village into something extraordinary. For the newly integrated villagers, however, the significance of this public notice was far more complex and direct. Initially, they too were drawn to the magnificent blueprint, but soon some began to notice a troubling detail. The planning map clearly labeled the areas of their current old villages with designations for roads, green space, and industrial land. This revelation caused their newly settled hearts to tremble once more. However, as their gazes drifted down the public notice, their breaths suddenly caught in their throats upon encountering the detailed explanation of the resettlement plan. Funded collectively by the village, a high-standard resettlement community will be constructed, where all new villagers may reside free of charge. Within 3 years of moving in, new villagers must purchase the property rights at a friendly price, which will not exceed the annual minimum income of local villagers. Not exceeding a year's income, a man stood before the notice board, his fingers trembling as he pointed at that line, repeatedly confirming it, fearful of misreading. Others gathered around, their eyes fixed on that line of small text, as if the very air had thickened. "Oldly, pinch me, I can't be dreaming, can I?" murmured a nearby man in a daze. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the night sky. "Ouch, that really hurts." The man grimaced, yet a wild joy erupted across his face. It's real. It's truly real. Not exceeding a year's personal income. For those of them who had just received their advance wages and were about to start work, what did this signify? It meant that if they work hard for a year, no, it wouldn't even take that long, they could own a high-standard new house on this land. This realization struck like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of all the new villagers. The previous moment's worries and unease about their old homes being repurposed were washed away by a more potent emotion named happiness. The village is paying to build us houses, letting us live in them for free at first, and then selling them to us at a friendly price, a woman said, her eyes glistening with tears as her voice caught in her throat. "Why are you crying?" This is a moment of great joy. Her husband tightly embraced her shoulders, his own eyes misty. "From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Qinghe Village, I will be the first to confront them." This rugged vow instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. This public notice, rather than inciting any turmoil, bound the hearts of thousands of new villagers to the future of Qinghe Village in an unprecedented manner. Meanwhile, amidst this fervent atmosphere, the construction of the airport officially commenced in earnest. Within just a few days, the vast airport site had transformed remarkably. Tall metallic barriers completely enclosed the Red Line area, forming a gigantic, isolated jungle of steel. From the outside, one could only see towering crane arms swinging in the air, hearing the continuous mechanical roar from within. Hundreds of construction machinery, like a yellow torrent of steel, traversed the site, devouring earth and rebar. Foundation excavation, pile foundation work, rebar tying. Each process unfolded systematically and comprehensively. Qingzhou Construction, a leading enterprise in domestic airport construction, showcased its formidable execution power and efficiency. The entire site resembled a finely tuned machine, changing the landscape every minute and second. That afternoon, Mr. Luo made another appearance in Suyi's office. This time he was not in work attire, but donned casual clothes. Yet the vigorous aura surrounding him remained undiminished. "Secretary Su, I am quite thick-skinned, returning to enjoy your fine tea once more." Mr. Luo burst into hearty laughter upon entering, his voice resounding. "Welcome indeed." Su, he chuckled, rising to indicate a seat for him while he moved towards the tea station to brew tea. The delicate fragrance of tea soon wafted through the office. Mr. Luo lifted the teacup, and before savoring it, took a large gulp, sighing contentedly. "I've been so exhausted watching the site these days. Your tea truly revitalizes." He set down the cup, gazing out the window at the villagers bustling about, all wearing smiles, and remarked sincerely, "Secretary Su, I've noticed that the spirit of Qinghe Village has transformed these past few days." "Oh, what have you observed, Mr. Luo?" Su Yi casually inquired as he passed him a refill. I can't quite articulate it, Mr. Luo mused, seeming to gather his thoughts. It feels like everyone is brimming with energy, walking with purpose, their eyes sparkling. Su Yi merely smiled at this, saying nothing. After discussing details about the construction progress for a while, Mr. Luo rose to take his leave. After bidding farewell to Mr. Luo, Su Yi returned to his office and sat down again. The airport project had found its rhythm and was advancing at full speed, requiring no further input from him for the time being. Meanwhile, the issues of resettling and integrating the new villagers had been effectively addressed with the release of that public notice. Everything was proceeding smoothly and swiftly along the trajectory he had envisioned. Just as he relished this rare moment of tranquility, Su Weiguo burst in like a gust of wind. Secretary! Secretary! Su Weiguo's face was a mix of excitement and barely contained glee. Uncle Weiguo, what has you so stirred? Su Yi lifted his head, smiling as he asked. Good news, splendid news. Su Weiguo exclaimed, I just came from the school, and guess what I saw? Without waiting for Su Yi's response, he revealed the answer with astonishment in his tone. The massive construction site that had been surrounded by iron walls next to the school has begun to dismantle the barriers. Chapter 304. Qinghe Village Sports Center? Upon hearing Su Weiguo's words, Su Yi naturally knew what he was referring to. He set down the document in his hand, stood from his office chair, a smile lighting his eyes. Let's go take a look. All right. Su Weiguo nodded vigorously. His excitement still palpable as he followed closely behind Su Yi. His steps lightened. In the office, Yuan, who was organizing documents, also noticed the commotion and looked up, curiosity in her eyes. Su Yi smiled at her. Let us go witness the birth of a new landmark in Qinghe Village. Sure. Yuan promptly set aside her work and hurried to catch up. The three exited the village committee building. Along the way, they could see several villagers, drawn by the news, gathering in clusters, their faces alight with uncontainable smiles and curiosity, animatedly discussing the delightful revelation they had long awaited. Upon their arrival at the site, the enormous blue metal barriers were being methodically peeled away by heavy cranes. As that shroud of mystery was slowly lifted, an expansive and technologically impressive architectural complex finally revealed its true visage upon the land of Qinghe Village. Most striking was the colossal main stadium situated at the center. It presented a streamlined silver hue, its shell composed of countless irregular polygonal metal plates seamlessly joined together, their joints polished and unified. Under the afternoon sun, these metal plates reflected a dazzling yet gentle brilliance, imbuing the entire structure with a sense of monumental strength and surreal sci-fi aesthetics. Surrounding the main stadium were several other venues, all harmoniously styled yet functionally diverse: a swimming pool, a basketball arena, and a multi-purpose training facility. They were interconnected by artistically designed aerial walkways and sunken plazas, collectively forming a sprawling architectural cluster covering 500 acres. There was no dusty construction site present. The ground was already covered with tidy square pavers and vibrant greenery, as if these buildings had stood there for ages, rather than just being completed. At that moment, over 100 villagers had gathered at the scene. They were not loud or boisterous, merely standing at a distance, craning their necks, uttering intermittent gasps of astonishment. My goodness, is this truly our village's sports center? Exclaimed a man, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It's absolutely magnificent. Compared to this, the sports center in the city is nothing but a heap of dirt. A young mother, cradling her child, gazed at the structure with sparkling eyes, filled with excitement. The faces of the villagers radiated a profound, incomparable pride and joy. Over time, their initial astonishment at the miracles brought by Su Yi had transformed into a habitual sense of honor and expectation. Su Yi surveyed the towering steel behemoth before him, nodding in satisfaction. The system's output had indeed lived up to its promise. The mere appearance of this structure was sufficient to serve as another gilded calling card for Qinghe Village. However, the exterior was secondary. What truly mattered was what lay within. Secretary, this sports center must meet the so-called Olympic standards, right? Su Weiguo stood beside Su Yi, gazing upward with his mouth slightly agape in awe. A village building an Olympic facility. Who would believe such a thing if it got out? After expressing his amazement, he broke into a wide grin, unable to conceal his delight. He playfully patted Su Yi's arm, saying, well, now those rascally kids at the nearby school will finally have a place to frolic during PE and extracurricular activities. Even we old bones can come here to jog and stretch. His words elicited nods and laughter from the villagers nearby. Director Weiguo was right. The children were indeed fortunate. Spending so much money to create such a splendid place was ultimately about providing the best environment for their growth. Worth it. Hearing these sincere and simple words, a deeper meaning flickered in Su Yi's smile. He turned to Su Weiguo and spoke thoughtfully. Uncle Weiguo, do you think it's necessary to invest such a hefty sum to merely allow children to attend PE classes and run about? Su Weiguo's smile faltered, and he was momentarily taken aback. The villagers engaged in conversation nearby had also caught Su Yi's remark. Their voices hushed significantly as dozens of ears perked up in unison. Indeed, the secretary was right. To facilitate PE classes for children, a standard sports field would suffice. Spending $500 billion to build a sports center occupying 500 acres. If it were merely for jogging and calisthenics, would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Secretary, what do you mean by that? Su Weiguo leaned closer, lowering his voice, curiosity evident in his eyes. Was there something more to this sports center? Su Yi remained silent, merely watching him with a smile that danced on the edge of ambiguity. This expression piqued the curiosity of Su Weiguo and the surrounding villagers. For a moment, everyone present felt a restless itch in their hearts. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Secretary Su. The crowd turned to see academician Wang Jingguo striding over with several school experts, including academician Qian. They had evidently heard the commotion outside and had temporarily set aside their work. Old Wang, you're here too. Su Yi greeted him with a smile. Can I not come? With such a commotion right next to the school, I had to see for myself. Your village's sports center is finally completed. Wang Jingguo adjusted his glasses, casting a professional gaze upon the architectural complex. He then turned to Su Yi, whose eyes mirrored the same curiosity as Su Weiguo's. They had already witnessed the wonders of Qinghe School. What extraordinary features might this sports center, built adjacent to the school, possess? Surely, it could not be just a simple Olympic facility. Su Yi surveyed the intrigued village officials, villagers, and scholars around him, his smile widening. He scanned the crowd and slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the futuristic main stadium. I believe many of you are now curious about what lies within this sports center. Come, let me take you inside, and you will see for yourselves. As he finished speaking, Su Yi turned and led the way toward the entrance of the main stadium. The heavy metal doors, sensing their approach, glided open silently to the sides. The crowd streamed in, and the sight before them rendered the previously boisterous assembly utterly silent. Before them lay a grand space, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. A standard 400-meter red track circled a perfectly manicured lawn, resembling a green carpet. Surrounding the track were ascending tiers of seating, the colors of which transitioned from light to dark, creating a visually rhythmic effect. Above, a massive circular screen and a complex steel-structured dome exuded an industrial aesthetic and strength. Everything appeared brand new, immaculate, and imposing. My word, this truly is a spectacle. The turf is even more beautiful than a painting. The members of the village committee and the villagers displayed expressions of satisfaction. They marveled at the resilient surface of the track, gazing up at the vast dome, their excitement nearly overflowing. Even for a contemporary Qinghe Village, possessing a stadium capable of hosting top-tier events was a remarkable honor worthy of celebration. Indeed, this is splendid, Su Weiguo exclaimed, standing beside Su Yi, his grin wide enough to light up the room. This arena is impressive. Exercising here must be exhilarating. Yet, unlike the villagers' pure joy and contentment, academician Wang Jingguo and his fellow experts, after their initial admiration, found their brows furrowing slightly in unison. As they circled the venue, exchanging glances, a shared perplexity emerged in their expressions. This stadium, in terms of design, materials, and construction techniques, was impeccable, undoubtedly meeting world-class standards. However, that was all it was, just a top-tier standard. Given their understanding of Qinghe Village and Su Yi, such a massive resource expenditure could not merely be for a conventionally superior sports arena. Just like Qinghe Technology School, there must be a revolutionary core hidden beneath the surface. Yet, despite their scrutiny, they found nothing out of the ordinary. Secretary Su, one of the eager experts, approached him, unable to contain his curiosity. This sports center is indeed grand, but it seems no different in essence from other Olympic centers. Su Yi, hearing this, looked around at the inquisitive eyes of the experts and smiled. Let me pose a question to everyone present. Instead of answering directly, he posed a question of his own. What do you believe is the core function of a sports arena? The question momentarily caught everyone off guard. To host sports events, exclaimed a village committee member without hesitation. Physical exercise and fitness. Another villager chimed in, prompting a chorus of agreement. Su Weiguo nodded, asserting, I believe it must be sports. That is surely the core function. Su Yi listened, his smile unwavering as he turned to the experts. One of them pondered for a moment and provided a deeper response. from a scientific perspective, it is to challenge and push the physiological limits of the human body while providing a scientific and healthy environment for exercise. Well said. Su nodded in approval before shifting the conversation. But have you all considered that challenges and breakthroughs invariably come with sweat, fatigue, and injury? What if there existed a place that could render this process more efficient, perhaps even safer? Su remarked, descending from the stands and stepping directly onto the vibrant red track. His action captured the attention of all present. Efficient? Safe? The crowd followed suit, their gazes filled with heightened curiosity. Secretary Su, please do not keep us in suspense, they urged. Su smiled, gently tapping his foot on the track, producing a muted sound. What lay before them was merely a track and a patch of grass. Yet beneath it, within the very foundation of the sports center, was an entirely different installation. He lifted his gaze, surveying the puzzled faces around him, and slowly uttered a term, bioelectric sensory field. Upon hearing this, Su Weigua and the villagers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. While they recognized each word individually, together they were incomprehensible. However, Wang Zhenghua and several experts were visibly shaken, their pupils constricting in an instant. Bioelectricity? Academician Qian exclaimed as he stepped forward. Are you suggesting that this venue can interact with the human body's bioelectricity? Precisely. Su affirmed, continuing his exposition. Once the field is activated, it will create an invisible area encompassing the entire space. When individuals engage in physical activity here, it will instantly sense the exertion of each muscle, the frequency of every heartbeat, and even the depth of each breath. Subsequently, through remarkably gentle guidance, it will assist you in adjusting to the most optimal mode of exercise, ensuring that each exertion is maximized and energy expenditure is rendered more efficient. Sui paused, offering a straightforward conclusion that even the layman could grasp. In simpler terms, training here for just 1 hour yields results that are exponentially greater, perhaps even tenfold, compared to conventional methods. Moreover, the sensation of fatigue will be significantly diminished. Although the villagers may not fully comprehend the concept of bioelectricity, they certainly understood the notion of vastly improved training efficacy. Good heavens, is such a boon truly possible? It's akin to having an advantage. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenghua and the other experts found themselves plunged into a different realm of astonishment. Their eyes remained fixed on the track beneath them, as if attempting to penetrate the layers of plastic and concrete to uncover the astonishing secret concealed below. Efficient training and reduced fatigue. Could this genuinely be a form of groundbreaking technology? Su continued, of course, enhancing efficiency is merely its most fundamental function. What is the greatest adversary in sports, particularly in high-intensity activities? It is injuries. A member of the audience instinctively replied, indeed. Su snapped his fingers. Muscle strains, ligament tears, joint deterioration. These are the Damoclean swords hovering over every athlete's head. Our objective with this sports center is to remove that sword. Taking a deep breath, he introduced a second, even more revolutionary concept, cellular repair technology. During physical exertion, the body incurs minute injuries almost instantaneously, at which point another system will activate in synchrony. It will precisely target the damaged cellular tissue, accelerating its metabolism and regenerative processes. Su Yi's voice resonated throughout the expansive stadium, each word crystal clear. In other words, it can substantially mitigate the occurrence of sports injuries. Chapter 306. Those athletic heroes will go crazy. The phrase mitigates sports injury struck like an invisible hammer, landing heavily on the hearts of everyone in the stadium. If the previously mentioned enhancement of training efficacy had merely sparked intrigue and excitement, this concept unleashed a veritable bombshell within the collective consciousness. Whether they were village committee members, ordinary villagers, or the expert team from a school, all minds momentarily succumbed to a profound silence. They stared vacantly at Su Yi, who stood on the track. Injuries. This was the specter haunting all sports enthusiasts, particularly professional athletes. It could obliterate the most gifted talents, terminate illustrious careers, and render countless hours of sweat and effort meaningless. In many respects, the history of human athletics is one of battling against injuries. People have exhausted every ounce of wisdom, from scientific training to nutritional supplementation, from rehabilitation therapies to surgical interventions. Thus far, the best that could be achieved was a reduction in risks in post-injury treatment. Substantially mitigate? This appears to defy all principles of physics and biology. In the midst of the profound silence, Su Weigua suddenly murmured in a low voice, if only this technology had existed back then, perhaps that flying man would. His words trailed off, yet the long, sorrowful sigh that followed resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In an instant, a shared figure materialized in the minds of many, a once-celebrated athlete who, with his Asian physique, had ignited the red lightning on the straight track, bringing countless honors and pride to his nation. Everyone recalled that poignant silhouette, kissing the barrier and leaping toward the finish line amidst the adoration of the crowd. It was a scar etched in the hearts of an entire generation, still throbbing with pain to this day. If only such technology had existed back then, could his era have continued without question? Might he have once again raised that flag on his homeland, with the national anthem reverberating through the skies, leaving no regrets? This question remained unvoiced, yet the immense, heavy sense of regret surged violently within many hearts. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenghua and the other experts suddenly regained their composure, their thoughts swirling with another wave of astonishment. Real-time monitoring of the damage status of trillions of cells during human movement, and precise intervention and repair at the cellular level the moment damage occurs. What sort of terrifying computational power and exquisite energy transmission technology would this require? Gazing at the expressions on the faces of the crowd, Su Yi casually waved his hand and continued. As for other features, such as the dynamic full-environment simulation room, I shall not elaborate on them. The school also possesses similar capabilities, so it should be familiar to everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd, previously lost in astonishment, suddenly wore expressions of nuance. Yes, the school also had analogous groundbreaking technology to assist in learning and experimentation. Yet, it seemed that such globally unprecedented technology was becoming commonplace in Qinghe Village. Su Yi surveyed the room, his smile becoming more subdued, his tone taking on a serious note. I would like to emphasize that the establishment of this sports center in Qinghe Village is not merely for aesthetic appeal, nor is it intended for ostentation. I aspire for the children who emerge from Qinghe Village not only to possess the most elite knowledge, but also to embody robust physical health. He turned to Wang Zhenghua, his words imbued with an uncompromising conviction. Old Wang, I hope that the upcoming curriculum arrangements at the school will prioritize physical education as much as possible. Each student at Qinghe School should have ample time for outdoor exercise and athletic training every day. We cannot allow our children to become mere bookworms. Absolutely. Wang Zhenghua quickly nodded, his eyes brimming with agreement. Moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. Physical health is the foundation of all. He paused, adjusting his glasses as he gazed upon the futuristic sports arena, a complex smile gracing his face. However, Secretary Su, the physical aspect you propose carries immense weight. These children's physical capabilities are likely to exceed our wildest imaginations. His gaze swept over the verdant fields and then the red track, filled with a myriad of emotions. The emergence of Qinghe Technology School heralds the arrival of a new generation of disruptive geniuses in the realm of technology. Now, with the completion of this sports center, what does it signify? Does it foreshadow the birth of a cadre of physically exceptional athletes in the field of sports as well? Wang Zhenghua can even envision that when the new generation of children from Qinghe Village matures, they will astonish the world across various domains with an overwhelming presence. The surrounding villagers, overhearing the dialogue between Su Yi and the elder Wang, felt their pride swell to unprecedented heights. Their children would not only excel academically on a national scale, but also possess unparalleled physical capabilities. The secretary is right. This is how it ought to be. Just look at those city kids, all wearing glasses and as frail as bean sprouts. They cannot possibly match the vitality of our village children. In the future, our kids will not only outsmart them intellectually, but could easily take on 10 of them in a brawl. A burly man exclaimed, provoking a hearty laugh from the crowd. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy. Su Yi joined in the laughter. This profound sense of belonging and pride was far more enduring than any material reward. He aspired to create not merely a prosperous village, but a new era community that evolved comprehensively in both spirit and physique. The sound of laughter echoed throughout the expansive stadium, dissipating the overwhelming sense of unreality brought on by advanced technology, grounding everything back to earth and filling it with hopeful anticipation for the future. Secretary Su, have you ever contemplated at that moment? The voice of academician Wang Zhenghua suddenly resonated beside Su Yi. Su Yi turned his head to see Wang Zhenghua gazing at him, his eyes reflecting a peculiar hue. Contemplated what? Su Yi inquired, puzzled. Wang Zhenghua did not respond directly. Instead, he pointed to the ground beneath their feet and then gestured towards the comprehensive training center in the distance, his voice imbued with a discernible mirth. Have you ever considered that if news of this sports center were to leak out and be discovered by the coaches and athletes of national teams? He deliberately paused, clearing his throat as if imagining the scene. and a broader smile spread across his face. I suspect they would go to great lengths, bending over backward to secure a spot here in Qinghe Village for training. At that point, Secretary Su, you will surely have your hands full. Wang Jinghua's half-joking, half-serious remark elicited laughter from Su Yi as well. He was fully aware of the monumental upheaval the sports center would bring to the sports community. The birth of Qinghe Technology School had attracted a cadre of national treasure-level scholars. What then would this sports center draw in? Su Yi met Wang Jinghua's inquisitive gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. I would welcome that with open arms. Just in time, our Qinghe Village is in need of a cohort of world-class sports coaches. Upon hearing this response, Wang Jinghua's smile faltered for a moment. He observed Su Yi's excessively youthful face, yet his gaze was as profound as the ocean. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Then, as if he had grasped something, he chuckled and shook his head, playfully pointing a finger at Su Yi. You lad, you truly have a keen sense for business, transforming those who stand atop the world into coaches for the village's sports teams. If this were uttered by anyone else, Wang Jinghua would dismiss it as drunken folly. But coming from Su Yi, combined with the transformative potential of this facility beneath our feet, he actually felt that this idea might have a glimmer of possibility. The two exchanged a knowing glance and shared a smile, tacitly deciding to refrain from delving deeper into the topic. The awe within the main stadium had not fully dissipated when Su Yi led everyone toward an adjacent venue. Come, let us explore further. Traversing a broad and well-lit corridor, they arrived at a magnificent building with expansive glass walls. As the doors slid open, a wave of warm air, imbued with a faint scent of disinfectant, enveloped them, starkly contrasting with the outside chill. Before them lay an expanse of pure azure. The vast, indoor heated, swimming pool shimmered with crystalline water, seemingly devoid of impurities, its clarity breathtaking. The pristine white tiles at the bottom of the pool were distinctly visible, and the deep blue lane markers stretched straight into the distance. The venue's dome, constructed from a special transparent material, allowed sunlight to cascade evenly, casting golden glimmers upon the water's surface without a hint of heat. Goodness, this water is astonishingly clear. A villager leaned over the pool's edge, nearly pressing his face against the surface, his eyes wide with astonishment. I feel like I could drink this water straight from the pool. This is 1,000 times better than those swimming pools in the city. The last time I took my child to the city, the water was murky as if it were boiling dumplings, with a dreadful odor. Su Weigua exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He approached the edge of the pool, unable to resist dipping his hand into the water, his face instantly lighting up with delight. Hey, it's warm too. Secretary, can we swim here even in the dead of winter? It's maintained at a constant temperature year-round, Su Yi replied with a smile. The water quality employs an internal circulation biopurification system, ensuring every drop meets drinking standards. He pointed to one side of the pool. Over there is the children's water play area and shallow teaching zone, alongside a professional diving platform. The crowd followed his gesture and indeed spotted a shallower pool, complete with whimsical water slides designed for children. On the other side, diving platforms of varying heights stood majestically, exuding a sense of professional athleticism. They continued their tour, moving from a main stadium to the swimming pool, then to the adjacent basketball arena, badminton hall, and comprehensive fitness center. Each stop elicited waves of uncontainable awe from the crowd. Every venue was constructed to the highest international standards. After more than 2 hours of exploration, they returned to the entrance of the sports center, yet everyone remained enveloped in the thrill and astonishment of the experience, unable to settle down. Su Weigua's grin stretched from ear to ear, rubbing his hands together. He approached Su Yi with palpable excitement. Secretary, did you see everyone's enthusiasm? With this sports center, the spirit of our villagers will undoubtedly reach new heights. Su Yi nodded, smiling as he surveyed the exuberant faces around him. He perceived the genuine pride radiating from the elder villagers and the sense of belonging reflected in the eyes of the new residents. Su Yi allowed the excitement to brew among the crowd for a moment. Once he saw every face adorned with a satisfied smile, he raised his hand to signal for calm. The cacophony gradually subsided, and all eyes turned curiously toward him, awaiting words from their guiding light. The venue is splendid, and everyone's spirits are high, which brings me great joy. Su Yi paused before shifting the tone of his address. But have you considered that if we train alone, we might be missing something? With the robust population of Qinghe Village and such an exceptional facility, shouldn't we add some flair to our training to truly relish it? Secretary, what sort of flair could there be in exercising? Su Weigua scratched his head, perplexed. There is certainly flair, Su's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice suddenly rising. Let me ask you, is it more exhilarating to run alone or to race against a group for the finish line? Clearly, racing is far more thrilling. Su Weigu responded without hesitation. Is it entertaining to play ball aimlessly or to divide into teams and battle fiercely for victory? That goes without saying. It must be team play. A passionate young man shouted. Exactly. Su, he exclaimed, clapping his hands, his face alight with a smile. In our Qinghe Village, which boasts a population exceeding 10,000, why not initiate an event that unites everyone into a single force, compelling all to strive toward a common goal? We possess the finest venue in the nation, the most vibrant villagers, and such advantageous conditions. Why not undertake something grand? His words ignited the atmosphere like a spark, causing the crowd's breaths to quicken. They sensed that an exhilarating proposal was about to emerge. Su Weigu, in a state of anxious agitation, felt he was on the verge of breaking through a barrier, yet remained unable to pierce it. Secretary, please don't keep us in suspense. What grand affair do you have in mind? Share it with us. Voices of anticipation resonated throughout the crowd. Observing this, Su raised his hand to silence the room once more. He gazed into the eyes of the assembled multitude, aflame with enthusiasm, and with deliberate clarity proclaimed, my vision is to harness this fervor and rally all the residents of Qinghe Village. Let us host an event uniquely ours. Right here in this brand new sports center. He deliberately elongated his words, heightening everyone's curiosity before announcing in the loudest voice, the Village Sports Games. As these three words escaped Su's lips, the fervent excitement in the room abruptly paused, as if time itself had been slowed. Every face, whether filled with excitement, curiosity, or anticipation, froze at that moment. A Village Sports Games? A sports event of our own in Qinghe Village? Following a brief lull, a wave of enthusiasm erupted, tenfold more vigorous than before, reminiscent of a flood breaking through a dam. Wow! A young man was the first to react, leaping with excitement, his face flushed. A sports event? In our own Olympic venue? How incredible! Can I sign up? Incredibly fast. Basketball. There must be basketball. I'm gathering a team right now, determined to win the championship. The cacophony of voices, discussions, and cheers converged into a colossal wave of sound. The genuine excitement and desire reflected on the villagers' faces were more infectious than any ornate words could convey. Witnessing this fervent scene, Su nodded in satisfaction. The following morning, while many were still enraptured by the awe of the new sports center and the anticipation for the village sports games, a detailed proposal was disseminated to the vast WeChat group of Qinghe Village. Mobile screens illuminated with a striking notification, promptly followed by a link to the comprehensive event plan. Almost simultaneously, the entire village was ignited by this unexpected revelation. The proposal eschewed lengthy preambles, directly outlining the arrangements for various competitions. Notably, the events were categorized into adult and youth divisions, scheduled for after New Year's Day, providing ample time for preparation and training. The variety of events was rich and engaging, featuring professional athletics as the main attraction alongside popular sports like basketball, badminton, table tennis, high jump, long jump, and swimming. Moreover, it was particularly noteworthy that, in addition to individual events, the proposal included family and team competitions, encouraging participation as families and groups, fostering teamwork and collaboration. This struck a chord with everyone. Family competition. That is fantastic. I must involve my wife and kids. Swimming. Huh. I was the village's fish-catching champion. I absolutely must sign up. Basketball team. Is there a need for a guard? We still need one. Let us do this. The first half of the proposal had already stirred countless hearts into a fervor, eager and ready. However, as they continued scrolling through the proposal, their excitement crescendoed to an explosive level upon reaching the section detailing the rewards for the events. The first reward stated, all champions will receive a certificate from the village committee, with their names and achievements permanently engraved in the village annals. This brief line struck like lightning, electrifying everyone's minds. The village annals. For the average person, this might merely seem an unfamiliar term. Yet for those who had put down roots in Qinghe Village, hoping for a future in this land, the weight of these two characters was enough to overwhelm reason. What does this signify? It signifies that their names would become part of the history of this village that is creating miracles. To be recorded in history. This is an honor that transcends all material possessions. A newcomer, who had recently settled in the village, stared intently at his phone screen, his fingers trembling slightly. He had come to Qinghe Village seeking stability and better welfare. Yet, at this moment, an unprecedented longing seized his heart. He too wished to etch his name into this extraordinary village annals. If the first reward ignited the ultimate desire for honor, the subsequent second reward, in a most direct, unrefined, and quintessentially Qinghe manner, would set this flame ablaze. The second reward stated, all first, second, and third place winners will receive a custom commemorative medal from the Qinghe Village Committee. At first glance, this reward appeared somewhat standard. Yet the emphasis lay in the description of the medal-less material. Regardless of whether one was a champion, runner-up, or third place, all medals were composed of 9,999 pure gold, weighing 500 grams. Given the current gold price, each medal is valued at over several tens of thousands. The unparalleled honor, coupled with the weighty gold, elicited a profound emotional response from every villager. From school children to retirees, from lifelong villagers to newly settled residents. Everyone was swept up in a fervor of excitement. In the office, Su Yi, holding a teacup, observed the relentless stream of messages flooding the village group on his phone. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. The village sports games fire has been thoroughly ignited. In the coming month, countless individuals will dedicate themselves to training for the rewards of the village sports games. The physical fitness, cohesion, and unity of the entire village will reach unprecedented heights. Su Yi set down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he gazed out the window. The village sports games is merely an appetizer. The real challenges lie ahead. He reopened the electronic document detailing the comprehensive development plan for the new Qinghe Village, his gaze falling upon the area designated for the initial resettlement community. The construction of this community will serve as the first and most critical step in launching the entire new Qinghe Village development plan. Only by settling the thousands of new villagers can the scattered and dilapidated homesteads they currently occupy be vacated. Only then can the new road networks, greenery, and commercial zones depicted on the planning map transform from mere drawings into reality. Those aging structures are like blood clots obstructing the arteries of Qinghe Village, preventing the lifeblood of the community from flowing freely. It is only by eliminating these obstructions that the new road networks, greenery, and commercial zones can materialize from the plans. Otherwise, everything remains mere talk. Immediately, Su Yi's gaze shifted from the resettlement area to the map, focusing on the newly incorporated, expansive tracts of idle land. Although the residential land occupies a significant portion, there remains a considerable expanse of idle land. While the residential land cannot be utilized at the moment, these idle plots can be effectively harnessed in accordance with planning guidelines. This signifies the onset of a new industrial expansion in Qinghe Village. Chapter 309. Getting used to it. In the conference room of the Qinghe Village Committee, Su Yi gently tapped his fingers on the mahogany table twice, the dull sound instantly drawing everyone's attention. There are two main directions. First, to initiate the construction of a 1,000-acre resettlement community, which is fundamental to the livelihood of Qinghe Village and must take precedence. Second, to leverage the newly designated vast tracts of idle land for a new round of industrial expansion. His gaze calmly swept across the room as he spoke in a measured tone. The preliminary plan is to establish a 200-acre super ecological farm and a 200-acre super aquaculture farm. Do you have any opinions or additions regarding this? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Weigua, sitting beside Su Yi, emphatically thumped his chest. No objections. I wholeheartedly support this. Just tell us when to commence. The land has been designated. Leaving it vacant is a waste. It's better to build sooner. Several other veteran committee members nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability. Whether it is the construction of the 1,000-acre resettlement community or the establishment of two 200-acre farms and aquaculture facilities, such news no longer quickens the pulse of the villagers in present-day Qinghe Village. Familiarity, indeed, is a formidable force. From the initial trepidation over a 100-acre farm to the gradual numbness towards the flow of hundreds of billions in funds, their hearts have long been fortified through Su Yi's guidance. However, the expressions of several newcomers across the table painted a different picture. Li Jianjun, the former secretary of Qinghe Village and now a member of the Qinghe Village Committee, sat upright, his pen dancing across the notebook with fervor. His companions, also former leaders from nearby merged villages, endeavored to keep pace with the legendary rhythm of Qinghe Village, their faces strained to maintain a serious demeanor. Yet, their slightly trembling fingertips and rapid breaths betrayed the tumultuous waves of anxiety within. A 200-acre super ecological farm, a 200-acre super aquaculture farm. Though they were new arrivals, they had absorbed enough to understand the staggering value and yield that Qinghe Village's industries represented. Each round of industrial expansion heralded the birth of a brand new, gold-generating production line, along with countless high-paying job opportunities and a renewed leap in the welfare of the entire Qinghe Village. As members of the newly merged village, they were more eager than anyone for Qinghe Village to continue its growth, for the stronger Qinghe Village became, the more secure their futures would be, and the more hopeful their lives would be. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with this matter, Su Yi declared, surveying the room. Next, I will announce the planned investment. The total investment for the new resettlement community is set at 10 billion. Li Jianjun's hand, which had been diligently recording, abruptly halted, leaving a deep indentation on the paper. 1,000 acres, 10 billion. This scale surpassed his entire understanding of resettlement projects accumulated over decades. Yet, before he could recover from the shock of this figure, Su Yi's subsequent remarks struck like a series of heavy blows. The newly constructed super ecological farm, spanning 200 acres, will require a total investment of 20 billion. The newly built super aquaculture farm will also cover 200 acres, with an identical investment of 20 billion. In the conference room, aside from the sound of the pen scratching against paper, silence reigned. Li Jianjun and the other new committee members had completely ceased writing. They looked up, jaws agape, staring blankly at Su Yi, their minds entirely overwhelmed. Finally, Su Yi calmly concluded the total investment for these three projects, the resettlement community, the farm, and the aquaculture facility, amounts to 50 billion. We will arrange to initiate these projects as swiftly as possible and achieve results promptly. Are there any further questions? His gaze swept over the assembly. The veteran committee members remained composed, while the newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, their throats constricting as they struggled to articulate a word. Any further questions? In their minds, the figure of 50 billion echoed incessantly, leaving no room for additional inquiries. Observing their dazed expressions, Su Yi understood that this shock was necessary. To integrate into Qinghe Village, one must first adapt to its pace and audacity. Since there are no questions, this meeting is adjourned. He decisively closed the notebook, rose, pulled out his chair, and strode out of the conference room. The door gently clicked shut, separating two worlds. An oppressive silence lingered in the conference room for several seconds before it was shattered by a loud gasp. Weigua. Li Jianjun's voice sounded somewhat unsteady as he turned to the relaxed Su Weigua. Is this settled? 50 billion? Just a few words? Su Weigua, noticing his wide-eyed astonishment, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He extended his large hand, delivering a hearty pat on Li Jianjun's shoulder. Jianjun, you need to get used to this. Li Jianjun staggered slightly from the pat, managing a wry smile. How can one get used to this? I've been the secretary in Qingshui for nearly 20 years, and the total funds I've handled don't even amount to a fraction of this 50 billion. Ha ha! Su Weigua laughed even harder, leaning forward and lowering his voice, exuding the air of a seasoned veteran. In our Qinghe Village, particularly with the decisions made by the secretary, one word is paramount. He raised a finger and emphatically tapped the table. Fast. Do you think it's a matter of just making a decision? Wrong. Every plan proposed by the secretary is meticulously considered, with every detail calculated in advance. Our task is simply to execute it, and execute it at the fastest speed possible. Another veteran committee member chimed in, smiling, Jianjun, you'll understand in time. Here, the greatest fear is not spending money, but rather that the speed of expenditure isn't fast enough, and the pace of development isn't swift enough. Li Jianjun looked at the genuine pride on the faces of these seasoned colleagues, and the shock in his heart gradually gave way to a more complex emotion. He realized there was still much for him and his newly joined companions to learn. Upon returning to his office, Su Yi closed the door behind him. Outside, the discussion surrounding the village sports meeting continued to echo, and the entire Qinghe Village was enveloped in a fervent collective excitement. Yet within him, he had already turned the page on that chapter. Whether it was the village sports meeting or industrial expansion, for the villagers, these were monumental events. But for him, they were merely sequential nodes in a meticulously structured plan. He approached his desk, seated himself, and closed his eyes. His consciousness immediately sank, plunging into that familiar realm of the system, illuminated only by a gentle glow. Chapter 310. Hello. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi immersed himself in the system, transitioning to the shopping interface. On the soft-lit screen, countless products sparkled like a galaxy of stars, a dazzling array. Yet this time, his objective was exceptionally clear, his gaze precisely locking onto one particular item. Peach Blossom Source. This coveted, future-oriented Chinese garden residence, once presented as a reward by the system, has the potential to revolutionize contemporary architectural concepts. At this moment, it lay quietly nestled deep within the product list. However, The price behind it had escalated drastically from the jaw-dropping 5 billion friendship price to an astronomical figure, far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, for present-day Qinghe Village, this was not an insurmountable burden. However, Su Yi's gaze did not linger on it. Instead, he directly selected a sub-option of the product. Peach Blossom Land, low configuration. Price, 10 million renminbi per mu. This was the very reason he had committed to acquiring 1,000 mu of land and investing 10 billion during the meeting. Although dubbed low configuration, this version merely omitted some overly advanced, almost futuristic hidden features, as well as a few exceptionally luxurious and rare landscape plants. The primary architectural style, overall layout, and the remarkably high living standards far exceeding external benchmarks were nearly entirely preserved. The smart home system, top-tier ecological garden design, and ultra-quiet building materials each exemplified an unwavering pursuit of the ultimate living experience. For the average resident, this abode represented the pinnacle of luxurious indulgence. An investment of 10 billion to construct 1,000 mu of land was sufficient to make any top-tier developer blush, leaving them to ponder whether they were dreaming of a Chinese garden community. This transaction was undeniably advantageous for Qinghe Village. With a mere thought, Su Yi entered 1,000 in the purchase quantity. Accompanied by the system's confirmation prompt, the project for the resettlement community was firmly established. After confirming the resettlement community project, Su Yi's gaze shifted downward. The next two projects had also been meticulously considered in advance. Super Eco Farm. Price, 100 million renminbi per mu. With a thought, Su Yi promptly filled in 200 in the quantity field. The construction of this 200 mu farm would provide Su Yi with substantial support for his forthcoming industrial plans. After finalizing the farm purchase, Su Yi's attention turned to the breeding farm. Following the global sensation created by Qinghe meat, Su Yi's focus finally shifted to aquaculture. Super Livestock Breeding Farm Aquaculture. As a sub-option of the Super Livestock Breeding Farm, the price of aquaculture was significantly lower than that of land-based breeding, aligning with the Super Eco Farm's pricing. Price, 100 million renminbi per mu. Without further contemplation, Su Yi again entered 200 in the quantity field. Thus, the three major projects pivotal to Qinghe Village's next steps, totaling 50 billion in funding, were decisively affirmed within the span of Su Yi's thoughts. Exiting the system space, Su Yi opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The following morning, after the finance department executed the transfer as per Su Yi's instructions, the system's efficiency remained as swift as ever. The three major projects commenced simultaneously. Overnight, a colossal construction site spanning a total of 1,400 mu rose within the newly planned areas of the village. Uniform blue metal barriers, seemingly sprouting from the earth, perfectly enclosed the three plots, with the silhouettes of countless construction machinery faintly visible in the morning mist. This sudden scene prompted the seasoned villagers, accustomed to Qinghe's pace, to merely glance twice before cheerfully resuming their activities. An elderly man even chuckled to a new neighbor, saying, "See, when a secretary says he will build, it's a done deal. You can witness the significant changes by the next day. Just get used to it." However, for the thousands of new villagers, this was nothing short of a miraculous event. Am I seeing things? This was just wasteland yesterday afternoon. My goodness, is this Qinghe Village? They announced construction yesterday, and now there are construction sites. In the massive group chat of Qinghe Village, a flood of short videos and photos from the scene inundated the conversation. Soon, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within the hearts of the new villagers. They recalled the previously publicized investment of 100 billion in the resettlement community. Given Qinghe Village's pace, would they soon be moving into their new homes? Excluding land expropriation fees, what kind of luxurious residences could be constructed with a total investment of 100 billion? And they would only need to pay a friendly price equivalent to a year's salary? These new villagers truly experienced Qinghe Village's generosity and sincerity towards its own people. This indescribable sense of belonging and happiness filled them with boundless anticipation for their future lives. Brothers, I feel incredibly fortunate to have come to Qinghe Village in this lifetime. I used to worry about being unfamiliar with the place, but now it seems my concerns were unfounded. Qinghe Village truly treats us like family. That Secretary Su is truly remarkable. Working with him feels like living in a dream. Excited conversations surged through the group chat. Rumor had it that those who had received compensation for expropriation but had not come to Qinghe Village were filled with regret, pounding their chests in despair. Suddenly, a message popped up. Indeed, just yesterday, I spoke with one of my old friends on the phone. After learning about our benefits, free housing, friendly prices for homes, and the resettlement community costing even over 100 billion, He was so envious that I could hear him sighing through the phone. Haha, serves them right. Who told them not to believe Secretary Su from the start? Anyone who dares to speak ill of Qinghe Village again, I'll be furious with them. The villagers exchanged praises for Qinghe Village and admiration for Su Yi, mingled with a hint of schadenfreude. Their hearts had become tightly bound to Qinghe Village. Time swiftly passed in this atmosphere. The villagers of Qinghe Village eagerly trained and prepared for the upcoming village sports meeting while also looking forward to the progress of the numerous projects. One day, as Su Yi entered his office, his phone in his pants pocket suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was a number from Jingzhou. Su Yi seemed to recall something, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he answered the call. Hello. On the other end of the line was a steady male voice, but the deliberately restrained breathing revealed a hint of undeniable tension. May I speak to Secretary Su Yi of Qinghe Village? This is he. Su Yi leaned back in his office chair, reclining slightly, his demeanor relaxed. A faint smile gracing his lips. As expected, it had come. The call arrived even sooner than he had anticipated. Secretary Su, greetings. Now that I have confirmed your identity. The voice on the phone instantly became several times warmer, tinged with a subtle respect. I am Sun Ming, the director of the National Sports Center. I hope my call hasn't interrupted your work. Su Yi chuckled softly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the smooth, rosewood desk. Director Sun, you're too courteous. Please feel free to speak. Then I shall be direct. Sun Ming's tone sounded resolute, his speech quickening. Secretary Su, we've also heard some news about your Qinghe Sports Center. To be honest, the word shocking is entirely insufficient to describe our feelings. Truly, it's a product of Qinghe Village. Always at the forefront of the times. Su Yi chose not to respond, merely offering a faint smile. You flatter me, Director Sunday. No, absolutely not flattery. Sun Ming, seemingly eager to assure Su Yi, added hastily, Secretary Su, you have no idea the tremendous ripple this news caused within our circle. When that news reached us, it stirred quite the commotion internally. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and when he spoke again, his tone was exceedingly solemn, even tinged with a hint of request. Thus, Secretary Su, the main reason for my call today is to make an awkward request. We have several key sports projects approaching their preparation phase, and our athletes need to make a final push for the upcoming international competitions. Might I, with audacity, humbly request that our athletes be permitted to conduct a period of intensive training at your esteemed Village's Sports Center? Sun Ming's words were earnest, imbued with an urgency that was palpable. To the outside world, the sports center of Qinghe Village may remain a nebulous concept. Yet for a top-tier professional like Sun Ming, the groundbreaking technologies produced by Qinghe Village signify something of immense importance, a truth he understands better than anyone. Whether it be the exponential enhancement of training efficacy or the remarkable reduction of sports injuries, each facet alone is sufficient to incite fervor among athletes. This transcends mere advantage. It is a dimensional shift in competition, on arenas where mere fractions of a second can determine victory and honor. Such technology represents a veritable highway to the pinnacle of achievement. Listening to Sun Ming's breathless anticipation on the other end of the line, Su Yi's smile grew increasingly apparent. I initially thought it was something of great import. Su Yi's tone was nonchalant. Director Sun, you need not be so formal with me. Although Qinghe Village is indeed a village, it is also part of our nation. It is an honor and a privilege for us to contribute to our athletes' endeavors for national glory. How could this be deemed an undue request? From the other end of the line came a heavy sigh of relief, followed by Sun Ming's barely contained euphoria. Secretary Su, do you mean to say you have agreed? Certainly, Su Yi replied succinctly. Splendid. Absolutely splendid, Sun Ming exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Secretary Su, on behalf of all the athletes and coaches, thank you. Rest assured, we will adhere to the highest standards for facility usage and all logistical expenses. There's no need to mention the expenses, Su Yi interjected with a light chuckle, a statement that caused the recently elated Sun Ming's heart to leap into his throat. No cost. The most precious things in this world are those that come without a price. As expected, Su Yi leisurely elongated his next words, continuing, however, I do have a small request, or rather, a proposal for collaboration. Please go ahead. Whatever we can manage, we shall do without hesitation, Sun Ming promptly declared, eager not to lose this opportunity. Su Yi smiled, clearly satisfied with the eagerness displayed. You seek my facility, but what I desire is the immense talent of your national treasure-laden team. You see, our village has recently decided to host a village sports meeting, aiming to foster a culture of physical fitness among our community. Particularly for the children in the village, I have long believed that excelling academically is insufficient. Physical health is essential. Pausing for a moment, he shifted gears, getting to the crux of the matter. Thus, I wonder if your training squad, comprised of world-class athletes and coaches, might spare some time to provide professional guidance to our village children and those with athletic potential. On the other end of the line, Sun Ming appeared momentarily taken aback, guiding the youth, allowing his cadre of world champions and gold medal coaches to instruct village children. This request seemed rather simplistic, yet, in the next instant, a wave of overwhelming relief and joy washed over him. Ha. Secretary Su, I initially thought it was a matter of great consequence, but your request is remarkably modest. His tone was filled with a sincere lightness and joy. Trading a little instructional time for invaluable access to advanced training facilities? This was not merely a transaction. It was evidently Secretary Su extending a gracious hand, bestowing upon them an extraordinary benefit. Secretary Su, not only can we spare some time, but we could even arrange for different coaches to systematically teach courses to the children. We assure you they will receive excellent training. Then I extend my gratitude to you. Director Sun, Su, he replied politely, though his mind was already envisioning grander designs. Guiding the children? No, this was merely the beginning, a simple appetizer, so to speak. Secretary Su, without delay, I shall bring my team over to commence training tomorrow. Sun Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Excellent. We warmly welcome you, Director Sun. The two exchanged pleasantries before contentedly concluding the call. Su, he placed his phone on the desk, reflecting on how the enticing bait of an unprecedented sports facility had attracted the nation's finest athletic resources. A vision of a lavish team composed of world champions taking root and flourishing in Qinghe Village had already begun to crystallize in his mind. Chapter 312. The Arrival of the National Team. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, Su's phone suddenly rang, displaying a number from Jingzhou. He answered promptly. Secretary Su, we have arrived. The bus is parked at the multi-story parking lot at your village entrance. Sun Ming's voice was laced with uncontainable urgency. Very well. I shall be there shortly. Su, he replied with a smile, proceeding at a leisurely pace to don his coat before strolling out of his office. The winter sun lazily bathed the main road of the village in warmth. Villagers, brimming with excitement, animatedly discussed the newly commenced projects and the forthcoming village sports meeting. Many were even clad in brand-new athletic attire, radiating warmth as if they had just finished exercising. As Su walked along, villagers greeted him enthusiastically. Secretary, off to work. Are you? Good day, Secretary. The weather is splendid today. Su responded with a smile and a nod, his spirits lifted by the vibrant energy around him. Upon reaching the multi-story parking lot at the village entrance, he spotted several dark buses quietly parked by the roadside. A middle-aged man, clad in a dark jacket and possessing a robust yet spirited demeanor, paced restlessly beside the bus, occasionally craning his neck toward the village committee's direction. It was none other than Sun Ming. Upon catching sight of Su, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over, extending his hand from a distance. Secretary Su, at long last, I see you in person. I am Sun Ming. Sun Ming's voice boomed, his handshake warm and firm, his face radiating unabashed enthusiasm and excitement. Director Sun, welcome to Qinghe Village. You've had quite the journey. Su firmly grasped his hand, responding with warmth in his tone and a hint of mirth in his eyes. As they conversed, the bus doors behind them emitted a series of soft hissing sounds as the hydraulic arms smoothly swung open. In the next moment, a procession of tall, athletic figures began to descend from the vehicle. Each athlete seemed to carry their own spotlight, exuding a powerful aura of focus honed from years of competing at the pinnacle of human performance. Even clad in the simplest of national team uniforms, their sharpness was undeniable, like blades drawn from their sheaths. One particularly tall man, with calf muscles sculpted like works of art, leapt from the bus. Just his presence conjured the impression that he could transform into a bolt of lightning at any moment. Following him, a woman with broad shoulders and gracefully flowing arms emerged. Her gaze calm, yet profound, as if she were born for the pool. Several towering figures, nearly 2 meters tall, moved like living mountains, causing the surrounding air to thicken with gravity. Athletics, swimming, basketball, table tennis, badminton, weightlifting, each individual stepping down from the bus was a face capable of being replayed on television. A visage that had once graced the podiums of international competitions. Initially, the passing villagers merely cast curious glances, assuming another foreign delegation had arrived. However, as those remarkably familiar faces materialized before them, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. Isn't that person the sprint champion known as the Asian Flying Man? A young man, engaged in stretching by the roadside, rubbed his eyes, his voice tinged with excitement. Oh my, it really is him. He's on television every day? What brings him to our village? Not just him, look at that woman, the butterfly queen of the swimming arena. My heavens, she's my idol. And those towering basketball players, an all-star lineup. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, rapidly spreading at the village entrance. More and more people halted in their tracks, drawn by the commotion. Their faces, initially marked by disbelief, soon transformed into expressions of euphoria and exhilaration. This was the national team, heroes they had only glimpsed on screens and in news reports. Now, they appeared in throngs right at their doorstep. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded before Sun Ming and all the athletes. Despite the growing crowd of villagers, no one surged forward to block them or demand autographs. There was not a hint of chaos. Instead, they engaged in hushed, excited discussions, pulling out their phones to take pictures and videos from distance. Their gazes were a blend of admiration, curiosity, and, more prominently, a sense of pride and scrutiny as hosts. This spontaneous order and the genuine confidence reflected on the villagers' faces left Sun Ming and the seasoned athletes momentarily stunned. They had traveled the globe, accustomed to being enveloped by fervent fans. Yet in Qinghe Village, they sensed an entirely different atmosphere. Secretary Su, the spirit of your villagers is truly remarkable, Sun Ming remarked, taking in the vigorous, robust villagers around him with genuine admiration. Indeed, Su Yi replied, unfazed, before turning to address the diverse group of athletes behind Sun Ming. Welcome to Qinghe Village, everyone. If our hospitality falls short in any way, please bear with us. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear. The champions of the sporting world, usually brimming with bravado, now tempered their edges, nodding in acknowledgement, their eyes filled with intrigue. You are too kind, Secretary Su. It is us who are intruding. Sun Ming quickly waved his hand and then turned to introduce Su Yi. This is Coach Zhang, the head coach of the athletics team. And this is the swimming team. Su Yi smiled as he shook hands with each individual, exhibiting no trace of timidity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Yi gestured invitingly. Since you have traveled from afar and endured quite a journey, let me first show you to your accommodations. Thank you, Secretary Su. The group responded in unison, following Su Yi as he led them to a beautifully designed residential building. Here we are. This is the teacher's apartment at Qinghe Technology School. For the time being, you will be residing here. Su Yi paused, indicating the pristine edifice before them. Staff members had already been awaiting their arrival, expertly taking over luggage and guiding them upstairs. After a brief settling-in period, everyone reconvened downstairs. This time, the mindset of nearly all athletes and coaches underwent a subtle transformation. If their curiosity had predominantly revolved around the rumored advanced technology before their arrival, now, having experienced the teacher's apartment, comparable to a five-star hotel suite, they possessed a direct and profound appreciation for the capabilities of Qinghe Village. The accommodations for the teachers are at this level. Su Yi observed the lingering astonishment on their faces and smiled. So, shall we proceed to the sports center? Chapter 313, An Oath of Command. Qinghe Village Sports Center. Su Yi had designated exclusive areas in each venue for the national team's training. At this moment, in the athletics training zone, a group representing the pinnacle of Dragon Country sports stood surveying their surroundings, their discerning eyes scrutinizing every detail. The track, the sandpit, the equipment, all met the highest international standards, impeccable yet not beyond their comprehension. Coach Zhang, a man with dark skin and a perpetually serious demeanor, harbored a degree of skepticism within. No matter how exceptional the facilities, they were merely hardware. He believed that what truly influenced training outcomes lay in scientific methodologies and the innate talent and hard work of the athletes. As for the rumors about techniques that significantly reduced sports injuries and enhanced training efficacy, he had heard far too many over the years. Various so-called revolutionary equipment and game-changing training philosophies often turn out to be little more than grand claims. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of the village itself had left him quite astonished. Inside the vast venue, voices echoed vibrantly, filled with energy. Scanning the area, he observed individuals of all ages, from teens to silver-haired elders, each in their respective zones, sweating profusely while focused and enjoying their exertions. The enthusiasm for fitness he witnessed here surpassed anything he had encountered, even in a select few countries known for their rich sports culture. Was it possible for a village to harbor such a vigorous sporting spirit? He regarded the elite athletes of the national team with a hint of amusement. I know you might be wondering just how extraordinary this venue can be. Perhaps it's all just hot air, Su Yi said with a smile. his voice not loud, but clear to all. But fret not. As the saying goes, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. You are all professionals, and experiencing it firsthand is far more valuable than 1,000 words from me. A few young athletes exchanged amused glances upon hearing this. This secretary, Su, spoke quite candidly. Sun Ming rubbed his hands together, his eyes ablaze with anticipation as he looked at the eager athletes behind him. What are you still waiting for? Warm up, get moving, and let's seize the time for training. At his command, the athletes dispersed instantaneously, like tigers returning to the mountains, each racing toward their familiar areas. The sprint champion, known as the Asian Flying Man, inhaled deeply, instinctively beginning a high-knee drill on the track. This was a motion he had repeated countless times, ingrained in his very being. 1 repetition, 2 repetitions. Just a few moments into the exercise, his elevated knee abruptly halted, his entire body freezing in place. His knee, held aloft, unexpectedly paused mid-air, as if the play button had been pressed. An overwhelming sense of comfort surged from his feet through his fascia, coursing through his body like a lightning bolt. Typically, he would require a good 10 minutes of dynamic stretching to thoroughly loosen his joints and deep muscle groups. Yet it felt as though a switch had been flipped. Each cell awakened at an alarming speed, breaking free from lethargy and beginning to rejoice, brimming with explosive vitality. He could even distinctly feel that with every lift of his leg, the hamstring group in the back of his thigh received the most exquisite stretch. Yet the tightness and slight soreness usually accompanying warm-ups had vanished without a trace. In its place surged an indescribable sense of liberation and yearning. His body craved it, a desire to leap onto the starting blocks and unleash an exhilarating burst of speed at any moment. Coach, the sprinter abruptly ceased all movements, turning with intensity to gaze at Coach Zhang, his voice trembling slightly with profound astonishment. There is something extraordinary about this place. My warm-up took less than a minute, and I already feel like I'm in peak condition before competition. Every joint, every muscle feels as if it has been awakened. Old Zhang raised his eyebrows sharply and hastened to the edge of the track, crouching down to place his rough palm upon the Achilles tendon of his esteemed protege. The touch was warm, and beneath the skin, the tendon quivered slightly, pulsating with remarkable elasticity and vitality. This was far from a state one would expect at the onset of a warm-up. It was a condition fully activated, poised to launch into a 100-meter sprint at any moment. How does your body feel? Is there any discomfort? Old Zhang's voice was low but laced with an undeniable urgency. It feels wonderful, with no discomfort whatsoever, the sprinter replied, shaking his head, his eyes sparkling with an intensity that was almost frightening. There was no tension or soreness in his body. He felt unprecedented comfort, nay, perfection. Old Zhang slowly rose, enveloped in silence. In his eyes, which had witnessed countless athletes, there remained only tumultuous waves of emotion. The rumors, it seemed, were indeed true. No, the rumors were perhaps even too conservative. The extraordinary awakening of his muscles, the near-total disappearance of athletic fatigue and joint strain. This initial experience on the field was ruthlessly and irrationally overturning all the training paradigms they had established over the past few decades. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Once the actual training commenced, everyone encountered an even deeper level of terror. A hurdler, during practice, found his habitual arms swing insufficiently extended. In the next instant, he distinctly felt an invisible, gentle force reminding his scapula and arm muscles, guiding them toward more fluid and energy-efficient motion. What had previously required the coach to shout hoarsely, and what he had struggled to correct hundreds of times, now saw his body actively self-correcting. In the past, it was the brain pleading with the body to learn. Now, it was the body eagerly assisting the brain in making improvements. This terrifying training efficiency left the coaches standing on the sidelines utterly astounded. After only a brief period of training, Old Zhang could no longer contain himself. He gestured for the athletes to continue their self-assessments while he darted like the wind to where Sun Ming was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Su. Director. Old Zhang's voice, though not loud, emerged with the force of a hammer from his chest. Sun Ming was startled, turning to see Old Zhang's face, stern to the extreme, causing his heart to skip a beat. Old Zhang, what is the matter? The results, Old Zhang interrupted decisively, not allowing him to finish. Results. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and spoke deliberately. Director, the effects of this training facility are simply astonishing. I would stake my career on the assertion that, in the upcoming international events, our country's performance will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Old Zhang's demeanor caused Sun Ming's previously anxious heart to settle. The athlete's results directly impacted his political achievements. He clapped Old Zhang on the shoulder, grinning broadly. However, after the initial euphoria, Sunming quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Su Yi, who stood silently smiling, as if everything were under control, and his expression grew solemn. Old Zhang, I must remind you, he lowered his voice, his tone brooking no argument. The opportunity for us to train here is a significant favor owed to Secretary Su. I must return to Jingzhou shortly to handle affairs, and, as the head of the coaching staff here, you must ensure we fulfill our commitments beautifully. Focus intently on guiding the children from Qinghe Village. Do you understand? Understood. Very much so. Old Zhang replied without hesitation, standing tall. Just for this training facility? He would gladly serve as a sparring partner for these children every day. After confirming that the training camp was on the right track, Director Sun hurriedly departed for Jingzhou with the others. Su Yi, too, did not linger at the sports center, entrusting the subsequent training matters entirely to the fervently engaged Old Zhang. In the afternoon, the announcement echoed through Qinghe School, instructing all students to gather at the sports center for professional guidance from the national team coaches. Instantly, the students erupted with excitement. On the athletics field, Old Zhang, hands clasped behind his back, stood upon the pristine red track, wearing a relaxed smile. To him, this was merely a pleasant task. How difficult could it be to instruct a group of village children? It was simply a matter of teaching proper running posture, discussing power techniques, and perhaps uncovering a couple of gifted talents along the way to exceed expectations. Soon, a large group of uniformly dressed children, radiating vitality and energy, marched into the stadium under their teacher's guidance. Just a glance was enough for Old Zhang to sense something amiss. These children exhibited an astonishingly vibrant demeanor. Each one was well-proportioned, their eyes bright, standing tall with an unmistakable aura of vitality. "Hello, coaches!" The children shouted in unison, their voices resonating with vigor. This exuberance made Old Zhang's smile deepen. "Hello, students," he cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of the head coach. He signaled for the assistant coach to set up professional electronic timing equipment at the finish line. "Today, we will conduct a simple test to assess your fundamentals. Everyone, prepare for a 50-meter sprint." According to the electronic roster, a boy who appeared to be around 10 years old, not particularly tall, stepped up to the starting line. Set. Bang. The starting gun fired, and the boy shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Old Zhang's eyelids flickered. What explosive power! Although his arm swings were too broad and his core lacked stability, his momentum was impressive. His gaze fell upon the assistant's tablet, which displayed the results in real time. 7:35 seconds. Old Zhang's eyebrows arched. For a child of merely 10, untrained in any professional capacity, a time under 7.5 seconds was already commendable. This 7:35 seconds was undoubtedly a raw gem. He nodded in satisfaction, marking a star next to the boy's name on the tablet. Unexpectedly, it seemed that even a random child from Qinghe Village was a promising talent. Next, a second boy took to the track. Taller, with a healthy bronze complexion and well-defined calves, he clearly engaged in regular sports. Bang! Another swift figure darted forward. This time, Old Zhang's gaze sharpened. The numbers on the tablet flickered before settling. 6:98 seconds. The smile on Old Zhang's face froze instantly. The assistant coach gasped, thinking he had misread, and refreshed the data. No doubt about it, 6:98 seconds. Old Zhang swallowed hard. This was no longer just a promising talent. This was a prodigy capable of immediate selection for the provincial team. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Perhaps it was just an anomaly. Next, the third child clocked in at 7:51 seconds. The fourth 7:39 seconds. Seeing these two results, Old Zhang felt a sense of relief. It seemed the previous extraordinary time was indeed an isolated case. However, before he could fully relax, the subsequent tests left him utterly astonished. The fifth child 6:95 seconds. The sixth 7:01 seconds. The seventh 6:89 seconds. Old Zhang could no longer maintain his composure. He strode to the finish line, fixated on the data streaming on the tablet. A series of results emerged, forming a peculiar discontinuity. More than half of the children clocked times between 7:3 and 7:5 seconds, each one a coveted athlete sought after by external schools. Yet there exists another group whose astonishing performances are all confined within a mere 7 seconds. Are these ordinary students? Clearly, they constitute a reservoir of genius from two distinct tiers of talent. The assistant coaches standing nearby are rendered speechless, exchanging incredulous glances that betray their astonishment. Is there an issue with the data, Coach Zhang? A young coach inquires, his voice trembling. Coach Zhang remains silent. his gaze firmly fixed on the boy poised to sprint next. The boy appears diminutive, yet his eyes exude an almost primal intensity. Ready. Bang. At the moment the starting gun fires, the boy bursts forth like a spring compressed to its utmost limit. His form may lack standardization, replete with signs of unrefined technique. Yet the cadence of his legs is so rapid that they seem to blur. A sense of overwhelming pressure envelopes the scene, causing the coaches at the sidelines to instinctively hold their breath. The 50-meter distance vanishes in an instant. He races past the finish line like a gust of wind. All eyes are fixated on the timing screen, where a glaring red number emerges, 6:55 seconds. This achievement is perilously close to the national youth record, and this is accomplished without any formal training. One assistant coach's legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground as he murmurs, "Am I dreaming?" Coach Zhang remains silent, merely taking the tablet, his fingers trembling as he scrolls upward, gazing at the lengthy list of names and performances, each capable of shaking the foundations of the national sports community. His mind feels utterly blank. As the workday approaches its end, Su Yi's office welcomes an unexpected visitor. Coach Zhang looks at Su Yi, his voice hoarse. "Secretary Su, the children from your village. Truly, they're the finest athletic prospects I have ever encountered." Chapter 3:15. The fish is hooked. Su Yi observes the flustered national team head coach before him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he leisurely rises from behind his desk. "Coach Zhang, what seems to be the matter?" His tone is warm and composed, imbued with an air of understanding. "You appear quite agitated. Have you encountered some trouble during training?" "Not trouble, but an extraordinary surprise." Coach Zhang's voice is hoarse and dry, each word seemingly forced from his chest. His face, tanned from years in the sun, is now flushed with an unusual glow, his eyes alight with fervor. Su Yi ushers him to the redwood sofa in the reception area, personally pouring him a glass of warm water. "No rush, Coach Zhang. Please sit and take your time." Coach Zhang lifts the water glass, swallowing it in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Thud! He sets the glass down heavily, producing a dull thud. "Secretary Su, I have trained athletes for a lifetime, and I have seen no fewer than 800 promising talents. Yet today, I am truly enlightened." He retrieves his tablet from his bag, his fingers eagerly gliding across the screen before thrusting it towards Su Yi. "Look, this is the data obtained just this afternoon." The screen displays a densely packed electronic spreadsheet, rows of vivid red numbers representing 50-meter sprint times. "Secretary Su, observe this." Coach Zhang's finger jabs emphatically at a name in the first row. 6:55 seconds. His voice drops, the heat surging from his chest, nearly igniting the air. What does this signify? With a little more training, the standard for national-level athletes would be a mere joke for him. And look at these results, all under 7 seconds. Out there, any one of them would be a treasure sought after by provincial teams. Yet here, they emerge in droves. The flames of excitement in Coach Zhang's eyes grow ever brighter. As the head coach of the national team, he has never witnessed such an outrageous phenomenon. This is not merely talent selection. It is akin to standing in a field brimming with exceptional ginseng and debating which root to pluck first. Su Yi maintains an appropriately astonished expression, yet internally remains unperturbed. He is more aware than anyone of the reason behind this. What do the villagers of Qinghe, especially these children, consume? They benefit from the premium ingredients of Qinghe, the high-quality vegetables and meat that far surpass those available outside. With superior nutrition, their physical fitness naturally follows suit. These children's bodies resemble uncut jade, steeped in the finest nourishment from the outset. Coach Zhang inhales deeply, striving to regain his composure, though the tremor in his voice betrays him. "Secretary Su, the most crucial point is that all these results were achieved without any systematic training, and while wearing ordinary athletic shoes. Their running form is quite amateurish, relying solely on raw power. Even so, they achieved such impressive times." He raises his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he stares at Su Yi, as if looking at a vast treasure trove. "If we were to provide them with the most professional guidance and top-tier training equipment, I can scarcely imagine where their potential could lead. This is not merely a handful of prodigies. This is an entire legion of world champions." Coach Zhang's emotions surge once more, and he abruptly stands, pacing the office to release the tumult within him. Suddenly halting, he turns to Su Yi with an unprecedented solemnity. "Secretary Su, allow me to speak from the heart. For those of us in sports, the most exhilarating pursuit is discovering remarkable talents, nurturing them, and seeing them stand atop the highest podium, bringing glory to our nation, right?" The fire burning in his eyes embodies a lifelong obsession. "Today, I have witnessed such a group of children. If I cannot become their mentor, cannot personally cultivate each one into greatness, I shall never find peace until my dying day. Each word resonates with conviction, as though excavated from the depths of his soul. Su Yi regards him, a smile finally emerging. He rises from his seat, approaching Coach Zhang and patting his shoulder. Coach Zhang, your words resonate deeply. Su Yi's smile is relaxed and sincere. When I asked you to conduct training camps, it was precisely for this purpose, to assist in training the children of the village. Coach Zhang is momentarily taken aback. The exhilaration in his eyes instantly transforms into disbelief, followed by an eruption of joy. Secretary Su, are you implying? What I mean is, you're among the nation's top coaches. Su Yi replies, his expression turning serious. And I wish for the children of Qinghe Village to receive the finest sports education this country has to offer. He pauses, shifting his tone. However, I do have one prerequisite. You can count on it. Even 100 will suffice. Coach Zhang straightens, his demeanor becoming intensely focused. Training is one matter, guidance another. Su Yi's gaze is calm, yet undeniably resolute. But ultimately, the choice of which path to pursue, whether to continue their education or to embark on a career as professional athletes, must rest with the children themselves and their parents. I hope that what sports brings to them is robust health and well-rounded character, rather than a life path dictated by force. His words resonate deeply within Coach Zhang. He gazes at the young man before him, every prior impression overturned, and a profound respect wells up from within. He stands at attention, nodding earnestly at Su Yi, his voice steady. Secretary Su, rest assured, I pledge my lifelong reputation to this. Our duty is to unearth and nurture talent, never to impose. It is our honor to encounter such promising prospects. Receiving a positive response, old Zhang felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Yet his spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He sensed an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him, an overwhelming urge to dash back to the training grounds and devise a comprehensive development plan for the young talents. I shall not disrupt your work, Secretary Su. I will confer with my colleagues in the coaching team. Such promising prospects must not be nurtured with antiquated methods. Tailored approaches are imperative, and education must be adapted to individual talents. With that, old Zhang hurriedly turned and departed, his back radiating a fervent urgency. Su Yi stood rooted in place, watching him vanish through the doorway, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. The fish had taken a bait. Moreover, it was a whole school of eager fish, fearful that the hook might not hold firm enough. Chapter 316, a preliminary example. The actions of the national coaching team were astonishingly swift. By the following morning, the students at Qinghe School discovered that their physical education classes, as well as their extracurricular activities, had been meticulously organized. The coaches, whom they could only admire from afar on television, now appeared invigorated as if infused with energy. Each coach held a folder brimming with freshly gathered testing data from the previous day. They categorized the children based on their individual characteristics into distinct groups, each led by specialized coaches, commencing systematic foundational training. The entire sports center had been transformed into two distinctly contrasting realms. On one side, the national athletes engaged in grueling, high-intensity training for competition. On the other, the children of Qinghe Village, under the gentle guidance of world champion coaches, were undergoing fundamental posture corrections and physical conditioning. However, these two worlds were not entirely isolated. Occasionally, old Zhang would suddenly select a few of the fastest youngsters, positioning them beside national sprint athletes, allowing them to directly experience the explosive power of professional competitors. In the swimming pool, the reigning queen of butterfly swimming would deliberately slow her pace, inviting several proficient young swimmers to swim alongside her, providing them with a tangible sense of the rhythm of the water and strokes. This unique training scene became a distinctive spectacle in Qinghe Village within just a few days. In the afternoon, basked in warm sunlight, the door to Su Yi's office was gently pushed open as Su Weiguo strolled in, holding a large enamel tea mug, leisurely sauntering about. Secretary, are you busy? He made himself comfortable on the sofa in the reception area, refilling his tea with hot water, contentedly blowing away the tea foam. Su Yi lifted his head from a pile of documents, glanced at him, and filled his own cup with water. Uncle, what brings you here to loaf around today? Have you completed all your tasks? Hearing this, Su Weiguo grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Well, now that everything is on track, I thought I might wander about and take a look. He took a sip of the steaming tea, exhaling with satisfaction. I just came from the sports center and wow. What a scene. You would believe it. Those elite national coaches are truly something else. He placed the tea mug on the rosewood table, leaning forward animatedly. In just a few days, our village's kids have made significant progress. Running, for instance, used to be just chaotic sprinting, but now they display a semblance of professionalism. Su merely chuckled, lifting his cup for a sip of water, responding in a calm tone. What else would one expect? Championship coaches don't earn their titles for nothing. Oh, you make it sound so easy. Su Weigua's enthusiasm surged, lowering his voice, his face brimming with a mix of secrecy and delight. But you should have seen the scene. It was quite amusing. I watched old Zhang leading the team on the track, his face as dark as a pot bottom when he reprimanded those national athletes. If one movement was off, he scolded them as if they were his grandchildren, leaving those sports stars, usually so confident on television, utterly subdued. Yet, when a child from our village faltered, you wouldn't believe what happened. Su Weigua teased, unable to suppress his laughter. Old Zhang instantly transformed his demeanor, switching to a gentle and encouraging tone, patiently instructing the child on how to adjust their stride. The tenderness he displayed sent shivers down my spine. Su Weigua mimicked old Zhang's voice, saying, "Take your time, no rush," amusing himself in the process. It was the same at the swimming pool. The coaches, when teaching our village's children, exhibited remarkable patience, guiding them through corrections with gentle words. Fearful of startling the kids with raised voices, I observed the expressions of the national swimmers, their gazes towards their coaches practically oozing envy. It was as if their eyes were saying, "Coach, we are your true disciples, while these newcomers are merely picked up from outside." Su chuckled heartily, setting down his cup and reclining comfortably against the chair's back. Of course, the national team members are like senior brothers and sisters, having trained for years. They are tough. A few scoldings are nothing. But our village kids are just starting out, barely scratching the surface. They must be treated with utmost care, lest they be discouraged. He spoke leisurely. They need to be cherished like treasures, afraid of a misstep that might frighten them away. Young disciples? Su Weigua burst into laughter, slapping his thigh, causing tea to slosh in his mug. That's a clever way to put it. It truly is the case. I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for those athletes. He lifted his mug, savoring another large gulp, seemingly relishing the amusing incidents he had just witnessed. But I've noticed old Zhang and the others have hardly stopped talking these past few days. They're practically floating. Not only have our village kids improved, but those athletes they coach seem to be thriving as well. Su Weigua's curiosity piqued once more as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Secretary, can you reveal just how extraordinary this sports center is?" I overheard some assistant coaches chatting privately, saying the recovery from fatigue is astonishingly rapid. Previously, after a day of intense training, they would be sore the next day, but now they finish morning sessions and bounce back in the afternoon, full of energy. He continued, his face flushing with pride. The national team members seem hyper-energized, training at much higher intensities than when they first arrived, yet they show no signs of fatigue. In fact, they appear increasingly excited. Su observed his uncle's eager yet tentative expression, leaning slightly forward, propping his elbows on the table with hands clasped. He did not directly respond to the question of the sports center's wonders, but merely chuckled softly. "Uncle, patience. The upcoming international competitions will reveal the answers to everyone." Su Yi's gaze drifted beyond Su Weigua, as if envisioning a more distant future, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Before that, let us allow our village's sports meeting to serve as a preliminary demonstration." Chapter 317. The curtain is about to rise. Upon hearing Su Yi mention the village sports meeting, Su Weigua's eyes instantly lit up. Of course, the village sports meeting. He slapped his thigh, nearly bouncing off the sofa. How could I have forgotten? This is our Qinghe Village's inaugural bona fide sports event. The more Su Weigua pondered, the more he found himself unable to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. He paced back and forth in place, muttering to himself, as if he could already envision the fervent scene unfolding in the village. "Secretary, what do you think our village's inaugural sports meeting will turn out like?" Judging by the reactions of those national team coaches, our village's children must surely be training to extraordinary effect. Su leisurely blew away the froth from his teacup, took a sip, and replied nonchalantly, "There will undoubtedly be results." However, he paused dramatically, as if about to drop a heavy bombshell. "I fear that the adults in the village will have to exert themselves considerably." Huh? Su Weigua momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Su leaned slightly forward, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he enunciated each word carefully. "What I fear is that during the awards ceremony, the adults' championship times might not even surpass those of the minors." Just imagining the scene made Su Weigua freeze in place, his expression morphing from pure shock to an exuberant thrill. "Goodness, that is indeed a possibility." He stomped his foot in excitement, his shock swiftly transforming into a fervent enthusiasm that reveled in the prospect of chaos. The thought of the awards ceremony, with the entire village watching, where the adult champion's time was slower than that of the juvenile third-place finisher, sent a shiver of exhilaration down Su Weigua's spine. This was no mere embarrassment. It was akin to a public execution of parental pride before the entire village. He rubbed his hands together, unable to suppress the grin that spread across his face, prompting Su Yi to chuckle. "Uncle, what are you thinking? Your grin is practically reaching your ears." Su Weigua chuckled awkwardly, but his expression quickly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "Secretary, I believe your concern is exceedingly valid. This is a matter of great significance regarding the dignity of all the adults in Qinghe Village." He spoke with conviction. "I must hasten to inform everyone. So they can mentally prepare themselves. They must train with all their might, giving it everything they've got." Before he finished speaking, he grasped his enamel teacup, neglecting even to take a sip, and dashed out as if propelled by an unseen force. He feared that if he delayed even a second, this crucial insider information would be seized by other gossip mongers in the village. Watching his impatient retreat, Su Yi shook his head, stifling a laugh as he took another sip of tea. Across from him, Yuan, who had been quietly attending to documents, finally looked up, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Secretary, are you deliberately applying pressure on the adults in the village? Or do you simply wish to relish the spectacle of uncles and brothers being publicly outperformed by their own children? This is what I call reverse motivation, a form of incentive mechanism," Su Yi replied earnestly. "While honor and wealth serve as positive incentives, the sense of crisis and urgency acts as a reverse motivation. Employing both strategies yields superior results." Upon hearing this, Yuan said nothing more, merely shaking her head gently with a slight smile. This young secretary could be quite cunning at times. It was proven that Su Weigua, a veritable walking gossip amplifier, disseminated information with greater efficiency than the village's 5G network. Within half an hour, Su Yi's well-meaning reminder had virally spread to every corner of Qinghe Village. In the process, it was embellished and transformed into countless distorted versions. "Have you heard? Secretary Su himself said that if our adults don't give it their all, they'll end up losing to their own children, and that would be utterly humiliating." "What?" "I heard from Su Ermatsi that the secretary's exact words were that a group of adults would be waiting to be trampled by little brats." The rumors grew increasingly exaggerated. In the village's group chat, which had previously been abuzz with discussions of gold medals and glory, a peculiar anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. Just moments ago, they were debating who would win the 100-meter dash, and now the question had shifted to whether the adults might genuinely lose to the minors. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of crisis gripped the hearts of all the adults in Qinghe Village. Previously, they had fought for the honor of leaving their names in the village records and for the value of the gold medals worth hundreds of thousands. Now, they were battling for their precarious familial status and dignity, lest they be publicly humiliated by their own children. The dual motivations combined to create a terrifying chemical reaction. That evening, the Qinghe Sports Center was inundated with a surging tide of people, the fervor even more intense than when it had first opened. Many began to mimic the warm-up and training routines of the national team members. Some, emboldened, approached the championship coaches, eagerly calling them teacher and playfully seeking advice on a few techniques. Initially, the likes of Old Zhang were taken aback by these sudden, enthusiastic, unofficial trainees. However, seeing the villagers' fervent determination, they willingly offered a few pointers during their breaks. In this atmosphere of collective preparation, time seemed to accelerate. Before long, December quietly came to an end, and the footsteps of the new year drew ever closer. With the opening of the village sports meeting just around the corner, the very air of Qinghe Village became charged with an exhilarating tension, a palpable sense of impending grandeur. Chapter 318, The Opening Ceremony. Amidst this almost incendiary atmosphere, the inaugural village sports meeting of Qinghe Village finally commenced. In the early morning, as the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, the road leading to the Qinghe Sports Center was already teeming with a bustling crowd, the air thick with a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation. Nearly every household in the village had turned out en masse. The elders donned brand new tang suits, waving specially made small red flags with exuberance. The middle-aged wore professional athletic attire, their faces alight with a blend of excitement and tension as they stretched, as if ready to take the stage at any moment. The children, clad in matching mini-sports uniforms, chattered animatedly among themselves, fervently debating who would secure the first gold medal. The entire village resembled a supercharged engine, primed to erupt with a thunderous roar at the sound of the starting gun. Just after the New Year's holiday, The crisp, winter morning wind could not extinguish the fervor in the hearts of the villagers. The massive structure of the sports center stood majestically in the dawn light, its powerful contours exuding strength. At the entrance, a colossal electronic screen flashed bright red letters. The first village sports meeting of Qinghe Village. The grandstands of the main stadium were already packed with a sea of people, their heads bobbing and flags waving. The atmosphere pulsating with an energy rivaling that of any major sporting event. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, amidst stirring music, Su Weigua and other members of the village committee ascended the central podium. Su Weigua had deliberately donned a sharply tailored dark jacket for the occasion, puffing out his chest as he endeavored to project the steady demeanor of a village chief. Leaning towards he elbowed him playfully, his voice booming with excitement. "Secretary, this spectacle is even more extravagant than the village's New Year celebrations." Gazed down at the faces below, brimming with excitement and trepidation, and offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, the village gala is a spectacle of star-studded fervor, and today, we ourselves are part of this vibrant celebration." Concurrently, several professional drones hovered above the sports center, transmitting ultra-high-definition footage of the event live to the official streaming room of Qinghe Village. As the broadcast commenced, the online viewer count skyrocketed like a meteor, swiftly surpassing the million mark. At the VIP platform, approached the microphone. The previously raucous crowd fell into an extraordinary hush the moment they beheld him. Thousands of gazes converged upon him alone. Surveyed the audience, his face adorned with a relaxed smile, his voice resonating clearly through the sound system, reaching every corner of the stadium. "Dear villagers and friends, good morning. My opening remarks are refreshingly succinct, devoid of lengthy official speeches. Today, standing here, I am filled with a singular emotion, joy. I am delighted not only because Qinghe Village now boasts its very own sports center and hosts its inaugural athletic meet, but even more so for witnessing the spirited enthusiasm radiating from all of you." He gestured toward the sprightly elders in stands and then pointed at the eager athletes poised to compete below. "I see that every villager, young and old, harbors a fierce determination, a relentless spirit to strive for victory. This tenacity is commendable." Suyi's voice rose with palpable fervor. "However, I have heard that the atmosphere in the village has grown somewhat tense of late." He shifted his tone, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if relishing the drama unfolding. The adult and youth categories both yearn to prove themselves on the field. There is no shame in this. Competition in sports is meant to be fierce. Today, let us seize this opportunity to truly measure our mettle. Will the season prevail, or will the new generation triumph? Ha ha ha. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, dispelling the tension that had hung thickly in the air, igniting a fervor instead. Many fathers in the stands cheered their competing children, prompting playful retorts from the little ones. Once the laughter subsided, continued, "The rewards for today's village games are substantial, and the honor is enticing. Yet, I implore you to remember that more vital than medals and rankings are the health and joy we gain from our participation, as well as the spirit of unity that binds us as one." He turned his gaze toward the judging panel and the athletes' resting area. "On behalf of Qinghe Village, I extend heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guest team. It is their expert guidance that has imbued our athletic meet with its unique significance. Now I declare." He paused momentarily before his clear, resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. "The first athletic meet of Qinghe Village is officially opened." As his words echoed, the stadium erupted like a powder keg. Cheers, whistles, and applause melded into a colossal wave of sound that ascended toward the heavens. The stirring music resumed, and the drones soared higher, capturing the grandeur of the entire sports center on camera. The live chat room exploded with excitement. "Wow, this stadium is incredible. A village has built such a top-tier sports center? Truly, Qinghe Village deserves accolade from even the most rigorous infrastructure enthusiasts. The atmosphere here is unparalleled, 100 times more vibrant than my university's sports meet." However, when the drone's camera, following Suyi's earlier cue, slowly scanned the judging and guest areas, lingering on them for several seconds, an eerie stillness enveloped the live chat for 3 seconds. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped the throats of all who were typing. The next moment, the barrage of comments flooded the screen in a terrifying deluge, obscuring the visuals. "What the heck? Am I blind? Or has the world gone mad? Is that Coach Zhang, the national athletics team's head coach? How could he be sitting in the audience at a village sports meet? The person on the left must be the Asian sprint champion, and the one beside him, the butterfly queen of swimming. Am I watching a village meet or an Olympic champions tour? What kind of surreal lineup is this?" Qinghe Village. What other surprises do you have in store for us? In the midst of this overwhelming wave of comments, the live event proceeded undeterred. Each competition unfolded seamlessly across various venues as planned. In the main stadium, all eyes were riveted on the brand-new red track. The men's 100-meter preliminaries. This event is the most primal, the most exhilarating, and the one that can ignite adrenaline in an instant. At this moment, the 8 contestants of the first heat had taken their positions at the starting line. The large screen in the stadium displayed their names and group information. Familiar faces to the villagers. On the track, the referee raised the starting pistol high. Ready. The 8 athletes crouched down, their feet poised on the starting blocks, perfectly mimicking the stance taught by the national team's coach, muscles taut and coiled like 8 leopards ready to pounce. Set. Bang. The starting gun fired. In an instant, the 8 figures launched forth like cannonballs. The sheer explosive power unleashed startled many villagers witnessing a sprint event live for the first time, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the stands. The live chat, momentarily stunned, was soon overwhelmed by a flood of 2 words. No way. The reaction time and explosive force witnessed here at a village meet, not to mention, the postures of these participants bore little distinction from those of professional athletes. Are you telling me they're mere villagers? The 100 meters, a distance traversed in the blink of an eye. The 8 competitors formed a near straight line, hurtling toward the finish line. As they crossed it, the large screen displaying the timer erupted with a series of vibrant red numbers, seared into every spectator's memory. First place, 10, 88 seconds. Second place, 10, 95 seconds. Third place, 11, 2 seconds. When the first place time of 10, 88 seconds registered, silence enveloped the stadium for a heartbeat. Then, an uproar akin to an earthquake erupted. What? I must be seeing things. 10, 88 seconds? What was the standard for national-level athletes again? Ah, yes, 10, 93 seconds, right? My goodness. Our village just produced a runner with national-level proficiency in a preliminary round. This time, detonated the atmosphere like a bombshell. It's crucial to note that these competitors are not professional athletes, but ordinary villagers. The vast majority of them were novices who couldn't even run with proper form just over a month ago. Yet now, they have achieved national-level results in the preliminaries of a village meet. The viewers in the live chat were equally astounded. Unbelievable. Starting off with a bombshell, this time could easily secure a spot in the finals of our provincial games. And surely, it might even earn a medal. But this was merely the beginning. The second group of preliminary contestants swiftly took their positions. Bang! The starting pistol sounded once more, unleashing a tempestuous whirlwind across the track. The records were shattered. First place, 10, 79 seconds. Second place, 10, 91 seconds. If the results of the first group were astonishing, then the achievements of the second group plunged the entire stadium into an eerie fervor. Another, 10, 79 seconds. Even faster than before. Such a performance seems unattainable for the underage category. The third, fourth, and fifth groups proceeded with unwavering order. The incessantly flashing scores on the large screen served as undeniable proof that this was no mere illusion, crafting a breathtaking spectacle that repeatedly crushed the cognitive limits of all present. 10, 92 seconds. 10, 85 seconds. 10, 77 seconds. Each score sufficient to prompt the provincial team to dispatch personnel overnight to seize the talent. Here, however, they emerged like cabbages in a wholesale market, one after another. Despite the dazzling nature of these results, Su Yi on the podium remained unfazed. Yet, as he gazed at the glaring numbers on the screen, he offered a slight nod. It seems the villagers' hard work during this period has not been in vain. Secretary, look, Su Weigu et Galim. His face flushed with excitement as he clutched Su Yi's arm vigorously, nearly spitting with enthusiasm. Our village is truly formidable. Uncle, no need to be overly excited. Su Yi cast a sidelong glance at the overzealous Su Weigua and replied leisurely, let us not forget, this is still just the preliminaries. Everyone is holding back their strength. Their true capabilities have yet to be revealed. His words rendered Su Weigua's expression momentarily frozen, as if he had been pressed on the pause button. Holding back during the preliminaries? A buzzing sensation filled his mind. If they were to unleash their full potential in the finals, wouldn't they soar? Su Weigua hesitated to contemplate further. Observing that the 100-meter preliminaries were ongoing due to the large number of participants, Su Yi decided against remaining seated, opting instead to stroll around the venue and observe the progress of other events. Just as he descended from the podium, a familiar figure approached him. It was Coach Zhang, the head coach of the national athletics team. His usual stern demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Coach Zhang, Su Yi greeted with a smile. Haha, Secretary Su. Coach Zhang replied with a hearty laugh, his dark face radiating a healthy glow. So, what do you think of my results over this past month? Are they to your liking? Not only to my liking, but truly astonishing, Su Yi responded. But why aren't you monitoring the track? There are reports of victories pouring in. In response, Coach Zhang waved his hand dismissively, adopting a tone of confident assurance. It's still just the preliminaries. There are too many participants. Though the results are commendable, they do not reflect true prowess. I've instructed the assistant coaches to record the data. My presence isn't necessary. He paused, his eyes brimming with confidence and anticipation. Wait until the upcoming events, especially the finals in 2 days. Then the real spectacle will commence. I'll be glued to the action. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his words. Oh, does Coach Zhang imply there will be unexpected surprises in the finals? The corners of Coach Zhang's mouth curved into a deeper smile. He did not provide a direct answer, merely teasing, just wait and see. The adult group has performed admirably. But compared to the little prodigies, Zhang's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the warm-up area of the underage group, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement and expectation. It pales in comparison. Chapter 320, Monstrous Achievements. Su Yi discerned the immense significance hidden within Coach Zhang's words, along with the almost palpable pride of a top-notch talent scout. He could easily surmise the source of Coach Zhang's confidence. It stemmed from the children of Qinghe Village, personally trained by national team coaches, which served as his greatest assurance. Yet, he was more curious about the extraordinary results that could lead a coach accustomed to world-class talent to deem anything less as insignificant. Su Yi smiled, refraining from probing further, and walked alongside Coach Zhang, absorbing the overwhelming enthusiasm that threatened to lift the roof off the venue. The 100-meter preliminaries continued unabated in the main stadium, while other events across the sports center had commenced in full swing. I'll take a look around the other venues to assess the overall situation. Su Yi informed Coach Zhang. Sure, Secretary, you carry on. Coach Zhang nodded, his gaze drawn back to the track, as if inspecting his most prized creations. Su Yi turned and left the main venue, traversing the corridor, with a distinct humid air of the swimming pool enveloped him. The sounds of splashing water and a cacophony of voices filled the air. In the pool, athletic figures sliced through the waves, sending cascades of frothy white spray into the air. The stand were equally packed with spectators, their cheers resonating with fervor, rivaling the excitement of the track. Su Yi paused momentarily at the entrance. Just then, a group of adult competitors concluded their 50-meter freestyle race. The screen displayed the fastest time, a remarkable 24.3 seconds. Another achievement meeting the national first-level athlete standard. Su Yi understood. It appeared that the villagers of Qinghe had experienced a comprehensive enhancement in physical fitness, akin to gentle spring rains nurturing every sporting discipline without a sound. Subsequently, he meandered through venues for basketball, high jump, long jump, and shot put, and the results were unsurprising. The explosive power and physical prowess exhibited by the villagers far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In fact, some results were already on par with professional athletes. After a thorough exploration, when he leisurely returned to the main stadium, the preliminaries for the adult category had concluded. Next came the underage group, which commanded even greater attention from the village. The atmosphere in the stands surged to a new height, with those whose children were competing raising their voices even higher than before. The little ones competition is about to begin. Look, that kid from the Ernie family looks so robust. I wonder how fast these rascals can run. Let us hope they don't embarrass us adults. Amidst the chatter, the first group of 8 boys in the underage male category took their positions at the starting line. They ranged from 13 to 14 years old, with the youngest merely 11 or 12, yet each exuded an audacious spirit that conveyed a fearless determination. Bang! The starting pistol fired. 8 figures surged forth. Although they appeared somewhat immature in terms of sheer strength compared to the adult group, their running exhibited a coordination and rhythm that hinted at a more professional quality. Soon, the results flashed across the large screen. First place, 11.12 seconds. This time elicited gasps of astonishment from the stands. 11.12 seconds. That's nearly at the standard for first-level athletes. My son, that's my son. He only 13, a father exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration as he vigorously waved his fist. The comments in the live stream echoed the same sentiment. Impressive. Achieving such a time at this age makes him a definite sports prodigy. He seems faster than the champion at my university's sports meet. Qinghe Village's genetics are extraordinary. Even the young ones are so formidable. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction at the results. As expected, just then, The list of competitors for the second group appeared on the big screen. One name in the fourth lane made Su Yi's gaze sharpen momentarily. Su Yan, the very same boy who had achieved an astonishing time of 6:55 seconds in the 50-meter dash during the initial fitness test. Su Yi's interest peaked instantly. He crossed his arms and fixed his gaze intently on the slightly slender figure on the track. Su Yi appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, standing amidst a group of youths who were generally taller than he. His unremarkable presence was overshadowed by a tranquility that belied his age, rendering him an anomaly amid the surrounding clamor. Quietly, he stood behind the starting blocks, head bowed, regulating his breath as if encased within an invisible bubble, impervious to the disturbances of the world outside. On the podium, the usually jovial old Zhang had risen to his feet at some point, gripping the railing tightly, his body leaning forward, eyes fixed intently on lane 4, a fervor burning within their depths. The live broadcast camera expertly zoomed in on Su Yi. This child appears rather diminutive, one might observe. Indeed, compared to the other competitors, he seemed significantly younger. On your marks, rang the command of the referee. Su Yi bent down, placing his feet on the starting blocks, meticulously adjusting every joint to the most precise angle. Set. His hips elevated, body inclined forward. In that fleeting moment, the serene aura that enveloped him vanished, replaced by an exhilarating intensity, an impending eruption of power that was almost palpable. Bang! The starting gun fired. In lane 4, the dark figure of Su Yi nearly vanished from the starting line in an instant. His reaction time was so swift, it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Within the first 30 meters, Su Yi established an undeniable lead, leaving his competitors trailing by an entire body length. His stature may not have been imposing, yet each stride, each swing of his arm, was infused with explosive strength and rhythm. The cacophony of the stadium, filled with thousands, was abruptly silenced. All eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the solitary figure racing ahead. Minds momentarily vacant. Too fast. No, this could not merely be described as fast. It was a pure, irrational display of visual might. It felt as though he were not participating in a youth competition, but rather like a fierce tiger unleashed upon a flock of sheep, executing a ruthless, one-sided slaughter. The 100 meters vanished in an instant. As Su Yi crossed the finish line, the runner in second place was nearly 10 meters behind him. This was a contest devoid of suspense. The stadium fell into a profound silence. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their gazes transfixed on the timer beside the finish line. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. A vivid red number leaped into view, ultimately freezing in place. First place, 10:20 seconds. Chapter 321, Central Media Live Broadcast. 10:20 seconds. That striking red figure seared itself into the pupils of the thousands in attendance. The entire sports center descended into a brief hush, only to be shattered moments later. Goodness! A thunderous roar erupted, overwhelming the venue, as if the very roof of the arena might be lifted. Countless villagers sprang from their seats, waving small red flags fervently, their arm muscles taut from exertion. Their expressions were a blend of sheer astonishment, euphoric disbelief, and an absurd sense of witnessing history unfold. In the live broadcast room, all the comments coalesced into a torrent of white text, a chaotic symphony of overwhelming shock. A 12-year-old boy, in a preliminary round of a village sports meeting, had achieved the performance of a national-level athlete. What did this signify? It indicated that if Su Yi were to be directly airlifted into the finals of the National Athletics Championship, not only would he qualify to compete, but he would also have a significant chance of standing on the podium. Su Yi stood rooted, gazing at the glaring number on screen, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He finally comprehended the source of old Zhang's almost boastful confidence. This could no longer be simplistically termed as talent. This was a prodigious force shrouded in youthful guise, poised to shake the very foundations of the sporting world. Su Yi was acutely aware that this was far from Su Yi's limit. After all, this was merely a preliminary round, a stage where exerting full force was unnecessary. The results in the finals would undoubtedly be even swifter, even if he did not break the 10-second barrier this time. Once his skeletal development was complete and his stride and strength advanced to a new level, the Asian record, and even the seemingly unattainable world record, might very well become mere dust beneath the feet of this young man from Qinghe Village. Simultaneously, the vast chasm in performance between Su Yi and the other children in the village made Su Yi acutely aware of a stark reality. The disparity in innate talent undeniably existed. Although the pairing of Qinghe's resources and the Qinghe Sports Center could significantly elevate everyone's baseline, allowing ordinary villagers to achieve national-level athlete standards, The extent to which one could reach their potential ultimately depended on the individual. The sports center served as a premier accelerator. Yet the quality of the fuel itself determined the energy that could be unleashed. Amidst the fervent uproar that threatened to lift the roof, Su-yi averted his gaze and calmly turned away. With hands tucked in pockets, he strolled leisurely, departing from the raucous main stadium, existing in a world apart from the frenzied crowd. In the village committee office, upon Su-yi's return, No.1 was quietly attending to documents. The soundproofing of the office was superb, completely isolating the tumult outside, creating a tranquil sanctuary. "Secretary, you're back," No.1 greeted, looking up. Su-yi nodded, removing his jacket and hanging it on a rack before taking his seat. "You're just in time, Secretary." No.1 handed him a document, softly reporting. "The contractor just informed me that the main structure of the new ecological farm and super farming facility in the village is nearing completion, and they're about to begin the final equipment adjustments and internal cleaning, with the official handover expected the day after tomorrow." "All right, understood." Su-yi perused the document, nodding in acknowledgement. The fervor of the village sports meeting reflected the village's pride, while the burgeoning industries were the true foundation of this prosperity. Once these new farms and facilities were completed and operational, Qinghe Village's industry would experience another uplift, propelling income and developmental potential to new heights. While they conversed, there was a soft knock at the office door. The door swung open to reveal Su Weigua, his large tea mug in hand, his face glowing with excitement. "Secretary, I knew you'd be in here." He plopped onto the sofa, setting the mug down heavily on the coffee table, barely pausing to sip before lowering his voice and exclaiming, "You wouldn't believe it. Ever since that kid Su-yi posted that time, I've seen the faces of those competing in the adult 100 meters turn green." They sat in the lounge, staring at each other, mouths agape. Unable to utter a word, Su Weigua animatedly recounted the scene, unable to suppress a grin. Ultimately, that 10-20-second time was absolutely staggering, and this was merely the preliminary round. "Isn't that fantastic?" Su-yi poured himself a glass of water, smiling. "Pressure breeds motivation. Besides, even if they can't keep up, the new generation will always surpass the old, which only illustrates that Qinghe Village is teeming with talent and a promising future." "That's true." Su Weigua nodded, his smile widening as he rubbed his hands together. I just wonder if those fellows can handle being publicly humiliated." Meanwhile, the astounding results of the Qinghe Village sports meeting had transformed into an information tempest, sweeping across major media platforms nationwide. Shocking. In the preliminary rounds of the village sports games, an astonishing time of 10-20 seconds was recorded for the 100 meters, achieved by a mere 12-year-old competitor. Is Qinghe Village truly a beacon of hope for the future of Chinese sports? From a realm of superlative agriculture to remarkable athletic feats, the secrets behind this extraordinary village are unveiled. Related video snippets have gone viral across major short video platforms, with likes and comments multiplying at an exponential rate. The online discourse has reached a fever pitch, beginning with awe at Su-yi's individual talent and gradually expanding into an exploration of the entire Qinghe Village. Amidst this fervent public spectacle, even the most prestigious official media could no longer remain aloof. Su-yi's personal phone rang abruptly, its tone piercing the tranquil atmosphere of the office. Glancing at the caller ID, he swiftly answered. "Hello, is this Secretary Su from Qinghe Village?" A steady, competent male voice resonated from the other end, characterized by distinct clarity. "This is Su-yi. May I ask who is calling?" "Hello, Secretary Su. I am Li Dong, the head of the sports channel at the Central Media." Li Dong's voice was imbued with an urgency that could not be overlooked. "We have witnessed the grandeur of your village's sports event, and we would like to request something from you." He took a deep breath, adopting an almost pleading tone. "Might it be possible to conduct a live broadcast of the subsequent competitions, particularly the finals?" "Live broadcast?" Su-yi, upon hearing this, leaned back comfortably in his chair and smiled. "Certainly. We at Qinghe Village warmly welcome your channel to broadcast live." Chapter 322, Breaking 10. On the day of the finals, several outside broadcasting vehicles emblazoned with the Central Media Sports Channel's prominent logo entered Qinghe Village in an orderly fashion. As the lead vehicle came to a halt, the door flung open, and Li Dong, who had conversed with Su-yi the previous day, nearly leaped out of the vehicle. Though fatigue from his journey was evident on his face, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. He immediately dialed Su-yi's number, his voice projecting a sharp professionalism that could not mask his palpable excitement. "Secretary Su, we've arrived at the village entrance. What do you suggest we do?" On the other end, Su-yi's voice was clear, gentle, and even tinged with a hint of amusement. "Just drive straight to the sports center. I will be waiting for you at the entrance." Great, we'll be there shortly. Li Dong hung up and promptly directed his team toward the imposing, futuristic complex that loomed in the morning light. Upon reaching the entrance of the sports center, Li Dong immediately spotted the composed figure of Su Yi standing there. Secretary Su. He hastened his steps, grasping Su Yi's extended hand firmly. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. We are immensely grateful for this precious opportunity to broadcast live. His voice brimmed with genuine appreciation. As the head of the Central Media Sports Channel, he understood better than anyone the significance of a 12-year-old achieving a time of 20 seconds. This transcended mere sports news. It represented an explosive event that could reshape the nation's athletic landscape for the next 10 or even 20 years. Missing this chance could lead to his resignation and disgrace. Director Li, you are too kind. Su Yi responded with a smile, his grip perfectly balanced. Your presence here is a privilege for Qinghe Village, showcasing our spirit to the nation. After some pleasantries, Li Dong's gaze swept across the magnificent sports center before him. His admiration unmistakable. Secretary Su, this Qinghe Sports Center is truly a monumental undertaking. It's no wonder so many athletic prodigies have emerged from here. Su Yi humbly smiled and replied, I wouldn't call it genius. The credit lies primarily with our professional coaches, whose contributions are invaluable. Secretary Su, you are being overly modest, Li Dong retorted, shaking his head slightly, leaning in with a lowered voice that bore a hint of curiosity. I'm well aware of Coach Zhang and the others' caliber. They're among the best in the country. However, if mere coaching alone could yield such results, our nation's athletics would have long since claimed the pinnacle of the world. Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, his smile unwavering as he chose not to delve further into the topic. Instead, he gestured invitingly, Director Li, the wind is brisk outside. Let us head inside. The finals are about to commence, and there may yet be surprises in store. Li Dong, astute as he was, immediately grasped Su Yi's implication. His expression brightened with renewed enthusiasm. Indeed, the matter at hand is paramount. Our team can hardly contain their excitement. Soon, under Li Dong's guidance, the central media staff began to methodically unload equipment. Hefty cameras, various intricate instruments, and bundles of cables were transported from the vehicles. Their movements were swift and their roles clear, and within mere minutes, a professional broadcasting station was established in the designated media area. Su Weigua, hands clasped behind his back and belly protruding, paced nearby like a general inspecting troops. Observing the bustling figures and the central media-branded equipment, he could hardly contain his delight. Leaning towards Su Yi, he lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement and pride. This is the central media broadcasting our village's sports games. Just think about it. He clicked his tongue, his eyes sparkling. Our village is gaining prominence like never before. I could never have dreamed of this before. Su Yi chuckled at his uncle's proud demeanor. Uncle, this is merely the beginning. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. Hearing this, Su Weigua straightened his back, as if envisioning the name of Qinghe Village echoing throughout the nation. With the official broadcast signal from the Central Media now live, the atmosphere of the entire village sports games surged to unprecedented heights. The villagers present, especially those with competitors among them, were flushed with excitement. This was no longer merely a competition within the village. It was a chance to shine before a national audience. The sense of honor ignited a fervor that seemed to warp the very air around them. The finals commenced. Bang! The starting gun for the men's 100-meter senior division echoed. In contrast to the preliminary rounds, where participation and experimentation prevailed, the finals ignited a fierce competitive spirit in each advancing athlete's eyes, especially among the senior competitors. Su Yi's remarkable time of 20 seconds loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. The frustration of being overshadowed by a 12-year-old transformed into the rawest form of motivation on the track. With the sound of the gunshot, the senior competitors unleashed their full potential, and their performances indeed showcased significant improvements from the preliminaries, with several clocking in under 40 seconds. The first-place finisher achieved a commendable time of 33 seconds. Yet, in comparison to Su Yi's 20 seconds, it still fell short. Though victorious, it still feels like defeat, Li Dong remarked, seated beside Su Yi, his gaze intensely fixed on the track, casually inquiring, "What do you think the child's performance will be today? Is there a possibility?" Li Dong did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, but Su Yi discerned his implication. He smiled serenely, refraining from a direct response as he turned his attention to the upcoming junior division competitors. Will it be possible? We shall soon find out. As the live broadcast announced the names of the competitors in the junior men's 100-meter finals, the atmosphere within the sports arena shifted dramatically. The cacophony of noise and cheers seemed to be stifled by an invisible hand, replaced by a heavy, almost burning silence filled with anticipation. Li Dong's eyelids flickered, and almost instinctively, he shouted into his earpiece, "All cameras, all lenses, lock on a lane 4. I want close-ups of every moment leading up to the finish line." Under the gaze of thousands in attendance and millions more watching online, Su Yi took his place at the starting line once more. The gun fired. His figure vanished. Like a bolt of black lightning tearing through the crimson track, the other 7 competitors, despite their commendable prowess, became mere backdrops for measuring his extraordinary speed. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters. The gap widened exponentially. He stood alone, sprinting at the forefront, venturing into uncharted territory. As his figure, akin to a sharpened sword, pierced the finish line, the entire world seemed to be muted, under the collective gaze of the audience. The timer on the colossal screen fluctuated wildly before finally coming to a resounding halt. 9:99 seconds. He had shattered the 10-second barrier. Chapter 323. This is merely the beginning. Breaking 10 seconds in 100 meters. This insurmountable chasm that lay before the yellow race was obliterated by a 12-year-old boy during the finals of a village sports meet. 9:99 seconds. This figure instantaneously breached the psychological defenses of the seasoned commentator in the Central Media Sports Studio. 99.99. He did it. He did it. The commentator's voice, initially restrained by professionalism, transformed into a crescendo of disbelief by the second utterance. The final 3 words erupted from him like a primal roar, a manifestation of his uncontainable excitement. With over 2 decades in the profession, having commentated at the Olympics and witnessed countless legends rise and fall, no moment compared to this. In that instant, his blood surged to his head, all professional decorum abandoned, leaving only the most visceral, instinctual shout. A 12-year-old boy, a boy from Qinghe Village. He had breached the 10-second barrier. He had followed in the footsteps of his predecessors, becoming the 3rd sprinter in our nation to achieve this feat. My heavens! What am I witnessing today? This is neither the Olympics, nor the World Championships, nor even the provincial games. This is merely a village meet. A miracle born from the enchanting soil of Qinghe Village, worthy of being inscribed in the annals of national sports history. His voice, torn and hoarse from overwhelming excitement, could barely contain the exuberance. In the backdrop, the stadium erupted into a cacophony, a terrifying roar that threatened to lift the very roof. No one remained seated. Every individual, regardless of age or gender, stood, jumped, and screamed in frenzy. The stands transformed into a vast sea of red. Countless small red flags waved, creating a blurred vision. On the podium, Li Dong gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging from his arms. His entire body leaned forward, as if he might tumble from the stands at any moment, fixated on the frozen number beside the finish line. His mouth agape, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. His mind blank from sheer shock. All that resonated in his mind was a singular thought, reverberating like thunder. History. He was witnessing the birth of history. A living history that would alter the trajectory of our nation's athletics for the next 20 years. And he had grasped that history. Amidst the almost frenzied sea of humanity, only Su Yi stood calmly at the center of the podium. He gazed at the vivid, glaring 9:99 on the screen, a faint smile of mastery adorning his face. Beside him, Su Weigua had already leapt to his feet, waving his arms and exclaiming in excitement, nearly sending his beloved large tea mug flying. Su Yi simply observed everything with serene appreciation. He admired the exuberant crowd, the unrestrained Li Dong, and the small figure at the end of the track, still bearing a hint of bewilderment. This was merely the beginning. On the track, Old Zhang and several assistant coaches surged forward in a frenzy. They scooped up the still-dazed Su Yin and hurled him high into the air with all their might. The boy's slender body traced arcs against the sky, while beneath him, the coaches beamed with ecstatic joy, their cheers resonating like a tsunami. Su Yin's initial confusion gradually faded, replaced by a clear and fervent excitement as he finally comprehended the magnitude of his achievement. Once he was set down, he immediately turned his gaze towards the podium. His eyes precisely found that figure. Su Yi gave him a distant thumbs up. Su Yin broke into a radiant smile, one that was refreshingly innocent and slightly bashful, characteristic of his age. The fervor in the venue persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Yet, the fervent energy in the air continued to swirl, painting every face with a flush of exhilaration that lingered. The 100-meter final had officially concluded, and next was the much-anticipated award ceremony. The announcement echoed now. Let us invite Secretary Su Yi of Qinghe Village to present the awards to the winners of the men's 100-meter final. No sooner had the words left the speaker's mouth than an even more fervent and sincere applause erupted, more resounding than during the breaking of 10 seconds. Su Yi rose, composedly adjusting his collar as he descended from the podium. He traversed the still thrumming crowd, stepping onto the track with deliberate grace. The moment he set foot on the track, all eyes converged upon him once more. If Su Yan had conquered them with speed, then Su Yi had cemented his irreplaceable sacred status in the hearts of all villagers with one miracle after another. At this moment, the thunderous applause was a tribute to the architect of all these miracles. In the center of the track, a makeshift podium had been prepared. The three young finalists from the juvenile division stood in their respective places, a mix of nervousness and excitement evident. Su Yan occupied the highest champion position, while the other two youths flanked him, having also achieved commendable results, albeit overshadowed by Su Yan's extraordinary brilliance. Yet, their faces radiated pure, unblemished pride and joy. A villager stood beside Su Yi, holding a tray covered with red cloth. At that moment, the entire audience, along with millions of viewers at home and in the broadcast studio, held their breath in anticipation. Su Yi smiled and nodded to the crowd, then reached out to unveil the red cloth from the tray. In an instant, a savage, unreasonable, and purely golden brilliance pierced the eyes of everyone present. On the tray lay not the customary gold, silver, and bronze medals, but rather three identical pure gold medals, indistinguishable in size, thickness, or design. The medals reflected a weighty and resplendent glow under the arena lights. Their brilliance was astonishingly pure and profoundly heavy. Each medal was the size of a palm, with an exaggerated thickness. Su Yi picked one up and personally adorned Su Yan with it. He then patted the shoulders of the other two boys, draping the weighty pure gold medals around their necks as well. Congratulations! Su Yi's voice resonated clearly through the microphone, echoing throughout the venue. But remember, standing on the podium is not the end. It is merely the beginning. I hope you remain humble and strive for further excellence. Chapter 324, The True Miracle. The 100-meter final of the village sports meet had concluded. Yet, the number frozen at 99 seconds had transformed into a digital tempest that would sweep across the globe, with its true repercussions only just beginning. Less than 5 minutes after the event's conclusion, a sudden push notification from the Central Media News app in bold red letters violently overtook every user's smartphone screens. Miracle! Our nation has birthed its third sprinter to break the 10-second barrier at the tender age of 12. The article employs an almost stark, emotionless narrative style, meticulously detailing every aspect of the events transpiring at the Qinghe Village Sports Center. From the astonishing preliminary time of 1,020 seconds to the breathtaking final sprint that shattered barriers with a time of 999 seconds. The narrative is punctuated by merely two accompanying images. One captures the moment of the final dash, where the youthful athlete merges seamlessly with the finish line. The other depicts the national athletics team's head coach, Old Zhang, in a state of frenzied abandon as he rushes towards the track. Each word, each image, detonates like a deep-water bomb dropped into boiling oil. In the next moment, the editorial rooms of major global sports media are inundated with the piercing alarm of ringing telephones. The editor-in-chief of Global Sports personally tears up the front page that had already gone to print, roaring at his subordinates to immediately replace the headline with, "Has God forsaken Western athletics and chosen to sculpt a new deity in an Eastern village?" Meanwhile, the Times Sports Weekly takes a more direct approach, when the numbers 999 and 12 are forcefully intertwined. Should we not turn the page on the athletic records as we know them? Discussions about Su Yi are proliferating on global sports forums and social media. Refreshing by the second. The reaction time of 0.122 seconds is deemed elite, and the combination of stride frequency and length is nothing short of perfect. This child's physical coordination is of a monstrous caliber. After watching 10 times, I'm awestruck by his stamina in the latter half of the race, exhibiting a muscular endurance far beyond that expected of a 12-year-old. This cannot be synthesized through technique. Every tremor of muscle, every rhythm of breath is palpably authentic. Countless individuals flocked to the official account of the World Athletics Federation, fervently demanding an immediate verification of the results. Several legendary sprinters, long since retired, publicly voiced their astonishment and caution regarding this achievement. A person of Asian descent breaking the 10-second barrier in the 100 meters is already explosive news within the sporting world, let alone when the record is set by a mere 12-year-old. Everyone can envision the terrifying dominance this child will wield on the global athletic stage once his skeletal development is complete in a few years. A monumental storm has undeniably swept across the realm of sports, with its eye firmly fixed on the Qinghe Village Sports Center. Other event finals are proceeding in an almost fervent atmosphere, methodically unfolding amidst the excitement. It seems that the entire world is fervently celebrating the athletic achievements emerging from Qinghe Village. Li Dong, observing the incessant influx of inquiries from peers worldwide on his phone, expresses heartfelt astonishment to Su Yi. Su Yi, upon hearing this, merely shakes his head, his gaze calm as he surveys the other competitions. Director Li, let us not rush to conclusions. This is merely the beginning. The miracle birthed on the 100-meter track injects a potent adrenaline rush into every competing villager. Their collective pride in their village reaching its zenith, transforming into the purest explosive energy on the field. In the high jump arena, a burly man, amidst the thunderous roars of the crowd, with eyes blazing red, resembles a bow drawn to its utmost tension, suddenly launching into the air. His body carves a fierce arc through the sky, narrowly grazing the bar with an imperceptible advantage before soaring over it. The bar trembles violently a few times before ultimately resting steadily on its supports. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause. The final height is recorded at 23 meters. In the media area near the podium, a seasoned sports journalist beside Li Dong drops his pen with a clatter, oblivious to it. His lips tremble as he mutters to himself, 23 meters. This would have earned a silver medal at last year's National Athletics Championship. Li Dong, stunned, turns to his agitated subordinate, then glances at the man in the arena, who is pounding his chest and roaring in triumph. He feels as though his worldview is being shattered, ground down, and then forcibly reshaped in an utterly unreasonable manner. Before he can recover from a shock of the high jump, news of yet another triumph echoes from the swimming complex. Within the swimming pool, waves crash as the men's 100-meter freestyle final culminates. The screen displays the final time, 50 seconds. Another athlete of exceptional caliber. This achievement is sufficient for any provincial-level professional swimming team to nurture this individual as a beacon of hope for the future. Li Dong instinctively opens his mouth, but no sound emerges. He had believed he had adequately overestimated Qinghe Village, having come primarily to witness the final performance of the prodigious Su Yi. Yet, he now realizes how drastically mistaken he was. He is not here to witness a prodigy. He is here to bear witness to the dawn of a miraculous era. Long jump, distance running, shot put, each statistic, once relegated to the realm of professional sports journalism, now emerges like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm at this astonishing village sports meet. By the time the final event concludes and the village sports meeting draws to a close, Li Dong and his team are utterly numb. They mechanically capture the scenes of victory, their minds having surrendered any semblance of thought. Director Li. Su Yi appears at his side, wearing his signature gentle smile. Our village sports meeting did not disappoint you, did it? Disappointed? Li Dong jolts as if awakening from a dream. He turns to Su Yi, his lips moving. Then, he firmly grasps Su Yi's hand, shaking it vigorously. His voice hoarse, yet filled with reverence. Secretary Su, you have not merely spared me disappointment. You are on the verge of completely overturning my worldview. He pauses, his gaze sweeping over the jubilant villagers celebrating their victory, his voice imbued with a sudden epiphany. I previously believed the miracle of Qinghe Village lay with that child named Su Yi. Now I realize I was mistaken. Li Dong lifts his gaze, locking onto Su Yi's tranquil, deep-set eyes, articulating deliberately, the true miracle is the entirety of Qinghe Village. It is you, Secretary Su. Chapter 325, New Movements. In response to Li Dong's reverent words, Su Yi merely offers a serene smile, neither affirming nor denying. His gaze transcends Li Dong, surveying the vibrant sea of red within the stadium. The villagers are shouting, embracing, celebrating their victory with the purest joy. The smiles adorning their unpretentious faces serve as the finest testament to every miracle. At this moment, words are superfluous. Qinghe Village itself stands as the ultimate answer. As the village sports meeting concludes and night falls, the square in front of the village committee is ablaze with lights as bright as day. An unprecedented outdoor celebration has propelled the excitement of the sports meet to new heights. The air is thick with a robust, commanding aroma of top-quality ingredients being cooked in massive pots, stirring hunger within all. Tables stretch from one end of the square to the other, the cacophony of chatter, clinking dishes, and the tireless laughter of children intertwining to create a vivid tapestry of earthly delights. Every villager's face radiates a profound pride. Amid this sea of joy, Coach Zhang and his coaching team become the undeniable focal point, surrounded by throngs of exuberant villagers. Just as they bid farewell to a group of grateful strongmen, they are inundated by a few enthusiastic aunties who unceremoniously pile plates high with mountains of roasted lamb. Coach Zhang, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you, how come my boy runs so fast? Exactly. Coach Zhang, say nothing more, just eat. Have plenty. The echoes of sincere and unpretentious praise from the coach resonate endlessly. At this moment, Lao Zhang's face, weathered and darkened by years of exposure to the elements, glows with a layer of excited crimson. He finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yet deep within his eyes lies an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. This feeling is purer and more fervent than any medal his team could have won at a world competition. Su Yi smiles as he navigates through the bustling crowd, approaching Lao Zhang, who is enveloped by enthusiastic admirers. Coach Zhang, I see you're quite busy. You truly have worked hard this time. Su Yi's voice, though not loud, cuts through the surrounding clamor with clarity. He speaks earnestly. Without your professional guidance over the past month, our village sports meet would certainly not have achieved such remarkable results. Having just bid farewell to a group of exuberant villagers, Lao Zhang turns to find Su Yi, and his dark complexion radiates even more excitement. He vigorously waves his hand and grabs Su Yi's arm with a grip so strong it seems to channel his overflowing enthusiasm. Secretary Su, please don't say that. The gratitude should be directed towards me, towards our entire coaching team. The flames of ambition burn brightly in Lao Zhang's eyes, nearly bursting forth from their confines. To be honest, before coming to Qinghe Village, I didn't take it too seriously. I even thought it was merely a formality, just a task to fulfill. He does not shy away from revealing his initial thoughts, his tone strikingly candid. But now, he surveys the surroundings, his gaze passing over the villagers beaming with joy and sweeping across the magnificent sports center that remains distinctly outlined in the night. His voice trembles with barely contained excitement. I feel as if I have stepped into a paradise for athletes. Lao Zhang takes a step forward, lowering his voice yet infused with awe. Secretary Su, not only have you provided me with the world's finest training facilities, but you have also gifted me with a remarkable group of raw talents. Do you realize what this signifies? His breath becomes heavy, not from fatigue, but from sheer exhilaration. This means the future of athletics in our country. No, the future of our entire sports industry. We now have the audacity to overturn the global landscape. He is not merely offering platitudes. Each word is heartfelt, his eyes shimmering with ambition. I have already reported this to the director. He inhales deeply, as if steeling himself for a decisive moment. Once the children consolidate their training systematically for a while, if possible, I would like to take a few of them to the upcoming international events. He pauses before emphatically pronouncing, to broaden their horizons. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's smile deepens. Lao Zhang's resolve is indeed extraordinary. This group of children has only trained for a little over a month and is already setting their sights on top international competitions. However, Su Yi, as always, supports professionals without interference. No problem. Su Yi nods, his tone casual yet authoritative. If you need any assistance, Coach Zhang, feel free to speak up. He looks directly into Lao Zhang's eyes, enunciating every word. I have but one request. Let the children not only broaden their horizons, but also allow the world to witness the brilliance of Qinghe Village. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhang is taken aback. He gazes at Su Yi's calm, yet extraordinarily confident smile, feeling a rush of warmth surge from his chest to his head. He nods vigorously, his throat tightening, reducing a multitude of words into a single affirmation. Good. The grand celebration continues until the early hours of the morning before gradually dispersing. The villagers, replete with the sense of meat and wine and filled with joy, return to their homes. The following morning, shortly after Su Yi arrives in his office, No.1 enters, clutching a stack of documents. Her face still bears traces of the previous day's joy, and her steps are noticeably lighter. Secretary, the wrap-up tasks from yesterday's village sports meet have all been handled. Here, the relevant data report. She extracts a separate document and presents it to Su Yi. Additionally, the construction team has just sent a formal notification that the newly established Super Ecological Farm and Super Aquaculture Farm have successfully passed final inspection and can be officially handed over to our village committee today. Su Yi accepts the document, lightly tapping his fingers on the words inspection passed, a smile gracing his face. Perfect timing. The miracle of the village sports meet showcases Qinghe Village's brilliance to the world, and these industries are the true foundation supporting that brilliance. Sui picks up his phone and directly dials Su Weigua's number. "Uncle, come to my office right away." On the other end, Su Weigua, likely still relishing the previous day's festivities, responds with enthusiasm. "Sure thing, secretary. I'll be there shortly." Moments later, Su Weigua strides in, carrying his large tea mug and humming a tune. "Secretary, what's the matter? Are we planning something grand again?" Sui chuckles at his enthusiasm and hands over the documents. "Indeed, something grand has arrived. The farm and aquaculture facility are completed. Let us go see the site." Upon hearing that the new aquaculture and farm facilities are finished, Su Weigua's face lights up with joy. He slaps his thigh and volunteers to gather the other committee members, who are still savoring the celebration, one by one from their offices. Considering that the village already boasts a super farm, this aquaculture facility is a groundbreaking first. The group briefly discusses their plan and decides to visit the aquaculture facility first. Soon, the convoy arrives at the destination. As they gaze upon the colossal structure sprawled across the land, everyone instinctively halts in their tracks, even forgetting to close the car doors. This is nothing like any building they had envisioned. It is an enormous, distorted hemispherical dome. The entire structure is enveloped in a profound, indescribable shade of blue metal. Sunlight falls upon it, reflecting no blinding glare. Instead, it appears as if the metal greedily absorbs the light, gradually emanating a shimmering glow reminiscent of flowing water from within. One can even hear a faint, low-frequency hum, as if this colossal entity is breathing in slumber. Is this really a place for fish farming? It feels more majestic than the crystal palace of the Dragon King in the movies. Su Weigua clicks his tongue, walking halfway around the blue dome before speaking. Su-e smiles, refraining from explanation, and leads the group toward one side of the dome. There, they find a grand entrance exuding a futuristic aura. Two heavy alloy doors stand closed, flanked by a streamlined electronic identification panel, and above the doorframe, a line of cold metallic letters boldly proclaims, "Qinghe Special Village Super Aquaculture Base." Not far away, a wider passage is clearly marked as the entrance and exit for large trucks. Sui approaches the identification panel, casually producing a card and swiping it across. Identity verification successful. A crisp, pleasant electronic voice announces. The heavy alloy doors silently slide apart, and a wave of warm, humid, yet impeccably clean air rushes forth, carrying a faint scent reminiscent of rain-soaked grass mingled with ozone. As the doors fully open, everyone falls silent. The sight before them leaves even the village officials, accustomed to the grand spectacles of Qinghe Village, momentarily speechless. Inside the dome lies an utterly unimaginable realm. The azure dome, viewed from within, is semi-transparent. Soft sunlight filters through, casting a blue-tinted glow that illuminates the vast space as bright as day, all while enveloped in a serene ambience akin to the depths of the ocean. Beneath their feet lay a vast alloy corridor, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Flanking the passage were colossal water basins, each comparable in size to a football field. These were not conventional concrete pools. Their walls were composed of a black material that shimmered with a metallic luster. The water within was crystal clear, revealing the white fine sand at the bottom and the gentle movements of cleaning robots. Between the pools, an automated suspended track connected them. Countless intricate mechanical arms and arrays of sensors hovered silently above the water's surface, their red and green indicator lights flickering alternately as they monitored every droplet's condition in real time. The entire expansive area, covering 200 acres, was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the deep hum of the water circulation system and the faint electric sounds of the mechanical arms in motion. This place resembled not a fish farm, but rather a clandestine underwater ecological research facility hidden within the depths of a superpower's mountainous terrain. Su Weigua's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily approached one of the pools, peering curiously over the edge. The depth of the water was so profound that it instilled in him an instinctive urge to withdraw his head. "Secretary, this pool is enormous," exclaimed one village committee member, unable to resist scooping a handful of water to smell, his face reflecting disbelief. Sui approached the pool, gesturing towards the twinkling sensors above, explaining, "The ecosystem here operates on a fully automated cycle, and the water quality standards are exceptionally high. As for the fish..." Before he could finish, Su Weigua eagerly interjected, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Secretary, do spill the beans. What on earth are we preparing to raise with such a grand setup?" In Su Weigua's view, in such a high-tech environment, the fish must surely be of exquisite pedigree. Sui, upon hearing this, wore a knowing smile. He did not respond directly but glanced at his watch, leisurely stating, "Patience. Our first batch of residents should be arriving shortly." This revelation sent a wave of excitement rippling through the group. Shortly? They wondered, meaning they would soon behold the fish to be raised? Curiosity surged, prompting a flurry of wild speculations. What the secretary means must be something extraordinary. I bet it's a Yangtze knife fish, worth thousands each. Knife fish. I suspect it's even more than that. Given the setup, I reckon we could raise bluefin tuna. Hey, don't be ridiculous. Bluefin tuna are marine fish. And we're dealing with freshwater, right? Huh. What do you know? In our secretary's domain, anything is possible. Have you not seen this crystal palace constructed? As the crowd buzzed with increasingly outrageous guesses, the atmosphere grew ever more animated. Su merely led them along the expansive corridor towards the enormous cargo exit at the far end of the aquaculture facility. At that moment, a deep, continuous roar of engines, drawing nearer, resonated in everyone's ears. It was not the sound of a single vehicle, but rather a convoy. Su Weigua's keen ears perked up. He abruptly halted, straining to listen, his eyes shining with anticipation. "They're here. Secretary, it's the sound of the convoy." The group perked up, turning in unison towards the cargo passage. The massive gate, wide enough to accommodate 2 container trucks side by side, began to rise silently, accompanied by the low hum of mechanical operation. As the gate opened, sunlight flooded into the blue-hued world, and a colossal convoy emerged before their eyes. At the forefront was a sleek black luxury vehicle, its body as dark as ink, followed by a long line of uniformly painted white heavy trucks. The truck bodies, entirely sealed, were enormous white tanks adorned with complex piping and refrigeration equipment, clearly designed for transporting extremely delicate living creatures. The convoy came to a steady halt at the cargo platform. The door of the leading black vehicle swung open, and a figure swiftly descended. The man, around 50 years old, donned a well-fitted casual outfit that belied a hint of fatigue in his brow, yet his gaze remained sharp. It was none other than Tang Jinyuan, the owner of Tien Ranju. Secretary Su, his voice, laden with relief, reached them before he even approached. "I have fulfilled my duty." Chapter 327. The Arrival of Qinghe Aquaculture. Su smiled as he welcomed the weary Tang Jinyuan with a handshake. "Brother Tang, your journey must have been arduous." "Not at all. Compared to the tasks entrusted to me by Secretary Su, this is merely a trifle." Tang Jinyuan's grip was firm. The fatigue of travel washed away by the sight of the azure dome before him, leaving only pure exhilaration in his eyes. He gestured towards the lengthy line of white giants, his voice brimming with the satisfaction of accomplishment. "Secretary Su, every one of those little creatures you requested is here, all vibrant and lively. I dispatched the best team, monitoring them 24/7, fearful of any mishap." Su Yi's gaze swept over the intricately designed heavy trucks, smiling. "I have complete confidence in your capabilities, Brother Tang." He turned to the astounded Su Weigua and the others, gently nodding his chin. "Come, everyone. Prepare to welcome the first residents of our aquaculture facility." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Jinyuan directed his team to spring into action. They opened the rear of the first heavy truck, revealing rows of square temperature control boxes, their blue indicator lights flickering, exuding an aura of advanced technology. "Secretary, what is the procedure? Do we simply carry them to the pool and pour them in?" Tang Jinyuan, gazing at the futuristic aquaculture facility, was hesitant to proceed without guidance. Su Yi pointed to a metal conveyor belt extending towards the pool, saying, "No need for such trouble. Just place the boxes on that conveyor belt." "Fully automated?" Tang Jinyuan's eyes lit up with understanding as he waved his hand to signal his team. His team members swiftly paired up, lifting a temperature control box and placing it securely at the conveyor belt starting point. As the box settled into position, the conveyor belt activated silently, smoothly transporting the box to the edge of one of the gigantic pools. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. As the conveyor reached the pool's edge, a precise mechanical arm descended, adeptly gripping the temperature control box. With a soft hiss, the lid automatically popped open. The mechanical arm tilted slightly, and a gentle stream of water flowed into the box, carrying a multitude of minuscule seedlings, almost indistinguishable in form, which gradually slid down a smooth chute into the vast pool, reminiscent of an inland sea. The entire process was seamless, silent, efficient, with not a single drop of water splashed. The empty box was returned by the mechanical arm to a parallel return track, automatically sent back to the cargo platform. "Is that it?" one village committee member murmured, utterly dumbfounded. "This is even simpler than pouring out a basin of foot-soaking water. Technology, this is what technology looks like." Su Weigua was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with pride. Tang Jinyuan's team operated with remarkable efficiency, continuously sending box after box onto the conveyor belt. Secretary, this first shipment contains seedlings of Australian rock lobsters. Top-tier stock, Tang Jinyuan remarked, standing beside Su Yi, his gaze fixed on the seedlings entering the pool. His eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Once these bear the Qinghe Village label, I can only imagine how high the prices will soar. Su Yi merely smiled, offering no comment. Before long, the second truck was opened, revealing Australian black-lipped abalone and geoduck clams. Tang Jinyuan, like an announcer, recounted each selection, proud of their careful curation and guaranteed high survival rates. Su Weiguo and several members of the village committee stood by, their hearts racing with excitement. They had heard these names in documentaries about gourmet cuisine, feeling as if they were a world away. Yet now, these extraordinary species were to be cultivated right in their village. As the heavy trucks opened their cargo holds, an increasing array of aquatic seedlings was meticulously deposited into various ponds. Above each pond, electronic screens flickered to life, displaying a plethora of real-time data, including species names, quantities, water temperature, and oxygen levels. When a truck was opened, Tang Jinyuan's voice took on a tone of gravity, one he himself had not fully realized. This truck contained bluefin tuna. Su Weiguo and the others instinctively craned their necks, even pausing their breaths. The significance of this name was immense. The ocean's diamond, a legendary ingredient worth millions. Could the secretary really raise this in a fishery? Unable to contain himself, Su Weiguo pointed towards the pond and inquired of Su Yi. Su Yi shook his head, smiling. It has been delivered. What do you think? Before Su Weiguo could respond, Tang Jinyuan interjected, his tone filled with awe and reverence. In other places, this would be considered a fantasy. But here in Qinghe Village, nothing is impossible. He gestured towards the expansive pond and the array of flashing sensors above. The requirements of this fish for water quality, temperature, and space are extraordinarily high. Few countries in the world can achieve commercial aquaculture for it. It's a bottomless pit. But look here. With this scale and level of technology, anything is possible. Su Yi listened, his expression remaining composed. Tang Jinyuan's team operated with remarkable efficiency, the deployment process flowing seamlessly. Sturgeon, large yellow croaker, Asian sea bass, sea cucumbers, frog crabs, each name capable of creating ripples in the market elsewhere. Yet here, they were merely quiet boxes on a conveyor belt. Finally, when the more rare and exotic species, such as goose barnacles and red hairy crabs, were carefully categorized and placed in specialized ecological ponds, the initial phase of the deployment was deemed complete. Countless minuscule lives now filled the giant ponds. They would commence their legendary growth in this technologically crafted paradise. Tang Jinyuan looked at the scene before him, his heart stirred. He could almost envision the moment when the name Qinghe aquaculture would emerge, sending seismic waves through the global high-end dining market. Qinghe vegetables had redefined vegetarianism. Qinghe beef and lamb had set the benchmark for meat. Now, Qinghe aquaculture was making its debut. He took a deep breath to steady his racing thoughts and turned to Su Yi. The instinct of commerce compelled him to ask the most pressing question. Secretary Su, this spectacle is truly remarkable. I just wonder, when can we expect the first batch of treasures to hit the market? After asking, he fixed his gaze on Su Yi, eager for an answer that would allow him to strategize in advance. Brother Tang, don't rush. The new year is just around the corner. Su Yi replied cryptically, merely watching Tang Jinyuan while gently patting his shoulder, his face adorned with that familiar, serene smile. Tang Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback, but then relaxed, chuckling as he tapped his forehead. Look at me, asking silly questions again. He shook his head with a self-deprecating tone. Yet there was a sense of certainty in his demeanor. I see. It's the same old routine. Wait until after the new year, right? Su Yi smiled in silence, tacitly agreeing. All right, I've got it. Tang Jinyuan felt utterly reassured. The familiar rhythm of Qinghe Village instilled a profound sense of security in him. With the aquaculture farm's matters settled, Tang Jinyuan's thoughts began to flow again. He turned to Su Yi with curiosity, lowering his voice. Secretary Su, the aquaculture is sorted out. What about the newly constructed 200-acre super farm? Are we planning to expand, or is there something novel to be planted? Chapter 328. The next step, health? All eyes in the room converged on Su Yi. Faced with their anticipative gazes, Su Yi smiled. He shook his head, his tone carrying a sense of inevitability. Brother Tang, everyone, our existing vegetables are already sufficient to drive the wealthy and gourmets of the world into a frenzy. Expanding further would serve little purpose. This statement, delivered with nonchalance, stirred considerable ripples in the hearts of the listeners. Not expanding? Tang Jinyuan was the first to react. his keen business instinct detecting an unusual scent. Secretary Su, do you mean the new farm has a different purpose? The others, a mix of curiosity, confusion, and anticipation, gazed at Su Yi. Observing their reactions, Su Yi's smile deepened. He refrained from offering a direct answer and instead teased them, lifting his chin in a gesture of invitation. Speculating here is futile. Let us go over and see for ourselves. It will become clear. With this remark, everyone's interest was thoroughly piqued. After ensuring that the aquaculture farm had personnel on duty around the clock to monitor the initial adaptation of those precious seedlings, the group wasted no time and boarded their vehicles. The convoy departed from the Azure Dome, heading towards another area not far away. The new super ecological farm, adjacent to the aquaculture facility, also spanned 200 acres. From the outside, it bore a striking resemblance to the village's first super farm, both towering silver structures radiating a futuristic aura. However, upon seeing this new architectural marvel, the sentiments of the group had transformed entirely. If their initial encounter with the super farm had elicited shock and skepticism, now, all that remained was an insatiable curiosity and anticipation. They yearned to discover what miraculous innovations this young secretary would unveil on this enchanting land. Old Tang, use your imagination. What do you think the secretary plans to plant this time? Su Weiguo couldn't help but lean closer to Tang Jinyuan, lowering his voice. Tang Jinyuan furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating through the car window, fixated on the approaching silver behemoth. He pondered deeply. I can't decipher it. Secretary Su's intentions can never be gauged by ordinary reasoning. He paused, his tone firm. But one thing is certain. Whatever is to be planted this time will be of value equal to, if not greater than, those treasures we just beheld from the sea. Su Weiguo nodded in agreement, feeling a flutter of excitement within. Soon, the convoy came to a gradual halt at the entrance of a new farm. As everyone disembarked, they noticed a black business vehicle already parked at the entrance, with several people standing nearby. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, yet a vigorous demeanor, the current president of Qinghe Technology School, Academician Wang Jinghua. Academician Wang. Su Yi greeted with a smile, hastening towards him. Secretary, you finally made it, Wang Jinghua replied, his face brightening at the sight of Su Yi. He turned to introduce another elder beside him. Despite being of similar age, exuded a distinctly different aura. Dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, the man appeared lean and weathered, his skin tanned from years of toil in the fields. His hands were calloused, rough like the bark of an ancient tree. Yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Secretary, let me introduce you, Wang Jinghua said warmly. This is Old He Songnian, an expert in the cultivation of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. He Songnian? At the mention of the name, Tang Jinyuan's heart skipped a beat. This name may be obscure among the average populace, yet within the upper echelons, particularly in the realms of health, nourishment, and pharmaceuticals, the three characters of He Songnian stand as a veritable hallmark of excellence. He embodies the pinnacle of quality and the most authentic medicinal herbs. Old He, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I did not anticipate your personal attendance. He Songnian observed the young man before him, who appeared even younger than his own grandson, his bright eyes glimmering with scrutiny and curiosity. He clasped Su Yi's hand in return, perceiving the steady strength emanating from the young man's grip. Secretary Su, you flatter me, he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse yet distinctly clear. I am merely an old man who has spent his life in communion with the land and herbs. It is you, Secretary Su, who has truly opened our eyes. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Su Weiguo had already sidled up to Tang Jinyuan, whispering, Old Tang, who is this gentleman? Judging by Wang Lao's demeanor, he seems quite significant. Tang Jinyuan did not glance at him. His gaze remained fixed upon He Songnian, his breath momentarily still, his voice lowered, yet trembling with an irrepressible excitement. Significant does not begin to cover it. 9 out of 10 of the finest medicinal herbs in the country have either passed through his hands or been evaluated by his standards. A frenzied thought exploded in Tang Jinyuan's mind. Before he could contemplate further, Su Yi gestured towards the black business vehicle parked nearby, addressing He Songnian and Wang Jinghua. Old Wang, regarding the matter I previously entrusted to you. He Songnian nodded, a blend of admiration and anticipation gracing his features. Everything has been prepared. Without exception, following your specifications, we have collected an array of items, from common varieties to those extremely particular about their growing conditions. He signaled to an assistant behind him, and the car door opened. What everyone beheld was not bags of seeds, but meticulously categorized and neatly arranged temperature-controlled humidity boxes. Through the transparent lids, it was evident that the contents included not only seeds, but also carefully processed roots, cuttings, and even vibrant seedlings. A distinctive aroma, mingling the scent of earth and countless plant varieties, wafted from within the vehicle, permeating the air and tantalizing everyone's senses. In that moment, all the clues converged in a resounding epiphany. The new industry of Qinghe Village. 200 acres of the finest super-ecological farm. The paramount figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine cultivation, He Songnian, was present, and this vehicle was laden with a comprehensive assortment of medicinal roots and seedlings. The answer was unmistakably at hand. Tang Jinyuan felt a surge of electricity racing from his spine to the crown of his head. He had not anticipated that Su Yi's ambition would target a domain far grander, more ancient, and more lucrative than the culinary market, the realm of holistic health. Su Weigua's mouth slowly fell agape as he glanced at He Songnian, then at the truck brimming with roots and barks. His gaze finally became blank, turned towards the massive silver structure. A notion struck him, one that seemed absurdly grand, yet undeniably tangible. He abruptly turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Secretary, this new farm. You cannot possibly intend to cultivate traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, can you?" Su Yi, observing his astonished expression, simply nodded and replied, "Indeed. We shall cultivate traditional Chinese herbs." Chapter 329. Who says I must sell directly? The moment Su Yi confirmed with such nonchalance, the crowd was no longer taken aback. After all, the miracles birthed from the land of Qinghe Village, from vegetables to aquatic products, had rendered the concept of common sense utterly worthless. Adding traditional herbs now seemed a mere trifle. Su Weigua stroked his chin, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned bureaucrat. "I believe I have come to understand. Anything that reaches our secretary's hands can be transformed into gold. Even its roots and barks could potentially become bars of gold." The surrounding village committee members nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with conviction. Meanwhile, Tang Jinyuan's thoughts had already soared far beyond, his gaze fixated on the diverse array of medicinal roots and seedlings. A tempest of ideas surged within him as he began to envisage a vast commercial empire encompassing both food and medicine. "All right, everyone, let us not linger outside any longer." Su Yi's voice snapped everyone back to reality. He turned towards the heavy metal door, gesturing for He Songnian and Wang Zhenghua to enter. "Old He, old Wang, please come inside." He Songnian inclined his head slightly and stepped forward. Having spent his life amidst mountains and fields, he had encountered countless planting bases. From the most primitive medicinal gardens in the deep mountains of Yunnan to the most advanced intelligent greenhouses abroad, he had personally inspected them all. Yet, he yearned to discover what hidden marvels lay within a place that could earn Wang Zhenghua's unreserved praise. As Su Yi swiped the access card, the familiar clean air enveloped them, and the interior scene unfolded. At that moment, He Songnian's pupils constricted sharply. He had witnessed numerous planting fields, yet this one transcended any category within his understanding. Standing at the entrance, he remained motionless, captivated by the sight before him. "Oldie, what do you think?" Wang Zhenghua stood beside him, his tone laced with a sense of pride akin to that of a friend boasting. "I told you I wasn't exaggerating." He Songnian remained silent, his bright eyes reflecting the entirety of the vast space. Unlike Su Weigua and the others, he perceived not merely the grandeur and brightness, but something much deeper. He discerned the intricately divided zones, each area beneath its dome exhibiting subtle variations in light intensity, color temperature, and angle of illumination. He could even utilize his lifelong honed sense of smell to differentiate the humidity and temperature of each region, delineated by an invisible force field. "Is this a simulated ecosystem?" He Songnian finally spoke, his voice hoarse. He pointed to a section on the left where the lighting mimicked the highland sun, the air moisture exceedingly low, presumably for cultivating rhodiola and snow lotus. He then gestured to another distinctly different area ahead on the right, dark and humid, with a deeper hue of soil substrate, likely prepared for the seven-leaf branch flower or the dendrobium. With each observation, Su Weigua and the village committee members grew increasingly bewildered. Yet Wang Zhenghua's smile only deepened. "This is the mark of an expert. They can discern quality at a glance." Su Yi smiled and nodded. "Old He, your insight is unparalleled. Theoretically, this farm can simulate any ecological environment according to the needs of different crops." Any ecological environment? He Songnian repeated those 4 words. The weight of them caused his previously unperturbed heart to throb violently. "Let us proceed inside and take a closer look." Su Yi led the group into this Eden of medicinal herbs. He Songnian's assistants, receiving the directive, began to carefully unload the temperature-controlled humidity boxes from the vehicle. Su Yi approached the main control console, and after a series of operations, the entire farm sprang to life once more. Unlike previous sewing, this time, the mechanical arms descending from the dome were no longer equipped with sewing probes. Instead, they featured a more intricate design composed of countless delicate tendrils forming a flexible mechanical claw. The robots gliding across the ground were no longer mere sewing machines, but transplanting robots with a sturdier base, outfitted with multi-angle sensors and nutrient injection needles. The first temperature control box was loaded onto the conveyor belt, containing seedlings of wild ginseng, their roots still adorned with a special cultivation gel. Song-Yin's heart leaped to his throat. These were second-generation seedlings, cultivated from genuine Tsingbei mountain wild ginseng seeds, each one of them incredibly precious. Their transplant survival rate was exceedingly low. Any careless injury to a single root could obliterate its medicinal value, akin to wanton waste. However, the spectacle before him compelled him to swallow back the words of caution that lingered on the tip of his tongue. The delicate mechanical claw gently delved into the box, cradling each seedling along with its gelatinous roots, lifting them with utmost care. Subsequently, the mechanical claw precisely delivered the seedlings to the awaiting transplantation robot below. A faint glow emanated from the detector at the robot's base, instantaneously boring a hole of matching depth and size to accommodate the seedling's root system. The seedlings were tenderly placed within, their roots unfurling gracefully. Soon after, a slender needle, as fine as a cow's hair, penetrated the medium beside the roots, infusing a light green nutrient solution. With a series of soft sounds, the transplantation of the precious wild ginseng seedlings was completed. The entire process unfolded with seamless fluidity, swift, precise, and stable, surpassing even the most experienced herbalist's manual skills by 100-fold. Beside Song-Yin, an elderly assistant, a top-tier expert in herbal cultivation, trembled in astonishment. Unable to articulate a single coherent sentence, Song-Yin remained silent, his gaze fixated on the myriad machines operating in unison. Box after box of medicinal materials was fed onto the conveyor belt. The cordyceps fungus, notoriously demanding in its environmental conditions, the Gastrodia elata, requiring specific humus and symbiotic bacteria, and the contrasting requirements of light and moisture for the two distinct varieties of Panax Noto ginseng from different origins. All were challenges he had meticulously prepared to test this farm. Yet, these cold machines resolved them with a near-artistic finesse and remarkable efficiency. Time seemed to slip away, and when the last medicinal plant was sown, all machines silently retreated to their original positions, restoring tranquility to the vast space. 200 acres had been filled with rare, medicinal herbs, each area meticulously tailored to meet ecological demands. The environmental simulation systems above each section had commenced operation. In some areas, simulated alpine winds whipped through, while others released visible mists of moisture akin to those found in forests. And in yet others, the light flickered as if filtered through layers of overlapping leaves. Song-Yin stood still for a long while, exhaling a deep sigh. Within that breath resided shock, relief, and a complex emotion of being submerged by the tides of a new era. "Old He, how do you feel now?" Wang Jinghua approached him, patting his shoulder. "I feel as though I have wasted my entire life." Song-Yin shook his head, yet a hint of a smile crept onto his face, a smile that spoke of glimpsing the future. However, traditional Chinese medicine is finally ushering in an era that truly belongs to it. Wang Jinghua erupted into laughter, pointing at the freshly planted seedlings. "Just wait. I can't promise anything else, but when the medicinal herbs from this farm mature, their efficacy will surely astonish you. I believe it." Song-Yin nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with unprecedented anticipation. Nearby, Su Weigua, Tang Jinyuan, and others, though unable to comprehend the intricate details, could tell from the expressions of the two towering figures that success was assured. Su Weigua rubbed his hands together, barely able to contain his excitement, leaning closer to Su Yi and whispering, his eyes sparkling. "Secretary, since both of these big shots said so, how much do you think these medicinal herbs can sell for?" Upon hearing Su Weigua's money-centric inquiry, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Su Weigua, casting a glance at Tang Jinyuan, who was also listening intently, and slowly remarked, "Who said I'm growing this just to sell medicinal herbs directly?" Chapter 330. No one knows better than I do. Su Yi did not allow them to speculate for long. Meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, his smile unwavering, he gently shook his head. "Uncle Weigua, you've overlooked a crucial aspect. Medicinal herbs differ fundamentally from the vegetables, cattle, and sheep we dealt with before." His voice resonated in the expansive, tranquil farm. "The value of food ingredients manifests on the dining table. Premium ingredients command exorbitant prices because they provide unparalleled gastronomic pleasure and nutritional value. However, the essence of medicinal herbs does not lie in their flavor, but in whom they can save and what ailments they can heal. Su Yi surveyed the contemplative expressions of the crowd and continued at a measured pace. To sell medicinal herbs directly is akin to peddling the most precious raw, or as if it were mere ordinary stone. No matter how high the quality of the herbs, in the hands of a third-rate physician, they may transform into an ineffective concoction. This is not merely wasteful. It also tarnishes the reputation of Qinghe Village. He paused, his tone suddenly grave. Therefore, what I aim to do is not to sell raw materials. Su extended a finger, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authoritative strength. What I seek is to provide the ultimate solution. He aspired for the name Qinghe to epitomize miracles within the realm of health. The phrase ultimate solution caused Tang Jinyuan to catch his breath. He dared not contemplate the commercial value it implied, a realm that would inevitably drive global capital into a frenzy. Secretary, are you implying that we won't sell herbs, but instead sell finished medicines? Su Weiguo finally clarified his thoughts, articulating in his simplest terms. You mean those small pills? This notion sparked a realization among the other village committee members. Selling pills certainly sounded far more promising than merely selling medicinal herbs. However, just as the excitement of the crowd began to flourish, a steady yet cautious voice interrupted the fervor. Secretary Su, it was He Songyan. He regarded Su Yi, his bright eyes now devoid of awe, replaced by a seriousness and inquisitiveness befitting a towering figure in the field. He stepped forward, looking earnestly at Su Yi, and in deliberate words asked, "Forgive my boldness, but do you understand the intricacies of pharmaceutical manufacturing?" This query landed like a boulder in still waters. All eyes swiftly converged on Su Yi once more. Academician Wang Jinghua also looked on with keen interest, his gaze alight with anticipation. Facing the scrutinizing stares, Su Yi maintained his relaxed smile without a hint of change. "I understand a bit," he replied. He Songyan's weathered eyes narrowed slightly. Having immersed himself in this field his entire life, he recognized that the term pharmaceutical manufacturing encompassed a vast ocean of knowledge, the culmination of countless generations' dedication. In the rigorous science, where a minute error could yield catastrophic consequences, the assistants behind him displayed faint expressions of skepticism. A bit of understanding? Can one truly encapsulate pharmaceutical manufacturing with such a phrase? Only Wang Jinghua wore a bemused smile, fully aware that Su Yi's bit often signified a potential upheaval. Secretary Su, pharmaceutical manufacturing is no trivial matter, He Songyan stated gravely, his tone devoid of disdain, but filled with profound respect for the profession and responsibility towards life. The principles of compatibility, preparation techniques, and the pharmacological properties of each ingredient are all crucial to human life. This is not simply about establishing a farm and cultivating crops. Su Yi nodded earnestly, acknowledging the truth in He Songyan's words. You are right, Mr. He. Pharmaceutical manufacturing is indeed not so simple. His humble demeanor eased the expressions of skepticism among He Songyan's assistants. However, Su Yi continued, his gaze sweeping across the newly imbued land. In Qinghe Village, anything is possible. He looked at He Songyan, his expression inviting. Coincidentally, I have a few rudimentary prescriptions on hand. When these herbs mature and the medicines are formulated, I wonder if Mr. He would be interested in overseeing our quality control. At this, the assistants behind He Songyan nearly lost their composure. You have a few prescriptions and dare to speak of pharmaceutical manufacturing? The words were spoken rather lightly. He Songyan did not express anger. Instead, he scrutinized Su Yi with heightened seriousness, inquiring, Secretary Su, you seem quite confident? Su Yi smiled, his gaze calm and penetrating, locking onto He Songyan's eyes, which were steeped in years of wisdom. My confidence is not solely derived from myself. It also emanates from them. He gestured towards the vast expanse of the farm, where saplings were just beginning to take root in the simulated ecological environment. Master He, you are a luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I would like to pose a question. Su Yi's tone was sincere, yet the question struck at the heart of the matter. When it comes to the formulation of medicinal herbs, would the dosage, compatibility, and considerations of a 30-year-old cultivated ginseng differ from that of a 300-year-old wild ginseng harvested from the cliffs? The moment this question was raised, He Songyan's assistants were momentarily taken aback. Was this even a question? The answer was undoubtedly worlds apart. He Songyan did not respond immediately. A flicker of contemplation crossed his murky but sharp gaze. He understood Su Yi's implication. Observing He Songyan's reaction, Su Yi continued, Traditional prescriptions are founded upon the properties of conventional medicinal materials. The quantities used, whether they are sovereign or minister, assistive or functional, are the crystallization of countless predecessors' painstaking experience. This foundation is based on common medicinal herbs. But what if? Su Yi's tone subtly elevated, imbued with an indescribable allure. What if the medicinal materials here are fundamentally different from what you perceive as ordinary herbs? This statement sent a tremor through He Songnian's spirit. Throughout his life, he had pursued the authenticity and age of medicinal materials, seeking that slight enhancement in efficacy. Yet all his experiences, every pharmacopoeia, every theory, were established within a universally acknowledged framework. And this young man before him was attempting to convey that he was about to offer something beyond that framework, something that necessitated a re-evaluation of the very notion of medicinal efficacy. He Songnian's breath quickened, his bright eyes fixed intently on Su Yi, as if trying to see through him. Are you implying that the medicinal properties here will far exceed conventional understanding? Naturally, Su Yi's reply was nonchalant, yet imbued with unparalleled conviction. Stepping forward to meet He Songnian's astonished gaze, he spoke slowly, because these medicinal materials are cultivated in our Qinghe Village. Thus, no one understands their limits better than I do. Chapter 331, The Village Evening of the New Year. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, He Songnian fell into a prolonged silence. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Jingwe stepped forward with a hearty laugh, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Old He, why ponder these matters now? Wang Jingwe's laughter dissipated the heavy academic atmosphere. No matter how strong the theory, it remains intangible. Give it some time. Once the crops emerge, we shall let the facts speak for themselves, shall we not? After all, the hardest truth in this world is simply that seeing is believing. This remark jolted He Songnian back to reality. His tense posture gradually relaxed as he cast a glance at the precious medicinal seedlings. Then back at the young man before him, ultimately nodding in agreement. Old Wang speaks rightly. He sighed deeply, as if reminding himself, I was being overly rigid. The gaze of this towering figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine was now exceedingly complex. This journey to Qinghe Village had shattered the knowledge barriers he had built over decades. He realized that a brand new era had indeed slapped him in the face. To cling stubbornly to old experiences would lead solely to being engulfed by this surging tide. Secretary Su. He Songnian lifted his head, his gaze regaining clarity. But the scrutiny had transformed into solemnity and anticipation. I retract my previous doubts. I eagerly await the chance to witness the birth of that miracle you speak of. His words resonated with conviction. If a medicinal product can truly be developed, I, an old man, am willing to be your gatekeeper. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Then it is settled. I will certainly invite Master He for guidance when the time comes. With that, the matter concerning the new farm was considered settled. Observing the 200 acres of medicinal fields fully integrated into the automated cultivation process, He Songnian turned and said, Secretary Su, I've overstayed my welcome today. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Leaving so soon, Master He? Let us share a meal before you go, Su Yi courteously urged. He Songnian waved his hand, a hint of apology and helplessness on his face. No. I appreciate your kindness, but I have urgent matters that cannot be delayed. Next time, I shall ensure to properly impose upon you in Qinghe Village. Su Yi, upon hearing this, no longer insisted. Just before getting into his vehicle, He Songnian turned back, casting a deep glance at the enormous silvery white structure. Then resting his gaze on Su Yi, he solemnly stated, Secretary Su, I await your news. Without fail, Su Yi nodded. The black business vehicle gradually departed, vanishing at the end of the road. After bidding farewell to He Songnian, Wang Jingwe approached, his smile unabashedly evident. You, my friend, have truly impressed old He. I've known him for decades, and I've never seen him so taken aback. Will you chuck it? I must thank you, old Wang, for facilitating this connection. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to meet with Master He. Wang Jingwe waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. No need for pleasantries. Ultimately, it's the quality of your work that speaks volumes. Otherwise, my words would carry no weight. He glanced at his watch, stating, All right, I have a heap of tasks awaiting me at the school, so I must take my leave as well. Take care, old Wang. As he watched Wang Jingwe depart, only Su Yi, Tang Jinyuan, and Su Weiwei remained among the village committee. All right, everyone, no need to stand around idly. Let us head back. Su Yi called out, Brother Tang, shall we go sit in my office? I will be delighted. Tang Jinyuan immediately responded with enthusiasm. In the village committee office, Su Yi personally boiled water and brewed tea. The fragrant aroma of tea quickly filled the air as Tang Jinyuan cradled the warm teacup, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Secretary Su, your strides are truly exhilarating. Tang Jinyin set down his teacup, gazing at Su Yi with unmasked admiration. I once believed I had weathered many storms in the business world, but in comparison to you, I feel as if I've merely been floundering in a small pond. Transitioning from the dining table directly to the medicine cabinet, this truly opens up the meridians. Su Yi refilled his teacup with water, chuckling, "Brother Tang, you flatter me. It's all for the betterment of the villagers." Tang Jinyin laughed heartily, gesturing towards Su Yi and then out the window. If outsiders were to hear that, I can only imagine how envious they would become. Only you, Secretary Su, would dare to speak of an industry capable of altering the world's landscape with such ease as if discussing the cultivation of a few acres of cabbage. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a tacit understanding flowing between them amidst the fragrant tea. After a moment of silence, Tang Jinyuan seemed to recall something, his expression softening considerably. "I must also thank you. My wayward son has only been at your Qinghe school for a short time, yet during a recent video call, his perspective and eloquence were as if he had transformed into a different person." Su Yi felt genuinely pleased upon hearing this. It's wonderful when the children thrive. They are the true future of this nation. Amidst this moment of warm conversation, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Su Yi pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID, a playful smile crossing his face. "It's Boss Zhao." He answered the call, and before he could even speak, Boss Zhao's characteristic booming voice echoed from the other end. "Hello, Secretary Su. It's me, old Zhao." The resounding voice reverberated, causing the teacups in the office to hum in response. "Zhao, why the fiery temper today?" Su Yi teased with a smile. "Oh, don't even mention it." Zhao, on the other end, lamented, his tone laden with irritable exasperation. "It's all because of the troubles stemming from your Qinghe Village." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Me? I've been quite well behaved lately. How have I managed to irritate you, Zhao?" "Spare me the pretense," Zhao retorted, his tone brusque. "You may be well behaved, but the village gala you orchestrated last year has left a significant aftershock. Just these past few days, my phone has been on the verge of exploding. It's all those heads of entertainment and talent agencies, subtly trying to ingratiate themselves with me. Last year, I had to persuade them just to get the crowd together for you. And now, they're all clamoring to know if there's still a spot for them in this year's gala." Su Yi listened, the smile on his face growing wider. How the tides have turned. Last year, it was Qinghe Village inviting celebrities to grace the event, but this year, the entire entertainment industry is vying to ascend the stage of Qinghe Village. I must admit, I cannot make such decisions unilaterally. I will have to consult you on this. Secretary Su, Zhao finally shifted to the crux of the matter, his tone growing more earnest. "Will we be hosting the gala this year? If so, what are the plans?" "Of course we shall host it," Su Yi replied nonchalantly, though his voice carried an undeniable air of conviction. "However, we still need to deliberate on whom to invite this year. There's no rush." Upon hearing this, Zhao felt a surge of relief, as if he had found a guiding light. "All right then, with your assurance, Secretary Su, my phone will finally enjoy a moment of peace." Zhao's booming voice resonated with a sense of relief. "I will inform those eager beavers that the gala is indeed happening, but they must wait for their chance to secure a spot. Let them all sit tight and refrain from bombarding me with incessant calls. It's driving me mad." Listening to his animated complaints, Su Yi couldn't resist the urge to tease. "Zhao, you truly are an invisible patriarch of the entertainment world. Your mere words can stir a tempest." "Huh, I'm no patriarch. It's all thanks to you, Secretary Su." Zhao chuckled, his tone growing warmer. "Who doesn't know that Qinghe Village is now a honeyed golden signboard? Last year, I had to count favors on my fingers and beg for assistance just to gather a crowd. And this year, those high and mighty celebrities are practically crawling through the phone lines to grovel for a chance to appear." Zhao marveled at the swift turnaround of fortune, recalling vividly how he had to coax and deceive to assemble the star-studded lineup last year. But now, the heads of talent agencies were treating him like family, showering him with familiarity, almost calling him dad. They addressed him as Brother Zhao, and "you have my gratitude," all while attempting to extract morsels of information about this year's gala. The adulation he received, albeit irritating, also filled Zhao with an undeniable sense of satisfaction. "All right then, I shan't keep you from your important matters. I'll go and send them off." Zhao's voice brimmed with anticipation. "Very well, Zhao. You attend to your business." Once the call was disconnected, the office fell back into a tranquil silence, fragrant with the aroma of tea. Tang Jinyuan, cradling his teacup, withdrew his gaze from the idyllic scenery of the village outside and fixed it on Su Yi, his expression complex. The time for the New Year's gala was once again approaching. He had overheard Su Yi's earlier conversation and remarked, It's astonishing how swiftly a year has passed since last year's gala, which drew a constellation of stars and amassed mountains of cash, indelibly etching the name Qinghe Village in the national consciousness. Now, with a year gone by, we are poised to embark on another gala. He took a gentle sip of tea, feeling the warmth spread throughout his being. The transformation of Qinghe Village over the past year was nothing short of monumental. Tang Jinyuan shook his head, his tone imbued with genuine admiration. He vividly recalled the first time he arrived, bouncing along the bumpy dirt roads, dust obscuring his vision. Back then, Qinghe Village seemed merely an ordinary, impoverished village with top-tier ingredients. But now, the expansive and smooth Qinghe Avenue resembled a dark silk ribbon, seamlessly connecting this place to the outside world. The newly built traditional-style courtyards had become the dream homes of countless affluent individuals. And let us not overlook every product emerging from here. Vegetables, meats, fine wines, and electronics, all redefining the pinnacle of their respective industries with audacity. Not to mention the international airport under construction and Qinghe medicine, poised to shake the world in the near future. Su Yi replenished Tang Jinyuan's teacup with hot water, the tea leaves unfurling once more. The road ahead is still long, he remarked with a smile. A simple statement that sent a ripple of surprise through Tang Jinyuan. Gazing at Su Yi's calm and serene smile, his admiration deepened. Most individuals, upon achieving such success, would be filled with pride. Yet here stood a young man who, despite possessing industries capable of transforming the world, was still gazing toward distant horizons. For you, Secretary Su, this might merely be the beginning. Tang Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. Setting down his teacup, he leaned forward slightly, his demeanor growing earnest and expectant. I must make sure to arrive early for this year's gala. I hope you won't mind my lingering for a few days. Su Yi laughed heartily. Brother Tang, how could you say such a thing? Your presence would be my honor. And indeed, the village's as well. Don't mention just a few days. Even if you stay a month, I would welcome you wholeheartedly. I'll arrange for the most tranquil courtyard to ensure your utmost comfort. Then it is settled. Tang Jinyuan nodded with satisfaction, his smile becoming increasingly sincere. I'll set aside my affairs and come to your village to enjoy the festive atmosphere. The two shared a knowing smile, and many things needed no further word. After exchanging a few more pleasantries about business updates and future plans, Tang Jinyuan took his leave. Once he returned to the office, Su Yi sat back at the tea table, choosing not to brew more tea, but instead quietly observing the scene outside the window. In the small square before the village committee building, elders basked in the sun with their grandchildren, while young workers gathered in small clusters, their faces radiating a newfound sense of relaxation and prosperity that had never existed before. Indeed, the preparations for this year's gala should now commence. Su Yi's gaze shifted from outside back to the office, landing on Wan, who was diligently processing documents at her desk. He adjusted his posture and called out, Wan, Secretary? Wan immediately looked up, pausing her work. Please make the necessary preparations and notify the entire village. Just like last year for the new gala, let everyone suggest what performances they would like to see and who they wish to invite. This time, let us broaden the scope a bit. Whether it be singing, dancing, or performing skits, let them all come forward. Even foreign bands, magicians, and actors. As long as they're desired to be seen, and their names can be echoed, anyone can be nominated. Upon hearing this, Wan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. All right, Secretary. Chapter 333. Nearly 3 trillion. Wan's efficiency in handling matters was astonishing. Within less than 5 minutes of Su Yi's directive, a brand new announcement was swiftly disseminated through the Qinghe Village group chat, precisely lighting up the screens of over 10,000 villagers' mobile devices. The next moment, the group exploded with enthusiasm. Is this the arrangement for this year's village gala? My goodness, I was just pondering this matter, and the secretary has already taken action. It's astonishingly fast. After waiting with bated breath, we have finally been rewarded. The lively atmosphere of last year is a memory I could cherish for a lifetime. The villagers' fervor was even more intense than the previous year. If last year's anticipation was tinged with skepticism regarding the prospect of inviting superstars and distributing cash, an almost fantastical notion, this year's expectation was marked by unwavering certainty and fervor. Having experienced last year's historically remarkable village gala, everyone had developed an almost instinctive, absolute trust in Su Yi. If the secretary vowed to host it, it would undoubtedly come to fruition. If the secretary claimed to be able to invite someone, even the mightiest of celebrities would surely oblige. Within mere moments of the announcement being made, the nomination feature in the group chat was inundated with hundreds of names, each more eclectic and imaginative than the last. I'll go first. Last year, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Song's skit had me nearly gasping for breath from laughter. They absolutely must return this year. I vote for them. Seconded. This golden duo is incomplete without at least one of them. And let us not forget Teacher Chen and Teacher Zhu. Their skit last year was also fantastic. They must be included again. The first names to rise to the top were those of several seasoned comedy masters. The numbers beside their names skyrocketed at a pace visible to the naked eye. Following that, nominations for singing and dancing performances emerged in a constant stream. I want to see that Phoenix Legend group. Their songs are so invigorating. Those upstairs have no taste. If we're going to listen, it should be King Zhou's. That's the classic. Stop the bickering. I want to see that For Michael dance. Can we invite him? Those upstairs must be dreaming. That person has been gone for many years. Everyone excitedly rallied for their favorite stars and performances, filling the group with a pure, festive joy akin to celebrating the new year. No.1 clearly articulated in the announcement that the nomination period would last for 3 days, allowing villagers to freely propose names and cast votes, with each person allotted 1 vote. The final program list would be determined based on the quantity of votes received. Watching the voting data refresh incessantly on the app, a smile crept onto Su Yi's face. The village gala, after all, was organized for the villagers. Whatever they wished to see, that was what would be invited. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Kumin. The door swung open, revealing the financial supervisor, Su Ling, who entered with an excited expression, clutching a stack of impressively thick, hardcover reports that caused her to wobble slightly as she walked. Secretary. Su Ling approached the desk, seemingly exerting all her strength to slam the reports down with a resounding thud. The solid wooden surface echoed with a dull sound, startling even the teacup perched atop it. This year's annual financial report, along with the village's GDP statement, has been finalized. Su Ling's voice wavered slightly, her hand instinctively gripping the table's edge as if that would lend her stability. Oh, it's out? Su Yi lifted his gaze, scanning her flushed face, which was a testament to her excitement, and smiled. From your expression, it seems this year's results are quite impressive. Impressive? Su Ling's lips involuntarily curled, and she took a deep breath. Secretary, I fear that if I reveal it, you won't even be able to drink your tea in peace. Su Yi, intrigued, leaned back comfortably in his chair, gesturing for her to proceed. Very well, go ahead. I am eager to learn what figures could leave even you, the financial deity, unable to maintain composure. Su Ling nodded earnestly, picking up the top report adorned with the words high-tech agriculture. Firstly, the annual net profit for high-tech agriculture. She paused, then solemnly announced the first figure, 175.8 billion. Su Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, maintaining a calm demeanor. With the farm expanded to 200 acres at the beginning of the year, this figure was within our expectations. Her tranquil reaction left Su Ling feeling as though the breath she had been holding was stuck in her throat. She then took up the second report, its cover bearing the title High-Tech Animal Husbandry. Next, for high-tech animal husbandry, the annual net profit from Qinghe cattle, sheep, and pigs after deducting all breeding, labor, and expansion costs. Her voice rose a notch, 485.2 billion. This figure far surpassed that of high-tech agriculture. Su Yi lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the steam, still merely nodding in acknowledgement. Not bad. Those 2 words made Su Ling feel as though her pent-up strength had struck nothing but soft cotton. Without hesitation, she moved on. The first 2 were merely appetizers. The real main course lay ahead. Her hand rested on the third report, the cover boldly embossed with Qinghe Winery. Secretary, next is the winery. She opened the report, her eyes drawn to a long string of zeros. Qinghe Winery, annual net profit, 851.1 billion. After announcing this figure, Su Ling's gaze fixated on Su Yi, eager to detect even the slightest hint of astonishment on his face. However, Su Yi merely set down his teacup. Is there more? Indeed. Su Ling grasped the last and most recent financial report, the cover of which bore the word Qinghe Technology. This pertains to the mobile phone factory. These figures represent a total of 6 months of data since commencement. She opened the report, her eyes glued to the final figure, enunciating each word carefully. Qinghe Technology, 6 months, net profit, 1,288.8 billion. This number finally caused Su Yi's brow to raise, ever so slightly. He smiled. It seems that earning money from foreigners is indeed more gratifying. Su Yi, of course, was aware that the lion's share of this profit stemmed from the exorbitant premium of 7 to 8 times in overseas markets. Observing Su Yi's finally responsive demeanor, Su Ling felt her taut nerves begin to ease. Taking a deep breath, she then pulled from the bottom of the stack the finished report, yet the most solemnly adorned in a red cover. It bore no company name, only 4 gilded characters. Qinghe Special Village. Secretary, there S. more. She slowly, solemnly opened the report. Her voice, tinged with overwhelming excitement, became slightly hoarse. Our Qinghe Village for this fiscal year has achieved a production value, which is this year's final GDP, reaching 29,800 billion. Chapter 334. Year-end Statistics. Upon hearing the staggering figure of nearly 3 trillion, Su-yi paused his rhythmic tapping on the tabletop. He gradually closed his eyes, then reopened them. In his eyes, which usually sparkled with amusement, there now flowed a genuine sense of profound satisfaction, akin to the bountiful harvest. Leon's earlier astonishment, could it be aimed at the trillion mark, echoed in his ears. Yet, the reality surpassed even his boldest imaginings by countless magnitudes. 29,800 billion, a colossal entity on the verge of breaching the 3 trillion threshold. This number could no longer simply be described as wealth rivaling nations. It was, in itself, an economic miracle. Such staggering profits and production value also signified one undeniable truth. The tax returns and distributable dividends for the villagers would reach a mind-boggling figure. The villagers' lives were destined to improve even further. Su-yi's gaze shifted away from the thin report and landed on Su Ling's sister Ling. After a year, your hard work has been commendable. No, it has not been arduous. The credit lies primarily with you, Secretary. Su Ling hurriedly replied, her cheeks still flushed. Breath short and fervent. All right, Su-yi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, his body leaning slightly forward as his knuckles gently tapped the table, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. There is one more matter that requires your immediate attention. Your command, Secretary, Su Ling said, her posture straightening instantly, entering a focused work mode. Su-yi observed her and issued a new directive. Please compile a list of all residents who have invested in shares, verifying their bank account numbers to ensure every household's information is accurate. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's breath hitched. On the other side of the office, Yi Wanwan halted her typing, her ears instinctively perking up. Compiling bank account numbers. This procedure within the financial framework of Qinghe Village pointed unmistakably to one singular event: dividend distribution. Are we preparing for this year's annual dividend? Su Ling tentatively inquired, her voice trembling with an unrecognized excitement. Indeed, what you know did. With the affirmation, Su Ling's cheeks flushed deeper, her grip on the financial report tightening, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Last year's dividend had totaled 1 billion, igniting a fervor throughout the village and astonishing the nation. This year, with all of Qinghe Village's industries experiencing explosive profit growth, how high would the dividend soar? Su Ling dared not contemplate further. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might burst from her chest. She forced herself to quell the tumult within and, with the most steady voice she could muster, posed the critical question, Secretary, how much are we planning to distribute this year? Su-yi reclined against the back of his chair, lifting the now slightly cool cup of tea from the table and taking a delicate sip. He did not respond immediately, relishing the palpable anticipation that hung thickly in the air. After a few moments, he leisurely raised his gaze to meet Su Ling's anxious and expectant expression. He extended one finger, gently waggling it in the air. Su Ling's mind raced to decipher the meaning. One finger? Could it signify 10 billion? The thought startled her as it emerged. With a quivering voice, she cautiously confirmed, Secretary, you mean 10 billion? Su-yi smiled at her mixture of hope and disbelief. He shook his head. Less. The two words floated lightly through the air, yet they struck Su Ling's heart like invisible hammers. Less. 10 billion is still too little. Even Yi Wanwan, seated across the office, could not restrain her gaze, her eyes wide with genuine astonishment. Su-yi dispensed with the suspense. He placed his teacup down firmly on the table, producing a soft clink. This year, I intend to add 2 zeros to last year's dividend base, which amounts to 1 trillion. As Su-yi's words echoed in the office, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Su Ling's mouth gaped. Yet no sound emerged as thoughts of that staggering number and a long string of zeros reverberated in her mind. 1 trillion. Secretary Su Ling struggled to articulate, her lips moving slowly. You mean 1 trillion? Su-yi met her bewildered and stunned gaze, nodding gently with a smile. Yes, 1 trillion. The confirmation was soft-spoken, but made Su Ling feel as though the world had suddenly become surreal, vibrating around her. Sister Ling? Su-yi's voice jolted her back to reality. Yes, Secretary, I'm here. Su Ling replied, her posture snapping straight, though her voice still carried a hint of floatiness. 1 trillion. Please ensure that the calculations are precise according to each household share. Afterward, remember to deduct personal income tax. We must act as law-abiding citizens. Sui advised, adding playfully, steady yourself, sisterling. Be careful not to misplace any zeros, or I may have to dock your salary. Understood. I'll attend to it immediately. I assure you, not a single zero will be misplaced. Su Ling could no longer contain herself. She nearly fled the office, hurrying to find a place to compose herself and digest a figure that could send any accountant into a frenzy. As the office door clicked shut, tranquility returned to the room. Su Yi's attention shifted to the other side, where Yi Wanwan remained motionless, frozen in her position. Wanwan, secretary. Yi Wanwan responded, as if awakening from a dream, her eyes reflecting a whirlwind of complex emotions. 1 trillion in dividends. This transcended mere financial figures. Please take this GDP report to Su Lo. Su Yi nudged the red final report to the edge of the table. Have him publish it in its entirety on Qinghe Village's official public account. Certainly, secretary. Yi Wanwan rose, approaching the desk and extending her hand. Yet, as her fingertips brushed against the thin document, it felt as heavy as lead. No questions escaped her lips. She understood that the secretary was about to unleash a true bombshell upon the world. She grasped the report, nodded slightly, and exited the office. Soon, an announcement potent enough to paralyze the entire internet would be unveiled on Qinghe Village's public account. Chapter 335. Per capita, 15 million? On the official public account of Qinghe Village, a succinct announcement devoid of embellishment was quietly dispatched. The cover featured a report image of red and gold. At the center, a line of bold, glaring golden characters proclaimed, Annual Gross Domestic Product Report of Qinghe Special Village. Below, a staggering number loomed, nearly bursting the confines of the screen. 800 billion. In the first 3 minutes following the article's release, the comments section lay in silence. The initial response from those who opened the article was to exit quietly, refresh, and re-enter. Only after confirming their eyes were not deceiving them did the first comment finally appear. This question mark acted like a lit fuse. Soon after, a second, then a third followed, a deluge of question marks flooding the screen as they surged past 10,000 in mere minutes. Eventually, someone broke the eerie silence. 2, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 billion. What the hell? 800 billion. This comment struck like thunder. I just slipped off my chair. What does this number even mean? Last year's GDP for the entire Yunzhou was barely over 20 trillion, right? A single village has outdone a prefecture-level city? Forget Yunzhou. I just checked the data. Only a few cities in the nation exceed this GDP. A village has reached the forefront of the nation. After a brief period of shock and skepticism, more voices surged into the comments, the discussion escalating at a terrifying pace. Initially, all were breathless at the sheer magnitude of the number itself. However, soon, a perceptive individual dissected the unsettling reality behind the figure from another angle. Brothers, don't just fixate on the GDP. Let us do some calculations. This new comment immediately seized everyone's attention. Qinghe Village is a special village, enjoying top-tier tax policies, with various tax rebates and local retention. Let us estimate conservatively. There's got to be at least 500 billion, right? But here's the crux. What is this hefty sum primarily for? It is intended for the welfare, benefits, and infrastructure of Qinghe Village. How many people reside in Qinghe Village? If I recall correctly, the population is just over 10,000. With an investment exceeding 100 billion in livelihood, when divided among over 10,000 individuals, I am not particularly good at mathematics. Could someone assist me in calculating the per capita amount? As soon as this question arose, the entire comment section momentarily froze. All who encountered this comment instinctively began to calculate in their minds. 150 billion divided by 10,000. Is the per capita amount 15 million? Gasp. Across the internet, countless individuals inhaled sharply. A per capita investment of 10 million in livelihood? Is this truly a life for mere mortals? It seems more like a life for deities. I am utterly astounded, completely overwhelmed. Could I ever earn even a fraction of that welfare through a lifetime of toil without sustenance? Enough of this. I am now eager to know, what are the requirements for immigrating to Qinghe Village? I am a male, in good health, capable of enduring hardship, and proficient in operating excavators. Those above should roll away. I am a female, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, willing to contribute to the development of Qinghe Village. The tide of opinion online shifted dramatically in mere minutes, transforming from shock at the figures to outright envy, jealousy, and resentment towards the villagers of Qinghe. Of course, there were sporadic, dissenting voices. claiming the figures were exaggerated and questioning the statistical methods. However, such voices quickly drowned under a wave of further clarification. What is there to question? Last year, Qinghe Village announced a GDP of 481 billion, but that data was from a village that had been developing for less than half a year. Moreover, at that time, the primary contributions were merely vegetables and livestock. Right on point. And this year? Have you forgotten the exorbitantly priced Qinghe beef that has been fully launched? Have you forgotten the overpriced Qinghe liquor? Have you forgotten the Qinghe mobile phones that toppled the fruit company? Each of these is a colossal source of wealth, especially the Qinghe mobile phones, which were originally positioned as high-end devices. The domestic pricing is already staggering, and the international price is several times higher. The profit is unimaginable. Yet another day of wishing to be reborn in Qinghe Village. Amidst the clamor online, the villagers of Qinghe Village were, of course, aware. Haha, look at this comment. Someone wants to marry into our village, offering a bride price of 100 million. And this one, calculating the per capita investment and livelihood, left me dumbfounded. It turns out the tax rebates amount to such a fortune. Regardless of the amount, can the village incur losses? Absolutely not. Did you not see that the secretary just asked everyone to submit their performances for the village's evening gala? This year is bound to be even livelier than last. The villagers scrolled through their phones, observing the envious and twisted remarks from outside, each unable to contain their joy. This feeling surpasses merely having a few extra zeros in their bank accounts. Now, when they step outside and identify themselves as residents of Qinghe Village, they are inevitably met with envious glances that could curdle the blood. This collective sense of honor derived from their village has already penetrated their very bones. Just at this moment of online fervor and village celebration, Su Yi's phone rang intermittently. He had just hung up on Boss Zhao's incoherent and exuberant calls when Lian's call followed closely. Hello, leader. Su Yi answered the phone. His tone as relaxed as ever. On the other end, Lian remained silent for a long while before releasing a prolonged sigh, tinged with both astonishment and helplessness. Secretary Su, your Qinghe Village truly leaves no room for respite. Lian's voice carried a sense of exhaustion, as if he had just regained his composure after a tremendous shock. I just saw the report you released. I initially thought your projection of reaching 1 trillion was rather conservative. That initial guess, which had sent shivers down his spine, now seemed sufficiently audacious. Yet reality proved that his imagination paled in comparison to the miracles created by Su Yi. You flatter me. It is the result of everyone's hard work. Su Yi replied with a smile. Lian chuckled wearily on the other end. This cannot be merely attributed to effort. This figure is substantial enough for an entire day of economic meetings across the province, solely focused on your village. He paused, his tone imbued with an indescribable sentiment, a blend of wistfulness and congratulatory pride. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to Qinghe Village for creating yet another miracle that no one dared to envision. After a few more exchanges, Lian hastily ended the call. Su Yi set down his phone, lifted his teacup, and was just about to take another sip when, buzz. The phone screen lit up once more, persistently vibrating on the table. The caller ID displayed a familiar name. Brother Lu. Chapter 336, A Monumental Blessing. Hello, brother. Su Yi answered the phone, his voice still carrying a hint of relaxation. On the other end, Brother Lu's steady voice came through. Yet it was evident to anyone that it was laced with mirth. Junior brother, how should I address you now? Secretary Su of the 1 Trillion Club? This teasing, in stark contrast to the congratulatory messages from Li Un and Boss Zhao, lacked that sense of overwhelming shock at astronomical figures. Instead, it conveyed a genuine sense of pride and gratification, like an elder brother witnessing his younger sibling's success. Please do not jest, brother, Su Yi replied with a smile, his tone becoming increasingly familiar and casual. The village's achievements are still largely due to your support over in Jingzhou. Do not flatter me, Lu laughed, scolding playfully from the other end. My liaison office is now humorously referred to as the Qinghe Village Liaison Office in Jingzhou, almost becoming your Secretary Su's subordinate unit. However, to be fair, the things I have done, when compared to the commotion you've stirred, hardly warrant mention. Lu's words carried a hint of jest, yet the sincere sentiment was unmistakably conveyed through the signal. 29,800 billion. He softly articulated this figure, a trace of savoring the moment evident in his voice. To be honest, upon seeing this report this afternoon, I was stunned for a good 30 seconds. Not out of fright, Lu emphasized. Rather, it felt as though an entire era had been forcibly pried open by you. I have seen the annual reports from various economically robust cities across the nation recently, but comparing their figures to yours feels like observing two entirely different worlds. Those sprawling metropolises, boasting populations in the millions and decades of development, have had their annual GDP so effortlessly matched or even surpassed by your small village. If someone had suggested this a year ago, they would have likely been deemed a dreamer. Lu's words caused Su Yi's smile to wane slightly, replaced by a contemplative expression. He was acutely aware that the current state of Qinghe Village relied heavily on that ineffable system. Yet, the results of that system ultimately manifested in a tangible and formidable industrial form within this world. The impact it has wrought is far more profound than a mere string of cold numbers. Fortune smiled upon us, catching the tide of this era. Su Yi humbly remarked. This is not merely riding the tide. Lu chuckled lightly on the other end, his tone resolute. You are the one who creates the waves. Enough of this idle talk. Let us discuss serious matters. There is a monumental blessing that I must congratulate you on in advance. Oh, at this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, adjusted his posture, and leaned forward slightly. Please, brother, go on. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if he were choosing his words carefully. To put it simply, the higher-ups are exceedingly pleased with you in the development of Qinghe Village now that it has become a special village. Su Yi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Lu continued, it is not just the economic data. More importantly, the prestige that Qinghe technology has garnered internationally has significantly strengthened our nation's position on various matters. This is something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Therefore, the higher-ups hold you in very high regard. As Lu Shixiang reached this point in his discourse, his voice intentionally lowered, imbued with a sense of intimacy and gravity that only the two of them could comprehend. Shitty. The news I am about to share with you is for your ears only. Please refrain from disseminating it for the time being. I have caught wind of certain developments. In light of your and Qinghe Village's remarkable contributions to the nation, particularly in the realms of economic welfare and advancements in cutting-edge technology, the higher-ups are deliberating the bestowal of a national-level honor medal upon you. The weight of those 7 words, national-level honor medal, resonated palpably through the receiver. The office fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, leaving only the synchronized rhythm of their breaths. This recognition transcended mere financial gain or industrial expansion. It was a validation from the national echelon, a true acknowledgement of an individual's worth and contributions. Su Yi grasped his phone, his fingers instinctively tightening around it. He could sense that this device, crafted by Qinghe technology, felt significantly heavier in his palm. He understood Lu Shixiang's character, steady and prudent. If the matter were not nearly conclusive, he would not have divulged even a hint. The so-called whispers of intel were merely a tacit understanding prior to the formal announcement. Su Yi's heart beat steadily and robustly. The gravity of this honor instilled in him an unprecedented sense of responsibility and a deeper, more profound satisfaction. Shixiang, Su Yi began, his voice imbued with unrestrained gratitude. Thank you for the advance notice. It allows me to approach this year with greater assurance. Ha! We're brothers, there's no need for formality. Lu Shixiang chuckled on the other end. Hearing this news, I'm genuinely delighted for you as your Shixiang. All right, as long as you are informed. I shall not elaborate further to avoid breaching protocol. Understood. Once we hang up, continue boldly with the village affairs without hesitation. All right, goodbye, Shixiang. As the call ended, tranquility returned to the office. Su Yi held his phone, leaning back in his chair, momentarily motionless. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply, allowing the tumult within him to gradually settle into a profound sense of groundedness. He picked up his phone again and unlocked the screen. The interface displayed the bustling voting application for the Village Evening Gala, a program that was nearing its deadline. Although the cutoff had yet to arrive, the preliminary results were becoming evident. His gaze fell upon the screen, his fingertips gliding gently as he observed the fluctuating numbers and the names, both familiar and unfamiliar. The votes of several renowned comedic masters remained unparalleled, creating a stark divide. A few powerhouse performers, both male and female, followed closely behind, the competition fierce. He even noticed the nomination for the performance featuring Michael's dance, which astonishingly surpassed 100 votes, a neat row of ones standing in formation. He wondered who had taken the lead in this endeavor. A contemplative smile crept onto Su Yi's face as he beheld this scene. Michael, is it? His fingertips lightly tapped the screen, pondering the various things money could not achieve in this world. Yet, fortuitously, what he possessed extended far beyond mere wealth. Chapter 337. Confirmation of the Village Evening Gala List. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The 3-day collection of acts for the Village Evening Gala culminated amidst the villagers' fervent enthusiasm, now nearly at a boiling point. The final tally was swiftly compiled by Yi Wanwan into a substantial list. Secretary, the final voting results for the village evening gala are in, Yi Wanwan declared, placing a freshly printed list, still warm with ink, gently on Su Yi's desk. Thank you for your hard work, Su Yi smiled, nodding appreciatively as he reached for the list. It was extensive, evidently reflecting a level of enthusiasm from the villagers that far surpassed expectations. They had seemingly nominated every star they could think of, eager to bring the entertainment industry to Qinghe Village. He scanned through the names rapidly. The first few were unsurprisingly familiar. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Song, Teacher Chun, and Teacher Zhu. This powerhouse duo dominated the top 2 spots with overwhelming votes. The villagers expressed their longing for pure joy in the most direct manner possible. The memories of last year's gala, where laughter had brought them to tears, were indelibly etched in their DNA, becoming an unforgettable mark of happiness in their hearts. A knowing smile unconsciously spread across Su Yi's lips. This is precisely as it should be. The village gala is ultimately meant for the villagers. What they wish to see is the best program. Ratings and artistic value must take a back seat to the genuine laughter of the populace. As he continued to peruse the list, the previous year's standout performers maintained their high vote counts. Besides these returning favorites, some new names, equally resonant with the spirit of the times, emerged. For instance, a bespectacled magician, Master Liu, whose refined performance style never failed to create miracles. The image of this magician calmly announcing, "Now witness the moment of magic," surfaced in Su Yi's mind. Additionally, a national singer, famous for his powerful rendition of the Yangtze River flows east, garnered immense support for his robust and impassioned voice. The nomination list for this year's Village Gala was lengthy, each name representing a generation's memories and sentiments. Suddenly, Su Yi's finger paused. Michael. The name of this global superstar stood out starkly among a sea of domestic artists, glaringly prominent. What was even more astonishing was its ranking, comfortably nestled within the top 10, having outpaced several currently trending stars. Secretary, Yi Wanwan remarked, noticing Su Yi's finger lingering on that name, her tone tinged with hesitation. I had intended to remove this nomination during the compilation. However, the number of votes was simply too substantial for me to take such liberties. So I retained it for now. Do you think we should address this nomination at this juncture? In her view, this nomination was utterly unattainable. Other artists, no matter how challenging to secure, could be approached with adequate funds and connections. But for this pop king, Michael, one could not even reach out to him, as he had departed from this world. How could one possibly invite him? Should they seek him in the heavens? Su Yi, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to meet Yi Wanwan's eyes, his expression devoid of surprise, instead adorned with a confident smile. Why should we remove it? He replied casually, as if her question bore no significance. Yi Wanwan was taken aback, momentarily struggling to keep pace with Su Yi's unconventional thought process. She felt compelled to remind him. But Secretary, how can we invite him? He is already. The unspoken words hung in the air, their implication clear. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Su Yi gently shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he tapped the name Michael once more. We cannot turn a blind eye to the people's desires. He paused, his tone growing more resolute, imbued with an undeniable certainty. If the crowd wishes to see it, we must strive to fulfill that wish. Yi Wanwan gazed at Su Yi, who appeared unwaveringly confident, even harboring a hint of anticipation. She was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with 100 questions, yet ultimately coalescing into a single response. All right, Secretary, I understand. Her intuition hinted that he was about to embark on yet another venture that would shatter her preconceptions. Indeed, Su Yi withdrew his gaze and continued to peruse the list. At the end of the list, he encountered a plethora of eclectic nominations. He even spotted the name of another domestic superstar, now departed, whose life was replete with legendary tales and whose classic songs continued to resonate through the ages. Although this nomination garnered fewer votes than Michael's, it nevertheless boasted a substantial cadre of devoted admirers. Su Yi regarded these two names with contemplative intrigue. He understood that this was not merely a simple nomination. It represented a profound remembrance, a tribute to an era of dazzling stars and an irreplaceable sense of loss. Perhaps this year's Village Gala could embrace a grander scale. Having reviewed the lengthy list, Su Yi felt he had formed a rough outline in his mind. He set the list down on the table and addressed Yi Wanwan, saying, "Please keep this list with me for now. You may attend to other matters." "Certainly," Yi Wanwan replied, her mind brimming with questions as she turned and returned to her workstation. The office fell quiet once more. Su Yi picked up a pen and began to circle various names on the extensive list, gradually transposing the vision of the gala, taking shape in his mind onto paper. After sifting through the options, he meticulously reorganized the final list of invitees before reaching for his phone. Instead of dialing immediately, he opened WeChat and located a familiar avatar, a chubby cartoon figure grinning like the Buddha. Boss Zhao. Su Yi refrained from superfluous chatter, opting instead to send the compiled list of domestic stars as a document. The file was small, and the green confirmation of successful transmission appeared almost instantaneously. Leaning back in his chair, he gently tapped his fingers on the desk, patiently awaiting a response. He could almost envision the delightful expression on Boss Zhao's face upon receiving the list. Sure enough, less than half a minute after placing his phone down, the screen lit up dramatically. Buzzing vibrantly, his phone vibrated fiercely on the table, displaying the 3 prominent characters of Boss Zhao. Su Yi smiled and answered the call in a measured tone. Hello, Zhao, General. Secretary Su. As soon as the call connected, Boss Zhao's signature booming voice erupted, its penetrating quality nearly overwhelming Su Yi's eardrums. Have you finished reviewing the list? Su Yi held the phone slightly away from his ear, yet a smile graced his face. Yes, I just opened it. Boss Zhao's voice crackled with barely contained excitement. I want to confirm, is this the definitive list for this year's Qinghe Village Gala? Yes. Let us proceed with this one, Su Yi affirmed. Thank you for your assistance, Zhao General. I appreciate your efforts once more. Efforts? What are you talking about? This is no hardship at all. Boss Zhao reacted with indignation, his voice rising a few octaves. Secretary Su, you're being too modest. This is not a burden. It is a magnificent opportunity. I owe you my gratitude. He chuckled, his voice brimming with eager anticipation. You have no idea. Over the past few days, the heads of various talent agencies have been trying every trick in the book to glean information from me. They know how precious the position for this year's gala is and have nearly worn out my doorstep. Now, with this list in hand, I feel empowered. This is not merely a list. It is a sword of authority. He seemed to envision the scene of those formerly haughty agency heads bowing and scraping before him. I must strategize how to wield this sword effectively, ensuring that everything is executed splendidly, for you and for the prestige of Qinghe Village. That will be much appreciated. Zhao General, Su Yi replied with a smile. No need for thanks. Boss Zhao's tone shifted to seriousness once more. Just watch. Last year, I was begging for favors. This year, I will have them lining up to seek my assistance. Very well. I shan't keep you from your important tasks any longer. I will arrange everything right away. Without waiting for Su Yi to respond further, Boss Zhao enthusiastically ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Su Yi smiled faintly. He could easily picture Boss Zhao, now reclining with his legs crossed, diligently notifying each talent agency in turn. He had faith in Boss Zhao's capabilities and, more importantly, in the allure of Qinghe Village. Qinghe Village was no longer the fledgling hamlet of the previous year. The phrase Qinghe Village Gala had transformed into a prestigious brand capable of making waves throughout the entire entertainment industry. To grace this stage meant unparalleled exposure, an opportunity to shine before the nation, and a chance to forge connections with Qinghe Village. Every individual on this list was astute, and each agency behind them was well informed. The current magnitude and influence of Qinghe Village had reached a level that demanded recognition from all forms of capital and power. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Village Director Su Weigua, his face alight with curiosity. Hey, Secretary. I hope I'm not interrupting. He set down his phone and looked up at him, smiling. Uncle, when did you learn to knock first? Su Weigua chuckled as he stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and swiftly approached the desk, comfortably taking a seat. Is there something you need? Su Yi inquired. Su Weigua rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. Secretary, I was just thinking about the nominations for our gala. The voting has concluded, and I've noticed many villagers have been buzzing in the group, wondering if the program guests have been finalized. Observing the gossip-laden expression on Su Weigua's face, Su Yi surmised that he had undoubtedly been cornered by the village elders seeking news. We've only just begun to finalize things. I'm arranging for people to make contact, Su Yi replied, waving the finalized list in front of him. Su Weigua's eyes widened, his neck stretching in eagerness to get a better look. Su Yi, however, quickly withdrew the list and placed it back on the desk, smiling as he said, The list is here, but you need to look at it. Rest assured, the individuals the villagers wish to see are all included. They won't be disappointed. Ah, that is splendid. That is splendid. Su Weigua exclaimed, his face transforming into a radiant smile. Despite his words, his eyes couldn't resist darting toward the list. His curiosity piqued. Su Yi chose not to expose the truth, taking a sip of tea instead. Su Weigua chuckled a couple of times, leaning in closer, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. Secretary, there's one more thing I need to confirm with you. What is it? Why so secretive? He found his demeanor amusing. Su Weigwa glanced around before lowering his voice even further. I heard from Xiaoling that our village's dividend this year is that figure. As he spoke, he nervously extended a finger, gesturing in the air. Observing his actions, nodded with a smile. Yes, that is correct. Wow. Despite having heard the news from Su Ling, upon receiving Su Yi's confirmation, Su Weigwa gasped in surprise. Is it really 100 billion? His voice trembled with disbelief. Uncle, stay calm, Su Yi teased, chuckling. You've seen grand occasions before. Why are you so flustered? Flustered? How can I not be? Su Weigwa slapped his thigh, his voice regaining its usual volume, his face flushed with excitement. A staggering 100 billion in dividends. Goodness, in my lifetime, I could scarcely have dared to dream of such a thing. Su Weigwa's countenance was a tapestry of ecstatic joy and astonishment. He halted his steps, gazing at Su Yi, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Secretary, on behalf of all the villagers, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Enough, uncle, such words are unnecessary. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. This is the result of our collective effort, and it is rightfully yours. As for the dividends, Sister Ling is already calculating the figures. Everyone can simply focus on preparing for the new year. Ah, very well. Su Weigwa nodded vigorously, radiating an indomitable energy. He felt invigorated, as if he could sprint out immediately to share this monumental news with every villager. Secretary, please carry on with your work. I shan't disturb you any longer. Chapter 339, A Promise to Meet Again. Su Weigwa, harboring news capable of overturning the entire village, exited the office with a spring in his step. His exuberant demeanor, almost clumsy with excitement, was clearly visible to Su Yi, who couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It seemed the village was on the brink of a vibrant transformation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before jubilant cheers, gasps of disbelief, and incredulous inquiries surged through Qinghe Village like a wildfire. Su Weigwa's indirect confirmation acted as a drop of oil in boiling water. The entire village erupted in exuberance at the announcement of the 100 billion dividends. The elder villagers eligible for the dividends were flushed with excitement, their spirits soaring as if they had regained 2 decades of youth. They gathered in clusters in their courtyards, animatedly discussing the impending influx of wealth, each face aglow with near unbelievable joy. 100 billion in dividends. I pinched myself several times, fearing it was all a dream. I dare not even calculate our shares. Goodness, I fear my heart may not withstand it. Of course, the excitement was not confined to them alone. The new villagers, while unable to conceal their envy, were filled with a palpable sense of hope. The personal income tax on the 100 billion dividends would be astronomical. However, thanks to Qinghe Village's exemplary policies, a significant portion of this hefty tax would be refunded, directly funneled into the village's public welfare fund. What does this entail? It signifies that the village's public facilities, healthcare, education, and elder care would receive substantial enhancements. An atmosphere of mingled jubilation and hope enveloped Qinghe Village, forging an unprecedented sense of unity. Each villager was convinced that, under Secretary Su's leadership, brighter days lay ahead. As the village buzzed with the news of the 100 billion dividends, it wasn't long before Boss Zhao's phone rang again. This time, his voice was infused with an indescribable sense of relief and exhilaration. Secretary Su, today I finally feel at ease. Ha ha, from the sound of it, you've secured the celebrity invitations? Su Yi inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Boss Zhao's tone brimmed with pride. Following the list you provided, I've contacted everyone. You should have seen it. Each one was more eager than the last. Oh, do tell. Su Yi responded with keen interest. Well, Boss Zhao chuckled, lowering his voice, unable to contain his excitement, when I called before I even mentioned the village event. They immediately recognized my number, and the first thing they said was, "Is this about Qinghe Village?" Upon confirming, they were exceedingly courteous, practically begging to come. One of them last year had told me their artist was unavailable for our event, but today, when I called, their tone was sweeter than my first love. They insisted that as long as Qinghe Village needed them, they would rearrange their schedule, no matter the difficulty. Boss Zhao burst into hearty laughter. Last year, I had a plead. This year, they're practically fawning over me. Su Yi could easily picture Boss Zhao's animated gestures on the other end of the line, which made him chuckle. This goodwill was indeed well earned. But that is not all, Boss Zhao continued. They kept insisting it was an honor to be chosen by Qinghe Village, that they wouldn't even mention appearance fees, just being there was a blessing. That simply won't do, Su Yi replied, shaking his head with a smile. They've traveled far, and it's the new year. We can't let them work for nothing. They deserve every penny of their fee. Qinghe Village isn't short on funds, and we must handle matters transparently. All right, as expected. Secretary Su is generous. Boss Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I knew you would say that. So I certainly didn't agree to provide no compensation. Good, just leave the arrangements to you, Zhao. Su, he chuckled. You've truly worked hard. Don't say that. Or I might take it to heart. Boss Zhao feigned anger. I'll have them prepare an announcement to fan the flames for the Qinghe Village event. Shortly after hanging up, the online world began to shift dramatically. Just as the internet was still in shock over Qinghe Village's staggering GDP of over 20 trillion, a series of bombshell announcements erupted. Renowned comedic master Uncle Zhao updated his social media with a simple yet impactful message. Dear friends, this new year, let us meet at Qinghe Village. Qinghe Village official WeChat. This post detonated like a deep water bomb, rippling across the calm surface of the internet. Before netizens could fully process the shock, another comedic stalwart, Ant Song, followed suit. Sharing an image of a traditional New Year doll. After savoring the delicious beef hot pot from Qinghe Village last year, I can't wait to return. Qinghe Village official WeChat. Soon after, prominent figures like Teacher Chun and Teacher Zhu, each a luminary in the realm of comedic skits, simultaneously announced their participation in the Qinghe Village event in their own unique styles. Following a brief silence, the internet erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As countless netizens fervently refreshed the comments section of these legendary artists, more astonishing announcements cascaded in rapid succession. One after another, superstars and powerhouse vocalists from various fields, seemingly coordinated, queued up to declare their intent to converge on a single destination, Qinghe Village. The entire internet was bombarded by this deluge of official announcements, overwhelming the system as the words Qinghe Village flooded every timeline. Just as the collective astonishment and jubilation reached a fever pitch, the Qinghe Village official WeChat account quietly updated with a succinct message on New Year's Eve. Let us meet at Qinghe Village. Chapter 340. There must be something hidden. On New Year's Eve, let us meet at Qinghe Village. These few words, accompanied by a minimalist yet striking red poster, showcased the four gilded characters of Qinghe Village event in an elegant script, with no superfluous embellishments. The poster exuded an undeniable aura of robust confidence. Once this announcement was released, it was akin to delivering the ultimate bombshell to an already fervent online celebration. The comments section was instantly inundated. Wow, it's here. It's finally here. Qinghe Village's New Year's Gala. YYDS. Last year, I spent an entire night watching it with my parents. Laughing so hard, I nearly tore my abs. This year, I must resolutely guard the live stream. Last year was a delightful surprise, and this year, it is a nationwide anticipation. I've already prepared sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. The online buzz skyrocketed at a visibly frenzied pace. Nearly every trending list across social media platforms was thoroughly dominated by Qinghe Village's New Year's Gala and its related terms. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Song reunited. Superstars gathered in Qinghe Village, the most extravagant village gala in history. Each captivating title relentlessly harvested countless clicks. The previous year's unexpected Qinghe Village Gala left an indelible mark on the nation's audience. Pure joy, unpretentious performances, gut-wrenching humor, and the lavish on-site dividends became the topics of conversation throughout the year. Amidst this nationwide revelry, some young fans also discovered their idol's official announcements. Look, my brother has announced as well. He has gone Qinghe Village. My goodness, my baby has finally made it big. To be featured in Qinghe Village's gala is an elevation of resources. These voices emerge from the fan bases of several rising stars. Although they may not possess the widespread recognition of comedy masters and top-tier celebrities, within their own circles, they wield immense influence. The fact that their idols could secure a spot on this dazzling list is a significant acknowledgement of their talent and potential. Oh, I'm crying. My brother can finally stop acting in those terrible dramas. He is on the path to greatness. Indeed, being chosen by Qinghe Village signifies what? It denotes talent and promise. Those who are merely notorious for scandals can't even touch the gates of Qinghe Village. Thank you, Qinghe Village. Thank you, Secretary Su. I entrust my idol to you. In an instant, fans of these new generation stars surged into Qinghe Village's official account, fervently expressing their gratitude, their enthusiasm starkly contrasting with that of other spectators. They understood better than anyone that performing on the Qinghe Village Gala stage is far more than a mere commercial engagement. It is a gilded journey. A single appearance on this stage is more impactful than participating in 10 top-tier variety shows. The online clamor has rendered this winter exceptionally vibrant. Yet, at the storm's epicenter, Qinghe Village remains a hive of orderly excitement. With a while still to go before New Year's Eve, He has not allowed the external clamor to disrupt his rhythm. All preparations in the village are proceeding in tandem. He entrusted the construction of the gala stage to the nation's finest team. Security, logistics, and reception teams have been established sequentially, all progressing methodically. In the office, Su Weigua entered once more with familiarity, plopping down in front of Su Yi. A broad smile plastered across his face. Secretary, the village is absolutely buzzing now. As soon as Su Weigua spoke, his excitement was palpable. Oh, uncle, what is the commotion about this time? Su Yi raised his head, feigning ignorance. What else could it be but the billion-yuan dividend and the announcement of gala guests? Su Weigua exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a booming voice. Now, in the village, from the 80-year-old grandmothers to the toddlers, everyone is chattering about it. They're all as joyful as if it were the new year. Oh wait, we are preparing for the new year. So, it's joy upon joy. Seeing Su Weigua's demeanor, Sui couldn't help but smile. After Su Weigua finished speaking, he leaned forward slightly, curiosity and mystery mingling with his excitement. He lowered his voice and asked, Secretary, I can't shake the feeling that this ISNT the end. Is it? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at him with keen interest. Others may not understand you, Secretary, but I do. Su Weigua's expression revealed that he was already privy to everything, proudly stating, You always plan 3 steps ahead. It may seem lively on the surface, but I'm certain there's a grand surprise hidden behind. He began counting on his fingers. Last year's gala. Who would have predicted that just before it ended, a bear would appear, followed by an Ultraman? It drove the village kids wild. And this year, the scale of the gala looks even grander than last year. If you say you haven't kept something up your sleeve, I, Su Weigua, want to believe it. His eyes seemed to penetrate Su Yi, as if seeing the yet-to-be-revealed astonishing secret. Su Yi chuckled at his words, but did not respond directly. He picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip. Guess. He set down the cup, his smile growing more pronounced. Upon hearing this, Su Weigua became anxious, leaning forward as if about to topple over the desk. Oh, Secretary, don't keep me in suspense. Why hide anything from me? I promise, I'll keep my lips sealed and let a word slip. If I tell you in advance, can it still be called a surprise? He shook his head, leaning back in his chair with an air of tranquility. To sit back and enjoy the show. I assure you, it'll be even more lively than you can imagine. Observing Su Yi's composed demeanor, Su Weigua felt a restless itch in his heart. He knew he wouldn't extract anything from Su Yi. Yet, the more elusive Su Yi became, the more eager he felt. Secretary, Su must be concocting something monumental. Su Weigua chuckled a couple of times, ceasing his inquiries, though the excitement and anticipation on his face were nearly overflowing. At that moment, Yuanwan's voice echoed from outside. Secretary, the person in charge of stage construction wants to confirm some details with you in person. All right, let him come over, Su Yi replied. Su Weigua, seeing this, quickly stood up. Then Secretary, you carry on. I'll take a stroll around the village to see what else needs preparation. Although he said this, he was secretly plotting to wander around the gala site, hoping to uncover any hints of what was to come. Watching Su Weigua's barely contain excitement, Su Yi chuckled and shook his head. The office fell quiet once more. Su Yi gazed at the finalized guest list on the desk, lightly tapping his finger on the names of Michael and another individual. Chapter 341. The gala livestream begins. On New Year's Eve, just as dawn broke. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of firecrackers shattered the tranquility of dawn, serving as the coronation salute for this village. Qinghe Village was instantly awakened. Each household displayed fresh spring couplets and abundant red lanterns, transforming the village into a jubilant sea of celebration. In the alleys, children clad in new clothes clutched small firecrackers, their joyful laughter mingling with the crackling sounds, composing the most vibrant melody of the new year. In stark contrast to the village's merriment, the broad Qinghe Avenue at the village entrance was occupied by an entirely different scene. Luxury cars, bearing license plates from various regions, under the direction of security personnel, entered the expansive multi-level parking lot in an orderly manner. As the doors opened, out stepped the esteemed guests and a dazzling array of star-studded teams invited for the evening. Upon truly stepping onto the land of Qinghe Village and gazing across the crowd to the Qinghe Sports Center standing quietly in the distance, nearly all their footsteps momentarily halted. Their usual professional smiles froze in an instant. Is this sports center truly something a village should possess? Surely, this ISNT, a new landmark from a top-tier international. A seasoned broker who had visited last year stepped out of the car and instinctively adjusted his tie. Yet in the next moment his movements froze. His gaze fixated on the scene before him. Just a year ago, this was a vast open square, and now, within such a brief period, a venue of this caliber had emerged. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. The transformation was indeed a profound disruption of his worldviews. This sentiment resonated with nearly all guests returning to Qinghe Village for the second time. However, they were soon guided by professional reception staff into the Qinghe Sports Center, the main venue for the evening's festivities. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, yet the interior was already abuzz with lively chatter. Countless attendees had taken their seats early, their faces radiating joy and anticipation as they eagerly gazed at the stage suspended in the center of the venue. Secretary Su. At that moment, a hearty call interrupted Su Yi's conversation with the stage director. Turning around, he spotted several familiar figures weaving through the bustling crowd towards him. Leading the group was Tang Jinyuan from Tiankai residence, accompanied by Mr. Gu, Mr. Chun, and the boisterous boss Zhao. "Ah, my dear brothers, you've arrived quite early." Su Yi greeted them with a smile. "Secretary Su, you say that as if we wouldn't come early to support your event." Boss Zhao's voice boomed as he approached, enveloping Su Yi in a bear hug and giving his back a hearty slap. Tang Jinyuan, with a refined smile, gently patted Zhao's arm, saying, "Old Zhao, if you exert any more force, you might just break our Secretary Su." "Hey, I'm just excited." Zhao released Su Yi, his volume undiminished as he appraised him with a satisfied nod. "Secretary Su, you look more vibrant than ever." Su Yi chuckled, directing his gaze towards Tang Jinyuan and the others. "Brother Tang, Mr. Gu, Mr. Chun, your collective presence truly elevates the stature of Qinghe Village." "You're too kind, Secretary Su." Mr. Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor both gentle and elegant. "Last year's village evening was a grand spectacle. We remember it vividly. This year's event promises to be even more magnificent. It would have been our greatest regret had we not come to witness it in person." Mr. Chun, succinct yet keen-eyed, scanned the venue before his gaze ultimately settled on the stage. "Secretary Su, your endeavors grow increasingly impressive with each passing year." As the group followed his gaze, their eyes converged on the enormous stage in the center of the stadium. Unlike traditional stages, this one boasted a design that exuded a futuristic allure. The main backdrop was a colossal curved screen, seamless and devoid of visible joints, displaying extraordinarily refined visuals. The stage floor was similarly adorned with high-intensity LED panels, blending seamlessly with the backdrop. Even the standby images flowing light and shadow created an astonishing immersive experience. What truly sent shivers down the spines of these seasoned individuals was the intricate matrix of lights suspended above the stage, along with dozens of silent black devices that loomed like slumbering behemoths. These devices exuded a chilling, enigmatic aura, leaving their purpose shrouded in mystery. After a round of pleasantries, the group, under Su Yi's guidance, ascended to the VIP seats that boasted an unparalleled view of the venue. Boss Zhao plopped down his seat, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Leaning towards Su Yi, he lowered his voice, though the volume still resonated clearly among those nearby. "Secretary Su, are the little creatures from your batch finally making their official debut tonight?" Su Yi smiled at Zhao's eager demeanor. "Mr. Zhao, your information is remarkably astute. Just sit back and wait." This simple response sparked a flash of excitement in Zhao, Tang Jinyuan, and the others. As time passed, more guests began to arrive. When Lian and senior brother Lu made their entrance together, Su Yi personally welcomed them. "Leaders, senior brother, welcome. Junior brother. This atmosphere, are you truly aiming to pierce the heavens tonight?" Senior brother Lu remarked, pride and satisfaction evident on his face as he surveyed the magnificent scene. Lian's gaze swept across the venue, from the enthusiastic villagers to the astonished guests, finally landing on Su Yi. His voice carried the weight of a historical witness. "Secretary Su, your Qinghe Village is becoming a new benchmark, one that the entire world must look up to." Additionally, business magnates, such as Mr. Ma and Mr. Lei, arrived in succession, taking their places in the VIP section, further enhancing the star-studded ambience. At 5:30 in the evening, the lights within the sports center dimmed gradually, and the cacophony of thousands of attendees quieted down. Everyone knew that the main event was about to commence. The official WeChat account of Qinghe Village opened its live stream at the same time. Almost instantaneously, the viewer count began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. In less than a minute, the figure surged past 10 million and continued to soar at a staggering pace, seemingly without end. As the live stream's chat exploded with fervor, the lights in the sports center suddenly plunged into darkness. Dear audience, fellow villagers, a male and female duo, their voices bright and magnetic, cut through the silence, resonating clearly in the ears of every attendee. The spotlight illuminated the center stage, revealing two hosts clad in elegant attire, their faces adorned with professional yet warm smiles. The female host's voice was sweet. Last year's village evening took place in the open square, yet the joy and surprise of that occasion remained vivid in the memories of countless friends. The male host chimed in with a smile. This year, we have arrived at the brand new Qinghe Sports Center. The venue has changed, the scale has expanded, yet the essence of Qinghe Village remains eternal. With an air of mysterious excitement, he continued, thus, in accordance with our traditional customs, before this audiovisual feast officially commences, we must first present a main course. A substantial dish. Instantly, the chat flooded with the phrase understood. Old customs. I get it. Eagerly awaiting Secretary Isu's appearance. Last year, it was 10 billion on-site. I can only imagine what this year's main dish will be. All anticipation converged into a singular point, and the female host's voice rose in fervor. Now, let us extend our warmest applause and welcome Su-yi, Secretary Su. As her words echoed through the venue, all the lights transformed into a pure white beam, illuminating the young figure who strode confidently onto the stage. His pace was measured, yet each step resonated harmoniously with the heartbeat of the thousands present. It was an intangible pulse, an absolute calm that commanded the space. Reaching the center of the stage, he took the microphone from the hosts, facing the audience and the camera, offering that familiar smile. In that instant, all noise, discussion, and breath ceased. Countless eyes focused solely on him. Dear villagers, dear friends, Happy New Year to you all. Su-yi's voice was gentle and clear, echoing throughout every corner of the sports center. Once again, the time has arrived for me to ascend the stage and utter a few words of banality. A ripple of good-natured laughter emanates from the audience. Aware that everyone is eagerly anticipating the performances, I shall, as I did last year, keep my remarks brief. He extends a single finger. First and foremost, a summary. Over the course of this year, our Qinghe Village has expanded its breeding and farming facilities, establishing the new Qinghe Village, a winery, a mobile phone factory, a school, and this very sports center. Simultaneously, we have merged with neighboring villages, becoming the first and only special village in the nation. With an annual GDP surpassing 20 trillion. This year marks a pivotal moment for Qinghe Village. His words remain simple, devoid of ornate language, merely recounting a series of facts. Yet, each fact bears the weight of mountains. 20 trillion, special village. These terms, uttered from his lips, caused the villagers below to stand a little taller, their pride nearly overflowing. The barrage in the live stream, after a brief pause, is inundated with countless 666 and expressions of awe. These achievements are not solely the result of my efforts, Su-yi, but are the glorious product of each and every one of you, dear villagers. Forged through your sweat and trust, brick by brick. This is the pride of all the people of Qinghe Village. Su-yi bows slightly to the villagers below. The applause erupts like thunder, tenfold more fervent than before. Countless villagers rise in excitement, clapping with all their might. Su-yi straightens, raising a hand to signal for silence. And the venue quiets once more. Secondly, let us gaze toward the future. He raises a second finger. Next year, Qinghe Village has several grand plans in store. The first pertains to health. Qinghe Village will soon delve into the pharmaceutical industry, with the first batch of medications currently in the final testing phase. And we believe they will be unveiled to you shortly. A subtle smile, comprehensible only to himself, graces Su-yi's lips as he alludes. A friendly reminder. Some of these medications target ailments that many contemporary adults are quite concerned about. Without allowing time for reaction, he swiftly announces the second matter. The second pertains to the Qinghe community. I am aware that countless individuals have been awaiting and observing. I hereby promise that after the new year, we will gradually advance the Qinghe community, opening it to all Qinghe mobile phone users. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the live stream erupts. The screen is no longer filled with comments, but rather a cascade of white, composed of unbridled joy and exclamation marks, flowing so rapidly that the platform's server emits a lament of being overwhelmed. Am I hearing this correctly? All users? I'm crying. I'm a grown man, truly crying. I've awaited this day since I purchased my phone, and it has finally arrived. From this day forth, Qinghe phones are my father. No, they're my ancestors. The ecstatic emotions seem almost ready to burst forth through the screen. This is a ticket to a new era. Now, Su-yi has personally vowed that this ticket will be distributed to even more people. Next, Su-yi raises a third finger. The third matter concerns year-end bonuses. Many villagers are likely already aware of this. This year, Qinghe Village has planned a total bonus amount of 100 billion. The villagers in attendance were already prepared, their faces adorned with uncontainable smiles, while the viewers in the live stream once again find themselves dizzy from this staggering figure. Su-yi pauses, surveying the audience, and delivers his final words. But if the money has been distributed, there must be time to spend it, right? To ensure that everyone has a place to utilize their bonuses, I have decided to grant everyone a month of paid leave after the new year. Go wherever you wish. As his words resonate, the crowd erupts in astonishment. Su-yi gazes at the now fervent scene below, his smile growing ever brighter. He hands the microphone back to the host, and amidst a cacophony of thunderous applause and cheers, he turns to descend the stage. The hard dishes have been served. Now, the true auditory and visual feast begins. The excited male host strides forward, his voice trembling. Thank you, Secretary Su, for bringing us such a tremendous surprise. I believe tonight will undoubtedly be a sleepless night. The female host regains her composure and announces loudly, I hereby declare that the Qinghe Village Gala has officially begun. As her words fall, vision and sound are instantaneously stripped away. The entire world plunges into absolute darkness and silence. In the next moment, a low hum resonates. The stage floor and backdrop in the center of the stadium illuminate simultaneously, transforming into an infinite and profound starry sky. A spark of starlight is born in the darkness, rapidly expanding like ripples, unveiling billions of stars before our eyes, forming a dazzling, boundless galaxy. Following this, beams of light shoot forth from the matrix devices above the stage, intertwining and coalescing in the air. Light and shadow dance, particles reconstruct. A cluster of flames ignites out of thin air, dispelling the ancient darkness, illuminating the totems etched by our ancestors on the rock walls. The light and shadow morph again, as bronze ritual vessels gleam with a majestic metallic luster atop the sacrificial altar. Bamboo slips unfurl slowly, and countless characters ascend, colliding and merging in the air, echoing the philosophical debates of the myriad schools of thought. As the wind and sand blow, the silhouette of a caravan appears above the stage, the distant sound of camel bells resonating throughout the venue. The imagery ultimately freezes upon the brilliant lights of a modern metropolis and the endless journey across the starry seas. As all light and shadow abruptly collapse inward, compressing to an extreme brilliance. At the very center of the stage, they coalesce into four radiant golden characters. What defines Huaxia? Chapter 343, The Fiery Opening. The Five Clans' Enlightenment. Yin and Huang jointly usher in Huaxia. As the melancholic and ancient song resonates, the entire Qinghe Sports Center, that boundless starry sky constructed from light and shadow, springs to life in an instant. A cluster of flames ignites from the void. The radiance dispels the chaos, illuminating the ancient totems upon the rock walls and the devout faces of our ancestors. The song progresses, a torrent surging before the eyes of millions of spectators. The colossal waves nearly crash against the edges of the stage, the cold mist enveloping the front row audience, who instinctively lean back. As the flood recedes, a massive cauldron inscribed with the landscapes of the 9 provinces slowly emerges at the center of the stage, rotating, heavy and imposing. Is this the song? Gasps erupt within the live stream, yet more are consumed by the spectacle before them, their thoughts utterly captivated. If the live stream is thus, the sensations of the audience facing this reality are even more transformative. This is not a movie devoid of fixed screen boundaries. With holographic technology at full throttle, the entire sports center astonishingly transforms into a flowing, tangible historical sand table. The audience, akin to deities suspended above time and space, bears witness to the rise and fall of dynasties, the transitions of civilizations. Suddenly, the light and shadow shift to a harsh blackness engulfing a vast army of 1 million, composed of particles of light and shadow, stands silently, their overwhelming presence seemingly dropping the temperature of the entire venue. A commanding figure stands with his back to the crowd, the unified legal system akin to red-hot iron chains, firmly locking down the fragmented map. Next, the figures of Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, Moism, and yin-yang emerge, their thoughts manifesting as myriad streams of light, clashing fiercely above the stage, the sounds of debate echoing through the millennia, resonating in our ears. The light and shadow shift again, revealing the spirit of the Han dynasty. The young general, sealing off the wolf at the Chilean mountain summit, with vast deserts behind him and boundless landscapes ahead. The sound of camel bells along the Silk Road carries the brilliance of the East to the distant West. This program, This technology. In the VIP section, Lian leans slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. He has witnessed countless grand performances, yet none can compare to the scene unfolding before him. This transcends the realm of mere performance. He does not glance at him, but rather watches the flowing light and shadow, smiling as he speaks. The treasures bequeathed by our ancestors deserve to be showcased. Showcase? In such a manner? Lian opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Before he could fully comprehend, the vibrant splendor of the Tang dynasty surged forth. The opulence of nations paying homage, the sleepless nights of Chang'an, poets lost in drunken revelry at taverns, and that sword safeguarding the four corners of the realm. As the scenes unfolded, the relentless march of history never faltered. The literary elegance and commercial prosperity of the Song dynasties. The along the river during the Qingming festival scroll gradually unfurling beneath the feet of the onlookers. The cacophony of Bianjing seemed to resonate in their ears. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the blood and shame of Jinkong emerged. The Hu cavalry swept southward, the land lay in ruins. That sense of sorrow and helplessness pierced the hearts of all, cutting through the light and shadow. On Yashan, the last elegy echoed, as 100,000 soldiers and civilians plunged into the sea. The crimson waters rendered the scene into a profound silence. Within this stillness, the wheels of history continued their inexorable grind. The grandeur of the Ming dynasty, Zheng He's treasure fleets sailing through tumultuous waves toward the uncharted deep blue. The snowstorms of Tumu Fort left another dynasty's backbone frozen in rigidity. Shortly thereafter, the intertwined tales of prosperity and desolation of the Qing dynasty unfolded. Its splendor akin to a raging fire in oil, ultimately incapable of staving off the first wisp of smoke drifting in from the sea. The images on stage thus became fragmented and dim. Countless righteous figures ran and shouted, falling amidst them. Their blood stained this land, marked by endless calamity. Oppression, humiliation, and indignation. These myriad emotions surged within countless hearts, nearly bursting forth. In the VIP section, veterans of storms like Tang Jinyuan and Gu Zong wore solemn expressions. Their fists unknowingly clenched. Boss Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched, his heavy breaths resonating clearly in the hushed atmosphere. Just as this oppressive tension reached its zenith, the melody of the song abruptly transformed, becoming fervent, soaring, filled with indomitable resistance. In the darkness, a spark ignited. Soon, a second, a third. In an instant, a wildfire swept across the entire stage. Scenes flashed by like lightning. Amidst the convergence of song and light, a resounding and resolute voice emerged, seemingly piercing through the dust of history. The world belongs to you, and to us, but ultimately, it is yours. In that moment, the pent-up frustration within everyone found its outlet. At that instant, Brother Liu turned his head, lowering his voice to speak to Su Yi beside him. Junior brother, this village evening has imparted an unforgettable lesson in history to all. His voice carried a hint of unspeakable emotion and genuine admiration. Su Yi's gaze remained fixed on the stage, a faint smile gracing his lips. History must be remembered. To forget the past is to lose sight of the future. On stage, the interplay of light and shadow continued. Those swords and steeds, those charismatic figures, those elegies of prosperity transformed into nourishment, ultimately coalescing into a surge of indomitable spirit. As the final notes of the song rang out, the sentiment of "We are all torches," rekindling the glory of our nation, manifested into the most resplendent spectacle on stage. The entire sports center was enveloped in a golden, burning radiance. In that glow, there was no longer sorrow or humiliation, only boundless hope and an unwavering force propelling us forward. As the song concluded and the lights dimmed, the stage returned to a serene, starry backdrop, as if the grand epic traversing 5 millennia had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, after a brief silence, the audience erupted into applause and cheers more fervent than ever before, resonating endlessly. Conversations buzzed, astonishment filled the air. Was this merely the opening act? Secretary Su has brought our nation's epic to the stage of the village evening. I, a grown man, could hardly contain my tears, not from sadness, but from exhilaration. In the VIP section, Boss Zhao exhaled deeply, rubbing his reddened eyes, turning to Su Yi with a raspy voice. Secretary Su, you're... He struggled to articulate, ultimately managing only 2 words. Impressive. Su Yi calmly observed the stage, a gentle smile gracing his face. The applause and cheers persisted for an extended period, only gradually subsiding with the arrival of the hosts. The male and female hosts stepped on, their expressions reflecting their own excitement, clearly moved by the preceding performance. The male host grasped the microphone, his voice trembling slightly, yet infused with a profound sense of pride. Thank you. Thank you for this unparalleled opening. It reminds us of what it means to be Huaxia. It also enlightens us as to why today's Qinghe Village can stand here. The female host inhaled deeply, striving to steady her voice. The weight of history stirs our passions. And today's joy is equally worthy of our exuberant song. I believe that this soul-stirring opening act has already filled everyone with anticipation for the forthcoming performances. As she spoke, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, exchanging a knowing glance with the male host, who promptly understood. Indeed, he boomed, his voice resonating with fervor. Now, let's lighten the mood with something delightful. Please welcome our dear friends, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Song, to present the skit, Happy New Year. In an instant, as the announcement concluded, the stage lights focused sharply. The familiar setting of a northeast big bed, adorned with strings of red chili peppers and golden corn, instantly transported the audience into a world brimming with the warmth of human life. As Uncle Zhao donned his signature dark old cotton jacket, and Aunt Song wrapped herself in a vibrant floral scarf, they gracefully entered from opposite sides of the stage. A thunderous, heartfelt cheer erupted from both online and offline audiences. No ostentatious lines or forced sentimentality. As Uncle Zhao began, the familiar rustic flavor permeated the air. A fleeting glance, a subtle smirk, evoked uncontrollable laughter from the audience. Aunt Song's timing remained impeccably apt, as the two exchanged banter, each punchline landing with such precision that the audience's laughter became a continuous wave. The story was simple, a couple quarreling over trivial matters during the New Year festivities. Yet, in the hands of these two masterful artists, the most down-to-earth domestic squabbles transformed into a delightful spectacle, each comedic moment elevated to an art form. The live chat was inundated with a deluge of ha-ha-ha, drowning the screen. Help! My parents are laughing so hard they're hitting the sofa, and my grandpa is laughing so hard he's slapping his thigh. This is what a skit should be, pure joy, simply making you laugh, devoid of any superfluous elements. Did I previously harbor misunderstandings about skits? It turns out, back in the day, they were this enjoyable. Most of these comments came from younger viewers, their eyes wide open as if discovering a new world, utterly captivated by this pure comedic art. This flavor is just right. It truly embodies the essence. In the VIP section, Su Weiwa laughed so hard he nearly cried, leaning towards Su Yi and excitedly whispering, "Secretary, look, this is true craftsmanship." The old skills remained sharp, not dulled at all. Su Yi nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed on the stage. Sometimes, the most poignant and moving experiences are those stripped of all pretense, revealing pure essence. The skit concluded amidst the audience's lingering laughter and applause, the two esteemed artists bowing deeply, the ease and tacit understanding between the old partners themselves forming an unparalleled spectacle. When the hosts returned to the stage, their smiles had yet to fade completely. We thank both teachers for bringing us such joyous laughter. The female host's voice carried a hint of laughter, and I believe this joy is one of the most precious New Year gifts of the evening. The male host nodded vigorously. Classics never go out of style. After savoring the exhilarating happiness, let's turn our gaze toward the future, toward our Qinghe Village, toward our hopes for tomorrow. His voice rose in pitch. Next, let us welcome the renowned powerhouse vocalist, Brother Jia, along with the students of Qinghe School, who will present us with the song Youth of China. As his words echoed, the stage transformed. The rustic farmhouse setting vanished, replaced by a dazzling display of geometric lights infused with a sense of technological futurism, clad in their pristine uniforms. The children of Qinghe Village marched onto the stage in perfect formation, exuding vitality and confidence. There was no trace of stage fright on their faces, only self-assurance and exuberance. Before the stirring music began, the children's clear and resonant recitation ignited the atmosphere. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are prosperous, the nation is prosperous. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are independent, the nation is independent. Soon after, their soaring voices intertwined, creating a profound and moving resonance. The energy ignited. Just look at the sparkle in those children's eyes. They shine with light. This is indeed the future of a nation. With such a group of youngsters, how could the dragon not soar? In the VIP section, Lian's gaze slowly shifted from the children on stage to the face of Su Yi beside him. The emotions in his eyes were far more complex than mere admiration and awe. It was a profound contemplation and reflection. This young man is not only creating economic miracles, but is also shaping a spirit and nurturing a future. Next to him, Liu Shixiang felt equally moved, watching those vibrant children as if he were witnessing the future of the nation, steadfast, confident, and undeterred. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause that seemed to echo endlessly. The subsequent segments left no respite for the audience. With each performance, the excitement remained palpable, as if each act was more thrilling than the last. Star-level singers took to the stage in succession, each one capable of headlining a top-tier concert. Yet here they were, performing as if they were ordinary guests, delivering flawless shows. The performances of several new generation idols were equally impressive. Stripped of their usual extravagant packaging, they showcased their most robust skills on the Qinghe Village stage. Whether in singing or dancing, they exceeded fans' expectations, prompting a chorus of "Mom, I love you" in the comments. Programs that fuse traditional artistry with modern technology, such as the light and shadow water sleeve dance and holographic face changing, left the audience in awe and wonder. The atmosphere of the gala escalated with each wave of climax. Just when everyone believed that the evening surprises had reached their zenith and the excitement was at its peak, the male and female hosts once again graced the stage. Their steps were steady, their smiles radiant, yet their eyes held an ineffable gravity and anticipation. The clamor of the audience subsided instinctively as they took the stage. The barrage of comments in the live stream slowed, as everyone sensed that what was to come next might be the grand highlight. The male host, microphone in hand, scanned the crowd with a steady and powerful voice. Tonight's splendor has been a series of breathtaking moments, almost overwhelming in its brilliance. Yet sometimes, the most dazzling stars require the deepest night to shine. The female host smiled as she continued, her voice ringing clear, imbued with an irresistible allure. We are honored to witness history and legend on this land. The next individual to take the stage is, in himself, a legend. At this moment, the atmosphere became subtly suspended. A legend? The breadth of this term was indeed vast. The male host did not keep them in suspense, continuing, he is a symbol, a memory of an era. He shattered all boundaries with his music and dance, captivating the entire world. As the female host observed the audience's growing curiosity and speculation, she slowly uttered the pivotal description. Once, when he donned that iconic soft felt hat and stood under the spotlight, the entire world would go wild for him. Chapter 345, The King of an Era. As the host spoke of that iconic soft felt hat, countless individuals who had grown up in a specific era experienced a moment of blankness in their minds. A name surfaced simultaneously in their hearts. They could hardly believe it, even dare not to think it, for the weight of that name was immense. It represented not merely a singer, but a cultural symbol, a global wave, the most resplendent imprint of an entire era. Numerous eyes fixed intently on the hosts, filled with anticipation, skepticism, and an almost frenzied yearning. The female host did not prolong the suspense. After sharing a glance with the male host, she delivered the name that would ignite the entire venue. Let's welcome Michael. In an instant, all the lights on stage extinguished. The next moment, crack! A spotlight descended from above, piercing the darkness like a sword, anchoring at the center of the stage. Within the beam, a slender and upright figure stood with his back to the audience. He wore a black tuxedo with a striking white sock visible at the ankle, and atop his head rested that iconic black felt hat. He stood still, motionless. The next second, in the profound silence, the figure moved. He slowly raised his hand, fingertips brushing the brim of his hat. Then he turned around. The face that sent the world into a frenzy was rendered vividly before everyone, enhanced by the holographic projection. The pent-up emotions exploded at that moment. A cacophony of screams surged forth from every corner of the sports center, nearly lifting the entire venue's roof. In the VIP section, Boss Zhao abruptly slapped his thigh, turning to Su Yi, his voice trembling with excitement. Secretary Su, your influence is truly monumental now. He understood that this could not possibly be the real person. Yet that was precisely the terrifying aspect. To resurrect such a legendary figure in holographic form on stage involved complexities of portrait rights, technical authorizations, and negotiations with his family foundation. The difficulty and cost transcended monetary value. It represented a kind of energy, a force formidable enough to compel even the most lofty international capital and ancient families to sit down and listen earnestly. Not bad. Su Yi smiled lightly, his gaze fixed on the stage as he casually remarked, the energy from those international partners is quite impressive. Just as they conversed, music erupted on stage. Boom, boom, boom. The penetrating drum beats struck directly at everyone's hearts. Michael on stage began to move. His feet glided across the mirror-like stage floor, performing astonishing sliding maneuvers. His steps appeared to advance, yet his body flowed like water in reverse. The moonwalk. The atmosphere was ignited to an unprecedented boiling point. This was not imitation, nor homage. With the terrifying holographic technology of Qinghe Village, every move he made, every detail, even the fabric of his suit as it rippled in motion, bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. It was as if he had traversed time and space, truly arriving here. Side slides, spins, and sudden stops. Each movement was executed with textbook precision, every beat timed to perfection. The music abruptly transitioned, its rhythm intensifying. The stage floor and the backdrop of the starry sky erupted in an explosion of countless flickering lights and vivid colors, pulsating wildly with his every step. The entire stage transformed into his dominion. The lights became his dance partners, while the rhythm resonated as his heartbeat. As an exhilarating medley reached its climax, he soared into the air, executing a momentary anti-gravity pose, with the entirety of the stadium's lights converging upon him at that instant. Ultimately, he descended, kneeling on one knee, one hand pointed skyward, frozen in a pose that resembled an everlasting sculpture. The music came to an abrupt halt. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Every spectator gaped, their eyes wide, as if their very souls had been drained by the sheer explosive brilliance of the preceding performance. Moments later, a thunderous ovation erupted, more fervent than any prior, akin to a volcano that had been dormant for centuries, now erupting with fervor. Countless individuals stood, pouring every ounce of their energy into applause and shouts, releasing the pent-up excitement and astonishment within. Many middle-aged individuals, born in the 70s and 80s, felt a tinge of moisture in their eyes. They gazed at the vanishing figure on stage, as if witnessing their own youth slip away irretrievably. The era of listening to the world through cassette tapes and Walkmans, a time both barren yet brimming with dreams. This evening, he had reawakened it for them in the most extravagant and dreamlike manner. The lights on stage faded, yet the atmosphere lingered, refusing to settle. The male host returned to the center of the stage, his voice resonating powerfully. Thank you to the king of pop, he exclaimed. I know at this moment, everyone shares my uncontainable emotions. What we have witnessed is not merely a performance, but the resurgence of an era, the reawakening of a dream. His words did not seek to quell the fervor. Rather, they elevated it. The female host gracefully took over, her voice clear as a mountain spring, adding a delicate layer to the fervent atmosphere. The brilliance of a superstar illuminates the entire world, reminding us that art transcends language and skin color. Yet, I believe each era and each land possesses its own unique and unparalleled charm. Indeed, the male host's voice deepened. In our homeland, there have also been stars of extraordinary brilliance. Though he may not have conquered the world, he tenderly touched the hearts of our generation. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent once more, collectively holding their breath. Is there more? The female host's voice turned gentle and lingering, as if recounting a cherished tale. If Michael was the flame that ignites the world, fervent and dazzling, then he is the breathtaking firework on the horizon, exquisitely beautiful yet heart-wrenching. He possessed an array of charms, captivating all. He is the most unruly spirit on stage and the most passionate scholar on screen. He is affectionately known by a warm name we all cherish, Brother. At that moment, the stage lights shifted into a gentle warm hue. A soft spotlight illuminated the center stage, revealing a figure clad in a white shirt, equally poised. He wore no hat, only a neatly cropped head of hair. A subtle smile graced his face, imbued with 3 parts melancholy and 7 parts tenderness. He stood there quietly, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces below. The cacophony and restlessness of the world softened at the mere glance from him. Chapter 346, the finale of the village evening. Brother remained still. He simply stood there, his eyes brimming with stories, quietly observing each individual. In the livestream chat, an extraordinary consensus emerged. The comments shifted from frenzied exclamations to a slow flowing of 2 words, brother. There were no wild screams. The atmosphere was so tranquil one could hear the heartbeat of those around them. This unspoken understanding bore more power than any shout. Music gently began to play. It was not a raucous dance tune, but a tender yet resolute piano prelude. As the first note fell, many hearts tightened in recognition. It was that song. Soon, the melody reached its zenith. I am who I am, a firework of a different hue. Ethereal vocals soared through the stadium's premier sound system, reaching every ear. There was no ostentation of technique in that voice, only a pure flow of emotion. It was an honest self-revelation, a gentle strength born from reconciliation with the world. The stage bore no extravagant lights, only a soft spotlight in him. In the VIP section, the usually boisterous boss, Zhao, sat unusually silent. His robust fingers unconsciously rubbed his knee, his eyes fixed on the figure on stage, revealing a complex nostalgia. He too had once been young in that era. Some memories belong to everyone. Some beauty deserves to be recreated in the finest manner. As the song approached its climax, an undeniable pride seeped through the tenderness. In the solitary desert, raw beauty flourished unabashedly. On stage, he opened his arms, as if embracing the entire world. At that moment, the spotlight blazed brighter, casting him as an angel descending upon the earth. In that instant, countless audience members seemed to glimpse their own misunderstood yet resolutely persevering selves. The final note of the song lingered in the air. The figure on stage turned to all, offering a radiant and serene smile. Then, the lights and shadows gently dispersed like stardust, ultimately vanishing into the tender darkness. The arena remained silent. The applause did not immediately follow. Everyone wished for the gentle resonance to linger a moment longer in the air. After a considerable pause, applause finally surged forth like a tide, gentle yet resolute, enduring. As the clapping subsided, the male and female hosts returned to the stage. Some fireworks are so brilliant they deserve to be etched into the annals of an era. The male host's voice was deep, laden with respect for the past, and some beauty is worthy of a lifetime of remembrance. The female host softly continued, her gaze sweeping across the audience as if engaging in a silent dialogue with each person. "Thank you, brother, for bringing us this one-of-a-kind song." The two hosts said no more, bowing deeply towards the direction where the stage had vanished. The audience spontaneously followed suit, their applause a farewell and a gesture of gratitude. After a brief silence, the male host's smile reemerged, his tone lightening. To reminisce about the past is to embrace the present more fully. I believe that after experiencing such profound shock and emotion, what everyone needs now is a hearty laugh. The female host joined in laughter, her voice bright. Absolutely. Next, let us welcome Teacher Chun and Teacher Zhu to present their newly created skit, New Neighbors. As her words fell, the stage lights shifted once more, constructing a modern living room scene. When Teacher Chun, clad in casual attire, and Teacher Zhu, donned in formal wear, entered from either side of the set, one carrying a fruit basket and the other empty-handed, the audience erupted into laughter and applause once more, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Teacher Zhu began with a bureaucratic tone. "Ah, Comrade Chun, I hear you've moved to a new home. On behalf of myself, I extend my warmest condolences." Teacher Chun forced a smile. "Welcome, welcome. But I must ask, old Zhu, can't you be more sincere in your condolences? Look at your hands. They're so empty they could reflect a mirror." This exchange ignited an immediate spark throughout the audience. Unlike the humor rooted in the countryside embodied by Uncle Zhao and Aunt Song, the collision between these two characters is more a matter of conceptual dislocation and absurdity of identity. One is perpetually attempting to gain small advantages, but invariably ends up in blunders, while the other appears solemn, yet falters at crucial moments. Centered around the theme of their new neighbor, they engage in a comically absurd battle of wits that leaves the audience in fits of laughter. Following the skit, the pace of the evening's festivities noticeably quickens. The arrival of King Zhou, with his distinctive huaxia style, instantly ignites the enthusiasm of the youthful audience. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. As that familiar melody fills the air, the holographic lights above the stage begin to shift. A painting of misty Jiangnan slowly unfolds, featuring quaint bridges and flowing waters, with dark boats gently swaying. He stands at the bridge's edge, softly singing. This scene sends countless young viewers who are glued to their screens into a frenzy of nostalgia. Shortly thereafter, a miraculous magic performance and breathtaking acrobatics follow, leaving the audience spellbound. The atmosphere of the evening escalates to a euphoric crescendo as an exuberant song and dance performance concludes. The stage lights suddenly soften into a dreamy glow. Cheerful and familiar cartoon music plays. "Look, it's the Monkey King," a child in the front row exclaims excitedly, pointing at the stage. There, in the center, stands the Monkey King, clad in a golden armor and adorned with a phoenix-winged crown, descending majestically on a cloud while wielding a golden staff. But that is not all. From the other side, a child deity sporting two small pigtails, dressed in a red apron and riding a whirlwind, joyfully appears. One by one, Beloved mythological figures and cartoon characters come to life through holographic technology. They are no longer mere static images, but lively beings who run, jump, wave at the audience, and even call out blessings in their tender or commanding voices. The children erupt with excitement, leaping from their seats, vigorously waving their little hands, and shouting the names of their favorite characters. Even many adults wear knowing smiles. As the children's favorite segment draws to a close, it seems the evening is nearing its conclusion. After experiencing an epic opening, the legendary superstar's remote appearance, the stellar performance of a top comedian, and this heartwarming moment of childhood joy, all attendees feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The comments in the live stream shift from frenzied spamming to heartfelt reflections. Tonight was truly perfect. I have never witnessed such an incredible gala in my life. Is it really about to end? It feels like I haven't seen enough. Please, bring on 100 more performances. This is undoubtedly the greatest village gala in history, bar none. Everyone assumed that this auditory and visual feast, lasting several hours, was about to conclude. Just then, a clap resounds. The entire sports center, all the lights, including the gentle starry backdrop on stage, extinguish simultaneously. The noise from the audience abruptly ceases. After a brief moment of astonishment, people fall into a hushed anticipation. In the pitch-black darkness, a warm, amber light quietly illuminates the center of the stage. It is an antique palace lantern, its red body adorned with exquisite swirling cloud patterns, its tassels swaying gently in an imperceptible breeze. Following this, the second and third lanterns appear. In an instant, countless ancient palace lanterns emerge from the boundless darkness, depicting flying birds and flickering candle flames. Before the audience can fully absorb the shock of this sea of lights, the world beneath their feet and before their eyes has quietly transformed. The cold, modern sports arena has vanished. In its place rises a majestic red palace wall, along with towering city gates and watchtowers. Below, a wide stone imperial road is spacious enough for several horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. The streets are bustling with throngs of people. Scholars in round-collared robes exchange witty banter. Merchants dressed in exotic attire lead camels, their eyes filled with wonder. Women, guiding their children, beam with a heartfelt confidence and joy unique to a prosperous era. The melodic tunes of street musicians intertwine with the cacophony of hawkers. Children joyfully chase each other while raising candied hawthorns high. The banners of taverns flutter in the wind and through the second-floor windows. Poets can be seen raising their cups in raucous song. The blessings echoing through the streets replace modern electronic music. The crisp sound of firecrackers bursts forth, accompanied by the cheers of children, amplifying the joyous atmosphere of the new year to its zenith. The air is filled with enticing aromas, the scent of roasted pancakes, the sweetness of glutinous rice balls, and the rich fragrance of fine wine wafting from an affluent household mingle together, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. The gates of the heavens open to receive the myriad nations, and all are adorned in their finest attire. In the VIP section, an elderly professor with silver hair gazes upon the magnificent sight of nations arriving in splendor, unable to restrain himself from rising. His voice trembling as he recites a timeless poem. He is not merely reciting, he is proclaiming. For the imagery within the poem is presently unfolding before him in a remarkably vivid and astounding manner. Holographic technology has completely unveiled the dusty scrolls of history. The audience is no longer mere spectators. They seem to become part of the grand Qinghe city, experiencing firsthand the overwhelming grandeur of a great era. The air is suffused with the festive spirit and the scent of delicate fragrances. Upon the towering city gate, an emperor and his consort, clad in resplendent robe, gaze into the distance, their sight encompassing the myriad lights of households, a dazzling realm belonging to them. Each character formed by light and shadow possesses its own demeanor and action. They bow to one another and nod as they pass by, collectively composing this vibrant scroll of a thriving age. Is this how our ancestors celebrated the new year? Please be quiet. Let me savor this moment a little longer. I fear that if I blink, this dream will awaken. Now, I finally understand what is missing from the flavor of the new year today. It is this innate grandeur. The live stream comments transform into heartfelt expressions from countless viewers. Just as the atmosphere of this glorious Tang dynasty peaks, a melodious chime resonates, echoing through the skies above Qinghe. The New Year's bells toll. In that instant, the entire city erupts with joy. Yet, before the revelers can fully bask in this grand delight, the scene before them begins to shift once more. The magnificent Qinghe city gate gradually fades in the resonance of the bells' echoes, The expansive streets begin to narrow, and the surrounding buildings become denser and more intricate. The Crimson Palace walls are supplanted by a row of bustling shops and markets. In the next moment, brilliance erupts. If the earlier Chang'an was a resplendent peony, then this moment in Bianjing is a riot of vibrant flowers in full bloom. Countless uniquely shaped lanterns ascend into the night sky, depicting mountains, waters, pavilions, figures, and creatures in a dazzling display of craftsmanship. The brilliance of the lights nearly illuminates the night sky as brightly as day. The sounds of even more boisterous music and cheers emanate from the bustling corridors and markets, with the nightlife far surpassing that of the day. At this moment, a wave of fervent applause erupts from the front. Following the sound, one sees a spacious area where several muscular men, bare-chested, are lifting a cauldron of molten iron, launching it high and striking it with specially crafted planks. Boom! In an instant, the molten iron transforms into countless golden meteors, soaring into the sky before erupting spectacularly. This is no mere firework, but rather a spectacle even more dazzling and breathtaking. Golden iron flowers burst forth in intricate and resplendent forms, akin to celestial maidens scattering blossoms, or a flaming iron tree showering the night sky with a cascade of silver sparks. The eastern wind unfurls 1,000 trees in bloom, further scattering stars like rain. Brother Liu gazed at the swirling golden light rain, observing the faces of the Song people below, uplifted and radiant with joy, and instinctively recited this line of poetry. He turned to his companion, Su Yi, his eyes brimming with awe and sentiment. Junior brother, having witnessed tonight's magnificent opening and closing, I have come to truly understand the profound love you harbor for these ancestral treasures. From the grand epic scroll of Huaxia to the climactic spectacle of a dream returning to the Tang dynasty and the nocturnal revelry of Bianjing, each detail exudes an almost obsessive passion and meticulousness. Su Yi's gaze remained fixed on the dazzling display of fiery blossoms, a smile gracing his lips that revealed unabashed pride. 5,000 years of history, this is our heritage. Why should I not cherish it? As his words echoed, another cascade of molten iron was propelled into the night sky, exploding into an even grander golden canopy. That ultimate brilliance became an eternal image etched in everyone's minds. As the light and shadows danced, the iron flowers dissipated. The bustling night market of Bianjing, along with its radiant sea of lights, gradually faded, ultimately transforming into scattered starlight that rejoined the deep celestial backdrop of the stage. The entire sports center was enveloped in a prolonged silence. Everyone remained immersed in the transcendent dream that spanned millennia, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. After what felt like an eternity, the warm and mellifluous voice of the host finally shattered the stillness. From the dawn of Yin and Huang to the glorious chapters of the prosperous age, we have collectively witnessed how Huai embodies elegance, and how Xia flourishes magnificently. The female host's voice then resonated, imbued with a hint of fulfillment. The stellar river of history shines resplendently, illuminating the path ahead. The laughter and joy of tonight warms the heart. The second spring festival gala of Qinghe Village concludes here. The two individuals on stage bowed deeply to the audience. Applause erupted. This time, it was not a fervent and explosive cheer, but rather a tide of appreciation that surged from all directions, unending and profound, imbued with heartfelt satisfaction and respect. Everyone rose to their feet, offering the most sincere applause for this revelatory evening and this unique cultural feast. The conclusion of the village gala also heralded the commencement of the New Year's Eve banquet in Qinghe Village. Chapter 348, 1,000 People Reunion Dinner at Qinghe Aquatic Products. The lingering echoes of the gala still swirled in the air, yet the atmosphere remained undiminished. A more tangible and fervent essence of human warmth replaced the earlier ethereal awe, swiftly enveloping the entire sports center. Inside the sports arena, a multitude of redwood round tables were spread out, their crimson tablecloths forming a celebratory sea, boundless and expansive. With the integration of neighboring villages, the new Qinghe village had long ceased to be the small hamlet of just over 1,000 people, with a population exceeding 10,000. This New Year's reunion banquet was set with over 1,200 tables. The grand sports arena, along with the surrounding open plaza, resonated with a warm tide of voices. The lights shimmering brightly, illuminating the space as if it were day. This way, please, everyone. Su Yi gestured, leading a group of esteemed guests along the spacious path reserved for them, toward the heart of the venue. Soon, they arrived at the central table area. Goodness, what a spectacle! Boss Zhao exclaimed as he plopped down, the chair beneath him emitting a solid thud. He surveyed the bustling crowd around him. Secretary Su, this year's New Year's dinner in your village is truly magnificent. It's the new year, after all, with more people. It's all about the liveliness. Su Yi replied with a smile, settling down beside him and beckoning Lu and the others. Please, everyone, take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Treat it like your own home. At his words, the others followed suit and took their seats. Let's raise a toast. Su Yi signaled to the service team nearby. Almost instantly, several young attendants, clad in matching uniforms and exuding a sense of professionalism, wheeled over elegant dining carts. On them rested bottles of Qinghe premium liquor adorned with gold embossed labels. Oh, this treasure. Boss Xiao's eyes widened in delight. The attendants skillfully poured a full glass for each guest. The crystal-clear liquid reflected an amber glow under the lights, and the rich fragrance of the liquor wafted through the air. General Gu lifted his glass, gently swirling it, his gaze distant as he observed the liquid clinging to the walls of his glass. Speaking of which, the last time we enjoyed this liquor so freely was, I believe, during the village relocation celebration. Indeed, Boss Zhao raised his glass, a look of nostalgia on his face. I still vividly remember that day, Secretary Su. You took us to see those new houses, and we were quite taken aback. His words elicited nods from the table. The shock of that day still fresh in their memories. Tonight, we've all brought our families along. Boss Zhao chuckled, tapping the table lightly, half in jest and half sincerely. Last time you promised we could come for a vacation, Secretary Su. You can't tell us we're a bother and send us packing. You're welcome anytime. Su Yi lifted his glass, clinking it with the others. It's a pleasure to have you here. Qinghe Village is honored by your presence. Enjoy the food and drink tonight. Accommodations are all arranged to ensure your comfort. Ha ha ha. With that assurance from you, Secretary Su, we can relax. Laughter erupted, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively. Just then, the feast officially commenced. Dish after dish was presented, flowing like a river. Qinghe seasonal vegetables, vibrant green greens. Simply cooked, yet exuding a refreshing sweetness. Braised Qinghe pork, glossy and rich. The succulent belly pork was aromatic enough to make one's mouth water. Charcoal grilled Qinghe lamb chops, crispy on the outside and tender and juicy within. The lamb was cut into small pieces, the robust aroma of meat mingling with fragrant spices, boldly invading everyone's nostrils. These were all top-tier dishes, proudly bearing the Qinghe Village brand. The rich meat aroma intertwined with the sweet fragrance of the vegetables, igniting appetites all around. Guests and villagers at the other tables could no longer contain themselves, digging in heartily, laughter and exclamations of delight ringing out in waves. Yet, the mood at the main table with Boss Zhao and others appeared somewhat distracted. They moved their chopsticks, praising the food as delicious and authentic. Yet their eyes kept subconsciously darting toward the direction of the kitchen. Noticing this, General Lei found it curious, picked up a chopstick of tender greens, savoring the unique sweetness that invigorated him. He set his chopsticks down and turned to the fidgety Boss Zhao, unable to restrain his curiosity. Old Zhao, what's going on with you all today? Is the food not to your liking? No, not all. Boss Zhao quickly waved his hand, shoving a glistening piece of braised pork into his mouth, mumbling through his food. It's delicious, truly delicious. Then why do you all seem so unenthused? General Lei pressed on. He had a fair understanding of these bigwigs. Something must be amiss if they were distracted in front of such culinary delights. Swallowing the meat, Boss Zhao lowered his voice and gestured towards Su Yi. It's Secretary Su, who raised our expectations so high by saying there would be surprises tonight. He complained softly. And now we've been waiting. Upon hearing this, the others at the table paused, their interest piqued, all eyes turning towards Su Yi. Su Yi simply shook his head, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. Don't rush, it's just around the corner. Almost as soon as he spoke, the same young attendants who had served earlier reappeared at the entrance. At this moment, all eyes at the main table were irresistibly drawn towards a singular focal point. Boss Zhao and his companions instinctively straightened their postures, setting down their chopsticks, their gazes brimming with unabashed anticipation. As the dining cart inched close, a subtle yet distinctly sweet and refreshing aroma began to permeate the air. Finally, the cart came to a halt beside the table. The waiter confidently lifted a gleaming silver dome covering a white porcelain plate and placed it precisely at the center of the main table's revolving tray. With a gloved hand gently resting on the silver handle, he slightly bowed. In the next instant, the waiter exerted force with his arm, smoothly lifting the massive silver dome vertically. With a whoosh, an intense white mist erupted forth. Enveloped within this vapor was an overwhelming and pristine essence of oceanic sweetness. as if the quintessence of the deep sea had been encapsulated within, piercing the senses of everyone present. As the mist dissipated, the contents of the plate were fully revealed. There lay a colossal creature, resplendently red like flames, resting peacefully. Its shell was translucent, glimmering with the luster of the finest rubies, its size surpassing all previous notions. The waiter's clear and steady voice resonated in everyone's ears. Steamed Australian rock lobster, please enjoy. Chapter 349. The banquet concludes. The movements of Mr. Ma and his companions halted abruptly. The once boisterous round table, filled with warmth and chatter, now held a palpable silence, where even the sound of breathing could be distinctly heard. Australian rock lobster? The attendees, all prominent figures within the elite circle of wealth, were certainly familiar with the name. However, the issue was that they had never encountered an Australian rock lobster of such monumental proportions in their lifetimes. Not to mention the shell, which was a fiery hue that bordered on translucence, and the sheer, unapologetic sweetness that wafted through the air. Everything was declaring one undeniable fact. The quality of this lobster utterly eclipsed any notion of what they had previously considered to be top tier. The gazes of the others at the table inadvertently shifted from the gigantic lobster to Boss Zhao, whose face shone with delight, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. In that moment, clarity dawned upon them. They finally understood why their old companions had been so restless, as if their souls had momentarily left their bodies. They'd been waiting for this. Old Zhao. Mr. Ma opened his mouth, his voice laced with a complex mix of amusement and incredulity. You all have hidden this quite well. With a thud, Boss Zhao's wine glass slammed onto the table. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned back and burst into a hearty laugh, the sound resonating with utmost pride and exuberance. Ha ha, old Ma, do you understand now? He pointed at the massive lobster, his hefty finger nearly poking Mr. Ma's face. I've told you all along, when you follow Secretary Su, there are surprises every day. Yet you wouldn't believe it. Mr. Gu and Mr. Chan exchanged knowing smiles, their faces illuminated with pure joy. Following the introduction of Qinghe vegetables, Qinghe meats, and Qinghe wines, they now held yet another game-changing asset capable of revolutionizing the high-end dining market. No, this was not merely an accumulation of trump cards. It was a comprehensive set of formidable combinations that could construct an impregnable fortress. With this, their commercial empire would become even more unassailable. Mr. Ma observed their self-satisfied expressions, chuckling as he shook his head. It seems, Boss Zhao, that your supply chain is about to become even more sophisticated. Indeed, Boss Zhao replied without a hint of modesty, picking up the communal chopsticks to select a piece of lobster meat that the chef had meticulously prepared. The flesh was a pristine white with a crystalline sheen, glistening under the light like the finest jade, every texture distinctly visible, akin to the most exquisite sculpture carved from mutton fat jade. With Secretary Su around, our treasures will only multiply. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Mr. Ma's eyes as he looked towards Su Yi, his tone adopting a more serious note. Boss Zhao and his team have made progress. We cannot afford to stagnate. Secretary Su, I eagerly await the day your Qinghe community becomes fully established. In response, Su Yi merely nodded with a smile, offering no further words. Yet, that single nod was an invaluable promise. He raised his wine glass, gesturing towards the plate of lobster. The dishes have arrived, let us indulge. Taste and see how they differ from what you've experienced before. The guests, as if awakening from a dream, eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Upon tasting the lobster meat, the first sensation was the firm resilience against their teeth. In the next moment, an explosion of exquisite sweetness erupted on their palates. This was not a complex flavor brought about by seasonings, but the most unadulterated, divine essence derived from the very source of life itself. The taste was crisp and lingering, devoid of any hint of fishiness, leaving a refreshing sweetness resonating in the throat after swallowing. Mr. Lei closed his eyes to savor the experience, then suddenly opened them wide, exclaiming two words. Incredible. Yet this dish of steamed Australian rock lobster was merely the beginning. Soon, waiters began to stream in again, pushing dining carts laden with delicacies. Golden soup, Australian black-edged abalone, garlic vermicelli, steamed geoduck, oil-immersed Eastern Star grouper, blanched red hair crab. Each dish, capable of supporting the reputation of a top-tier restaurant, was presented like a home-cooked meal, flowing continuously onto the table. Each course maintained the unyielding, superior quality synonymous with the Qinghe brand. The inherent, pure deliciousness of the ingredients allowed all the dignitaries present to temporarily set aside their business acumen, fully immersing themselves in this feast for the senses. The main table reflected this sentiment. The thousands of tables throughout the sports center mirrored the same experience. As the live broadcast camera transitioned from the dazzling stage of the gala to the endless sea of red banquet tables, and as the drone zoomed in, clearly showcasing each heart-stopping dish before the audience, the online chatter erupted. Wow, am I seeing things? Is that Eastern Star grouper on that table? Qinghe vegetables, Qinghe beef and lamb, and now it's time for Qinghe seafood? My goodness, is this a rural area challenging the world with top-tier ingredients? Seafood enthusiasts are ecstatic. Please hurry and launch. I've saved up so much money just to savor this. The fervor online did not in the slightest diminish the enthusiastic atmosphere of the banquet. This was a true gathering of thousands, a reunion feast. The villagers indulged heartily, their faces radiating with simple joy. They may not have known the extravagant names of these seafood delicacies, but their taste buds did not lie. The delicious flavors were an unparalleled experience in their lives. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, this grand New Year's Eve banquet gradually approached its conclusion amidst a lively and warm ambience. When the final platter of fruit desserts was presented, Su Yi stood up, smiling at the well-fed, radiant faces of Boss Zhao, Mr. Ma, and others. Gentlemen, have you feasted sufficiently? Boss Zhao, still savoring the flavors, chuckled almost. Secretary Su, this meal will give us something to reminisce about for an entire year. Huh. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Will you repeat it? However, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you to your accommodations. Without waiting for the customary pleasantries, he led the eager group and their families towards the several independent courtyards that had been reserved for them. Secretary Su, this is quite unfair. Mr. Ma remarked half-jokingly as they walked. After such a meal, moving us into such splendid lodgings will make returning to the city feel tasteless, and no matter where we stay, it will feel constricting. Ha ha. Then Mr. Ma, you must visit often. Su Yi laughed. Qinghe Village is always open to you. As night deepened, the bustling atmosphere of Qinghe Village gradually faded into serenity, leaving only the warm lights glowing from each household. Meanwhile, in the realm of the internet, a new tempest has just begun to brew. The groundbreaking audio-visual feast of the Qinghe Village New Year Gala, alongside the exquisite seafood feast that could drive any gourmet into a frenzy, is rapidly transcending geographical and linguistic barriers at a viral pace. This phenomenon is not confined to domestic shores. Discussions surrounding the Qinghe Village Gala are swiftly escalating across major international social media platforms. An Eastern cultural and culinary whirlwind, ignited by Qinghe Village, is quietly sweeping across the globe. Chapter 350, The Cultural Shock. What did I witness? Was Michael resurrected in the East? Is this the fabled Tang dynasty? My heavens, how I yearn to traverse back to that era. Qinghe Village, a place more wondrous than any science fiction film. Across the vast ocean, countless screens glow late into the night, resonating with exclamations that transcend language and time zones. This gala from Qinghe Village, on the eve of the new year, has ignited social networks worldwide. The initial spark was the return of the king of pop. When that classic moonwalk was unveiled, countless individuals from the 70s and 80s abroad screamed in exhilaration from their homes. They were all too familiar with that silhouette, familiar enough that every beat was etched into their very bones. Video clips were feverishly captured, adorned with titles like Miracle and the greatest tribute in history, spreading like wildfire across various platforms, with view counts soaring into the millions. However, soon the epicenter of enthusiasm shifted. When the complete segments of the grand finale, dreaming back to the Tang dynasty and night tour of Beijing, were released, the nature of public discourse subtly transformed. These final two performances unveiled the most resplendent and magnificent corners of the cultural tapestry of the ancient Eastern civilization. In the video, Vermilion Palace walls rose majestically, and a multitude of garbed figures arrived in procession. The grandeur and confidence deeply rooted in the veins of a civilization pierced through the barriers of light and shadow. Subsequently, within the city of Beijing, where lights shone as bright as day and sparks flew like iron flowers, the bustling market atmosphere seemed to overflow from the screen, etching that exquisite romance and abundance into the hearts of every viewer. These video snippets transcended mere technical displays. They became the most direct and impactful declaration of ancient Eastern civilization. Countless foreigners, for the first time, felt the profound reality of the magnificent civilization that had emerged on Eastern lands hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. Beyond this cultural shock, another undercurrent was quietly stirring. Observant individuals extracted the latter half of the live broadcast, isolating the visuals of the grand New Year's banquet. as drones swept over the vast expanse of the Crimson Banquet, presenting tables brimming with astonishing delicacies. The global culinary and affluent circles found themselves utterly sleepless. For this group, while the historical grandeur was awe-inspiring, it paled in comparison to the pulse-quickening reality of the banquet table. In the footage, a colossal red lobster and shimmering ocean delicacies certainly captured attention. Yet, the true source of exhilaration for these elite players was a singular inference. The Qinghe brand would soon expand its product line, Qinghe Seafood. These 4 words silently detonated within their small circle. From vegetables to meats, and now to beverages, every endeavor from Qinghe Village signified a complete upheaval of the existing market. Now, its reach was finally extending towards the ocean. In an instant, countless eyes, separated by vast oceans, were once again intently fixated on that small eastern village. The following day, the first day of the new year, as the morning sunlight bathed the valley, Qinghe Village had already awakened. The air was still tinged with a faint scent of sulfur and the aroma of food. The previous night's revelry lingered, while the festivities of the new day had already commenced. Bang! Crack! The sound of firecrackers erupted unexpectedly in the village alley. Children clad in new red garments covered their ears, chasing and frolicking in the streets, their little faces flushed with cold, yet their eyes sparkled with pure joy. Every household hung bright red lanterns, and the first words exchanged among villagers were hearty greetings of Happy New Year and wishing you prosperity. The entire village was immersed in a warm and fervent festive spirit. He stood at the entrance of his courtyard, observing this scene with a smile gracing his lips. Despite having gone to bed late, he felt particularly invigorated. Just as he prepared to step out to wish a few elders in the village a Happy New Year, his phone vibrated urgently in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was an international call, noted as Anderson. He raised an eyebrow and swiped to answer. Hey, my dear Sue, my friend. On the other end of the line, Anderson's signature booming voice conveyed a palpable excitement that he struggled to contain. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. He replied with a light chuckle, his tone relaxed. Morning? My friend, it is the middle of the night here, yet I cannot sleep at all. Anderson spoke rapidly, his emotions bursting forth. The moment I close my eyes, it's the dazzling iron trees and silver flowers. It's the magnificent Chang'an city. I must tell you, that was not merely a gala. It was a monumental work of art, an unparalleled cultural declaration. This titan of the international business world was devoid of any shrewdness in his tone, replaced instead by pure admiration. He listened to his effusive praise with a gentle smile, responding, that is the legacy left by our ancestors. It has always been this enchanting. No, not just enchanting. It is breathtaking, Anderson corrected, his tone becoming more serious. My friend, you have shown me what true excellence is. Your culture is far deeper and more captivating than I could have ever imagined. After a brief silence, Anderson's breath noticeably quickened as he sought to steer the conversation toward his true pressing concern. Aside from the gala, I also witnessed your grand banquet. Oh, Sui's tone took on a hint of playfulness. Anderson's voice suddenly rose in pitch. My friend, those dishes at your main table, especially the treasures from the sea. Sui's smile deepened at this remark. He refrained from interjecting, allowing the stage to remain entirely for Anderson's words. Anderson seemed unable to contain himself any longer. He dropped the pretense, lowering his voice yet imbued with fervor. I simply wish to know, does this mean the Qinghe brand is poised to launch a new product line? Qinghe Seafood, is this true? Answer me, my friend. I desperately need this answer to save my sleepless night. Anderson joked, though his voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Holding the phone, replied leisurely Mr. Anderson. Your instincts remain remarkably sharp. He chuckled softly, providing the answer that would keep countless individuals awake through the night. Of course it is true. On the other end of the line, a sharp intake of breath was heard, followed by Anderson's uncontrollable laughter, reverberating like thunder through the receiver. Ha ha ha, I knew it. My friend, you never disappoint. After the laughter subsided, he eagerly inquired, by the way, when can we expect these seafood products to hit the market? Chapter 351, the new grand finale. He held the phone, listening to Anderson's almost overflowing urgency from the receiver. He did not immediately provide the eagerly sought-after answer. With a playful smile gracing his lips, he leaned against the doorframe, observing the children chasing and playing in the village, and leisurely remarked, Mr. Anderson, do not be in such a rush. Having just celebrated the new year, it is considered inauspicious to engage in business discussions during the month of January. According to our traditions, the voice on the other end of the line momentarily faltered, and after a brief pause, Anderson's characteristic hearty laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Tradition. Your traditions are always so enchanting. I must apologize for my impatience. Please forgive a poor soul who is intoxicated by the delights of gastronomy. Anderson's tone was laced with self-deprecation, yet beneath those words, an unquenchable spark remained, undiminished by the mere mention of tradition. Su-yi chuckled softly, deftly shifting the conversation. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, the one-year global regional agency contract we signed is nearing its expiration, isn't it? This seemingly light-hearted remark struck Anderson like a thunderbolt, weighing heavily on his heart. On the other end of the line, Anderson paused for a moment. The signature resounding laughter faded, replaced by a brief silence, almost drowned out by the static of the phone. His mind raced. The contract was nearing its end. Qinghe Aquaculture. These two pieces of information collided in his mind, erupting into a dazzling spark of realization. He understood instantly. So do you mean? Anderson's voice lowered significantly, yet the fervor within it intensified, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Hearing the sudden heavy breaths from the other end, Su-yi's smile broadened. Just one more month. After a month, we should be ready for a global launch. Upon hearing this, Anderson grasped the implication fully. A new round of international capital clashes was imminent. Moreover, this time, an extraordinarily weighty trump card had entered the fray. I understand. I fully comprehend. Anderson's voice regained its characteristic booming enthusiasm, even more fervent than before. My friend, you never fail to surprise me. Rest assured, I will make the utmost preparations. I will not allow anyone to snatch this most resplendent jewel from my grasp. I eagerly await it, Su-yi replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su-yi ended the call. Just as he tucked his phone away, a familiar laughter rang out behind him. What's this, Secretary Su? Are those foreign fellows getting restless? Even calling on New Year's Day? Turning around, he saw Boss Zhao, General Manager Gu, and General Manager Ma. They had just emerged from their respective courtyards, evidently having arranged to stroll around the village together. It was Boss Zhao who spoke, clad in a brand-new dark red tang suit, his face aglow with vitality. Su-yi greeted them with a smile. You all are up quite early. Ah, with age, one becomes unaccustomed to long slumbers. Besides, the air in your village is so refreshing that a short nap here rejuvenates one more than a full day's sleep in the city. Boss Zhao waved dismissively, then leaned closer, raising an eyebrow. That call just now was about last night's seafood, wasn't it? You can't hide anything from Zhao's keen ears. Su-yi nodded in affirmation. I knew it, Boss Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, proudly addressing General Manager Ma and General Manager Lei. Didn't I tell you? These folks have noses sharper than a dog's. The spectacle of last night's seafood feast was indeed striking, especially for the likes of Boss Zhao and General Managers Gu and Ma, who were deeply entrenched in high-end dining and fresh supply chains. It represented not merely a meal, but a vast gold mine of known potential. General Manager Gu, possessing an elegant demeanor, could hardly conceal the fervor in his eyes as he looked at Su-yi, inquiring, Secretary Su, since the calls from abroad are coming in, shouldn't you also share some insights with us? Upon hearing this, even the typically disinterested General Managers Ma and Lei turned their attention toward him. Su-yi, meeting their expectant gazes, decided to dispense with the suspense. In about a month, we will officially launch globally. 1 month. Hearing this time frame, a surge of excitement rippled through the hearts of the bosses. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the same implication. The global agency rights auction was approaching. The previous year's auction had similarly occurred around this time. Su-yi's choice to unveil Qinghe Aquaculture at this juncture was manifestly strategic. Realizing this, their expressions relaxed, even taking on a hint of amusement as they anticipated the unfolding drama. The more enticing the products from Qinghe Village, the more fervently those foreign investors would compete, naturally driving the bidding prices higher. They merely needed to take their seats and enjoy the spectacle. Ah, Secretary Su, you play your cards splendidly, Boss Zhao remarked, smacking his lips with delight. Last year's auction was already quite lively, with this premium seafood added. I fear they might just lose their minds. General Manager Gu chimed in with a smile. I am already looking forward to it. I wonder what astonishing sums will emerge from this year's auction. He paused, his gaze fixing on Su-yi, seemingly recalling something, his expression deepening with significance. Speaking of which, last year's auction was truly what drove those foreign investors to madness, recklessly pouring funds into the fray. It was indeed the Qinghe boutique wine that turned the tide. General Manager Gu mused, while Qinghe vegetables and meats are top tier, they still fall within their realm of understanding. Yet, the Qinghe boutique, wine transcends comprehension, serving as a divine entity that shatters all norms. Upon hearing this, even the typically boisterous boss Zhao sobered, nodding in agreement. Indeed, while Qinghe vegetables, meats, and even last night's stunning seafood can ignite market frenzy, the Qinghe boutique wine is another matter entirely. Its almost transformative nourishment is the ultimate pursuit for those at the pinnacle of the pyramid, more enticing than any fortune. That is the true core barrier of Qinghe Village. It is Su's sharpest and most enigmatic trump card. The emergence of Qinghe aquaculture merely embellishes an already invincible hand. Just then, Tang Jinyuan, who had been quietly listening, suddenly raised his head and spoke. Secretary Su, last year you turned the entire table with the Qinghe boutique wine as your trump card. He paused, his gaze intensely fixed on Su Yi, and intently asked, what about this year? Do you have another grand finale prepared, besides Qinghe aquaculture? Chapter 352. Pharmaceuticals? A new grand finale? Tang Jinyuan's voice was not loud, even somewhat soft. Yet, in the crisp morning air, that seemingly light utterance struck like thunder, shocking everyone. Boss Xiao, General Manager Gu, and the others abruptly halted their amused expressions. Their heads snapped around, and all eyes, like searchlights, focused squarely on Su Yi's face. Indeed, how could they have forgotten this detail? True to Su Yi's usual style of appending conventions, he would inevitably have a surprise trump card that no one could foresee. Last year, it had been the almost miraculous Qinghe boutique wine, transforming a standard commercial auction into a savage battleground where the world's wealthiest vied without restraint, culminating in an astronomical agency fee of several $100 billion, a myth that remains unparalleled in business. This year, everyone had assumed that the debut of Qinghe aquaculture was the greatest surprise, a significant ship for the upcoming auction. Yet now, with Tang Jinyuan's remark, a sudden clarity dawned on them. Qinghe aquaculture, while indeed a formidable asset, was it truly the ultimate trump card, facing the collective scrutiny of their gazes? Su Yi merely smiled. He neither affirmed nor denied it. Instead, as he faced the rising sun, he responded with a light-hearted retort. We'll see when the time comes. Won't we? This seemingly nonchalant remark, however, acted like a calming balm. Instantly, Mr. Zhao and the others grasped its deeper significance. Mr. Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a force that made his flesh quiver. I knew that what Secretary Su has in store is akin to a set of nested dolls, layer upon layer, forever concealing the true treasure within. He pointed at Su Yi, laughing heartily, his voice echoing through the tranquil morning village path. If he manages to unveil something even more extraordinary than the premium wine, those foreigners might just pack up their people and company to come bidding. Mr. Gu chuckled, shaking his head, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor and anticipation. Secretary Su, you have an uncanny ability to keep everyone on the edge of their seats. This sensation of waiting for the reveal is nothing short of exquisite enjoyment, yet also a profound torment. Amidst the uproar of excitement, a fleeting image crossed Tang Jinyuan's mind. It was a scene at the newly established ecological farm, where Su Yi stood side by side with the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine master, He Songyan. Furthermore, it recalled the announcement Su Yi made at the village's New Year celebration regarding the next core direction for Qinghe Village. Could it be? His lips moved slightly as a thought, which quickened his heartbeat, surfaced. The previously mentioned pharmaceuticals? Just then, Brother Liu and Li emerged from the courtyard. What are you all so animated about? Brother Liu inquired with a smile upon noticing their excitement. Oh, nothing much. Just speculating on what earth-shattering surprise Secretary Su has prepared for us. Mr. Zhao boomed. Oh. Lian's gaze suddenly deepened, resting on Su Yi with a hint of curiosity. All right, let's not dwell on speculation. Su Yi interjected with a smile, halting their boundless imaginations. It's the new year, let's all relax. Kulme, let me show you around the village. As they strolled down the clean and tidy village path, chatting and laughing, they encountered villagers along the way. Whether it was the elderly with their weathered faces or the children darting about like cannonballs, upon spotting Su Yi, they would stop at a distance. Their faces would light up with the purest smiles as they cheerfully called out, Happy New Year, Secretary. The respect and warmth emanating from them were heartfelt and devoid of any pretense. Observing this scene, Mr. Zhao and the others felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Wealth may build a life of luxury, but it can never purchase the power of such unity. They gazed at the villagers' beaming smiles, which reflected a true sense of stability and hope for the future, starkly contrasting with the wearied expressions shaped by the pressures of urban life. Secretary Su, to be frank, Mr. Ma remarked as he walked alongside Su Yi, unable to contain himself. Your village now truly embodies the essence of a utopian paradise. I once believed that wealth was everything, but seeing this place, it seems not to be the case. Su Yi smiled. Money is indeed the foundation for a good life, but it is not the entirety. Now that everyone has a bit of money in their pockets and peace of mind, their spirits naturally shine brighter. Mr. Zhao, listening nearby, surprisingly refrained from his usual boisterousness, merely nodding in silent agreement, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The several entrepreneurs had thoroughly indulged themselves during their few days in Qinghe Village. By day, they wandered through the village, savoring the long-lost essence of the new year. And by night, they gathered in Su Yi's courtyard, sipping tea, conversing, and gazing at the resplendent stars that had long vanished from city skies, feeling as though their entire beings had been rejuvenated. On the fourth day of the new year, the executives prepared to depart, for each had a multitude of affairs awaiting their attention. Su Yi saw them off one by one at the village entrance, watching as luxury cars quietly drove away, ultimately vanishing at the end of Qinghe Avenue. With everyone gone, the festive holiday entered its latter half. However, for many families in Qinghe Village, their New Year revelry was just beginning. The monumental dividends received before the New Year had left the villagers' pockets uncommonly plump. After a year of hard work, and now with some discretionary funds, many families decided to seize the rare opportunity of the spring festival holiday to embark on spontaneous domestic travels, taking their elders and children along. They aimed to behold the majestic city towers of the capital, experience the misty rain of the Jiang and water towns, and scale the snow-capped mountains of the Western Highlands. This was a life their forebears could scarcely have imagined, yet it had now transformed into a tangible happiness within reach. The once bustling village paths appeared somewhat sparse during these days, yet they were far from desolate. The bright red lanterns still hung high at every doorstep, and the distant sounds of occasional firecrackers echoed, a reminder that the festive spirit had yet to wane. Su Yi meandered through the village alone, relishing this rare tranquility. At that moment, his mobile phone suddenly vibrated, the abrupt buzzing sound resonating sharply in the stillness of the village path. He pulled out to see two characters flashing on the screen. Hilao. Chapter 353. Unimaginable. Su Yi's brow raised slightly. He swiped the screen and held the phone to his ear, his voice imbued with a hint of lightheartedness. Hello, Hilao. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Secretary Su. On the other end of the line, Hisongyan's robust voice carried an unmistakable excitement. The items you asked me to oversee have truly astonished me. Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Yi's lips broadened. Who is Hisongyan? A lifetime of witnessing countless medicines. What could possibly surprise him? The fact that he used such an expression speaks volumes. Secretary Su, when you initially mentioned your understanding of medicine was limited, I now see these finished pharmaceuticals and realize you were far too modest. Hilao's voice brimmed with admiration, nearly spilling over from the receiver. Hearing the heartfelt praise from this national treasure stirred a distinct joy within Su Yi. This sensation was entirely different from the accolades received for Qinghe vegetables, Qinghe beef, and other products. Those products were essentially direct outputs of the system. He played the role of a fortunate transporter, presenting the miracles crafted by the system to the world. This time, however, the traditional Chinese medicines were different. Though their creation was indeed reliant on the premium raw materials of extraordinary efficacy sourced from the farm, they were infused with his own dedication. To obtain the perfect formula, he had immersed himself in the second world, utilizing its nearly limitless computational power to perform billions of simulations and deductions. The ratios of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy, the subtle differences in concoction techniques, the intricate interactions between various medicinal herbs, all of this had been dissected, restructured, and optimized countless times within the virtual realm. The final formulas he had crafted were his own meticulously chiseled masterpieces, not mere ready-made products bestowed by the system. You're too kind, Hilao. I merely stood on the shoulders of giants and managed to produce a little something, Su Yi humbly replied. Yet, Hisongyan on the other end of the line disagreed with this modesty, stating earnestly, this is no mere stroke of luck. Secretary Su, I can now responsibly tell you that the batch of traditional Chinese medicines you sent has shown truly revolutionary effects during our small-scale clinical trials over the past 7 days. Several of the products have already demonstrated immediate results. He seemed to be carefully organizing his words, attempting to use the most rigorous and objective vocabulary to depict the miracles he had witnessed. Let us first discuss the remarkable pill designed to, well, nourish the essence of the kidneys. Hisongyan deliberately chose a rather understated expression. The volunteers participating in the trial were all middle-aged men who had long been subjected to high-pressure work environments, leaving them in a state of severe physical depletion, with their physiological indicators in disarray. According to conventional recuperation plans, even with the finest medicinal ingredients, one could hardly expect to see any improvement within 3 to 5 months. He paused, his breathing growing slightly more labored. Yet, after taking your pill, 7 days, merely 7 days, upon conducting further tests, we found that those vital core indicators were even more robust than those of young men in their 20s. Moreover, this was not a mere overextension of vitality, but a comprehensive nourishment that fortified the foundation. The vitality, quality of sleep, and even emotional states of those trial participants underwent a qualitative leap. Secretary Su, should your medicine be released to the market, I can only imagine how many men would erect altars in your honor at home. He Songyan couldn't help but jest. Ha! You jest, He Lao. Su, he replied with a calm smile. As if fearing that this single example might not be sufficiently astonishing, He Songyan promptly unveiled another groundbreaking revelation. There is also the hair restoration potion. The volunteers we selected were individuals suffering from severe seborrheic alopecia, with their scalps nearly devoid of hair. Yet, on the 3rd day of treatment, they began to experience slight itching and redness on their scalps. Initially, we worried it might be an allergic reaction, but upon microscopic examination, we discovered that the dormant hair follicles were beginning to rejuvenate. Now, on the 7th day, those formerly bald heads had sprouted a fine, resilient layer of black hair. Secretary Su, do you comprehend the implications of this? This is not merely a delay in hair loss, nor is it an optical illusion. It is genuine hair follicle regeneration, a conundrum that has perplexed the medical community for years. He Songyan's voice rose in pitch, the palpable excitement radiating through the phone. Listening to He Lao's words, Su Yi, though already foreseeing such outcomes, could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. After all, these were achievements he had personally crafted. Beyond these two innovations, He Songyan's tone subtly shifted, infused with an indescribable wonder and curiosity. Additionally, there is the ointment for treating burn scars. Although the kidney-nourishing and hair-growing effects are extraordinary, they still fall within the realms of recuperation and regeneration. However, the mechanism of this ointment borders on the metaphysical. The volunteers we selected were patients who had suffered extensive 3rd-degree burns due to accidents and had undergone skin graft surgeries, yet were left with large areas of uneven, darkened, proliferative scarring. These scars were as hard as leather, and not only did they hinder recovery, but they also affected normal limb movement. He Lao's pace slowed, each word imbued with precision. Following the instructions, we applied the ointment to their scar tissue. 3 days later, a miracle occurred. The hardened scar tissue began to soften, its color lightening. By the 5th day, the softened epidermis of the scars could be entirely peeled away like a thin film. He Songyan's voice conveyed an awe akin to discovering a new world. Beneath that old skin lay new, tender, flawless skin, indistinguishable from normal skin, even more delicate than their original skin. Su Yi listened quietly, refraining from interruption. After a momentary silence, He Songyan, brimming with insatiable curiosity, could not help but inquire. Secretary Su, I simply cannot fathom how you conceived of this idea. Shedding skin, Su Yi replied. You have employed a principle akin to that of serpents shedding their skin, inducing a complete metabolic renewal of the scar tissue, thereby generating entirely new skin. This notion is utterly astonishing, yet it has succeeded. Chapter 354, The Path Ahead. He Songyan was genuinely impressed. Having practiced medicine his entire life, he had encountered countless miraculous remedies and studied numerous ancient medical texts. Yet this treatment concept was entirely unprecedented. Hearing the genuine admiration from the other end of the line, Su Yi's lips curled into a smile, his tone remaining unperturbed. It was merely a moment of inspiration. A sudden thought. A moment of inspiration? He Songyan paused, then let out a bittersweet laugh, his voice tinged with uncontainable respect. Secretary Su, your moment of inspiration is indeed a monumental contribution. His tone suddenly turned solemn, shedding the earlier jest. Do you realize how many individuals worldwide suffer disfigurement from burns and scalds each year, enduring horrific scars that haunt them for life? They must not only bear physical pain, but also the torment of their psyche, living forever in self-doubt and shadow. Your medicine is not merely a remedy. It is a salvation. It offers them the hope to lift their heads high again. It is a miracle. He Songyan's voice trembled slightly. After a pause, his thoughts transitioned from humanitarian concern to a broader, exhilarating perspective. Moreover, Secretary Su, Have you considered that this ointment's application might extend beyond merely treating burn scars? Upon hearing this, he chuckled softly and shook his head. He had certainly contemplated this. The inception of a drug often leads to applications that far exceed initial expectations. While the ointment was originally conceived for treating burn scars, its core principle involves inducing a thorough, accelerated, and perfected metabolic process in the targeted skin tissue. In simpler terms, it is akin to skin replacement. This leads to a rather terrifying implication. If we can replace unsightly, hardened scar tissue, can we not also replace normal skin? For instance, skin that has been darkened by ultraviolet exposure, marred by pigmentation, and dulled? Those women around the globe who invest billions in the beauty market each year, all in pursuit of flawless, luminescent skin, if they were to discover a product that could simply be applied for a few days to shed their old, rough skin like a snake, revealing beneath its skin as pure, delicate, and flawless as that of a newborn, would they not go wild? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. This would not merely be a frenzy. It would catalyze a global revolution capable of overturning the entire beauty industry, rendering all top-tier skincare brands into mere jokes. What of elite serums or cosmetic procedures? In the face of this ointment, akin to a reset button for the skin, they would appear as laughable as children's toys. And this is merely within the dimension of skin whitening. What if we delve even deeper? Wrinkles, age spots, skin laxity, these signs of aging, which compel countless affluent individuals to spend exorbitant sums to combat the ravages of time, would pale in comparison to the principle of skin shedding. While a true return to youth may be unattainable, restoring the skin of a 60-year-old to the firmness and radiance of a 30-year-old is theoretically entirely feasible. In fact, He had already validated these potential applications of the scar ointment through countless simulations in the second world. He simply hadn't anticipated that Lao would grasp this layer of insight so swiftly. Secretary Su, I know your thoughts likely extend even further than mine. Song-yin's voice brimmed with the excitement of exploring uncharted territories. Yet, he soon regained the composure and rigor befitting a physician. However, we must not rejoice too prematurely. All current data stems solely from a brief 7-day clinical trial. Though the results are astonishing, there remains a plethora of considerations and verifications to undertake. For instance, are there any side effects? Does this forcibly induced hyperspeed metabolism pose any potential long-term harm to the human body? Furthermore, what of the durability of these effects? How long can the newly grown skin and hair be sustained? Will they deteriorate rapidly post-treatment or even worsen? Each of these inquiries is both pointed and pertinent. They represent formidable hurdles that any new drug must surmount before reaching the market, requiring vast amounts of data. In the face of Professor He's professional skepticism, He was not in the least taken aback. He was fully cognizant of all these concerns. You are correct, Professor He. Safety must always be our paramount priority. He replied calmly. Until we arrive at definitive and foolproof clinical conclusions, these pharmaceuticals cannot be hastily released. Deep down, he understood that, thanks to the impeccable simulations from the second world and those extraordinary medicinal materials, the drugs in question do not harbor the side effects that Professor He fears. However, such assertions would not suffice. Science is grounded in evidence. He must adhere to the rules of this world and respect professionals like Professor He. No matter how confident I am in my formulations, we must rigorously follow the testing protocols. He added, everything will be guided by your clinical data. Upon hearing this, Song-yin on the other end of the line visibly exhaled in relief, his aged voice imbued with reassurance. His greatest fear was that in his youthful exuberance, would be swept away by the astonishing efficacy of the drug and rush the process. It now appeared that his concerns were unfounded. If you can think this way, I can be completely at ease. Song-yin chuckled, his voice once again brimming with vigor. In fact, beyond the 3 drugs we just discussed, which have shown the most immediate effects, several others have also begun to exhibit remarkable potential during this time. He continued, his tone revitalized. I will expedite the subsequent testing phases, increase the number of clinical trial groups, broaden the sample size, and strive to obtain the most detailed and reliable data reports in the shortest time possible, after which we will ensure these drugs reach the market swiftly. This endeavor is not merely to elevate the status of traditional Chinese medicine. He has already glimpsed the multitude of eyes tortured by ailments, filled with yearning. The sooner these drugs are available, the sooner they can bring hope to those patients. I must trouble you with this, Professor He said earnestly. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty and my honor. Upon hanging up, He stood on the village path, embracing the gentle breeze, his gaze penetrating the horizon. The preliminary success of the drug trials affirmed that he was on the right path. Even without complete reliance on the system, he could still conjure miracles capable of altering the world. Chapter 355, Preparing to Head to Jingzhou. Yet, all of this was merely the beginning. The kidney-replenishing, hair-growing, and scar-removing drugs that had astonished Professor he were but the most immediately effective and visually apparent portion of the formulations he had sent for trial. He was acutely aware that within that batch of medicines lay true treasures that required time to mature and develop. He was unhurried, possessing ample patience to await the day when all fruits would be fully ripe. He even anticipated the moment when those pristine clinical data reports would cascade upon the world, inciting a tremendous wave of upheaval. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. In this world, there has never been a wall that does not let the wind pass through. Despite the commendable confidentiality surrounding Professor He's clinical trials, the volunteers and a select few core researchers are, after all, living beings. Fragments of whispers inevitably began to circulate. No one knew the precise origin, nor could anyone produce substantial evidence. Yet, certain tantalizing phrases quietly permeated specific circles. A night of rejuvenation. Deadwood springs to life. A forest springs forth from the crown. These seemingly nonsensical descriptions initially served as mere jest at banquets. However, when these rumors subtly converged on the same focal point, Qinghe Village, everything shifted. Countless individuals suddenly recalled the young secretary's announcement during the live broadcast from Qinghe Village, where he unveiled their future plans. Qinghe Village would soon venture into the pharmaceutical industry. A friendly reminder, some of these formulations target ailments of great concern to many contemporary adults. The previous banter and innuendos, now colliding with these frenzied rumors, corroborated one another, instantly igniting the nerves of countless individuals. Qinghe's products are bound to be of exceptional quality. This well-established reputation became the most compelling endorsement for all conjectures and desires at that moment. In an instant, numerous middle-aged individuals, anxious over their thinning hairlines and waning vitality, felt a rekindling of fervor within their hearts. It was an intense longing for what the future might hold. Even Su Weiguo, who was still savoring a tranquil holiday in the village, could no longer sit idly. That afternoon, as Su lounged in a rocking chair basking in the warm sun, Su Weiguo strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not rush to speak, but instead circled the courtyard twice, then cleared his throat heavily, displaying a conflicted expression of hesitation. "Secretary," he began. "Uncle, what is on your mind?" Su opened his eyes, observing his uncle's demeanor with a smile. "Well, I just wanted to ask about something." Su Weiguo leaned in closer, lowering his voice, a hint of mystery mingled with urgency on his face. "Are those rumors circulating outside true?" "What rumors?" Su feigned ignorance. "You know the one that can cure coughs and make men feel as youthful as they did in their prime, and the one that treats baldness. Is there any truth to it?" Seeing his uncle's conflicted expression, torn between curiosity and fear of discovery, Su could hardly suppress his amusement. He leisurely straightened up, scrutinizing Su Weiguo from top to bottom. Then, with utmost seriousness, he inquired, "Uncle, do you need these 2 medications as well?" "I don't need them at all." The mere utterance of this phrase seemed to ignite a powder keg, causing Su Weiguo to erupt, his voice rising an octave. He bristled, his aged face flushing crimson, his hands flailing wildly as his eyes darted outside the courtyard, anxious about being overheard. "I'm in perfectly good health. Absolutely no need at all. There's a friend of mine." It seemed he had finally found a suitable excuse for his outburst, instantly regaining his composure. "Yes, I had an old comrade. He has had some issues in this area and insisted I ask." "Oh," Su deliberately elongated his tone, wearing an expression of understanding. "So it's your friend, is it?" Unable to contain himself, Su burst into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the courtyard. "You rascal." Su Weiguo's face flushed with embarrassment. He raised his hand to swat at Su but upon seeing his joyous countenance, he merely huffed in exasperation. After the laughter subsided, Su gathered his composure and nodded earnestly. "The drug is indeed real." After a brief pause, he added, "and its efficacy surpasses the rumors." Upon receiving this confirmation, Su Weiguo's breath momentarily hitched. Despite having had his suspicions, hearing Su acknowledge it left him in awe. He opened his mouth, eager to inquire further about the timeline for market release, about the specifics of its effectiveness. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. He understood that such a momentous affair must undoubtedly have its intricate plans orchestrated by Su himself. His own inquiries would only serve to complicate matters. "Very well. The mere assurance of the secretary sufficed. Su Weigua nodded emphatically, his expression swiftly transforming from one of awkwardness to an exhilarating pride. I knew it. Whenever the secretary intervenes, there are no trifles. Content. He resumed his stroll, his steps now more buoyant and vigorous than before. Watching Su Weigua's receding figure, He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he reclined back in his rocking chair and closed his eyes. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone in the pocket vibrated violently. That unexpected buzzing resonated distinctly in the serene courtyard. He retrieved his phone, and 3 words danced across the screen. Brother Liu. Su Yi's gaze sharpened momentarily as he swiped to answer. Junior brother, how has your vacation been? Still holed up in the village? Came the calm and gentle voice of Brother Liu from the other end, imbued with a familiar warmth. The village is tranquil, quite comfortable, Su Yi replied with a smile. But what about you, brother? Already back to work so soon? Don't you plan to rest a few more days? Rest? What vacation are you talking about? Brother Liu chuckled lightly before continuing. The reason I called is that there is something I need to inform you about. His voice paused briefly. The matter I mentioned to you earlier has been finalized. Su Yi's breath hitched slightly, yet his fingers clutching the phone remained steady and resolute. On the other end, Brother Liu's voice resonated clearly and assuredly, each word laden with undeniable significance. The award ceremony is set for 3 days hence. The location is Jingzhou. You may need to arrive a bit earlier. There are processes and details we ought to discuss face-to-face. Chapter 356, Dust and Mountains and Seas. Understood, brother. I shall see you the day after tomorrow. After ending the call, Su Yi stood in the courtyard, his heart, which had been beating steadily, stirred with a hint of turbulence. A national-level medal. The weight of those words pressed heavily upon him. This was not mere wealth. It was a glory surpassing the riches of trillions. It represented the highest accolade one could attain from this nation. Although Brother Liu had alluded to it earlier, the reality of the moment still stirred a profound excitement deep within his soul, one that was difficult to quell. 2 days later, the flight to Jingzhou landed smoothly. As Su Yi descended the aircraft stairs and stepped onto the jet bridge, a breath of air starkly different from that of Qinghe Village filled his lungs. The air of Qinghe Village was sweet, imbued with the fragrance of earth and foliage. In contrast, the air of Jingzhou bore an intangible heat, a sensation birthed from the rapid churn of power and wealth. A black vehicle with a distinctive license plate awaited him quietly outside the VIP passage. The car, as dark as ink, mirrored the cold lines of the airport terminal. Su Yi entered the vehicle, enveloped by the soft leather seats. The moment the door clicked shut, the cacophony of the outside world was completely severed. Inside, only profound silence and comfort remained, with a subtle scent of leather lingering in the air. He leaned back against the seat, casting his gaze out the window. The city skyline, once so familiar that he could envision it with eyes closed, now appeared distant and surreal, separated by a layer of bulletproof glass. Towering skyscrapers rose like a steel jungle, their glass facades reflecting the midday sun, blinding to the eye. The traffic flowed like a river of light, silently surging over the overpasses, signifying the unceasing pulse of the nation's heart. He recalled a year and a half ago, when he had departed from this very spot, suitcase in hand, turning his back on this bustling metropolis to embark on an unknown journey. A year and a half later, he had returned. Riding in a car dispatched by the liaison office, he was en route to the state guest house to receive an honor that would be etched in history. Coming as dust, returning as mountains and seas. Su Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart brimming with reflections. Choices, at times, truly outweigh mere effort. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his phone vibrated violently in his pocket, shattering the tranquility of the car. The caller ID displayed Boss Zhao. We answered it. And before he could utter a word, the unmistakable booming voice of Boss Zhao erupted from the other end. Secretary Su, you're being rather inconsiderate. Arriving in Jingzhou and not even dropping a word to me. Old Zhao, if it weren't for my keen sources, would I have been left in the dark about your arrival? Su Yi chuckled helplessly at this. Boss Zhao, your intelligence network is quite exaggerated. ISNT it? My plane just landed, and I haven't even settled in yet. I figure I'd be in and out within a day or two. So I didn't want to trouble you, a busy man. Trouble? What do you mean by trouble? Boss Zhao's voice grew even more agitated. If Secretary Su comes to Jingzhou, and I, Old Zhao, don't extend the courtesy of a host, what will people say? They'll think I don't know how to treat a guest. It's not that serious, Boss Zhao. Su Yi shook his head. No way. I, Old Zhao, must host you properly, Boss Zhao declared, not allowing for any dissent. But since you've just arrived today, you must be busy. Let us do it tomorrow. I'll treat you to a feast and make arrangements. Just show up. The matter was settled just like that. Don't even think about declining, or I might truly be upset. With that, before Su Yi could offer another word of protest, the call ended abruptly with a busy tone. Listening to the beeping on his phone, Su Yi held it up, shaking his head in amused exasperation. This boss Zhao was still the same, ever fiery and imbued with an irresistible charm and enthusiasm. Shortly after, the vehicle silently veered off the main road, winding along a tree-lined path, and turned into a remarkably understated yet exuding an invisible authority courtyard. There were no towering glass facades, only grand Chinese-style buildings nestled among the towering ancient pines and cypress trees. The clamor and restlessness of the outside world seemed to be completely severed the moment they entered the courtyard, replaced by an indescribable weight and tranquility in the air. Even the wind appeared to move more slowly, carrying whispers of history within every gust. State Guest House. Arrived. The car came to a gentle halt at the steps of the main building. Su Yi opened the door and exited. He looked up and immediately spotted the familiar figure. Brother Lu stood atop the steps, clad in dark casual attire, his stature as upright as a pine tree. Upon seeing Su, the gentle smile on his face became profoundly sincere. He did not remain stationary, but instead descended the stairs with measured steps, approaching Su Yi swiftly. Junior brother. As Brother Lu reached Su Yi, he bypassed any formalities, extending his broad, strong hand to firmly clasp Su Yi's shoulder, applying a reassuring pressure. The strength conveyed was steady and resolute, laden with unspoken sentiments. Congratulations. You have finally arrived at this juncture. I also owe my gratitude to you, brother. For your constant support, Su Yi replied, his smile genuine. Spare me the formalities, Brother Lu playfully admonished, yet his eyes brimmed with pride and satisfaction. This path was carved by your own steadfast steps through thorns. His gaze was deep and reflective. I merely cleared a few bothersome leaves along the way. He withdrew his hand and gestured toward the imposing main building with a nod. Let us go inside and talk. Su Yi nodded, following behind Senior Brother Lu, preparing to discuss the specific procedures for the following day's event. It was shortly after Su Yi stepped through the grand entrance of the state guest house that a tempest arose in the external world, particularly across the internet. The nation's most authoritative news platform issued a notification, devoid of any preamble, yet precisely illuminated the screens of all its users. The headline was succinct and powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the retinas of every onlooker. Decision to award Comrade Su Yi a national medal. The body of the notification was equally terse. After thorough deliberation, it was resolved to honor Comrade Su Yi for his significant contributions to the field of technology with a national medal. The award ceremony would take place at 10 o'clock the following morning in Jingzhou, broadcast live across the internet. Chapter 357. The Invitation from Qinghe and Peking University. The next day, Jingzhou, 9:50 a.m., in a hall capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard amidst the intentionally suppressed breaths that surged in the shadows. There were no extravagant decorations. The walls were muted beige, the carpet a deep crimson, and rows of neatly arranged seats exuded an air of solemnity stripped of ostentation. Su Yi stood in the designated front row, his posture impeccably straight. He was attired in a well-tailored dark suit, devoid of any ostentatious accessories. This attire shed the casualness of his village days, revealing a youthful vigor. Yet, his composed demeanor mirrored that of the silver-haired figures surrounding him. He could sense a multitude of eyes silently converging upon him, some filled with curiosity, others with scrutiny, and many unabashedly expressing admiration. These gazes emanated from luminaries across various fields, each a titan capable of shaking the industry with a mere stamp of their foot. Yet here, they were merely the most tranquil attendees. Su Yi's gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon the simple red backdrop at the front of the hall. His heartbeat was steady as a clock, yet within his chest, a molten emotion surged and swelled. The massive, soundless clock embedded in the wall ticked away. At precisely 10 o'clock, the ceremony commenced. There were no lengthy introductions. The national anthem resounded, prompting all to stand. The powerful melody reverberated throughout the solemn hall, each note striking like a hammer against the hearts of all present. In this moment, countless viewers, whether villagers from Qinghe or ordinary internet users in live streaming rooms, instinctively held their breath. As the anthem concluded, silence enveloped the room. A dignified middle-aged man ascended the podium, his voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every corner of the hall and the ears of millions. He began to announce the decision. His voice was not loud, yet it bore a penetrating force. To honor the remarkable individuals who have made substantial contributions to technological innovation, it was decided. Each word was crystal clear. The decision to award Comrade Su a National Medal was proclaimed. At the moment the words fell, an eerie stillness blanketed the hall. Suddenly, a rousing fanfare erupted. The heavy doors of the hall slowly creaked open, and a squad of tall, stately honor guards, dressed in formal attire, marched in unison, escorting a vibrant flag and a tray draped in red velvet, solemnly entering the venue. Every gaze was drawn to the tray, where a medal, primarily in red and gold, shimmered brilliantly under the illumination of the hall's chandeliers. It was more than mere metal. It represented the highest recognition that this nation could bestow. Simultaneously, a sprightly elder with silver hair descended the steps with measured grace. He walked directly toward the front row, towards Sui. Under the watchful eyes of the audience and millions of viewers nationwide, the elder approached Sui. The honor guard presented the tray. The elder personally lifted the weighty medal, his gaze warm and profound as it rested upon the youthful face before him, an expression filled with encouragement, approval, and hopes for the future. He extended his hand, with a serious and solemn gesture, personally affixing the medal, emblematic of the nation's highest honor, upon Suyi's chest. Subsequently, he reached out, grasping Suyi's hand firmly. That hand, though aged, radiated warmth and strength. "Young man, the future of a nation rests upon your shoulders." The elder's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly through the miniature microphone on his chest, echoing throughout the hall. "Do your best." This simple phrase carried more weight than any lengthy discourse. Suyi's heart surged as he nodded vigorously, a torrent of unspoken words coalescing into a single promise. "Thank you. I will certainly do so." Click, click. The flash of cameras erupted at that moment, immortalizing this historic scene forever. As the ceremony concluded, the fervent music gradually subsided. The atmosphere within the hall became lively once more, with attendees engaging in hushed conversations, yet the gazes directed at Sui grew ever more fervent. Senior brother Liu approached him, lowering his voice to chuckle. "How does it feel?" "A bit heavy," Sui replied, glancing down at the medal adorning his chest, expressing sincerely, "This weight is not merely physical." Liu's senior brother smiled, ready to respond, when a voice, familiar yet aged, called from a distance. "Oi!" Turning at the sound, Suyi's solemn expression was instantly replaced by genuine respect and surprise upon recognizing the speaker. Professor Huang, the elder, adorned with silver hair and old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, approached. "What brings you here?" Sui hastened to greet him, his demeanor both respectful and familiar, akin to that of a devoted student encountering a beloved mentor. He had called the old professor to extend New Year greetings just a season ago, yet he had not anticipated encountering him here. "I had to witness the honor bestowed upon my student," Professor Huang remarked, surveying Sui with pride. His gaze traveled from Suyi's upright posture to the radiant medal on his chest, finally returning to his face, which had shed its youthful naivety. "Good, good. You've brought honor to our department, to Qinghe and Peking University. That is due to your excellent teaching," Sui retorted playfully. Professor Huang chuckled lightly, then turned to introduce the middle-aged man who had been quietly standing beside him, smiling as he watched them. "Come, Sui, let me introduce you. This is our current president, Chen Kong." Suyi's gaze shifted to President Chen, who appeared to be around 60 years of age, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes radiated wisdom and depth, exuding the authority and poise expected of a leader of a prestigious institution. However, at that moment, the look he cast upon Sui was devoid of any airs of superiority, filled instead with genuine admiration and warmth. "Hello, Sui," President Chen greeted, extending his hand with a sincere smile before Professor Huang could elaborate further. "On behalf of Qinghe and Peking University, I extend my warmest congratulations to you." Sui promptly grasped his hand firmly. "You are too kind, President Chen." "Not at all, not at all," President Chen insisted, shaking Suyi's hand vigorously, his tone imbued with heartfelt emotion. "You have brought immense honor to our alma mater and to all of us at Qinghe and Peking University." He gazed at the medal adorning Suyi's chest, his admiration unmistakable. "Throughout the years since our establishment, countless talents have emerged from Qinghe and Peking University across various fields. But you, at such a young age, have achieved this remarkable honor. You're the first." He shifted his tone to one of earnestness. "Our school anniversary is just around the corner. I wonder if the institution has the honor of inviting you, our distinguished alumnus, to return to your alma mater for a visit? Chapter 358. We are waiting for you. Upon hearing Principal Chun Kang's words, Su Yi's gaze shifted slightly. He looked at the esteemed president of Qingbe University, a figure revered in the domestic academic realm, and then glanced at his mentor, Professor Huang, whose face was brimming with anticipation. The prospect of being invited back as an outstanding alumnus for the Tsingbei anniversary was astonishing. Su Yi's mind involuntarily conjured the image of himself over a year ago, an ordinary student clad in a t-shirt and jeans, bustling about the Qingbe campus. At that time, he felt compelled to rehearse his words repeatedly at the office door of even the most ordinary mentor, exhibiting utmost deference. Yet now, the president of Qingbe himself was extending a heartfelt invitation to him. The sensation was surreal, yet oddly fitting. Principal Chun seemed to see through Su Yi's thoughts, his smile gentle yet piercing. Su Yi, do not feel any pressure. I am not here in my capacity as the president of Qingbe to impose any obligations upon you. His choice of words was measured, and after a brief pause, he continued in a tone of utmost seriousness. I am here to represent Qingbe and all of your junior classmates to extend our most sincere request. The word request distinctly conveyed his intent. Professor Huang, standing nearby, felt a sense of pride as he patted Su Yi's shoulder, his voice brimming with emotion. You, my boy, are a gem that emerges only once in many years at Qingbe University. Do you realize the immense influence you wield among the student body here? Principal Chen seamlessly took over the conversation, gazing at Su Yi with earnest and fervent eyes. The university has previously invited numerous titans of industry and academic luminaries to return. However, for the current students, those individuals are distant legends from another era. They will offer their respect, but resonance is hard to achieve. You are different. His voice was low yet carried immense weight, striking directly at Su Yi's heart. You belong to the same generation as them. Graduating just over a year ago, you have ascended to a height that many can only aspire to. You are the idol they admire and yearn to emulate. You are, in their eyes, a living legend. This declaration sent a jolt through Su Yi's heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly broke into a smile, shedding the earlier sentimentality, replaced only by a unique sense of poise and confidence. Principal Chun, Professor Huang, Su Yi said, his gaze sweeping over their sincere and expectant faces, nodding solemnly. I am truly honored by your regard. I will certainly attend the anniversary. Upon receiving his affirmative response, the tension in Principal Chen's brow dissipated entirely, and his joy was palpable and sincere. Wonderful. He reached out once more, shaking Su Yi's hand with even greater fervor. I assure you, once this news reaches the university, the entire Qingbe community will be utterly exhilarated. Professor Huang, equally delighted, patted Su Yi's arm repeatedly, expressing his heartfelt satisfaction. I knew it. You always make the right choice. They exchanged a few more words, finalizing subsequent arrangements. After bidding farewell to Principal Chun and Professor Huang, Su Yi was almost immediately engulfed by an invisible tide of people. He had become the epicenter of storm. Previously, those who had observed him from their seats had only offered distant scrutiny and approval. Now, with the ceremony concluded, they surged towards him, brimming with direct enthusiasm, encircling him completely. The individuals surrounding him were all significant figures in their respective fields. From national treasures of academia to leaders of vast business empires, they now generously expressed their goodwill and desire for connection. This high-profile social gathering continued until near lunchtime, when the crowd's fervor began to wane. Su Yi's phone had scarcely ceased ringing, as an array of illustrious names were added to his contacts list, their weight sufficient to leave any so-called business elite astounded. Even so, after engaging with so many, his spirit remained invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. He even found the energy to mentally categorize the people he had met. At that moment, Lu, his senior, approached, shielding him from the relentless stream of guests. Everyone, lunch is approaching. Let our distinguished guest have a meal and catch his breath. The crowd, seeing this, laughed and took their leave. As the throng dispersed, Lu handed Su Yi a bottle of water, and watching him calmly twist off the cap for a sip, his admiration deepened. So, how are you holding up with all this? He inquired with a smile. Not too bad, actually. It's easier than I expected, Su Yi replied candidly, a slight grin gracing his lips, though it does require some talking. For someone accustomed to grand occasions, this level of social interaction was indeed manageable. Lu nodded, the smile on his face softening as his voice grew more measured. I hope you remember the words that Elder spoke to you on stage. This honor is both an affirmation and an expectation. Lu's gaze was profound, conveying that this was merely a starting point, not an end. There are high hopes for your forthcoming actions. The elder asked me to convey privately that you should boldly pursue your ambitions without excessive concern. The nation will always be your most steadfast support. Hearing this, Su Yi's heart raced with determination. He looked earnestly at Lu and nodded in agreement. Senior, I understand. That's good to hear, Lu said, patting his shoulder as the once crowded hall began to empty, allowing his taut nerves to relax. Let us go. After a busy morning, it's time for lunch. Just as he finished his sentence, Su Yi's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, and upon seeing the caller ID, a wry smile crossed his face. It was Boss Zhao. As soon as he swiped to answer, Zhao's characteristic booming voice erupted from the other end, nearly echoing through the quiet corridor. Su's secretary, it's midday. Your business should be wrapped up by now, right? I've reserved your spot. We're just waiting for you. Chapter 359, just the beginning. After hanging up, a subtle smile graced Su Yi's face. Boss Zhao was always so exuberant in his dealings. Turning to Lu, he extended an invitation. Senior, Boss Zhao has organized a gathering. Would you like to join? I'll pass, Lu replied with a smile and a wave of his hand, his eyes glimmering with a shared understanding. Su Yi comprehended and did not press the matter further. After bidding farewell to Lu, he boarded the black sedan that had been waiting for him. Driver, please take me to this location, Su Yi instructed, displaying the coordinates sent by Boss Zhao. With a mere glance, the driver adeptly started the vehicle, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic in Jingzhou. The dining venue was not located amidst the glistening skyscrapers of the city center, but rather nestled within a quaint, time-worn alley. As the car turned into the street, the clamor of the outside world seemed to be shielded by an invisible barrier. The vehicle's speed instinctively slowed. Flanking the road were weathered brick walls, with ancient trees stretching their robust branches over the edges, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and the air itself felt imbued with a serene tranquility, steeped in the passage of time. Ultimately, the vehicle came to a halt before an unassuming vermilion gate. There were no signs to indicate its significance. Only two imposing stone lions flanking the entrance, silently proclaiming the distinctiveness of this place. As Su Yi stepped out of the car, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with discerning eyes who hastily approached upon hearing the sound of the vehicle's arrival, his demeanor marked by respect. You must be Secretary Su. President Zhao and the others are already awaiting you inside. Please follow me. Su Yi nodded and followed him into the courtyard. In stark contrast to the understated exterior, the interior revealed a hidden world of elegance. This was a meticulously designed courtyard with 3 sections, adorned with swooping eaves, intricately carved corridors, and an air of sophistication and luxury that bore the weight of time. Within the courtyard, rockeries and flowing water mingled with playful koi, and a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, bringing an involuntary sense of tranquility. The middle-aged man guided Su Yi to a private room in the east wing, bowing as he opened the door. Ha ha ha, our protagonist of the day has finally arrived. President Zhao's signature booming voice resonated like thunder, filling the space with energy. As Su Yi stepped inside, the sight before him made his brows arch slightly. The room was imbued with an antique charm, featuring a massive round table of Wangwali wood that could seat 20, now bustling with attendees. At the head of the table, naturally, sat the exuberant President Zhao, who was rising in excitement. Beside him were Tang Jinyuan from Yunzhou, President Gu from Shanghai, and Mr. Chun from Zhuzhou. Notably, figures like President Ma and President Lei, titans of the domestic internet and technology sectors, were also present. All these individuals were among the most esteemed partners of Qinghe Village. Upon Su Yi's entrance, the entire assembly of magnates stood in unison, their intense gazes converging upon him. This spectacle took Su Yi by surprise. He had anticipated a private gathering hosted solely by President Zhao, yet had transformed into a grand assembly of distinguished individuals. Secretary Su, President Zhao, strode towards him, enveloping Su Yi's arm with a hand as large as a fan, the enthusiasm emanating from him palpable. We have eagerly awaited your arrival. Su Yi maintained a composed smile, his gaze sweeping across the room. This is quite the gathering. I had thought it was just you, President Zhao, hosting. Secretary, you flatter us. Tang Jinyuan interjected, his eyes radiating sincerity. How could we possibly miss the chance to personally congratulate you on receiving a national-level medal? Indeed, President Gu chimed in. As soon as the news broke yesterday afternoon, I rescheduled all my meetings for today. What could be more significant than welcoming Secretary Su, surrounded by the throng? Su Yi responded with a smile to each accolade. Come, Secretary Su, to the main seat. You must sit in the honored position today, President Zhao insisted. guiding Su Yi to the seat directly facing the entrance. As Su Yi surveyed the room, he noted that these formidable figures, who could shake their respective industries with a mere stamp of their foot, now appeared as the most ardent fans, their faces brimming with pride in his achievements. He smiled, refraining from excessive modesty, and settled into the chair. Please, everyone, there is no need for such formality. Once everyone resumed their seats, President Zhao clapped his thigh, raising his voice even further. Secretary Su, you cannot fathom the uproar your medal has caused globally. The internet is ablaze. Oh, Su Yi's eyebrows lifted at this revelation. He had spent the morning engaged in the ceremony and socializing, leaving him no time to peruse the internet. Yet, he could surmise the public sentiment. At that moment, President Ma, sitting beside Zhao, adjusted his glasses and took the conversation forward. What old Zhao said is no exaggeration. The headlines of major global social media and news websites have all been dominated by Secretary Su today. He paused, offering a precise summary. The core of all discussions, aside from the sheer incredibility, could be encapsulated in one word: youth. In an era of peace, to receive the highest honor of a sovereign state at such a young age is unprecedented, President Lei added, his gaze fixed on Su Yi, a blend of admiration and contemplation evident in his eyes. This transcends mere novelty. It shatters all preconceived notions about the rules governing our world. Traditional hierarchies and rigid class barriers have been obliterated by Su Yi, he continued. A young man in his 20s has ascended to an honor that even the most venerable titans of industry could only dream of achieving over a lifetime. This in itself was the most sensational news. The outside world saw only Su Yi's age and found it astonishing. Tang Jin lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it, a smile gracing his refined features. Yet for those of us who truly understand Qinghe Village, this honor feels entirely deserved. Indeed, President Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Given Qinghe Village's current impact on the world, this honor is well-earned. However, Secretary Su is undeniably too young, to the point that it feels surreal to the entire world. Their sentiments were heartfelt. The existence of Qinghe Village had long become synonymous with miracles and excellence. Su Yi's accolades served as the finest endorsement of their business acumen. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere in the private room reached a fever pitch, with everyone marveling at the monumental impact of this event. Su Yi listened quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the voices began to subside, he raised his glass, his gaze piercing as it swept over each individual present. Thank you all for taking the time to gather here today to celebrate with me. I raise my glass to each of you. His voice, though not loud, possessed a rare resonance that silenced the clamorous room instantaneously. Su Yi drank deeply from his glass. Setting it down, he observed the eager and curious expressions of those around him and suddenly smiled. However, there is no need for excessive excitement. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 360, A New Era. Upon hearing Su Yi's assertion that this was only the beginning, the distinguished assembly momentarily froze, the air stalling for a brief second. The next moment, President Zhao was the first to break the silence, erupting into a thunderous laugh. Ha 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 ha! This laughter seemed to ignite a fuse, instantly unleashing an even more fervent and electrifying atmosphere within the room. The titans, capable of shaking their industries with a mere stomp, displayed not a hint of doubt. Only an overwhelming sense of certainty and profound conviction that resonated deep within their bones. Indeed, this is just the beginning. For anyone else in the world, achieving the highest national honor at such a tender age would signify the pinnacle of their life, the culmination of their journey. Yet for the young man before them, who had personally forged the legend of Qinghe, how could this possibly be the end? Secretary Su's words strike a chord deep within me. Tang Jinyun placed his glass down slowly, but the brilliance in his eyes shone brightly. He gazed intently at Su Yi, his voice laden with unutterable awe and emotion. I vividly recall the first time I encountered Secretary Su in Yinzhou. It feels as if it happened yesterday. From those initial Qinghe vegetables that revolutionized everyone's palate to today's historic national medal. He raised a finger emphatically. A mere year and a half. Just a year and a half. Having navigated the business world for half a lifetime, I have encountered many prodigious talents. Yet with you, Secretary Su, I am utterly and completely convinced. His voice resonated with authority, each word embodying his innermost thoughts. Over the past year and a half, he had witnessed firsthand the transformation of Qinghe Village from an obscure hamlet into a phenomenon that commanded global attention. This journey could only be described as a miracle of the world. Indeed, Boss Zhao struck his sturdy thigh with a resounding slap, producing a dull thud. His booming voice reverberated within the private room, causing the eardrums of those present to thrum. In just a year and a half, we have accomplished what would take a lifetime for most of us. Not to mention Secretary Su's age. There's still much ahead. He shifted his tone, leaning slightly forward. His not-so-large eyes sparkled with intense fervor, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Just the recent rumors surrounding several Qinghe pharmaceuticals. Boss Zhao deliberately lowered his voice. Yet the excitement was impossible to conceal. Secretary Su, could you enlighten us about the veracity of those rumors circulating outside? The moment this question was posed, the temperature in the room seemed to rise several degrees. Intense gazes converged once more on Su-yi. Everyone instinctively straightened their posture, ears perked, even their breaths softened, fearing the loss of any word. Qinghe Pharmaceuticals. These four words held profound significance for everyone present. Su-yi regarded Boss Zhao and then glanced at a few distinguished figures nearby, who appeared composed, yet whose eyes betrayed their inner thoughts, and suddenly smiled. Among those present, who was not yet at the age of worry over thinning hair and waning strength, this was the most essential market. Su-yi wasted no time in teasing, nodding with a smile and delivering the answer that would send the room into a frenzy. It is fundamentally true. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the once boisterous room. The sounds of heavy breathing echoed in the still air. After a brief pause, General Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, directing his gaze towards Su-yi, exclaiming, "Secretary Su, if the rumors hold water, then if these pharmaceuticals are indeed launched." He left his sentence unfinished. Yet every individual present understood the implication behind his unspoken words. This would not merely signify commercial success. It would herald a revolutionary product capable of enhancing the quality of countless lives, even reshaping the entire health industry. This would not merely be a commercial triumph. Nourishing the kidneys, promoting hair growth, scar removal. Each one alone could forge a pharmaceutical giant worth hundreds of billions. And Qinghe Village was poised to unveil all these products simultaneously. This was akin to driving a bulldozer through the existing framework of the health industry, flattening it, and then reconstructing it according to their own design. So, Secretary Su, when do you anticipate these treasures will hit the market? Immediately, Boss Zhao rubbed his hands together in excitement, his voice lowering further, tinged with cautious inquiry. His question echoed the sentiments of everyone present. It should be soon. Su-yi surveyed the crowd, responding calmly. Once the final batch of clinical trial results is in and the formal approval is secured, preparations can commence. Soon is good. Soon is splendid. Boss Zhao nodded vigorously, his radiant smile seemingly capable of squeezing out oil. He envisioned a lush forest sprouting from his thinning crown and imagined his posture straightening to rival that of 20-year-old. Not just him. The other executives shared similar expressions of unspoken understanding. Even a usually composed and strategic Mr. Ma and Mr. Lei raised their glasses almost in unison, using the act of drinking to mask their uncontrollable grins. In that moment, the atmosphere in the private room turned peculiar. These titans of commerce, who usually commanded with authority and pointed fingers at the landscape of business, now revealed a primal, unadulterated anticipation and joy that belonged to men. In their smiles lay a yearning for renewed youth, coupled with an almost blind, deified trust in this young man before them. As long as it's from Qinghe, the effectiveness is beyond question. Su-yi observed the expressions of those around him, his smile deepening. Regarding the pharmaceuticals, the audience was already informed. His voice, though modest, clearly overshadowed the suppressed excitement buzzing in the room. All eyes refocused. Su-yi swept his gaze across the assembly, then abruptly shifted gears, dropping an even weightier bombshell. However, even the Qinghe pharmaceuticals are but a modest step in the grand scheme laid out for Qinghe Village. Beyond pharmaceuticals, Su-yi's gaze landed on Mr. Ma. And like Mr. Ma, you have long anticipated the Qinghe community, this second world. His voice took on a profound and distant quality, as though he were painting a picture of an impending future. Once it rolls out comprehensively to all Qinghe mobile users, then a true new era will dawn. Chapter 361. A storm is brewing. Upon hearing Su-yi specifically mention him, Mr. Ma tightened his grip on the wine glass. The characteristic composure of a business magnate vanished in an instant after absorbing Su-yi's words. In its place surged an almost feral ecstasy. Secretary Su, Mr. Ma's voice tensed, laced with a tremor he was unaware of, as he leaned forward, locking his gaze on his Su-yi intently. Did you just say the Qinghe community is set for a full rollout? In response to Mr. Ma's nearly frantic inquiry, Su-yi merely nodded with poise. Yes, we are nearly prepared. What remains is merely the right timing. Upon receiving this unequivocal affirmation, Mr. Ma's taut body relaxed, leaning back into his chair, his chest heaving with excitement. His eyes sparkled, his face betraying uncontainable joy. Excellent. Splendid. The next moment, his voice soared, the unrestrained delight sweeping through the entire room. Secretary Su, you cannot fathom how long I have awaited this day. Mr. Ma's voice was tinged with an intensity of emotion he could scarcely contain. Su, he was well aware of the reasons behind this. The helmsman of the Internet Empire had long envisioned the limitless potential of the Qinghe community, this virtual realm. He had almost wagered the future of his company, assembling the finest team and investing astronomical sums to develop an epic virtual game to complement it. Now, the game was polished and ready for launch at any moment. Yet, it remained unreleased. The reason was simple: the user base. Previously, the Qinghe community's steep barriers had barred 99% of ordinary individuals. For any game, without a massive foundation of everyday players, everything is but a castle in the air. While affluent elites might generate astounding revenues, they could never breathe true life into a virtual game. Ultimately, the vitality of the gaming world arises from the countless ordinary players. Su Yi regarded the exuberant Mr. Ma, his smile widening, laced with a familiar teasing tone. It seems, Mr. Ma, that you have everything in place, save for the favorable winds from me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma's typically stern visage transformed, adorned with an almost fawning smile as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Not just a favorable wind. Secretary Su, you hold the very hand of fate determining our survival. His words, half in jest, nonetheless conveyed his deepest sentiments. For this project, the extent of pressure he endured from the board and the grand illusions he painted are known only to him. Ha ha ha. Boss Zhao's hearty laughter resonated at just the right moment, shattering the tense atmosphere within the private room. Old Ma, your words are somewhat exaggerated, yet they hold a grain of truth. Secretary Su remarked casually, noting that a mere decision from him could unsettle a market worth hundreds of billions, if not trillions. What else could it be but the hand of a deity? Seated beside him, President Lei nodded in agreement, casting a contemplative glance at Su Yi, his eyes reflecting deeper thoughts about the future. It transcends mere market dynamics. Once the Qinghe community is fully opened, it will not only alter social interactions, entertainment, and work. It will redefine our very understanding of reality and the virtual realm and could potentially transform the entire fabric of societal living. President Lei's words elevated the ambience of the gathering to an entirely new echelon. All right, there is no need for such flattery. Su Yi chuckled, waving his hand to dispel the almost deifying atmosphere surrounding him. He rose, lifted his glass once more, and surveyed the faces around him. Today is not a product launch. There is little use in discussing lofty ideals. It's best that we enjoy our food and drink. To this toast, I raise my glass once again, thanking each of you for your graciousness and wishing our future collaborations ascend to even greater heights. Absolutely. Boss Zhao was the first to rise, lifting his glass high. Here's to our forthcoming cooperation. Tang Jinyuan, President Gu, and others joined him, standing with genuine smiles illuminating their faces. Amidst the crisp clinking of glasses, this welcoming banquet, ignited by Su Yi's recent accolade, finally shifted into full swing. Dishes, all hailing from Qinghe Village, were brought forth one after another. As the drinks flowed and the culinary delights were savored, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly vibrant. What began as a hearing centered on Su Yi had transformed into a premier commercial social gathering. Old Ma, once the Qinghe community is fully launched, you at Penguin will surely soar to new heights. President Lei, with his glass in hand, approached General Manager Ma. Ha! All thanks to Secretary Su. General Manager Ma, now glowing with elation, responded, President Lei, we might find ourselves in a position to collaborate splendidly. That is a certainty. Meanwhile, Boss Zhao, Tang Jinyuan, and President Gu, the earliest comrades who had followed Su Yi, gathered together, reflecting on the past. Old Tang, do you recall when we nearly came to blows over a mere handful of vegetables? Boss Zhao boisterously exclaimed, downing a generous gulp of his drink. Tang Jinyuan, with a cultured smile, replied, how could I forget? In hindsight, the stakes we perceived were rather trivial. Indeed, back then, we believed Secretary Su had bestowed upon us a golden mountain, but now we realize he granted us tickets aboard a grand vessel heading toward a new world. President Gu adjusted his glasses, his words laced with gratitude. They gazed at Su Yi, who remained composed and unruffled amidst the throng, and a singular thought resonated in their hearts. The most prudent decision of their lives had been to steadfastly cling to this promising ally. Su Yi, too, was not idle. He navigated among the prominent figures, clinking glasses and engaging in conversation. He refrained from discussing any specific business details, opting instead for light-hearted banter and casual exchanges. Yet, with every nod and smile, he imbued those conversing with him with a sense of warmth and confidence. This feast, igniting countless ambitions and hopes, continued until the evening lights illuminated the sky. As the guests departed, satisfied and elated, Su-yi graciously declined the entertainment activities boss Zhao had arranged, returning to the Guobin Hotel under the watchful escort of his driver. The following morning, at Qingzhou International Airport, Su-yi approached the VIP boarding gate. Before him stood a sleek silver aircraft, patiently awaiting its passengers, its fuselage glinting with a cold, sharp radiance in the morning light. He did not look back at the nation's power center, for he understood that this momentous accolade was merely a small milestone in the grand tapestry of his life. The road ahead was still long. Chapter 362, The Comprehensive Opening Plan. Upon landing, a car from Qinghe Village awaited him on the tarmac. As they sped along, the vibrant red celebration banners lining Qinghe Avenue and the villagers' unreserved, beaming smiles eased the tension that had gripped Su-yi for days. The splendor and glory of Qingzhou were but a guest appearance. This was his true home, the genesis of all his myths. The vehicle finally came to a halt at the familiar entrance of his courtyard. Su-yi did not head to the village committee first. Instead, he retrieved a lightweight suitcase and entered his home. From the suitcase, he extracted a box enveloped in exquisite red velvet and placed it carefully on the central 8 Immortals table in the living room. Li Xiaolan and Su Weidong, engrossed in a news replay, were almost instantly drawn to the sound and hurried over. Their eyes were riveted on the box, breaths held in anticipation. Is this the national-level medal we saw on TV? Su Weidong's voice was taut, tinged with an unrecognized tremor. He instinctively reached out, but his fingers halted just a few centimeters from the box. Old Su, why not open it and take a look? Su-yi encouraged with a smile, his tone imbued with warmth. Su Weidong swallowed hard, his stiff fingers finally extending, reverently lifting the lid. In the next moment, the room was aglow. Nestled within the soft velvet lining lay a medal, resplendent in fiery red and glorious gold. It reflected a weighty brilliance that could overwhelm the heart. Illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window, the intricate patterns, vivid colors, and unparalleled texture silently conveyed the supreme acknowledgement bestowed by a nation. My heavens! Su Weidong's throat constricted as he held his breath, solemnly extending both hands as if cradling an unparalleled treasure, carefully lifting the medal from its box. While the physical weight was unremarkable, his calloused hands trembled ever so slightly. Old Su, please hold it steady. Li Xiaolan, watching with bated breath, hurriedly cautioned, fearing he might inadvertently drop this precious artifact. I know. Su, we don't know that, VP then. Turning the medal over in his hands with a mix of reverence and ecstatic joy, coupled with that pure, overwhelming pride that comes with being a parent. After a long gaze, he gently placed the medal back into the box with movements more tender than one would use for a newborn, exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning to face his son, he beamed with a pride so profound it nearly spilled from his eyes. Su Weidong spoke slowly, his tone the most serious and weighty he had ever used. Xiao-yi, this medal shall become our family's heirloom. In the afternoon, at the village committee office, Su-yi had just finished brewing tea when the door swung open with a bang. My secretary, our great benefactor, you have finally returned. Before he even entered the room, that unmistakable booming voice had already arrived. Su Weiguo burst in like a whirlwind, his smile stretching nearly to his ears. He rushed to Su-yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe before slapping his thigh with a thunderous cheer. Oh, after a trip to Qingzhou, our secretary's demeanor is indeed different. Look at that posture. You resemble a true leader now. Uncle, could you hurry up? If you keep blowing air like that, I might just float away, Su-yi said, half amused, as he poured a cup of tea for him. Float? You should be floating right now. You must float. Su Weiguo nonchalantly pulled over a chair and sat down, leaning in with an air of mystery. What about that thing? The medal? Hurry, show it to your uncle. He continued, let me tell you, I've been bragging over video calls these past few days, relying solely on screenshots from the television. What a bore. It's at home. Comrade Lao Su insists on keeping it as a family heirloom. Su-yi chuckled. Keeping it? That's splendid. It should be cherished. Su Weiguo nodded vigorously, then leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Hey, Xiao-yi, tell your uncle the truth. Were you nervous in front of so many high-ranking leaders? Did your legs shake? Not as exaggerated as you think. Su-yi replied. You lad, your mental fortitude is commendable. You're born for great endeavors. Su Weiguo slapped Su-yi on the shoulder, then sighed with nostalgia. You have no idea how lively our village was on the day of the award ceremony. He smacked his lips, reminiscing about the grandeur of that day, with pride radiating from his face. The entire village, every household, had their massive TVs tuned into one station. The scene was even more organized than during the New Year celebrations. The moment that elder on television draped the medal around your neck, whoosh. The kids in the village set off all those big fireworks they bought. The noise was such that anyone unaware would think we were celebrating the new year again. Listening to this, Su-yi could not help but smile knowingly, easily picturing the scene. After exchanging a few more humorous anecdotes about the village with Su Weigua, Su-yi steered the conversation back to serious matters. Noticing that Su-yi was about to get busy, Su Weigua, with great tact, refrained from further interruptions. Instead, lifting a large cup of tea and draining it in one gulp before humming a little tune and contentedly strolling away. The office fell silent once more. It wasn't too long before a rhythmic knocking at the door gently broke the stillness. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a poised and capable figure. She carried a stack of documents, her face adorned with a professional, gentle smile. Secretary, long time no see. No.1. Su-yi was somewhat taken aback as he set down his pen. How come you're back so soon? Haven't you stayed home for a few more days? There's nothing much happening at home. Work feels more fulfilling. No.1 replied with a smile, gently placing the documents on Su-yi's desk. Here are the work plans and summary reports submitted by various companies during this period after the new year. I've organized and categorized them all. Thank you for your hard work. Su-yi nodded, his gaze casually falling on the top document. The moment his eyes met the bold title, his demeanor subtly shifted. It was a blue folder emblazoned with a striking headline in bold, black font. Report on the final implementation plan for the comprehensive opening of Qinghe Community. Chapter 363. Not enough production capacity? Then prioritize domestic supply. Su-yi's fingers lightly tapped twice on the cover of the blue folder. Top! Top! The crisp sound echoed in the quiet office, resonating like a funeral bell from a bygone era, or perhaps like a clarion call heralding a new epoch. He did not immediately open the report, but instead focused on the bolded phrase, comprehensive opening, lingering on it for a few seconds. Beside him, No.1 noticed Su-yi's demeanor and instinctively softened her breathing before proactively beginning her report. Secretary Su, regarding the preparations for the comprehensive opening of Qinghe Community, we are currently in the final stages of completion. The server capacity expansion and global node layout have all been finalized. On the software side, the final optimizations and stress tests for handling an influx of massive simultaneous users have also been successfully passed. The only bottleneck remaining, and the most critical aspect, lies with the user-end access devices. Su-yi raised his gaze, his expression calm as it met hers, signaling her to continue. No.1 understood and retrieved a product rendering from the folder on the desk, presenting it to Su-yi. Previously only users of the top-tier Qinghe phone could experience the full functionality of the Qinghe community, creating a high barrier that excluded most ordinary users. To achieve the truly comprehensive opening you proposed, the technical department has successfully developed and mass-produced a universal access kit, as per your instructions. Su-yi accepted the rendering. It depicted a minimalist device combination, a more lightweight brain-machine connection ring, and a pair of sleek, futuristic smart glasses. The entire set was in Qinghe's signature moon-white color, exuding a warmth akin to jade, perfectly blending technological sophistication with Easter aesthetics. It looks impressive, Su-yi nodded, offering his approval. He instantly grasped the design philosophy behind the device, stripping away all non-essential features to focus costs and performance entirely on the fundamental need for connecting to the second world. The sole purpose of this device was to serve as a pure port, a bridge that safely and stably connects billions of users' consciousness to the cloud super servers. Both the design and functionality have passed testing. No.1 maintained her professional composure as she continued. The key issue lies with production capacity. At this point, her tone finally revealed a hint of subtle fluctuation. According to the latest report from the production department, an astonishing quantity has been pre-manufactured and stored. However, even so, if we were to distribute to all Qinghe phone users worldwide, it would merely be a drop in the bucket. No.1's words were candid, pinpointing the most pressing reality. The user base of Qinghe phones had swelled to astronomical numbers after recent sales. To ensure that every user could promptly obtain the key to access the second world with Qinghe's current production capacity was utterly unrealistic. A drop in the bucket? Su-yi echoed, yet his expression bore no trace of concern. Rather, it revealed a hint of profound insight, accompanied by a glint of sharpness in his smile. He gently set the rendering down on the desk and looked up at No.1, posing a question that startled her slightly. What if we only consider our domestic market? Yuan paused momentarily, her mind racing as she swiftly comprehended the implication of Su Yi's question. Taking a deep breath, she quickly retrieved relevant data in her mind and, moments later, provided a precise answer. If we prioritize the domestic market, given our current reserve levels and the factory's existing production capacity, we can essentially cover all activated Qinghe phone users domestically. Her voice was soft, yet each word was crystal clear, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. That's sufficient. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's smile deepened, and he decisively declared, "Then let us prioritize the domestic market." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. To ensure that the benefits remain within our own territory, we must begin the new era from our very own stronghold. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, yet her expression remained professionally composed. She nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. She was acutely aware that Su Yi's seemingly understated decision, once announced, would unleash a tumultuous wave across the globe. How would countless users, distributors, and partners abroad react? How would the global media interpret it? What opportunities would competitors seize to exploit this situation? A torrent of questions flashed through her mind, yet not a single word escaped her lips. Her duty was to raise questions, analyze data, and execute commands with absolute precision. I understand. Su Yi's gaze returned to the blue folder, yet this time, he hesitated no longer and promptly opened the first page. It was filled with densely packed technical parameters and execution steps. He read swiftly, almost scanning 10 lines at a glance. The only sound in the office was the rustling of paper as Su Yi flipped through the pages. Yuan stood quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting, patiently awaiting his next move. A few minutes later, with a decisive clap, Su Yi closed the folder. The proposal was broadly feasible. He would proceed as outlined. He turned to Yuan and issued his final directive. Inform the publicity department to prepare. We will push the announcement at 6 o'clock this afternoon. 6 o'clock? Yuan confirmed the time. Yes, precisely at 6. Su Yi nodded, offering no further explanation. Understood, Secretary. Yuan replied with a nod before turning to make arrangements. Time flowed silently and imperceptibly. That afternoon, at exactly 6 o'clock, for the hundreds of millions of internet users worldwide, this moment should have been utterly ordinary. Commuters were packed into subways, students were finishing their classes, and homemakers were beginning dinner preparations. Everything was as usual. However, in that very second, the account that held a mythical status across the global internet, Qinghe Village official WeChat account, silently updated with a new post. There was no prelude, no promotion, and certainly no flamboyant rhetoric. Not even a single image accompanied it. Just a line of text, succinct yet powerful enough to render anyone who laid eyes on it momentarily breathless. To advance the comprehensive popularization of Qinghe community, a brand new device will be officially released next week. Stay tuned. Chapter 364, The Gateway to a New World. That brief line of text sent the entire internet's servers into a cacophony of distress. It was akin to a droplet splashing into boiling oil, erupting in an instant. There were no warnings, no build-up. Qinghe Village boldly proclaimed to the world that the promise made during the village gala was about to be fulfilled. On domestic social media platforms, related hashtags skyrocketed to the top of the charts. What? Is this for real? Qinghe community is opening up completely this soon? Secretary Su is truly a man of action. The promise made during the village gala hasn't even cooled, and here we are, serving it up. What monstrous level of execution is this? How long have I waited for this day? Is my cyber life about to begin? After the initial shock, an overwhelming wave of elation swept across the entire internet. Countless individuals refreshed that short post repeatedly, as if trying to etch every word into their minds. The terrifying efficiency of Qinghe Village in delivering on its promises sent the brand's credibility soaring in the hearts of countless users. Soon, endless discussions and speculations began to proliferate exponentially across various platforms. The most pressing question, the one that pricked at everyone's curiosity, was the price. How much would it cost? This question instantly became the hottest topic in the domestic online sphere, overshadowing all other news. I can't even imagine the price for the top-tier Qinghe phone. I hope this device is more affordable. Affordable? What dream are you living in? This is the key to the second world. Qinghe 1T sell for less than 80 or 100,000. That would be charity. Indeed, the price certainly won't be low, but I trust Secretary Su. He promised broad accessibility and will surely leave a path for ordinary people. Anticipation, speculation, desire, and anxiety intertwined, forming a colossal wave of public opinion capable of shaking the foundations of the real world. Yet, at the center of the storm, The Qinghe Village Committee office remained tranquil. Yi Wanwan sat across from Su Yi, holding the latest market research report. The report, laden with cold data, analyzed global user expectations regarding the new device's price, purchasing power distribution, and the almost palpable fervor overflowing from the pages. She shifted her gaze from the report to Su Yi. Secretary, discussions regarding the pricing of the new device have reached a fever pitch. Estimates range from several thousand to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Most believe the price will certainly not be low. What are your thoughts on this? Su Yi set down his pen, looked up at Yi Wanwan, and wore a relaxed smile. If we say we want to popularize it, we cannot contradict ourselves by excluding the majority from access. That would be absurd. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the report in her hands, as if penetrating the paper to glimpse the anxious, excited, and hopeful faces behind the network. Yi Wanwan remained silent, patiently awaiting the final figure. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and met hers again, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Let's set the domestic price at 8,888. 8,888. The number floated effortlessly from Su Yi's lips, causing Yi Wanwan's heart to leap. She swiftly completed her mental assessment. This price was neither exorbitant nor trivial. For the average working class, it would require some sacrifice, but it was far from unattainable. For the eagerly awaiting affluent class, it was practically a giveaway. It struck a brilliant balance that maximized market potential, maintaining the elegance of Qinghe products while genuinely fulfilling the promise of accessibility. Suppressing her astonishment, Yi Wanwan, as the executor, immediately considered the deeper implications. Secretary, once this price is released without restrictions, it is likely to sell out rapidly. Indeed, we must adhere to the usual protocol. Su Yi had anticipated this, his fingers interlaced atop the desk as he leaned slightly forward. Domestic users will purchase with their ID cards, one device per person, and the device will be permanently bound to their identity. His tone was casual yet resolute. We must prevent scalpers from taking our products abroad to sell for favors. Upon hearing the words abroad, Yi Wanwan's mind raced as she quickly grasped the subtext of Su Yi's statement. She lifted her eyes to meet his, tentatively asking, Secretary, do you mean the pricing for this release will differ between domestic and international markets? Before she could finish her thought, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, smiling as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Why otherwise? He leaned back in his wide chair, spreading his hands, as if conveying the gravity of a simple fact. If phones can have different prices, surely this ticket to the new world cannot be treated the same way? Yi Wanwan observed his calm demeanor and couldn't help but smile. I understand. I will immediately draft the final sales plan based on this directive. Yi Wanwan promptly agreed, leaving no room for further inquiries. Rising, she gathered the documents, nodded slightly, and returned to her own desk. The office fell silent once more, the only sound being the rhythmic tap of Su Yi's pen against the desk. In the ensuing days, the entire world descended into an odd mixture of fervor and stillness. After its initial announcement, the official account of Qinghe Village lapsed into an extreme silence. There were no images, no parameters, and certainly no pricing. Everything regarding the new device remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, this profound silence did not extinguish the fervor of the people. Rather, it acted like a deluge of boiling oil poured onto a fierce flame, propelling their anticipation and speculation to an unprecedented boiling point. Global tech media, financial analysts, and influential internet personalities exhausted their ingenuity in attempts to analyze and predict. Countless versions of insider information circulated online, each capable of igniting small-scale celebrations and debates, only to be swiftly drowned out by newer conjectures. Everyone understood that the gateway to a new era was on the verge of being forcibly thrust open, with the key residing in Qinghe Village, firmly grasped in the hands of a young secretary. Amidst this global fervor, the long-anticipated release date arrived without fail. Chapter 365, The True Virtual Game. On this morning, the account that had remained silent for several days, yet tugged at the hearts of billions of netizens, updated once more. There were no lengthy expositions, no cryptic teasers, only a product announcement graphic, stripped to the barest design language, accompanied by a few icy yet fervent words. When domestic users laid eyes upon the phrase domestic market launch and the price of 8,888, the pent-up enthusiasm, speculation, and desire that had accumulated over several days erupted in that single moment. Goodness, 8,008. Am I seeing things? The key to the second world is actually under 10,000? I had even concocted jokes about selling a kidney, and now you show me this? Domestic launch. Exclusive to our homeland. Brothers, let SM blazon scale across the screen. This feeling of being favored by one's own kin is simply exhilarating. Those foreigners must be green with envy. Needless to say, the scalpers were once again left sobbing in the restroom, faced with the familiar identity binding. Secretary Su, forever a deity, with a broken tone. Pride, ecstasy, disbelief. Countless individuals refreshed that simple announcement page repeatedly, as if to etch those words deep into their very souls. This was not merely a price. It transcended ordinary special treatment. It was a weighty gift from Qinghe Village, offered solely to one's compatriots. At 9 o'clock sharp, the imposing doors of all of Qinghe Village's direct stores across the nation swung open amidst the focused gaze of the masses. Outside lay an endless serpentine queue, winding from the entrance of the mall several blocks away, akin to a grand urban marathon. The crowd surged, yet there was no uproar. No one dared to cut in line. Each face bore a hint of sleep-deprived fatigue mixed with unmistakable excitement, and the air was thick with a solemn, yet fervent atmosphere. Sales were booming? No, that word hardly sufficed to describe the spectacle before them. This was a collective celebration sweeping the nation. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the epicenter of the storm, Qinghe Village, the village committee office. Su Yi reclined against the broad back of a chair, calmly gazing at the massive floating light screen before him. On the screen, a string of crimson numbers, as blood-red as the dawn, displayed themselves with a chilling elegance. Real-time online users in Qinghe community, 121-374582. Upon seeing this back-end data, a satisfied smile graced Su Yi's lips. Over 120 million. Just prior to 9 o'clock that morning, this number had been sluggishly crawling within a range of 20 million, akin to a snail's pace. That had represented the top-tier smartphone users accumulated over months since the inception of the Qinghe community. And now, in merely 2 hours, fresh access devices were activated, and a deluge of vibrant new users surged into this clouded realm like a burst dam. The user base had instantly expanded by 100 million. Moreover, the scarlet numeral on the screen continued to leap upward with a relentless vigor, showing no signs of abating. Every second saw thousands of new users completing their registrations, for the first time linking their consciousness to this novel dimension. This signified that from this moment forth, the second world had genuinely shattered the expensive labels of the wealthy club. It began to possess the most solid and vast soil, capable of nurturing infinite possibilities. Just then, Su Yi's personal phone buzzed with a vibration. Retrieving his gaze, he noticed the caller ID was from Mr. Ma, and he answered casually. "Hello, Mr. Ma. What brings you to call me today?" On the other end, Mr. Ma's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and buoyancy. "Secretary Su, congratulations. I just passed by your Qinghe Direct store in that line. Goodness, it stretches so far I couldn't see the end, even while driving." His tone was filled with awe, a genuine admiration for such an extraordinary market appeal. "Well, there's no denying that everyone has been waiting far too long." Su Yi replied with a smile, his attention returning to the wildly fluctuating numbers on the light screen. He shifted the conversation playfully. "But if anyone has been waiting the longest, it must be you, Mr. Ma, right?" A brief silence followed on the line, then erupted into a hearty, unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha. Secretary Su, you know me too well." Mr. Ma's laughter was rich and powerful, conveying the release of pent-up emotions that had long been held back. He had awaited this day for far too long, and now the grand vision he had painted for the board was finally coming to fruition. Listening to the unabashed laughter on the phone, Su Yi's smile deepened. "Speaking of which, Mr. Ma, when do you plan to stoke this boiling pot of oil further?" As the laughter subsided, Mr. Ma's voice regained the steadiness befitting a business magnate, though the genuine joy was impossible to conceal. "Soon. The purpose of my call is mainly to keep you in the loop. We plan to officially release an announcement this afternoon." "Oh." At this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and teased. "Then, Mr. Ma, this isn't merely adding fuel to the fire. You're about to set off an explosion." "Secretary Su, you jest. Your fire has already spread like wildfire. We're merely adding a few more logs to the flames." Mr. Ma responded with genuine admiration in his tone. "All right then, let us refrain from further flattery. I eagerly await your grand creation, which will incite a new explosion of life in the second world." "It shall not disappoint, Mr. Ma replied solemnly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Time passed, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while the entire internet remained immersed in fervent discussions about the second world and the first user's initial experiences, the account with hundreds of millions of followers, whose every move sent shockwaves through the very fabric of the internet, Penguin Group Official, released a brand new update. Once again, there were no previews, no embellishments, only a monumental piece of game concept art, brimming with a sense of iron and fantasy. The artwork depicted a galloping army, the gaze of strategists and generals, and the chaotic winds of an era that countless sons and daughters of Huaxia had longed for. Accompanied by a declaration that would surely cause every player's heart to skip a beat, the door to the new world has opened. The epic journey begins now. Crafted by Penguin Group, the cross-generational, fully immersive virtual game Fantasy 3 Kingdoms will officially launch next Monday. We await you in the second world. Chapter 366. This spring is bound to be lively. The announcement from Penguin Group detonated like a deep-sea bomb, resounding through the vast ocean of the internet at precisely 3 o'clock. The already boiling discourse, sparked by the widespread adoption of Qinghe community, exploded into a frenzy. Goodness, a fully immersive virtual game? Did I read that correctly? I've waited 20 years for this day. From keyboards and mice to VR headsets, my dream of virtual gaming has finally transcended mere fantasy. Hats off to President Ma and Secretary Su. This truly is a celestial collaboration. I declare that the most monumental partnership of the 21st century has been born. Outside the direct sales stores of Qinghe across the nation, the seemingly endless queue erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing the announcement from Penguin, unleashing a thunderous wave of cheers. Virtual gaming. These four characters, once confined to the realm of literary imagination, have become the ultimate entertainment in the dreams of countless individuals. Now it has arrived, accompanied by the illustrious backdrop of the Three Kingdoms era, in a manner that invites participation from all. In the office of the village committee in Qinghe Village, Su naturally caught sight of Penguin's announcement. His gaze fell upon the game's original artwork, imbued with a sense of iron and solemnity, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Fantasy 3 Kingdoms? He murmured, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. The choice of game theme by Penguin took him by surprise. He had initially assumed that, following the recent global fervor surrounding that monkey, the first ace they would unveil would be something more fantastical and ethereal, like Journey to the West. To his astonishment, they opted for the historically rich, war-oriented Three Kingdoms instead. However, this thought flickered past him in an instant. He soon comprehended the rationale behind it. Journey to the West is an epic that requires admiration from a distance. Players are more spectators and experiencers. In contrast, the Three Kingdoms present a journey in which players can actively participate, becoming the heroes vying for supremacy. For a newly invigorated virtual world infused with over 1 billion fresh resources, what could foster community, incite conflict, and create an economic system more effectively than a war that allows everyone to take part in the struggle for dominance? As he pondered, there came a knock at the office door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a tall, dark figure, none other than Coach Zhang, the head coach of the national athletics team. Coach Zhang, what a rare visit. He exclaimed with a smile, rising to greet him. What brings you here? Zhang's typically stern and dark face now radiated an unmistakable glow, his expression imbued with gravity. He waved his hand dismissively and walked steadily to stand before Su. Secretary Su, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. I've come to update you on a situation. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea, Su invited, guiding him to the sofa in the reception area. No, there's no need for that, Zhang replied, sitting rigidly like a pine tree, his hands resting on his knees. I need to head back quickly. Time is tight. Seeing his urgency, Su settled across from him. Very well, please go ahead. Zhang lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. It pertains to the upcoming competitions. His tone was steady, yet resonated with an undeniable strength. With March approaching, several important international athletics events will commence, and we previously agreed to take the children out. Zhang looked intently at Su, his eyes brimming with anticipation. They need to see the world. His sentiments from the celebratory banquet were not mere impulsive words. He had returned home, contemplating and meticulously planning. The physical prowess of these children from Qinghe Village was akin to a treasure destined for sports. Remaining in the village for training would surely yield gradual improvement. But athletic competition ultimately demands real battles on the field. Only by experiencing the atmosphere of genuine international competitions, feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to a roaring tide, and encountering the world's top competitors, can these rough gems be polished to brilliance. Oh, have those children reached the standards to participate in international competitions? Su inquired with curiosity. Not just that. At this, Zhang straightened his posture, a knowing smile and absolute confidence gracing his face. Secretary Su, I assure you, you'll be astonished. Then I shall await the good news. Su replied with a smile, leaning back into the sofa, his demeanor relaxed. I have no objections. However, you must discuss it with the children and their parents. As long as they agree, our village will offer full support. Upon receiving Su Yi's response, A genuine smile illuminated Zhang's face. Rest assured, Secretary Su, I merely came to consult with you first. Zhang nodded vigorously, his voice booming with enthusiasm. I've already completed the groundwork with the children. They are all eager to compete with foreign athletes. As for the parents, there's no need for concern. I've spoken with them before. They are eager for their children to gain experiences and bring glory to the village. That settles it then? Sui affirmed with a nod. I trust your professional judgment, Coach Zhang. Proceed with it. Great. I'll head back to make arrangements. Zhang sprang to his feet, nodding decisively at Sui before briskly departing, his demeanor exuding vigor and determination. Watching his retreating figure, Sui's smile deepened. Not only is Penguin's virtual game about to launch, but even the children of the athletics team are poised to venture abroad. It seems this spring is destined to be vibrant and bustling. In the ensuing days, the entire Qinghe Village erupted with an almost fervent pride regarding the prospect of their children representing the nation in international events. Simultaneously, the fervor surrounding the Second World showed no signs of abating. The sales of access devices remained explosively robust, with lines outside direct sales stores nationwide never diminishing. Online, those fortunate enough to procure devices early became the envy of many. They shared their initial experiences of wandering, socializing, and sightseeing within the Qinghe community. Each screenshot and each snippet of text acted like a tantalizing hook, igniting the impatience of those still queuing or contemplating. Everyone's anticipation converged towards a singular point: the day Penguin Group announced for the official launch of Fantasy 3 Kingdoms, which was none other than Monday. Chapter 367. The launch. A surge of excitement. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Fantasy 3 Kingdoms officially launched. In that moment, countless players, already poised and ready within the Qinghe community, surged into the virtual realm of the Three Kingdoms like a torrential flood. There were no lags, no disconnections, not even the faintest hint of delay. The formidable cloud servers of Qinghe showcased their profound capabilities with an almost brazen display. Players accessing through the standard kit, though lacking the immersive sensations of touch and scent afforded by high-end devices, found themselves in a world that utterly transformed their decades-long understanding of gaming. Opening their eyes, they beheld an ancient, austere novice village, teeming with the vibrant throngs of players. In the distant sky loomed the desolate gray-black hue, stained by the fires of war. Characteristic of the late Han dynasty, the system's cold notification sounded in every ear, offering divergent life paths. Players could choose to become a lord, starting with a village, recruiting troops, conquering the world, and ultimately grasping the imperial jade seal inscribed with the mandate of heaven and eternal prosperity. Alternatively, they could opt to become a general, immersing themselves in the military, achieving fame and fortune through the baptism of blood and fire, transforming into a legendary figure unparalleled in battle. Or they could choose to be a strategist, with feathered fan in hand, weaving intricate schemes with laughter, becoming the most fearsome weapon on the battlefield. In addition, blacksmiths, physicians, and wealthy merchants. Countless alternative career paths unfold before one's eyes, allowing everyone in this world to discover their own unique new life. Numerous affluent players, at the very second they enter the game, activate their meticulously prepared plans, extravagantly spending their fortunes to recruit manpower, determined to carve out a vast territory in this virtual realm. Meanwhile, many ordinary players choose to align themselves with these formidable factions or form their own small teams, laboring diligently in this new world to earn tangible wealth through their efforts and sweat. The launch of the server heralds a frenzy. Before long, major media outlets, seemingly in collusion, inundate screens with headlines that, while similar in content, offer diverse perspectives, propelling this celebration to a fever pitch. Hot topic focus: dreams realized. Fully immersive virtual game launches today, ushering humanity into a new era of entertainment. Financial frontier: game or reality? As virtual games emerge, will you be the next billionaire? Tech Daily in-depth review. Fantasy 3 Kingdoms. More than just a game, it's the perfect first puzzle piece of the Second World ecosystem. The overwhelming reports stimulate the anticipation of every individual yet to acquire their devices. They gaze at the exhilarating headlines and player experience shares in the news, anxiously lamenting why they didn't line up sooner. Those who have already immersed themselves in the game, however, find themselves engulfed in an unprecedented, soul-stirring shock. In Qinghe Village, within the village committee office, Sui swipes across his mobile screen, observing financial media solemnly analyzing strategies for gold farming within Fantasy 3 Kingdoms, how to establish commercial guilds, and how to seize the first wave of profits to ascend the social ladder. His gaze eventually settles on a bold headline. Will you be the next billionaire? Su-yi cannot help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Once upon a time, he too was an ordinary youth, huddled in a dormitory, sharing instant noodles with his friends, dreaming of the day when true virtual online games would emerge. In that imagined world, he could wield his sword across distant lands, savoring the thrill of vengeance. Or strategize and conquer realms. He even fantasized about amassing wealth through gaming, wealth that eluded him in reality. Yet, he never anticipated that the very person who would bring fantasy into reality, creating a dream stage for millions, would be himself. He had become the architect of dreams. Secretary Su. At that moment, Yi Wanwan approached the desk. She projected an electronic report before Su-yi, revealing a steeply rising growth curve that formed the crux of the report, exuding a cold yet fervent aesthetic of technological beauty. This was the latest sales data compilation as of 9 o'clock this morning. Since the commencement of sales, totaling 75 hours, every direct store nationwide had sold a total of 413 million units of the device. Additionally, through the official mini program, there were 140 million orders awaiting pickup notifications. Having completed identity reservations, 413 million, a figure that signifies that within a mere 3 days, over 400 million individuals had acquired tickets to the second world. Coupled with the subsequent queue of 140 million, a colossal user base exceeding 550 million had either become or was about to become the first residents of this new dimension. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's smile broadened. This was an anticipated yet astonishing achievement, not merely a sales miracle, but a testament that the grand blueprint Qinghe Village envisioned to alter the world had laid down the most solid and expansive foundation. The enthusiasm of the users exceeded our projections. Leaning back in his chair, Su-yi lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. Having sold so many, how much stock do we currently have left? Yi Wanwan promptly retrieved another set of data, after deducting all sold and reserved units. We currently have approximately 130 million units in finished product inventory. She paused, then added, however, the production line is accelerating operations, and the device's output capacity continues to climb. At this rate, Su-yi glanced at the still ascending reservation curve, contemplating aloud. We'll likely need to consider the next steps within a month. Yi Wanwan raised her eyes to Su-yi, understanding that the next steps he referred to implied significant implications. Once the initial coverage of the domestic market was completed, the next inevitable phase would be global expansion. When billions of users worldwide surge into this new dimension like rivers converging into the sea, when they socialize, entertain, live, work, and even forge new cultures and rules here, a brand new virtual civilization parallel to the real world would emerge. This would be an unprecedented feat in human history, and they were the creators of it all. The mere thought of such a future made even Yi Wanwan's breath quicken slightly. Just then, a rapid ringtone shattered the tranquility of the office. Su-yi picked up his phone. On the screen flashed an English name, Anderson. Chapter 368. Look, here he comes again. As soon as the call connected, Anderson's signature booming voice erupted like a cannonball, imbued with dramatic exaggeration and uncontainable urgency. Su, my God, can't you let this crazy world catch its breath, even for a second? Su-yi listened to that familiar tone, unable to suppress a smile. He leisurely leaned back in his expansive chair, casually twirling the pen in his hand, and replied with a calm demeanor, My friend, what has you so flustered this time? What is wrong? You dare to ask me what is wrong? Anderson's voice rose an octave, punctuated by the sound of his dress, shoes, pacing anxiously on the floor. Su, you've once again stirred up a hornet's nest. That game, Fantasy 3 Kingdoms, just released by Qinghe Community. Oh, you mean that? Su-yi's tone bore a hint of amusement. That wasn't Team I doing. It's the handiwork of Penguin Group. You got the wrong person. Come on, Su. Anderson immediately countered, his tone dripping with the assurance of one who perceives the truth. Without your second world, where would they realize this fully immersive virtual game? The entire world knows that the key to the new world lies in your hands. What difference does it make if you didn't create it yourself? Anderson's words rang true, and Su-yi smiled in silence. Then, Anderson shifted to the crux of the matter, his voice growing more urgent. Speaking of the new world, that is exactly why I'm calling. Originally, when you announced that the device would launch exclusively in your domestic market, the overseas sector was already on tenterhooks. Everyone like travelers in a desert waiting for water. But now, on the other end of the line, Anderson's heavy breathing echoed, as if he had just sprinted 100 meters. A genuine, historically participatory virtual game has emerged. So You may not fully grasp the tremendous allure of the Three Kingdoms theme in those overseas circles enamored with Eastern culture. They refer to it as the Game of Eastern Thrones. Those individuals are now utterly frantic. They watch as your domestic players recruit troops and conquer lands while they can't even touch the entrance. Do you know what that feels like? My company's inbox is flooded with tens of thousands of inquiry emails each day. Anderson spoke at an astonishing pace, vividly portraying the fervent scenes of the overseas market. After laying the emotional groundwork, he finally posed the most pivotal question, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation and an insatiable yearning. Sue, I have familiarized myself with your domestic sales figures, which are quite alarming. You have sold at least hundreds of millions of units in just a few days. This number should nearly satisfy the initial wave of demand in your country, correct? His tone was imbued with both hesitation and deep desire. So isn't it time for the international market? Sue listened to Anderson's eager inquiry, his gaze fixed on the frantically fluctuating pre-sale order numbers displayed on the luminous screen before him, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Anderson, my friend, matters cannot be viewed so simplistically. His voice was calm and clear, transmitted across the ocean. You have witnessed the enthusiasm of our domestic market, but you must understand that the scale of the entire international market will be even larger and more frenzied. The user base alone is several times that of the domestic market. Therefore, prior to the international release, I must prepare a sufficient inventory, correct? Sue's tone became relaxed, laced with a hint of jest. I cannot simply announce a global launch and have you clear out my entire stock within seconds, leaving billions to point fingers at you in outrage. I certainly do not wish to see my dear partner featured in tomorrow's international news headlines, suspended from the highest flagpole in his office by irate players. There was a silence on the other end of the line for a full 2 seconds. Then, an explosion of hearty laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Sue, you're absolutely right. If that were to happen, they would indeed storm into my office and hang me from the highest flagpole. After the laughter subsided, Anderson's tone settled once more. He immediately comprehended Sue's meaning. Launching a product globally with inadequate inventory would be tantamount to suicide. All right, I understand your concerns. You are correct. Anderson's tone was exceedingly sincere. Now, what about a rough timeline? I need a time frame, even if it is merely a vague range. This way, I can reassure our channel partners, and most importantly, my team needs time to prepare for an unprecedented promotional campaign. A rough timeline? Sue's fingers lightly tapped on the tabletop, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. After a moment, he provided his answer. Soon. On the other end of the line, Anderson's breath hitched. Sue's voice was unhurried, yet imbued with a force capable of anchoring hearts. Within a month, the global market will officially open for sales. You may commence preparations with your team according to this timeline. A month. A barely containable exclamation of joy burst from the receiver. This time frame was even swifter than he had anticipated. Fantastic. Sue, you're always my most reliable partner. I know exactly what to do now. Before he could finish speaking, Anderson abruptly hung up the phone with a decisive click. Listening to the sound on the other end, Sue shook his head with a smile. Anderson. Sue's gaze shifted from his phone back to the data report that No.1 had just projected. In the domestic market, over 400 million units have been consumed in just a little over 70 hours, with over 100 million more orders still in queue. This already tumultuous ocean, when viewed on a global scale, could only be considered a mere lake. 1 month. This time frame was not only a promise he had made with his own lips, but also a military order he had imposed upon himself. 1-1. Secretary. Inform the super smartphone factory to adjust the production schedule from now on. Sue's voice was calm, yet contained a thunderous power. Maximize production of the connectivity devices. If necessary, we may temporarily halt some other production lines to free up capacity. Upon hearing this, No.1's pupils slightly contracted, yet her gaze remained unwavering as she nodded decisively. Understood. She then turned and exited the office with brisk steps to implement this command, one potent enough to stir the global supply chain. Watching No.1's retreating figure, Sue slowly retracted his gaze. Just then, the screen of his personal phone lit up, displaying a notification for a received document. The document title read, Final Clinical Report on the Qinghe series medications. Chapter 369, Is this report serious? Before Sue could open the report, the screen jumped to the incoming call interface with a name he Lao pulsated. As soon as the call connected, Song-Yin's aged yet still resonant voice surged forth, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Secretary Sue, you received the report, didn't you? I just sent it to you. I received it, Lao. I was just about to review it, Sue replied with a smile, his tone steady. From your tone, it seems the clinical results are quite promising. Promising? Song-yin echoed the word, as if he had heard an unfathomable joke, falling silent for a moment. Then, a sigh filled with complex emotions escaped the receiver. Within that sigh lay astonishment at witnessing a medical miracle, a bewilderment at the shattering of a worldview built over a lifetime of learning, ultimately transforming into pure admiration. Secretary Su, this is beyond mere promise. In addition to the 3 medications I reported to you last time, the effects of the other medications are astonishingly unbelievable. Song-yin said, his voice hoarse, enunciating each word with gravity. Every medicine carries a degree of toxicity. This is wisdom passed down from our ancestors and a rule rigorously verified by modern medicine through countless data. Any effective medication must inevitably accompany side effects. That is the price we pay. What we can do is merely seek a balance between efficacy and harm. He paused, his voice suddenly rising, unable to contain his excitement any longer. But your medication, the efficacy is astonishingly powerful, which we have long since known. However, during this period, we have employed the world's most advanced equipment and assembled the most authoritative team to conduct hundreds of cross-comparative tests. Do you know what we discovered? Su-yi remained silent, listening intently. On the other end, Song-yin continued to articulate the final conclusion. Nothing. Under normal usage conditions, we did not detect a single instance of quantifiable toxic side effects. Not a single one, let alone liver or kidney damage. Not even the most common and mildest allergic reactions appeared. Song-yin took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm his overly excited heartbeat. Yet the tremor in his voice was unmistakable. Secretary Su, I have practiced medicine my entire life, and the clinical reports I have reviewed stacked up would be taller than I am. I have never seen such data. I truly do not know how you managed to develop these medications. Not only are they extraordinarily effective without side effects, but they also target many of society's most challenging ailments, even terminal illnesses. Listening to Song-yin's near-manic words, Su-yi maintained a smile, though his gaze grew increasingly profound. He had long anticipated this reaction. After all, this was the result of countless simulations combined with top-tier medicinal materials cultivated in an ecologically simulated environment that defied the norms of this world. Together, they birthed this miraculous phenomenon that transcended reason. Once these medications hit the market, Lao Zhang's voice resounded once more, his excitement slowly settling into a deeper, broader solemnity and anticipation. Do you understand what this signifies? It means that those diseases which modern medicine has been powerless to combat, where we could only helplessly watch life slip away, will no longer be terminal. Those patients tormented by illness, living a fate worse than death, shall ultimately find true redemption in their lives. In the end, a hint of barely perceptible emotion tinged Song-yin's voice with a quaver. Nothing could comfort a healer's lifetime more than the hope of conquering a terminal illness through personal verification. Moments later, as if recollecting something, he suddenly laughed, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Secretary Su, if the Nobel Committee for Medicine does not deliver the trophy into your hands next year, the world's patients will certainly protest first. You jest, Elder He, Su-yi replied with a chuckle. Whether or not we receive the Nobel Prize is inconsequential. I'm merely a figurehead. The true labor has been borne by you and your team. No, we are merely the validators, while you are the creator. Song-yin asserted with solemnity, devoid of any hint of humility. He swiftly redirected the conversation. Secretary Su, the final report is now completed, with every data point standing up to the most stringent scrutiny from around the globe. You may now formally initiate the approval process for market launch. With your influence, I trust this process will be quite straightforward. I understand. Thank you, Elder He. No need for such formality with me. Song-yin laughed heartily. All right then, I shall not delay you from your important matters. After hanging up, tranquility returned to the office. Su-yi gazed at the document titled Final Clinical Report on the Qinghe series of drugs displayed on his phone screen, his gaze serene. Without a moment's hesitation, he located another number in his contacts and dialed. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Lu Shixiang's steady and gentle voice came through. Junior? Calling me at this hour. It seems you have something significant to discuss. Am I interrupting your work, Shixiang? Su-yi inquired with a smile. When you call, even the most pressing work must take a back seat, Lu Shixiang replied warmly. Now, what remarkable news do you bring? Indeed, it is quite significant, Su-yi stated. Cutting to the chase. The final report on the new drugs I mentioned at the gala has been released. The results are impeccable. We now need to commence the market approval process, and I would like to request your assistance in this matter. On the other end, Lu Shixiang fell silent for a few seconds, Su, he could almost envision his senior raising an eyebrow, a look of realization crossing his face. So, it is the widely circulated miraculous drugs that can eradicate scars and restore gray hair to its original color? It seems you've already heard about them. Su, he chuckled. With the commotion you've caused, it will be difficult not to be aware. Lu Shixiang chuckled lightly, his tone still composed. Send me the report, and I shall personally deliver it to the relevant departments. Coincidentally, they have been keenly interested in your remarkable findings for quite some time. That would be greatly appreciated, Shixiang. We are family, no need for such formalities. With those words, Su Yi ended the call. He promptly forwarded the report that Elder he had just sent him to Lu Shixiang. After completing this task, Su Yi finally opened the report, briefly scanning the data that could potentially revolutionize the entire medical field. However, he had barely turned 2 pages when his phone vibrated unexpectedly with fervor. The caller ID displayed Lu Shixiao. Su Yi raised an amused eyebrow at the flashing name. As soon as he answered, before he could speak, Lu Shixiang's incredulous and tense voice rushed through the line. Junior, is this report for real? Chapter 370, A Paradigm Shift in the Medical Field. Su Yi answered the call with a smile, his tone relaxed. What is the matter, Shixiao? The silence on the other end was unusually prolonged. Then Lu Shixiang's steady voice, now tinged with an unusual quality, emerged. Junior, I just opened the report and glanced at a few sections. His words paused, as if he were meticulously choosing his phrasing, or perhaps confirming whether what he had just seen was an illusion. Are you certain you did not send the wrong document? Lu Shixiang's voice remained calm. Yet Su Yi could detect an underlying current of extraordinary agitation beneath that calm exterior. Of course, I sent the correct document, Su Yi replied, a hint of mirth in his tone. This is from Elder He Songyan himself, and you must have seen his signature at the end. This clinical report was personally overseen by Elder He, with every datum and conclusion standing up to the most rigorous scrutiny in the world. Upon hearing the name He Songyan, Lu Shixiang's final doubts evaporated, swept away by an unseen force. The name He Songyan represents absolute authority and rigor in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. A report issued under his direct supervision is beyond reproach. Yet, it is precisely because of this authenticity that the impact is even more staggering. After a long pause, a sound imbued with admiration and bewilderment drifted through the airwaves. I knew it. Whenever you take action, it is bound to leave a seismic impact. Just the previously rumored kidney tonifying medicine, hair growth solution, and scar removal ointment. Any one of these could elevate a small pharmaceutical company to a trillion-dollar global giant overnight. I initially thought this was all you had accomplished, and it was already astonishing. Lu Shixiang's voice faltered momentarily. However, as I continued to read, I discovered not only a special drug for Alzheimer's, but also a perfect oral medication for diabetes, and even a pediatric formulation capable of curing autism. With every new drug mentioned, Lu Shixiang's tone grew heavier. Each of these names represents an insurmountable peak in modern medicine, a source of profound despair for countless families. Yet now, they are casually listed in a report, each one a conquered summit, proudly bearing the flag of Qinghe Village. Junior, any one of these developments could unleash a tenfold tsunami in the global medical community. Lu Shixiang's voice once again paused, as though he were gathering the strength to utter the next statement. His tone lowered, imbued with a reverence that he himself might not even realize. At the end of the report, I even saw the cancer-fighting medication. I read it 3 times to confirm I wasn't mistaken. A broad-spectrum anti-cancer drug that induces apoptosis in all known cancer cells, with minimal damage to normal cells. This, Lu Shixiang's words faltered here. He seemed momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to convey the weight this report carried. Can it really treat any cancer? Is this still within the realm of modern medicine? Once these drugs hit the market, the world will go mad. Lu Shixiang's voice regained a semblance of its usual steadiness. Yet the immense emotion it contained surged like an undercurrent beneath the surface. Is it truly that exaggerated? Su Yi's laughter echoed through the receiver, light and carefree. What do you think? Lu Shixiang chuckled, somewhat exasperated by Su Yi's nonchalant demeanor. Are you perhaps underestimating your own creations? Each of these drugs is a declaration of war against the world's terminal illnesses. And, judging by the report, it seems you intend to win. This is no exaggeration. Lu Shixiang sighed deeply. This is rewriting the annals of human history. Subsequently, his thoughts returned to the specifics of the report, laden with confusion. By the way, there is something called Danshan Yanyuan pill included in the report, not listed among the approved medications, but merely labeled as a health supplement. The clinical data reveals astonishing results, capable of comprehensively enhancing human functions, fortifying the immune system, promoting cellular vitality, and delaying aging, effects that far surpass any exorbitantly priced health supplements available on the market. Why then? Is it not classified as a drug? Lu, the senior brother, voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. In his view, the efficacy of this substance even extends to a broader scope than some of the previously mentioned special medications, possessing greater potential value. Senior brother, you just mentioned that my medications target specific diseases, Su Yi explained with a smile. However, this Danshin Yanyuan pill is different. It does not cure diseases. He paused for a moment, succinctly summarizing its function in the simplest terms. It merely serves to enhance a healthy individual's well-being, allowing someone in a suboptimal state to regain their peak condition. It is a holistic, indiscriminate tonic that strengthens the foundation of the human body. Because it lacks a specific therapeutic target, it is best categorized as a health supplement. Su Yi spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet Lu on the other end of the line felt his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Such a simple assertion. The notion that creating such a miraculous substance could be as easy as purchasing a cabbage at a market was astounding. To enhance human functions comprehensively, fortify the immune system, and delay aging. This could be considered the nascent form of the elixir of life that emperors and dignitaries in ancient times yearned for. Yet now, Su Yi seemed to dismiss it as insufficiently specialized, relegating it to the category of health supplements. For a moment, Lu was at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply, suppressing the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. I understand now. You always manage to refresh my perspective. Lu rubbed his forehead, feeling that the impact he had experienced today was greater than that of the entire past year combined. All right, I no longer doubt the authenticity of the report. His tone regained its professional decisiveness. I will promptly forward this material. However, Lu's tone shifted. I suspect that when the approval department's colleagues see this report, their first reaction will not be to question its authenticity, but rather to question their own existence. They may even think this is a grand joke concocted by the two of us. He spoke gravely, thus, it would be wise to give Elder He a heads up, so he could prepare himself. Once I submit the report, his phone will likely be inundated with calls. Chapter 371, Lightning Fast Approval. Su Yi replied with a smile. Naturally. Lu, on the other end of the line, let out a complex, subdued hum. That sound was a blend of resignation, fatigue, and a hint of pride in having such an extraordinary junior. Well, I finally comprehend the situation. From now on, before I answer your calls, I shall prepare myself with a quick-acting heart remedy. Lu's tone regained its sharpness. You stay put in the village and await my news. I will shield you from the initial wave of skepticism. Thank you, senior brother. It's part of my duty. With that, Lu decisively hung up the phone, his movements devoid of any hesitation. Listening to the busy signal emanating from his phone, Su Yi's smile remained steadfast. He could envision the tremendous storm that the seemingly flimsy electronic report would unleash in another realm. Yet he felt no trepidation. From the moment he decided to present these medications, he had been prepared for all eventualities. Meanwhile, having ended the call, Lu wasted no time. His fingers danced across the screen, swiftly transmitting the report, capable of rewriting the annals of human medicine, through encrypted channels to the head of the drug approval department. Having accomplished this, he stood up, not even pausing to sip water to soothe his dry throat. He adjusted his slightly crumpled collar from prolonged sitting and briskly exited his office. Before long, he arrived at an office within an ancient, serene courtyard. Sitting upright, he reported his findings with solemnity. The final clinical report from Qinghe Village has been completed. In addition to the previously rumored medications, the report also includes effective treatments for chronic ailments such as Alzheimer's and diabetes, as well as broad-spectrum anti-cancer drugs. Furthermore, it includes a remarkable substance that has been categorized as a health supplement. After listening to Lu's report, the elder raised his gaze, his expression calm as it settled on Lu. Have you verified the authenticity of the report? Lu responded steadily. The clinical trial report was personally overseen by Elder He Songyan. At the end of the report is his personal signature guaranteeing its validity. Upon hearing the name He Songyan, a ripple of acknowledgement crossed the elder's otherwise inscrutable countenance, and he nodded in satisfaction. With his endorsement, the weight of this data is indisputable. The elder shifted his gaze from Lu to the window, his voice flat, yet imbued with an understanding of the situation. This Su Yi has indeed brought me yet another surprise. Agriculture, industry, technology, and now biomedicine. Each step he takes defies expectations, yet is executed with unwavering solidity. There was no shock in the elder's tone, only a confirmation of established facts and a hint of admiration. He returned his gaze to Lu, his words concise and powerful. Since he possesses such capability, we must not become obstacles in his path. The existence of Qinghe Village is a strategic move intended to disrupt convention and create possibilities. Allow him the freedom to flourish without confining him with any preconceived limitations. Understand. Lu nodded earnestly. Go forth. The elder waved his hand, indicating Lu should fulfill his responsibilities and support Su-yi. Lu said no more, bowing respectfully before exiting the office, as the heavy wooden door slowly closed behind him, sealing the tranquility capable of stabilizing the world within. Lu felt the tension in his nerves slightly ease. He hurried back to his office, and as he pushed the door open, he swiftly retrieved his phone. The screen was inundated with missed calls and messages from the same number, nearly filling the entire display. The caller was the head of the drug approval department. Lu took a deep breath and dialed back immediately. The call was answered almost instantaneously, revealing a voice that struggled to suppress strong emotions, yet conveyed immense agitation. Lao Lu, is a report you sent with Elder He's signature truly authentic? What else would it be? Lu replied with a touch of nonchalance. Who would dare forge Elder He's signature? Silence fell on the other end. Indeed, to forge Yi Songyan's signature was not merely an act of audacity. It would be a grievous offense against the integrity of national medical credibility. But the contents of this report, the voice trembled with incredulity. Broad-spectrum anti-cancer? How is that even possible? This defies the principles of science. Lu did not directly address the question. He simply added lightly, this comes from Qinghe Village. In an instant, the caller fell into a profound silence. After a full 10 seconds, the official seemed to return from the overwhelming shock, exhaling deeply, his voice laden with realization and a sense of resignation. I understand now. It is Qinghe Village. That clarifies everything. The name of Qinghe Village held more power than any lengthy explanation could convey. Since it is that miraculous Qinghe Village, any extraordinary marvels that emerge seem to become entirely reasonable. With this understanding, the subsequent procedures shall be entrusted to you, Brother Lu stated. Rest assured, old Lu. The voice of the person in charge on the other end had regained its calmness and professionalism. We will immediately activate the highest level green channel and organize an expert group for the final review. As long as the data is accurate, all processes can be completed within 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Brother Lu leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling, and exhaled a long breath. Qinghe Village. These 3 characters have now become synonymous with miracles. Indeed, as the person in charge mentioned, with the dual endorsement of Qinghe Village and He Songyan, the entire approval process was astonishingly swift. The so-called expert group review was less of an examination and more of a formality. When the country's top pharmacology and pathology experts beheld that data report, which was flawless to the point of being considered a work of art, all skepticism transformed into admiration. Merely 2 days later, the materials related to the approval had already been sent to Brother Lu. Upon seeing this, he picked up his phone, a relaxed smile gracing his face, and dialed Su-yi's number. Junior brother, good news. The market approval for your precious medications has been fully granted. Chapter 372. Yes. It is your friend who needs it. Su-yi chuckled upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line. So soon? Brother Lu's laughter conveyed a sense of control and ease. Naturally, the commotion you've stirred in Qinghe Village has made it a top priority for everyone to address. Brother Lu's words were half jest and half truth. Today, as Qinghe Village influences the nerves above, its significance has long surpassed that of an ordinary village. Su-yi laughed heartily in response. He understood all too well what this lightning-fast approval represented. All right, I want to keep you chatting. Brother Lu's tone returned to a brisk, business-like manner. I will send you the electronic version of the relevant material shortly. As for the specific market launch plan for the medications, I shall not disturb you. The Grand Commander, go ahead and execute it. Brother Lu paused and added earnestly. Should you require any level of support, do not hesitate to voice it. Very well. I must thank you once again, brother. Su-yi's gratitude was heartfelt. Between brothers, let us refrain from such formalities in the future. Brother Lu playfully scolded and promptly hung up the phone. The office fell silent once more. Yet in the air, there lingered a scent of impending storms. Ding! Moments later, a soft sound signaled that Su-yi's phone had received the electronic documents sent by Brother Lu. With a tap of his fingertip, a cascade of official approval documents adorned with bright red seals instantly covered the screen. Drug production license. New drug approval document. Su-yi's gaze leisurely swept over the document titles, his expression serene, yet his mind began to sketch a vast blueprint that spanned the globe. He lifted his head, looking towards Yi Wanwan, who was engrossed in handling documents not far away. Wanwan, secretary. Yi Wanwan set aside her work and looked up. The market approval for the medications has been entirely granted. Having said this, Su Yi forwarded the final clinical report for Qinghe series drugs along with all the approval documents he had just received to her. I have sent you the report and approval documents. Please coordinate with the publicity department promptly to prepare the promotional campaign based on the drug list in the report. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanwan's gaze fell upon the screen of her phone, her fingertips swiftly gliding across it. When she encountered terms like broad-spectrum anti-cancer and Alzheimer's targeted medications, even though she had long been accustomed to the miracles of Qinghe Village, her breath momentarily halted involuntarily. However, she did not reveal any excess emotion on her face. She simply nodded firmly, her voice crisp and decisive. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. With that, Yi Wanwan rose promptly, phone in hand, and strode out of the office with brisk steps. Watching her decisive demeanor, Su Yi smiled with satisfaction. Just then, the office door swung open, and a familiar figure peeked in. It was Su Weiguo. He strolled in with his hands behind his back, taking measured steps while sporting an expression that suggested a casual wanderer, though his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable glance toward Su Yi. Secretary, are you busy? Su Weiguo approached Su Yi's desk, feigning casualness with a question. I see you on the phone and arranging work. Is there a significant project about to launch? It's nothing major. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, observing his uncle's demeanor with amusement, yet maintaining a nonchalant tone. Just coordinating a promotional campaign. A promotional campaign? Su Weiguo's ears perked up, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. Is it about that medication? Su Yi did not answer directly, but instead met his gaze with a teasing smile. Uncle, look at you getting anxious again. What am I anxious about? Su Weiguo retorted, his neck stiffening, his face showing signs of embarrassment. I'm just concerned for my old comrade. He waits day and night. His hair is turning white from the anticipation. Oh, you're concerned for your friend, I see. Su Yi deliberately elongated his tone, feigning enlightenment. I thought you were eager to know when those medications would officially hit the market. Why would I need to know that? Su Weiguo's neck stiffened, his gaze drifting. I'm in great health. I can run up 5 flights of stairs without a breath. To prove his point, he patted his chest vigorously. However, it seemed he struck too hard and ended up coughing a couple of times. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Su Yi suppressed his laughter, nodding, Yes, uncle. You're the healthiest. It's mainly your friend who needs it. Exactly. That's him. Su Weiguo finally found his footing, straightening his back a bit. Clearing his throat, he reverted to a serious demeanor and inquired. So, the promotional campaign you mentioned earlier is for those medications? Yes. Su Yi nodded slowly, his tone unhurried. The approval has been granted. We must let the outside world know. Su Weiguo's eyes lit up, and his breath quickened. He wished to ask more specifically, but felt embarrassed. So he only hinted. So, does this mean the launch is imminent? Su Yi observed his uncle's anxious yet hesitant demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter. He decided to tease this endearing uncle a bit more. It's not exactly imminent. Su Yi feigned contemplation, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. For a promotion, there must be a timeline. First, we'll let a few hints slip, then conduct some online activities, and after that, we'll engage various media to create buzz. It'll take at least 3 to 5 months, I suppose. 3 to 5 months. Su Weiguo's tone shot up an octave, his eyes widening like saucers. That long, seeing that Su Weiguo was genuinely anxious. Su Yi could no longer continue teasing and finally burst into hearty laughter. All right, uncle, I won't jest with you any longer. Su Yi straightened his posture, his smile softening into a more serious expression. It won't take that long. He looked at Su Weiguo's face filled with urgency and pronounced each word deliberately. Once the promotion ends, we'll launch immediately. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will be this week. Upon hearing this, Su Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. A wave of immense joy washed over him, instantly sweeping away all prior disappointment. Upon receiving the precise time, he was overwhelmed with excitement, bouncing twice on the spot. Without pausing to utter another word, he slapped his thigh and, like a gust of wind, dashed out of the office. It was unclear which old friend he sought to share this momentous news with. Shortly thereafter, the official WeChat account of Qinghe Village dropped a bombshell that was destined to be etched in history. Chapter 373. The list that rendered the internet speechless. The title of the post on the Qinghe Village account adhered to its trademark simplicity, bordering on the brusque. Qinghe series medicines, soon to be launched. There were no grandiloquent phrases, no emotionally charged prose, nor exquisite promotional posters. Upon opening the article, what greeted the reader was nothing but the most concise product list imaginable. Kidney reinforcement pill, potent in fortifying the body's foundation and enhancing vitality. Hair regrowth solution, reviving dormant hair follicles, restoring dark hair. Scar removal ointment, inducing tissue regeneration, eliminating scars. The initial lines of this list ignited the powder keg of the entire internet like a match struck against a stone. A frenzy dubbed madness engulfed every social platform. Oh my goodness, it's here. It has truly arrived. My Mediterranean is finally saved. Kidney reinforcement pill. Qinghe Village, you are my only deity. Ha ha. You used to call me the feeble man, but from now on, please refer to me as the brother who can go 8 rounds in one night. The foremost products on the list struck precisely at the heart of contemporary society's deepest, most widespread anxieties, hair loss and kidney deficiency. These issues, while not fatal, severely undermine the quality of life and self-esteem for billions. The facade has crumbled, no longer pretending. I am indeed the friend in need of the kidney pill. Will the link be available? Hurry up. Hair regrowth solution? Listen to me. Spare no words. Just initiate the pre-sale. My fellow programmers are ready to be the vanguard, clearing out your inventory. The atmosphere online was exuberant, reminiscent of a New Year celebration, with each comment brimming with ridiculous yet genuine joy. However, as countless eager eyes scrolled down the list, that euphoric jubilation, which could have overturned the heavens, was suddenly choked by an unseen hand. In front of the screens, countless faces that had previously radiated joy and mirth slowly froze. The once boisterous comment section saw its refresh rate plummet dramatically. Memory clarity pill enhances brain nerve function, effectively reversing the progression of Alzheimer's disease. Diabetes control granules restores pancreatic function, completely curing diabetes. Calm heart oral liquid, aimed at children with autism, improving social difficulties. Universal cancer reversal pill, a broad-spectrum anti-cancer drug capable of inducing the efficient apoptosis of known cancer cells with minimal damage to normal cells. In an instant, the cacophony that had reached fever pitch across the internet eerily dissipated. The surge in comment numbers abruptly halted. Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, autism, cancer. These chilling terms are laden with the blood, tears, and despair of countless families. They represent insurmountable peaks in modern medicine, nightmares that haunt many in the stillness of midnight. And now, these names were casually listed on a medication list, as if they were mere mountains that had been conquered. If the preceding kidney and hair products incited ecstasy, what followed elicited only bewilderment and shock. A surreal absurdity gripped everyone's thoughts, halting their reasoning. Did I misread? What is the last item? After an extended silence in the comments, someone finally trembled to type a line of text. Yet, the question went unanswered, as all who beheld it rubbed their eyes repeatedly, confirming the words on the screen. Broad spectrum, anti-cancer. The weight these 2 words carried exceeded the comprehension of most ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, in the Qinghe Village Committee office, a rapid, piercing ringtone shattered the tranquility within. Su Yi glanced at the caller ID, answered the phone, and barely had time to speak. Secretary Su, I just saw the information released on your public account. Zhao, with a voice as thunderous as a storm, resonated through the line, almost vibrating one's ears. I won't waste words. When can I purchase it? Give me the real scoop. His tone, tinged with urgency, was both candid and fervent. Unlike Old Tang and Old Ma, who are all shy and hesitant, I'm Zhao, straightforward and direct. I'm laying it all out there. I want that kidney pill. Listening to Zhao's forthrightness, Su Yi couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhao, your character remains as refreshingly blunt as ever. This unvarnished sincerity was far more endearing than any insincere pleasantries. Indeed, when dealing with Secretary Su, one must be forthright. Zhao beamed. So when exactly? Please give me a heads up. My heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat's paw. Rest assured, Su Yi's laughter subsided, his tone becoming assured. Since it has been officially announced, we won't keep everyone waiting too long. He paused for a moment before delivering the answer that would send Zhao into a frenzy. It is expected to launch within this week. Great. On the other end, silence lingered for a brief second, followed by an explosion of suppressed excitement, culminating in Zhao's uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. This week, right? I'll make a note of it. Be sure to save me a few. No, make 100. Money is not an issue, but please, Secretary Su, do not make me compete online with those guys. My speed is no match for theirs. Zhao lamented humor. Not a problem. We will definitely reserve some for you, Zhao. Su Yi agreed with a smile. I'm so grateful, Secretary Su. Zhao's voice brimmed with boundless anticipation for a brighter future. Once I, Zhao, regain my vigor, those old geezers in Jingzhou who brew goji berries in their thermoses will envy me to no end. Ha ha ha. Su Yi listened to Zhao's vivid laughter on the line, shaking his head helplessly. After hanging up, the office returned to its previous quietude. Su Yi placed his phone on the table, the mirth in his expression gradually fading. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi. Since the announcement was made, she had stood silently, engrossed in her phone, observing the tsunami-like surge of data and public sentiment reports on the computer screen, saying nothing. Now, as Su Yi finished his tasks, she approached him. Her footsteps were soft, yet each step resonated like a drumbeat. Secretary, she began, in the 37 minutes since the announcement, the reading volume of relevant topics online has exceeded 100 million. Regarding the formal launch and pricing of these medicines, I am uncertain. Yi gaze settled on Su Yi's face, her expression earnest. Do you have any directives? Chapter 374. How much is face worth? Su Yi, upon hearing her words, did not respond immediately. His fingertips tapped silently on the table, as if calculating or weighing something. Yi did not urge him. She merely stood quietly at the side, awaiting the answer that would determine the fates of countless individuals. Within the office, the atmosphere seemed to thicken. These medications, each one capable of rewriting the annals of medical history, were poised at a pricing point that would directly influence the breadth of this monumental transformation. At long last, Su Yi lifted his gaze towards Yi and calmly uttered a figure. 10,000. 10,000? Yi brows arched slightly. This number fell far below any of her expectations. Instinctively, she sought clarification. Secretary, are you indicating that the price for a particular medication is 10,000? No. Su Yi shook his head, correcting her interpretation. I mean, all therapeutic drugs, including the anti-cancer medications, will be uniformly priced. 10,000 for a full treatment. This revelation left Yi momentarily speechless. She was acutely aware of the worth of these medicines. If entrusted to a professional capital team, they would generate a wealth myth of staggering proportions. Forget 10,000, even 100,000, or even 1,000,000 for a treatment, and the world as affluent would be clamoring to procure them. Yet, Su Yi had casually assigned them a price that was almost laughably low. Secretary, this pricing, Yi voice carried a hint of incredulity. Isn't it a bit too low? Is somewhat low, Su Yi admitted candidly, then shifted his tone to convey a sense of tranquility that diverged from commercial logic. But you must remember one thing. Healthcare should never be merely a business. His voice was soft, yet each word struck Yi heart like a gentle hammer. Moreover, Qinghe Village has developed to a point where it is not lacking in funds. In the future, it will lack for nothing. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. The reason I set this price for these medications is to allow those tormented by illness to see a glimmer of hope to survive. At the very least, in our own country, we must ensure that those suffering from severe illnesses can afford their treatment. This statement instantly illuminated Yi understanding of Su Yi's intentions. She gazed at the man before her, whose perpetually cool and tranquil eyes now sparkled with a complex light, admiration, comprehension, and a stirring she had not even recognized within herself. She had initially thought Su Yi would set a lofty price, targeting only the elite clientele, akin to the other products in the Qinghe series, thereby crafting a new empire of luxury. Yet, she had not anticipated that in the face of life and death, he chose to be inclusive. This decision, this vision, was far more impressive than merely amassing vast wealth. Su Yi observed the shift in Yi expression, smiled serenely, and continued, of course, my words do not imply that Qinghe Village aims to become a cost-ineffective philanthropist. Setting the price at 10,000 serves dual purposes. It promotes inclusivity while also ensuring that this price sufficiently covers our production costs and leaves an ample profit margin. Upon hearing the phrase profit margin, Yi was jolted back to her professional role. She nodded, her thoughts quickly aligning. I understand. Secretary, what about the product mentioned in the previous report that was categorized as a health supplement, the Danshin Yangyuan pill? Does it follow the same pricing? Also 10,000. Just as Yi was about to nod in acknowledgement, Su Yi leisurely added the latter part of his statement. However, that is 10,000 per pill. What? Yi breath caught sharply, and for the first time, her face displayed pure, unmasked astonishment. One pill, 10,000? That is an entirely different concept than 10,000 for a full treatment. The former signifies salvation, hope. The latter is a complete luxury reserved for an extremely select few. 10,000 per pill? She instinctively inquired. Yes, because medications that heal and save lives are necessities. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, articulately explaining. Their value pertains to an individual's right to life and cannot be measured purely in monetary terms. However, health supplements differ. They are not essential, but rather enhancements, existing to satisfy the higher-tier demands of those at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid. Those who can afford them are indifferent to the price, while those who cannot do not require them at all. Thus, their pricing need not consider inclusivity. No.1 comprehended fully. Healthcare remained healthcare, while business belonged to the realm of commerce. In his perspective, the boundary between the two was strikingly clear and awe-inspiring. He possessed both the benevolence of a healer and the shrewdness of a businessman, and these seemingly contradictory traits found perfect harmony within him. Ah, and one more thing. Su raised a finger, his expression turning more serious. Since we have chosen inclusivity, we must ensure that these affordably priced effective medications genuinely reach those in need, rather than being hoarded by scalpers and capitalists, transforming into tools for profit. He looked at No.1, issuing specific instructions. Thus, for the first batch of sales, all therapeutic drugs will require buyers to provide a diagnosis certificate issued by a tertiary hospital corresponding to their ailment. One identity verification, one diagnosis certificate, limited to one treatment's worth. This regulation acted as an impregnable dam, effectively blocking all speculative and opportunistic routes at the source of the medications flowing into the market. I understand. No.1 immediately grasped the underlying significance, but then pondered a practical challenge. Secretary, this regulation is quite stringent. However, for certain medications, might it deter genuine seekers from pursuing them? Her tone reflected some hesitation. For instance, the kidney reinforcement and essence preservation pill. Do you believe that those truly in need, such as middle-aged men, will be willing to visit a hospital specifically to obtain a diagnosis certificate? Her phrasing was already quite diplomatic. For a proud man to go to the nation's top hospital, to wait in line, only to watch the doctor write down certain embarrassing diagnoses in his medical record, required not only time, but also immense courage. A man's pride often mattered more than anything else. Su chuckled at her words, shaking his head as he looked at the earnest No.1. No.1, you misunderstand, man. No.1 responded, her curiosity piqued. Have you heard a joke? Su's face bore a playful smile as he elaborated. If a doctor tells a man that he is incapable, the man's immediate reaction is to jump up and curse, declaring the doctor a quack. However, Su's tone shifted, his smile growing more pronounced. If the doctor follows up with, but I can cure you, you can bet he would kneel right there and beg the doctor to be a savior. Ye Danyan Posit then couldn't help but smile back, her face lighting up with charm. This analogy, albeit crude, was strikingly accurate. The so-called pride crumbled in the face of the absolute temptation of restoring one's vigor. Having come to this realization, the last remnants of doubt in No.1 dissipated entirely. She nodded solemnly. I understand, Secretary. I will immediately draft a detailed sales plan and promotional guidelines based on your directives. Go ahead. Su waved his hand, dismissive. Just as No.1 turned to return to her desk, a sudden, jarring ringtone pierced the air. Su picked up his phone, glancing at the screen to find an entirely unfamiliar number. Chapter 375. We cannot let heroes bleed and weep. Su answered the call. Within the receiver, a composed middle-aged man's voice resonated, laced with an earnest politeness, as if each word had been meticulously weighed. May I inquire if this is Secretary Su from Qinghe Village? Indeed, it is, Su, he replied. Good day, Secretary Su. I am Fang Zheng, the head of the fire department. I hope my call does not interrupt your work. Fire department? Su Yi's brows slightly furrowed, and in an instant, he surmised the caller's intent. His tone grew gravely serious. Director Fang, you need not be overly courteous. Your call is no disturbance. Please proceed. On the other end, Fang Zheng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at Su Yi's straightforward demeanor. He abandoned any pretense and lowered his voice, getting straight to the point. Secretary Su, I shall be frank. Today, we have come across the list of pharmaceuticals slated for release from your esteemed village. Though he endeavored to maintain his calm, Su could distinctly sense a profound anticipation simmering beneath Fang Zheng's measured tone. During the clinical trials, we had already heard whispers regarding the Eugen scar removal ointment. With the official announcement of its impending release, some of my colleagues are becoming increasingly restless. Fang Zheng's pace quickened, revealing an urgency that could no longer be concealed. As you are aware, our profession is one that dances closely with death, where fire is our constant companion. Burns and scalds are a commonplace occurrence for us. Many young firefighters, merely in their 20s, emerge from a single rescue mission bearing scars that may never fade. His voice took on a somber tone, imbued with the weight of responsibility for his subordinates. These scars are not only physical, they etch themselves deeply into the psyche, Some of these young individuals become self-conscious, shying away from love, even avoiding returning home during the new year for fear of causing their parents pain. The palpable anguish resonated across the line, tightening Su Yi's heart. Thus, Secretary Su, I have taken the liberty of calling today to seek assistance on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of firefighters nationwide. We wish to procure a substantial quantity of Eugen scar removal ointment from your village. Fearing Su Yi might misinterpret his request, he quickly added, of course. We are fully aware that the product from Qinghe Village are invaluable treasures. Rest assured, we would never impose upon you for any form of donation. We will promptly apply for special funding and procure the ointment at market price, no matter the cost. Fang Zheng's tone was resolute, his sincerity and determination unmistakable. On the other end, Su Yi fell into silence, a flurry of youthful faces, brave enough to march into the flames, flickering through his mind. They were among the closest to death in this era of peace, erecting a protective barrier for countless families with their very lives. Director Fang, Su Yi finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable warmth. Regarding your request for the bulk purchase of Eugen scar removal ointment, it is certainly feasible. Qinghe Village can establish a dedicated supply channel for you. That is splendid news. Thank you ever so much, Secretary Su. Fang Zheng's voice brimmed with unrestrained joy. As if a long-burdened stone had shifted from his heart, he hastily inquired, his tone tinged with a subtle nervousness. And what of the pricing? His mind raced, calculating how much of the special funding he could allocate to procure the ointment and aid the most severely injured children. He was even prepared to swallow his pride and seek additional budget approval from higher-ups should the cost prove prohibitive. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity to help those children lift their heads again. Yet, Su Yi chuckled softly, Director Fang, let's not discuss money. The other end fell abruptly silent, as Fang Zheng struggled to comprehend Su Yi's implication. Su Yi's clear and steadfast voice continued, the medication for heroes shall cost nothing. A long, profound silence enveloped the call. There were no gasps of shock or excited inquiries, only an overwhelming stillness that weighed heavily on both men as hearts. Su Yi did not press for a response. He could easily imagine the emotions swirling within the resolute man on the other end. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Zheng's voice returned, raspy and trembling, as if suppressing an overwhelming tide of emotion. Secretary Su, what do you mean by this? My meaning is quite simple. Su Yi replied with a casual candor. All firefighters in the national system who require it may apply through internal channels to use the Eugen scar removal ointment. All expenses will be borne by Qinghe Village, as a gesture of goodwill towards all those who have bravely faced danger. Su Yi paused momentarily, his voice turning solemn. We cannot allow our heroes to bleed and weep. This final statement shattered all of Fang Zheng's emotional defenses. Secretary Su, his voice cracked, revealing the raw vulnerability of a man well acquainted with life and death. On behalf of all my brothers, thank you. I'm truly grateful. This gratitude sprang from the depths of his heart, overflowing with the purest appreciation and emotion. He wished to articulate the gravity of this kindness, to convey that it outweighed mountains and that this respect was more precious than gold. Yet, as 1,000 words hovered on his lips, they coalesced into a singular, earnest promise. Secretary Su, we shall remember this kindness. You flatter me, Director Fang, Su Yi replied with a smile. This is what they deserve. No, it is different. Fang Zheng gasped, inhaling sharply, striving to steady his voice, though his excitement was uncontainable. Secretary Su, you might not realize what this means for those children. It is not merely the removal of a scar. It is bestowing upon them the courage to lift their heads high and embrace the sunlight and life once more. Fang Zheng's tone turned incredibly earnest, each word resonating like a solemn vow. This kindness shall never be forgotten. In the future, should Qinghe Village ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. It is but a matter of a single word. Chapter 376. With a single word, the national top 3 transformed into a spring festival. In response to Fang Zheng's near pledge, Su Yi merely shook his head with a smile. Director Fang, you are being overly generous. Shifting to a more comfortable position, he spoke with an easy tone. They guard the warmth of countless homes. We ensure their health. It is our duty. This simple statement stirred something deep within Fang Zheng, a man accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, igniting a warmth in his eyes. It is our duty. These 3 words may be simple to utter, yet how many can genuinely embody them? Secretary Su Yi. Fang Zheng began, but Su Yi interrupted. Director Fang, I will arrange for a dedicated person to liaise with you regarding the specifics. Su Yi's voice returned to its professional cadence. You need only compile a detailed list of requirements and quantities. We will establish a permanent green channel for the distribution of the ointment to ensure it reaches the firefighters without delay. Excellent. Excellent. Fang Zheng responded eagerly, suppressing the weight of his profound gratitude deep within. He understood that for someone like Su Yi, no amount of thankfulness would suffice. To engrave this kindness and respect firmly in his heart and manifest it in every future action will be the most fitting tribute to such goodwill. After hanging up the phone, Su Yi assigned this special docking task to Yuan. Upon receiving the task, Yuan listened quietly and took notes silently. When she lifted her gaze, the brilliance in her eyes shone even brighter. The following day, as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, the official WeChat account of Qinghe Village updated once more. The announcement titled regarding the pricing and sales regulations of Qinghe series medications was released, akin to a deep water bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. The ensuing ripples were 100 times more intense than the previous day's unveiling of the product list. Countless netizens, who had spent the night vigilantly awaiting official news, found their thoughts suspended upon reading the pricing section. Everyone believed they were hallucinating. Was it the exhaustion playing tricks on my mind? Or had the editor of Qinghe Village made a slip? To those upstairs, you're not mistaken. I saw it too. All therapeutic medications are priced uniformly at 10,000 per treatment. Is Qinghe Village embarking on another charitable venture? The internet's memory is fleeting, yet the impression of Qinghe Village's exorbitant prices is deeply entrenched in people's minds. From sky-high vegetables to the extravagant prices of beef and lamb, and even the costly wines, Qinghe Village's previous products have continuously reshaped the public's understanding of luxury through their unparalleled quality and exorbitant costs. But now, a medication capable of curing cancer, diabetes, and Alzheimer's is priced at merely 10,000? Moreover, the description clearly states that for the vast majority of individuals, a single treatment suffices for a cure. This time, Qinghe Village has shattered all preconceived notions with a price that can only be described as benevolent. Countless ordinary families, burdened by medical expenses for their loved ones, were initially stunned upon seeing this price, only to be overwhelmed with uncontrollable joy and tears. Oh, there's hope. My father's illness can be cured. We can pool together 10,000. We can manage that. Gratefulness flooded social media, with expressions of thanks for Qinghe Village and Secretary Su, heralded as true benefactors of the nation and its people. Just days prior, I had decided to sell my house to finance my cancer-stricken family member's treatment, but unexpectedly, Secretary Su has given us a lifeline. I bow in gratitude to you. While the online realm was awash with gratitude, a different storm was brewing in the real world, sweeping through major cities across the nation with even greater ferocity. The catalyst was the stipulation that purchasers must provide a diagnosis certificate from a tertiary hospital corresponding to their illness. Half an hour after the announcement was made, at the First People's Hospital of Jingzhou, Chief Oncologist Wang Jianjun was preparing to begin his usual morning rounds with a thermos in hand. However, upon opening his office door, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The corridor was teeming with people, more chaotic than a train station during peak travel season. A throng of individuals extended from the registration hall all the way to his office door, the cacophony of voices nearly shaking the ceiling. What is going on? Is today a special occasion? Wang Jianjun furrowed his brows and asked a young nurse, who looked on the verge of tears, clutching a freshly printed online announcement. Her voice trembling. Director Wang, look, the medications from Qinghe Village are about to be released. We need a diagnosis certificate from our hospital to purchase them. Wang Jianjun took the paper, glanced at it, and immediately grasped the situation. Qian Kuan Rebuilding Pill, Yihai Qing Xian Pill. He murmured the names of the medications, feeling as though his worldview was being violently upended. Director, stop dawdling. The hospital director has ordered all department heads and on-call doctors to return immediately. We can't handle it. The crowd outside is about to overwhelm the hospital. This day marked a calamitous moment for all tertiary hospitals nationwide. From the icy cities of the north to the southern gem of the sea, every city with a tertiary hospital witnessed the same frenzied spectacle. In the outpatient building, long queues formed at the doors of various departments, each with a distinct atmosphere. The lines for oncology and neurology were particularly heavy, faces etched with anxiety and hope, clutching family medical records, their eyes fixated on the examination room door as if it were the courtroom of fate itself. Brother, are you also here for a certificate for your family member? A middle-aged man cautiously inquired of the person in front of him. Yes, my mother has late-stage lung cancer. The doctor said she has at most 6 months left. I finally see a glimmer of hope, came the hoarse reply from the man ahead. In contrast, the lines for urology and andrology were somewhat peculiar. Groups of strapping young men maintained a subtle social distance, eyes darting, avoiding any eye contact. Most were clad in masks and hats, wrapped tightly to avoid recognition by acquaintances. "Cough, doctor, I've just been feeling a bit of soreness in my lower back." A well-dressed man stammered in the consultation room. Without looking up, the doctor typed rapidly on the computer and formally asked, "Qinghe Village S. Shin Chi Gu Yuan Dan?" The man's face flushed crimson as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Go over there for an examination." Next, the hospital's efficiency was astonishing. The concept of saving face crumbled under the immense hope of revival. Fervor, anticipation, anxiety, and gratitude. These myriad emotions converged over the following 2 days, creating a colossal wave that swept across the nation. Now, the tide has reached its zenith. The moment of release is imminent. Chapter 377. The medications officially launch. On this day, the direct stores of Qinghe Village and major cities became the absolute epicenter of this sales storm. As daylight barely peeled back a corner, the cities still slumbered. The crisp morning breeze still carried a hint of chill. Yet, lines of people had formed a black serpent of humanity, coiling tightly around the streets of various cities. The queue snaked out from the entrance of the Qinghe Village store, winding around corners, across plazas, and extending blocks beyond, twisting and turning without end in sight. The air was thick with a suppressed excitement and anxiety. The white breath escaping people's mouths crystallized and dispersed in the cold wind. No one raised their voices. Only low, hushed whispers filled the atmosphere, alongside the flickering lights of countless mobile screens. Within the crowd, expressions varied, each face concealing a unique story. There were elderly individuals supporting their partners, eyes gleaming with hope, young people with red-rimmed eyes, tightly clutching medical records, and middle-aged men whose gazes flitted, burying their faces deep within their scarves. Amidst it all, awkward encounters with acquaintances were not uncommon. "Oldly, what a coincidence. Are you here bringing some local specialties for your relatives too?" A man murmured from behind a lowered hat, his voice muffled by his mask. Upon hearing his name, Oldly stiffened and managed a smile that resembled a grimace. "Yes, what a coincidence, old Wang, you two." The two exchanged knowing glances, silently averting their eyes, their faces painted with embarrassment, the air thick with subtle discomfort. This unprecedented tide also sent local authorities into a frenzy, necessitating the urgent deployment of security personnel to maintain order. Layer upon layer of barricades were erected, drones circled overhead, and loudspeakers echoed the message repeatedly. "Please maintain order. No crowding. No cutting in line. All medications are sufficiently stocked. As long as you meet the purchasing criteria, you will surely obtain them. Please do not panic." A serious warning. Anyone caught cutting in line or disrupting order will have their purchasing eligibility permanently revoked. The final warning proved more effective than any reassurance. In the face of this hope tied to life and health, no one dared to gamble with their eligibility. The crowd remained anxious, yet slowly and resolutely advanced forward in a shared, tense understanding. At the forefront of the queue, the stream of people was gradually engulfed by the establishment. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated clamor and crowding were absent. Each customer entering the store was greeted warmly by staff clad in the serene uniforms of Qinghe. Rather than being directed to any open counters, they were guided down a corridor where one could hear a pin drop into individual, soundproof rooms. The ambience within these rooms was soft and minimalist, featuring a wooden table, 2 comfortable chairs, and a terminal device glowing with gentle light. Here, there were no prying eyes or impatient urgencies from behind. In this space, every individual tormented by illness, forced to unveil their most vulnerable selves, received the utmost respect and dignity. Identity verification, validation of diagnosis, and payment ensued. A beautifully packaged medicine box was handed over by the staff. The entire process was smooth, efficient, and quiet. Those who had completed their purchases exited through a designated departure corridor, undisturbed by the waiting crowd, maintaining an orderly flow. Upon stepping outside, some individuals gazed at their medicine boxes, filled with exhilaration. Others exhaled deeply, as if shedding a lifelong burden, their faces finally revealing a long-lost, genuine smile. There were also those who clutched their medicine boxes tightly, as if holding the most treasured possession in the world, repeatedly caressing it, murmuring softly, and hastening towards home. Inside the Qinghe Village Committee office, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the external clamor. Yuan had just hung up the phone and approached Su Yi's desk, reporting in a steady tone. "Secretary, the sales at the major direct stores have stabilized, the on-site order is secure, and everything is proceeding smoothly." Su Yi nodded, not surprised by the outcome. "What about the green channel with the fire department?" The quantity verification has been completed, and the warehouse is currently loading. We expect to dispatch everything within today. Good. Just as he was about to continue, a resounding laughter echoed from the corridor outside, almost as if it were meant for the entire village to hear. Ha ha, Secretary Su, old Zhao has come to see you. The voice rolled closer like distant thunder. Before the words had fully faded, the office door was swung open from the outside, revealing a robust figure at the threshold. It was none other than Boss Zhao. His face aglow, brimming with energy, grinning widely, his expensive tailored suit accentuating a rugged charm. Secretary Su, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. Though he feigned politeness, he strode in with unrestrained confidence. Following him were three men, each bearing distinct expressions. Tang Jinyuan maintained his refined businessman demeanor. Yet his steady smile carried an undertone of unease, his gaze flickering. The bespectacled general manager, Gu, continually adjusted his glasses, his attention fixated on a piece of calligraphy on the office wall, as if examining a rare treasure. Meanwhile, the slender Mr. Chan appeared almost to shrink into himself, his hands awkwardly tucked into his pockets. Typically, these individuals could shake the very foundations of their respective industries with a mere stamp of their foot. Yet at this moment, apart from the boisterous boss Zhao, the other three exhibited an incongruous sense of restraint and awkwardness. Su Yi, observing the scene, struggled to suppress a laugh. With such a demeanor, how could he not know that these old friends were here for a specific purpose? Turning to the quietly standing Yuan, he instructed, Wan, please attend to other matters. Head to the warehouse to oversee the dispatch for the fire department. Ensure everything is flawless. Yuan, having received her orders, did not elaborate further, simply replying, understood, secretary. With that, she politely nodded at the four bosses, gathered her belongings, and left the office, carefully closing the door behind her. As the door clicked shut, the peculiar atmosphere in the room intensified. Without the presence of outsiders, the three men, Tang Jinyin, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chun, seemed to feel their unease magnify. Su Yi watched them with a leisurely demeanor, refraining from speaking, patiently waiting. Ultimately, it was Boss Zhao, the social maverick, who could no longer bear the silence. He plopped down onto the sofa with a loud thud, then looked at Su Yi with eager eyes, rubbing his hands and chuckling heartily. Secretary Su. Su Yi gestured for him to continue, interrupting his speech. Gentlemen, please don't stand on ceremony. He indicated the sofa across from him, his tone relaxed. Take a seat and let us converse. As they settled in, the inexplicable awkwardness in the office not only lingered, but was amplified in the silence. Su Yi remained unhurried, methodically pouring tea for the guests. The hot water cascaded into the cups, the tea leaves unfurling, the soothing sound of water becoming the only movement in that moment. A cup of tea was placed before Boss Zhao, followed by those for Tang Jinyuan, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chun. The once formidable figures, accustomed to commanding respect in their fields, now sat stiffly, their gazes evasive, each hesitant to break the silence. Finally, Boss Zhao could no longer contain himself. He slammed his teacup onto the table with a resounding clink. Ahem, Secretary Su. He rubbed his hands together, his face radiating eager excitement. Let us not dance around the subject. The kidney supplement you promised me over the phone. He shot Su Yi a conspiratorial glance, his voice lowered yet brimming with urgency. I came all this way specifically to collect it. You surely didn't forget to prepare something for me, did you? Su Yi, amused by his antics, smiled back. Leaning back in his chair, he intertwined his fingers, his voice leisurely. Of course, it has been prepared. Boss Zhao's eyes lit up, about to express his delight. But Su Yi's gaze shifted meaningfully to the other three men, who sat rigidly, as if wishing to disappear into their teacups. However, Zhao, you didn't mention during our call that you would be bringing a group along. Su Yi's teasing remark caused Tang Jinyuan to momentarily pause, nearly spilling his hot tea. General Manager Gu's hand, mid-adjustment of his glasses, froze in place, his focus on the wall art evaporating into oblivion. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun, already inclined, seemed to shrink even further. Witnessing this, Su Yi's smile widened. Had I not prepared extra in advance, we would have truly run short today. Upon hearing this, the tension in Tang Jinyuan and the other's shoulders dissipated, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips, and a hint of bashfulness appeared on their faces. Cough, Secretary Su. You truly understand us, Tang Jinyuan remarked, setting down his teacup with a wry smile, fully conceding. See, Boss Zhao exclaimed triumphantly, slapping the arm of the sofa. I told you, dealing with Secretary Su requires transparency. You lot, all fidgety like a bride on her wedding day, nearly missed out on good stuff? General Manager Gu and Mr. Chan's faces flushed with embarrassment, leaving them to offer only bittersweet smiles. Su-yi chuckled, shaking his head, deciding not to prolong the topic. He opened the lowest drawer of his desk, retrieving 4 identical small boxes crafted from dark-hued wood. The boxes, elegantly designed in a vintage style, bore only the understated Qinghe logo, exuding an air of understated sophistication. He slid the 4 boxes toward the respective bosses. Here are the items you sought. In an instant, the attention of all 4 men was captured by the small wooden boxes before them. Boss Zhao was the first to lift the box, cradling it with both hands, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. What exactly is in these boxes? He inquired, his gaze fervent. Well, Su-yi nodded. Not only do we have the kidney reinforcement elixirs, but I've also prepared the hair regrowth serum for you. At this revelation, not only Boss Zhao, but also Tang Jinyuan and the others displayed genuine delight on their faces. The anxieties of middle-aged men often stem from more than just one issue. Kidney deficiency and hair loss are 2 formidable nightmares that frequently coexist. Observing their expressions, Su-yi added, typically, a single course of treatment is sufficient for one's body to return to its peak condition. He paused for a moment, meeting their expectant gazes, and continued, however, considering that you gentlemen often engage in social gatherings, face considerable pressure, and operate in vast circles, I've prepared a 5-course supply for each of you. 5 courses? The office fell into an immediate silence. Subsequently, Boss Zhao halted mid-motion, his eyes darting as a smile transformed into one of radiant joy. Ha ha ha, I cannot thank you enough. Secretary Su, Boss Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh with gusto, his hearty laughter causing the teacups to rattle. You're a straightforward man, and we truly appreciate it. We're all good friends here. There's no need for formality. Su-yi waved dismissively, appearing unfazed. The men carefully stowed away the wooden boxes, which contained not merely medicine, but the essence of their future confidence and dignity. With the objective of their visit accomplished, the atmosphere relaxed significantly. They sipped tea and chatted, their conversation naturally drifting back to the industries in Qinghe Village. To be honest, Secretary Su, Tang Jinyuan set down his teacup, his eyes regaining the sharpness befitting a business magnate. The commotion you've stirred this time is far greater than last year's. Indeed, General Gu adjusted his glasses, reflecting, the eyes of the entire world are upon you, especially regarding those medications. I hear that several top pharmaceutical giants abroad have seen their stocks plummet due to your announcement. Boss Zhao chuckled, replying, those scoundrels deserve it. They used to flaunt their patented drugs, selling them to our nation at exorbitant prices. Now, it's our turn to set the rules. At this juncture, Tang Jinyuan suddenly recalled something and turned to Su-yi, his gaze deepening. Secretary Su, I suspect that these newly launched medications will also be part of the upcoming international bidding for agency rights, correct? He paused before adding, after all, exporting pharmaceuticals to other countries entails a cumbersome and lengthy process. Securing agency rights through an auction appears to be the quickest and most viable route. As he spoke, all eyes converged on Su-yi. Meeting their stares, Su-yi nodded calmly. Correct. Just 2 simple words transformed the atmosphere in the office. No longer was it merely excitement over personal needs being met. It became a palpable tremor of anticipation and dread for the impending commercial tsunami. My goodness, General Gu murmured, his eyes behind the lenses glinting with astonishment. Last year, even a bottle of health-enhancing Qinghe premium liquor stirred intense competition among the world's wealthiest. Now, with these life-saving medications capable of reversing terminal conditions, Chapter 379, far ahead. Upon hearing this, the throats of the magnates involuntarily bobbed. Their throats dry, their minds began to uncontrollably envision the impending, blood-soaked commercial slaughterhouse. Last year's global agency rights auction was merely concluded with a premium Qinghe liquor featuring health benefits. That alone incited the world's elite to a frenzy, yielding a staggering $200 billion in agency fees. This year's auction should include medications that could defy death and restore health. What a spectacle it would be. Exchanging glances, they all perceived the uncontainable flames and shivers within each other's pupils. Nonetheless, the anticipation for the forthcoming commercial spectacle was ultimately overshadowed by the most primal and intense desires of the moment. Boss Zhao was the first to spring up from the sofa, his movement startlingly vigorous. He clasped his hands in a grand gesture towards Su-yi, his laughter booming. Secretary Su, given your busy schedule, we have some matters to attend to, so we won't delay your work any further. His words sounded commendable, yet his eyes betrayed his eagerness, darting towards the pocket holding the wooden box, revealing his true thoughts. Tang Jinyuan and the others promptly rose in unison, their movements oddly synchronized as if rehearsed. Su Yi, observing these usually composed titans of industry, now so eager to depart, couldn't he help but understand their underlying motives. He refrained from pointing it out, smiling as he stood. All right, since you gentlemen have matters to attend to, I want to keep you. Drive safely. Of course, rest assured. Secretary Su, boss Zhao boomed, already edging towards the door, half his body already extended out. On the day of the auction, we'll return to support you. We must witness the grandeur firsthand. Certainly, Qinghe Village welcomes you warmly. Su Yi watched as the four hurriedly exited, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. And the smile on his face finally broke free. He returned to his chair, gazing out the window. The auction? The launch of the Qinghe series of medications was akin to a deep-sea bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, following the initial frenzy to procure the medications. A mere 3 days later, the tidal wave of public acclaim had already taken shape. Does anyone understand this feeling? After just 3 days of taking the Yihai Qingxin pills, my grandfather can already call my name. Even if he is still a bit confused at times, he previously didn't recognize me at all. Don't even get me started about upstairs. My father has battled diabetes for 20 years, injecting and taking medication like it's a daily meal. Now, after just a few days of taking the Tangaping granules, his blood sugar is almost back to normal. Are there any brothers using the scar cream? That scar on my face, which has been with me for over a decade, is already starting to fade and feels much softer. The efficacy is simply astounding. A course of treatment had yet to conclude, yet the visibly miraculous effects had already coalesced into an unstoppable tide through the countless testimonials of ordinary people. In contrast to the gratitude and shock reverberating for the targeted severe medications online, the comments on the other products were filled with a different kind of euphoric excitement. 3 days, just 3 days. Family. I feel like my kidneys have been replaced by an engine. Thank you, Qinghe Village. Thank you, Secretary Su. My hair loss has significantly decreased while washing my hair, and it feels like the roots have become sturdier. The hair regrowth serum is truly divine. I used to think it was a joke, but now I believe it. If it works, vanity means nothing. My wife looks at me differently now. I've never been this confident in my life. Brothers, take my advice. It's genuinely effective, but take it easy. The after effects are quite potent. Online, discussions regarding Qinghe medications continued to dominate, with posts proliferating. Some shared their experiences, others lamented about missing out, while countless overseas users sought agents to purchase the products, transforming Qinghe medications into a global sensation. Amidst this fervor, a post from the official account surged to the top of trending topics. National Fire Service. Thank you, Qinghe Village. Thank you, Secretary Su. We appreciate this gesture. Salute. No lengthy discourses, no ornate phrases, just a simple line accompanied by an image. The picture depicted trucks laden with cargo, stationed at a training ground of a certain fire brigade. On the body of the truck, a vibrant red banner fluttered in the wind, proclaiming, "Salute to the most beautiful warriors in reverse. Qinghe Village, stand with heroes." In the background of the photograph, a row of firefighters clad in flame blue uniforms stood rigidly, saluting the camera in perfect unison. The release of this dynamic post ignited a fervor across the entire public discourse. Initially, many bewildered netizens flooded the comments section with inquiries. What was happening? Why was the fire department publicly expressing gratitude toward the village? Had Qinghe Village donated supplies to the firefighters? Soon, informed individuals or astute netizens pieced together the truth. Oh, I get it. Qinghe Village has sent scar ointment to the firefighters. Those heroes, marked by scars from the flames, have been saved. The emotional outpouring was palpable. This is the kind of conscientious enterprise we wish to see, earning global profits while giving back to our heroes and the populace. This is true leadership. In a moment, the accolades for Qinghe Village and Su Yi reached unprecedented heights across the internet. However, the clamor online did little to disturb the tranquility within the Qinghe Village Committee office. On this day, Yi Wanwan briskly approached Su Yi, holding a document, and handed it over. Secretary, this is the preliminary sales data report since the launch of the medication. Su Yi glanced at the figures in the sales total column, which represented a sum astronomical enough to drive any publicly listed company into a frenzy. Not bad. He nodded, his demeanor calm. The overall sales situation aligns closely with expectations. Yi Wanwan continued her report. However, among all the listed medications, one particular product sales have far exceeded expectations, leading all others by a wide margin. At this, Su Yi raised his head, intrigued. Dan Xinyang Yuanwan, correct? He stated it rather than asked, his tone casual. Yi Wanwan's fingers holding the notebook hesitated imperceptibly. Her pupils dilated, and she blurted out, Secretary, how did you know? Su Yi smiled, but offered no direct answer, merely gesturing for her to continue. Suppressing the tumult within, Yi Wanwan redirected her focus to the report. You are right. The sales figures for Dan Xinyang Yuan one are the highest among all products, and they are indeed astonishing. She took a deep breath and revealed the conclusion that astonished even her. It has surpassed the total sales of all other therapeutic medications combined. Normal. Sui chuckled lightly. Yi Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She lowered her gaze to the report, fixated on the exorbitant figure that seemed almost ludicrous. Raising her eyes again, she observed Su Yi's serene expression. For a moment, her thoughts felt stagnant. Su Yi, noticing her confusion, smiled. Rather than providing an answer, he posed a question in return. Wanwan, in your opinion, what is the greatest limitation among all the products we have released? The greatest limitation? Yi Wanwan instinctively repeated. This question struck like a lightning bolt, shattering her preconceived notions of commerce. Her eyes suddenly brightened as a key point she had overlooked surfaced. It's the purchasing qualifications. Exactly, Su Yi affirmed with a nod of approval. He casually placed the report on the table, leaning back slightly, and spoke in a measured tone. All our therapeutic medications, from cancer drugs to kidney tonics, are strictly gated by a red line, the diagnostic proof from tertiary hospitals. This line acts as a barrier, confining the clientele of these medications strictly to genuine patients. He paused, then shifted his tone abruptly. However, Dan Xinyang Yuan wanted a mischievous smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with insight into human nature. It is merely a health supplement. Purchasing it requires no diagnostic proof, no qualification review. Whether you are healthy or sub-healthy, whether you are 20 or 80, as long as you desire it, you can buy it. The only barrier is money. At 10,000 yuan per pill, this price is exorbitant for an ordinary family, a luxury that requires a steely resolve to afford. Yet for another group of individuals, this sum is negligible. Su Yi's voice remained calm, yet it cut through the harsh realities of the world like a scalpel. We must acknowledge a fact. This world has never lacked wealthy individuals. Among the wealthy, the majority fears death and yearns for longevity and better living. Those medications for terminal illnesses may not currently be of use to them, hence there is no need to purchase them. However, Dan Xinyang Yuan is something they can purchase openly and without restriction. 10,000 yuan per pill for them is even less than the cost of a meal or a bottle of wine. Yet, the effect it promises is something money can no longer buy. Su Yi's words, devoid of complex commercial terminology, laid bare the raw human nature and purchasing logic that underlie the intricate market facade, crystal clear before Yi Wanwan. She comprehended fully. It became evident that from the outset, the secretary had anticipated this outcome when setting prices and rules. One path serves as a lifeline for ordinary patients, safeguarding their hope for survival with diagnostic proof, ensuring that the medication reaches those who genuinely need it, unscathed by the flood of capital. The other path opens a floodgate of desire for the wealthy. He has unlocked the threshold for Dan Xinyang Yuan, allowing the surging, unplaced purchasing power to unleash freely. A balance between restriction and release. He has preserved the bottom line for the nation and its people while reaping profits rivaling nations. This strategic maneuver, this precise calculation of human nature, transcends mere commercial interests. Yi Wanwan regarded Su Yi with admiration, now tinged with a deeper, almost reverential awe. She closed the report and placed it back on the table, her inner turmoil settling, and resumed updating him on another project as progress. Secretary, additionally, the main structure of the Qinghe resettlement community has been completed. We are currently undertaking the final internal renovations and landscaping, and we anticipate that in a month, the villagers will be able to move in officially. This news lightened the atmosphere in the office considerably. Su Yi nodded, his smile becoming more genuine. The Qinghe resettlement community represents the first and most critical domino in the comprehensive development plan for the entire new Qinghe village. Once over 10,000 new villagers smoothly transition into their new homes, the land occupied by their old residences can be liberated. The grand vision of the administrative center, commercial center, and central park can then truly materialize from paper into reality. Excellent. Su Yi directed his gaze at Yi Wanwan, issuing a straightforward command. Since it is nearing completion, you can begin preparing in advance. Draft a detailed housing selection plan that balances fairness and efficiency, and present it as soon as possible. Understood. I will take care of it right away, Yi Wanwan replied decisively. Just as she returned to her seat to commence work, the office door swung open once more. A figure appeared in the doorway, and Su Weigua, hands clasped behind his back, strode in confidently. Secretary, are you busy? He inquired, already making himself comfortable on the sofa without hesitation. What's up, uncle? Can't you come here to enjoy a cup of tea if there's nothing going on? He looked up at him. Su Weigua's eyes widened momentarily before he broke into a hearty chuckle, reclining comfortably on the sofa, rhythmically patting his belly, embodying a figure of sheer contentment. Su Yi's gaze swept across his uncle's slick, ruddy visage, a hint of playful sarcasm dancing in his expression. Uncle Weigua, you seem to be in splendid form lately, glowing with health. Indeed. Su Weigua straightened his back, raising his voice an octave, his vitality echoing as if to lift the ceiling. I possess a robust constitution, coupled with my recent buoyant spirits, coupled with ample nourishment and restful sleep. How could I possibly lack vigor? Su Yi smiled, choosing to remain silent as he leisurely poured a cup of tea for him. The mirth in his eyes caused Su Weigua's cheeks to flush, prompting him to clear his throat and redirect the conversation. Ahem, enough about me. Let us talk about you. He leaned forward, his face alight with excitement and pride, nearly spitting as he spoke. Secretary, the medicines you produced this time are truly remarkable. Su Weigua found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his admiration, resorting to a hearty slap on his thigh. I've been keeping an eye on the online discussions these past few days. Good heavens, the comment section is practically ablaze. His gaze locked onto Su Yi, unmasked awe and reflection shimmering in his eyes. In the past, when people spoke of Qinghe Village, it was with envy for our wealth. Now, when I mention Qinghe Village, the tone has shifted to one of genuine respect and gratitude. Secretary, you have truly performed an unparalleled service. Chapter 381, Global Lamentations. Su Yi chuckled at the sight of his uncle, brimming with pride and eager to proclaim his achievements to the world. Uncle Weigua, you're being overly dramatic. He waved a hand dismissively, his tone casual. I merely did what was necessary. Ah, you young scamp, always so modest. Su Weigua waved his hand grandly, accustomed to Su Yi's nonchalant demeanor. His gaze shifted to the quietly working Yi Wanwan beside them. Wanwan, what are you so busy with? You seem to be perpetually on the go these days. Yi Wanwan looked up, gesturing to her documents with a crisp, clear voice. Director Su, the secretary just assigned me a task. I'm in the process of formulating the housing selection plan for the new resettlement community. A housing selection plan? Su Weigua's eyes widened as he abruptly straightened in his seat. Is the resettlement community ready to be constructed? His voice escalated, excitement nearly spilling over. I must tell you, Secretary, those old-timers like Jianjun have been buzzing in my ear incessantly, like flies, asking when the resettlement community will be completed. At last, the wait is over. I can finally have some peace. Su Weigua's enthusiasm grew as he paced the office, gesticulating animatedly. Once the resettlement community is established, and everyone moves into their new homes, life will flourish, and with their departure, the old houses will be vacated. Then we can commence with the plans for the future administrative center, the commercial hub, and that grand park. He struck his thigh with fervor, as though envisioning the grand blueprint materializing before him. With a gleeful countenance, he dashed toward the door, suddenly halting to cast a conspiratorial glance at Su Yi, grinning broadly. Indeed, it seems I must frequent your office more often. Each visit rewards me with the freshest tidings. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished through the doorway, leaving behind a trail of exuberant laughter echoing down the corridor. Su, listening to the commotion outside, shook his head with a smile, fully aware that within minutes, the entire Qinghe Village, especially the new residents, would be privy to this news. The coming days would undoubtedly bring a whirlwind of excitement to Qinghe Village. As Su Yi anticipated, this astonishing news, broadcasted through Su Weigua's booming voice, erupted like a droplet splashing into hot oil, sending ripples throughout Qinghe Village. The speed at which this information spread surpassed that of any official announcement. Su Weigua's voice reverberated in the village committee courtyard, while factories, fields, and shops buzzed with the news. Did you hear? The resettlement community is complete. We can select our homes soon. Is that for real? Where did this news come from? My third uncle's second cousin was sweeping at the village committee and heard Director Weigua say it himself. It can't be false. Wow, wow, wow. We've finally waited for this. For the thousands of new residents who had recently joined Qinghe Village and were still residing in dilapidated homes, this news was akin to a blessing from the heavens. Instantly, the entire village, from the humming factories to the smoke wafting from kitchens, was abuzz with discussions and dreams. The enthusiasm for work surged, laughter during breaks grew louder, and every face radiated an unmistakable anticipation for a brighter future. Meanwhile, while the villagers celebrated their impending new lives, outside the village, a far fiercer storm was brewing, centered around the internet, sweeping across the globe without restraint. If the initial 3 days following the launch of the medicines had merely hinted at their effectiveness, by the end of a week, 10 days, as miracle after miracle firmly established itself in countless households, initial gratitude and astonishment morphed into a fervent tsunami that shattered preconceptions. No longer were these mere individual stories. They were a tidal wave of feedback. Conversations expanded from small circles to global discussions. Videos of families embracing, tears of joy streaming down their faces as terminal illnesses were reversed, transcended cultural and linguistic barriers, resonating deeply with every viewer. Those who once lay in hospital beds, awaiting the end of life, now walked the streets basking in sunlight. Individuals tormented for years by stubborn scars saw their skin visibly healing. Middle-aged people plagued by chronic ailments observed abnormal test results returning to normal, one after another. This was no longer just a matter of news articles. It was the palpable reality of countless ordinary lives. Major social media platforms were suddenly dominated by the name Qinghe. Front pages of numerous news outlets boldly proclaimed, in the largest fonts, the medical revolution ignited by this small village in the ancient Eastern nation. Diseases once deemed irreversible were now being turned around. Terminal illnesses once deemed a death sentence were being cured. This time, the fervor was not about technological innovations or luxury culinary pursuits, but rather a profound reverence for life itself. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant families within the country, a tsunami of lamentation and helplessness surged from the international community. Oh my God, this is nothing short of a miracle. Why can't we obtain it? My father's cancer is already in its late stages. I would pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price. Please sell it to me. Why is there no overseas sales channel on the Qinghe website? Will it be available globally? Who can help me purchase it? I'll pay $50,000 for just one box of cancer medication. Save my daughter. In this moment, wealth and power appeared utterly powerless before the chilling barrier of Qinghe's pharmaceutical offerings. There would be no global release. Purchasers must possess proof of residency in their home country, accompanied by a diagnostic certificate from a top-tier hospital. These two stipulations stand as an insurmountable chasm, effectively barring countless hopeful gazes from around the globe. Envy, jealousy, anger, and despair. These myriad emotions are fervently fermenting in the international arena, coalescing into an ever-growing pressure, striving to pry open that tightly shut door. In the village of Qinghe, within the village committee's office, Su Yi was perusing the preliminary draft for the selection of housing in the resettlement community, meticulously arranged by No.1. His personal mobile phone began to ring. The sound pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the office, striking a discordant note. Sui picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. A familiar name pulsed on the screen, Anderson. Chapter 382. A new storm approaches. Anderson. A smile flickered in Su Yi's eyes as he gazed at the familiar name, casually swiping to answer. My dear Su, my goodness. You are nothing short of a deity descending upon the East. As soon as the call connected, Anderson's exaggerated, lyrical voice surged forth, infused with immense enthusiasm. I have seen it all. The videos circulating online, the reports, the expressions of rebirth on the faces of ordinary people. A miracle. It can only be described as a miracle. Holding the phone, Su Yi quietly listened to his rapid-fire compliments, refraining from interruption. He understood well that each word of praise from this business magnate would ultimately lead to a starkly pragmatic conclusion. Sure enough, after a full minute of effusive accolades, Anderson's tone abruptly shifted, finally addressing the crux of the matter, his voice tinged with uncontainable fervor and urgency. Su, my friend, such a remarkable medicine is a divine gift to humanity. It should not remain confined to a single nation. It ought to traverse the globe, to save more souls in need. He paused deliberately, his intentions glaringly evident. Do you remember our collaboration on mobile phones? How successful and delightful it was. We can replicate that success, even achieve something far grander. Anderson's voice brimmed with fervor, as though he could already envision mountains of gold forged from the medicine. Global channels. My friends, and I can pave the way for you. Just give a nod. And the Qinghe medicine will be available in any top-tier private clinic or hospital worldwide within 24 hours. Listening to this, Su Yi's smile deepened. He recalled the grand blueprint Anderson had once painted for global mobile sales rights. Mr. Anderson, Su Yi replied lightly, your friends truly are omnipresent and all-powerful. On the other end, Anderson paused momentarily, then erupted into his characteristic hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Su, you always hit the nail on the head. Indeed, my friends are forever your staunchest allies. However, Su Yi's words shifted, unhurriedly continuing, I have other plans regarding the medicine. The booming laughter on the line ceased abruptly. Other plans? Those 4 words doused his blazing enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. For a businessman of his caliber, other plans often signified one thing. He was being edged out. Had Sue found a more formidable partner? Or was he contemplating a complete overhaul of their collaboration model? Countless thoughts raced through Anderson's mind. Having already amassed great wealth from the global mobile rights, solidifying his status in his circle, securing the rights to the medicine would be an unparalleled achievement worthy of family lore. Yet now, a mere flippant remark from Sue could shatter all of that. Sue, my friend, Anderson's voice resumed, now devoid of its earlier exuberance, each word laced with cautious inquiry. Are you implying? He dared not ask too directly, fearful of hearing the answer he dreaded most. Sue detected the tension in his voice, yet his smile remained unwavering. Mr. Anderson, have you forgotten so easily? Our annual grand event is nearly upon us. Isn't it? The annual grand event? Anderson was momentarily taken aback. His mind began to race at an unprecedented pace. Memories of the spring a year prior flashed through his mind. The bidding event in Qinghe that had astonished the world. Countless elite consortiums had fought tooth and nail for the rights to a few agricultural products. He recalled the call he made to Sue during the new year, reminiscing about the breathtaking Qinghe aquaculture. The keywords, aquaculture bidding event, sparked a dazzling firework in his mind. He understood. He comprehended fully. Oh my God, the bidding event. Anderson's voice erupted like a beast unshackled, roaring with a mixture of post-disaster elation and intensified passion, nearly bursting through the receiver. Of course. How could I forget? I certainly remember. He realized that Sue was not discarding him, but rather preparing for a grander, more audacious feast. Last year's auction featured vegetables, meats, and a grand finale of exquisite wines. This year, not only would it include top-tier aquaculture, but also an ultimate trump card capable of overturning the entire table. Qinghe medicine. Indeed, the bidding event. Sue's voice remained steady. Qinghe aquaculture, along with the Qinghe medicine you just inquired about, will both be integral parts of this year's bidding event. With that final confirmation, Anderson's breath grew fervent. He could almost envision how the global capital would react when this news was officially announced. In comparison to last year's spectacle, this year's event would render it mere childish play. Wonderful. This is simply marvelous. Anderson's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Sue, rest assured, my commitment this year will be even greater. He could hardly wait to reassess his investment for the year ahead. I look forward to it, Sue chuckled. Currently, I'm also awaiting the final list. As soon as it arrives, preparations will commence. I too await that day, an unparalleled day. Anderson reiterated his fervent anticipation before contentedly hanging up the call. The office returned to its serene state. Sue ended the call and tossed the phone aside. The whirlwind of trillions in capital stirred by that conversation felt like a trivial interlude, leaving not a ripple in his heart. His focus shifted back to the villagers selecting their new homes, everything progressing methodically according to the blueprint he had envisioned. In the afternoon, having just finalized several details regarding the housing selection plans, Sue's personal mobile screen lit up with a crisp notification sound. He picked it up to glance at the message. It was a new notification from sender with a simple name. Lian Suyi's gaze sharpened slightly. A gentle tap opened the message, which contained only a single document. Chapter 383. Clinging to the golden thigh, I yearn to advance. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just that morning, he had mentioned the auction list to Anderson, and by the afternoon, Lian's confirmation had arrived. Sue looked at the file labeled with the preliminary auction list on his phone, his finger poised to tap it when the screen suddenly flickered. Switching to the incoming call interface. The caller, Lian Suyi's lips curled slightly as his fingertips glided gently across the screen before bringing the phone to his ear. Secretary Sue, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. On the other end, Lian's voice resonated with a calmness laced with an undeniable cheerfulness, arriving as swiftly as a summer breeze. A call from the leadership is never an interruption, no matter the time, Sue replied, reclining comfortably in his chair with a relaxed tone. Upon hearing this, Lian let out a deep, genuine laugh, the joy in his mood nearly palpable through the line. You, my friend, have truly become quite the silver-tongued speaker. After a brief pause filled with mirth, he swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. I have just finalized the preliminary list for this year's on-site bidding conference and sent it to your phone. Did you receive it? Just received it. Your efficiency, leader, is nothing short of remarkable, Sue chuckled, teasingly adding, I had barely noticed the documents pushed before your call came through. Primarily, I was concerned that you, being the busy person you are, might miss it and thus delay important matters. Lian's tone shifted slightly, imbued with an excitement that was hard to conceal. This list was meticulously curated, and when you find the time to review it, if there are no issues, I shall proceed to formally issue the invitations. However, Su merely laughed in response. He did not resort to polite phrases such as "I will look at it soon." Instead, he spoke with an instinctual, unwavering trust. "I have faith in Yujo's judgment." Su Yi's voice bore no hesitation, as if stating an established fact. "And I trust your vision, Secretary Lee. With your oversight, let us proceed with this list. Send out the invitations without awaiting my confirmation." His words were delivered with a casual nonchalance. On the other end, Li Yan's breath hitched. The serene composure forged by long-standing authority was momentarily shaken by the weight of Su Yi's statements. After a pause of 2 seconds, a laughter, even more vibrant and exuberant than before, erupted from the receiver. "Excellent. Absolutely splendid," Li Yan exclaimed, his voice overflowing with excitement, nearly spilling over the phone. Su Yi's implicit trust in proceeding without reviewing the list was not merely an act of delegation. It was a profound gesture, a declaration that Li Yan, and indeed all of Yujo, were regarded as comrades worthy of trust. The weight of this trust surpassed that of the mountain of investment capital looming over Yujo, leaving Li Yan aflame with exhilaration. Moreover, Su Yi's casual reference to Secretary Li, perhaps an ordinary appellation to others, resonated differently in Li Yan's ears. He understood that Su Yi's use of secretary was no longer a nod to the past county committee secretary, but rather a recognition of his current elevated status in Yujo. This young man possesses an unnerving acumen for information, coupled with an extraordinary finesse in navigating social intricacies, providing a sense of comfort unparalleled. From a UN to Yujo, from county to city, from overseeing departments to vice secretary, while others might take a decade or even a lifetime to traverse such chasms, Li Yan achieved it in just over a year. Outsiders witnessed his meteoric rise and the explosive investment figures from Yujo this year. Yet, only he knew that the foundation of all his achievements, the crutch upon which his ascent relied, stemmed from this young man on the other end of the line. He had firmly grasped the leg of a true dragon that others would hardly dare to dream of. With such a connection, advancement within the ministry seemed promising. "You never fail to surprise me," Li Yan remarked, his voice imbued with a heartfelt camaraderie, devoid of any pretense. "I shall consider your words a compliment, leader." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Well then, since you've put it that way, I shall not delay any further and will promptly arrange for the necessary preparations." Li Yan's tone regained its decisiveness. "By the way, your village must also begin preparations promptly. Rest assured, leader, Qinghe Village stands ready to welcome global guests at any moment." After exchanging pleasantries and agreeing to gather for a proper meeting when the bidding conference commenced, they concluded the call. The office returned to its tranquil state. Su Yi set his phone on the desk, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface as he slowly opened the preliminary shortlisted document. The cold, white light from the screen illuminated his placid face. Su Yi's gaze traversed the list methodically. At the forefront were many familiar names. Anderson's name stood out prominently, representing a consortium that remained one of the premier commercial forces of the northern continent. Its strength had only burgeoned over the past year, buoyed by the global success of Qinghe products. Following closely were last year's fierce competitors, old aristocrats, energy magnates, and financial titans. They were the victors of last year and the staunchest defenders of this year's arena. However, Su Yi's attention lingered not long on these well-known names. His fingers continued to scroll down. Li Yan's list was impressively constructed. Alongside the familiar faces, a host of new names emerged, each of whom could not be underestimated. Among them were titans of retail with extensive networks of supermarkets and private hospitals, and even some names adorned with princely and chieftain titles. Hailing from mysterious sovereign funds in the desert, they represented new forces armed with greater capital and fervent ambition, eager to join the fray after having been sidelined last year. The previous year, those unable to participate had watched enviously as Anderson and his ilk amassed fortunes. This year, they arrived with renewed determination, intent on claiming their share. Su Yi's gaze swept over the unfamiliar consortium names, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a manifestation of satisfaction. Excellent. The waters of this pond, once tranquil, had become thoroughly stirred. The presence of seasoned wolves and ambitious newcomers had rendered it tumultuous, and the murkier the waters grew, the more likely it was for this angler to hook the most sumptuous catch. Su Yi slowly shut the screen, his fingertips gently tapping the smooth surface of the desk, producing a crisp sound. He forwarded the list to No.1 with a simple directive. Based on this list, prepare for the conference in 2 days. Chapter 384. the global tycoons take their positions. Understood, Secretary. No.1 promptly commanded her team to ensure that all arrangements for this year's bidding conference were executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, the security level in Qinghe Village quietly escalated over the following days. At the village entrance, along the main thoroughfare, and throughout key areas, security personnel clad in black uniforms could be seen patrolling with a vigilant precision. Their sharp gazes and brisk movements exuded an invisible pressure that rendered any prying eyes utterly powerless. This day was destined to be etched in the annals of global business history. As the morning sun bathed the village committee's courtyard, Su's office was already filled with the enticing aroma of tea. Zhao Boss, Tang Jinyuan, General Gu, and Mr. Chun, four familiar faces, had predictably arrived earlier than anyone else. Secretary Su, your tea has truly become more flavorful, Zhao Boss exclaimed, cradling his cup with a barely contained excitement. I'm positively aflame with anticipation for today, a spectacle. Last year's bidding conference saw those foreigners nearly throttling each other over mere scraps of meat and bottles of wine. What will unfold this year? His voice lowered, yet his eyes gleamed with intensity. This year, we have top-tier seafood and those life-saving pharmaceuticals that can revive a person's fortunes. I wager they'll knock each other senseless. Tang Jinyuan, setting down his teacup, gazed thoughtfully out the window, his voice steady. I find myself rather intrigued, wondering how many minor objectives Secretary Su will manage to extract from this pack of ravenous wolves. Su replenished the tea for a few individuals, merely smiling in response, without engaging further in conversation. At that moment, a deep and resonant rumble rolled in from the direction of the village entrance. It was not the sound of a single vehicle's engine, but rather the harmonious symphony of dozens of high-powered engines, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. They have arrived. Boss Zhao's spirits soared, and he, along with the other three, almost simultaneously sprang from the sofa, hastening to the window. Their eager anticipation surpassed even that of participating in the auction themselves. Yet, Su remained composed, leisurely finishing the tea in his cup, the warmth cascading smoothly down his throat. Only then did he slowly rise to his feet. Let us proceed, esteemed gentlemen. The performance is about to commence. As Su led the four magnates out of the office building, a convoy of dozens of uniformed luxury vehicles glided into the square. The fleet came to a precise halt, and the doors opened silently. The first to disembark was Lian, clad in a tailored dark suit that exuded even more poise than the previous year. With every gesture, his confidence and composure had become instinctive. Secretary Su. Lian approached briskly, extending his hand, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Thank you for your efforts, Secretary Li. Su grasped his hand, and the two shared a knowing smile. Lian released his grip, slightly tilting to the side as his gaze swept over the international titans who were now alighting from their vehicles, converging towards them. I have brought everyone, not a single one missing. His voice carried a playful undertone that only the two could comprehend. Indeed, they're all old friends. Naturally, none are to be excluded. Su replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a remarkably enthusiastic voice erupted. My dear friend, Su. Anderson's round visage squeezed through the crowd, arms outstretched, enveloping Su in a hearty embrace without hesitation. It has been too long. I missed you dearly. Su remained still, allowing the embrace, merely patting Anderson's back before gently pushing him back and smiling. Mr. Anderson, it seems your fortunes have flourished since last year. Thanks to you. Quite splendid. Anderson laughed heartily, his gaze now fervently fixed on Su. But rest assured, this year, my gains will be even greater. Upon hearing this, several of Anderson's old rivals, who had been bested at last year's auction, wore expressions of discontent. Ivanov, resembling a colossal bear, emerged from the throng, casting a cold glance at Anderson, as if regarding a noisy fat duck. Ignoring Anderson entirely, he directed his gaze squarely at Su, his voice low and grave. Mr. Su, let us dispense with pleasantries. Last year, we were inadequately prepared. He paused, letting his eyes drift over Anderson and the equally elegant Pierre on the other side, his words now tinged with unmistakable combativeness. This year, we have come equipped with ample sincerity. This pie, no one shall easily consume it, as they did last year. The air thickened with tension. Anderson's laughter diminished slightly as he narrowed his eyes at Ivanov, retorting defiantly, Ivanov, you said the same last year. Yet, the truth proved that mere sincerity is insufficient. Intellect is also required. Ivanov's countenance darkened, the pressure surrounding him palpable. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Pierre elegantly adjusted his cufflinks, his aristocratic tone unhurried yet firm. Gentlemen, let us remain calm. In the auction house, volume alone will not suffice. His gaze traversed Ivanov and Anderson, ultimately settling on Sue E with a slight bow. In the end, how much one secures does not depend on the loudest voice, but rather on whose check can satisfy Mr. Sue. His words seemed to mediate the dispute, yet they escalated the verbal contest into an overt display of capital prowess. At that moment, a languid yet distinct voice, tinged with a unique accent, pierced through the crowd from the rear, modest yet clearly overshadowing all other sounds. The size of the check is indeed crucial. The crowd turned to see a striking Middle Eastern man clad in a pristine white robe and matching headscarf, a handsome visage framed by his attire. A retinue followed him, one even holding an umbrella to shield him from the sun. Instantly, all gazes converged, invisible sparks colliding in the air. Each of these individuals represented a vast commercial empire, intertwined in cooperation, competition, alliances, and betrayals. Yet today, in this moment, they shared but one identity, the most formidable rivals to one another. Behind Sue E, Zhao and his companions observed the Titans engaging in verbal sparring even before the auction had commenced, their blood racing with exhilaration. How thrilling, even before the event began. The spectacle was already riveting. Lian, witnessing the unfolding drama, shook his head with a smile. As the official representative of the host, he was about to symbolically call for order. However, Sue E raised his hand and gently clapped. Clap, clap. The two crisp sounds, though not loud, silenced all the clamor and confrontation. Every gaze immediately turned toward him. Sue Yi's eyes slowly swept across the assembly, devoid of lengthy welcome speeches or insincere niceties. He simply smiled, a knowing calmness within that suggested he understood all. It seems you all can scarcely contain your eagerness. He turned slightly, gesturing toward the nearby Qinghe Village Committee. In that case, let's not squander any more time. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed inside. Chapter 385. The auction commences. The crowd followed Sue E across the square towards the Grand Village Committee building. As they walked, these titans who typically dictated the flow of global capital found their attention captivated by the surroundings. With flying eaves and intricately carved beams, every site was adorned with an unbroken tapestry of azure tiles and white walls. Each detail exuded an aura of classical elegance and unparalleled craftsmanship. These structures were not solitary edifices, but rather part of a vast classical architectural ensemble, harmoniously filling the horizon. Even those perched atop the global wealth pyramid, having experienced countless luxuries, residing in penthouses overlooking entire cities, or owning centuries-old Western castles, found their hearts struck by a profound awe at the spectacle before them. This was not mere ostentation crafted from wealth, but a cultural richness steeped in millennia of aesthetic evolution. It had been awakened from history, endowed with new life, and presented before the world at an unimaginable cost. These were not mere buildings. They were a living city of artworks. Yet, reality reminded them that this was merely a village in an Eastern nation. Mr. Sue, amidst the throng, Pierre, known for his elegance and taste, halted. His cerulean eyes reflected the distant pavilions and towers, his tone imbued with genuine astonishment. Please forgive my impertinence, but are these buildings the current unified residential standards of Qinghe Village? He voiced the absurd question that lingered in the hearts of all newcomers. Constructing a single house as a work of art is already a formidable challenge. To build an entire village to such a standard is beyond comprehension. The financial and visionary resources behind this endeavor surpassed their wildest imaginations. Sue E, hearing this, turned back, a smile of utter nonchalance gracing his face. Of course, he casually uttered those two words. These two words possess a power that surpasses any lengthy discourse. The new faces trailing behind, Pierre momentarily exhibited a flash of astonishment. They exchanged glances, each witnessing a profound reassessment of Qinghe Village's prowess reflected in one another's eyes. Sue E observed the shift in their expressions with a mere smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued to guide the group forward, ascending the steps to the village committee's entrance. As they passed through the heavy, antique wooden doors and stepped into the courtyard, all the international magnates visiting for the first time instinctively halted. An ineffable sensation enveloped them instantaneously. It was not a shift in temperature. The seamless transition from the morning breeze outside to the warmth indoors was nearly imperceptible, nor was it a change in lighting. The courtyard was illuminated by a soft, bright glow that evenly caressed every corner without a hint of harshness. Rather, it was a sense of comfort that rose from within, alleviating the fatigue of long-distance travel, the weariness of an early start, and the tension of pre-auction anxiety, all gently dissipated by an unseen hand. Moreover, the air was imbued with a sweetness. With each breath, their lungs underwent a profound purification, a refreshing warmth coursing through their tracheas, nourishing every inch of their being. God above, the man clad in a white robe and turban, named Khalid, closed his eyes. He inhaled deeply, his face radiating pure ecstasy and astonishment. Is this paradise? His words resonated with all the newcomers, who nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring one another. A chuckle escaped from Boss Zhao as he observed the foreigners' reactions, his face betraying an unreserved smile akin to that of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. He leaned closer to Tang Jinyan, whispering, "Old Tang, look at these guys, their eyes are nearly popping out. They seem far more awestruck than we were during our first visit." Tang Jinyuan, unable to suppress his amusement at their naive expressions, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Anderson, having been here once before, stood tall, a smug smile plastered across his face. Su Yi remained unfazed by the commotion behind him, leading the group through the courtyard into a more spacious and antiquated hall. At the end of the hall lay a large conference room, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. As the door to the conference room swung open, the sight within captivated everyone instantly. Gone were the typical elements of modern conference rooms, such as projection screens and metallic decor. The entire space was dominated by warm, dark-hued timber, the ceiling adorned with intricate and exquisite joinery. A lantern, resembling a blossoming lotus, hung in the center, casting a gentle halo of light. A circular conference table occupied the room's center, its surface fashioned from a single slab of polished black stone, smooth as a mirror, yet exuding a tranquil matte finish. Delicately arranged brass nameplates adorned the table. Anderson, Pierre, Ivanov. Each name represented a formidable force capable of stirring global affairs. The attendees filed in, each seeking their designated seat. As they settled in, the seemingly rigid armchairs offered an unexpectedly perfect support, molding to the contours of their bodies. A warm sensation permeated through, evoking nearly audible sighs of satisfaction. Several newly arrived tycoons instinctively touched the armrests of their chairs, glancing at the seamless stone table with increasing astonishment. They had begun to comprehend that the marvels of this structure extended far beyond the delightful air. This was a level of luxury they had never encountered before, one that subtly and profoundly enriched their experience. Following the initial shock, a more serious and tense atmosphere ensued. Everyone sat upright, their gazes silently clashing as they reassessed their counterparts, recalibrating their expectations regarding the capital they might wield that day. Su Yi, positioned at the head of the circular table, took in the expressions of all present. He observed the capital giants, both daunted by the mere glimpse of Qinghe Village and simultaneously ignited by a stronger desire for conquest. And a smile crept across his lips. Clearing his throat, his voice was not loud, but resonated clearly, breaking the silence of the room. It appears that many of you harbor significant interest in the properties of our village. A well-placed jest momentarily eased the tension, eliciting friendly smiles from numerous faces, though the underlying competitive spirit remained undiminished. However, we shall discuss the properties at a later time. Today, our focus is solely on the agency rights. Thus, I hereby announce the commencement of this year's Global Agency Rights Auction for Qinghe Village. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle as he slowly pronounced the final phrase. Now, let the proceedings officially begin. Chapter 386, The Absolute Ace. Su Yi smiled, refraining from rushing into further discourse. Instead, he surveyed the room gradually. Every individual present was a titan of capital, capable of shaking the world with a mere stamp of their feet. Yet, under Su Yi's gaze, they instinctively subdued their outward presence, sitting up straight. This year, we have welcomed numerous new friends. However, I believe that even our new acquaintances have likely gathered some understanding of our international agency products through various channels. As he spoke, he effortlessly became the focal point of the conference room. Thus, I will briefly introduce the overall quota for this year's auction in the international market. As his words fell, the dark wooden paneling that had merely served as a backdrop suddenly illuminated without warning. It was not the glow of a screen, but rather a multitude of particles of light coalescing, instantaneously weaving into a strikingly clear holographic display. First, we present our most familiar offerings, the vegetables, meats, and beverages from Qinghe Village. Su Yi grouped the items together, transitioning seamlessly to the serene visuals of the ecological farms. Ordinary vegetables amounted to 55,000 tons, while high-end vegetables, including wasabi, white asparagus, and matsutake mushrooms, totaled 100 tons. Upon hearing these figures, Several wealthy newcomers could not help but part their lips in disbelief. 100 tons of matsutake and white asparagus. The value represented by these figures alone could overshadow the annual profit reports of a large multinational corporation, without allowing them much time to digest this information. The scene shifted to the breeding farms. Qinghe pigs, 90,000 head. Qinghe sheep, 130,000. Qinghe cattle, with each number Su Yi announced. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly fervent. When Su Yi reached the final item, he deliberately paused. Every heart in the room hung in suspense as he broke the brief silence with a number that transformed the expressions of all the seasoned attendees. 22,000 head. A gasp escaped. Anderson's cherubic face contorted as his greedy smile froze in place. In the next moment, an overwhelming fervor replaced his rigidity, his corpulent form trembling with excitement. Ivanov's blue eyes flared with a terrifying brilliance, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Even Pierre, who typically exuded elegance, found himself momentarily speechless. Disbelief etched into his azure gaze. They recalled vividly, last year, the entire international market's allocation for Qinghe cattle was 11,000 head. Yet this year, that figure had doubled. In attendance were none other than the sharpest minds in the room. They swiftly comprehended the terrifying pace of expansion and the unfathomable potential represented by the numbers. After a fleeting moment of shock, the expressions of everyone transformed. Su Yi was quite pleased with this effect. He disregarded the astonishment of the crowd as the holographic display shifted once more. Before them appeared an elegant, antique wine cellar, a modern winery, and bottles of Qinghe wine that resembled exquisite works of art. The third category, Qinghe wine. For the ordinary grade, the annual quota is 5 million bottles. For the premium grade, it is 60,000 bottles. These were all familiar friends to the audience. Su Yi shrugged, a relaxed smile gracing his face. However, this remark caused the hearts of the bigwigs present to leap into their throats. Old friends? Does this imply there are new offerings? Then, Su Yi's tone shifted, and a mysterious smile adorned his face. Next, allow me to introduce our new achievements from Qinghe Village this year. As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic display abruptly transitioned. A vast, boundless, deep blue world replaced the pastoral scenery. The fourth category, Qinghe seafood. The mere utterance of these 4 words caused the breaths in the conference room to grow heavier. Anderson leaned forward, fixated on the azure expanse, his gaze burning with intensity as if to pierce through the screen. Within the holographic display, a magnificent, fire-red Australian rock lobster swam past, its commanding presence sending a thrill through everyone present. The scene shifted again, revealing schools of bluefin tuna darting through the inland sea like silver lightning. There were also the quietly growing geoducks, coral trout, and red hairy crabs in their exclusive ecological pools. Each image tantalized the taste buds and nerves of these top-tier tycoons, featuring not just Australian rock lobsters, bluefin tuna, and Australian black-lipped abalone, but a plethora of premium seafood. Su Yi refrained from elaborating on each item, opting instead for a succinct overview, observing the glimmer of desire in everyone's eyes. He finally presented the figure they were most concerned about, the total international market quota for this year, amounting to 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons! This figure was neither excessive nor meager. The crux lay in the fact that this entire quantity primarily consisted of high-priced premium seafood ingredients, with vegetables, meats, and wines now supplemented by seafood. The product line of Qinghe Village had constructed an invincible barrier capable of dominating the global high-end dining market. Securing the agency rights meant standing at the pinnacle of the culinary pyramid. The atmosphere in the conference room had ignited completely as each individual rapidly reassessed their bidding strategies. With the increase in quotas for vegetables and meats, seafood represented a brand new profit growth point, and this year's agency fees were destined to set a new record. However, just as everyone assumed that this encompassed the entirety of today's offerings, Su Yi, observing their eager, battle-ready expressions, revealed an enigmatic smile. It seemed the attendees were prepared to fight for culinary delights. His voice was calm, yet it gently stifled the impending eruption of enthusiasm. However, the items up for auction this year encompass much more than these. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, ultimately landing on those expectant eyes. All the preceding products, whether vegetables, meats, wines, or seafood, could provide unparalleled enjoyment and promote a healthier physique. Yet, Su Yi hesitated, articulating each word with clarity that struck at the very hearts of his audience. They cannot reverse life and death. As his words hung in the air, everyone's heart constricted. They vaguely grasped what he was hinting at, yet dared not believe the audacious notion. Every breath was suspended, their eyes riveted on Su-yi, terrified of missing any subsequent word. Su-yi continued his announcement, stating, "Thus, the final item is a gift from Qinghe Village to the world. Qinghe Pharmaceuticals." Chapter 387. Wishing you all good fortune. Qinghe Pharmaceuticals. As these four words were uttered casually from Su-yi's lips, the previously ignited fervor in the conference room abruptly stagnated. Time seemed to pause. Each individual present froze in place, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests, echoing a dull thud. They seriously doubted the functionality of their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard that Su-yi intended to include life-altering, history-rewriting miraculous medicines in today's auction? Mr. Su, finally, the burly Ivanov broke the silence. His voice hoarse, "I need to confirm with you. Did you just say that you would include Qinghe Pharmaceuticals, including those for cancer treatment, in today's auction?" His question echoed the thoughts of the international dignitaries present. Except for Anderson, who was already in the know, Su-yi's gaze swept over the astonished, fervent faces, ultimately resting on Ivanov, who he acknowledged with a nod. "Of course, I never jest, especially in such situations." With Su-yi's confirmation, a wave of gasps erupted in the conference room, followed by a cacophony of heavy, hasty breaths. "Oh my God, this is utterly insane, simply too insane," Pierre murmured, completely forgetting his noble demeanor. Khalid, clad in a white coat, clasped his hands over his chest, his lips moving in prayer. "May Allah witness. This is a divine blessing bestowed upon humanity." The atmosphere in the conference room exploded. These titans, who typically wielded control over global capital flows, now lost their usual composure. They understood all too well what Qinghe Pharmaceuticals signified. This was not an ordinary commodity, it was life itself. And life is priceless. As long as they could possess these life-reversing miraculous medicines, wealth would no longer be mere numbers, but rather miracles they could manifest at will. Over the past period, they had learned, through various channels, about the frenzy Qinghe Pharmaceuticals had incited in the domestic market. Countless patients once deemed terminally ill had risen anew. Numerous elderly individuals, tormented by ailments for years, had regained their health. The miraculous efficacy of these medicines had already ignited a frenzied pursuit among the world's elite. Yet, Qinghe Village had not opened its international market. Even as countless top-tier tycoons waved their knives, acquiring a single Qinghe medicine had proven exceedingly difficult. Su-yi was about to place the international agency rights of these medicines directly on the auction block. Su-yi observed the crowd's uncontrollable reaction, his smile unwavering. He did not rush to quell their excitement, but waited patiently for the fervent waves to subside before speaking leisurely. The original intent behind pharmaceutical research is to cure and save lives. After satisfying the needs of my own country, Qinghe Pharmaceuticals naturally must reach out to the world to benefit more people. Qinghe Village has always been generous. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, given the exorbitant research costs and the peculiarities of the international market, the prices in the international market will undoubtedly far exceed our domestic accessible rates. As soon as he finished speaking, rather than any dissatisfaction, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Higher prices were acceptable. Expensive prices aligned with its value. Expensive prices could become the weapons in their hands. Regarding the specific prices of the medicines and seafood, these were mere trifles. Su-yi surveyed the room, his gaze suggesting that these were inconsequential matters. Once everyone has determined their respective agency's shares, we shall convene and deliberate at a leisurely pace without haste. I trust that for those present, the price is not the primary concern, is it? Certainly not. Anderson was the first to rise from his seat, waving his arms and projecting his voice with vigor. In the face of life, money is but a pile of worthless paper. Indeed, the price is not an issue. Ivanov echoed, his tone deep and resonant. The others quickly concurred, fearing that a delayed response would place them at a disadvantage. Su-yi surveyed this assembly of affluent magnates, contentedly raising his hand for silence. Given that there are no objections regarding the price, let us discuss the most crucial matter, how to determine market shares. His words shifted the atmosphere, and all breaths were held once again. The rules remain unchanged from last year, straightforward and clear. Each entity present will engage in a sealed bidding process for the annual agency fee. There shall be no starting bid nor cap. Ultimately, we shall allocate the annual international quotas for all Qinghe Village products based on the total amounts bid by each of you, proportionate to your offers. All products. When these words, articulated distinctly by Su-yi, penetrated the ears of every individual in the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the space. All minds began to contemplate. Last year, They competed only for vegetables, meats, and beverages. This year, the total quota not only includes the premium Qinghe seafood, but also the life-altering Qinghe pharmaceuticals. Everything is bound together within the same quotation. The bid you place will determine how much gold you can extract from this mountain of wealth over the coming year. This is no longer a mere arena. It is a bloody meat grinder constructed of money and desire. At this moment, the dozen or so individuals in the room, with their myriad hearts, were engaged in a silent yet fierce battle. Friends, allies, compatriots. All identities faded and disintegrated before this merciless rule. Just like last year, each person present could potentially become the most ruthless adversary to one another, a stumbling block in seizing the greatest opportunity of this era. All gazes silently intertwined, vigilant eyes darting to assess those nearby. They sought to glean any subtle expressions that might reveal the hidden cards of their competitors. Yet, each face bore an inscrutable mask. You could never foresee what astronomical figure the companion seated beside you might inscribe on that fateful slip of paper. Su Yi reveled in the atmosphere he had orchestrated. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice was soft yet resonated like a hammer striking the heart of every attendee. I shall grant you half an hour for contemplation. We will commence formal bidding thereafter. I wish you all the best of luck. Chapter 388. The Magnanimity of the Turbaned. Half an hour. For each person in the conference room, it was both an agonizing eternity and a fleeting moment that slipped through their fingers. With every passing second, countless astronomical figures collided, exploded, and reformed in their minds. These were no longer mere numbers. They represented the futures of families and the comprehensive blueprints of burgeoning commercial empires. Each individual frantically calculated their own limits while desperately attempting to gauge the madness of their rivals. Beads of sweat silently emerged from some foreheads, tracing down taut cheeks, ultimately dripping onto impeccably tailored suits, creating small dark stains. Everyone understood that beneath this calm often lurked the most lethal of fangs. Time slipped away second by second. Amidst this psychological stranglehold, Su Yi glanced at his watch, then raised his gaze, sweeping across the faces feigning composure, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. The half-hour had elapsed. His voice was soft, yet compelled every spine in the conference room to involuntarily straighten like a bowstring. I believe everyone has had ample time for reflection. Therefore, we may begin. Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, Su Yi turned his head towards the door. Several staff members clad in Qinghe uniforms and white gloves entered with measured steps. They carried exquisite trays, neatly arranged with heavy Xian paper and finely crafted pens. Without unnecessary words, the staff quietly placed the paper and pens in front of each prominent figure. The soft rustle of paper meeting the table echoed distinctly in the silence. However, despite the paper and pens being at hand, the majority of attendees did not immediately begin to write. The circular conference table fell into an even more peculiar silence. All eyes were fixed upon the blank Xian paper before them, as though gazing at a verdict that would determine their fortunes for the years to come. Their glances flitted back and forth between the paper and the faces of those nearby, seeking to uncover even the slightest crack in the otherwise immovable expressions. The first to break the impasse was a man clad in a white robe named Khalid. When the staff placed the paper and pen before him, he exhibited no hesitation. Instead, he swiftly grasped the polished pen, deftly removing the cap with a decisive motion. A sharp click resonated in the silent conference room, piercing the quietude. All eyes instinctively converged upon him. Khalid appeared unperturbed, as if merely signing an inconsequential document, his pen gliding effortlessly across the Xian paper, rapidly inscribing a string of numbers. No hesitation, no revisions. Upon finishing, he gently placed the pen back in its position, then leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as if everything was no longer his concern. This gesture served as a silent declaration of war, striking every attendee like a thunderbolt. My goodness, these turbaned individuals truly do not regard money as money. Just look at his nonchalant demeanor. Who knows what outrageous number he inscribed? From the observation seats, Boss Zhao lowered his voice, sharing his thoughts with Tang Jinyuan and others, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Khalid's decisiveness ignited the powder keg of the room. Witnessing this scene, Anderson's corpulent frame trembled, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his small eyes. He then seized the pen, swiftly scribbling a wild number on the Xian paper. Upon completing his bid, he deliberately exhaled heavily, casting a provocative glance at Pierre beside him and Ivanov across the table. Ivanov's expression remained as inscrutable as water. He paid no heed to Anderson's provocation. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling slightly, as if weighing his final options. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, his blue gaze devoid of hesitation, filled instead with resolute determination. The pen descended. The hard nib of the pen produced a rustling sound as it marked the Xian paper. Pierre maintained his noble demeanor, glancing at those who had already finished. Then, he picked up the pen, his movements unhurried, the act of writing imbued with an artistic grace. With a leader emerging, the remaining attendees could no longer afford to merely observe. Panic and anxiety rapidly spread among the international magnates present. They realized that hesitation would only lead them into a more disadvantageous position. This was a grand gamble of capital, a contest not merely of financial prowess, but of audacity. 1, 2, 3. An increasing number of individuals grasped their pens. In the conference room, the only sounds remaining were the soft rustle of pens gliding across paper and the deliberately suppressed, yet still audible breaths. Each person became an island, engaging in a final struggle with a string of frenzied numbers in their own worlds. Before long, all bids were submitted. Under Su Yi's subtle indication, Yi Wanwan emerged from the corner. In her hands, she cradled a pitch-black wooden box, devoid of any extraneous embellishments. Approaching the center of the circular conference table, she opened the box, turning it slowly to reveal its emptiness to everyone present. Afterward, she closed the box, the crisp sound of the latch resonating in the hearts of all attendees. Holding the box, she walked steadily past each esteemed figure. The magnates folded the sheets of rice paper, which bore the weight of their respective empires, and dropped them into the narrow opening of the black box. With each submission, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. When the final bid sheet was cast in, a collective sigh of relief escaped from all the magnates. The next step will be the moment of judgment. Yi Wanwan, bearing the weighty box, approached a solitary, brightly lit workstation. The table's position was meticulously planned, ensuring that everyone present could clearly observe her every movement. In full view of the assembly, she produced a specially crafted key to unlock the black box. One by one, she extracted the bid sheets, scanning each one through the workstation scanner, inputting the information into the computer. Her actions were fluid and precise, her expression devoid of any emotion. The conference room was terrifyingly silent. This agonizing uncertainty was far more excruciating than the mere announcement of results. Time ticked away in agonizing seconds. At last, as the final bid sheet was entered, the printer emitted a faint hum. A sheet of still-warm paper was dispensed. Yi Wanwan lifted it and turned, striding towards Su Yi at the head of the table. All eyes followed her movement. Upon reaching Su Yi, Yi Wanwan inclined slightly, presenting the final tally with both hands. Chapter 389. Another victory in gambling. Su Yi accepted the warm paper, his gaze lowered. In that vast conference room, even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. The dozen or so titans standing atop the world's wealth resembled schoolchildren awaiting their final report cards, barely daring to exhale. Their eyes were fixed intently on the thin sheet of paper. Su Yi's gaze traversed the paper slowly, from top to bottom. Then he smiled. It was not a mere politeness nor a mocking smirk, but a genuine expression of profound joy at the bountiful outcome before him. This smile sent a jolt of anxiety to the throats of all present. In the audience, Boss Zhao trembled with excitement, his thighs shaking as he elbowed his companion. Tang Jinyuan, did you see that? Did you see Secretary Su's expression? He's quite pleased. Those foreigners must have bet their coffers this time. Tang Jinyuan adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering with intensity. Though he remained silent, his slightly forward-leaning posture betrayed his inner turmoil and anticipation. Su Yi raised his head, surveying the room, capturing the anxious faces that feigned calmness. Gentlemen, I have seen your sincerity this year. His words were light, but thick in the air in the conference room. Everyone understood. The true moment of destiny had arrived. Without further ado, Su Yi picked up the thin sheet, his gaze settling on the first name on the list. Mr. Anderson. Upon hearing his name, the corpulent Anderson jolted upright, instinctively straightening his back. His small eyes fixated on Su Yi, the trademark exaggerated smile evaporating, leaving only raw tension. Su Yi regarded him, his smile growing more profound. He did not immediately announce the figure, instead stretching the anticipation to its peak. The hearts of everyone in the room hung suspended in the air, caught in a deadly pause. You will receive a 20% annual market quota from Qinghe Village. As the number 20 resonated in every ear, Anderson froze, his entire expression solidifying in shock. In the next moment, an overwhelming, unparalleled euphoria erupted from within him like a volcano long held in check. Oh! He leaped from his chair, fists raised, letting out an uncontrollable roar. 20%, the same share as last year. He had won the bet. Once again, he had triumphed, with thoughts of this year as product line, featuring not only the double Qinghe meat, but also top-tier Qinghe seafood and life-saving medicines. The identical 20% represented a value that was worlds apart. He could already envision a year ahead filled with countless elite billionaires waving checks before him, begging for a slice of the pie. This feeling of dominion sent shivers of exhilaration through every cell in his body. After the celebratory roar, Anderson sank heavily back into his chair, his chest heaving. He turned to cast a victorious, slightly oily smile toward Ivanov and Pierre not far away. He even exaggeratedly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, silently mouthing the words, "So easy." His demeanor was insufferably arrogant. Ivanov's expression darkened instantly. His massive frame remained motionless, but his jaw tightened. Icy blue eyes filled with scornful derision. Yet he refrained from reacting, merely snorting coldly before returning his gaze to Sue-yi. To him, Anderson was merely a jester popping champagne prematurely. The fat pig could never fathom the terrifying number he had written down in this year's bidding. He was convinced that this price was enough to crush everyone present. However, after his brief elation, a whisper of dissatisfaction began to creep into Anderson's heart. He was acutely aware of the fearsome number he had inscribed on the bid sheet. Yet, the share had not increased. This only indicated one thing. The total pie this year was far larger than he had anticipated. The pack of wolves surrounding him was even more ravenous than he had estimated. Nonetheless, this fleeting disappointment was swiftly overshadowed by a greater sense of satisfaction. After all, he had retained his foundational stake. Sue-yi ignored the undercurrents between them, his gaze now shifting to the next name on the list. "Mr. Murdoch, you will receive a 5% annual quota." An elderly gentleman with graying hair and a competent demeanor appeared initially shocked upon hearing this figure, which soon morphed into evident disappointment. However, this disappointment quickly faded as he contemplated the significant value of this year's quota. 5% was still a commendable outcome. Sue-yi continued to announce the shares for several international agents, all of which were, without exception, below 5%. Mr. Brown, 3%. Mr. Solik, 2%. With each number announced, faces transitioned from shock to bitterness and disappointment. They believed their bids had far exceeded last year's, yet could not fathom the ferocity of this year's competition for agency rights. One could only conclude that Qinghe Village's growth had been astonishingly rapid. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy and oppressive with the revelation of these meager shares. Anderson alone claimed 20%, while the remaining minor players scarcely accounted for 15% combined. Thus, the substantial remainder, who did it ultimately belong to? All eyes almost instinctively, discreetly shifted toward the few ruthless characters whose names had yet to be called. Notably, Ivanov, Pierre, and the enigmatic Khalid, who had maintained a tranquil demeanor throughout. At long last, Sue-yi's gaze settled upon the imposing figure of Mr. Ivanov. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be sucked dry at that moment. Ivanov's ice-blue eyes radiated unmasked confidence and an undeniable sense of inevitability. He made no effort to glance at Sue-yi. Instead, he directed his overwhelming gaze towards the recently ostentatious Anderson. He was prepared to obliterate the latter's arrogance with an overwhelming figure. Sue-yi regarded him with a steady voice, devoid of any emotion. "You will receive." He paused slightly, the brief silence accentuating the evident amusement on Ivanov's face. 15% of the annual international market quota for Qinghe Village. In an instant, the smile on Ivanov's face froze. Each muscle in his visage became rigid upon hearing that figure. 15. Merely 15%. He fixed his gaze on Sue-yi, shock and incredulity flickering in his ice-blue eyes for the first time. 150 billion. The price he had offered was an astounding $150 billion. This figure represented a staggering 3/4 of last year's auction total. He had anticipated that this astronomical sum would rectify his past humiliation, reclaiming the shares that Anderson and Pierre had taken last year with interest. Yet, reality had granted him a mere 15%. Ivanov was not a fool. He had merely been intoxicated by his own preconceptions of victory. Following the initial shock, a more terrifying thought gripped his mind, sending chills down his spine. $150 billion only yielded 15% of the international market share. Thus, the total corresponding value for 100% of the shares would amount to $1,000 billion. With this terrifying figure exploding in his mind, his hulking frame involuntarily swayed slightly. Madness. They had all gone mad. Last year, as $200 billion was already a price that could be etched into the annals of global commerce. This year, that number had quintupled. It was crucial to understand that this was merely an annual agency right. He had initially believed that his bid of $150 billion was an ace. capable of overturning the entire table. However, it now appeared that he had only played a relatively decent card. After a brief moment of distraction, Ivanov quickly regained his composure. Although he had not emerged as the largest victor, a 15% share was still 5 percentage points higher than the previous year. Given the inflated total this year, securing that 15% for $150 billion was not a loss. However, when his gaze collided with Anderson's unabashedly triumphant expression, an indescribable fury surged from his chest to the top of his head. He had won the business, yet lost face. This feeling was more discomforting than a direct financial loss. Su-yi paid no heed to Ivanov's darkening demeanor, his attention now shifting to the next name on the list, the ever-gracious Frenchman, Mr. Pierre. Pierre straightened his back slightly, his smile remaining decorous. Yet, deep within his azure eyes lay an unrecognized tension. You will receive 10% of the annual international market quota for Qinghe Village. 10%. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible fissure appeared in Pierre's smile. His hands, which were interlaced atop his knees, tightened slightly, leaving subtle creases on his expensive trousers. Although he quickly regained his composure, the inner turmoil was known only to him. Last year, he had secured 20%, sharing the spoils equally with Anderson. This year, he had more than doubled his bid from the previous year, believing he had shown ample sincerity and respect. Yet, the result was a direct halving of his share. Comparing his bid to the awarded share, Pierre's mind raced with the chilling figure that made his very soul tremble. 1,000 billion. This number loomed like an invisible mountain, heavily pressing upon his heart. He finally understood where he had erred. He had mistakenly measured this year's Qinghe Village with last year's perspective. He had been immersed in the triumph of the prior year, convinced he had mastered the rules of the game. Little did he consider that the young man seated at the head of the table possessed the capacity to overturn the entire game and establish a more audacious set of rules. Pierre's gaze traversed the tense atmosphere of the conference room, eventually landing on Su-yi. The young man remained unfazed, as though he had merely announced the price of cabbage at the village market rather than a staggering figure capable of sending the global capital market into a frenzy. In that moment, all of Pierre's disappointment and resentment quietly transformed into a more complex emotion, an awe of absolute power and admiration for this extraordinarily youthful Eastern man. It was executed beautifully. This covert bidding was executed with remarkable finesse. He had set no thresholds, provided no guidance. Merely placing that ultimate temptation on the table had compelled the world's shrewdest businessmen to push the price into a realm that would astonish even the divine. All amid unspoken suspicion and fear. He was not merely selling a product. He was peddling desire, manipulating hearts and minds. Subsequently, Su-yi announced several smaller shares in succession. Mr. Wright, 2.5%. Mr. Robinson, 1%. With each name called, an international mogul's expression changed, ultimately dissolving into silent sighs as they recognized their status as collateral damage in this celestial clash. The vast sums they had invested merely stirred a trivial ripple in this billion-dollar gamble. As the dust settled on each minor share, the mathematical puzzle in the venue grew increasingly simplistic, and the atmosphere became all the more peculiar. Anderson, 20%. Ivanov, 15%. Pierre, 10%. The remaining individuals collectively accounted for perhaps 30%. Yet, an entire 25% share remained elusive, a colossal portion, capable of driving anyone to madness. Who was it? Which lunatic had tossed out a trump card capable of crushing all? All gazes converged, magnetized toward a singular figure, the man clad in a flowing white robe, who had remained with his eyes closed throughout, seemingly detached from it all. Khalid, as if sensing the intense scrutiny directed at him, Khalid slowly opened his eyes. Su-yi's gaze finally fell upon him, a hint of approval gracing his smile. Finally, Mr. Khalid, he pronounced clearly, congratulations. You will receive 25% of the annual international market quota for Qinghe Village. With the announcement of the final share, this auction that stirred the global capital landscape has come to a close. No one anticipated that the man in the white robe, who had spoken so little throughout, would emerge victorious in the end. Boss Zhao, seated in the audience, jostled Tang Jinyuan with his elbow, his voice barely concealing his astonishment. With a cloth on his head, he asked the richest in the world. These turban ones are truly formidable. Tang Jinyuan adjusted his glasses. He said nothing. Yet the rapid contraction of his pupils behind the lenses spoke volumes. In the conference room, the gazes of all the international magnates directed toward Khalid were laden with unspoken complexity. At the head of the room, Su-yi slowly rose to his feet. He surveyed the crowd, absorbing the expressions of everyone present, then gently cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, The final shares have been determined. Our team will follow up with each of you for detailed one-on-one discussions regarding the specific contract particulars and related matters. I hope our collaboration over the next year will be mutually enjoyable. Upon concluding his remarks, he exchanged a knowing glance with No.1, who understood the cue and stepped to the center of the room to address the audience. Gentlemen, please follow me. We have prepared private negotiation rooms for you. The man named Khalid was the first to rise. Approaching Su-yi, he placed his right hand over his heart and bowed deeply, speaking in a heavily accented yet sincere tone. Mr. Su, you are a messenger sent by the Almighty to this world. Your generosity and wisdom will undoubtedly earn you the admiration of the entire globe. Mr. Khalid, you are too kind, Su-yi replied with a smile, his gaze steady. One by one, others rose, each displaying varying expressions as they passed by Su-yi. Anderson forced a smile, giving Su-yi a thumbs up, though his expression was tinged with both relief and frustration at being overshadowed. Su, my dear friend, you always manage to create miracles. He stepped closer, his voice lowered. Though I couldn't secure more, I am still quite satisfied and look forward to our new collaboration. Of course, Mr. Anderson, Su-yi nodded in acknowledgement. Ivanov, a burly figure, stood up, his earlier gloom replaced by a hint of enthusiasm. Mr. Su, what a splendid game we played, he said, inclining slightly, his tone deep and resolute, as if making an oath. Next year, I will return with even greater sincerity. Su-yi smiled at him. You are warmly welcome next year as well. As various international titans, whether disheartened or relieved, passed Su-yi with full politeness and respect. The spacious conference room was soon left with only Su-yi, Boss Zhao, and a few others. The previously composed boss, Zhao, could no longer maintain his facade. My goodness, he exclaimed, collapsing back into his chair, as if deflated, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. He leaned closer to Su-yi, rubbing his hands together, his face a mask of uncontainable curiosity and excitement. Secretary Su, quickly, give me the inside scoop. I saw your expression earlier. The gains must be substantial, right? How much did these foreigners actually spend? Lian, Tang Jingyan, General Gu, and Mr. Chen all gathered around, their ears perked up. Their hearts had yet to steady since they were in the audience. The spectacle of last year's $200 billion in profits was still fresh in their minds. This year's scale was undoubtedly more than doubled, the total amount surely an astronomical figure beyond their wildest imaginings. Amused by their eagerness, Su-yi slowly extended a finger. Lian's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively lowered his voice, swallowing hard as he asked tentatively, 100 billion? At that moment, the entire conference room fell into a stunned silence. The previously boisterous boss, Zhao, and the others held their breaths, their eyes fixed intently on Su-yi. Meeting their fervent gazes, Su-yi did not keep them in suspense, simply nodding slightly. Then, he added two words, dollars. These two words, weightless yet reverberating through the air, produced a resounding shock. Boss Zhao sprang from his chair, nearly toppling it over with his sudden movement. $100 billion. His booming voice, now sharp with astonishment, pierced the silence. Even the usually composed Lian could not help but gasp, his chest heaving. $100 billion. Not merely a number, but a concept capable of purchasing the GDP of certain small nations for an entire year. And now, it merely represented Qinghe Village's international market agency fee for a single year. Goodness gracious! Finally, it was Boss Zhao's crude exclamation that shattered the oppressive silence. A village's annual agency fee has toppled the market values of countless listed companies. How many cities' GDPs has it surpassed? Who on earth would dare believe this? As the gravity of this astronomical figure began to settle in, everyone turned their gaze to Su-yi, their expressions a tumultuous blend of emotions. After a moment of processing, Boss Zhao suddenly seemed to recall something crucial. He stepped closer to Su-yi, his face alight with eager anticipation, rubbing his hands together. Secretary Su, since today's auction for the international agency rights even included aquatic products, does that mean we can swiftly arrange matters for our domestic market as well? Upon hearing this, the breaths of Tang Jingyan, General Gu, and Mr. Chen quickened once more. Their eyes snapped to Su-yi, filled with a yearning more palpable and intense than when they had first heard the figure of $100 billion. For them, that amount belonged to Su-yi's legend, impressive to hear, yet ultimately distant. But Qinghe Aquatic Products was different. That was something tangible, something that could be transformed into the core competitiveness of their restaurants, elevating their business landscape to unprecedented heights. They had waited far too long for this day. Seeing their eager expressions, Su-yi could hardly feign ignorance of their intentions. He smiled, and facing their fiery gazes, He took his time before responding. Absolutely. It can be listed immediately. Chapter 392. More unexpected surprises? It can be listed immediately. Su Yi's voice was soft, laced with amusement. Yet this singular statement struck like a thunderclap in the ears of the assembled magnates. Excellent. Boss Zhao slammed his palm down on the heavy stone table, producing a dull thud that echoed in the room. His face, flushed with excitement, could no longer suppress the broad grin that spread from ear to ear. Old Zhao has waited so long for you to say that. Secretary Su, though Tang Jinyuan, General Gu, and Mr. Chen did not exhibit the same level of unrestrained exuberance as Boss Zhao, Tang Jinyuan instinctively began stroking his chin, his eyes shimmering with ideas as they sparked in his mind. Meanwhile, General Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly envisioning the impending upheaval in the high-end dining market domestically. After all, this was Qinghe Aquatic Products. It was but a single taste during the New Year's Eve banquet that left them yearning and dreaming for months over that elusive delicacy. For these individuals, perched atop the pinnacle of the domestic culinary industry, the vegetables and meats from Qinghe had erected an insurmountable commercial barrier that their decades-long peers could not breach. The addition of Qinghe Aquatics signified that their fortress would, overnight, transform into an unfathomable ocean of opportunities. Secretary Su, you have finally relented. Boss Zhao, having laughed enough, approached Su Yi like a jubilant monkey that had just found a peach, his large face nearly pressing against Su Yi's, nearly showering him with saliva. You cannot fathom it. From the start of the year until now, my ears have not known a moment's peace. He waved his hand, his face a tableau of bittersweet memories. Yet his tone betrayed an unmistakable pride and boastfulness. Those old fellows from Jingzhou call me daily, each time asking when your aquatics will be available. They inquire while sipping tea, while playing golf. Damn it. Even when I encounter them in a restroom, they tug at my pants to ask a few questions. My phone now sends chills down my spine whenever I see an unfamiliar number, fearing it's yet another probing inquiry. I, Old Zhao, am about to be driven mad by them. This crude, yet genuine lament resonated with Tang Jinyuan and the others, who wore similar expressions of exasperation. Their circumstances were scarcely better than Boss Zhao's. As the core partners of Qinghe Village in the domestic culinary arena, they had naturally become the primary targets of everyone's relentless pursuit. Observing their flustered yet exhilarated demeanor, Su Yi wore a smirk and leisurely spoke. So, does this mean I have resolved a colossal predicament for my esteemed brothers? Indeed not. Boss Zhao thumped his chest with exuberance, his expression reaching a zenith of excitement. Secretary Su, what you have done is not merely resolving an issue. You are delivering salvation to me, Old Zhao, from the depths of despair. If we delay further, I genuinely fear for my safety on the streets. Ha! Su Yi, unable to contain himself, erupted into hearty laughter. Beside him, Lian watched the scene with a smile, always a silent witness to such commercial exchanges. As the laughter subsided, Tang Jinyuan turned to Su Yi, his demeanor turning solemn. Secretary Su, now that we have resolved to proceed, let us adhere to the domestic markets conventions. Indeed, the old conventions. Su Yi's response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. This simple declaration served as a calming balm, landing heavily in the hearts of Boss Zhao and his companions. Excellent. With Secretary Su's words, we can rest assured. Boss Zhao rubbed his hands together, his excitement lifting him as if he could already envision a queue stretching from Jingzhou to Tianjin at the entrance of his restaurant. Once the aquatics are available, the high-end dining market in the country will truly be laid bare before us. General Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice imbued with a confidence that suggested absolute control over the future. At that point, it will not be Michelin determining our worthiness for 3 stars, but rather, we shall redefine what constitutes 3 stars. No, 5 stars. I already have several ideas brewing. Tang Jinyuan's gaze deepened as his mind raced with possibilities. Flame-grilled Australian rock lobster accompanied by caviar, sous-vide E-star grouper drizzled with aromatic oil, abalone baked in a rich sauce. Just the thought of it made him restless. Each dish he mentioned caused Boss Zhao and the others to involuntarily swallow hard. The primal desire for exquisite flavors intertwined with boundless aspirations for the future, igniting the atmosphere in the conference room to an electrifying intensity. Just as they were lost in their fervent dreams and animated discussions, the door to the conference room was gently pushed open from the outside. The group instinctively paused their conversation, turning in unison to see. No.1 stepped inside, followed closely by the international magnates who had just departed to finalize the contracts. In stark contrast to the tense, and calculating atmosphere that had prevailed earlier. The returning group wore expressions of relief and satisfaction. Anderson was holding his phone, boasting in a near-chanting tone about something to the other end of the line. Ivanov appeared flushed, striding in with vigor, as if he had just emerged victorious from an epic battle. Meanwhile, Khalid, clad in a white robe, hummed an unintelligible foreign tune, his steps light as if he were about to float away. Their expressions suggested they had not just signed exorbitant contracts, but had instead stumbled upon an incredible fortune, each glowing with delight. What on earth is happening? Boss Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, lowering his voice as he nudged Tang Jinyuan with his elbow. Old Tang, these fellows must have been swindled for 1,000 billion, yet they look as if they've found treasure. Have their brains been kicked by a mule? Tang Jinyuan and the others shared a look of confusion. This defied logic. After being thoroughly fleeced, one would expect them to wear somber expressions, yet here they were, as jubilant as if they had hit the jackpot. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, bewilderment, astonishment, and a pride that ran deep within their bones. Each of these individuals, outside these walls, possessed the power to shake the global capital markets with a mere stomp of their feet. Yet within Qinghe Village, on Secretary Su's territory, they were obliged to play by the rules. Even after being outmaneuvered, they appeared buoyant as if they had won the lottery. This exemplified the current influence of Qinghe Village. This underscored the weight of Secretary Su's presence. Sui observed the once tense international titans now mingling amiably, a knowing smile appearing on his face. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. It seems each of you has fared rather well. Chapter 393. Do you call living long a curse? As Su's words faded, Anderson's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the conference room. Not just well. His rotund figure trembled with excitement as he quickly approached Sui, his face aglow with uncontainable joy. My dear Su, you always manage to deliver the most astonishing surprises. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his small eyes shimmering with cunning and shrewdness, half jokingly yet earnestly declaring, honestly, had I known you had such a surprise in store, I would have doubled the figures on the quotation sheet. Sui regarded his playful demeanor with amusement, shaking his head in response. He was well aware of what Anderson meant by surprise. However, to Boss Zhao and the others, it felt as if they were hearing a foreign language, utterly bewildered. Surprise? What other surprises existed that they were unaware of? Vegetables and meats, fine wines and aquatics, combined with life-altering pharmaceuticals. This was already a groundbreaking combination. Could there be a hidden menu? Nonetheless, it was clear that this was not the moment for detailed inquiries. At that juncture, No.1 stepped forward, reporting, Secretary. All contracts have been duly signed, and all relevant matters have been coordinated. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded. He turned to the group, extending a polite invitation. Everyone, as we reach this juncture, would you care to stay for a cup of tea? No. The response was a unanimous refusal. It seemed that the international magnates present were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, eager to return to their commercial empires and strategize for the grand feast of the new year. Ivanov was the first to stride forward. Shaking hands with Sui in farewell, his imposing figure standing tall, his voice deep and powerful. Mr. Sui, while this year's results may not be the most ideal, I find myself exceedingly satisfied. I shall return next year. Following closely, Pierre and others stepped forward, articulating their boundless anticipation for future collaboration. They endeavored to maintain an air of elegance upon their faces, yet the fervor in their eyes was utterly unmistakable. Sui smiled as he shook hands with each individual, bidding them farewell as they departed. Lian stood to the side, observing these top tycoons, who typically wielded dominion over the global economy. Adopting such a humble demeanor before Sui, his smile growing increasingly genuine. He could already foresee that next year's investment attraction report for Yunzhou would yield a staggering figure, one that would leave countless sibling cities in the dust. Who could forget last year's year-end GDP for Yunzhou, which, even excluding Qinghe Village, surged by 30%, reaching a remarkable 13 trillion? Such a pace of development is simply beyond reason. It was merely overshadowed by the brilliance of Qinghe Village's nearly 3 trillion GDP. And this year, judging by the current momentum, it would only escalate further. As other magnates impatiently exited the conference room, Anderson deliberately lingered until the end. He swiftly approached Sui, tempering his flamboyance with a more earnest and expectant expression. Sui, my dearest friend, I have another inquiry, one that is of greater global concern than the billion-dollar venture we just discussed. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze burning with intensity. When can we truly unlock the door to the new world that you previously mentioned? The key to the new world. The nearby boss, Zhao, and others were momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by Anderson's cryptic words. However, Su-Yi grasped the meaning instantly. He looked at Anderson's face, brimming with desire, and without keeping him in suspense, promptly provided a definitive answer. In 3 days. Such a simple trio of words caused Anderson's breath to momentarily falter. 3 days. He clapped his hands in excitement, unable to conceal his elation. Wonderful. I shall immediately begin arrangements upon my return. Satisfied with the response, Anderson exaggeratedly embraced Su-Yi before humming a tune and briskly rejoining the larger group ahead. As the conference room door clicked shut, Lian withdrew his gaze from the entrance and focused on Su-Yi. Secretary Su. He couldn't help but speak, his face marked by a perplexity that was difficult to comprehend. Logically speaking, in a dark horse bidding process, there are winners and losers. Yet, why does it appear that they all seem to have struck an incredible bargain? Lian was genuinely baffled. After all, it was a billion-dollar deal. In such an arrangement, someone must have bid high to gain an advantage, while others would naturally suffer losses. How could it be that everyone left with satisfaction? This defied logic. Su-Yi chuckled in response. He took a sip from the cup of tea that had long since cooled, and, with measured calmness, replied, "That is simply because I prepared an additional surprise for them." Dan Xinyang Yuan Wan, he casually uttered. Lian's brows knitted tighter, his expression still one of confusion. Dan Xinyang Yuan Wan? I recall that name. It is the only health supplement among the various medications from Qinghe Village. Moreover, it is rather expensive, 10,000 yuan for a single pill. How could such a health product render these astute individuals indifferent to their losses? Could it be that this concoction was more valuable than those miracle medicines that cured terminal illnesses? Nonetheless, Lian's ignorance did not imply that others were similarly uninformed. Secretary Li, you simply have not experienced it, hence your confusion. Boss Zhao interjected, unable to restrain himself. This Dan Xinyang Yuan Wan is no ordinary health supplement. While most health products on the market boast inflated claims, designed to harvest through intelligence tax, the one from Qinghe Village is a genuine miracle elixir, with health benefits that are simply extraordinary. He rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice, yet his eyes gleamed with a frightening intensity. Let me put it this way. Secretary Li, if this were ancient times, it would be the elixir of life that emperors dreamed of having. As Zhao spoke, his expression grew peculiar, a mix of boundless anticipation and absurdity. As long as one can consume it long term, living to 100 is a foregone conclusion. In fact, I reckon that in the future, the phrase long life might even become a curse. Lian stood frozen, his brow instinctively furrowing. A curse? The phrase long life, which has historically carried the most beautiful blessings, how could it possibly be associated with a curse? This was utterly contrary to reason. Indeed, Zhao exclaimed, his mouth agape, radiating a near-absurd fervor. Secretary Li, think about it. In the past, to wish someone a long life was a tremendous blessing, as few could achieve it. But if, thanks to Secretary Su, everyone can live to 120, 150, or even longer, then wishing someone a long life would be akin to cursing them to die young. Upon hearing this, Li Yin was utterly dumbfounded. He opened his mouth to refute it, but found himself at a loss for any counterargument. Following Zhao's outrageous logic, it indeed seemed to hold a semblance of truth. Tang Zhenyan adjusted his glasses from the side, his expression one of amusement. Old Zhao's words, though crude, are not without reason. He turned to Su-Yi, his tone now tinged with an irrepressible awe. Secretary Su, your actions have truly rewritten humanity's understanding of lifespan. In that moment, Lian finally comprehended everything. He understood why Anderson and the others, despite being collectively fleeced for $1 billion, were not disheartened, but rather radiated joy, as if they had struck an incredible deal. It turned out that Su-Yi had bestowed upon all the successful bidders such a delightful surprise. Dan Xinyang Yuan Wan, a seemingly inconspicuous health product hidden among many miraculous medicines, had transformed into the ultimate game-changer for those perched atop the pinnacle of wealth, yet who feared death more than anyone. Vegetables, meats, drinks, and even miraculous cancer cures paled in comparison to the genuinely life-extending Dan Xinyang Yuan Wan. Healing is sought only when one is ill, but extending life is the ultimate desire yearned for by every person, every single day. After all, even historical emperors and dignitaries desperately sought immortality. No one can resist the allure of longevity. With this revelation, when Lian looked back at Su-Yi, his gaze had transformed. It was no longer mere admiration or astonishment, but rather an instinctive reverence in the face of an incomprehensible force that transcended the boundaries of understanding. He swallowed hard, and ultimately, all he could muster was a half-joking, half-serious sigh. Secretary Su, I sometimes truly wonder, are you even human? This question resonated with Boss Zhao and the others, who fervently nodded in agreement. They had all entertained similar thoughts countless times. How could such an extraordinary being exist in this world? From tilling the fields and raising pigs, to brewing liquor and manufacturing mobile phones. And now, even creating elixirs that can reverse life and death. This is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. It is undeniably remarkable. Su Yi gazed at Li An's extraordinarily complex expression, merely smiling. His calmness and nonchalance only deepened Li An and the other's sense of his unfathomable nature. Ahem. At that moment, Boss Zhao cleared his throat, forcibly pulling himself from such enigmatic musings. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting with shrewdness, and approached with a beaming smile. Secretary Su, since we've reached this point, what do you think about the prices for the aquatic products? Upon hearing this, Tang Jinyuan, General Gu, and Mr. Chen were also drawn back to reality. They had been so engrossed in shock and excitement that they nearly overlooked this most crucial matter. Sui, observing the identical tension etched on his old friends' faces, couldn't help but chuckle. Instead of answering directly, he lifted his chin, signaling to Yi Wanwan beside him. Wanwan, would you kindly introduce it to everyone? Certainly, Secretary, Yi Wanwan replied, stepping forward. As per the Secretary's instructions, the total domestic market quota for Qinghe Aquatic products this year is equivalent to that of the international market, also set at 50,000 tons. She paused, and under the intense scrutiny of 4 pairs of eager eyes, announced the pivotal figure. The annual general agency fee matches that of the international market. In total, it amounts to 500 billion. As her words echoed in the conference room, the previously fervent atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. The smiles on Boss Zhao and the others' faces dimmed slightly. Simultaneously, their minds began to race at lightning speed. 500 billion. 50,000 tons. That translates to 5,000 per pound. This is no ordinary fish, shrimp, or crab. This is the exquisite, top-tier aquatic produce from Qinghe Village that gourmets would fight tooth and nail to savor. Not to mention 5,000 per pound. Even if it were to add a zero to that figure, as long as they dared to sell, there would be buyers eager to pounce. Secretary Su, Boss Zhao leaned in closer, his face gleaming with excitement. So, can we start hauling this tomorrow? Of course, Su Yi replied with a smile and a nod. Receiving this affirmative response, the 4 exchanged glances, each seeing unabashed ambition and competitive spirit reflected in one another's eyes. Secretary Su, it's getting late. How about we stay here for the night, instead of heading back? Boss Zhao suggested with a grin, his tone as familiar as returning home. Tang Jinyuan and the others nodded in agreement. No way, we're heading back now, with tomorrow's haul about to begin. No problem. I've reserved rooms for all of you, Su Yi responded, unfazed by the request. All right then, Boss Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, already turning to leave while pulling out his phone to dial a number. Hello, Xiao Wang. Get all the cold chain trucks we can mobilize, the biggest ones. 16-wheelers. No matter what they're transporting, right now. Immediately. Get them all to Qinghe Village. Yes, all of them. Not a single one should be missing. If they're not here before dawn breaks, you'd better pack your things and leave. Tang Jinyan, General Gu, and Mr. Chun were quick to follow suit, pulling out their phones and hastening outside. Old Lu, activate the highest level contingency plan. Use all channels to spread the news of Qinghe Aquatic Products' imminent launch. Yes, I want the entire circle to be unable to sleep tonight. Notify all head chefs at the stores to convene an emergency online meeting immediately, within half an hour. I want to see the first draft of the aquatic menu. The best proposal will triple their year-end bonus. Chapter 395, The Launch of Qinghe Aquatic Products. As Boss Zhao and the others hastily made their exit, they continued to frantically issue commands over the phone. The incessant barrage of orders left Lian somewhat astounded. Secretary Su, Lian remarked, watching the fervent retreat of Boss Zhao and the others, unable to suppress a chuckle. Your aquatic products haven't even officially launched yet, and these fellows are already in a frenzy. Just imagine the scene when sales actually commence. He chose not to elaborate further, but the implication was unmistakable. Su Yi merely smiled, his expression radiating a calm assurance that suggested he had everything under control. Lian cast a profound glance at him, the depth of his feelings beyond articulation. However, being a person of high standing with numerous official duties, he could not linger in Qinghe Village any longer. After bidding farewell to Su Yi, he departed with haste. That afternoon, the entirety of Qinghe Village was enveloped in a bustling and exhilarating atmosphere. Meanwhile, outside the village, a revelry exclusive to the uppermost echelons of society had already ignited. Boss Zhao, Tang Jinyuan, General Gu, and Mr. Chun, four titans of the domestic dining and high-end supply sectors, simultaneously unleashed a bombshell announcement through their elite channels. Qinghe Aquatic Products would launch the following day. There was no public media conference. Not a single word was released on any public network platform. This information was discreetly disseminated through the most confidential and exclusive membership channels, reaching the ears of those truly capable of indulging in such products. In an instant, the private phones of the four magnates transformed into the hottest lines in the world. The next day, at dawn, as the first light barely illuminated the sky, the freight platform of the Qinghe Village super aquatic breeding base was already ablaze with lights and bustling activity. Countless colossal 16-wheel cold chain trucks, emblazoned with logos such as Natural Residence and Imperial Kitchen, formed neat lines like a dragon. The massive freight platform gates had already risen. Within the futuristic blue dome, numerous precision robotic arms operated silently yet efficiently. Sealed, temperature-controlled boxes, illuminated by blue indicator lights, were being transported via fully automated conveyor belts from giant pools. The robotic arms meticulously loaded them into the cold chain truck's cargo holds. The entire process was astonishingly swift and remarkably orderly. Su Yi stood at the edge of the platform, observing this industrious and systematic spectacle. Boss Zhao, Tang Jinyuan, and the others stood beside him, their faces betraying signs of sleep deprivation. Yet their eyes sparkled brighter than the searchlights on the freight platform. Thank heavens, we can finally breathe easy, Boss Zhao sighed, clutching his phone. He turned to Su Yi, his face unable to conceal his ecstatic delight. Secretary, can you guess how many calls I received from last night until this morning? Before Su Yi could respond, he held up 3 fingers, his voice hoarse with excitement. Over 300, all from those high and mighty fellows in Jingzhou. They were all clamoring like madmen, asking if I still had private rooms or tables available. I told them no, and you know what they said? Boss Zhao's voice rose again, his enthusiasm infectious. One fellow named Wang insisted that I clear the restaurant's corridor for him to set up several tables. He said I could set the price as I wished. This is a top-tier restaurant, not a roadside stall. Though he feigned annoyance, the smug satisfaction on his face was impossible to hide. These individuals were genuinely desperate for a taste. General Gu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his typically gentle demeanor now rife with emotion. Ever since those scoundrels dumped filth into the sea, the creme de la creme of seafood enthusiasts in the country have nearly forgotten what good seafood tastes like. Who would dare touch those so-called imported premium seafood anymore? Everyone fears getting sick, fearing that it could lead to dire consequences. But now, General Gu's eyes shone with fervor as he gazed at the temperature-controlled boxes being loaded onto the trucks. As Qinghe Aquatic Products made its debut, it bestowed a lifeline upon this group of individuals, not only ensuring their dining was pleasurable, but also secure. Ultimately, while the pursuit of exquisite cuisine is a hallmark of the affluent, at a deeper level, it underscores an intense yearning for safety and health. This sentiment provokes a response far more potent than any delicacy could inspire. As they engaged in conversation, the rear door of the final cold chain heavy truck, aided by mechanical arm, slowly closed with a dull click, signifying that the first batch of Qinghe Aquatic Products had been fully loaded. The lights of the freight platform illuminated the rows of massive white vehicles, resembling an unyielding fortress. A team leader hastily approached Boss Zhao, respectfully reporting, "Esteemed patrons, all cargo has been loaded, and we are ready to depart." "Excellent." Boss Zhao waved his hand, the commanding aura of a formidable leader once again radiating from him. He turned to face Tang Jinyuan and the others, addressing Su Yi. "Secretary Su, we shall take our leave first." Boss Zhao's voice carried genuine gratitude and respect. "Once we have successfully launched this first endeavor, we will treat you to a few drinks." "Very well," Su Yi replied with a smile. "I shall await your triumphant news." With that, the four magnates exchanged no further pleasantries, swiftly turning to stride towards a fleet of luxury vehicles parked nearby. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs. These elite automobiles, which would typically command attention wherever they appeared, now willingly assumed the role of escorts for the grand convoy. The roar of engines, a blend of high-pitched and deep growls, resonated through the early morning light. As Boss Zhao and his companions settled into their luxury cars, they lowered their windows and waved at Su Yi. The convoy then set off. Countless 16-wheeled cold chain trucks, led by 4 luxurious vehicles, glided away from the brightly lit freight platform like a colossal white dragon awakening, merging onto Qinghe Avenue that led to the outside world. The endless stream of red taillights, gradually illuminating in the dawn, created a long, invaluable ribbon of crimson light that ultimately vanished into the distant morning mist. He stood rooted in place, hands in his pockets, quietly observing the retreating convoy. The wind rustled his clothing, carrying with it the fresh scent of rain-soaked grass mingled with ozone. He understood that when this torrent of steel and wealth reached its destinations, a tsunami sweeping through the high-end dining market would officially commence. Qinghe Aquatic Products had arrived. Chapter 396. Let the bullets fly a little longer. On this day, the landscape of the domestic high-end dining industry underwent a transformation. At noon, the blazing sun shone overhead, yet it could not melt the near-manic heat wave surrounding the entrances of premier restaurants in major cities. In Jingzhou, Hushi, Zhuzhou, and Yunshou, these dazzling jewels on the domestic economic map, numerous top-tier chain restaurants owned by Boss Zhao, Tang Yuan, and their ilk were thronged with luxury vehicles, resembling a dragon in flight. In stark contrast to their usual composure, many owners of million-dollar vehicles hurriedly pushed open their doors, scarcely pausing to hand their keys to the doorman before rushing inside. Their faces bore an unmistakable urgency, fearful of missing out on this grand feast. Within the restaurant, the atmosphere was electric, filled to capacity. A palpable excitement hung in the air, as if it were about to erupt after being held back for too long. This venue was already known as the most sought-after dining establishment in the country, where reservations were nearly impossible to secure. The top-tier vegetables and meats from Qinghe Village had already made it a symbol of status and prestige. With the addition of Qinghe Aquatic Products, it was as if boiling water had been poured into a pot of hot oil, igniting the enthusiasm of the elite clientele. In the pinnacle private dining room of Natural Residence, Yunshou's flagship store, several business magnates were fixated on a platter being presented by a server, containing a magnificent Australian rock lobster, slowly making its way to the table. The lobster was an astonishing specimen, its fiery red hue gleaming like a flawless ruby sculpture. Wrapped in a specially concocted secret sauce, it reflected an enticing sheen under the warm light of the room. As a stunningly elegant server, clad in a bespoke qipao, gently drizzled a small cup of amber-hued high-proof liquor over the lobster, she gracefully stepped back, poised to ignite it with a delicate flame gun. With a whoosh, an ethereal blue flame enveloped the entire lobster, dancing in midair. The rich aroma of the liquor, combined with the pristine sweetness characteristic of deep-sea delicacies, erupted under the influence of the flames, boldly permeating the air and igniting a symphony of sensations in their bellies. "I can hardly contain my salivation at this scent," exclaimed one magnate, unable to suppress the involuntary swallow, his gaze fixated, completely shedding any semblance of the ruthlessness typical in the business world. As the flames flickered out and steam rose, the server skillfully dissected the lobster meat with exquisite silver cutlery, serving it into each guest's fine bone china plate. The sight of the translucent, slightly curled, steaming lobster meat placed before him proved too tempting for one magnate to resist. "To hell with etiquette and dining decorum," he declared, seizing a silver fork to impale a piece of lobster meat, forgoing the sauce entirely, and shoving it straight into his mouth. The instant his teeth pierced the succulent flesh, a rush of pure, firm, and springy texture surged up to his senses, sending shivers down his spine. Then a wave of sweet, pure, and abundant juice burst forth within his mouth. There was not a hint of fishiness, nor any taste of industrial processing. Just sheer freshness, the essence of sunlight, sea breeze, and the sweetness of nature, mingled with the charred aroma from the flames and the tipsy essence of the liquor, gently yet fiercely cleansing his long-dormant palate. "Wow!" The magnate's eyes widened in astonishment. He then slumped back against the opulent rosewood chair, eyes closed in a moment of profound, soul-stirring rapture and satisfaction. For a full half-minute, the only sound in the private room were the delicate clinking of silverware against porcelain and the chorus of hurried chewing and swallowing. Eventually, the magnate slowly opened his eyes, observing his typically dignified companions now savoring their dishes with abandon, their faces glistening with grease. He couldn't help but laugh. "Brothers, how long has it been since we've dared to indulge in seafood without restraint? Ever since those scoundrels began dumping filth into the ocean. I haven't touched a single fish, fearing I might fall ill with no recourse for justice. Now, thanks to Qinghe Village and Secretary Su," he proclaimed, slapping the table with excitement, his voice rising with fervor, "I am finally liberated." These words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the long-suppressed sentiments of everyone present. Liberated. Indeed. Who would dare to speak of imported seafood in my presence again? I'll drown them with a single spit. Similar scenes unfolded across the nation's premier restaurants with a viral fervor. Countless top-tier tycoons, once wary of seafood due to ocean pollution, unleashed their pent-up appetites with a near-revengeful fervor on this day. This gastronomic tsunami, exclusively ignited by Qinghe Village, rapidly reshaped the landscape of high-end dining in the country within just a few hours. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the external clamor and frenzy, the office of the Qinghe Village Committee remained a haven of tranquility. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting a warm glow upon the dark-hued desk, illuminating the rising tendrils of tea vapor with a crystalline clarity. Su-yi, having just concluded a phone call brimming with good news, reclined against the generous backrest of his chair, a smile curving the corners of his lips as he gently shook his head. This old Zhao, despite his considerable wealth, still lacked the composure befitting his status. He lifted his teacup, delicately blowing on the leaves floating atop the water's surface, his demeanor exuding tranquility. The burgeoning success of Qinghe aquatic products in the domestic market was entirely within his expectations. It was akin to unveiling the soul-chilled bottle of soda in a parched desert. Who could resist the temptation? The affluent were not merely in want of money. They craved a sense of security, the privilege of being treated as exceptional. And this was precisely what Qinghe Village could provide. However, Su-yi's gaze had long since transcended this fervent land, turning towards the broader and more tumultuous ocean of stars. The domestic fervor was merely an appetizer. The true main course lay across the sea. He set down his teacup, tapping his fingers lightly on the tabletop, producing a crisp sound. No.1. How are things progressing on the international market? No.1 paused her tasks, looking up with a succinct reply. Reporting, Secretary. All exclusive fleets of international agents took off 5 hours ago, flying directly across the globe without any issues. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's smile deepened. Excellent. Let the bullets fly a while longer. In Chapter 397, A Sleepless Night, the actions of those international magnates proved entirely satisfactory to Su-yi. As private jets emblazoned with the logos of the Anderson Group and Khalid Sovereign Wealth Fund tore through the clouds, landing at private airports in the world's premier cities. A celebration that had been preheated to a boiling point officially commenced. Boxes of Qinghe aquatic products were meticulously extracted from temperature-controlled containers and delivered to the kitchens of the world's top restaurants in less than half an hour. Efficiency is the most fundamental respect one can offer to money. Merely hours later, a culinary tsunami emanating from the east surged across the globe with near-overwhelming force. The elite, those who had long been pampered by a plethora of delicacies, lost their composure upon tasting Qinghe aquatic products for the first time. On the international internet, numerous top influencers and wealthy accounts, typically sharing art pieces, private jets, and mundane afternoon teas, suddenly shifted their tone. I retract my previous statement. I once believed nothing could astonish me again in my lifetime. Tonight, I was schooled by a crab from the east. Qinghe, if heaven had a flavor, it would undoubtedly be the taste of Qinghe bluefin tuna belly. That pure, melting aroma of fat on the tongue made me understand for the first time what it means to weep with joy. Don't mention deep-sea wild catches to me anymore. Compared to these masterpieces from Qinghe Village's farms, they are nothing. Yes, I mean it literally. Healthy, safe. Countless exquisitely plated photographs, artfully capturing light and shadow, accompanied by the most extravagant and lofty praise, instantly dominated the headlines of numerous social media platforms. This was no longer a mere gourmet feast. It was a blatant declaration of class. To partake was to signify one's status. To be among the first to partake was to affirm one's position atop the social pyramid. As this culinary revelry swept the globe, leaving countless ordinary individuals drooling behind their screens, an even more momentous announcement was simultaneously ignited through the official channels of Anderson, Khalid, and all international agents as night descended. A joint declaration appeared on the official websites of all agents and verified accounts on major global social media platforms. A door of hope to health and renewal. Qinghe Pharmaceuticals. Now available globally. The title of the statement was succinct, yet carried an inescapable air of proclamation. To all friends concerned with life and health. In the past, we have witnessed the miraculous life-saving achievements of Qinghe Pharmaceuticals in the Eastern nations. We have heard the urgent pleas of countless patients and families worldwide. Therefore, we have exerted tremendous effort, and after arduous negotiations with Qinghe Village, we are honored to announce we have officially obtained the international market agency rights for the full range of therapeutic products from Qinghe Village. This includes, but is not limited to, the Qinghe Rebirth Pill, capable of reversing cancer, the Yihai Qingxin pill, designed to awaken memory, the Tang Onping granules, which stabilize blood sugar, and the Yujin scar removal ointment, which smooths scars. We understand that every minute of waiting is excruciating for many families. Therefore, all of the aforementioned medications will be available for purchase tomorrow morning at designated pharmacies and partner private hospitals in major cities worldwide. Life is priceless, and we aim to be the bridge conveying this hope. This eloquent announcement, which artfully cloaked commercial activity as a charitable endeavor, ignited a global discourse. If the previous gastronomic celebration was merely a champagne toast among the wealthy, this announcement unleashed a colossal wave that resonated across all social strata, concerning life and death. In the Qinghe Village committee office, Su Yi reclined in his chair, resting his eyes. Suddenly, his private phone rang, alerting him to a special push notification from a mainstream international news outlet. Epic breakthrough. Qinghe Pharmaceuticals set for global release tomorrow. Humanity may enter a cancer-free era? Upon reading this, Su Yi opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow, and clicked on the news article. The announcement released by Anderson and Khalid was prominently featured in a conspicuous position within the report. As Su Yi scanned the grandiose wording, particularly the phrases regarding arduous negotiations and being a bridge of hope, he could no longer suppress a smile. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "What are you looking at?" Yuan, who was organizing documents, glanced up, curiosity piqued by his laughter. "Nothing," Su Yi replied with a smile, casually forwarding the news link to her. "I just think these business people are truly underappreciated for not receiving Lifetime Achievement Awards in Hollywood." Yuan's gaze fell upon the screen, and she quickly finished reading the announcement. A flicker of understanding crossed her eyes, followed by an involuntary smile. They certainly know how to package themselves. Yuan's succinct assessment hit the mark. They had crafted an image of saviors rather than mere opportunistic merchants. Thus, regardless of how high the drug prices climbed, the market would interpret it as a justifiable act of investing in life. Astute, yet shameless. Of course, Su Yi withdrew his phone, directing his gaze towards the profound night beyond the window. He understood that this announcement was the starting gun. The shot had been fired, and the entire world was bound to lose its mind. Indeed, the reality surpassed even his expectations. Within a mere half hour of the announcement, the homepages of all mainstream media outlets and television news during prime time were consumed by this news. Miracle arrives. Eastern divine medicine available globally. Terminal illnesses no longer a dead end. The end of one era, the dawn of another. An in-depth analysis of the disruptive impact of Qinghe Pharmaceuticals. The prices had yet to be announced, but hope was beyond measure. Countless journalists were jolted from their slumber, working overtime to keep pace with this global news tempest. Across major social platforms, the topic of Qinghe Pharmaceuticals' global launch surged to the top of trending lists in multiple countries within an hour. Forums for cancer patients erupted with fervor. "My God, am I dreaming? Tomorrow we can buy it. My mother still has hope. She still has hope. I shall promptly book a flight, regardless of the city. I am determined to secure a ticket." Tears streamed down my face, genuine anguish enveloping me, as I witnessed the gradual ebbing of my loved one's life. Will this despair finally come to an end? No longer shall I gaze enviously at the screen, nor shall I witness distant miracles through the news. In this moment, the dawn of hope radiates vividly, illuminating every corner of the world. Countless families shrouded in despair erupt in a chorus of long-suppressed cries upon receiving this announcement. Those cries resonate in the stillness of countless nights across the globe, merging into a symphony interwoven with ecstasy and sorrow. Tonight shall be a sleepless night. Chapter 398. Is this price mistakenly inflated by an extra zero? The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierce the horizon, a worldwide frenzy to procure medicine commences. At the designated sales points in major cities announced in advance by Anderson, Khalid, and others, throngs of people gather even before dawn breaks. They come in various attire, yet their faces bear a strikingly uniform expression of anxiety and anticipation. At precisely 9 o'clock, the formidable bulletproof glass doors of all designated sales points swing open. The crowd, poised at the entrance, surges forward like a torrent unleashed, flooding into the once spacious and well-lit hall, which quickly becomes a sea of bodies. Dominating the sales hall is a colossal ultra-high-definition electronic display that silently illuminates. The glaring red light instantly captures everyone's attention. Lines of medicine names gradually materialize, followed by a cascade of clear numerical figures. When the digits representing prices come into focus before every eye, the cacophony and restlessness within the hall vanish in an instant. Time seems to pause. Everyone's eyes widen, fixated on the electronic screen, mouths agape, and throats emitting involuntary gasps. After a brief moment of silence, an uncontrollable uproar erupts from the crowd. My God, am I seeing things? Did they mistakenly add an extra zero to this price? Shock, confusion, absurdity, various emotions swiftly traverse the crowd, yet a more potent desire suppresses them all. This stillness lasts barely 3 seconds. I want 2 courses of the Qinghe rebirth pill. Now, immediately, a well-dressed, pallid man slams a pure black card onto the counter, his voice trembling with excitement. No matter the cost, charge it. His shout shatters the eerie silence like a stone crashing into a tranquil lake. Indeed, what does money matter in the face of vibrant life? For those families, long tormented by illness, drifting between hospitals, drained of both body and hope by exorbitant bills and endless chemotherapy, this price may be astonishing, but if it can grant an opportunity for rebirth, it is undoubtedly worth it. I want the Qinghe rebirth pill. 1 course. Here, give me a course of the sugar omping granules. I need the Eugen scar removal cream. After the brief shock, the crowd descends into a frenzy of purchases. People wave their bank cards and cash, shouting hoarsely, each eye ablaze with fervent desire. They are not merely buying medicine. They are purchasing health. In Qinghe Village, at the village committee office. All right. He places his pen down, handing the freshly signed document to No.1, a look of palpable relief crossing his face. His fingertips lightly trace the words Qinghe Resettlement Community, his gaze gentle. Let us proceed with this final draft for the housing selection plan for the new residents. Once the construction is fully completed in a few days, arrange for the announcement to be posted so the villagers can rejoice. Understood, Secretary. No.1 takes the document, reviewing it carefully before putting it away. He stretches lazily, lifting his teacup, preparing to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrates insistently on the desk, the caller ID flashing Boss Zhao. He raises an eyebrow, chuckling softly as he shakes his head and leisurely swipes to answer. As soon as the call connects, Zhao's booming voice erupts from the receiver. Goodness, Secretary Su, you're trending again. You're back on the hot search. He finds humor in Zhao's unfiltered exuberance and replies slowly. What has you so worked up? Speak slowly. What else could it be? Secretary Su, are you pretending with me? You need to check your phone. Those foreigners who secured the rights to your drug have released the sale price. The entire internet is ablaze. He raises an eyebrow, setting down his teacup. Oh, and how much are they selling it for? How much? Zhao's tone rises dramatically, infused with an absurd theatricality. In our country, those therapeutic medicines are priced uniformly at 10,000 yuan per box, right? He pauses, seemingly building up suspense. Guess how much they're selling it for? 100,000. Or rather, $100,000. Even someone as seasoned as Zhao, accustomed to the storms of business, was momentarily stunned by this figure. 10,000 versus 100,000. The difference is beyond mere multiples, is a concept from entirely different dimensions. However, merely laughs. His expression reveals no trace of surprise, only a knowing acceptance. Well, they need a profit too. This nonchalant reaction leaves Zhao speechless on the other end of the line. After several seconds, his incredulous voice finally breaks the silence, albeit at a much lower volume. Secretary Su, your reaction is not appropriate. That is $100,000. Converted to our currency, that is over 700,000, selling for 10,000 domestically while fetching over 700,000 abroad. This is an astounding 70-fold price difference. You're not the slightest bit surprised? What is there to be surprised about? He leans back in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position. One party is willing to pay, and the other is willing to sell. Once again, Zhao falls silent, fully convinced. In this world, only the person on the other end of the line could frame a 70-fold profit as a mere matter of mutual consent. However, Zhao's mind races, and he recalls something. Oh, Secretary Su. His voice suddenly brightens again. I remember you mentioned at the auction that the price of this medication would be higher than domestically, but you didn't specify the exact shipping price. Can you divulge how much you sold it to them for per box? Hearing this question, Su's smile broadens. He lifts his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Then, in the prolonged silence, as Zhao holds his breath in anticipation, he casually states, $50,000. Chapter 399, Grateful for the Pain, Even When Cut. That seemingly casual declaration of $50,000 leaves Zhao utterly flabbergasted. After a full 10 seconds, his voice returns, slightly hoarse and laced with disbelief. I'm beginning to understand. Secretary Su, I used to think I was bold in my business dealings. But today I realize that compared to you, my ventures seem like the innocent endeavors of a novice. This self-deprecating remark, while tinged with humor, carries an undercurrent of profound respect. The medication that sells for $10,000 domestically is daringly priced at $50,000 abroad. Is this something a person can truly do? The most absurd part is that when Su Yi quoted this price, those foreign folks actually felt grateful to him. It's no wonder that those foreigners dare to set the retail price at $100,000 a box. The root of it all lies here. Su Yi has already taken the most ruthless cut himself. I, old Zhao, am completely in awe, utterly impressed. Boss Zhao's voice regained a measure of its former resonance, losing some of its brashness and gaining heartfelt sentiment. However, Secretary Su, you are indeed fiercely protective of your own. You genuinely care for your compatriots. In previous years, whether it was shabby cars or defective phones, whatever rubbish came into our country, the prices skyrocketed, didn't they? Now the tides have turned. Secretary Su, your maneuver is simply magnificent. You provide immense benefits to the domestic populace and then wield the knife to cut into those foreign profiteers. What a relief. Truly, what a relief. The more Zhao boss spoke, the more animated he became. Su Yi listened to his heartfelt, patriotic sentiments on the other end of the call, merely smiling and not interrupting. He understood that although Zhao's words were coarse, they represented the sentiments of the vast majority of his fellow countrymen. After a few more exchanges, Boss Zhao hung up the phone, thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, when the exorbitant prices of Qinghe pharmaceuticals in the international market were relayed back through various channels, the entire Chinese internet erupted. Am I not seeing this correctly? We sell for $10,000, and they sell for $100,000? Calculating the exchange rate. My math isn't great. Can someone tell me how many times that is? To those upstairs, stop calculating. I can only say, splendid job, goodness for the first time. I feel so fortunate to be born in this country. If this were abroad, when sickness strikes, not to mention treatment, one couldn't even afford the medicine. This is truly a conscientious domestic product, keeping the greatest benefits for our own people while turning the blade outward. For this reason alone, I will dedicate my lifetime to Qinghe's products. To the brothers upstairs, as if you can afford Qinghe's other products, Doge. Ha ha ha. Within just a few hours, major social media platforms were completely dominated by topics related to Qinghe pharmaceuticals. The price disparity between Qinghe pharmaceuticals domestically and abroad. The most hardcore patriotism. For the first time, I don't want to be a spiritual foreigner. Each entry laden with strong emotions captured everyone's attention. Su Yi casually clicked on the most popular post, and the comments section had transformed into a sea of joy and gratitude. I just bought a course of Qinghe rebuilding pills for my dad, costing $10,000. Upon seeing the prices abroad, I cried, not out of sorrow for the money, but out of relief. Thank you, Secretary Su. Thank you, Qinghe Village, for giving us ordinary families a hope to survive. Beneath this comment were tens of thousands of likes and countless words of encouragement. Previously, we would only watch as luxury cars and prestigious watches from abroad came in at inflated prices. Now the tables have turned. How satisfying. This is how it should be done. Let those foreigners taste the bitterness of being exploited. To be honest, I initially thought Qinghe's products were outrageously priced, a bit capitalistic in nature. But now I am convinced they have aligned their blades outward, reserving the greatest kindness for their own people. This perspective is unmarred. Su Yi scrolled through the comments, observing those simple, sincere, and even somewhat crude words. The smile on his face grew gentler. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the sun-drenched blue tiles and white walls, feeling a profound tranquility within. He had often heard that when impoverished, one should focus solely on oneself, while when prosperous, one should benefit the world. Initially, when he acquired the system, his thoughts were quite simple: to help his fellow villagers make money and lead a life of ease. However, the higher he stood, the further he could see, and with greater ability came greater responsibility. He was not a saint, unable to universally redeem all, but at the very least, he could provide an umbrella for the land that nurtured him and its people. Just then, a buzzing interrupted his thoughts. On the screen, a familiar name reappeared: Anderson. Su Yi chuckled, shook his head, and answered the call. My dear Su, my God, once again, you have sent the world into a frenzy. Anderson's signature aria, filled with uncontainable excitement, resonated. Su Yi patiently waited for his exuberance to subside before teasingly responding. Mr. Anderson, you truly dare to sell the medicine at $100,000 a box. On the other end of the line, Anderson erupted into his trademark hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Su, my friend, you must understand one fundamental truth. He paused his laughter, his tone shifting to one of unwavering certainty. even tinged with a coldness that suggested inevitability. Life is money. For those who are ill, not just 10,000, but even 100,000, if it allows them to live another day. They would unhesitatingly part with it. I am merely helping them fulfill a small wish. Sue listened to this quintessential capitalist rhetoric, smiling non-committally. As expected, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Anderson's tone suddenly shifted, finally addressing the true purpose of his call. His voice lowered a notch, the urgency in his tone almost palpable through the phone. Sue, the matter of the medication is on the right track. The whole world is grateful for our generosity. He deliberately emphasized the word generosity, his tone laced with an inside joke only they could understand. However, I call today for another, far more important matter, a matter that could alter the global landscape. Anderson's breathing grew heavy, a complex mix of desire and reverence evident in his voice. The key to the new world that you mentioned on the phone before. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his voice trembling slightly. Sue, my friend. Everyone has been waiting impatiently. You promised 3 days after the auction. Now the time has come. Sue listened to his eager inquiry, maintaining his smile. He no longer kept them in suspense, his voice gentle, yet imbued with a power capable of anchoring hearts. Yes, Mr. Anderson. I never go back on my word. The necessary equipment has been prepared. It will be globally released tomorrow. Chapter 400. The door to the new world is open. Upon receiving Su Yi's confirmation, Anderson's exuberant voice erupted from the receiver. Wonderful. Sue, my dearest friend, my team has been on standby for a month. They are ready at any moment to present the grandest coronation ceremony for this new era you have unveiled. On the other end of the line, Anderson's voice was so ecstatic it was nearly breaking, and the sounds of him pounding the table could be heard in the background. Those analysts sitting in their studios, who think they understand everything, will never know what we are truly preparing for next. We are not selling a damned electronic product. We are distributing tickets to the next civilizational epoch. And you, my friend, are the sole deity who has created this arc. Sue listened to his exaggerated praise, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. All right, Mr. Anderson, since your team is ready, let us commence. Oh, of course. Of course. I will go and rouse that lazy bunch from their slumber right now. They will thank me for giving them the chance to create history with their own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Anderson hung up the phone decisively with a sharp click. His urgency was palpable, as if delaying even a second would allow the world's wealth to slip through his fingers. Sue smiled as he placed the phone on the table, shaking his head gently. This Anderson, with his unbridled enthusiasm for making money and stirring things up, remains perpetually pure and fervent. However, there is a truth in one of his statements. This transcends mere electronic products. It represents the ultimate manifestation of culture and lifestyle. He turned his gaze towards No.1, who was quietly engrossed in her documents not far away. Secretary. No.1 lifted her head, her eyes bright and clear. Please contact the person in charge of specific affairs at Anderson's side to coordinate the shipment. Su Yi's voice was steady, standing in stark contrast to Anderson's earlier fervor. Today, we shall dispatch the entire batch of goods prepared for the international market from our warehouse. Over the past month, the super factory in Qinghe Village has been operating at full throttle. Beyond meeting domestic demands, it has also stockpiled an astonishing quantity of access devices for the international market. It is time for this force to surge forth into the world. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, No.1 responded decisively and began to methodically advance the tasks at hand. That evening, while countless overseas netizens were embroiled in heated debates over the exorbitant prices of Qinghe's pharmaceuticals, grappling with a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and relief, the official accounts of all industries under Anderson, along with the social media platforms of dozens of top-tier international channel partners, simultaneously unveiled the same poster. It was a design striking in its simplicity, yet exuding an aura of infinite mystery, against a backdrop as deep as the cosmos. A door radiating a gentle white light slowly opened a crack. Within, shadows danced, resplendent and myriad, seemingly concealing a fantastical new world beyond description. Outside the door, a line of text in various global languages emanated a deadly allure. The gateway to a new world awaits you. Qinghe Community Access Devices. On sale globally at 9 a.m. tomorrow. There was no prior announcement, no build-up. When this poster appeared simultaneously across the global internet, the world seemed to be muted. The next moment, an information bomb detonated. For over a month, internet users worldwide had been helplessly watching as millions of users across the ocean in the Eastern nation entered a new dimension known as the Second World, their longing palpable. They observed the vividly real snippets of life shared by domestic users within the Qinghe community. They watched grand epics unfold in the virtual realm called Fantasy Three Kingdoms. That world was an entirely new social platform, a novel entertainment hub, an infinite space where one could create anything at will. It signified the next leap in human civilization. Yet, they were barred from entry by an invisible door. This agonizing experience of envy, unable to touch what they could only admire through a screen, had driven every hopeful soul to the brink of madness. And now, the door was opening. Fuck, I have waited for over a month, refreshing Qinghe's official site daily, fearing I would be locked out for life. Finally, it's globally available. I no longer wish to be a pitiful onlooker while others enjoy the future. Within mere minutes of the announcement, similar sentiments flooded major social media platforms and forums, igniting a frenzy. The pent-up desire, jealousy, and anxiety erupted into a storm. People rushed to spread the news, countless individuals leaping from their beds, donning clothes, and dashing towards the nearest designated sales outlets. They were even unaware of the price. But none of that mattered. What mattered was not being left behind. Absolutely not. Under the night sky, an eerie scene began to unfold on the streets of various global metropolises. Countless individuals converged from all directions, instinctively heading toward the same destination. They surged toward the top-tier malls and boutiques affiliated with Anderson and other agents, spontaneously forming long lines before the tightly shut doors. This was not merely a queue. It was a silent and grand pilgrimage toward the new epic. The line began at the entrance, swiftly winding along the street, growing longer and more magnificent. Initially just a few hundred, it rapidly swelled to thousands, then tens of thousands. By the early hours of the morning, in some cities, the throngs had formed a seemingly endless black dragon of humanity, completely blocking several city blocks. Local law enforcement was taken aback by this sudden spectacle, necessitating an urgent deployment of personnel to maintain order. Yet, the tide surged silently, with no one making a sound. Each person stood quietly or seated on small stools, clutching their phones, repeatedly refreshing that simple poster. The glow of their screens illuminated their exhausted yet fervent eyes, merging into a silent river of light on the streets in the dead of night. The air was thick with a peculiar atmosphere, a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. Finally, as countless pairs of eyes watched, the eastern horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. At precisely 9 a.m., under the gaze of billions worldwide, the doors that had remained shut throughout the night slid open. In that instant, the pent-up fervor of the night found its breach. The floodgates burst forth. Each individual rushing into the store bore the marks of sleeplessness and a near-manic excitement. However, the anticipated scene of chaotic grabbing did not materialize. Anderson and his global partners had long mastered the art of maintaining order during the international release of the Qinghe phone. Rows of imposing security personnel in black uniforms formed impenetrable barriers. Their cold, expressionless gazes emanated an aura that warned, "Do not approach." Any attempt to cut in line or create a disturbance was swiftly quelled by their warning glances. Through the lengthy barriers, the surging crowd was segmented into orderly lines, slowly advancing with their inner desires. "Oh my God, look at the price!" exclaimed a young man with golden hair at the front of the line, finally catching sight of the simple numbers displayed in the store's holographic case. Qinghe Community Access Kit, $888. This auspicious number, rich with Eastern significance, reflected in the eyes of everyone near the counter, igniting a brief stir. Then, an even more fervent explosion followed. More expensive than I imagined, but entirely acceptable. This is a ticket to the new world. Don't mention 8,000, even 10,000. I'm taking it home today. I am so done watching those Easterners flaunt their conquests in Fantasy Three Kingdoms. From today onward, I too shall be a lord. For these overseas users, whose appetites had long been whetted, price was no longer the primary concern. What mattered was not being left behind by the tide of time. The feeling of watching others live, entertain, and create in a new world while being forgotten like a primitive man in the old era was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, in Qinghe Village, within the village committee office, Su Yi leaned back in his wide chair, smiling as he gazed at the floating light screen before him. On the screen, the crimson numbers representing the real-time online users of the Qinghe community were rapidly refreshing in a visibly frantic manner. Real-time online users, 761, 547, 210, 795, 981, 455, 812, 015, 798. On this very day, just before the global launch commenced, the figure remained steadfastly within the vicinity of 700 million. This substantial user base was the result of over a month's accumulation in the domestic market. Yet now, merely an hour into the global release, that vivid crimson number surged past the 800 million threshold with a ferocity akin to a tidal wave, continuing to escalate at an alarming rate. Every second saw tens of thousands of new devices activated across diverse corners of the globe. New users, hailing from various ethnicities, nations, and speaking myriad languages, flowed like a rushing stream into the vast ocean known as the Second World. This number transcended mere back-end data. It pulsated as a vigorous heartbeat, each throb signifying a new facet of human civilization expanding at an unstoppable pace. Observing this astounding growth curve, Su Yi's expression bore little surprise. Instead, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He leisurely lifted the celadone teacup from the table, gently blowing away the tender green tea leaves floating on its surface, savoring a sip. The aroma of the tea was crisp and invigorating, soothing to the soul. This was merely the beginning. The high-priced accessories had ushered an astonishing cash flow into Qinghe Village, effortlessly compensating for the profit gaps left by the domestic pricing model, and even yielding substantial profits. However, what truly concerned Su Yi was not this. He was focused on a moment when the user base of the Qinghe community swelled from 700 million to 800 million, and then 1.5 billion, 2 billion, or even more. The status of the Qinghe community would become increasingly unassailable. Culture, lifestyle, and even values would permeate every corner of the globe through this platform with an unprecedented gentleness. As international users poured in, the nascent form of a true global village began to take shape within the community. After all, Qinghe community not only erased spatial disparities, but also, through its built-in real-time translation feature, obliterated the barriers of language. At that moment, the office door swung open. The secretary, No.1, entered, clutching a stack of documents. Her face alight with barely concealed joy, her steps noticeably more buoyant than usual. The construction team for the resettlement community had just provided final confirmation that all finishing works would be completed in 3 days, meeting the perfect delivery standards. She paused, lifting her gaze to Su Yi. Can we now publicly announce the housing selection plan that you established earlier? Su Yi's attention shifted from the rapidly fluctuating global data to the substantial documents in Yi Wanwan's hands, where the words Qinghe Resettlement Community appeared unadorned. He smiled, a joy more palpable than witnessing the user count surpass 1 billion. No matter how loud the world's clamor became, it could never overshadow the daily necessities of life at home. Of course, Su Yi nodded, his tone gentle. Let us announce it immediately, so everyone can share in the joy. The completion of the resettlement community not only meant that all villagers could move into new homes, but it also signified the complete liberation of the old village's land. That place would become the starting point for the next miracle of Qinghe Village. Understood. Yi Wanwan received the directive and turned to leave, her steps light. Moments later, a brand new announcement was released to the large group of Qinghe Village. Announcement regarding the housing selection plan for Qinghe Resettlement Community. The instant the announcement appeared, the previously busy and orderly rhythm of Qinghe Village was abruptly disrupted. In the next moment, a fervor erupted. What? We're distributing houses so soon? A voice erupted from a courtyard, akin to the spark that ignited a powder keg. The lottery is tomorrow. After months of waiting, we can finally move into our new homes. I'm getting ready to relocate right now. Thank you, Secretary Su. Thank you, Village Committee. Qinghe Village is amazing. A thunderous cheer surged from all directions, coalescing into a wave of sound that soared into the skies. Chapter 402. What a victory this is. Time soon arrived for the completion of the resettlement community. On this day, the sky was high and the clouds light, the autumn air crisp and refreshing. Outside the expansive, 1,000-acre site, which had been completely isolated by towering blue barriers since the commencement of construction, throngs of new villagers gathered. Over 10,000 people, nearly the entire family, packed the open space outside the construction site to capacity. They craned their necks, peering over the crowd towards the unbroken wall of steel, each face inscribed with unmistakable tension and anticipation. The air crackled with a suppressed, impending excitement. Are they really going to tear it down today? My heart is racing. A man nervously rubbed his calloused hands, perspiration pooling in his palms. Indeed, it's like the day I brought home my bride. My legs feel weak. A nearby individual chuckled nervously in agreement, their throat involuntarily bobbing. What do you think this community, built for 100 billion, will be like? I've been dreaming about it for days, but I can't imagine. 100 billion. I've never seen, let alone heard, such a sum in my lifetime. and now it's being invested in us. The crowd murmured softly, their discussions buzzing, yet overshadowed by a greater expectation that kept them from speaking too loudly. Many had been so excited the previous night that they couldn't sleep, arriving before dawn to secure a spot, eager to be the first to glimpse their future homes. Just then, a low rumble echoed from behind the barriers. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the blue steel jungle. A grating noise pierced the air as several colossal cranes, already in position, began to lift their massive arms slowly. The enormous hooks traced arcs through the air before descending heavily, precisely securing the sheets of cold blue metal. In that moment, the crowd's clamor fell silent. Thousands of eyes were fixed intently on the barrier being gradually raised by the crane, everyone holding their breath. With a thunderous sound, the first massive barrier was lifted off the ground, revealing an opening. What first appeared was not a specific building, but a continuous expanse of elegant, dark-tiled rooftops. The deep gray tiles glistened gently under the autumn sun, their eaves and corners curving gracefully, layered and arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, resembling a frozen wave of ink. Next came the expanses of pristine white walls. The soft, warm ivory hue contrasted exquisitely with the dark rooftops, creating a quintessential ink and wash painting. As more and more barriers were elevated and removed, the view unfolded inch by inch before the astonished gazes of the crowd. What lay before them was not the monotonous rows of resettlement buildings they had envisioned, nor were they simplistic rural, self-built houses. It was a city, a complete and grand city, imbued with classical charm and modern aesthetic, a Chinese garden city. Countless courtyards adorned with white walls and dark tiles were intricately divided into exquisite neighborhoods, following the natural contours of a land. They shared a similar style to the new Qinghe Village, but were not sprawling villas. Rather, they were more compact, embodying a lively, human touch of terraced or semi-detached small courtyards. Each household boasted its own independent courtyard, with low walls just high enough to glimpse the greenery spilling over from neighboring gardens, ensuring privacy while preserving a sense of community. Clear streams were artificially diverted, like emerald ribbons, weaving gracefully between the neighborhoods, their gentle flow producing a melodious sound. Quaint little stone bridges of various designs connected the close-knit neighbors, echoing with the sounds of chickens and dogs. In the heart of the community lies a shimmering artificial lake, adorned with a pavilion at its center and a corridor lining its shores, where willows swayed gently in the breeze. The broad bluestone path sprawls in all directions, flanked by trees whose names remain a mystery, lush with vitality and already displaying signs of flourishing greenery. This is no mere resettlement community. It is as if it has been plucked from the pages of a painting or the frames of a film, reminiscent of the enchanting water towns of Jiangnan. A sudden gulp reverberates through the previously silent crowd, akin to a pebble shattering the tranquil surface of a heart captivated by exquisite beauty. A man in his 50s, gazing at the breathtaking scene before him, finds his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. In an impulsive moment, he raises his hand and slaps his own face with a resounding crack. The sharp sound jolts those around him. Yet, he appears oblivious to their shock, merely absorbing the fiery sting on his cheek, tears streaming down his face. This is not a dream, he sobs. His tears ignite a chain reaction. I have labored for over 50 years, never dreaming I could reside in such a home. A woman, her hands rough and calloused, muffles her cries with her palm, her shoulders shaking violently as she weeps uncontrollably. Quick, my dear, find our assigned number. Is it by the lakeside row? My goodness, that's like living in a park. Those who had once received millions in compensation for relocation and chose not to join us in Qinghe Village must be regretting their decision upon witnessing this. Million? Such a sum could never buy a home like this. The air is filled with a crescendo of cries, screams, and joyous laughter, merging into a fervent wave of sound that soars skyward. The emotions of thousands are ignited in that moment. An immense, surreal sense of happiness engulfs everyone present. They had once relinquished ancestral lands and homes, forsaking the certainty of millions in compensation, driven by uncertainties. Yet now, this paradise before them offers the grandest and most undeniable answer. Their choice was correct. This gamble has been won, resoundingly. He stands quietly at the back of the throng, hands tucked into his pockets, observing the fervent scene. He watches the flushed faces of men roaring with elation, the sobbing women embracing one another, and the children leaping joyfully, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A gentle smile graces his face. This is precisely what he envisioned, utilizing the finest infrastructure and utmost sincerity to unite all hearts into a single chord. The unity of the community is the most precious treasure of Qinghe Village. At that moment, Li Jianjun, the former secretary of Qinghe Village and now a member of the village committee, strides over with several other leaders from nearby villages. These dark-skinned, middle-aged men have reddened eyes and unsteady steps, clearly still reeling from the overwhelming impact of the moment. Approaching Sui, Li Jianjun's lips quiver as he attempts to speak, but finds his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. Ultimately, he says nothing, simply bowing deeply to Sui amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The others behind him follow suit, bending at the waist in unison, their movements resolute and reminiscent of soldiers. This spectacle leaves Sui's elder, momentarily stunned. "What are you doing, Jianjun? Stop this at once," Sui exclaims, reaching out to assist, embarrassed by the public display. However, Li Jianjun straightens, waving his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse with profound emotion as he gazes at Sui. "Secretary Sui, this bow is not for ourselves. It is a gesture of gratitude on behalf of the thousands of villagers and their future generations. Thank you for granting them a home we dared not even dream of." Sui merely smiles, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Uncle Li, since the day they chose Qinghe Village, they have not been outsiders. It is our duty to ensure our kin find peace and prosperity." Upon hearing this, Li Jianjun trembles slightly, nodding vigorously as tears overflow from his eyes. Indeed, they are family. Sui, witnessing this, raises his voice, commanding, "The gates of the community shall now open. Villagers, do not linger. Go see your new homes." The crowd falls silent for a moment before erupting into even louder cheers, surging forward like a flood into the paradise that belongs to them. Sui observes this scene, his smile deepening. With the resettlement community established, it is time to turn attention to the next phase of development. Chapter 403, a matter requiring notification to higher authorities. The faint smile lingering on Sui's lips does not escape Sui's notice. He hastily approaches, urgency evident in his demeanor, excitement still radiating from his face, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Leaning closer, he whispers conspiratorially, "Secretary, your expression suggests you have a new plan brewing in your mind." Sui instinctively rubs his hands together, his gaze drifting over the animated crowd, then swiftly turning to the expanse of the newly established community, sprawling across 1,000 acres like a picturesque canvas. He then abruptly glances towards the distant old villages, where even more expansive land is soon to be freed up. Now, these thousands of people are completely united. Every one of them is wholeheartedly committed to you and to our Qinghe Village. If we point eastward, their eyes will not stray westward. He gestures grandly, his enthusiasm palpable. When hearts unite, even mountains can be moved. The words of our ancestors ring true today. The land freed up from those old villages must amount to several thousand acres. Now, how shall we proceed? Have you considered this as the secretary? Sui, upon hearing this, retracts his gaze and turns to his impetuous uncle, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "Uncle Wei, your eagerness surpasses even mine. The keys to the new homes haven't even warmed up yet, and you're already thinking about the next project?" Sui beams, revealing a broad smile, unfazed by the gentle teasing. "I simply cannot bear to see such valuable land left idle." He gestures even grander, his excitement palpable. Having completed the resettlement area and freed up the land, I have been perusing the planning documents day and night. The plans feature new roads like a spider's web, a central park larger than anything in the city, and that high-end commercial district. My heart races just thinking about it. Sui's fervor is infectious, his zeal almost palpable as he envisions the future. Ui, observing his uncle's enthusiasm, chuckles softly, gesturing towards the crowd still lost in their revelry, their cheers and cries intertwining, soaring into the heavens. "Uncle Wei, no matter how eager you are, we must allow the villagers to fully revel in their joy of moving into their new homes before we discuss future endeavors." Taken aback, Sui scratches his head sheepishly, chuckling awkwardly. Right. You're absolutely correct, Secretary. We must ensure everyone settles in comfortably first. That is the priority." He watches the villagers celebrating joyfully in their new yards, his urgency transforming into genuine satisfaction. Indeed, one must consume their meals bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. This principle is well understood. Observing Sui regain his composure, Sui leisurely continued to speak. "However, Uncle Weigua, you have indeed reminded me." Sui's ears perked up, his gaze sharpened, and his body instinctively leaned forward slightly. Sui met his gaze, the smile on his face taking on an enigmatic quality. Regarding the land that has become available, the next steps for which projects must be prioritized. I have indeed formulated some new ideas. What ideas? Do share. Su Weigua, momentarily stirred with excitement, leaned in closer, nearly colliding with Su Yi. Yet, Su Yi merely shook his head, responding cryptically, "It is still too early to say. This is merely a preliminary thought. The specifics will likely require discussions with the higher-ups before anything can be finalized." Discussions with the higher-ups? Upon hearing those words, Su Weigua's previously impatient demeanor transformed into utmost seriousness. He nodded repeatedly, deliberately lowering his voice to a whisper. Of course. You've considered everything thoroughly, Secretary. Such a significant matter must certainly be communicated properly to the higher authorities." He was acutely aware that for Su Yi to explicitly mention the need for communication with the higher-ups, the subsequent actions would undoubtedly transcend the trivialities of merely constructing parks or commercial streets. This was surely a monumental undertaking capable of making waves. The very thought sent Su Weigua's heart racing uncontrollably. After following Su Yi for so long, while he may not have honed many skills, his psychological endurance had indeed strengthened considerably. This was exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. Upon returning to the office and shutting the door, the cacophony of the outside world was completely severed. Su Yi leaned back against the spacious chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the smooth mahogany desk. Tap, tap, tap. He did not rush into action, but rather replayed the vast and audacious plan that had just begun to sprout his mind, meticulously confirming each step, every potential obstacle, and the corresponding strategies to address them. Once every detail had crystallized within his thoughts, he ceased his rhythmic tapping. He then picked up the private phone on his desk, scrolled through the contacts to find a number he knew by heart, and dialed it directly. The phone rang twice before it was swiftly answered. A steady voice, laced with familiarity and a hint of amusement, resonated from the receiver. "Junior brother, your call comes at the perfect moment. I was just pondering why you've been so quiet lately, and here you are." The voice belonged to Brother Liu. "Haha, brother. It seems I called at just the right time. I hope I'm not interrupting anything?" Su Yi replied with a light-hearted tone. "Well, have you ever called just to check in?" Liu brother jested from the other end, his voice imbued with warmth and familiarity. "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose. Come on, what grand scheme are you concocting this time? I need to brace myself." After accompanying Su Yi for some time, he had grown accustomed to the fact that his junior brother-esque calls were often heralds of good news or major projects, each more astonishing than the last. Su Yi chuckled at his brother's teasing, opting not to beat around the bush. "Brother, you truly possess a gift for foresight. I am indeed calling regarding a significant matter that requires your assistance in communicating with the higher-ups." "Oh." Liu brother's voice took on a tone of inquiry, his grip on the phone tightening subconsciously. He instinctively placed his valuable pen down on the desk to avoid any noise. This was the first time his junior brother had so explicitly stated the need for communication with higher authorities. It was worth noting that whether it was the launch of the globally disruptive Qinghe mobile phone or the subsequent introduction of groundbreaking Qinghe pharmaceuticals, Su Yi had formerly reported those developments with a casual demeanor. Yet today, he had chosen to use the words inform and higher-ups, which carried a weight of significance. After a moment of silence, Liu brother's voice returned, stripped of any joviality, sounding more serious than ever. "Speak." The two simple words rendered the spacious office atmosphere almost stifling. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, maintaining his relaxed posture, yet each word he spoke was distinctly articulate. "Brother, the resettlement community in the village has been fully constructed, and over 10,000 new villagers are currently moving into their new homes. This implies that the land they previously occupied has been completely vacated. That's a good thing." Liu brother responded. "This is an inevitable step in the development of Qinghe Village and a primary aim of the village consolidation. I've been closely monitoring it. With the land vacated, the next phase of industrial expansion must naturally be prioritized." Su Yi's tone remained steady as he directly addressed the crux of the matter. "We at Qinghe Village are preparing to initiate the next industry." "What industry?" Liu brother instinctively inquired, his breath momentarily caught, his attention sharply focused, as a multitude of potentially transformative sectors flashed through his mind. Su Yi's voice remained calm, even carrying an air of nonchalance. "The automotive industry." When those four words traveled through the airwaves and reached Liu brother's ears, his mind, which had been braced for a tidal wave of news, momentarily faltered. The automotive industry? Just that? He had envisioned countless earth-shattering possibilities, yet this was not among them. "Are you joking with me, junior brother?" His tone bore a hint of bewilderment and a suppressed smile. He even instinctively glanced at his phone screen to confirm that it was indeed his junior brother, the one known for creating monumental upheavals. Manufacturing cars is a commendable endeavor, undoubtedly a major boon. It can fortify our nation's industrial foundation and stimulate a plethora of upstream and downstream industries. However, such an undertaking doesn't seem to warrant this level of formality. Does it? If you require production qualifications or policy support, just let me know, and I can help coordinate that for you. In his view, given Qinghe Village's current scale and technological reserves, entering the automotive sector was merely a natural business progression, not a strategic decision necessitating higher-level intervention. Brother, hold your horses. He sensed the confusion in his voice and replied with a smile. The vehicle I'm referring to is likely not the same concept as the four-wheel contraptions we see on the streets. Not the same concept. Brother's brow furrowed in perplexity. The nerve that had just relaxed grew taut once more, even tighter than before. He acutely detected the familiar portentous undertone in Su's words, a prelude to something significant brewing. This fellow is at it again. Elaborate, he said, his voice steady. Truth be told, the technology behind the vehicle itself poses no issues. Su's tone remained relaxed, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. The reason for my call today is that certain complementary aspects related to the vehicle require advance action from the government to be refined. Complementary? Lu Shixiang's mind was racing at an astonishing pace. A charging station? A national energy supply network? Or perhaps the high-precision maps and urban infrastructure modifications required for autonomous driving? None of these, Su decisively negated. He paused for a moment and then, in a tone of inquiry, posed a somewhat tangential question. Senior brother, do you believe our country's current traffic regulations are adequate? This seemingly disjointed query momentarily left Lu Shixiang struggling to follow his train of thought. Of course they're adequate, he replied solemnly. After decades of development and revisions, our road traffic safety law boasts exceedingly detailed and rigorous provisions for motor vehicles, non-motor vehicles, and pedestrians alike. It can be said to be one of the most comprehensive traffic regulations in the world. Indeed, I concur, Su agreed. It is remarkably comprehensive. But just as he finished speaking, he added with a light touch, yet this set of regulations only governs matters on the ground, does it not? This seemingly trivial addition struck Lu Shixiang like a lightning bolt, piercing through the fog in his mind. At that moment, his breath caught in his throat. On the other end of the line, Su continued, unhurriedly, as if stating an objective fact. As far as I know, concerning regulations for aerial traffic, our country is still a blank slate, is it not? Aerial traffic regulations? Upon hearing these words, Lu Shixiang felt as if every cell in his body had come to a standstill, while his brain raced at an unprecedented speed. Land, sky, automobiles. One seemingly unrelated term after another collided and interconnected in his mind, ultimately leading to a possibility so wildly outrageous that it sent shivers through his very soul. His fingers gripping the phone turned white from the excessive pressure. Although the office was comfortably air-conditioned, he felt a fine layer of cold sweat break out on his back. He opened his mouth, his throat parched, and the voice that emerged was tinged with an unintentional tremor. Junior brother, do you mean to say, perhaps? He could not finish his sentence, for the conjecture was too shocking, too outrageous to utter lightly. On the other end of the line, he seemed to sense the profound stillness on his side and let out a soft chuckle. Then, in an utterly nonchalant tone, he completed Lu Shixiang's unfinished thought, igniting the conversation. Yes, you guessed correctly, senior brother. My next industrial plan involves something quite common in science fiction films. Hover cars. When the term hover cars resonated clearly through the phone line into Lu Shixiang's ears, the other end fell silent. His brain experienced an extraordinary halt, a rarity in his career. Hover cars. He understood perfectly what that entailed. In countless science fiction films and novels, these were the hallmark of future humanity's most splendid and liberating fantasy regarding transportation. But that existed only in films, within the realm of human imagination. Yet now, his younger brother, who was capable of miracles, conveyed in a tone as casual as if discussing the weather, that this fanciful concept was soon to materialize into reality. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts erupted in his mind, colliding and igniting a flurry of electric sparks. This was no longer merely an automotive industry. The technologies underlying this endeavor, any one of which could singularly transform the global technological landscape, were staggering. Silence reigned on the other end of the line. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. He did not rush him. He simply waited in quiet anticipation. He held the phone with one hand while the other traced circles on the smooth wooden desk. A subtle smile gracing his lips. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Shixiang finally regained his voice. It emerged dry and strained, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his throat with all his might. Junior brother, are you certain you are not jesting with me? He posed a question that even he found to be exceedingly superfluous, even somewhat comical. Sui laughed. The sound, transmitted through the ether, was clear, gentle, and possessed a soothing charm that dissipated the stagnant atmosphere in the office. Senior brother, when have I ever made light of such matters? On the other end, Sui leaned back comfortably in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the smooth surface of the desk. That air of nonchalance resonated across the line. Then, he shifted his tone to one that was half serious, half teasing, continuing, moreover, if this matter weren't so monumental, I wouldn't be seeking your counsel first. Hoping to liaise with the higher-ups. My primary concern is that after laboriously constructing these vehicles, I might discover they fall into a regulatory void, neither within the purview of the transportation authorities, nor the aviation sector, nor the traffic police. I will be left uncertain about whether I need to apply for flight paths. He paused, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation. What if they refuse to issue licenses and prohibit road use? That would be the height of irony, wouldn't it? This light-hearted jest acted as a key, instantly unlocking Lu Shixiang's shock-frozen thoughts. He blinked in surprise, and then a surge of mixed emotions, absurdity, incredulity, and a hint of laughter, swelled within him, sweeping away the overwhelming shock. How could he forget? In the lexicon of this prodigious little brother, the word impossible was non-existent. His considerations always revolved around the most practical, grounded, and even absurdly challenging issues. While he was still grappling with the existential implications of hovercars, contemplating their profound impact on the trajectory of human civilization, Sui was already focused on the bureaucratic hurdles of making such innovations legally airborne. Lu Shixiang could no longer contain himself, erupting into a hearty and unrestrained laughter that surged from the depths of his being. This laughter was deep and resonant, transforming all his tumultuous emotions, unease, and astonishment into a complex yet pure exhilaration. It was a tumultuous blend of absurdity, unrestrained joy, and infinite anticipation. As he laughed, he found himself needing to brace against the desk to stabilize his body. You rascal, he exclaimed, repeating the phrase, yet struggling to find any fitting words to encapsulate his feelings. Ultimately, all of his emotions coalesced into a heartfelt sigh. What a marvel! As the laughter subsided, Lu Shixiang's tone shifted dramatically, becoming gravely serious, imbued with a decisive resoluteness. All right, I understand now. He abruptly stood up and paced back and forth in the office, his deep-set eyes gleaming with determination, and his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. This matter was of monumental significance. He knew better than anyone that Sui's ability to propose such an idea was not without substantial foundation. From the astonishing battery technology that had been dismantled countless times by top laboratories worldwide, yet remained unreplicable, to the near-realistic simulated research capabilities within the Second World, there had already been epic breakthroughs in materials science, energy studies, and even military applications through collaborations with Qinghe Village, far surpassing the imagination of outsiders. It is precisely for this reason that he holds a stronger belief than anyone else in Sui's assertion that flying cars are no mere fantasy. In my personal judgment, I am certain that the higher-ups will provide unequivocal support. 1,000% support. Brother Lu's voice was resolute. After all, your endeavors have earned the utmost trust from the authorities. However, he shifted his tone, highlighting the crux of the matter, creating an entirely new set of traffic regulations for the skies, establishing rules for the heavens. This undertaking not only necessitates collaboration among myriad departments, including transportation, aviation, safety, and urban planning, but also requires extensive rounds of expert deliberation and soliciting opinions. All of this demands a considerable amount of time. Brother Lu analyzed the situation with a clarity that was striking. No rush, no urgency. Sui responded with an air of nonchalance. Our factory's ground hasn't even been leveled yet, so reaching for the sky is still a distant prospect. Spare me the theatrics. Brother Lu jested, well aware of your efficiency. If you propose an idea today, I fear it won't be long before the cars roll off the assembly line, right? Huh. Sui merely chuckled, neither affirming nor denying. All right, I have fully grasped the situation. I shall refrain from further discourse. Brother Lu's pace quickened, his thoughts crystal clear and his resolve unwavering. This matter cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone. I must report in person immediately. Await my news. Before he could finish, he decisively hung up the call. In the office, Brother Lu stood grounded, gazing at the now dimmed phone screen, his chest still heaving with intensity. He forced down the turbulent waves of emotion within, inhaled deeply, and adjusted his slightly disheveled collar. When he lifted his gaze once more, all traces of excitement and astonishment had faded, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and solemnity. Without a moment's pause, he turned and swung open the heavy office door, striding out with purpose. Chapter 406, Establishing Regulations for the Skies. This is the situation, esteemed leader. What do you think? Brother Liu stood upright, having delivered his final statement, and quietly awaited further instructions. Within the antiquated office, silence enveloped them, broken only by the ticking of the old-fashioned clock, each tick resonating in the stillness. The elder remained silent, listening intently, his deep-set eyes filled with profound contemplation. He did not respond immediately, but shifted his gaze from Brother Liu to the open map sprawled across the table. The intricate web of railways and highways appeared as numerous veins, sustaining the operation of this vast nation. Flying cars. The elder finally spoke, articulating the phrase slowly. His voice was low, yet carried a weight that pierced through everything. He neither questioned nor expressed surprise, as if everything lay within his foresight. Perhaps, given his understanding of Su-Yi, no miracle could truly astonish him. His vision had long transcended the technology itself. Perceiving the imminent upheaval and subsequent reformation of the global landscape that lay behind those four words. Returning his attention to Brother Liu, the elder's gaze was calm. Yet his words brooked no dissent. This is not a matter of whether to proceed, but rather of how to proceed and the speed at which it should be done. Upon hearing this, Brother Liu felt a surge of warmth rush from his feet to the crown of his head, his posture straightening with renewed vigor. If that rascal Su-Yi dares to pave the way to the heavens, then we must establish the rules for the skies beforehand. Get to it immediately. The elder's tone became succinct and incisive. Lead and organize a top-tier working group, bringing together all relevant departments, transportation, aviation, safety, urban planning, and any others that come to mind. Remember, anticipate 3 steps ahead with every move. We cannot wait for problems to arise before scrambling to resolve them. We must preemptively identify all potential issues and devise countermeasures in advance. The elder's fingers struck the table decisively, the sound steady and resolute. Additionally, I will personally make the necessary notifications. You are free to act. Every department must offer their unconditional, unwavering support. Yes, Brother Liu responded emphatically, offering no extraneous words. He understood the significance behind the elder's intent to notify. Go now. The elder waved his hand. Time is of the essence. Brother Liu refrained from further conversation, bowing respectfully before exiting the office. As the heavy wooden door slowly closed behind him, the tension that had rendered his back rigid finally eased. He strode briskly down the dimly lit corridor, his footsteps resonant, his heart devoid of the trepidation that had accompanied his arrival. Only a fervent excitement remained, an eagerness to usher in a new era. The traffic regulations for the skies, establishing rules for the heavens. This endeavor would undoubtedly become a significant highlight of his career. Meanwhile, in Qinghe Village, in stark contrast to the solemnity of the office in Jingzhou, a vibrant atmosphere of celebration enveloped this place, almost threatening to lift it into the sky. Tens of thousands of new villagers were relocating to their new homes. For any community, this was a monumental occasion. The entire Qinghe resettlement community had transformed into a joyous sea. Every household had spontaneously adorned their new doorways with red lanterns and festive couplets. Villagers carried large bundles, their faces weary from the night's work, yet their smiles radiated brighter than the midday sun. The sounds of children's laughter, the shouts of adults, and the friendly exchanges of neighbors helping one another conveyed a symphony of the most genuine and heartfelt human experience. In the afternoon, as the external clamor gradually subsided, a series of knocks echoed on Su-Yi's office door. "Secretary, are you busy?" Su Weiguo burst in, his loud voice preceding his entrance. He had just returned from the resettlement community, his face aglow from the day's exertions, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Uncle Weiguo, please take a seat." Su-Yi smiled, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "With that radiant glow on your face, it seems everything is nearly settled." "Indeed." Su Weiguo plopped down, grinning widely to reveal a row of gleaming white teeth. "I just made a thorough round of visits, and lo and behold, today alone, over 10,000 people have essentially moved in. Right now, every household is busy tidying up their yards, and the excitement is palpable." He gestured animatedly, his tone filled with awe and delight. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, his smile diminishing as he adopted a more serious tone. "By the way, Secretary, I came to speak with you about something important." Su Yi regarded him with keen interest, signaling him to continue. This relocation involves not just one or two families, but thousands, tens of thousands of people, Su Weiguo emphasized, holding up both hands to underline the enormity of the situation. Traditionally, such a move is a grand celebration, with every household preparing multiple tables to host relatives, friends, and neighbors. But given the current scale, if each family were to host their own festivities, it would take until the next millennium. He laid out the issue plainly, his eyes seeking Su Yi's counsel. So, I was pondering whether the village committee might take the lead and organize a unified celebration. A grand event. Everyone who has moved into new homes, without exception, should come together to celebrate. He finished, looking expectantly at Su Yi for his decision. Su Yi listened, a smile forming on his lips. Observing the mixture of excitement and sincerity on his uncle's face, he found a suggestion quite appealing. Absolutely. He nodded decisively, his tone laced with playful banter. Uncle Weiguo, the village head, has increasingly demonstrated remarkable skill in his position, surpassing even my expectations. He shifted his tone and continued. Such a momentous occasion certainly warrants a grand celebration. You are absolutely right. If we allow each family to host their own event, the confusion over whose home to visit would be a headache. The social obligations, if mishandled, could turn this joyous event into a source of distress. Indeed, your words resonate deeply with me, Secretary, Su Weiguo exclaimed, slapping his thigh with exuberance. That's precisely my sentiment. Very well, let's finalize this plan. Su Yi, given your experience in handling these matters, I entrust you with the organization. Of course, upon receiving affirmation, Su Weiguo sprang to his feet, bursting with an energy that seemed inexhaustible. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned. Rest assured, Secretary, I will ensure that the villagers have a splendid and festive celebration. With that, he could no longer contain himself, dashing out like a whirlwind, his back radiating an indomitable enthusiasm for the impending task. Chapter 407. The results are in. When it comes to orchestrating large-scale banquets, Su Weiguo is now quite adept. He arranged a grand housewarming feast with over 1,000 tables and thousands of guests, executed with impeccable order, filled with the sound of jubilant drums, yet exhibiting no hint of chaos. If the New Year's dinner is about reunion and anticipation, this banquet embodies the euphoric realization of dreams and the solidification of outcomes. As the wine flowed, Su Yi naturally became the center of attention. The fervor surrounding him was more intense than the midday sun. The first to approach him with a raised glass was Li Jianjun, a sturdy man who today donned a brand-new Zhongshan suit, his face glowing with barely contained excitement. Following him were several others, each equally animated. Secretary Su, Li Jianjun's voice trembled as he held his glass high, his wrist shaking slightly from exhilaration. We, a few of us, toast to you. His lips quivered, words of gratitude welling up inside him, ultimately coalescing into the simplest expression. We drink this toast to you. Please, enjoy. With that, he tilted his head back, downing his drink in one go. The others behind him mirrored his actions without hesitation, raising their glasses in unison. Su Yi smiled and also emptied his glass, savoring the smooth liquid as its rich aroma lingered. We're all villagers here, no need for such formality. With Li Jianjun leading the way, a wave of guests soon followed, each bearing sincere smiles and heartfelt gratitude as they approached Su Yi, eager to express their thanks with a drink. Noticing the burgeoning crowd, Su Weiguo and a few others quickly formed a protective circle around Su Yi. All right. Everyone's goodwill has been acknowledged by the secretary. Su Weiguo called out, his face beaming with joy. With so many of you, how can the secretary manage? The sentiments will carry into the future. Now, let everyone return to their seats and enjoy the feast. Despite his words, Su Yi's glass remained perpetually full. With each passing toast, most individuals would have long since succumbed to inebriation. Yet, Su Yi maintained his composure, his expression unchanged, though a rosy hue crept onto his cheeks, and his smile grew ever warmer. Amidst this vibrant atmosphere, Su Yi's personal phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated. He picked it up, recognizing the familiar name on the screen, Lu Shixiao. Apologizing to those still encouraging him to drink, he stepped aside to a quieter corner and answered the call. Shixiao. On the other end, Lu Shixiao's voice bore the weight of exhaustion from his travels, yet it was imbued with an undeniable enthusiasm. Junior, it sounds quite lively on your end. We are celebrating a village housewarming, Su Yi replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling scene, filled with laughter and chatter. A wonderful occasion indeed. Lu Shixiao commended before swiftly getting to the point, his speech accelerating. To cut a long story short, the matter you entrusted me with has yielded results. Su Yi's smile remained, but his focus sharpened. I have reported to the higher-ups. The response is very clear. Full support, with no limits. Those 8 words bore the weight of mountains. Su Yi listened intently, the corners of his mouth curling into a deeper smile. He understood the profound significance of no limits in that context, reflecting immense resolve and trust. Thank you for your efforts, Shixiang, Su Yi sincerely expressed. No need for pleasantries. Lu Shixiang chuckled, his fatigue overshadowed by a sense of fulfillment. To be personally involved in such transformative endeavors makes every hardship worthwhile. A task force has been established, comprising the finest talents from various departments. And the standards are the highest. From here on, you can proceed with confidence. We will pave the way for you. Very well, Su Yi agreed, summing up a multitude of thoughts into a single affirmation. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. Su Yi tucked away his phone, inhaling deeply the fragrant air filled with the aroma of food and the freshness of greenery. He turned to face the jubilant sea of faces. Countless sincere smiles illuminated under the lights, representing his roots and the foundation of his endeavors. Upon noticing Su Yi in his call, Su Weiguo, who had been discreetly observing, hurried over with his glass. He had been close enough to overhear snippets of the conversation, yet the details eluded him, causing an itch of curiosity. Secretary, was that your senior's call? He inquired, lowering his voice, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Su Yi nodded. And what did they say from above? Su Weiguo's heart raced, climbing to his throat. Su Yi, seeing his uncle's anxious yet hopeful demeanor, chuckled. He didn't keep him in suspense, but calmly stated, yes, they have given their approval. We can commence. Those simple words struck Su Weiguo like a thunderclap. He stiffened momentarily before his flushed face erupted with vibrant energy. Did they approve? His voice instinctively elevated. Then he quickly suppressed it, the effort appearing somewhat comical. Approved. They truly approved. Though he had no idea what was approved, it did not dampen his excitement. My goodness. I knew it. I knew once you spoke, Secretary. Nothing would be unachievable. He twirled in place, rubbing his hands together, exhilaration coursing through him as if he had just won the lottery. Then he leaned closer to Su Yi, his face nearly pressing against Su Yi's, his eyes ablaze with fervor. So when do we start? Su Yi, amused by his uncle's eagerness, pointed towards the still bustling banquet. Uncle Weiguo, why the rush? No matter how significant the matter, we must allow the villagers to enjoy this celebratory feast first, right? Ah, yes. Su Weiguo paused, then quickly realized, scratching his head in embarrassment. Look at me. I get so excited I lose my wits. Yes, we must let everyone revel first. Su Yi shifted his gaze towards the distant old villages where the lights had dimmed, casting them into a tranquil shadow. That quiet land was on the brink of renewal. His eyes took on a far-reaching depth. There is no need to rush. He turned his gaze back to Su Weiguo, his tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. Let us convene tomorrow morning, at which point we can gather all the village committee members for a brief meeting to deliberate. Chapter 408, 500 billion. The following day, in the conference room of Qinghe Village's committee, the jubilant atmosphere from last night's grand banquet, which hosted thousands to celebrate the village's relocation, had yet to fully dissipate. The air was still tinged with the lingering sense of wine and fireworks, mingling with the crisp aroma of morning tea, creating a peculiar yet comforting fragrance. However, within this conference room, the nerve center of Qinghe Village's authority, an unsettling silence prevailed. On either side of the elongated mahogany table, all committee members were present, each sitting upright with solemn expressions. The revelry of the previous night contrasted starkly with the gravity of the present moment, deepening their understanding of the so-called rhythm of Qinghe. Here, progress was relentless, never pausing even for fleeting achievements. The seasoned committee members were already accustomed to the atmosphere, calmly savoring their tea. In contrast, the newly appointed members were still in the adaptation phase, their notebooks spread open before them, pens tightly gripped, expressions grave. Yet, their furtive glances towards the head of the table betrayed a tumult of emotions within. Only Su Weiguo was restless, alternately gulping down hot tea, grimacing at the burn, and then slamming the cup down with a dull thud. One of his legs trembled uncontrollably beneath the table, its rhythm akin to a sewing machine. A storm raged in his mind. Just yesterday morning, as the barriers of the settlement community were dismantled, and the entire village rejoiced at their ethereal new homes, the secretary had casually informed him that a new plan was already taking shape, but required further communication with higher authorities. That statement had sent Su Weiguo's heart racing. What could be significant enough for the secretary to mention the need for upper-level consultation? He pondered this for an entire afternoon, unable to fathom the implications. Then came the evening, amidst the celebration of thousands, when the secretary received a phone call and subsequently announced that the higher-ups had given their approval. Approval. From the moment it was proposed to the nod from above, less than 10 hours had elapsed. Such efficiency and weight made Su Weigua so exhilarated that he struggled to sleep through the night. Now, his mind was consumed with a singular thought. What earth-shattering announcement awaited them in today's meeting? As he lost himself in contemplation, the heavy wooden door of the conference room swung open. Su Yi entered, clad in simple casual attire, his stride steady, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yi Wanwan followed closely behind, carrying a stack of documents, her demeanor composed. In an instant, all eyes converged on Su Yi. The palpable pressure caused Su Weigua's trembling leg to cease, and his posture instinctively straightened. Su Yi took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over each face in the room. Everyone is here, he noted, not diving directly into the matter at hand, but instead smilingly quipped. I trust everyone thoroughly enjoyed last night's relocation feast. His words infused the previously somber atmosphere with a touch of warmth. Indeed, it was splendidly enjoyable. Su Weigua shouted first, his smile radiant. Such a lively gathering truly delighted the villagers. The other committee members nodded in agreement, while new members like Li Jianjun exhibited genuine gratitude on their faces. The villagers' ability to settle and peacefully marked the first step in the village's development. Su Yi's gaze once again roamed over the assembly, his tone growing serious. Now that they have moved into their new homes, the land of the old village has become completely idle. Therefore, it is time to initiate the next phase of our endeavors. Qinghe Village's new round of construction can officially commence. A jolt surged through Su Weigua's heart. His body instinctively leaned forward, ears perked with anticipation. Every breath in the room held its breath at that moment, observing the mix of tension and fervor on everyone's faces. Su Yi did not prolong the suspense. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the polished mahogany table. The first order of business, he announced, his voice soft yet resonant enough to be heard throughout the room, is to utilize the land freed up from the old village for the construction of a new factory. A slight easing of the tension followed this declaration, as the idea of building a factory was within their expectations. The history of Qinghe Village was essentially a grand narrative of factory establishment, from ecological farms to supersized breeding facilities, from a brewery that defied expectations to a globally competitive smartphone factory. Each factory launch signified an epic leap for Qinghe Village. Given the vast expanse of land now available, the establishment of a new factory was only natural. Yet, what kind of factory? Minds raced as they fixated on Su Yi, eagerly awaiting his final revelation. Su Yi met their gazes and, without further ado, declared, a supercar factory. As those words echoed, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Eyes widened in disbelief as everyone processed the implications of those four words. A car factory? This was unlike any industry they had anticipated, both surprising and yet somehow within the realm of their imagination. After a brief pause, Su Weigua was the first to react. He inhaled sharply, his chest heaving, eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. They were going to manufacture cars. The secretary was leading them into the automotive industry. The others in the conference room quickly emerged from their momentary shock. Their faces bore no signs of dissent or skepticism. Instead, they radiated a fervent enthusiasm that had long been stifled. They had witnessed firsthand how Qinghe's smartphones had conquered the world. Now, Qinghe Village was about to venture into vehicle manufacturing. What kind of car would it be? The thought of one day driving a car manufactured by Qinghe Village, utilizing their very own smartphones, while living on the land of Qinghe, ignited an indescribable sense of pride and anticipation within each heart. Had the secretary not already performed countless miracles? Without mentioning anything else, the mere prospect of leveraging Qinghe Village's existing superconducting solid-state batteries, combined with their ecological resources and brain-like AI technology, was enough to ensure that the cars they produced would be exceptional. Even major automotive companies, merely collaborating with Qinghe for a fraction of the technological licensing, had already made waves in the global new energy vehicle market. They had no doubt that the Secretary's foray into car manufacturing would surpass any student's efforts. After all, every initiative he undertook had redefined entire industries, be it in food, beverages, or smartphones. Now it was the turn of automobiles. Su Weigua could no longer contain himself. He shot halfway up from his chair, but quickly reconsidered and settled back down with a thud. He gazed at Su Yi, his voice trembling with excitement. Secretary, how large of a factory are we planning to build? This question echoed the thoughts of every individual present. Su-yi looked at him and then at each committee member, his smile unwaveringly gentle. He extended 5 fingers. The project will cover an area of 500 acres. Having said that, he slowly lowered his hand, then raised 5 fingers again, calmly adding the final statement. The investment for construction will be 500 billion. Chapter 409, it's settled. 500 acres. 500 billion. As those 2 figures floated effortlessly from Su-yi's lips. In the conference room, the cacophonous discussions that had just surged due to the automotive venture were abruptly stifled, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. Silence fell. The steel pen that Li Jianjun had just uncapped clattered onto the table, ink splattering into a glaring dot on the immaculate surface, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze fixed intently on Su-yi, his mouth agape in disbelief. All the village committee members, whether seasoned veterans accustomed to tumultuous tides or newcomers with hearts still racing, wore expressions of remarkable uniformity. Stupefaction. 500 billion. What does that even signify? A string of zeros that would take them an eternity to count. An amount capable of equaling the GDP of a moderately sized prefecture-level city. A feat one might toil for an entire year without attaining. And now, the secretary proclaimed the intention to secure this sum to construct a super automobile factory in their village. The profound silence was shattered by a violent cough. Su-yi, choking on a mouthful of hot tea, turned crimson, slamming his teacup onto the table with a resounding thud that jolted everyone back to attention. Yet he paid no heed. His flushed face, radiating an odd brightness from sheer exhilaration, suddenly shot up from his chair, the legs scraping against the floor with an ear-piercing shriek. 500 billion. Su-yi's voice trembled with excitement, his large hand resembling a fan. Fingers splayed and quivering in the air. My heavens! Secretary, are you aiming for the stars? This was not a question, but an exclamation of awe. In that moment, all the doubts that had lingered in his mind the previous day evaporated into thin air. No wonder. It made sense that the secretary needed to confer with the higher-ups beforehand. An investment of 500 billion. This was no mere commercial project. It was akin to thunder striking from a clear sky. Steady. At that moment, Su-yi's mind could only focus on those 2 words. With such an investment, whether it was manufacturing cars or even rockets, he would believe it. Gazing at Su-yi's still serene and gentle visage, he suddenly burst into a raucous, earth-shattering laughter. Ha ha! The secretary is truly remarkable. When he acts, he aims for monumental endeavors. He laughed while pointing at the air, spittle flying. 500 billion. Goodness gracious. What sort of vehicle are we about to create? Surely, it must be one that can soar into the heavens. This half-amazed, half-jesting remark ignited the entire conference room. The village committee members, initially rendered speechless by the staggering figure, found their senses restored upon hearing Su-yi's outrageous jest. Indeed, why had the secretary ever let them down? From the inception of the ecological farm to the subsequent super smartphone venture, each initiative had birthed myths far beyond their imagination. 500 billion sounded daunting, yet they all knew the annual output value of Qinghe Village. And since the secretary dared to propose it, he must possess the confidence to back it up. Exactly. The cars the secretary intends to produce cannot be ordinary vehicles. I refuse to believe it. I ponder that once this vehicle is unveiled, those whatever-what-sits will surely be sidelined. Following the secretary guarantees success. The previously stifling atmosphere in the conference room was swept away, replaced by a tidal wave of fervor and support. Past experiences had taught them one crucial lesson: unconditionally trust Su-yi. As he observed the village committee shift from shock to fervent enthusiasm, Su-yi maintained his unwavering smile. He neither confirmed nor denied Su-yi's jest about soaring into the skies, but simply lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Sometimes, not explaining is the best form of explanation. As the fervor began to subside, Su-yi set down his teacup and lightly tapped the table twice with his fingers. Top! Tap! The crisp sound drew everyone's attention back to him. Since there were no objections regarding the automobile factory, he decided to address the second matter. Su-yi scanned the room, his tone still composed. The planning map for the new village had been reviewed previously, with the residential community now completed. It was time to initiate the remaining sections depicted on the planning map. My proposal is to take advantage of the momentum from the automotive factory project to fully connect the road network throughout the new Qinghe Village. This decision, in stark contrast to the 500 billion automotive factory, appeared remarkably pragmatic and grounded. The village committee members, who had just been in a frenzy over the car production, were abruptly grounded back to reality. A fully interconnected road network. This was the most urgent, and fundamental construction needed. The secretary's decision is commendable. Su Weiguan nodded vigorously, his face a portrait of absolute agreement. As the village director, he understood the significance of such foundational infrastructure better than anyone. Our Qinghe Avenue serves as the artery to the outside world, and the comprehensive road network acts as the capillaries. All must be opened. Otherwise, having only the major arteries without blood flowing in is futile. Indeed, a clear path leads to wealth. This is an age-old truth. First lay the roads, and then, whether we build parks or develop commerce along the sides, it will all be convenient. I concur. This endeavor must commence immediately, and it should be executed to the highest standards, ensuring the roads are wide and well-constructed. Li Jianjun and several other new committee members felt deeply about this. In their previous villages, the most vexing issue had always been the roads. They longed to repair them, but lacked funds, and sought to expand, but had no land. Now, with both money and land no longer an issue, and a nearly perfect planning map laid before them, how could they possibly disagree? Observing the unanimous attitude of the crowd, Su Yi nodded, and the matter was thus settled. One pointing to the heavens, the other grounded firmly on the earth. One symbolizing the infinite possibilities of Qinghe Village's future, the other solidifying every step taken beneath its feet. With both matters resolved, an unprecedented sense of reassurance washed over all the committee members, filling them with vigor. Soon, the once noisy conference room fell silent again. Su Yi returned to his office alone, closing the door to completely shut out the external clamor. Leaning back in his spacious chair, he quietly closed his eyes. His consciousness delved deep into his mind. The familiar, cold data and brilliant light-formed dark sea of stars unfolded before him once more. Factory icons, each shimmering with distinct radiance, flowed past his vision. Super smartphone factory, intelligent ecological winery, super livestock breeding farm. These industrial behemoths, already unlocked and constructed, tirelessly generated astronomical wealth for Qinghe Village day and night. Su Yi's consciousness did not linger. It swept past them directly, ultimately resting upon an icon he knew all too well. That icon, once a distant allure radiating with blazing white light, had previously displayed an unlocking price that had daunted him. Yet now, due to the unlocking of various preceding technologies like the smartphone factory, it had been illuminated. At this moment, it exuded a profound and enchanting deep blue hue, as if harboring a miniature universe within. At the center of the icon, the silhouette of a sleek, futuristic automobile floated serenely, emanating an intoxicating sense of technological beauty. Fully automated hovercar factory. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi's consciousness directly engaged with it. Whoosh! A vast and intricate torrent of information unfolded within Su Yi's mind, forming a brand new blueprint capable of driving any engineer into a frenzy. Fully automated hovercar factory. Description: an all-automated floating car manufacturing facility integrating anti-gravity drive, spatial stabilization arrays, a neuronal control system, and alloy materials. Capable of seamless production from raw materials to automotive components and assembly after completing a series of parameter settings. It is the ultimate key to unlocking the era of three-dimensional transportation. Status: unlocked. Price: 500 billion renminbi for 500 acres. Chapter 410. Soaring to the skies. All-automated floating car factory. Su Yi's consciousness lingered on the recently unlocked black technology option in the system marketplace, thoughts swirling within him. He vividly remembered the first time he encountered this groundbreaking technology long ago, the stirrings of his heart igniting within. To break free from the earth and soar across the skies, such ultimate romance, weaving through skyscrapers, is an ambition etched into the very fabric of humanity. Yet, he restrained himself. Back then, Qinghe Village's foundations were too shallow, too fragile. Every penny and every achievement point had to be meticulously utilized. To unlock a fantastical dream that could not yet be constructed, that was not ambition, but a delusion capable of dragging all that had just begun to sprout into the abyss. Thus, he chose the most prudent and grounded path. Starting from a dining table, from sustenance and drink, he laid down each step, transforming Qinghe Village's foundations into an unshakable towering tree. Time has passed, and circumstances have changed. Now, the moment has finally matured. Qinghe Village possesses technological reserves that would draw the attention of any nation, an immense cash flow amounting to trillions, and a permit from the highest echelons that allows for limitless endeavors. Once an unattainable dream, it has now evolved into an inevitable reality. Moreover, with the unlocking of a series of black technologies, such as the smartphone factory and the superbrain school, The cost for unlocking this transportation technology has quietly changed as well, from the initial 6,000 points to 4,000 points. Of course, this slight reduction holds little significance for the current Su-E. Just recently, in the annual achievement statistics for Qinghe Village, the remarkable accomplishments of the past year had granted him substantial achievement points as rewards. Glancing at the number in the upper right corner of the system, not to mention the floating car factory priced at a mere 500 billion, he could now effortlessly procure the controllable nuclear fusion miniaturized reactor, listed at 20,000. Nevertheless, he still restrained that impulse. Progress must be made step by step. Meals must be savored bite by bite. The door to the new world must also be pushed open one at a time. Su-E's consciousness gently tapped on the Azure icon within the system marketplace. Without any hesitation, confirm expenditure of 500 billion to purchase the all-automated floating car factory. Confirm. With that thought settled, the purchase was complete. Exiting the system space, Su-E opened his eyes, the din of the outside world rushing back to his ears. He picked up the private phone on the table and once again dialed Liu Shixiang's number. The call was answered in an instant. Hello, junior brother. Liu Shixiang's steady voice came through with the faint sound of papers rustling in the background. Am I disturbing you, senior brother? Su-E replied with a smile. You rascal. Liu Shixiang chuckled on the other end. You just got my response yesterday, and today you're calling again. What is the matter? Afraid my legislative progress won't keep pace with your car manufacturing speed? Not at all, Su-E laughed, playing along with his teasing. I was just thinking, now that the higher-ups have given their nod, I must act swiftly to live up to their trust, right? I'm here to inform you that the project for the supercar factory and the comprehensive road network in the new village has been researched and approved by the village today. It's about to commence officially. The commotion is expected to be quite significant, so I want to give you a heads up. There was a brief silence on the other end before Liu Shixiang's hearty laughter erupted, filled with understanding. I knew you'd be this efficient. Rest assured and charge ahead. Your matters were reported to the leadership yesterday, and they held a coordination meeting overnight. The lights in the offices of several units, including transportation, aviation, and safety, burned through the night. The working group established specifically for you began operating at high speed early this morning. I heard from the senior experts in the group that they are eagerly anticipating your developments. The larger your movements, the more spirited they become. Each one as energized as if they've been injected with chicken blood, fearing their names one to appear on this historic page. Liu Shixiang's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. That's good to hear. I was genuinely worried that once the cars are produced, there would be nowhere for them to run. Su-E joked half-heartedly. All right, enough joking. Liu Shixiang chided lightly, yet his tone was exceedingly earnest. In any case, you just focus on pushing forward. We will keep your rear guard as solid as a fortress. I appreciate it, senior brother. It's good to have someone like you. After hanging up, Su-E set aside his last lingering doubts. He did not pause, his fingers gliding over the contacts, dialing another number. Jiuzhou Construction, Zhouping. The following morning, the finance department swiftly completed the colossal transfer of 500 billion as per Su-E's instructions the previous afternoon. The system's efficiency was, as always, terrifying. As the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, casting light upon the miraculous land of Qinghe Village, a vast construction site covering 500 acres sprang forth overnight on the planning map, situated at the old village site. Tall, orderly blue metal fences rose like a steel great wall, firmly enclosing this land. Within the enclosure, the silhouettes of countless engineering machines emerged through the morning mist, emitting a low, rumbling sound, radiating an unsettling power. For the villagers of Qinghe, such miracles materializing overnight had long since ceased to be astonishing. Their reactions were no longer one of initial shock and bewilderment, but rather a distinct blend of pride and anticipation. Did you see? Our village's new factory has begun construction again. A 500 billion investment. What a bold move. Besides our secretary, who else possesses such audacity? In the massive group chat of Qinghe Village, photos of the construction site, captured from various angles, flooded the screen early in the morning. Just yesterday, a meeting was held, and today the site is already up. This familiar recipe, this familiar flavor. This time it's a car factory. I've spent my whole life driving external cars, dreaming of driving one made by our village. That's a given. With our phones being this impressive, our self-manufactured cars will surely soar. Haha, the truth is revealed upstairs. I reckon this car must have some black technology behind it. Stop guessing. Since it's produced by the secretary, it must be a premium product. Just wait and see. The atmosphere in the village group chat swelled to a fever pitch. It was a nearly blind, yet unwavering trust. an absolute authority forged by Su Yi through one myth after another. And while the internal celebration of the new factory-esque construction unfolded within Qinghe Village, news of the village's new wave of grand endeavors began to circulate through various external channels on the internet, quietly spreading. A new storm was brewing. Chapter 411. Rest assured, this is not just a racetrack. Breaking news. Qinghe Village is building cars. A headline so simple it bordered on the crude exploded across the vast ocean of the internet on the second day of the new factory's commencement in Qinghe Village. Just days prior, the spectacle of over 10,000 new villagers moving into their new homes, that almost ethereal resettlement community, had left countless netizens green with envy. Little did anyone expect. Merely days later, an even more explosive piece of news would follow. No way, am I seeing this right? Qinghe Village is building cars. This speed is too astonishing. The mobile phone industry has just been decisively conquered, and now it seems they are venturing into the automotive sector. Secretary Su is leaving no room for other industries. It has shocked my entire family. From food to beverages, and now even transportation is being monopolized. Qinghe Village is truly defying expectations. Across major social media platforms, forums, and short video comment sections, this news has completely overwhelmed the digital landscape within just an hour. On the trending charts, 5 out of the top 10 entries prominently feature the name Qinghe. Qinghe Village is set to manufacture cars explosion. Will Qinghe automobiles be like hot? Discussing the development pace of Qinghe Village new. An avalanche of traffic is fervently rushing towards this monumental news from Qinghe Village. I can only say, Secretary Su is indeed remarkable. His next move is always beyond imagination. Qinghe Mobile has just ushered the mobile industry into a new era. And now it's time for cars. I am already filled with anticipation. To those upstairs, don't get too excited. Manufacturing cars is not akin to making phones. There are depths to navigate. Supply chains, production qualifications, technological patents. Each aspect presents its own formidable challenges. Are you just now getting connected? You're discussing supply chains and technology with Qinghe Village? Clearly, you're unaware of the multitude of global car manufacturers queuing up to procure Qinghe's batteries and intelligent systems. They themselves are the largest supply chain. Indeed, the qualification issue is even more laughable. Do you really think a project that Secretary Su personally oversees would lack the necessary permits? The debate lasted only a brief moment, swiftly drowned out by an overwhelming wave of fervent anticipation. After all, Qinghe Village's past achievements are so illustrious that any skepticism appears feeble in comparison. As discussions deepened, the focus gradually shifted from the mere fact of Qinghe Village entering the automotive arena to a direction that struck a more profound chord with the common populace. Alas, what good is it to say more? Even if they do produce cars, I will likely be unable to afford them. I find myself envying those villagers who have just joined Qinghe Village. This comment struck a nerve, piercing through the hearts of countless netizens with pinpoint accuracy, revealing their softest and most bittersweet sentiments. Let us not dwell on it. I'm already feeling overwhelmed. They reside in picturesque gardens while we are crammed into pigeonholes. It's not just about housing. I have a distant relative in Qinghe Village who just joined. He told me that villagers have internal pricing for purchasing Qinghe products. No way. Is that true? The uproar and sour sentiments circulating online have had no bearing on the internal rhythm of Qinghe Village. In the village committee office, Su Yi leisurely savored freshly brewed tea, seemingly oblivious to the external whirlwind. Just then his phone buzzed. The caller ID displayed a familiar name, General Lei. Su Yi chuckled and shook his head, swiping to answer. As soon as he connected, General Lei's voice, imbued with a blend of cheerfulness and astuteness, greeted him. Secretary Su, you truly are one to remain silent until you make a remarkable announcement. General Lei's tone was lighthearted, yet conveyed an earnest admiration. I'm currently in a meeting with my team, and your news about Qinghe Village venturing into automobile manufacturing nearly caused a stir. I thought I should promptly give you a call to check in. General Lei, you certainly have your ear to the ground, Su Yi replied with a relaxed tone, teasingly. Are you worried we might encroach on your territory? Secretary Su, please don't jest. General Lei responded with even greater mirth. If I lacked even this modicum of self-awareness, Dammy Automobile would not have reached its current standing. When his laughter subsided, his tone turned serious, tinged with curiosity. I am simply intrigued, Secretary Su. Your personal involvement this time. Are you planning to provide us still on the ground with a slight shock? General Lei is a perceptive man. He never doubts Qinghe Village's technological prowess. He knows better than anyone how Qinghe Mobile has managed to dominate the competition. Dami Automobile's present market position owes much to its deep cooperation with Qinghe Village, securing that extraordinary battery and intelligent system authorization. Now that the master has stepped in, how can the student not feel anxious? Shock is hardly the term. He took a sip of tea, speaking slowly. It's merely that the villagers are enjoying a better quality of life and desire more convenient transportation. So we are contemplating a venture of our own. This statement, delivered with such nonchalance, struck General Lei like thunder. Contemplating a venture of our own? When others say this, it might be mere bravado. When Secretary Su says it, it is a declaration of an impending reality. So, Secretary Su, can you provide some clarity on the positioning of your vehicle? General Lei inquired tentatively. For this was the crux of his concern. If Qinghe Village were to produce electric vehicles in the same price range, the impact on the entire market landscape could be catastrophic. Rest assured, General Lei. He discerned the apprehension in his voice and smiled, his tone laced with a hint of playfulness. The vehicles from Qinghe Village will not be competing on the same track as Dami Automobile. On the other end of the line, General Lei paused, momentarily taken aback. Not on the same track. He mulled over these words as a myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind. Is it a matter of drastically different pricing, or something else? Nonetheless, Su Yi's words had already provided him with a sense of reassurance. Ha ha ha. With your words, Secretary Su, I feel much more at ease. General Lei's laughter returned, dispelling his worries and replacing them with intense curiosity and anticipation. I shall preemptively wish you great success with your automotive project. Thank you for your kind words. Whenever it is convenient for you, I would love for you to come see for yourself what this different track entails. Always welcome. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. In the Qinghe Village Committee office, he set down his phone, chuckling and shaking his head. Those business magnates like General Lei are sharp as tacks, with an acute sense of smell. However, he spoke the truth. They're indeed not on the same track. One is grounded, while the other soars. Secretary, should we address the online rumors? No.1 inquired softly. No need to worry about that. He waved his hand dismissively, taking the teacup. Let them discuss. A little heat isn't a bad thing. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the expansive construction site, his expression tranquil. The automobile factory's construction had entered full swing. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. He casually picked up his phone to check the news, and a freshly popped notification caught his eye. Shocking. Our national athletics team has achieved a historic breakthrough at the World Championships. Chapter 412, Flourishing in Sports and Culture. He lightly tapped the screen. In the next moment, a newly surfaced notification took over the entire display. The title was bolded in the most glaring crimson, as if the platform feared the world might miss this historic moment. Historic victory. Our athletics team has triumphantly secured 13 gold medals, creating a miracle. The report was succinct, yet the fervor within the words was palpable. The arena, once a place where the nation could only look on from their televisions with yearning, now proudly displayed that familiar vibrant red at the pinnacle of the medal tally. 13 golds, 15 silvers, and 20 bronzes. This figure was once a gleam in the dreams of any sports commentator. Su's fingers glided lightly across the screen, his gaze swiftly skimming over the exhilarating words, ultimately landing on the post-race report of the men's 100-meter sprint. The corners of his lips silently lifted. He did not delve into the cliched praises of official releases. Instead, he expertly navigated straight to the comments section below the news. There lay the true spectrum of humanity, the most genuine outlet of emotion. As expected, the comments section had completely succumbed to chaos. No way, no way, no way. Aside from exclamations of astonishment, I find myself at a loss for words to encapsulate my emotions. 13 gold medals. When have we ever exhibited such prowess in athletics? My goodness. I watched the live broadcast from beginning to end, my entire being tingling with excitement. Su Shun was phenomenal, clocking in at 9:73 seconds. He has finally realized his dream. And it's not just Su Shun. Did you all overlook that young lad who secured the bronze medal? Now, that is truly remarkable. Beneath this comment, a multitude of responses has surged forth, the fervor of discussion even eclipsing the congratulations directed towards the champions. I can see it now. His name is Su Yan, right? At merely 13 years of age. Good heavens, competing alongside a cadre of the world's elite sprinters in the finals. And he clinched third place. His time was 9:81 seconds. What an extraordinary talent. Is this the same child who previously ran 9:99 seconds at the Qinghe Village Sports Meet? How is it possible that such a short interval has yielded such a remarkable improvement? It defies logic. Qinghe Village truly is a treasure trove of surprises. Su Yi, observing the astonished and humorous comments flooding the section, felt his smile broaden. He scrolled to the post-match interviews. Before the camera, whether seasoned veterans or fresh faces, each athlete, after expressing gratitude to the nation, invariably extended heartfelt thanks to Qinghe Village for providing the training facilities. This undoubtedly added fuel to an already blazing public discourse. Just as he was engrossed, an unexpected call notification popped up at the top of his phone screen. The caller ID displayed two unmistakable characters, Sun Ming. Su Yi answered the call with a smile. Secretary Su. As soon as the call connected, Sun Ming's slightly altered voice burst forth, brimming with uncontainable elation. Did you see the news? I just caught a glimpse, Su Yi replied, maintaining a gentle tone with just the right touch of mirth, congratulating Director Sun and our nation's athletes on their commendable achievements. Ha ha, commendable hardly encapsulates it. This is all thanks to your support, Secretary Su. Sun Ming erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with relief and joy. Secretary Su, I'm calling specifically to express my gratitude. No, merely thanking you is insufficient to convey my feelings. Sun Ming took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm his racing heart, yet his words flowed rapidly. 13 gold medals. 13. Do you understand what that signifies? We've surpassed the total gold medal count of previous editions combined. The expression on my leader's face when I reported this today is something I will never forget. This is solely the result of the athlete's hard work and the coach's adept guidance. I cannot take credit. Su Yi chuckled, his voice exuding a sense of effortless composure. Oh, Secretary Su, you're being too modest. Sun Ming immediately countered, his tone urgent and absolutely certain. The athlete's dedication and the coach's guidance are indisputable. But without the training facilities you provided, no matter how hard they tried, they could not have reached such heights. Old Zhang and his team have been singing your praises these past few days, mentioning Qinghe Village as the holy land of sports, the dreamland for all athletes. Sun Ming's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement, especially that child Su Yan. Secretary Su, you Haven T just gifted our national team a prodigy. You've bestowed upon us the potential for dominance in sprinting for the next 2 decades. At 13, a bronze medal at a world competition. Once he matures, the world record will bear our nation's name. This gift is monumental. On behalf of the national sport community, I thank you. Listening to Sun Ming's heartfelt gratitude, Su Yi's smile deepened. He was well aware of Sun Ming's excitement. This achievement was not merely a matter of honor for Sun Ming. It would become an insurmountable milestone in his career. Director Sun, you flatter me. It is our honor to bring glory to the nation from Qinghe Village. Su Yi maintained his nonchalant tone. However, he understood that after witnessing the nearly miraculous training results at the Qinghe Sports Center and personally unearthing a gem like Su Yan, the elite coaches, including Old Zhang, had already left their hearts in Qinghe Village. They comprehended better than anyone what Qinghe Village meant to them. This illustrious ensemble of world champions and gold medal coaches had, unbeknownst to them, been inexorably tethered to the land of Qinghe Village by an invisible thread. Meanwhile, Sun Ming remained blissfully unaware, lost in the joy of historic success, naively believing this was merely a remarkably pleasant collaboration. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sun Ming, with a packed schedule of celebratory arrangements ahead, hurriedly ended the call amidst heartfelt thanks. Su Yi set down his phone and lifted his teacup, savoring a gentle sip. The dual flourishing of culture and sports was underway. The village's automobile factory project had just commenced, and external discussions were fervent. In the realm of sports, the children from Qinghe Village were once again shining on the international stage, bringing honor to the nation. Everything was progressing methodically and swiftly in the direction he had envisioned. As he reveled in this moment of tranquility, his office phone rang once more. Picking it up, he saw that the caller was Zhou Ping from Juzhou Construction. He pressed the answer button. On the other end, Zhou Ping's voice was filled with vigor and respect. Secretary Su, I have arrived at the entrance of Qinghe Village. All right. Director Zhou, please hold on. I'll be there shortly. Su, he hung up the phone, rose, and left without sparing a glance at the freshly brewed tea on his desk. He did not waste a moment. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhou Ping and his team were already waiting. Beside the newly gleaming 12-lane thoroughfare, dozens of specialized engineering survey vehicles bearing the Juzhou construction license plate sat quietly, like silent steel behemoths. At the forefront, Zhou Ping, clad in practical work attire, appeared slightly darker than last time due to sun exposure, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Seeing Su Yi approach, he strode forward, his serious expression breaking into a hearty smile, extending his hand from afar. Secretary Su, it's great to see you again. Director Zhou, welcome. Su Yi replied, shaking the rough, calloused hand with warmth. Your speed is rather impressive. Su Yi teased. I just called yesterday afternoon, and this morning you, a veritable titan, have already arrived with your Iron Brigade at my village entrance. Why not come directly to my office for a cup of hot tea to warm up? Zhou Ping laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively, embodying the decisiveness typical of construction professionals. Every task you assign, Secretary Su, is of monumental significance. How could I afford any delay? He glanced at the expansive land slated for development behind him, his eyes gleaming with professional zeal. He can wait. But your projects, starting even a minute earlier, yields results sooner. His earnestness revealed a sincere commitment to the Qinghe Village project. Su Yi smiled and chose not to elaborate further, leading him along the roadside of Qinghe Avenue toward the land soon to undergo a remarkable transformation. As they walked side by side, Zhou Ping could hardly contain himself, and, after a few steps, could no longer resist the urge to confirm the core details from yesterday's call. By the way, Secretary Su, you mentioned over the phone yesterday that you intend to open up the entire road network as per the planning map all at once. His voice, though seemingly calm, bore the weight of each word, causing his footsteps to falter instinctively for a moment, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock and a need for validation. Prior to this meeting, he had meticulously studied the comprehensive development plan for the entirety of Qinghe Village, sent by Su Yi alongside his core team, going over it no fewer than 10 times. This blueprint, crafted by the team under General Manager Wang, exhibited such foresight, scientific rigor, and artistic merit that even he, a seasoned veteran in infrastructure with decades of experience, could not help but be astounded. Yet, a blueprint remains merely a blueprint. Reality is a different matter. Throughout Zhou Ping's extensive career, he had witnessed countless grandiose plans. Most of these ultimately met their demise due to ruptured funding chains, shifting policies, or various complex reasons. More often than not, they ended up gathering dust, relegated to mere empty discourse. Even those fortunate enough to see the light of day typically unfolded over a span of 10 or 20 years, like squeezing toothpaste, realized bit by bit. The audacity of Su Yi, who proposed constructing the entire network of roads across thousands of acres in one fell swoop, was beyond anything he had ever encountered. He had not merely seen it. He had not even heard of it. What did that entail? It was not about building one road, nor merely a handful. It was about erecting the entire skeletal framework of a future new city upon a blank canvas of land. This level of ambition, this magnitude of vision, transcended the mere description of being bold. Indeed, it was to be fully realized. Su Yi's response came with serene confidence, devoid of the slightest hesitation. Zhou Ping's heart raced. He turned his head to read a startling resolve etched on Su Yi's tranquil profile. Secretary Su, your audacity leaves me utterly impressed. Zhou Ping exhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within him, every word emanating from the depths of his being. Since you have made your decision, we at Jiuzhou Construction must deliver 200% in execution. He gestured toward the survey vehicles and the engineers poised behind him, his tone turning gravely serious. Although the planning document you provided is comprehensive, it represents a macro strategy. Our immediate task is the specifics of construction. We must conduct the most precise field surveys of every inch of land. Geological structures, soil bearing capacities, groundwater conditions. Every datum must be impeccably accurate to ensure the road network in Qinghe Village is of the highest quality. His voice was resolute, imbued with top-tier professionalism and confidence. This was a commitment to the project and, more importantly, to Qinghe Village. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's smile broadened. This was precisely what he desired. Mr. Zhou, you are the authority. You shall have full discretion over these matters. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, his stance unmistakably clear. I never interfere in the work of professionals. I only concern myself with the outcomes. He paused, casting his gaze over the expansive land before them, and added, almost casually, I have but one requirement, swift and excellent execution. As for construction investments, they are never within my realm of consideration. Su Yi turned to Zhou Ping, a playful smile gracing his lips. I trust, Mr. Zhou, as a pillar of the nation, you would not shortchange our village for such a trifling sum, would you? Ha ha ha, Secretary Su, you jest. I wouldn't dare. Zhou Ping, initially taken aback, burst into a thunderous laugh. Excellent. I understand. With the final confirmation, all of Zhou Ping's doubts evaporated, leaving behind an unquenchable zeal. He could no longer contain himself. Abruptly turning to face the group of engineers who had long been lined up, standing as straight as javelins, and unleashed a booming roar. What are you waiting for? Everyone, execute Plan A, and commence surveying immediately. Before nightfall, I want the first batch of geological data reports on my desk. Yes. The synchronized response from the hundreds of engineers resonated like thunder across the once quiet land. In the next moment, a multitude of engineers and technicians, equipped with an array of precision instruments gleaming with metallic luster, surged into the vast expanse of land set for development. Thus began an unprecedented infrastructure storm destined for Qinghe Village. Chapter 414, Comprehensive Commencement. Qinghe Village, Village Committee Office. After a few cups of hot tea, Zhou Ping's taut nerves finally relaxed. The warmth of the tea flowed down his throat, dispelling the chill accumulated during the outdoor surveys. He set down his pale blue porcelain cup, exhaling a warm breath infused with the fragrance of tea. Your tea is truly delightful, Secretary Su. Zhou Ping's gaze fell upon the fully unfurled tender leaves in his cup, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. It was a pure, heartfelt admiration that formed a striking contrast to his weathered, square face. To be honest, Secretary Su, Zhou Ping admitted, a rare bashfulness creeping into his smile as he rubbed his rough hands together. The last batch of tea you gifted me. I treated it like a treasure and specially stored it in a sealed jar. He smacked his lips, his tone laced with the cherishing delight of a child who had received candy. I usually can't bear to brew it myself. I only bring it out to impress esteemed guests, but every time I see them enjoying it, it feels like I'm losing a piece of myself. Su, he was amused by his demeanor. He chuckled as he lifted the teapot, personally refilling Zhou Ping's cup, steam rising and the aroma intensifying. Mr. Zhou, if you enjoy it, feel free to take some more when you leave. The casualness of this remark, to Zhou Ping's ears, was akin to celestial music. Oh, that would be splendid. I won't hold back. Zhou Ping's smile widened, his joy more genuine than after signing a 100 billion contract. After exchanging pleasantries, Su, he steered the conversation back on track. He raised his teacup, gazing out at the vast land, and remarked, Mr. Zhou, we will rely on you for the road network project of our new village. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping emphatically slapped his broad hand against his chest, producing a resonant sound. Secretary Su, you do me too much honor. His voice boomed with enthusiasm and conviction. It is our privilege at Jiuzhou Construction to partake in the development of Qinghe Village. Rest assured, this matter will be handled with utmost clarity and precision. Just then, the office door swung open once more. Su Weiguo peeked in, and upon spotting Zhou Ping seated on the sofa, a broad smile illuminated his face as he strode in with brisk steps. Oh, Mr. Zhou, when did you arrive? It's been ages since we last met. Su Weiguo warmly extended his hand, giving Zhou Ping a hearty shake. Director Weiguo, you look increasingly well. Zhou Ping responded with a smile. Indeed, working under the secretary brings good fortune every day. How can my spirits not soar? He glanced between Zhou Ping and Su Yi, his grin growing even wider. I just saw Jiuzhou Construction's convoy parked at the village entrance. It looked magnificent. I figured Mr. Zhou must have come personally. Su Wei will plop down onto the sofa, eagerly joining the conversation. Mr. Zhou, you're here for our new village's road network project, right? Zhou Ping nodded with a smile. Yes. It is an honor bestowed by Secretary Su to entrust such a significant project to us. As the lead, I must ensure everything is in order. That is fantastic. Su Weiguo clapped his thigh, excitement radiating from him as he settled comfortably on the sofa, fully engaging in the discussion. With the esteemed presence of General Manager Zhou and the illustrious reputation of Jiuzhou Construction, it is evident that the road network in our village is undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the nation. This sentiment greatly uplifted Zhou Ping's spirits, fostering an increasingly convivial atmosphere within the office. Su Yi, with a smile, poured a cup of tea for Su Weiguo, and the group engaged in casual conversation, covering a wide range of topics. To be honest, General Zhou, every time you visit our Qinghe Village, do you not perceive the tremendous changes? Su Weiguo remarked, holding his teacup, filled with emotion. Take this road beneath our feet. It was just completed not long ago. Now, the secretary is planning to connect the entire village's road network. The speed of development is such that I sometimes feel as though I am dreaming. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement, placing his teacup down as he cast a contemplative gaze towards Su Yi. It is not merely rapid. It is nothing short of miraculous. He earnestly expressed, Director Weiguo, perhaps it is less apparent to you who are immersed in it. We, as engineers, traverse the length and breadth of the country, having encountered no fewer than 80 new urban developments. Yet, there is no place that transforms with each visit as Qinghe Village does. The pace of transformation from nothing to something, then from something to excellence, has completely upended my decades-long understanding of the industry. Su Weiguo, radiant with pride, beamed broadly, almost grinning from ear to ear. That is entirely due to our secretary's adept leadership. He generously offered a resounding compliment. Su Yi chuckled and waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. Enough of that, Uncle Weigwa. If we continue down this path, I might just float away in delight. General Zhou, let us return to tea, shall we? After several rounds of tea, as the sun began to set, Zhou Ping glanced at his watch and rose from his seat. Secretary Su, we have enjoyed our tea and conversation. I shall not linger any longer. His demeanor shifted from relaxed to his usual decisive self. I must return promptly to convene a meeting, collate the survey data from today, and formulate the most detailed construction plan as swiftly as possible. Our advanced team from Juzhou Construction is already en route, and by the day after tomorrow at the latest, large machinery will begin arriving on site. At that point, we shall commence full-scale operations. Very well, allow me to see you off, General Zhou. Su Yi also stood, not insisting upon his company. No need for that. Zhou Ping waved his hands repeatedly. Your escort would only waste your precious time. Please stay back. Nevertheless, Su Yi persisted in accompanying him downstairs. Just before Zhou got into the car, Yuan emerged from the office, holding a finely crafted wooden box. General Zhou, as promised, this is tea produced by our village. A token of respect. Su Yi extended the wooden box towards him. Zhou Ping's eyes brightened at the sight of the box. He did not hesitate to accept it, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. Secretary Su, this is far too extravagant. Though he protested verbally, his grip on the box tightened, as if fearing Su Yi might reclaim it. Ha ha ha. Then I shall be grateful to Secretary Su. Once the road is completed, I will return. Unabashedly seeking more tea, Zhou Ping laughed heartily, carefully placing the wooden box in the car before turning to shake hands with Su Yi in farewell. As the Juzhou construction convoy rolled away, stirring a cloud of dust, Su Weigwa stood beside Su Yi, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 415. Departure to Jingzhou. My goodness. General Zhou's enthusiasm is truly commendable, Su Weigwa remarked, his face alight with genuine admiration. A full-scale rollout. Just imagining that scene sends a rush of excitement through me. He turned to Su Yi, his eyes brimming with uncontainable eagerness. Secretary, it seems we shall be making quite the impression on the nation again. One Tiwi? With the automobile factory and the comprehensive road network both underway, the magnitude of this endeavor is astonishing. Su Yi smiled, about to respond, when his personal phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it and glanced at the caller ID flashing on the screen. Professor Huang. Su Yi answered the call, his tone naturally infused with a blend of familiarity and respect, characteristic of a junior addressing a senior. Hello, Professor Huang. Aha, Su Yi. I hope my call hasn't interrupted your busy schedule. The professor's hearty laughter resonated through the line, imbued with genuine warmth. You know that whenever you call, I drop everything to listen. Su Yi chuckled, playing along with the professor's jest. He had a strong inkling of the purpose behind this call. It has been a while since we last parted in Jingzhou, and you've certainly stirred up quite a commotion recently. The professor's tone carried a knowing amusement. Su Yi, amused by the professor's teasing, replied, It's merely small matters. I hope I haven't made you laugh. Your eloquence is truly remarkable. The professor chuckled for a moment before steering the conversation to the main topic. All right, enough banter. The reason for my call today pertains to another matter. I'm all ears. Su Yi's smile faded slightly as he adjusted his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. In 3 days, we will celebrate the anniversary of Tsingbei University. The professor's voice softened. Following your promise, the school has begun to promote the event in advance. However, Principal Chan was concerned that you might be preoccupied with your myriad responsibilities and forget, so he insisted I call to remind you. The professor's tone bore a hint of teasing, yet was underpinned by pride and significance. The current Su Yi is no longer that naive student in the classroom. Each of his commitments captures the attention of many. How could I forget? Su Yi's tone was warm, with Principal Chun and you extending a personal invitation. How could I possibly neglect it? I have already cleared my schedule. Even monumental tasks must yield to this occasion. Upon hearing Su Yi's affirmative response, the professor's laughter grew even more jubilant. That is splendid. You have no idea, once the announcement was made, the students have been fervently discussing your return on the forum, generating more excitement than the anticipation for the anniversary gala. I certainly cannot disappoint my junior classmates. Su Yi responded, his voice laced with joy. By the way, Professor Huang, I am planning to arrive a day early to visit you and your wife. Perhaps to share a meal. That sounds wonderful. The professor's laughter was filled with satisfaction. Your wife mentioned you the other day, wondering if you, now a prominent figure, would still remember us old folks. Haha, how could I forget? Su Yi replied, and after a few more casual exchanges, They finalized their plans before ending the call. Su Yi pocketed his phone and turned around, only to find Su Weigua gazing at him with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. The village chief had been standing nearby, though he had refrained from eavesdropping. However, the words Qingbei and anniversary had distinctly reached his ears. Secretary, Su Weigua rubbed his hands together, stepping closer, his face betraying an unmistakable eagerness. Are you being invited to participate in the anniversary of Tsingbei University? Indeed. Su Yi nodded, observing his reaction with amusement. What, Uncle Weigua? Are you interested in this? Hee, that is Qingbei University, the most renowned university in the country. I have only seen it on television throughout my life. Su Weigua chuckled sheepishly, his eyes filled with longing. To receive an invitation from such an esteemed institution is, in his view, an immense honor. Seeing his prideful demeanor, Su Yi added, just as an outstanding alumnus, I am returning to pay a visit. Outstanding alumnus? Su Weigua echoed, slightly taken aback. Though his education was limited, he understood the weight of those 4 words. However, this moment of astonishment lasted no longer than 2 seconds. He nodded vigorously, an expression of certainty suddenly adorning his face as he slapped his thigh. Yes, an outstanding alumnus. This title suits our secretary perfectly, doesn't it? Su Weigua began counting on his fingers, spitting words as he scolded. After all, secretary, you are someone who has received a national-level medal. How many individuals in this country can achieve such a feat? No matter how prestigious Tsingbei University is, how many of its students have obtained such an accolade? If they do not invite you to be an outstanding alumnus, it would simply be their lack of vision. Su Yi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at this speech. All right, Uncle Weigua, it's just an event I'm attending. It's not as grand as you're making it out to be. Not grand. Su Weigua shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. Secretary, this is a wonderful opportunity to bring honor to our Qinghe Village. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on matters at home, with Uncle San and the others. He patted his chest, exuding an air of pride that seemed to eclipse even his own upcoming participation in the anniversary celebration. Well, then I must trouble you and Uncle Weigua with village affairs when the time comes. What are you saying? It's the least we can do. Su Weigua grinned widely, his smile radiant. 2 days swiftly passed. The development pace of Qinghe Village showed no signs of slowing down. With Zhou Ping's leading team from Jiuzhou Construction and countless large machinery entering the site, the comprehensive road network project for the new Qinghe Village commenced. Echoing the construction site of the super automobile factory on a vast expanse of land from the old village, the cacophony of numerous machines melded into a roaring symphony. As if composing a stirring piece entitled Rebirth for this land, everything progressed in an orderly and rapid manner. At this moment, Su Yi completed the last few documents requiring his signature in the office, capped his pen, and rose to his feet. It was time to set off for Jingzhou. Chapter 416, just local specialties. As Su Yi stepped once more onto the land of Jingzhou, he felt a distinct difference from his previous visit. The last time, he had come to receive a national honor worthy of being inscribed in history. His heart stirred with a sense of patriotism and responsibility. This time, however, he was responding to an invitation from his alma mater, embarking on a journey filled with youth and memories. His mindset naturally relaxed considerably. Upon exiting the airport, the familiar, scorching air, emblematic of power and wealth in rapid motion, enveloped him. A black car had been silently waiting at the exit. It was the same familiar vehicle, its license plate still unique, reflecting a chilling sheen under the sunlight. This arrangement was made by Brother Liu upon learning of Su Yi's itinerary. Su Yi settled into the car. The vehicle smoothly merged into the traffic of Jingzhou, but instead of heading toward the bustling city center, it turned into a tranquil neighborhood shaded by trees. Here, there were no towering skyscrapers, just small buildings that bore the marks of time, their walls adorned with lush vines. This was the family compound of Tsingbei University. The car gradually came to a halt in front of a somewhat aged red brick building. Su Yi opened the door and stepped out, inhaling the air filled with the scent of books and greenery, which instantly relaxed him. He glanced up at the familiar window on the second floor, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, oui, have you arrived? Professor Huang's voice resonated from the receiver, unmistakably cheerful. Yes, Professor, I'm downstairs, Su Yi replied, looking up at the window with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the window on the second floor swung open, revealing Professor Huang's familiar figure. He leaned out, beaming as he waved energetically at Su Yi below. All right, wait for me. I'll be right down. In less than half a minute, the iron gate of the building creaked open. Professor Huang emerged, dressed in casual home attire, his steps brisk. Time seemed to have favored this scholarly elder, as aside from a few more strands of gray in his hair, his vitality surpassed Su-Yi's recollection. "You little rascal, you've come quite quickly." Professor Huang approached Su-Yi, patting him firmly on the shoulder, a genuine joy radiating from him that required no words. "Professor, you're looking increasingly robust," Su-Yi chuckled, casually accepting two unpretentious yet hefty bags from the driver. "Old bones still as strong as ever," Professor Huang humbly retorted, but the beaming smile on his face betrayed his delight. Upon glancing at the bags Su-Yi held, his brow furrowed. "You child, you needn't have brought anything. Your mere presence is more than enough." "Professor, you're being too kind. I assure you, these are not precious items. Just some local specialties from our village, tea leaves, and some freshly squeezed juice for you and Madame Huang to enjoy," Su-Yi explained with a smile as they ascended to the second floor. As they reached the second floor, the door swung open to reveal a kind-faced woman with graying hair, standing at the entrance with a warm smile. "Is that little E? Come in, come in." Madame Huang's voice was gentle, infused with the warmth unique to elders. "Hello, Madame Huang," Su-Yi greeted with a smile, placing the bags at the side of the door. "Oh dear, why are you still carrying things?" Madame Huang chided playfully, though her eyes sparkled with affection. "Come in quickly, it's chilly outside." She ushered Su-Yi into the house, which, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy, and the air was filled with a faint scent of books, brimming with a sense of homeliness. Professor Huang gestured toward the two bags at the entrance and chuckled at his wife. "Look at our esteemed secretary. He has even learned to bring us local specialties." Madame Huang shot him a playful glare. "You talk too much." She bent down, curiously inspecting the seemingly ordinary bags while continuing to chide. "Su, you mustn't do this again. Your status is different now. You're busy with important matters. Just being able to find time to visit us old folks is already a great joy." "Madam, you flatter me. I will always be your student." Su-Yi's smile was sincere. "Besides, these are truly not valuable items. They're just what we enjoy back in the village. If you and the professor don't accept them, I would feel quite uneasy. You child, your way with words is getting better by the day." She laughed, standing upright and wiping her hands on her apron. "All right, I'll accept them. Today, you're not going anywhere. You're having dinner here." "That sounds wonderful. I've been craving your cooking, Madame Huang." Su-Yi's eyes lit up as he readily agreed, pretending to head toward the kitchen. "Go, go, go." Madame Huang laughed, playfully shooing him toward the living room. "The kitchen is smoky and cramped. I don't need your help. Go sit with your teacher and have some tea. He has been talking about you for days. Don't cause trouble here." With that, she gently pushed Su-Yi onto the sofa in the living room and turned to Professor Huang. "Old Huang, make sure to chat with Su. I'll go prepare dinner." Professor Huang cheerfully obliged, settling down beside Su-Yi on the sofa. "This is just how your madam is." Su-Yi felt warmth in his heart as he watched Madame Huang bustling about, sincerely stating, "Being able to enjoy Madame Huang's cooking is the highlight of my trip back." "Haha, you little rascal." Professor Huang pointed at Su-Yi, his smile radiant. And then his gaze fell upon the two bags at the entrance, revealing a keen interest. "Since we're sitting, let me see what local specialties your Qinghe Village has to offer." As he spoke, he did not wait for Su-Yi's response, but instead rose with great enthusiasm and walked directly to the door, opening one of the bags. Upon unveiling the contents, he discovered several antique-style tin tea canisters, devoid of any gaudy packaging. Professor Huang picked one up, weighing it in his hand, and found it substantial. He twisted off the lid and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff. In that fleeting moment, a subtle shift occurred in his expression. A crisp yet rich aroma of tea, akin to a tangible essence, precisely penetrated his nostrils. It was not the fragrance of any renowned tea he had ever tasted. Rather, it was a purer and more primal scent of flora, seemingly imbued with the dew and sunlight of a mountain summit at dawn. This revelation transformed the glimmer of interest in Professor Huang's eyes into profound astonishment. The kettle had long been prepared, soon bubbling with anticipation. Professor Huang lifted the kettle, directing the scalding water towards the tea leaves nestled within the purple clay pot, pouring it slowly. The instant the boiling water met the tea leaves, a resounding whoosh erupted. A torrent of billowing white vapor surged forth from the tiny spout. Immediately afterward, a wave of overwhelming tea fragrance, exponentially more potent than that experienced upon opening the canister, erupted, instantly saturating the entire living room. This tea, in Chapter 417, monopolizing an entire province's educational resources, merely based on this aroma, Professor Huang concluded that this tea was no ordinary product. having savored countless teas throughout his life. He humbly believed himself well-versed in the art of tea appreciation. Yet, he had never encountered a tea where the aroma alone could assert such dominance. He gently lifted the purple clay pot, pouring a cup for himself and Su-yi alike. The tea appeared in a translucent amber hue, crystal clear, devoid of any impurities. Professor Huang raised his cup to his nose, savoring the rising tea mist. As the fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a refreshing sensation surged towards the crown of his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts that had stirred within him due to excitement. Finally, he brought the rim of the cup to his lips, delicately sipping a small mouthful. The tea entered his mouth, smooth as jade. Initially, it presented an indescribable sweetness, as if condensed from the essence of an entire forest. That sweetness erupted at the root of his tongue, transforming into myriad delicate streams carrying the scent of verdant herbs, cascading down his throat. In its wake, it felt as if a spring breeze had swept across the earth, opening every pore to its gentle caress. Professor Huang stood frozen, cup in hand, eyes closed, relishing the warmth rising from within, along with the lingering aftertaste that continued to evolve between his lips and teeth. After a long pause, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath imbued with the fragrant essence of tea. He then raised his gaze, fixing it intently on Su-yi. Su-yi, oh Su-yi. The old professor shook his head, a blend of incredulity and amusement in his voice. Is this what you refer to as an inconsequential local specialty? Su-yi looked at his teacher's expression, maintaining his smile, and nodded calmly. Indeed, professor. He picked up the kettle and poured more water for Huang. Speaking in a relaxed tone, we just grow this tea casually in our village for personal enjoyment, never considering selling it. Hence, there is no price. So, it truly is worthless, right? Professor Huang found himself momentarily speechless, stifled by Su-yi's illogical reasoning. The absence of a price did not equate to a lack of value. It could very well signify something priceless. He gazed at Su-yi's smiling face, ultimately shaking his head in resignation, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Given the extraordinary nature of this tea, it was reasonable to surmise that the so-called self-extracted fruit juice in the nearby bag was likewise remarkable. However, recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill from a student, he felt that further discussion would be superfluous. Professor Huang silently cherished this sentiment, raising his cup to shift the topic. You, my boy, have a knack for transforming everything you touch into something exceptional. The professor's gaze shifted from the teacup to Su-yi, expressing his admiration. Just like this tea, your school is equally remarkable. He set down the teacup, leaning slightly forward, his interest intensifying. Your Qinghe school has become the most talked about topic in our entire educational circle. A hint of pride tinged Professor Huang's voice. Old Huang brags about it to everyone he meets, claiming he is partaking in an educational revolution that could change the world. Quite the boast. Su-yi chuckled softly. That's just old Huang's overestimation. I merely provided a platform. The real brilliance comes from those genuine educators. Do not be so modest. Professor Huang waved his hand. Changing the subject. Recently, your school conducted a comprehensive assessment across the entire institution, did it not? Su-yi raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, indeed. It was a means to evaluate the students' learning outcomes. Evaluate outcomes? Professor Huang shot him a disapproving glance. What you conducted was not an evaluation. It was akin to flipping the table. Old Huang had sent me the score reports and examination papers from your assessment. Professor Huang could not suppress a chuckle at this point, his eyes glinting with mischief as he regarded Su-yi. I reviewed them, and the difficulty of the exam was significantly higher than last year's college entrance examination papers. The result? A plethora of students scoring above 700. Many of them surpassed even your own college entrance scores. Isn't that a good thing? Su-yi replied, amused, taking a leisurely sip from his teacup before continuing. The younger generation is surpassing the older, which signifies that our nation's educational future is in capable hands. A tremendous boon. He smirked, adding a playful twist. However, if they intend to bury me beneath the sands, they will need to prove their mettle first. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. As laughter gradually faded in the living room, Professor Huang's smile dimmed slightly. On this topic, I have another matter entrusted to me. He regarded Su-yi, his tone becoming solemn. It pertains to Principal Chun. He has seen that report card as well. Su-yi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. When Principal Chun viewed that report card, his reaction mirrored mine. Initial shock followed by overwhelming joy. Yet, after the elation, he pondered a pressing and complex issue. Professor Huang set down his teacup, his gaze growing grave and contemplative. Su Yi, have you considered what will transpire when your students, given their current academic prowess, approach the college entrance examination? Without waiting for Su Yi's reply, he continued, his voice low and intense. The admission quotas for college entrance examinations in a province are limited. Particularly for top-tier institutions like Qingbei, the allocations for each province are scarce, and the competition is fierce, almost brutal in nature. Your students at Qinghe School resemble a group of players with cheat codes, landing directly in the novice village. Professor Huang's gaze fixed on Su Yi's face, each word resonating with gravity. If a single school monopolizes all the top educational resources in a province, the resulting media storm would eclipse even your current endeavors in the automotive industry. His words struck with precision. Hearing this, Su Yi's smile faded, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, Principal Chun has devised a mutually beneficial solution. Professor Huang noted Su Yi's understanding and continued. He entrusted me with inquiring about your stance on this. Tsingbei University is willing to establish a special admission channel exclusively for your Qinghe school. Professor Huang deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring Su Yi could grasp every word. This channel will operate entirely independently from the current college entrance examination admission system and will not consume any standard enrollment quotas. As long as the students of your school can achieve the score set by Qinghe University and Peking University in the college entrance examination, they will be directly admitted. In simpler terms, if they exhibit sufficient excellence, the gates of Qinghe and Peking University will be wide open for them. This declaration was akin to an earth-shattering promise. Once disseminated, it could incite frenzy among all secondary schools nationwide. After Professor Huang finished speaking, he quietly observed Su Yi, awaiting his response. He believed that, confronted with such an exceptionally generous condition, Su Yi had no reason to decline. However, Su Yi listened intently. Yet his expression was not the surprise or excitement Professor Huang had anticipated. He remained silent for a moment. Then he smiled, a gentle smile that exuded a profound composure, as if he understood the depths of the matter. Teacher, the issue mentioned by Principal Chun is something I have already contemplated. I currently have a plan regarding this matter. Upon hearing Su Yi's assertion that he had already devised a plan, Professor Huang's hand, which was holding the teacup, momentarily froze in the air. The smooth rim of the jade-green cup was mere inches from his lips, but remained suspended there. His gaze lingered on Su Yi's tranquil, smiling face for several seconds. Soon, it seemed he grasped some critical insight, his eyes flashing with realization, which ultimately transformed into a blend of incredulity and deep reflection. You rascal, the elderly professor chuckled, shaking his head with a bemused expression as he drained the tea that had been poised in midair. The rich aroma of the tea lingered, yet the profound implications in Su Yi's words were even more tantalizing. Very well, I understand. He refrained from probing further into Su Yi's intentions. The special admission pathway offered by Qinghe and Peking University had shattered a century-old precedent, extending an unparalleled gesture of goodwill and privilege that no one could refuse. Across the nation, no other school could boast such a remarkable promise. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi had responded with a broader and more imaginative answer. What did this signify? It indicated that, in his future vision, the path for these children extended far beyond merely securing a place at Qinghe or Peking University. What he sought was likely a much grander horizon. Professor Huang set down his teacup, his tone tinged with playful irritation. It seems Principal Chun will be disappointed this time. Su Yi smiled, choosing not to respond, simply raising his own teacup to gently clink it against the professor's. In the crisp sound of porcelain colliding, unspoken understanding enveloped them. Some matters need not be articulated in full. Seeing this, Professor Huang chose not to dwell on the topic any longer. He was acutely aware that his students' ambitions had long surpassed ordinary expectations. The world he envisioned for himself was a magnificent tapestry that most could scarcely imagine. Therefore, why confine him within archaic boundaries? Let us not discuss this further. Professor Huang waved his hand, adopting a more relaxed demeanor as he began to share amusing anecdotes from the school with Su Yi. When recounting the accomplishments of Su Yi's senior peers in their respective fields, his words brimmed with the pride and joy of a teacher. Su Yi listened attentively, occasionally interjecting, and the atmosphere in the living room was filled with warmth and harmony. Before long, the voice of the professor's wife emerged from the kitchen. Old Huang, Su Yi, stop chatting. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner's ready. A simple home-cooked meal, devoid of exotic delicacies, brought an unparalleled sense of comfort to Su Yi. There were none of the formalities of business banquets, nor the sharp exchanges of a work meeting. Only the warmth of a few homemade dishes prepared by the professor's wife and the gentle laughter of the teacher. At the dining table, The professor's wife continually piled food on his Su Yi's plate, admonishing him to eat more, claiming he looked even thinner than during his school days, undoubtedly burdened by daily worries. Professor Huang chimed in with a teasing remark, stating that this young man was now a figure on Forbes, having tasted every culinary delight imaginable, thus hardly looking down upon their modest fare. Su Yi merely smiled, graciously accepting everything she offered, feeling a surge of warmth within. After the meal, Su Yi did not linger for long, politely declining the professor and his wife's invitation to stay over. Professor Huang and his wife escorted him downstairs, watching as he boarded a special black car with unique license plates, until the vehicle's taillights vanished around the corner, at which point the elderly couple turned and strolled back into the house. The following day marked the anniversary celebration of Qinghe and Peking University. In the chilly spring of March and April in Jingzhou, the campus radiated a warmth sufficient to melt the lingering frost. Colorful flags fluttered in the breeze, and a throng of people surged in excitement. Su Yi lowered the brim of his cap, his face obscured by a black mask, revealing only his bright, clear eyes. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he blended seamlessly into the bustling crowd like an ordinary visitor. "Hey, have you heard? Secretary Su is coming today." "Of course. I've been waiting here for half an hour. If Secretary Su truly arrives, I must get an autograph. Get a rest. What status does he hold now? Is he someone we can casually approach?" "Yes, a living legend. I heard from someone that Senior Su even travels with bodyguards." A group of students in uniforms passed by, their excited chatter effortlessly reaching Su Yi's ears. He paused momentarily, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile beneath his mask. Bodyguards? Not all. He strolled along the tree-lined path he had traversed countless times. The trees now thicker than he remembered, sunlight filtering through the new leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Before he knew it, he arrived at the bulletin board in front of the main academic building, which was surrounded by a throng of people. A massive red poster occupied the most prominent position, glaringly bright in the sunlight. At its center, Su Yi's photo was displayed in large format. It was a candid shot taken during an award ceremony, where he stood tall, eyes resolute, with a vibrant national flag behind him. There were no lengthy titles listed. Beneath the photograph, only a starkly concise introduction read, "Su Yi, Secretary of Qinghe Village, the youngest recipient of a national medal." The fewer the words, the greater the impact, compared to the lengthy titles of other alumni beside him, chairmen of various corporations and academicians of esteemed institutions. This single line carried an effortless gravitas that commanded the room. "Wow, he's so handsome," a younger girl nearby exclaimed, her face cradled in her hands, starstruck. "He could easily rely on his looks. Yet he chooses to wield his talent to conquer the world. He is the embodiment of a novel's male protagonist." At her words, Su Yi adjusted the brim of his cap, concealing his achievements in the throng, and quietly turned to leave. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly time to meet with the principal. Navigating the familiar corridors, he paused before the heavy redwood doors of the administrative building. Raising his hand, he gently knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," a steady male voice responded from within. Su Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside. The spacious office contained several individuals. At the forefront was the current president of Qinghe and Peking University, Qinghe. Beside him sat several distinguished elderly men, their hair grayed and demeanor commanding, engaged in an intense discussion. Upon Su Yi's entrance, the conversation abruptly ceased. All eyes turned to the young man, clad in a hat and mask, whose appearance seemed somewhat out of place. One elderly professor furrowed his brow, his gaze scrutinizing and disapproving, on the verge of inquiring. Yet, Su Yi had already raised his hand. He removed his mask, revealing a smiling face. In an instant, President Chun leaped from his chair, his previously solemn demeanor replaced by overwhelming delight. Su Yi, Principal Chun briskly emerged from behind his solid wooden desk, devoid of any airs befitting the head of a prestigious institution, and proactively approached Su Yi. Moments ago, he had been conversing with several esteemed professors about Su's tardiness, remarking how he had yet to arrive. Little did he anticipate that speaking of the devil would summon him forth. Su Yi smiled, instinctively removing his cap to reveal a head of neatly cropped hair. His gaze swept across the faces of the spirited elders in the room before he slightly bowed, embodying a posture of humility. "It has been quite some time since my last visit. I was swept away by nostalgia and lost track of time while wandering the camp, causing you, principal, and the esteemed professors to wait." Though his words were modest, they resonated with a genuine wistfulness for his return, effectively bridging the gap between them. "Absolutely. Absolutely," Principal Chun exclaimed, giving Su Yi's arm a hearty pat, his smile broadening. The gates of your alma mater will forever be open to you. Feel free to return whenever you wish. As he spoke, he turned to introduce the venerable scholars in the room, pride brimming in his voice. Allow me to introduce you. These distinguished individuals are the pillars of our various departments, the treasures of our institution, and you should be familiar with them. He then cast a jovial glance at the assembly, gesturing towards Su-yi. Esteemed colleagues, I need not elaborate. This is none other than Su-yi, our most legendary student in nearly a century at Qingbe. Upon hearing this, the previously seated professors slowly rose to their feet. Their initial scrutiny had transformed into a complex expression of curiosity, admiration, and inquiry. I've long heard old Huang boast daily about the remarkable protégé he has cultivated. Meeting you in person is indeed a revelation, far exceeding hearsay, began an elder, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement. Su-yi, my boy, the automotive factory you recently established has certainly made waves. However, to be candid, what truly piques our interest is the school you founded in Qinghe Village. Interjected another distinguished professor, his hair graying yet vibrant, his voice resonant and robust. Indeed, we have all perused the report card from your school's recent assessments. Old Wang has been strutting about as if he's won the lottery. He continued, his enthusiasm palpable. That document is no mere report card. It is a manifesto. A bold challenge to the traditional educational paradigm. Su-yi, the enterprises you have initiated have altered our way of life. But the school you established is reshaping the future of this world. The scholarly giants, usually engrossed in academia, now regarded Su-yi with an unprecedented fervor. Not merely as a successful junior, but as a fellow traveler who had opened the doors to a new world. In the face of such accolades from these esteemed professors, Su-yi's smile remained gentle, devoid of arrogance. He listened earnestly before responding sincerely. Dear professors, you flatter me. The modest achievements of Qinghe School are not solely my doing. They are the result of the dedicated educators who have wholeheartedly invested their efforts. He paused, scanning the faces of the professors with genuine sincerity. At the end of the day, I am merely a facilitator. The true brilliance that brings this endeavor to life lies with esteemed educators like you, the pillars of our nation. This statement elicited smiles and nods of approval from the professors, their admiration for Su-yi growing. Balanced and composed. With a discerning sense of timing, it was no wonder he could achieve great things. Principal Chun, pleased, was about to say something to conclude this harmonious gathering when Su-yi's next words abruptly froze the atmosphere in the office. Actually, I have always believed that Qinghe School is merely the beginning. There remains much to refine, and we need more exceptional talents to join us. Therefore, Su-yi's face suddenly radiated with a brilliant smile. The doors of Qinghe Village will always be open to those truly passionate about education and daring enough to change the world. In that instant, Principal Chin's smile faltered. The audacity of this young man to openly recruit talent right before him, especially from the very foundation of Tsingbei University, was both absurd and bewildering. His heart raced, overwhelmed by a sense of incredulity. Cough, cough. Principal Chun cleared his throat forcefully to disrupt the bizarre atmosphere and interrupt Su-yi's almost devilish recruitment declaration. He stepped forward, half amused and half exasperated, wrapping an arm around Su-yi's shoulder and guiding him toward the door. All right, Su-yi, I understand your eagerness to attract talent. But our anniversary ceremony is about to commence, and we cannot keep the faculty and students waiting. He signaled to the other professors, their eyes still gleaming with interest. With an unmistakable cue, ignore the young man's fanciful words. Realizing the implication, the professors exchanged glances, seeing a hint of intrigue and embarrassment reflected in each other's eyes. They quickly regained their composure and followed Principal Chen out, though their steps seemed noticeably lighter than before. At Tsingbei University's grand auditorium, which could accommodate thousands, the seats were filled to capacity. As Principal Chun led Su-yi and a cadre of school dignitaries through a side entrance towards the front row, the previously somewhat raucous gathering erupted into an overwhelming wave of applause and cheers. Goodness, it really is Secretary Su. He is even more handsome in person than in photographs. What incredible presence. Su Xuezhang, look over here. Countless youthful and fervent gazes pierced through the crowd, honing in on Su-yi. The fervor nearly threatened to lift the auditorium ceiling. Su-yi smiled and waved to the throng, his calm demeanor inciting a fresh wave of ecstatic screams. Observing this electrifying scene, Principal Chan wore a smile of pride, though internally he mused. These youngsters never showed such enthusiasm when I took the stage. He took his seat in the main position, gesturing for Su-yi to sit beside him. Once the applause subsided, Principal Chan cleared his throat and ascended the podium. addressing the thousands of students below, along with countless alumni and viewers tuning in online. He wore a warm yet solemn smile, his voice resonating clearly through the microphone, reaching every corner of the hall. Dear faculty, students, and alumni from around the globe, good morning. Today we gather to celebrate our beloved alma mater. Chapter 420. This is the best of times, yet also the worst of times. Principal Qin's speech continued. Su-yi sat in the audience, captivated as the elder transitioned from the history of Tsingbei to national sentiments, from academic spirit to responsibilities of the era, seamlessly for half an hour without glancing at his notes once. His intonation rose and fell, his logic impeccably tight, and he effortlessly referenced classics without repeating a single cliché. This left Su-yi genuinely impressed. This was true depth, the result of decades of dedication to academia and management. Although he often spoke before the villagers, he recognized that he still had much to learn in this art of flawless oration. The spirit of Qingbe is a torch passed down through generations. As Principal Qin's voice crescendoed, he subtly turned, his gaze crossing the audience to rest upon Su-yi, his serious expression morphing into a knowing smile. Certainly, the baton of the times is destined to be passed into the hands of younger, more audacious individuals. Today, we are honored to welcome a distinguished alumnus back to our midst, though he is but a few years older than most of you present. His remarkable achievements have captured the attention of the entire world. Through his exemplary actions, he has demonstrated what it means to be a pioneer and the backbone of our nation. As Principal Qin's words echoed through the hall, every gaze converged upon the tall figure seated in the front row. Now, let us extend our warmest applause to invite our youngest outstanding alumnus, Su-yi, to the stage to share a few words with us. A thunderous ovation erupted the moment Principal Qin concluded his speech. The fervor of this applause surpassed that which accompanied Su-yi's entrance, soaring to exhilarating heights. Countless students rose from their seats, fervently clapping their hands, their youthful faces alight with admiration and excitement. Amidst the roaring applause, Su-yi stood. He first offered a slight bow to Principal Qin in gratitude before calmly making his way to the podium. Below him, thousands of eyes burned with fervor. Upon reaching the podium, Su-yi did not immediately speak. He stood there, allowing his gaze to sweep over the vibrant faces in the audience. His expression was gentle, imbued with warmth, not only observing his juniors, but also reflecting upon his former self. Gradually, the resounding applause softened until it ultimately ceased. The entire auditorium became silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the words of this legendary senior. Instead of launching into a lengthy discourse, he smiled. His warm and genuine expression projected clearly on the massive screens flanking him. Thank you, Principal Qin, and thank you to all the esteemed teachers and fellow students. His voice resonated through the sound system, clear and soothing, infused with a unique power to comfort the heart. Just moments ago, Principal Qin's remarks have been profound and all-encompassing. Su-yi glanced at Principal Qin beside him, his smile deepening with a hint of playful banter. Essentially, he has already articulated everything I wish to say, and perhaps more. A chuckle erupted from the audience, as if someone could no longer contain their amusement. Soon, suppressed laughter ignited like a wildfire, transforming the previously solemn atmosphere into one of lightheartedness. Even the stern-faced professors in the front row cracked smiles. Principal Qin, caught between laughter and disbelief, pointed at Su-yi and shook his head, his expression conveying a playful, "You rascal." As the laughter subsided, Su-yi leisurely added, "So, I won't take up much of your precious time. I will keep my remarks brief, and simply share some personal reflections on the future." With this statement, he successfully recaptured everyone's attention. The smiles faded from the faces of thousands of students, replaced by expressions of focused contemplation. The future, this term, when uttered by anyone, may seem insipid, yet, when it emanates from Su-yi, it carries a weight capable of altering the course of the world, for he stands as one who is actively defining the future. Su-yi surveyed the youthful faces before him, his voice adopting a steadiness. "You all are the brightest minds in our nation, the pride of our generation. Your futures are brimming with infinite possibilities. But have you considered what kind of world you are about to face?" His question momentarily took the students aback, leading them into introspection. Without pausing, Su-yi continued, "I dare say it will be an unprecedented world, one that is rapidly compressing. In the past, we spoke of a global village, primarily as an economic and cultural concept. But now, with the advent of our Qinghe community, it is transforming into a tangible reality." He paused, a playful tone lacing his voice. "The barriers of space and distance are collapsing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Global communication is no longer hindered by language. The collision of ideas will reach levels of efficiency and directness previously unmatched. His unhurried tone stirred ripples of thought in the hearts of all the students present. What does this signify? Su Yi's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the audience, as if challenging each individual with his inquiry. This signifies that all the protective shells that once shielded you have been shattered by our Qinghe community. The shells of geography, information, and even culture. The future, he declared, is fraught with challenges and uncertainties. His words landed like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of each listener. The youthful faces in the audience grew increasingly grave. Observing the shift, Su Yi's tone softened once more. However, with challenges come opportunities. When all barriers are dismantled, it also means that your talents will no longer be confined by geography or platforms. Your stage will encompass the entire world. The heights you can reach will depend solely on your own talents and efforts, not on your origins or backgrounds. He leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the edge of the podium, his gaze penetrating as he looked upon the thousands of faces, some bewildered, some exhilarated, and some deep in thought. In other words, this is both the best of times and the worst of times. Chapter 4:21, Dream Investment. As Su Yi's words echoed in the auditorium, an eerie silence ensued. The best of times and the worst of times. This phrase pierced the hearts of the thousands of proud youths before him like an invisible needle. At this juncture, where information explodes and social strata solidify, yet also present new variables, each individual could savor a unique flavor. Yet Su Yi chose not to delve deeper into this topic. He felt no need to elaborate. The audience comprised the most intelligent minds in the country, and sometimes a mere hint suffices, leaving space for reflection. Moreover, he understood the current generation of youth all too well. Too much inspirational rhetoric can become tiresome. Overly grand promises may lead to disillusionment. Well, I want to dwell too much on grand principles. Su Yi's tone shifted abruptly, shedding the weight of epic-defining seriousness. His body relaxing as his gaze traversed the room. The future is replete with both opportunities and challenges, but ultimately, it lies in your hands. He smiled, extending a finger and waving it playfully in the air. Merely instilling emotions in you is akin to trickery. Offering grand visions without the means to realize them is nothing short of deceit. This blunt metaphor struck a chord with everyone, and the auditorium erupted in hearty laughter. Countless students nodded vigorously, feeling that this legendary senior had a refreshingly direct approach. You possess talent, ideas, and ambition. As the laughter subsided, Su Yi's tone shifted sharply, becoming incisive. However, I also recognize that in this era, the greatest mountain standing between you and the realization of your ideas typically has but one name. He paused, clearly enunciating the word, money. This single word resonated profoundly within each listener. The laughter in the auditorium came to an abrupt halt. Therefore, Su Yi's smile returned, now tinged with a hint of playfulness. In celebration of our alma mater's anniversary, I hope to equip you, my dear juniors, with more tools to navigate the worst of times and unearth the best of times. As a senior, I have resolved to establish a dream investment fund under my personal auspices, aiming to facilitate the realization of dreams. There are no barriers to entry. As long as your project is grounded in thought and practicality, you may apply for investment. Upon hearing this, a palpable stir rippled through the audience. While alumni donations to established funds are not uncommon, with successful alumni contributing millions during annual celebrations, students at Qinghe and Peking University have long since grown accustomed to such gestures. It was not until Su Yi's subsequent declaration resonated throughout the grand auditorium that the previously rising commotion vanished into silence. The initial infusion of capital, 1 billion. As these words emerged clearly from the speakers, the burgeoning excitement dissipated instantaneously. The entire auditorium, filled with thousands and countless viewers in the live broadcast, collectively fell silent in that moment. Su Yi beheld the astonished faces below and smiled. I'm not one to merely paint grand visions. This dream investment fund is not an empty promise. His calm voice shattered the profound silence, akin to a spark igniting a pool of oil, catalyzing an explosive reaction throughout the venue. The specific guidelines and application process will soon be entrusted to a professional team to collaborate with the university for formulation, and will subsequently be officially announced on the school's website. As Su Yi's words concluded, an indescribable wave of sound, mingled with screams, cheers, and shouts, erupted from every corner of the auditorium. 1 billion? Did I hear that correctly? 1 billion. My goodness, Senior Su is magnificent. Now, that is true vision. This is the legendary secretary of Qinghe and Peking University. Countless students leaped from their seats, waving their arms, their expressions contorted with overwhelming excitement. They applauded fervently, shouting in an effort to release the tidal wave of shock and elation surging within them. This transcended mere financial considerations. It was a matter of attitude. While many were still mulling over the challenges of the era, pondering the balance between competition and complacency, this legendary senior took the most direct, unyielding, and effective approach to convey to everyone, "Stop complaining. Here is your shovel. Now dig." The sensation of being effortlessly surpassed by peers, only to be casually uplifted by the same, left these proud and ambitious prodigies both enamored and frustrated, ultimately culminating in a profound reverence. In the front row, several seasoned professors, accustomed to the storms of academia, found themselves unable to remain seated. They exchanged bewildered glances, recognizing the same astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Professor Huang gaped, unable to close his mouth for an extended moment, ultimately shaking his head in disbelief, muttering repeatedly, this kid. President Chun gazed at the young man on stage, who remained calm and smiling amidst the tumultuous applause, while observing the sea of ecstatic faces below. He wished to say something to restore order, yet the words eluded him. Su-yi, watching the nearly uncontrollable scene below, merely smiled and gestured for calm. Remarkably, the near-manic uproar swiftly subsided. Although whispers of excitement persisted, all eyes refocused on him with a fervor akin to reverence. "All right, I have concluded my remarks." Su-yi maintained his smile, slightly bowing towards President Chun behind him. He returned the remaining time to President Chun. With that, he descended the stage amidst an even more thunderous applause than before, returning to his seat with poise. The subsequent celebration proceeded in a fervently energized atmosphere. Every student who took the stage performed with utmost vigor. After each act, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Su-yi observed with a constant smile, quietly enjoying the spectacle he had ignited. Finally, as the rousing school anthem echoed through the hall, this celebration, deemed the most exhilarating in a century at Qinghe and Peking University, drew to a close. As the crowd began to ebb like a receding tide, everyone intentionally slowed their steps, casting glances towards the front row, hoping for one last glimpse of that legendary senior. Su-yi, let us return to the office. President Chun stood, his voice still tinged with uncontained excitement. Very well, Su-yi nodded, following President Chun and several elderly professors out through the side door, away from the clamor of the grand auditorium. In the office, the heavy redwood door was closed, completely isolating them from the external tumult and fervor. Inside, the silence was profound, punctuated only by the ticking of the antique clock. President Chun regarded Su-yi, his expression a complex tapestry of pride, astonishment, and deep contemplation. Ultimately, this venerable figure, who presided over a prestigious institution, bowed deeply to Su-yi in the midst of everyone's astonishment. Su-yi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of those children, on behalf of the future of Qinghe and Peking University. Chapter 422. Shall I raise the stakes for you? President Chin's sudden and resolute bow rendered the atmosphere in the office electric. The previously jovial professors fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock. However, before they could react, a figure hastened forward. Without superfluous motion, a steady hand grasped President Chin's shoulder. President Chun, that is not permissible. Su-yi's voice bore an air of gravity. Yet the strength with which he held the president's shoulder was undeniable, effectively halting his descent. I cannot bear the weight of such a bow in my youthful age. President Chun lifted his gaze, meeting Su-yi's earnest countenance. His lips moved as if to persist. Yet Su-yi interjected, exerting gentle pressure to help him stand upright again. If you bow like that, I shall never dare return to my alma mater. Su-yi's tone carried a hint of jest, yet resonated with an undeniable firmness that all present could perceive. He paused, scanning the faces of the venerable professors, his voice taking on an earnest quality. Everything I have done today is merely to lay a stepping stone for my younger peers. It is my duty as a senior. He guided President Chun to a seat on the sofa, and once the other professors settled as well, Su-yi took a modest position in a nearby chair. Moreover, let's not elevate my motives to an overly noble stature. With that, Su-yi leaned back slightly, a relaxed smile gracing his face, diffusing the overly tense atmosphere in the office. I am not only a senior, I'm also a village official, a businessman. This 10 billion fund is not merely a donation. It is in fact an investment. Investment? An elderly professor, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, instinctively echoed. Indeed, an investment, Su Yi affirmed, nodding with composure, leaning slightly forward, exuding an aura of commanding confidence. I am investing in the minds of our Qinghe and Peking University students, in their futures. Those present here understand better than I the caliber of individuals who gain admission here. They have never lacked talent or ideas. Often, they merely require an opportunity to launch their aspirations, a fulcrum to leverage their potential. I established this fund to provide them with that opportunity. Naturally, the fund's operations will be governed by stringent oversight to ensure that every penny is utilized judiciously. He spread his hands, his expression imbued with the shrewdness and confidence characteristic of a seasoned businessman. I firmly believe that, given the average caliber of students from Qinghe and Peking University, as long as the project is credible, it would be exceedingly difficult for this investment to incur losses. In time, the dividends generated from this investment could be reinvested into the fund pool, thereby creating a perfect, self-sustaining cycle. This initiative not only assists younger students in realizing their aspirations, but also allows the fund itself to burgeon like a snowball, making it a win-win scenario. This statement is articulated with clarity and coherence, seamlessly transitioning a charitable endeavor back to the realm of a cold yet efficient business strategy. Inside the office, several elderly professors exchanged glances, their throats dry. The astonishment in their eyes was no longer merely in response to the staggering sum of 1 billion, but rather to the profound vision underlying those words. They had initially presumed that Su Yi was merely a young prodigy, extravagantly spending for the sake of fame and sentiment. Who could have anticipated that behind this passionate facade lay such a clear-headed, even ruthlessly pragmatic business logic? He was not merely dispersing wealth. He was utilizing capital to construct an inexhaustible talent incubator for himself and for his alma mater. Upon grasping this realization, Principal Chen's gaze towards Su Yi underwent a complete transformation. It was a complex look imbued with admiration, relief, and even respect. Excellent. What a visionary investment. Principal Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Su Yi, you have imparted a lesson to us old-timers. Not just a lesson. This young man is operating on a different stratosphere. Professor Huang chimed in, his tone brimming with undisguised pride. Following this exchange, the atmosphere in the office became entirely relaxed and vibrant. The elderly professors no longer viewed Su Yi as a junior in need of guidance, but as an equal, a pioneer at the forefront of the times. They began an enthusiastic discussion with Su Yi regarding the operational model of the Dream Fund. Time slipped away amid their fervent discourse. Noticing the hour was late, Su Yi rose to his feet. Principal Chen, esteemed professors, I will have a professional team connect with the school regarding the specific regulations of the foundation promptly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Very well, Principal Chen replied, also standing, his face still flushed with excitement. I'll have my secretary see you out. There's no need for that. My car is waiting downstairs, Su Yi said with a smile. Shaking hands in farewell with each professor present, the elderly professors held onto his hands a moment longer than necessary, urging him to return whenever possible to discuss academics and the future. Su Yi acquiesced to their requests before departing the office, accompanied by Principal Chen and Professor Huang. Downstairs, a sleek black car had been waiting for some time. After bidding farewell to the two gentlemen, Su Yi opened the door and settled into the vehicle. As it smoothly began to pull away from the century-old institution, he gazed out the window at the rapidly receding campus scenery, observing the youthful faces brimming with dreams, and felt a profound tranquility within. He understood that the seeds planted here today would inevitably grow into towering trees in the near future. The car merged into the ceaseless flow of traffic in Jingzhou. At that moment, his personal phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Su Yi retrieved the device, and the name flashing on the screen caused his eyebrows to raise slightly. Lu, his senior. He swiped to answer and held the phone to his ear. Senior? Junior? Is this a convenient time for you to talk? Lu's voice on the other end was notably subdued. Yes, I'm in the car, Su Yi replied, adjusting to a more comfortable position against the seat. That's great. Lu's voice suddenly rose in pitch, his heavy breathing betraying his excitement. About the Qinghe School proposal you mentioned previously, it has been approved. After confirming the achievements of your Qinghe School, the decision was made immediately. Furthermore, they want me to communicate directly with you. Lu took a deep breath before speaking slowly. The higher-ups are considering adding more support. I'm not sure if you're willing to accept this. Chapter 423. This treasure. You placed it right. Add support. Su Yi leaned back in his seat, softly reiterating the phrase. His tone revealed little emotion, only a hint of curiosity. Lu, sensing the inquisitive note in his voice, responded with a low chuckle, exuding a sense of control. Yes. Additional support. Your Qinghe School's preliminary results caused a far greater stir than you might imagine. A single report has definitively settled numerous debates that have persisted for over a decade. Lu's tone carried a sense of historical significance. For years, there have been various voices regarding educational reform, balancing quality education and exam-oriented education. No one could persuade the other. Each held their own theories and data. Yet, the results from your village-run school's ordinary assessment rendered everyone speechless. Su Yi listened to his senior's description, a silent smile forming at the corners of his lips. He could envision the scene. A group of elites, entrenched at the pinnacle of the educational hierarchy, rendered mute and exchanging incredulous glances upon seeing that miraculous report. It must have been quite a spectacle. The results from your Qinghe School prove one thing. Lu's voice suddenly took on a gravitas. The ultimate form of education is not a matter of either or. Rather, it is about embracing all aspects. Consequently, the higher-ups convened an overnight meeting to deliberate, and their first decision was unequivocal. Qinghe School will be granted the qualifications to operate as a university. From elementary through university, a unified educational approach has essentially been confirmed, with the next step being procedural preparations for public announcement. This news did not stir much surprise within Su Yi. It was all within his expectations. This was merely the appetizer. Lu cleared his throat, his excitement now unabashed, and his speech quickened. The real augmentation is that they wish to see if your Qinghe School can take on even greater responsibilities. Greater responsibilities? Su Yi's eyebrows arched slightly. Genuine interest finally peaked. Precisely. Lu's tone became gravely serious, each syllable laden with significance. They want to explore the possibility of your Qinghe School admitting a small number of external students. External students? Su Yi's gaze sharpened. Yes, Lu affirmed decisively. But not just any students. We're talking about the top echelon of graduates from the annual college entrance examination. The authorities hope that you can provide a new, innovative growth pathway for these exceptional students, distinct from traditional universities. This revelation instantly illuminated Su Yi's understanding of the higher-ups' intentions. This was no simple endorsement. This was elevating his village school to a competitive standing alongside venerable institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University, perhaps even surpassing them. Moreover, Lu's voice paused, as if preparing to unveil an even more significant piece of news. And that's not all. Since at the university, based on Qinghe School's results, it cannot solely offer undergraduate education. Lu Shixiang inhaled deeply, speaking in a tone that bordered on proclamation. The final decision from above is unequivocal, a comprehensive leap forward. Qinghe School will not only be permitted to enroll undergraduate students, but will also simultaneously acquire the authority to confer master's and doctoral degrees. Graduate programs, doctoral programs, everything will be provided for you. The implication is crystal clear. It is time to ascertain whether this place, hailed as a miracle generator, can indeed forge a groundbreaking, superlative university capable of ushering in a new era in the realm of education for the nation. Upon hearing this, even Ci felt his heart racing fervently. Graduate programs, doctoral programs. Although he had anticipated that support and policies would be forthcoming, he had never envisioned such audacity from those in authority. This was no mere enhancement. It was akin to being dealt a royal flush, complete with 4 twos, unceremoniously thrust into his hands, with the message, "Play as you will. We shall accept whatever outcome you produce." The weight of trust and expectation represented by this decision bore heavily upon his heart. The carriage fell into a hush, broken only by the steady hum of the engine and the distant sounds of traffic outside. Ci did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rapidly processed this astonishing news. Lu Shixiang on the other end of the line refrained from pressing him, understanding that such a momentous decision required time for any individual to absorb. After a considerable pause, Ci slowly opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. The tumult within him settling to a calm. "Shixiang, I'm here. This mandate indeed bears significant weight." His voice resumed its customary lightness, laced with a hint of jest. Lu Shixiang, upon hearing this, exhaled with relief, his hearty laughter resonating through the receiver. "I knew you could handle it. So, will you accept?" "I have no objections on my end." Ci smiled. Given the immense trust bestowed upon him, to decline would be an act of ungratefulness. However, he shifted his tone to one of seriousness. "The school's affairs have always been the purview of Principal Wang. I am merely a facilitator, and I must respect his opinion. This matter requires a discussion with Principal Wang before I can provide you with a definitive response." This statement rendered Lu Shixiang silent for a moment, after which he expressed a heartfelt, genuine admiration. You, my junior, are precisely the reason they feel secure in their decision. Lu Shixiang's tone brimmed with appreciation. Any other individual would have eagerly accepted such an opportunity to ascend to greatness. Yet you maintain your composure and respect for professional integrity. It seems we have placed our bets wisely on you. Indeed, this is only fitting, Lu Shixiang continued with a decisive tone. Education is no trivial matter. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Consult thoroughly with Wang Lao, and we shall await your news. Certainly, I will inform you the moment there is a result. Chapter 424, A Comprehensive Leap Forward. Siyi ended the call. Outside the car window, Jingzhou was still bustling with traffic, its neon lights vibrant, creating a scene almost surreal in its splendor. Leaning against the soft leather seat, he closed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a gentle rhythm on his knee. Slow and measured. A comprehensive leap forward. The audacity from above surpassed even his expectations. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, transforming the tumult of emotions within into a silent chuckle. When he reopened his eyes, they were filled with clarity. Without a moment of hesitation, he accessed his contacts and found the familiar name, dialing it. The phone rang just twice before it was answered. "Hello, Secretary Su," came the robust voice of academician Wang Jinghe, accompanied by the faint rustling of papers in the background. "Wang Lao, I hope I haven't disrupted you." Siyi greeted with a smile. "Not at all. If you're calling, it must be something of great significance," Wang replied with a hearty chuckle. "What is it? Another brilliant idea brewing to keep us old folks on our toes?" "Not exactly an idea," Siyi replied, his tone light. "Rather, a new mandate from above." He succinctly recounted the contents of Lu Shixiang's earlier call, from the university's operational qualifications to the recruitment of top-tier students nationwide, culminating in the unprecedented authorization for integrated undergraduate, master's, and doctoral training. As Siyi spoke, Wang Jinghe's characteristic laughter gradually faded, replaced by an extended silence that resonated with palpable tension. Only the faint sound of electrical currents crackled silently between them. Siyi did not rush him. He patiently waited. After what felt like an eternity, a long exhale, as if Wang were releasing all the astonishment pent up in his chest, finally broke the stillness. "Secretary Su," Wang began slowly, his voice tinged with an emotional gravity. "I had indeed contemplated this before. Observing the progress of our students, I found myself pondering that the model of Qinghe School should not remain confined to basic education. Our philosophy and methodologies can, and indeed should, extend to higher-level talent cultivation. We ought to nurture more true scientists, engineers, and thinkers capable of defining the next era." However, Wang's words carried a note of self-deprecating humor. "I was still mulling over how to broach this with you, considering the magnitude of the matter. I feared that taking too grand a step could jeopardize our current promising situation. Little did I know, while I was sketching blueprints for the engine, you would bring back an entire interstellar warship." This metaphor elicited a chuckle from Siyi. "Wang Lao, your words flatter me. I am merely the messenger. Whether this vessel sets sail or how it navigates is entirely in your capable hands. If you believe it is prudent, we shall proceed. If you think the timing is not yet right, we can afford to wait." "Wait? I am eager." Wang's voice suddenly escalated, the fervor and decisiveness of a leading scientist erupting like a dam breaking. "We must accept. Do you know what my greatest regret is in life? It is witnessing countless gifted individuals dulled by a rigid system, their brilliance extinguished, ultimately blending into the crowd. Now, the opportunity lies before us. A chance to construct a true university from the ground up, entirely according to our vision. This is not a mere windfall. It is an unprecedented sword of authority granted to us by the state, a sword capable of severing all outdated conventions. If we do not seize this, Wang Jinghe shall not find peace in death." On the other end of the line, Wang Jinghe's emotions surged like a torrent, overwhelming in their intensity. Siyi listened quietly, absorbing the fervor that radiated from the elder's words, a fire capable of igniting all in its path. He smiled. "Anzai, Wan Lao, then we shall proceed with this endeavor." "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Wang responded, his excitement gradually settling into an unprecedented fervor and determination. "Secretary Su, wait for me. I will immediately convene the core team of the school for a meeting. We will draft a preliminary plan overnight. Matters of enrollment, curriculum design, and the mentor team must begin at once. Take your time, old Wang. Please take care of your health. I'm in excellent shape. I feel as though I could continue for another 50 years. After hanging up the phone, a smile lingered on Su Yi's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he redialed Lu, his senior. Senior, there are no issues on old Wang's side. He claims he could still work for another 50 years. On the other end of the line, Lu's reaction was devoid of surprise. He simply let out a steady chuckle. As I anticipated, old Wang is indeed a pillar of the nation. He understands the significance of this matter better than anyone else. With him at the helm, coupled with your unconventional approach, expectations for the future of Qinghe School from above are soaring. Then I shall leave the subsequent processes in your capable hands, Senior. Rest assured, Lu interjected briskly. Since you've made the decision, I will promptly initiate all procedures and finalize this matter with utmost speed. Await good news. Very well. 2 days later, the development pace in Qinghe Village remained unchanged despite the monumental event poised to shake the educational realm. On the grounds of the old village, the construction sites for the super automotive factory and the comprehensive roadway network thrived in a fervent atmosphere. The cacophony of countless machines echoed, continuously composing the prelude to this land's rebirth. In the village committee office, He completed his routine paperwork, leaned back in his chair, and lifted his teacup, leisurely gazing out at the vibrant scene outside. Everything progressed in an orderly and swift manner. At that moment, his phone screen lit up with a notification from a particularly followed news source. The headline was succinct and unpretentious, yet it bore an earth-shattering weight. Announcement regarding the upgrade of Qinghe Technology School to a university, including the establishment of master's and doctoral degree programs. Chapter 425. If you can't beat them, join them. As this official announcement was cast into the vast ocean of the internet without any prior warning, the entire network erupted after a brief silence. Just days prior, countless individuals were astonished by Su Yi's audacious act of donating $1 billion to establish a dream fund during the anniversary celebration of Tsingbei. Who could have anticipated that merely days later, an even more disruptive and unimaginable piece of news would come crashing down upon everyone without warning? Qinghe School, ostensibly a village-run institution, had leapfrogged to become a comprehensive school with a complete educational system spanning from elementary to graduate levels. Am I seeing things? Someone pinch me. Qinghe School has become a university with graduate and doctoral programs? You're not hallucinating. I see it too. That's the official announcement. Is this even reasonable? This is quintessential Qinghe. Enough talk. My child is in senior year. I need to know if Qinghe University will be enrolling this year and how to apply. The uproar and fervor across the internet swept through every corner of the real world like a super typhoon of unprecedented magnitude. From major forums to short video platforms, from parent groups to student circles, all discussions ultimately converged on one topic: Qinghe School. At the eye of the storm in the village committee office, He was leisurely pouring hot water into his teacup from a purple clay teapot. He elegantly skimmed off the floating tea foam with the lid, his movements graceful and demeanor composed. Just then, his personal phone screen lit up, vibrating with urgency. The name flashing on the screen caused the corners of Su Yi's mouth to lift involuntarily. Professor Huang. He swiped to answer, and a robust, yet somewhat amused voice resonated from the other end. Su-yi, you rascal, do you really think we become outsiders to you? As soon as the call connected, Professor Huang launched into a teasing reprimand. Su-yi chuckled at his teacher's tone. Professor, I must confess, I am bewildered by your words. How could I not consider you on my own? Don't play coy with me. Professor Huang huffed, but the mirth in his voice betrayed him. I ask you, how could you not give us a hint about such a monumental change as Qinghe School's upgrade to a comprehensive university with master's and doctoral authorizations? You kept it all to yourself? Professor, you've misunderstood. I too received the notice only a couple of days ago. I was just preparing to wrap up my tasks before informing you. He explained with a smile. You were just waiting to see us make fools of ourselves, weren't you? Professor Huang laughed, then let out a long, contemplative sigh filled with complex emotions. But it's understandable. Just the other day, Principal Chun asked me to discuss that special recruitment channel with you. I was puzzled as to why you hadn't even considered such an excellent opportunity. Turns out, while we were still contemplating how to provide you with a little boost, you went ahead and commandeered the entire kitchen. Hearing this, Su-yi couldn't help but laugh. Professor, I assure you, I don't possess such great capabilities. This is merely an opportunity bestowed upon me by those above. Be modest if you must. Professor Huang scoffed with a hint of mischief in his tone. But now, Principal Chun is probably in a bind. Just yesterday, he called me, saying that your dream fund had ignited the research enthusiasm of all students, ensuring that Qingbei would have no shortage of projects for the next decade. Yet today, with this announcement, I doubt he is still smiling. Professor Huang chuckled. Initially, he thought to win you over, hoping to recruit some of your school's talented students to refresh our ranks. Now, he has directly gained a formidable rival, and a trump card at that. Listening to his teacher, Su Yi could vividly imagine Principal Chen's face transitioning from ecstasy to astonishment, then to frustration. He chuckled and, with a light touch, added, "Professor, this matter is quite solvable." "Oh," Professor Huang perked up, "do tell. I'll relay it to Principal Chen later. If you, along with Principal Chen and a few esteemed professors from our school, were to come teach at Qinghe University, we wouldn't be rivals, but rather one big family. The problem would be effortlessly resolved." As Su Yi's words fell, there was a brief silence on the other end. Then, Professor Huang erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, you rascal. You truly intend to drive Principal Chen to the brink of apoplexy, don't you?" Professor Huang laughed for a considerable while before catching his breath. "I see your game now. You're suggesting, if you can't beat them, join them?" "Indeed, Professor, you grasp it perfectly," Su Yi responded with a smile. "All right, enough banter. Let's get serious." Professor Huang's laughter gradually subsided, replaced by genuine anticipation in his tone. "On a serious note, Su Yi, you are once again ahead of everyone else. We old-timers are watching, eagerly awaiting the fresh changes you will bring to our nation's education sector. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Professor." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Professor Huang mentioned that he had a meeting to attend, and amid numerous reminders, he hastily ended the call. Su Yi set down his phone, lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip. The tea's fragrance was crisp and invigorating. At that moment, a knock echoed on the office door. "Come in." As soon as Su Yi's voice faded, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure, Wang Jinghe. After a few days apart, this national treasure of an academician entered with an unmistakable glow, brimming with vitality and spirit, his steps light and devoid of any sign of aging. He strode in with an invigorating gait, firmly clutching a neatly bound document. "Secretary Su," Wang Jinghe announced as he stepped into the office, placing the file decisively upon Su Yi's desk. "Qinghe School is truly on fire these days. The news just broke, and my phone is nearly overwhelmed with inquiries." He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Su Yi, his face beaming with delight. "I came over to share this with you," he said, gesturing towards the document, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "The preliminary regulations and this year's draft of the enrollment brochure are already finalized. I wanted to consult with you, to hear the Secretary's thoughts and see if any modifications are necessary." Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled gently. His warm expression, as always, inexplicably tightened the strings of Wang Jinghe's heart. "Let me take a look," Su Yi replied, casually picking up the document that still emanated the fresh scent of ink. His fingers deftly turned the pages, the motion fluid and seamless, producing only a faint rustling sound. His gaze swept over the contents with astonishing speed, and within mere minutes, he had reached the final page. Subsequently, he gently closed the file, placing it back on the desk, and raised his gaze, which shone with sincere approval. "Wang Lao, your efficiency is truly commendable. This proposal is visionary. There are no apparent flaws in its overarching framework. Particularly, the curriculum design and the concept of the mentoring team are aimed at achieving the highest global standards." Wang Jinghe's face lit up with a gratifying smile at Su Yi's endorsement. However, at this moment, Su Yi's tone shifted abruptly, a hint of deliberation gracing his features. "I do have a rather immature idea that I would like to discuss with you." "Please, Secretary Su, go ahead." Wang Jinghe straightened in his seat, instantly shifting into a work-focused demeanor. "What I wish to address is the scale of enrollment." Su Yi extended a finger, gently tapping the cover of the document. He turned to the page concerning admissions, pointing to a conspicuous figure. "For the master's and doctoral programs, I trust your and the other professors' professional judgment. However, for the undergraduate program, the plan is to recruit 1,000 new students nationwide in the first year." Su Yi softly articulated this number, then looked up at Wang Jinghe with a smile. "Wang Lao, do you not find this figure a bit excessive?" Wang Jinghe's expression froze momentarily. "Excessive? 1,000 too many?" For a newly established university, specially approved by the state and drawing global attention, this number had been meticulously weighed by him and other professors and was indeed somewhat conservative. "What is the core competitive advantage of Qinghe School?" Su Yi continued without waiting for a response, his voice calm, yet resolute. "It is not the number of our teaching buildings, nor the grandeur of our campus. Rather, it lies in our unparalleled teaching model driven by cutting-edge technology, and the extraordinary team of mentors you lead. It is the almost luxurious, customized training we can provide for each student. This is our genuine, irreplicable moat." Su Yi's gaze locked onto Wang Jinghe's eyes, his tone becoming exceedingly earnest. "Once the number of students exceeds our capacity for meticulous cultivation, sacrificing quality in pursuit of scale. His voice, though soft, struck Wang Jingguo's heart like a hammer. Then our advantage will dissipate. The pensive expression on Wang Jingguo's face deepened as he instinctively rubbed the coarse edges of the document, his brow knitting into a frown. He understood this principle well. Yet, given the substantial support from the state, if only a small number of students were admitted in the first year, it would appear to the outside world rather small-minded, even wasteful of resources. But Su Yi now, without hesitation, had laid bare this facade, directly addressing the crux of the problem. Wang Jingguo remained silent for a long time, the office echoing with nothing but their steady breaths. He gazed into Su Yi's clear eyes and suddenly let out a long sigh, a mixture of relief and self-mockery evident in his exhale. I have been too narrow-minded. Wang Jingguo shook his head, a wry smile appearing on his face. The honor and support from the state weigh heavily on my mind. I keep thinking we must create a grand spectacle to justify this trust. My thoughts were consumed with how to expand the scale and make a resounding debut, while I completely overlooked our fundamental mission. He raised his gaze to Su Yi, his eyes filled with admiration and acknowledgement. You are absolutely right. We must prioritize quality over quantity. Qinghe School is not just an ordinary university. We aim to be a cradle for nurturing prodigies and geniuses. This place cannot be assessed through conventional logic. Wang Jingguo finally set aside his burdens, earnestly seeking guidance. In that case, based on your perspective, what would be an appropriate figure for enrollment? Seeing that he had come to an understanding, Su Yi's smile grew more relaxed. My thought is to elevate the threshold. We will not specify a concrete number for enrollment. Each province will allow only the top 10 students from the college entrance examination to apply for the Qinghe School entrance test. Wang Jingguo's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath momentarily halting. Only the top 10 from each province will qualify for a test. Understand that those top 10 are the creme de la creme, coveted by the nation's premier institutions. He struggled to find the right words to describe this audacity. Isn't this too strict? Su Yi interjected, shaking his head with a smile. No, Wang Lao, this is still not strict enough. Scores are merely the key to the door, a basic screening mechanism. As for who can actually enter, that will depend on our own testing. What to test, how to test, and how to avoid the pitfall of high scores with low capabilities. This is what I hope you and your team will focus on next. Su Yi's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. We must assess not only their intelligence, but also their thought processes, their thirst for knowledge, their character, and whether they possess the audacity to challenge authority and disrupt the status quo. We are not searching for obedient cogs in a machine. Rather, we seek engineers capable of crafting a new world, pioneers who will define the next era. Wang Jingguo felt a surge of fervor coursing through him as he listened to Su Yi's words. He envisioned a future illuminated by countless stars of genius. However, a lingering worry surfaced. But what if, under such stringent conditions, we find no worthy candidates from a single province? Then we simply will not enroll anyone. Su Yi replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. If there are no suitable candidates, we will not admit anyone at all. The enrollment quota at Qinghe School has no lower limit. It is open only to true talent. This declaration shattered the last remnants of Wang Jingguo's hesitations. All right, I understand. He thumped his thigh, springing to his feet, brimming with energy. I will return immediately and revise the proposal overnight. The enrollment brochure will be completely rewritten. Secretary Su, await my good news. Wang Jingguo left in a whirlwind, restoring tranquility to the office. Su Yi lifted his teacup. The warm tea had yet to touch his lips when a slender figure approached quietly. It was No.1. She held a tablet in her hands, the screen filled with dense streams of data and intricate charts. Secretary, I would like to update you on the latest progress regarding the Dream Investment Fund you established at Tsingbei University. Her voice was crisp and direct, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries. Su Yi set down his teacup and nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. The 1 billion yuan you instructed to allocate has been fully injected into the Foundation's dedicated account an hour ago. Simultaneously, as per your request, we have engaged the esteemed Qihong Capital from Jingzhou as a third-party assessment agency, responsible for screening all application projects, conducting due diligence, and managing post-investment affairs. Yi Wanwan's fingers danced lightly across the screen as she summoned a team introduction, where each name represented a legend within the financial sphere. This is the team that Qihong Capital has specifically assembled for our project, led by their ace partner, who has an impeccable track record in early-stage technology investments. Su Yi's gaze swept over the screen, and upon seeing those renowned names in the financial world, a satisfied expression graced his face. Qihong Capital, he murmured softly. Indeed. He turned to Yi Wanwan, his tone imbued with evident approval, You have done exceptionally well in this matter. Professional tasks should be entrusted to the most competent individuals. During the school anniversary, he had promised before thousands that the fund's operations would adhere to a stringent review mechanism, ensuring that every penny was judiciously spent. He had never been one to make grandiose promises without action. What was spoken must be fulfilled and executed in the most impeccable manner. With Su Yi's endorsement, a smile illuminated Yi Wanwan's face. Qihong Capital pledged to complete the preliminary screening framework within 3 days and officially launched the application channel on their website and within the Qinghe community, ensuring the entire process is open, transparent, and subject to societal oversight. Excellent, Su Yi nodded. Let them proceed unimpeded. Qinghe Village will fully cooperate. But efficiency and fairness must be guaranteed. Understood, Yi Wanwan replied, cradling her tablet as she quietly retreated to her workstation. Su Yi took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting toward the window. The Dream Fund of Jingzhou was merely a casual move in his strategic game, while Qinghe Village, a land rising and evolving, was his true chessboard. In the following days, the entire internet was engulfed in a frenzy surrounding the newly established Qinghe School. From top-tier academic forums to the most grassroots short video platforms, from circles of social elites to countless family groups scattered across the nation, every topic, every focal point ultimately converged on one place, Qinghe School. This institution, boasting a comprehensive educational framework from elementary to doctoral levels, had burst forth into existence. The fervent discussions surrounding Qinghe School even eclipsed the equally fervent construction of the automotive factory in Qinghe Village. Countless eyes were riveted on Qinghe Village, this miraculous place, eagerly anticipating its next move. On the afternoon of the public announcement period's conclusion, Su Yi's personal phone rang once more in the village committee office. The caller ID read, Lu Shixiao. Su Yi swiped to answer and brought the phone to his ear. Shixiao. Shitty, the public announcement period is about to conclude. The matters regarding the school have finally settled. On the other end, Lu Shixiao's voice was steady yet laced with an unmistakable mirth. Let me extend my congratulations to you. It's largely thanks to your assistance, Shixiao, Su Yi replied with a smile. I dare not take credit. Lu Shixiao chuckled before shifting his tone to one of playful teasing. However, the stir caused by your Qinghe School's decisive stance is truly considerable. My office phone has been ringing off the hook these past few days. Can you guess who has been calling? I'm all ears. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. Who else? The heads of several prestigious universities nationwide. Of course, each one reaching out to me. Lu Shixiao's tone carried a hint of amusement. They've all been subtly inquiring about what Qinghe University intends to do this year. Are you planning to flex your muscles and compete for top students? Or will you pursue a different path with innovative strategies? From what I gather, it doesn't sound like they're here to reprimand, but rather to gauge the situation, eager to see if they can collaborate, fearing they might be left behind in a new era. Su Yi chuckled at this observation. These astute individuals are indeed cunning. They move swiftly. If they can't outpace us, they seek to join forces. Or rather, they wish to ascertain our hand before the competitive landscape unfolds. How did you respond, Shixiao? Su Yi inquired with interest. What could I possibly say? I simply told them I am not privy to the details, Lu Shixiao replied candidly. But speaking of which, shitty, Lu Shixiao's tone grew serious. With only a few months until the college entrance examinations, countless eyes are watching. Shouldn't you unveil the next phase of your school's plans? He paused, then added, reflecting his deep understanding of Su Yi's operational style. Given your temperament, I presume you are nearly ready, just waiting for the opportune moment to unveil your grand strategy? You truly are perceptive, Shixiao, Su Yi remarked, gazing out at the rapidly developing construction site. The plan is indeed nearly complete. Oh, Lu Shixiao's interest peaked. Care to share a glimpse? If I reveal it now, the surprise will be lost, Su Yi replied with a playful smile, his fingers unconsciously tracing a circle on the smooth tabletop before pressing down emphatically. You rascal. Lu Shixiao chuckled in resignation from the other end, opting not to press further. He understood Su Yi's nature. Once he decided to make a significant move, no one could pry information from him before the grand reveal. Very well. I shall await your next bold move to see how you intend to shake up the educational landscape. After a few more casual exchanges, they ended the call. Su Yi set down his phone, his gaze shifting from the window back to Yi Wanwan, who was engrossed in her work. Wanwan. At the sound of her name, Yi Wanwan lifted her gaze to Su Yi. Prepare yourself, he said softly, as if merely stating a mundane task. It's time to unveil the enrollment guidelines for Qinghe School to the public. Chapter 428. This is an opportunity for class ascension. The next day, at 9 in the morning, The enrollment guidelines for Qinghe University, spearheaded by Wang Lao and refined through several rounds of deliberation, quietly appeared on the official website of Qinghe School and were simultaneously disseminated through Qinghe Village's official account. In no time, the entire internet erupted. What on earth am I seeing? Only students ranked in the top 10 of their respective provinces are eligible to apply for the entrance examination. This is beyond a high threshold. It's as if they've moved Mount Everest to serve as the gate, demanding that anyone wishing to enter must first perform a dance atop its peak to prove themselves. This is outrageous. In my 30 years of life, I've never encountered such an audacious enrollment guideline. Across the internet, countless netizens, both students and parents, reacted to the core admission criteria with disbelief, outrage, and incredulity. Questions and exclamations flooded the comment section like a tsunami. However, the storm passed swiftly, and the tide shifted even faster. Just a few minutes later, as the initial shock began to wane, more rational yet fear-tinged analyses began to surface. Hold on, everyone, think about it again. This actually seems quite reasonable. Exactly. Weren't there rumors online that attending Qinghe School is akin to the Matrix, where knowledge is directly downloaded into students' minds? They claim it can produce a legion of photographic memory geniuses, not just cutting-edge technology. Have you forgotten about the faculty at Qinghe School? Academician Wang Jinghua assumes the role of principal, while venerable figures like Qian Lao and Zhang Lao, akin to national treasures, gather to teach, a configuration so rare it is almost mythical. Moreover, soon after, individuals claiming to possess insider information dropped a veritable bombshell. I shall merely state this. You cannot possibly fathom the astonishing achievements of Qinghe School. The so-called top 10 in the province might appear rather trivial when viewed against the backdrop of Qinghe School's own students. This comment was swiftly deleted. Yet screenshots had already spread across the internet like wildfire, dousing the skeptics with a frigid reality check. The logical chain was thoroughly elucidated. When a place possesses the power to upend the established norms, it earns the right to dictate any rules it desires. I have come to understand that in the past, there was a saying in the martial world, all martial arts originate from Shaolin. Could it be that in the future, the realm of education will proclaim, all talents emerge from Qinghe? The landscape has shifted from the very beginning. Qinghe School had no intention of competing on the same track as traditional prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. They are executing a dimensional strike. Suddenly, a thought struck me. A comment from a netizen ignited a powder keg, instantly sparking fervor in another dimension. I contemplated that if a child could gain admission to Qinghe School, while there, they might conveniently find a local partner, marry, and settle their household registration there. The responses to this comment flooded in, numbering in the tens of thousands, all echoing gasps of astonishment and expressions of enlightenment. What a revelation! I completely grasped it. Indeed, the household registration policy in Qinghe Village is not yet stringent, presenting the greatest opportunity. Should the management of household registrations tighten in the future, the chance to enter would vanish. Why aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? Graduates from those institutions may end up laboring like beasts, while securing a household registration in Qinghe Village means an immediate ascension, the fulfillment of life. I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall push my son to the limits. He must rank among the top 10 in the province. If he does not strive, I shall tell him that he is not merely missing out on a university, but an entire leap in social class. The public sentiment underwent a magical transformation within a mere hour, shifting from absurdity to rationality and ultimately to a windfall. A fervor for the transformative power of knowledge permeated the entire internet. Amidst this overwhelming tide, the private phone on Su Yi's desk rang once more. It was Brother Lu, junior brother. Upon connecting the call, Lu's voice, tinged with a mix of exasperation and amusement, emerged, accompanied by distant background noise. Your enrollment brochure leaves me no respite whatsoever. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress a smile at the weariness evident in his senior brother's tone. But brother, am I not merely adhering strictly to your directives, striving to cultivate some unique talents for the nation? Unique? You go beyond that. Lu sighed heavily, his voice lowering. I just meticulously examined your enrollment brochure and perused the online discussions. Have you considered a rather pragmatic question? Please, do elaborate, Su Yi replied, maintaining a steady tone. Those who can rank among the top 10 in the province are all prodigies, vying for places in institutions like Tsinghua and Peking. Should they resolutely decide to abandon those schools to take your entrance test at Qinghe, it represents a commitment with no return. Lu's pace was deliberate, each word imbued with the weight of careful contemplation. Yet your brochure states clearly If one fails the test, they are not admitted. What if, just what if, a candidate expends every ounce of effort only to falter in your assessment? What becomes of them then? By that time, admissions to Tsinghua and Peking will have concluded, and other institutions are not worth mentioning. Isn't this a tragic waste of a top-tier talent? I am aware that your educational resources are unparalleled. Yet is such a price not excessively steep for a child who has toiled for over a decade in the shadows of academia, for our nation's talent pool? Liu's words struck at the heart of the matter. Su-yi listened quietly, refraining from immediate rebuttal, allowing his senior brother's concerns to settle in the air for a moment. Then, he chuckled softly, a sound light yet imbued with profound understanding. Brother, I comprehend your apprehensions. You fear that we may overlook talent due to high barriers. And you worry that those children might gamble and lose, jeopardizing their futures. Su-yi picked up the teacup on his desk, gently caressing its smooth surface, his gaze distant. A person who only considers a safety net can never lead the charge. What Qinghe School seeks is not merely the brightest students, but, more crucially, the most resolute souls. If an individual lacks the audacity to burn their boats, to live or die by their ambitions, if their conviction cannot withstand even a minor entrance test, then... Su-yi paused, bringing the warm teacup to his lips for a sip. They do not deserve the opportunity to apply to Qinghe School. Chapter 429, A Gamble of the Century. Su-yi's words, though seemingly light, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, resonating through the phone line with a profound impact on Liu. Silence enveloped the other end for a few moments, before Liu's steady, yet somewhat resigned laughter emerged. What a resolute soul indeed, he mused, repeating Su-yi's sentiment with a mix of incredulity and profound reflection. You, my friend, while I fret over wasted talent and the backlash of public opinion, you boldly ascend to the 5th floor and begin to filter for conviction. His words, though seemingly a complaint, carried an undertone of complete acceptance and mutual understanding. Brother, I am also compelled by circumstances, Su-yi replied, his tone now lighter, tinged with jest. The resources of Qinghe School are limited. The best must be utilized effectively. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the trust placed in us. All right then. You have your peculiar logic down pat. Liu chuckled, the tension in his office dissipating. I merely wanted to offer a caution. As long as you are aware, that suffices. As for the rest, I shall refrain from further comments. Liu's tone shifted back to its usual decisiveness and responsibility. However, this matter holds significant ramifications, and I will keep a close watch on public sentiment. Should any issues arise, we shall communicate promptly. No problem. Thank you, brother. We're family. Discussing these matters feels unnecessary. After hanging up, Liu leaned back in his expansive chair, lost in thought. Filtering for conviction. He rubbed his throbbing temples and ultimately reached for another red phone on his desk, dialing a number. Old Zhang, it's me. Regarding this year's admissions for top students, I need your department to prepare an emergency plan in advance. His voice was low yet unmistakably clear. This lad leads the charge, and someone must safeguard the rear, even if merely as a precaution. In Qinghe Village, Su-yi set down his phone, a faint smile gracing his face. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves, steam clouding his vision. Just as he relished this moment of tranquility, discussions regarding Qinghe School's enrollment brochure had already reached a fever pitch online. Just as Liu had feared, as the initial fervor and shock began to subside, a brutally realistic question arose, presented by countless anxious parents and educational experts. A gamble of the century. Do you choose the stability of Tsinghua and Peking University, or risk it all for Qinghe? An article published by a renowned educational influencer garnered over 100 million views within a mere hour, igniting a fervent discourse across the internet. Below the article, countless netizens and experts spontaneously divided into two distinctly opposing factions, embroiled in an intense debate within the comment section. The flames of contention even spreading to various major platforms. One side opined that this was an egregious irresponsibility towards students who have toiled for over a decade in their studies, branding it as a blatant act of talent annihilation. Is this not akin to placing a knife at the throat of these children? They are faced with the dire ultimatum of either soaring to great heights or plunging into irreversible despair. Why should an 18-year-old be subjected to such a cruel choice? If my son were to rank among the top 10 in the province, I would vehemently oppose him taking such a risk. Surely, it is far more prudent to secure a prestigious major at Tsinghua or Peking University, is it not? The model employed by Qinghe School, wherein one risks everything with no fallback, is far too perilous. A single misstep could obliterate the future of a prodigious talent. Conversely, The other faction firmly believed that true geniuses must possess the audacity to embrace such formidable challenges. It is laughable, they argued, that a cadre of mediocrities would presume to worry on behalf of the exceptional. What you perceive as risk may merely be an exhilarating challenge in the eyes of a genius. How can one aspire to be a pioneer of an era while being timid and hesitant? Qinghe School does not merely assess intelligence. It evaluates character. This is the authentic Dragon Gate. To leap beyond it is to embrace boundless horizons. Those lacking the courage to even attempt do not deserve admission to Qinghe. As the debate escalated, it became evident to all that the crux of the contention ultimately pointed to a fundamental question. Would applying to Qinghe School impact admissions to other institutions? This query forms the bedrock of all discussions. If Qinghe's testing occurs prior to the admissions of all other schools and does not affect subsequent application choices, then the so-called gamble would lose its significance. However, should a conflict arise, it would mean that each student opting for Qinghe is wagering their entire future on a gamble without a safety net. In a flash, the official account of Qinghe Village was inundated with private messages and comments, akin to a flurry of snowflakes. No.1, having concluded her immediate tasks, approached Su Yi's desk with an urgently printed public sentiment report, ready to deliver her briefing. Secretary, the PR department has just submitted the public sentiment report. Since the announcement of the admissions guidelines this morning, over 90% of the messages received on the official account are inquiring whether applying to Qinghe School would conflict with admissions to other universities. This question has surged to the top of the trending list. The PR department is asking if a formal response is warranted. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised his gaze towards Yuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. The expression bore no hint of anxiety. Rather, it exuded a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. A response is indeed necessary, he replied, his long fingers lightly tapping the desk, the mirth in his eyes deepening. However, I wonder whether this reply will stoke the flames further or douse them. Yuan momentarily paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, still grasping the implications of Su Yi's words. Yet, Su Yi had already shifted his gaze, continuing in a tone devoid of embellishment. Inform the PR department to keep the response straightforward and clear. Make it unequivocally known that there will be an impact. At this, Yuan's breath hitched imperceptibly for a moment. However, she swiftly composed herself and responded affirmatively, understood. Before long, amid the anxious anticipation of countless netizens, the official account of Qinghe Village finally updated with a new post. It was a stark, minimalist announcement that could even be described as chillingly cold. The statement contained no lengthy explanations or soothing reassurances, only a single line of bold, black text, unmistakably clear to all. Special notice regarding applications to Qinghe School. The admission testing process of our institution will significantly conflict in timing with the admission processes of all other higher education institutions in the country. We urge all candidates and parents to be aware and consider this matter judiciously.